Chapter 1. The Ruthless Cultivation Realm. Yin-Yang Sect. At the foot of the Servant's Peak, a group of newly inducted servants stood attentively, awaiting their instructions. Once you step into the Servant's Peak, you shall shed your names and be assigned only codes. You will no longer be regarded as humans, but as mere livestock pigs, dogs, cattle, and horses. You shall become resources of our sect. The slave mark embedded in your consciousness will confine your movements to within a mile of this peak. Should you dare to stray beyond, death is the only certainty. You, Servant 927, and you, Servant 928, engrave this into your very bones. Should you fail to respond when your code is called, the first punishment will be 500 slaps, leaving you looking like a pig. The second time, 3 fingers will be severed to be fed to the dogs. The third time, you will be hanged upon the tree of 1,000 corpses. Guard Gong, proceed. As per tradition, randomly select a fortunate soul, and upon entering, grant them 100 lashes. The woman delivering the address was named Hongye, an outer disciple of the Lin-Yang sect, and the formidable leader of this Servant's Peak, wielding absolute control over the lives of its inhabitants. With striking beauty and an alluring figure, her voice carried an icy allure that, despite the viciousness of her words, left the newcomers trembling in fear, undoubtedly haunted by visions of her in their dreams for countless nights to come. And no sooner had Hongye finished speaking than a burly man with a beard, wielding a long whip, coldly dragged the unfortunate soul with the weakest knees from the crowd, sending him crashing to the ground with a kick. Is Hongye a beauty you can covet? You wretched slave! Crack! Crack! The whip lashed down like a torrential rain. In an instant, blood splattered and flesh was torn. The unfortunate victim barely had time to scream before he was brutally whipped to death on the spot. Such a ghastly scene was merely routine at the Servant's Peak. Lin Bulang, passing by, merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing on his way, leaning on his cane, limping up the mountainside. After all, life was the least valuable commodity at the Servant's Peak. To survive, one must tread carefully. A single misstep could result in finding oneself lying dead the next day. Yet escaping this dire predicament required not only caution but also audacity. At this moment, Lin Bulang found himself before a tremendous opportunity that could turn the tides of fate. With the thought of soon escaping the life of a servant, a newfound vigor surged within him, and the pain in his previously injured leg seemed to dissipate. The rugged mountain path appeared as level ground, and he moved with surprising swiftness. Chirp! Chirp! After a brief moment, upon reaching the mountainside of the Servant's Peak, Lin Bulang emitted a bird call signal. Upon hearing the signal, a shifty-eyed servant emerged from behind a large tree. I've pilfered the goods. One price 500 servant coins. The man scrutinized Lin Bulang's servant code to confirm his identity before mysteriously producing a tattered ancient book. 500 servant coins. Why don't you go steal it? It takes me a grueling night of hard labor to earn just 1 servant coin, after deducting my daily expenses and the tribute to Guard Gong. Do you have any idea how long it would take me to save 500 servant coins? Lin Bulang's voice trembled with suppressed anger. Love it or leave it. This treasure was stolen at the cost of my life. If it were to be discovered by Guard Gong, you can only imagine the dire consequences awaiting me. Is it not worth 500 servant coins? You are aware that Guard Gong attained the favor of Fairy Hongye through this very tome, which led to his promotion as a guard. Moreover, there are countless individuals eager to take on the role of guard in this peak. If you do not want it, others certainly will. Upon finishing his words, the servant attempted to tuck the ancient book back into his bosom. Lin Bulang gritted his teeth and declared, 300 servant coins. If you refuse, I shall report you to Guard Gong. The exchange must be made simultaneously. Take it and go. Wait, I must inspect it first. All right, inspect it, by heavens. Guard Gong is coming. As the man hastily concealed Lin Bulang's hard-earned money, he pointed down the mountain. Lin Bulang turned around and indeed saw Guard Gong ascending the steps. Startled, he quickly tucked the yellowed ancient book into his chest. Greetings, Guard Gong. Have you finished your duties? Are you heading to the Servants' Square halfway up the mountain to recruit? Lin Bulang nervously nodded and bowed repeatedly. Guard Gong, wielding his blood whip, did not lift his gaze, casually picking bits of flesh from the whip as he passed by Lin Bulang with an air of indifference. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Lin Bulang dared not breathe until Gargung had walked 100 meters away and turned into the servant square, at which point he let out a long sigh of relief. His back was completely drenched with sweat. Finally, after 3 years in this world, Lin Bulang had finally gathered the last piece of the puzzle on his path to divinity. He had acquired the legendary tome rumored to elevate one beyond the status of a servant disciple and onto the path of immortality. The mystical path of the celestial gate. 3 years, 3 years. You have no idea how I have endured, with that useless system of mine barely showing its face. In the first year, I toiled diligently and earned the title of exemplary servant. But the very next day, I overslept and had my leg broken. In the second year, after becoming lame and failing to meet my workload, I was beaten 124 times and submerged in the well 51 times, all while fetching shoes for guard gung 16 times. In the third year, I finally comprehended the way. I transformed into a sycophant, a master of flattery, enduring humiliation and hardship, eventually becoming one of guard gung's lackeys, leading to the comfortable life I enjoy. Today, I cannot fathom what was going through the mind of my predecessor, who insisted on pursuing some grand path of longevity within the Lin-Yang sect. Upon assessment of my aptitude, it was determined that I possessed no spiritual roots, with a negative cultivation aptitude, devoid of wealth, power, and brains. Such a disastrous start naturally led to my placement in the servant peak, branded with the mark of a slave on the very first day. I was terrified by the gruesome scenes, forced to take the blame and suffer. What a calamity! Once a fervent admirer of fantasy novels, Lin Bulang discovered after his transmigration that in the true realm of cultivation, there is no peace or camaraderie, no brotherly love, or harmony. Only one harsh truth prevails. It is a world of devourers. Creak! Lin Bulang, his heart filled with trepidation, hurriedly dashed back to his humble abode. After repeatedly ensuring that no one was following him, he closed the wooden door of his thatched cottage, leaving only a slight crack in the window ajar. With great caution, he then extracted an already yellowed copy of the Path of the Mystical Way from within his garments. As he turned to the first page, a crooked line of small characters caught his eye. Ordinary mortals, endlessly obtainable and inexhaustibly usable. A truth revealed. Lin Bulang was overcome with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He hastily flipped to the second page, where yet another crooked line of text awaited him. Postnatal body refinement. Entrance to the innate realm. Honing of the 100 bones. Foundation built upon a myriad of corpses, 1,000,000 forming elixirs, 1,000,000,000 birthing infants in the realm of cultivation. Right and wrong are inconsequential. Only power reigns supreme. He noted eagerly that the next page would contain the secret. Oh, the great path. Lin Bulang licked his fingers, trembling with anticipation as he turned to the next page, his heart racing to his throat. Notice, this secret is an unwritten celestial scripture, comprehensible only to those with great fortune. If one cannot comprehend, they may refer to the second key tenet of this tome. Survive, endure, and there shall be a day of reckoning. An unwritten celestial scripture? Lin Bulang was momentarily stunned. An ominous premonition surged through him, and with a fierce pang of heartache, he hastily flipped back several pages. Indeed, not a single word was to be found. This Path of the Mystical Way, a hefty tome, contained merely 3 pages of text. Lin Bulang felt as if he had been made a fool. Damn it! He clutched his chest, writhing in pain upon his bed, as if he were a shrimp. Little did he expect that after a day of frivolity, he would be pecked by the very sparrows he once toyed with. Ah, deceived of my hard-earned money, you wretched scoundrels! Fuming with rage, Lin Bulang's expression twisted, and just as he was about to tear the secret to shreds, he noticed a few small characters on the back cover of the book, produced by Guard Gong. The characters, inked in vermilion, stood out conspicuously, as if to ensure no one could overlook them. That it must be noted that Guard Gong was responsible for breaking Lin Bulang's leg upon seeing those words. He felt a familiar ache throb in his injury. At Lin-Yang sect, there were countless attendants of the miscellaneous servants' peak, each overseen by an outer disciple, who in turn was supported by 8 guards, each managing hundreds of servants. The so-called guards were essentially foremen who held power over the lives of their subordinates. Guard Gong was one of these 8 guards, a loyal hound to Hong Ye, and Lin Bulang's direct superior, perpetually holding the threat of death over him. Creak! Lin Bulang clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. In that moment, he finally came to the realization that the so-called path of the mystical way was merely a scheme devised by Guard Gong in collusion with his trusted confidant, a method to harvest the hard-earned money of those beneath him. Otherwise, how could Guard Gong have arrived so swiftly and fortuitously at the mountain path, just as he was reprimanding the newcomers, leaving Lin Bulang no time to inspect the goods on the spot? Thus, not only had Lin Bulang been robbed of his hard-earned money, but he had also unwittingly placed himself in a precarious position, exposing a fatal weakness to Guard Gong. "You wretched beast! You vile creature!" Lin Bulang knelt upon his bed, covering his mouth, and let out a low, anguished howl. Suddenly, a knock resounded upon the wooden door. Servants 5, 6, and 7. "Guard Gong is looking for you." "What?" Lin Bulang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This news, like a bucket of icy water, drenched him from head to toe in an instant. So soon? Is that beast already seeking to exploit this opportunity to end my life? Chapter 2. If one day I soar high on the mountainside of the Servant's Peak, guards were stationed. The faint sounds of muffled anguish drifted from within, causing Lin Bulang to hesitate, his body hunched over. With his leg now crippled and the last remnants of his hard-earned money seized by the guard, his value had diminished, leaving him with nothing but the looming specter of death. What had the past year as the guard's lackey amounted to? The Servant's Peak did not lack for other unfortunate souls, yet he found himself at the mercy of fate. With this thought, beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, each moment stretching into an eternity. The sensation of his life being controlled by another was profoundly unsettling. After a while, the door creaked open. The guard, with an air of arrogance, swaggered out. Whip in hand, a sidelong glance revealed a young woman sprawled on the table, her body devoid of any covering. Her stunning figure and porcelain skin rendered her a captivating beauty, yet her neck was grotesquely twisted, life extinguished, her body marred by signs of torment. Lying there like a lifeless dog. What truly astonished Lin Bulang, however, was her unwavering resolve. Even in death, she had maintained her silence. A fierce spirit indeed. Alas, another wretched woman condemned to a tragic fate. Whenever new arrivals appeared at the peak, particularly females of some allure, they often fell prey to the guard's whims. Those deemed less attractive faced a far worse fate, subjected to cruel torture before being offered as entertainment to the other servants. Such souls rarely lasted more than 3 to 5 days before succumbing to their grim reality. Lin Bulang knew that the guard had toyed with no fewer than 200 women. This unfortunate girl had likely caught the guard's eye, resisting his advances and meeting a dire end as a result. Since becoming the guard's minion, Lin Bulang had spent a year entangled in the grim task of digging graves for the deceased. He was acutely aware of the guard's depraved tendencies, and seeing the guard's smug expression brought him a momentary sigh of relief. He had anticipated a deadly showdown, yet it seemed the guard merely intended to use this occasion to intimidate him into compliance. Deep down, Lin Bulang understood that, given the guard's nature, he had at most 3 days left to live, as the whip of this beast would soon be turned upon him. Before that time came, he needed to prepare thoroughly, perhaps even take the initiative to strike first. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Bulang lifted his head, forcing a sycophantic smile, and inquired with feigned concern, "Sir, this lady, is she still warm?" "Very warm." "What? Do you wish to indulge as well?" The guard retorted, "I wouldn't dare. I fear I might not satisfy your desires. Unbeknownst to you, my skills have reached an exceptional level. Should you not find it beneath you, I could offer my humble services." "Why are you so eager to please me today? You know you've crossed a line, don't you?" The guard's cold laughter sent a shiver down Lin Bulang's spine as he unsheathed his belt. "For your disloyalty, kneel." Lin Bulang's muscles twitched involuntarily, yet he obediently sank to his knees. The guard stood at the 4th level of physical cultivation, while Lin Bulang was merely at the 1st. At this moment, rebellion held no significance. The belt was dipped in water, and with a sharp crack, flesh was laid bare. Lin Bulang gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Master Gong, shall we bury this woman, or send her down to our brothers for some enjoyment?" With a series of resounding cracks, Guardian Gong released a long sigh, alleviating the pent-up frustration he had endured with that little enchantress. "Reward her. She is tough. I want her to be ravaged by 100 men, even in death." Tell the brothers, if they don't fill her up, don't bury her. Understood. Lin Bulang, suppressing his pain, hastily rose, wrapped the girl's lifeless form, and hurried down the mountain. Observing Lin Bulang's limping figure, Guardian Gung let out a cold sneer, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, casting a chill that lowered the surrounding temperature. After lurking by my side for a year, you wish to avenge your broken leg and seize an opportunity? If I were to fall into your hands, it would be a miracle. A dog is merely a dog, both vile and foolish. Yet, this crippled dog of mine, after a year of play, I have grown weary of. Next time, Guardian Gung narrowed his eyes. It will be someone else burying you. Upon hearing this, a few servants cleaning at a distance turned their heads, whispering amongst themselves. I said long ago that this boy walks a narrow path. He won't last long. Does anyone know where he resides? The question came from Gung's most trusted subordinate, a man with a honeyed tongue and a treacherous heart. Noticing a hand raised, he snorted coldly before speaking softly. This boy has spent 3 years at the servant peak. His resources must exceed those mere 300 servant coins. Let us gather our things and hurry over to seize a fortune. Whatever we find, we'll split it among ourselves. What if he catches us? A timid newcomer cautiously asked. Then we'll kill him. Master Gung wants him dead, so where he dies matters not. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take the blame. The mountain path was rugged, making it arduous for the crippled. Carrying the corpse upon his back was excruciating. A slip of the foot sent him stumbling. Lin Bulang, wrapped with the girl, tumbled down several stretches of the road. In the chaos, the two bodies were separated. Lin Bulang endured the pain for a while before propping himself up again with a crutch, just as he was about to retrieve the girl's body. To his astonishment, he found that in the fall, she had loosened her grip, and a lustrous pearl rolled from her mouth. A piece of cloth partially wrapped around the pearl was evidently something she had held in her mouth while alive. Could this be the reason she refused to let go? Curiously, Lin Bulang picked up the cloth and the pearl, discovering a delicate script. To the one who receives this celestial pearl, please accept a bow from this humble girl. My fate is sealed, and I harbor no grievances, nor any intention to harm others. I only worry for my younger sister, who entered this abyss with me, still young and without care. If Lord Wan could vow to care for my sister, I would bestow upon him this celestial pearl, which he could later learn to activate through her words. This pearl, a treasured heirloom of our family, though only usable by men, possesses the power to alter the bloodline of an ordinary person, assisting the Lord in embarking on the path of immortality, casting a proud gaze over the world. I seek nothing more, only wish that the Lord, in his future glory, does not forget my sister. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bulang pinched his own cheek. Could this truly be his chance? He lifted the pearl, scrutinizing it closely. Its lustrous surface shimmered with vibrant hues. It was not a divine artifact, yet it held the essence of a magical treasure. The faint sense of joy he felt after narrowly escaping death surged anew upon seeing the pearl. Without it, surviving his ordeal would merely mean prolonging his existence, devoid of any true delight. With the pearl, Lin Bulang finally glimpsed hope for a future. Thank you, my lady. I cannot claim the title of lord. He accepted the pearl, vowing to care for your sister and protect your remains, ensuring you would face no further indignities. With a grave expression, Lin Bulang clutched the pearl and knelt, bowing deeply to the young woman. Receiving this pearl felt akin to being reborn. This unfortunate maiden was indeed his benefactor. Having spent 3 years as a menial worker, Lin Bulang would not delude himself into believing he was a virtuous man. Yet he maintained his principles. The maiden had spoken of an oath. Thus, he would swear. Leaning on his cane with one hand, while gripping the pearl with the other, he gazed at the vast sky he had yet to reach. I, Lin Bulang, vow here to diligently care for that maiden for the remainder of my life. Should I betray this oath or harbor ulterior motives, let the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Upon completing his vow, the pearl in his hand seemed to resonate with celestial energies, vibrating gently and emitting a soft azure glow. Even then, merely holding it, he could sense the aura circulating within. In the span of a breath, the residual faint energy began to flow slowly into Lin Bulang's body, commencing a cycle of cultivation all on its own. It could actually assist in cultivation. Lin Bulang was astounded. It was known that his original form possessed no elemental roots. His aptitude for cultivation was negative, commonly referred to as the 5 leaks body. While he could still practice, His speed was less than a third of an ordinary person's. Furthermore, the energy he cultivated could not be transformed into corresponding spiritual energy due to the absence of elemental roots, quickly dissipating as a result. Hence, it was called the 5 Leaks body. Yet, with this celestial pearl, after completing a cycle of cultivation, the energy would return through the same path, allowing the energy gained from cultivation to be stored within the pearl. It had effectively become Lin Bulang's external dantian. I can cultivate. I can cultivate. Lin Bulang trembled with excitement, even discarding his cane onto the ground. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his exploration, he heard the distant sound of footsteps and laughter. Had he lost his senses? Who studies such treasures on a mountain path? A gentleman is innocent, but possessing a gem invites trouble. Such a precious treasure, if discovered by others on this merciless servant's peak. Lin Bulang would likely not survive long enough for the vigilant guard Gung to intervene. After meticulously securing the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang's heart raced with anticipation. At that moment, he yearned to soar directly to the foot of the mountain, to his humble abode, in order to thoroughly examine this celestial pearl. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilarated spirit, Lin Bulang composed himself, gathered the maiden's remains, and hastily made his way down the mountain. Chapter 3. The young lady in green. Lin Bulang, true to his word, sought out a picturesque cliff halfway up the mountain, where he laid the young lady to rest with care. He then descended to the foot of the mountain to find the underling responsible for the burial, purchasing a freshly slain female corpse. After tossing it to the group of brothers under the command of the guard Gung, he hurried back to his humble dwelling. Lin Bulang's hut was nestled in a remote location, seldom visited by others. Upon his arrival in this world, he had firmly believed that he would awaken some sort of extraordinary system. Thus he had taken precautions by selecting this secluded spot, intending to devote himself to quiet cultivation in the future. The cautious arrangements he made at that time had finally proven their worth today. As he drew closer to his modest abode, Lin Bulang, clutching the celestial pearl against his chest, could hardly contain his excitement. However, upon ascending the small slope leading to his door, his expression suddenly hardened. Beneath the wooden door of his hut lay an inconspicuous leaf, quietly resting on the ground. Each time he ventured out, Lin Bulang had taken care to place a leaf against the door, a precaution against unforeseen calamities. Individuals like Lin Bulang, who bore a disability yet possessed substantial wealth, were often viewed as prime targets by the newcomers who had only recently joined the ranks and sought to band together for protection. Murder, theft, and the usurpation of homes were common. Just as pigs and dogs have their ways of life, so too do ants engage in their own brutal struggles. One could say that the entire servant peak was akin to a vast cauldron of malice, where only the most vicious, ruthless, and cunning would survive to the end. Unfortunately, Lin Bulang was one of them, though now he was limping on one leg. A limp leg, however, does not equate to a lack of wits. Lin Bulang stealthily approached the door, listening intently, and indeed, he could discern faint rustling sounds within. Swiftly, he maneuvered to uncover a clay jar at the entrance, filled with noxious smoke materials. With a spark from his fire starter, he ignited it and rolled through a secret dog hole in his hut. Then, he dashed back to the entrance, raising his cane just as a figure emerged, coughing and shrieking in distress. Without hesitation, he struck. The individual reacted swiftly, blocking the blow with a hand and delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin Bulang tumbling down the slope, scattering the celestial pearl and the few servant coins he had clutched, which now lay strewn about. That kick was forceful, with a sickening crack. 2 of Lin Bulang's ribs shattered, sending him reeling in disarray. As he managed to lift his head, his face drained of color. Within his modest hut, 5 or 6 figures had now poured out, led by a man of short stature, but with muscles as solid as granite. This man was named Wang Lang, a servant of the 5th rank, who had arrived 2 years prior to Lin Bulang. His strength had reached a terrifying peak at the 3rd stage of body refinement, making him a mere step away from the 4th stage, which was the realm of the guard Gung. Among Gung's lackeys, Wang Lang stood as the foremost figure, the strongest servant beneath the protection of the guards. No one dared to provoke him. Following closely behind were others, their abilities ranging between the 1st and 2nd stages of body refinement, all members of Gung's loyal entourage. Could it be that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by Gung? So, you were hiding your previous possessions all along, which explains why your hut is so remarkably tidy. Wang Lang's eyes were reddened from the acrid smoke, tears streaming down his face, rendering his speech even more ferocious. That orb, the celestial bead, had rolled over a yard away from Lin Bulang. At the moment Wang Lang posed his inquiry, Lin Bulang summoned all his strength and lunged forward, reaching for the celestial bead with one hand. Yet, he was a cripple, feeble in strength, and his speed ultimately could not match that of Wang Lang. A sharp crack echoed. Wang Lang lifted his foot and stomped down, mercilessly driving Lin Bulang's right hand into the mud, shattering the bones. Ah, the excruciating pain. In such haste, that bead must be a treasure. Greed shimmered in Wang Lang's eyes. Your life is about to be claimed by Guard Gong, and your possessions would be better off in the hands of my brothers. If you comply, surrender everything. Perhaps we may allow you to linger a few more days. It appeared that these hyenas had come sniffing for an opportunity. A few more days of survival? Lin Bulang felt a pang of despair. Such words might deceive a newcomer who had just entered the realm, but to Lin Bulang, they were utterly meaningless. But must he truly die like this? A man who had struggled in the quagmire for 3 years, now grasping at a life-saving straw, only to be dragged back down, perhaps to drown directly. Lin Bulang was unwilling. This celestial bead is a treasure. You protect your master. I have sworn an oath. Even if I have not fully activated you, I am still half your master. Lin Bulang roared in his heart, unwilling to relent. Within him, the meager spiritual energy surged at this moment. The celestial bead seemed to resonate with this energy, trembling as it levitated an inch into the air. The originally contained azure light began to transform into a faint crimson hue. Whoosh! Uft! The celestial bead shot forth with the speed of a bullet, piercing through Wang Lang's chest in an instant. A mist of blood erupted, and the gaping wound faced Lin Bulang. Wang Lang trembled, straining to touch the bloodied hole in his chest, his astonished gaze fixated on Lin Bulang's face. He, at the 3rd stage of body refinement, had been swiftly defeated by a crippled wretch. That bead was indeed the cause. Pain, rage, unwillingness, longing. A myriad of complex emotions filled Wang Lang's eyes, as he fixated on the celestial bead soaring through the air. It veered slightly, then returned. Uft, uft, uft. The henchmen at the entrance fell like puppets with their strings cut, some with gaping holes in their chests, others with half their heads blown off. All came to an abrupt end beneath the shimmering trajectory of the celestial bead. Buzzing, the celestial bead slowly approached. The yearning in Wang Lang's eyes reached its zenith. The bead, drenched in blood, hovered before him, and with a mere extension of his hand, he could seize it. Just a fraction, merely a sliver. The strength within him seemed utterly drained, his hands unable to lift even the slightest weight. The distance to the path of eternal life was but a hair's breadth, yet he could not reach it. Meanwhile, another hand had surged ahead, seizing the celestial pearl. The pearl did not rest before Wang Lang, but hovered above Lin Bulang's head. Upon receiving the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang's heart surged with astonishment, akin to a tumultuous tide, refusing to calm. In the next moment, a gentle spiritual energy poured forth from the pearl, racing through Lin Bulang's body until it finally settled within his purple palace. The purple palace is the abode of the 5-element spiritual roots. Nurtured by that soothing energy, Lin Bulang felt a slight itch in his mind. As the gold root within the 5 elements began to flourish, growing by a minuscule measure. What is happening? Just as Lin Bulang sought to investigate further, the celestial pearl seemed to sense something, suddenly breaking free, soaring into the air, and darting into the forest. Could there be an ambush? Lin Bulang's heart raced. The celestial pearl must not fall into the hands of outsiders. He had no choice but to endure the excruciating pain in his chest, propping himself on his staff, striving to catch up. Yet, an injured Lin Bulang could hardly keep pace with the airborne pearl. In the blink of an eye, the pearl had vanished from his sight. Celestial pearl, you might be the death of me. Lin Bulang chuckled wryly as he hurried onward. A few steps brought him to the edge of a small cliff, and peering down, he finally spotted a graceful figure by the creek. The celestial pearl floated obediently before the girl. The once murderous crimson glow had transformed into a tranquil azure light. Celestial pearl, the young maiden exclaimed with joy, only for her expression to shift to one of alarm. Who is nearby? Lin Bulang stumbled down the small cliff to the frightened maiden's side. So many words rushed to his mind, yet he did not know how to begin. She was likely the sister of the girl he had just buried. However, her sister was dead, and he had obtained the celestial pearl, vowing to protect her for a lifetime. Such sentiments could not be conveyed in mere phrases. After much hesitation, Lin Bulang finally spoke. Hello. I truly am not a bad person. Given the girl's evident anxiety, he sought to allay her fears and recount the entire tale. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's voice, the girl suddenly turned to face him. Her delicate and charming visage bore traces of fear and tension, which, after just a few seconds, melted into a gentle calm. This is your sister's message. Lin Bulang hastily retrieved a piece of cloth from his bosom. The maiden did not take it, but instead bowed serenely in Lin Bulang's direction. The young lady in azure addressed him. My lord, I have heard of you. Chapter 4, 5, 6, 7. Step forward. Before him stood a young girl clad in a flowing azure gown, her figure slender and elegant, her features exquisite, of veritable beauty. Though her face bore the innocent charm of a girl aged 13 or 14, her alluring curves and fair, rosy skin resembled that of a newlywed matron, irresistibly enticing. If she were to mature further, she would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. In the realm of the menial peaks, a woman possessing such beauty, yet still alive, had likely already become a plaything for the various guards. Thus, her utterance of husband not only left Lin Bulang in a daze, but also sent a chill down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This celestial pearl is a treasured heirloom of my family. If it acknowledges its master, then he shall be the husband to my sister and me. We must serve him with utmost devotion, remaining by his side for eternity, and never defy him in any regard. Should my husband so desire, I shall offer myself here and now, and we may indulge in secret meetings each night, ensuring his satisfaction. As she spoke, the girl exhaled softly, her tone both sincere and endearing. Before her words had fully settled, she leaned closer, one delicate hand reaching toward Lin Bulang's chest while the other began to loosen her own belt. This exchange stirred Lin Bulang's heart, igniting a long-suppressed desire after 3 years on the menial peaks, where he had abstained from the communal meals. Now, confronted by such a captivating beauty, the wicked fire within him became increasingly difficult to contain. With a forceful shove, Lu Qingyi sent Lin Bulang tumbling to the ground. As her garment fell away, a snow-white undergarment was suddenly revealed before him. Her alabaster neck and slender arms, along with her delicate waist and long, graceful legs, lay across Lin Bulang's form. Coupled with the blush that adorned her charming face, the scene was utterly intoxicating, causing Lin Bulang's breath to quicken. Qingyi, he managed to stammer. Go die? Just as Lin Bulang was about to refuse, Lu Qingyi had already acted. Unbeknownst to him, she had concealed a dagger behind her, and with a fierce cry, she thrust it towards his chest. Startled, Lin Bulang summoned his strength and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack, while causing Lu Qingyi to stumble precariously. The dagger slipped from her grasp, and after fumbling for several moments, she finally retrieved it. At that instant, Lin Bulang realized that Lu Qingyi appeared to be blind. You scoundrel! You killed my sister. I will avenge her. Her earlier actions had merely been a means to ascertain his position. Now, as Lin Bulang evaded and stood up without uttering a sound, she was uncertain of her aim and could only strike wildly in his general direction. You are all villains. Return my sister to me. Woo-woo. The act of disrobing had breached Lu Qingyi's mental defenses, compelling her to act in revenge. If she failed this time, her only option would be self-destruction. Lin Bulang took several steps back, glancing at the celestial pearl. Whoosh! The celestial pearl traced a beautiful arc in the air, striking down the dagger from Lu Qingyi's hand with a resounding thud. Lu Qingyi was momentarily stunned, her eyes losing all radiance. She was blind, and without her sister's protection, she had become a mere plaything for others. Unable to seek revenge, why should she endure further suffering? Kill me, she implored. After you do, my corpse shall serve your amusement. I only ask for a swift end. With her arms hanging limply, she collapsed to the ground, as if her soul had departed. After a moment, footsteps approached, one deep and one light. A thin garment of blue was draped over her shoulders, providing an inexplicable warmth. I am not a villain, Lin Bulang stated, gazing at the alluring figure before him, barely managing to swallow. He was uncertain which guard Lu Qingyi belonged to and dared not act recklessly. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to extract the activation incantation of the celestial pearl before deciding her fate. Gaining her trust was of utmost importance. In accordance with your sister's dying words, I have sworn to the heavens that I shall care for you for the remainder of your life. Now, I only seek the incantation to activate the celestial pearl. Lin Bulang once again placed the cloth into Lu Qingyi's hand, explaining with utmost sincerity. Receiving the cloth, Lu Qingyi trembled, and after a tender exploration, tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. My dear, the celestial pearl cannot be wielded by you. Only by entrusting it to me can we ensure our survival on this treacherous servant peak. Only then will you have the chance to avenge your sister, will you not? Please trust me. If you doubt, I can swear an oath before you, invoking the heavenly laws. Anyone who breaks such an oath must face divine retribution, and their path of cultivation will be fraught with insurmountable challenges. This was perhaps the most severe oath in existence. That will not be necessary. I believe you. Lu Qingyi replied, wiping her tears and speaking with a trembling voice. From the moment Lin Bulang had struck down her dagger, she had sensed his kind heart. While she sought death, he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability, but instead offered gentle counsel. Trusting Lin Bulang was now her wisest choice. My husband, I cannot recall the incantation for the celestial pearl at this moment. May I have a day to reflect? She requested. By tomorrow, I assure you, I shall reveal the incantation to you. It was not that she had forgotten the incantation. She needed time to contemplate. After all, divulging the incantation would mean entrusting him with everything she possessed. Lin Bulang opened his mouth, his expression troubled. If he allowed her to leave now, it could lead to endless trouble. She had already shown intent to kill. Should she seek another guard for protection, it would undoubtedly plunge Lin Bulang into another life-threatening predicament. The presence of a certain guard Gung watching him had already made Lin Bulang's situation precarious. Noticing Lin Bulang's silence, Lu Qingyi hastily continued, I implore you, my husband. Trust me. We are now allies in this journey. If I wished to harm you, I could evade you once, but I could never escape you for long. Trust in your husband. It is the only and the best path for Qingyi. Wise indeed. Lin Bulang silently praised her in his heart. He helped Qingyi gather her freshly washed clothes by the stream, and the two parted ways. Upon returning to his modest abode, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Lin Bulang dug several graves, laying to rest Wang Lang and his companions, before finally retreating to his room, once again retrieving the celestial pearl. At dawn, Lin Bulang was scheduled to take his turn in the mining tunnels of the back mountain. It would be the perfect opportunity for Guard Gung to strike. Each month, numerous laborers perished due to tunnel collapses, and the guards routinely exploited this to eliminate dissenters. A tale as old as time, no longer shocking. Now, with Lin Bulang's leg crippled and his hand incapacitated, if he did not utilize the celestial pearl tonight to heal his injuries, the next day in the tunnels could very well spell his doom. He placed the celestial pearl upon his dantian, slowly urging the residual spiritual energy within him. The pearl immediately resonated, and the energy surged into Lin Bulang, merging with his own and rushing towards the wound on his right hand. As the energy flowed in, the wound quickly warmed, and within an hour, it was nearly healed. However, his leg injury, having been neglected for so long and with blocked meridians, took over an hour to heal only about 30%. There was no time to waste. Lin Bulang glanced at the faintly brightening sky, hastily donned his clothes, tucked the celestial pearl into his bosom, and hurried towards the assembly point at the foot of the mountain. As dawn broke, 3 teams quickly gathered. Guard Gung descended the hillside path, his whip in hand, casting a seemingly indifferent glance over Lin Bulang. His expression darkened as he let out a heavy grunt. Today's task is to unearth 3 pieces of black iron. If you fail to do so, none shall rest or dine. He pointed his whip at Lin Bulang, who felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. What did this beast mean? Was he so impatient that he could not wait to strike until they were in the mine? The surrounding laborers wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes toward Lin Bulang devoid of pity, replaced instead by mockery. Before each shift, the guards would single out an individual for punishment under the guise of motivation, but in reality, it was intimidation and a means of settling personal scores. The unfortunate soul on the receiving end of the whip, already burdened by injuries, would find it exceedingly difficult to meet the required workload, facing only harsher penalties ahead. Yet Lin Bulang was known as Guard Gung's sycophant, a fact well known among the laborers. Typically, such misfortune would not befall him. So what was happening today? Was it truly a strange twist of fate? Chapter 5. The schemes of the thief deep within the mine yesterday. A newly discovered vein of fine iron or had reached the ears of the enchanting red leaf fairy. If not a single piece of fine iron were unearthed today, I fear it would be exceedingly difficult to satisfy her. 5, 6, 7. Your capabilities are greatly trusted by this guardian. Thus, I shall entrust this arduous task to you. Surprisingly, Guard Gung refrained from encouraging Lin Bulang with a show of force, merely standing there with a sinister smile. Observing Lin Bulang's increasingly grim expression, Guard Gung gleefully raised his voice to continue. The Red Leaf Fairy has proclaimed that whoever extracts fine iron today shall be rewarded. The one who returns with the fine iron will be honored and promoted to the rank of assistant guard. Upon hearing this proclamation, the three teams, nearly 50 in total, erupted in excitement. What? An immediate promotion to assistant guard? Would that mean they would no longer have to toil? And what are the perks? Achieving the rank of assistant guard would grant them the privilege to select 2 personal female attendants, relocate to a guardian residence with exclusive quarters, and indulge in nightly revelries. Furthermore, there would be a monthly stipend of 50 miscellaneous coins, ensuring a life free from want or peril. An experienced laborer eagerly elaborated, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Meanwhile, a few laborers at the back of the line had already cast avaricious glances toward Lin Bulang. Although Guard Gung had designated Lin Bulang to mine the fine iron, he had only mentioned that the one who returned with the fine iron would be rewarded. What could a cripple like Lin Bulang possibly achieve in extracting fine iron and returning unscathed to the surface? Ultimately, who would ascend to the rank of assistant guard depended solely on individual prowess. The conspiratorial whispers among the laborers led them to distribute several daggers, concealing them within their trouser legs. Feeling the piercing gazes directed at him from behind, Lin Bulang's resentment surged to a boiling point. You treacherous scoundrel! If I, Lin Bulang, am fortunate enough to emerge from this mine today, I shall surely flay your skin, extract your bones, and dismember you into 1,000 pieces. Watching as the three teams entered the mine in succession, Guard Gung wore a knowing smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Bulang, merely a lowly laborer, was not worthy of his direct involvement. With a slight maneuver, he could easily ensnare Lin Bulang in an inescapable predicament. The thrill of wielding such power over another's life was truly intoxicating. As he navigated the steep mine shaft, Lin Bulang leaned heavily on his cane, struggling to descend. The individuals behind him jostled and whispered amongst themselves, their words just out of reach, creating an unbearable discomfort akin to a thorn in his back. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the mine, where the square tunnel spread out like a spider's web, its end shrouded in the dim flicker of torchlight. Everyone skillfully retrieved their pickaxes from the tool area, then surged towards the farthest end of the main tunnel, as if fearing that distancing themselves from Lin Bulang would jeopardize their chances of obtaining fine iron. In this oppressive atmosphere, Lin Bulang grasped his pickaxe in one hand and his cane in the other, making his way toward the deepest part of the mine. As he journeyed along, every casual glance from passers-by revealed eyes glimmering with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Lin Bulang was, indeed, a plump lamb amidst this pack of hungry predators. Clang, clang. It was only after Lin Bulang had passed that the mining tunnel gradually resonated with sporadic sounds of chiseling. The attention of all was elsewhere. Reaching the farthest end, Lin Bulang ignited a torch and illuminated the wall, discovering a deep black rock laced with silvery veins, a veritable vein of refined iron. The miscellaneous peak where Lin Bulang toiled was designated as Yao Yao Jiao, having been established a mere decade prior. From its inception, powerful disciples from the inner sect had come to assess the mineral deposits. The quality of the ores here was notably inferior, containing only a scant amount of black iron and a rare quantity of refined iron. With a stroke of luck, one might unearth some iron sand from the mysterious iron ore. The predominant yield was, naturally, iron ore, with the occasional discovery of black iron veins, though it was a tacit rule among all mining teams to refrain from overexploitation. This was the first discovery of refined iron ore in 10 years. And given the overall poor quality of the vein, it was estimated that only a slight amount of refined iron sand could be extracted. Unearthing a complete piece of refined iron ore would prove exceedingly challenging. Lin Bulang found a fulcrum, wedged his staff, and wielded his pickaxe with fervor. With a forceful strike, clang, crack, He exerted all his strength, yet the rock yielded only a minuscule opening the size of a peanut. He nearly stumbled in the process. The pickaxe, forged from iron, was already a strenuous tool for extracting black iron. Contending with refined iron, 10 times harder, was akin to an egg striking a stone. Observing that the pickaxe tip had slightly bent, Lin Bulang could only manage a bitter smile. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength for another vigorous strike. Clang, crack, clang, crack. After more than an hour of relentless effort, Lin Bulang was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Yet before him, the refined iron rock had only yielded a gap large enough for a person, and the exposed silvery veins became increasingly broad and solid, hinting at the true presence of refined iron ore. Heaven bless! Lin Bulang gasped for breath, casting a glance behind him. In the span of this hour, those covertly watching him had changed several times, awaiting the moment he unearthed the ore, ready to seize it at his weakest. Breathlessly, Lin Bulang discreetly reached for the celestial pearl nestled within his robe, feeling a surge of gentle spiritual energy flow into his dantian. The warmth swiftly radiated from his core, coursing through his arms, sweeping away much of his fatigue, reinvigorating his strength. To successfully carry this piece of refined iron ore back, he needed to act swiftly. Now, with my stamina depleted, I must rely on the scant spiritual energy within the pearl. Should that energy be exhausted, I would be left to perish here. Lin Bulang silently chanted within, retracting his hand, gripping the pickaxe anew, aiming for the side seam of the silvery band, and with a fierce shout, he struck down decisively. Crack! With a crisp sound of fracture, the pickaxe was utterly destroyed. The layer of impurities surrounding the silver vein was also thoroughly shattered. Now, all that remained was to extract the entire silver vein. However, Lin Bulang glanced at the broken pickaxe in his hand and could not help but smile bitterly. With the pickaxe broken, could he possibly pry it out with his bare hands? Just then, out of nowhere, a brand new pickaxe tumbled before Lin Bulang, evidently thrown by a few individuals who had been watching him. Witnessing this scene, a sense of bitterness surged within Lin Bulang's heart. Even at this critical juncture, they were still waiting, fearful that exerting even a modicum of effort might place them at a disadvantage in the impending scramble. How pathetic! How laughable! Gritting his teeth, Lin Bulang picked up the pickaxe and aimed for the crack, striking down fiercely. A sharp sound echoed as the rock's interior fractured audibly. Though this piece of refined iron-silver vein was not large, it would be more than sufficient when submitted as refined iron ore. That crisp sound of fracture set everyone's nerves on edge. In the blink of an eye, figures surged forth from all directions. Some wielded pickaxes. Others brandished daggers at their waists, all resembling ravenous wolves and tigers, fixated on the loosened piece of refined iron ore. They exchanged wary glances. Yet none dared to make the first move. You steal it. I won tea. Lin Bulang wisely retreated a few steps, pressing against the wall, swiftly slipping into another dimly lit tunnel. He had no interest in this refined iron vein. All he desired was to preserve his life. The moment he stepped back, the individual closest to the refined iron vein could no longer contain himself and dashed forward. Behind him, a pickaxe struck down with precision. A scream erupted. The skull shattered, splattering red and white everywhere. The battle was on the verge of erupting, transforming the once tranquil space before the refined iron vein into a hellish battleground. Just as Lin Bulang let out a sigh of relief, he felt a cold blade pressed against his neck. In the darkness, a heavy breath swept across his back. Foolish mortals. What the guard wants is not that piece of refined iron ore, but your life. Servants 5, 6, and 7, am I not correct? Hee. Chapter 6. A fierce counterattack. The servant pressed a dagger against Lin Bulang's throat, dragging him into the shadows. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the distant struggle at the mine. He hesitated, sensing the intentions of the guard, but could not fully grasp them. What offense had he committed against this guard? Despite being the guard's lackey, why did the guard seem so intent on his demise? Speak. I did nothing. Lin Bulang instantly discerned his thoughts, feigning a panicked demeanor. Last night, the guard expressed concern about my ability to transport the fine iron ore to the surface and specifically arranged for someone to assist me. I thought the guard genuinely intended to promote me. At that moment, from further within the mine, 3 servants were hastily approaching, their footsteps growing louder. It was not just Lin Bulang who understood the implications of the guard's words. those three did as well. They had already divided up daggers and were prepared to strike together to subdue Lin Bulang. However, in light of Lin Bulang's defense, the three incoming figures inadvertently became his allies. The servant panicked. Had he truly miscalculated? It was in this fleeting moment of doubt that Lin Bulang's pickaxe moved. The sharp head of the pick grazed Lin Bulang's face as he thrust it backward with force. Crack! Warm blood instantly splattered across Lin Bulang's face. In this treacherous realm rife with deceit, understanding the hierarchy was undoubtedly crucial for survival. Yet, harboring distrust towards others proved even more vital. Upon hearing the commotion from Lin Bulang's side, the three knew something was amiss. One of them hurled a torch, and they quickly scattered, encircling Lin Bulang in this dead-end mine shaft. As the darkness of his corner was illuminated by the torch, Lin Bulang wasted no time in stepping forward, swinging his pickaxe and hurling it. In that instant of obscurity, one individual was caught off guard, struck in the chest by the pickaxe, and fell to the ground with a cry. The other two, relying on their peripheral vision, charged in close. At that moment, Lin Bulang had just drawn the celestial pearl when a dagger plunged harshly into his shoulder. He recognized the three. They had entered the mine around the same time as he. After 3 years of struggling in this harsh environment, they, like Lin Bulang, had become seasoned veterans. All three possessed strength at the second stage of body training, a tier above Lin Bulang. Without the celestial pearl, the exhausted Lin Bulang faced certain death. Whoosh! Crack! The celestial pearl trembled, instantly piercing one man's chest. The other twisted the dagger lodged in Lin Bulang's shoulder and threw a punch straight at his face. The sudden agony jolted Lin Bulang's concentration, causing the celestial pearl, which was aimed at the man's head, to veer off course, grazing his ear and embedding itself in the rock wall. Almost immediately, that punch struck Lin Bulang's face, and before he could react, a second punch came barreling toward his throat. Fortunately, in his previous life, Lin Bulang had a rudimentary understanding of self-defense. After arriving at the servant's peak, he diligently maintained his training. Although his legs were somewhat impaired, he adeptly utilized the rock wall for leverage, propelling his intact leg toward the assailant's thigh with a swift kick. The man emitted a muffled groan, slightly shifting his position. But before he could fully regain his stance, the heavenly pearl had already pivoted and swiftly delivered a fatal blow. With a soft thud, the heavenly pearl returned to Lin Bulang's grasp, and he collapsed against the rock wall, panting heavily. A stream of gentle spiritual energy absorbed from the heavenly pearl surged into his purple palace, causing the wood's spiritual root within his 5 elements to flourish, albeit by a minuscule fraction. This phenomenon had occurred for the second time. It seemed that the heavenly pearl could harness the vitality of those it vanquished to nourish his spiritual roots. This coincided precisely with what the young lady had mentioned regarding the pearl's ability to alter the bloodlines of ordinary folk. If I were to comprehend the proper methods, perhaps the effects could be amplified manifold. Yet, there was a disquieting aspect to this. The heavenly pearl required the act of killing to alter my bloodline, evoking a sense of malevolence akin to that of a dark cultivator. Lin Bulang chuckled wryly to himself. In his past existence, he had been an exemplar of virtue, never engaging in illicit activities. However, after 3 years at this servant's peak, he had become accustomed to the cycle of life and death, even having blood on his hands from nearly 20 lives taken in the struggle for survival. He had thought that such experiences would harden his heart to an unyielding stone. Yet, the thought that he might resort to using the heavenly pearl in such a manner, potentially leading him down a path of darkness, stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Despite his former reverence for righteous paths in cultivation, slapping himself sharply, Lin Bulang admonished his own thoughts. What was he contemplating? Did he expect the world to allow him a life of gentleness? After 3 years in this brutal world, had he not discerned its true nature? What delineation existed between righteousness and malevolence? In the path of cultivation, it is the heart that matters, not the appearance. Where is the distinction between right and wrong? Were not the disciples of Yin-Yang sect, both inner and outer, extracting the lifeblood of their fellow servants to fuel their own ascension? What difference was there from the ways of darkness? Resolutely, he chastised himself, for compassion could not afford to linger, even for a fleeting moment. At worst, in the future, he would ensure that under the heavenly pearl, he would not slay the innocent. Having made this silent vow, Lin Bulang picked up a torch from the ground, searing the wound on his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. then hastily employed the spiritual energy of the heavenly pearl to halt the blood flow. Leaning on his cane, he made his way toward the iron or vein. There, he discovered that all of the 10 or so individuals had fallen. The piece of refined iron ore he had unearthed was as large as a basin and had been completely extracted. Among the defeated, the last standing victor clung desperately to the iron ore, seated on the ground, blood gushing forth from his mouth. A gaping wound, created by a mining pick, marred his chest. He would likely not survive another 5 minutes. Seeing Lin Bulang approach, the servant strained to raise his pickaxe, attempting to shield the precious ore with feeble resolve. Lin's casual strike with a cane rendered his hand utterly useless. Fool! Do you really think becoming a junior guard is such a simple task? Lin Bulang scoffed derisively, explaining that the servant's peak had only been established for a decade. Its scale quite modest, and the roster of 8 guards was unlikely to expand. If you were to become a junior guard now, you would only ascend when the other guards met their demise, inevitably making you the sworn enemy of the remaining 8. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes widened in disbelief, and he succumbed to a fit of rage, ultimately resulting in his demise. In that moment, regret and frustration flickered in his eyes, but it was far too late. He had already gambled away his life. Such shallow insight would ensure that even if this person managed to rise, he would not last beyond 3 episodes. Lin Bulang's words were not solely directed at him, but rather a reminder to himself. Their inability to seize the opportunity did not imply that he lacked the capability. What was a trap for them transformed into a golden opportunity for Lin Bulang. With a swift motion, Lin Bulang seized a chunk of iron ore, then concealed the 2 individuals he had slain with his celestial pearl amidst the pile of corpses before igniting a fire and hastily retreating toward the surface. Within 10 minutes, the oxygen within the mine would be consumed, the supporting beams would collapse, and the mine would cave in. This burden of guilt would inevitably fall upon Guard Gong. Having excavated the iron ore and poised to become a junior guard, once Guard Gong fell, Lin Bulang would seize the chance to solidify his position. This was his counterattack. Heaving and straining beneath the weight of the iron ore, Lin Bulang, with his cane for support, struggled to ascend. The dark maw of the mine loomed closer, the light shining brighter with each passing moment. His excitement mounted as he eagerly anticipated the astonished expression on Guard Gong's face upon witnessing his return with the precious ore. Chapter 7. The Wrath of the Crimson Leaves. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the mine, Guard Gong lounged with one leg crossed over the other. His lips curled in a satisfied smirk as he basked in the gentle embrace of the morning light. Beside him, 2 sycophants were diligently massaging his legs and shoulders. That scoundrel, 567, is surely doomed this time. Gong's ploy of using another's hand to dispatch his foe is truly exquisite. One of the lackeys raised his thumb in admiration, his face alight with obsequiousness. Little did that fool know that his petty schemes to avenge his broken leg had long been seen through by our astute Gong. Keeping him close was merely a means of amusement for Gong. Ha ha ha. The other lackey, while exerting himself in his ministrations, exchanged knowing glances and jibes. With a smile, Guard Gong slightly opened his eyes, deliberately elongating his tone, as if to convey a hint of mockery. You 2 are rather clever, aren't you? Instantly, the jovial expressions of the sycophants froze, their faces betraying palpable panic. Gong's position was not merely a product of power, it was a game of cunning, and he detested anyone beneath him attempting to play tricks. It was evident that their flattery had backfired spectacularly. Please, Gong, spare us. We harbor no rebellious thoughts. We are loyal and righteous, entirely unlike that rogue 567. The 2 hastily knelt, banging their heads against the ground, blood streaming forth in mere moments. Enough. I am well aware of your loyalty, Gong remarked with a cold smirk, waving his hand dismissively. His execution of Lin Bulang served as a warning to others, and the results were manifestly effective. He was quite satisfied with the outcome. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed in the tunnel leading to the mine. A cane emerged, followed by a terrifying visage. 567. One of the lackeys exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking, his expression akin to that of a man who had seen a ghost. Lin Bulang, drenched in blood, clad in the coarse indigo garb of a laborer, now stained a deep crimson. At first glance, he resembled a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell, a true demon. Were it not for the cane in his grasp and the iron ore bound to his chest, no one could have connected him to the limping laborer. 567. With a clatter, Lin Bulang cast aside the oar, facing the sun, stretching his arms wide as he inhaled the crisp air deeply. In that moment, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated entirely. As the stone crashed to the ground, the burden on his shoulders lifted. A wave of indescribable exhilaration surged through him. What bliss! A roar of unrestrained joy erupted from him, startling guard Gung from his reclining position. Who dares to shout like a lunatic? Gung bellowed, his gaze fixed, gradually widening in disbelief. The instant he beheld Lin Bulang, a jolt of terror struck him, reverberating through his mind like thunderclaps and rolling stones. A limping figure emerged from the depths of the mine, wielding precious iron ore, carving a bloody path back to safety. Absurdity. No, it cannot be. Surely, this must be a dream. Before guard Gung could inquire further, an ominous black smoke surged forth from the mine behind Lin Bulang, followed by anguished cries and chaotic shouts. Shadows began to spill out of the mine's passage, panic-stricken. Then came a thunderous rumble, as the very earth trembled beneath them. Inside the mine, it was as if firecrackers had been ignited, crackling and popping in a cacophony. Guard Gung stood in shock. The mine was ablaze. It had collapsed. Observing the frantic expression on guard Gung's face, Lin Bulang, however, wore a triumphant smile. He bent down, hoisting the precious iron ore aloft, and proclaimed loudly, "Guard Gung, I have unearthed the precious iron ore you desired. Does this not entitle me to the position of assistant guard?" Assistant guard? To hell with that title. There was never such a thing as an assistant guard. The so-called rewards for the assistant guard were nothing but fabrications spun from guard Gung's deceit. As a mere lowly guard, a high-ranking menial, what right did he have to make demands of the illustrious Fairy Hongya? Originally, guard Gung's plan was to eliminate anyone who brought forth the precious iron ore, thereby evading his promises. But who could have anticipated that, at this critical juncture, the mine would collapse? Guard Gung felt his body weaken, collapsing into a chair. Although the lives of menials held little value and their disposal would attract no attention, the personnel at the menial peak were limited in number. Falling below this threshold would hinder the peak's daily operations, and should Fairy Hongya assign blame, even he could not bear the consequences. A calamity of such magnitude, the collapse of the mine, would surely result in heavy casualties. What has transpired? Just then, a voice, both authoritative and aloof, rang out suddenly. A figure clad in red, resembling the vibrant autumn leaves, floated gracefully into the scene. Fairy Hongya. Guard Gung shivered, scrambling towards Fairy Hongya, and fell to his knees beside her. Before the menials, he wielded the power of life and death, like a tyrant ruling over the land. Yet, before Fairy Hongya, he was less than an animal, especially in such dire circumstances. Fairy Hongya, there has been an incident in the mine. Silence. Without even a fleeting glance at guard Gung, Fairy Hongya strode towards Lin Bulang. Menials 5, 6, 7. Is it true that you possess precious iron ore? Even as the overseer of the menials and a disciple of the outer sect of Lingyang's sect, Fairy Hongya was momentarily captivated by the alluring luster of the precious iron ore. Within Lingyang's sect, iron ore was routinely employed to forge tools for the menials and weapons for the guards. Black iron was reserved for crafting weapons and armaments for the outer sect disciples. In contrast, precious iron was a material fit only for those of inner sect disciples and above. Submitting any piece of refined iron ore will yield substantial rewards from the sect. As the esteemed guard Gung has asserted, unearthing refined iron ore guarantees significant recompense. One might even be directly promoted to a guard position. Upon the arrival of Fairy Hongya, with her exquisite visage mere inches away, Lin Bulang instinctively lowered his head. I report to Fairy Hongya that this ore was indeed excavated by me. Fairy Hongya's gaze swept over Lin Bulang with indifference, noting the bloodstains adorning his form. And her heart comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, the lives of these lowly disciples held no significance for her, and thus, she refrained from further inquiry. What reward do you seek? Her seemingly unremarkable question stirred a tempest of emotions within Lin Bulang. Meanwhile, guard Gung, kneeling at a distance, was drenched in cold sweat. Since assuming his role as a guard, he had long forgotten the sensation of having his life precariously held in another's hands. Now, that anxiety surged forth anew. He fervently prayed, imploring Lin Bulang to refrain from uttering those words. Lin Bulang feigned confusion. This morning, guard Gung proclaimed that you had made a solemn promise. Whoever excavates refined iron shall be rewarded, and the excavator may be exceptionally promoted to a provisional guard. Oh, how could I not recall making such a statement? Fairy Hongya's voice plunged like a descent into the abyss, chilling to the bone. A jolt of terror coursed through Guard Gung's heart. At the brink of life and death, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He sprang to his feet, bellowing. I did not. Fairy Hongya, the lowly disciple Woliyuki, is spreading nonsense. Fairy Hongya cast a frigid glance back, her eyes now brimming with palpable malice. She then turned her attention to the disheveled group of other lowly disciples before her. You tell me, is what Woliyuki said true? Chapter 8. Becoming a prospective guardian. After a brief hesitation, the group of survivors among the servants nodded in unison, as if they were pounding garlic. The collapse of the mine would undoubtedly bring forth the wrath of the Red Leaf Fairy, and the influence of Guard Gung had waned. At this moment, to remain aligned with Guard Gung would be sheer folly. Furthermore, following Lin Bulang might just earn them rewards from the Red Leaf Fairy if she were pleased. Surely, even a fool would know how to choose in such circumstances. Seeing the servants nodding in agreement, the Red Leaf Fairy smiled softly. Ah, how delightful. A mere guardian daring to play at issuing false edicts? With a cold smirk, the Red Leaf Fairy extended her hand, and upon touching the refined iron ore, it transformed into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing from her grasp. Then, turning her gaze to the kneeling Guard Gung, she brought her foot down mercilessly upon his head, driving it into the earth. The mine's collapse, the casualties among the servants. This was your dereliction of duty, a crime deserving of punishment. Do you have any final words before your demise? Guard Gung trembled, his face flushed crimson. Fairy, I have urgent matters to report. The task you entrusted to me has significant progress. The expression of the Red Leaf Fairy shifted drastically. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand dismissively. Bai Ji, clear the area. A woman in white, who had followed the Red Leaf Fairy, nodded promptly. All servants, vacate immediately. Bai Ji, the personal maid and chief guardian of the Red Leaf Fairy, was strikingly beautiful and exceptionally intelligent, especially with her pair of spirited, enchanting eyes. Once a servant herself, her fortune lay in having caught the eye of the Red Leaf Fairy, who kept her close. Her status far surpassed that of the other guardians, effectively making her the second in command among the servants. In the absence of the Red Leaf Fairy, all guardians were bound to obey her commands. With the refined iron or handed over, Lin Bulang had no desire to uncover any clandestine secrets between Guard Gung and the Red Leaf Fairy. He promptly lifted his foot to make his exit. However, the Red Leaf Fairy raised her hand directly. Servants 5, 6, and 7. Do you not wish to become prospective guardians? You shall remain. Lin Bulang froze in place, a bitter taste in his heart, yet he could only comply and stay. He had no interest in knowing any secret matters. Should he overhear something of great significance while present, he could very well lose his head before even becoming a prospective guardian. Once the servants had departed, Guard Gung hurriedly scrambled to his feet and knelt before the Red Leaf Fairy, almost cradling her foot, speaking in utmost humility. Esteemed Red Leaf Fairy, regarding the secret treasure you instructed me to investigate, I have made progress. I have pinpointed a target. Please grant me another chance to redeem myself. The Red Leaf Fairy lightly exclaimed, and to his surprise, she gently nodded. Granted, I shall give you one more day. By noon tomorrow, if you fail to present something of value, you shall face multiple penalties. Upon hearing this, Guard Gung exhaled heavily, a sense of relief washing over him. A secret treasure? A target identified? The words fell upon Lin Bulang's ears, causing him to be taken aback in astonishment. Could it be that the coveted treasure they spoke of was indeed the celestial pearl nestled within his grasp? The precious pearl was in the hands of the sisters, and that wretched Guard Gung had already brought about the demise of the elder sister. Failing to secure the pearl, he would undoubtedly shift his focus onto the younger sister. Lu Qingyi, Lin Bulang felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Just then, the gaze of the enchanting Red Leaf Fairy turned towards him, her face adorned with a smile. Are you seeking the position of a provisional guard? She inquired. Indeed, Lin Bulang replied, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone raise his gaze. In the presence of the fairy, he had cornered Gung, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Should Gung be denied the provisional guard position, it was likely he would retaliate against Lin Bulang with lethal intent as soon as the Red Leaf Fairy departed. After all, he was a formidable figure, a fourth-tier body cultivator. Even with the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang's chances of survival were grim. At this moment, retreat was not an option for Lin Bulang. Agreed. Shortly, I shall have Bai Ji escort you to the mountainside to prepare your quarters. Once you are settled, you may come to see me, the Red Leaf Fairy declared, her smile lingering as she glanced at both Geng and Lin Bulang. In the contest of two tigers, one must perish. Whose demise mattered little to the Red Leaf Fairy. Her only desire was to have the most ruthless and cunning guard at her side to manage the sprawling servant peak effectively. With that, the Red Leaf Fairy departed. As Geng left, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Bulang. Lin Bulang understood that Geng was likely on his way to find Lu Qingyi. He had to follow Bai Ji to the mountainside to finalize his dwelling and had no time to stray or intervene. If Lu Qingyi were captured by Geng, whether she succumbed to torture and revealed the whereabouts of the Celestial Pearl or was killed outright, it would spell disaster for Lin Bulang. Noticing Lin Bulang's distracted demeanor as they walked, Bai Ji, leading the way, inquired playfully, "What troubles you so, Lin Guard? You are now a provisional guard. A rank just beneath the master. Bai Ji, might we delay the matter of selecting a residence? I have urgent business," Lin Bulang tentatively proposed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's cheerful countenance instantly soured, her lovely face darkening with frost. "You have urgent matters? Are your affairs of greater importance than those of my master? Selecting a residence and moving swiftly are imperative, and then you must pay your respects to my master. Do you expect my master to wait for you?" The gracious demeanor she had previously displayed was clearly a facade. Even considering the hierarchy, Bai Ji was the chief of the guards, Lin Bulang's future superior. Naturally, he was loath to offend her. "And no, I wouldn't dare. It's just..." Lin Bulang awkwardly rubbed his stomach. "I am feeling a bit unwell." Bai Ji's expression turned a shade of green with indignation. You shall come to the mountainside to find me in half an hour. Should you dawdle for even a minute, I shall sever a finger from your hand." Watching Bai Ji storm away, Lin Bulang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To have offended his superior so soon after becoming a provisional guard was undeniably unwise. Yet, it was a predicament he could not avoid. The thought of Lu Qingyi falling into the hands of guard Geng sent shivers down his spine. Without further hesitation, he leaned on his cane and hurried down the hill towards the servant quarters. Upon reaching the servant quarters, he was greeted by the sight of guard Geng and several lackeys wreaking havoc inside. Numerous resting servants fled in panic, terrified that a moment's delay would seal their fate as victims of guard Geng's cruelty. Lin Bulang lifted his gaze and quickly intercepted a frantic female servant. She was carrying a basket at her waist, filled with clothes destined for washing, evidently part of Lu Qingyi's team. Lin Bulang rushed forward to stop her, anxiously inquiring, "Servant Qi Lu, have you seen her?" Qi Lu was the code name for Lu Qingyi. Lin Bulang had made a point to remember it, fearing he might not find her in the future. "No, I don't know her." The female servant broke free from Lin Bulang's grasp and dashed away. Just then, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Lin Bulang looked up to see two of guard Geng's lackeys dragging a woman out. To his horror, the woman was none other than Lu Qingyi. This was disastrous. There was no time left. Chapter 9: The Killer Delivers Himself. The two henchmen flanked Lu Qingyi, roughly shoving her before guard Geng. Lu Qingyi, already unable to see, stumbled and fell, her arms bleeding profusely. "Master Geng, we have captured this woman." One of the henchmen hastily approached guard Geng, clasping his hands in a bow, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Please, Master Geng, search her." Despite his words, the two henchmen's eyes roamed over Lu Qingyi, their throats swallowing eagerly. This young lady was exceptionally beautiful, her figure both curvaceous and alluring. Her skin so delicate it seemed one could squeeze water from it. To their astonishment, such a gem was hidden within the servant's peak. Once Master Geng had his fill, they hoped to share in the spoils and indulge themselves for a while. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers of desire through them. Though the servant's peak was not devoid of women, those who were both beautiful and innocent had long been taken. The remaining women, often of lesser stock, had resorted to desperate measures to survive, sometimes even engaging in the trade of flesh. One must understand, when one has grown accustomed to meager fare, the craving for exquisite delights only intensifies. However, guard Geng was now consumed by impatience, his thoughts far removed from such trifles. He seized Lu Qingyi's arm, lifting her into the air, and bellowed furiously, "Where is it? I spared your life, thinking your youth and beauty warranted mercy, hoping to present you as a gift to the inner sect. But now, I have no time for such considerations. If you do not speak, you shall accompany your wretched sister to the grave." Lu Qingyi trembled, her head snapping up. "You killed my sister?" Though she could not see, she was acutely attuned to sound. The moment Guard Gung spoke, she recognized him as the vile enforcer who had scolded the servants at the mountain gate that day. The very same man who had taken her sister away yesterday. "Indeed, your sister's body has likely been thoroughly ravaged by my men." Guard Gung's eyes glinted with malice as he gripped Lu Qingyi's delicate face tightly. "You shall suffer even more than she did. Now, tell me where the treasure is. If you confess, I may spare your life." At this moment, Lin Bulang's heart raced, nearly choking in his throat. He feared that Lu Qingyi might reveal her name any second. "Kill me if you must. My sister and I will await you in the underworld. And when the time comes, I shall tell you everything on the road to the Yellow Springs." With her teeth clenched and her gaze unwavering, Lu Qingyi, though young, spoke with a fierce determination that was terrifying. Until now, she had remained wary of Lin Bulang, even after their encounter that day, unable to dismiss the possibility that he was connected to her sister's death. It was only at this moment, with the murderer of her sister presenting himself, that she fully believed in Lin Bulang's innocence. Given the circumstances, how could she betray Lin Bulang? A resounding slap landed across Lu Qingyi's face, leaving a distinct mark on her delicate cheek, while crimson blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Still defiant? "Drag her into the room. Let this wretched woman witness my might." Guard Gung unsheathed his belt knife, tossing it to a sycophant nearby, and swiftly stripped himself of his outer garments. His robust torso was marred with numerous horrific whip scars, resembling a centipede sprawling across his body. In his fury, those scars turned a vivid red, exuding an aura of terror. Guard Gung, what enthusiasm! Lin Bulang realized he could no longer delay. If he waited any longer, Lu Qingyi would surely meet her demise at the hands of this beast. Taking a deep breath, he feigned an accidental appearance. Gung's eyes widened in surprise, turning towards Lin Bulang with a menacing glare. "Guard Lin, what brings you here? Your quarters seem to be elsewhere." At the sound of Lin Bulang's voice, Lu Qingyi abruptly turned her head, hope ignited in her previously desolate gaze. This slight movement did not escape Gung's notice. "Guard Lin, do you know her?" A sense of dread washed over Lin Bulang, his smile faltering. Once Gung began to inquire, his suspicions would solidify, for he was acutely perceptive, having navigated through treacherous waters. However, rescuing Lu Qingyi from Gung's clutches seemed an impossible endeavor. He had no choice but to act. The revelation of this matter was no longer significant. Lin Bulang reached into his robe, tightly grasping the heavenly pearl, and continued to divert Gung's attention. "I encountered such a stunning maiden a few days ago, intending to introduce her to Guard Gung at a later date. Little did I know, she was already on Gung's menu." With Gung's arrival, the surrounding servants had fled in fear. Apart from the few present, the air was devoid of life. "Then, let us eliminate them. No witnesses." Naturally, Gung would not entertain Lin Bulang's ramblings, and just as he was about to question him further, Lin Bulang suddenly raised his hand, launching an unknown object straight at Gung's chest. "Rascal!" Gung's eyes widened as he reacted swiftly, drawing his knife to deflect the blow. With a resounding clash, Gung was propelled backward by the force of the heavenly pearl, his protective blade shattering into pieces. Had Gung not infused it with spiritual energy without hesitation, Lin Bulang's surprise attack would have resulted in his immediate demise. The situation shifted dramatically. The heavenly pearl ricocheted, swiftly changing direction, and with a whoosh, it struck down one of the sycophants, before darting towards another. "Hurry, come here!" With a thunderous shout, Lin Bulang charged forward. Lu Qingyi, recognizing the voice, swiftly rose to confront him. "Do not flee." Despite being violently hurled against the wall, the guard, Gung, still clutched a fragment of his shattered blade, which he cast with fervor towards Lu Qingyi's vulnerable back. It was evident that Lin Bulang and Lu Qingyi were acquainted, and the sudden appearance of such a formidable hidden weapon signified it was no ordinary artifact. Now that the secret treasure was known, there was no reason to spare Lu Qingyi's life. As the lethal fragment hurtled through the air, the Tianju remained distanced, offering no opportunity for intervention. With gritted teeth, Lin Bulang leaped forward, aiming to shield Lu Qingyi. He was yet to acquire the legal decree, and should Lu Qingyi perish now, not only would he fail to obtain the decree, but the Tianju would also be exposed, an utterly disastrous outcome. A sharp sound pierced the air, In the instant Lin Bulang collided with Lu Qingyi, the fragment of the blade soared past, inflicting a deep gash upon Lin Bulang's shoulder, blood splattering forth. Ignoring the exquisite warmth of Lu Qingyi in his arms and the excruciating pain coursing through his shoulder, he bellowed, "The legal decree. If you do not utter the words, we shall both meet our demise here." Chapter 10. You are all flaws in his embrace. Lu Qingyi's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. She had never anticipated that at this critical moment, Lin Bulang would come to her rescue, nor that he would shield her from a fatal blow. After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Qingyi clutched Lin Bulang's body tightly, her soft, warm lips pressing fiercely against his. What a time this is! Lin Bulang was taken aback, about to push her away, when he felt a fragrant, supple tongue breach his defenses and invade his mouth. In the next instant, a surge of spiritual energy rushed from his mouth to his lower abdomen. The activation of the Tianzhu required not only incantations, but also the spiritual energy from a member of the Lu family to serve as a catalyst. Merely reciting the incantation would not suffice. The Tianzhu would not only remain dormant, but would perceive the user as an enemy, leading to immediate annihilation. This was the ancestral treasure of the Lu family, safeguarded by a layer of restrictions to protect its master. As the spiritual energy flowed into Lin Bulang's body, a spell was imprinted in his mind. Swiftly, Lin Bulang had no time to recite the incantation aloud. He merely rehearsed it in his mind before issuing a powerful shout. The Tianzhu, initially directed towards another sycophant, was now summoned, accelerating as if ignited, its speed increasing tenfold. With a resounding crash, it shattered the sycophant's skull into fragments before swiftly returning to Lin Bulang's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, the guard gung was instantly thrown into a panic. Previously, Lin Bulang had not activated the Tianzhu. Although he could manipulate it to kill, its speed was akin to that of an ordinary arrow. The fourth stage of body refinement allowed gung to react instinctively. However, upon Lin Bulang's exclamation, the Tianzhu's velocity surged to a lightning-like speed that he could not hope to withstand. Just as cold sweat trickled down Gung's back, he saw Lin Bulang release his grip, causing the Tianzhu to hover above both him and Lu Qingyi. The scant spiritual energy within their bodies, guided by the Tianzhu, began to rise in wisps. Absorbed by the artifact, the two streams of energy intertwined flawlessly within the Tianzhu, merging with the residual spiritual energy contained within, all of which flowed back into Lin Bulang's body. The gentle spiritual energy swept through Lin Bulang, invigorating every inch of his skeletal structure and muscle, rapidly enhancing his strength. Body refinement stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, stage 6. The residual spiritual energy within the Tianzhu was now entirely absorbed by Lin Bulang, revitalizing his physique as if it were reborn. Just as Lin Bulang reveled in his newfound power, a sudden surge of warmth erupted within him. This force was akin to the glowing embers of a winter's night, intensely hot, yet remarkably comforting. As this energy coalesced in his lower abdomen, it abruptly split into two spheres, one exuding pure, yang energy, and the other emanating extreme, yin coldness. One hot, one cold. What could this mean? My constitution is undergoing a transformation. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyi, who was instinctively clinging tightly to Lin Bulang, felt her face flush anew, burying her bashful countenance into his chest. This is the Yin-Yang sacred body. The contrasting cold and warmth represent two primordial energies of yin and yang. Those who attain the Yin-Yang sacred body must seek harmony between the two, requiring a partner for cultivation. Lin Bulang paused for a moment, realizing that this essentially meant dual cultivation. Why the ambiguity? He glanced down at Lu Qingyi, noticing her charming face flushed with color, and then it dawned on him. While the Yin-Yang sacred body is indeed remarkable, it necessitates the corresponding cultivation techniques I happen to possess. If my husband does not mind, allow me to teach you for the first time. Very well. Lin Bulang's heart raced in astonishment. This was no different from a blatant confession. No, it wasn't merely a confession, it was an unabashed declaration to Lin Bulang. I desire to share a bed with you. After uttering such a shameful phrase, Lu Qingyi buried her face deeper in embarrassment. Such words were not something she would typically voice. However, yesterday, in an attempt to distract Lin Bulang and seize the opportunity to ambush him, she had already shed her outer garments, liberating her heart to the point of daring to speak so openly. All right, Let me first resolve the immediate predicament. When a beauty speaks, how could one refuse? Lin Bulang seized the celestial pearl floating in the air, tucked it into his bosom, gently set Lu Qingyi down, and then stood up. After the previous bout of absorption, the spiritual energy within the pearl had been entirely consumed, rendering him unable to wield it to slay. Nevertheless, Lin Bulang had now ascended to the 6th stage of body refinement, making it a trivial matter to deal with a 4th stage guard like Gung Hui. What are you planning to do? I am a guard. In the Ziyong Peak. Oh no, in our Lingyang sect, killing a guard is a grave offense. Gung Hui instinctively stepped back, shouting in panic. If I kill you, who will know? Lin Bulang sneered coldly. Moreover, if I do not kill you, how can I assume the role of this guard? Gung Hui's expression shifted dramatically. Upon hearing those words, he understood that his fate was sealed. Pleas for mercy would be futile. His face darkened as he grasped a nearby broken blade. You wish for my demise. You shall not fare well either. Gung Hui was unaware of Lin Bulang's enhanced strength. He only feared the celestial pearl Lin Bulang had just tucked away. If he could strike before Lin Bulang drew the pearl, the outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. Thus, Gung Hui steeled his resolve, gripping the blade and aiming it directly at Lin Bulang's wrist. At the 4th stage of body refinement, his speed was several times that of an ordinary person. His entire being was infused with power, able to shatter stone with a mere punch. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang was merely at the 1st stage of body refinement. With this strike, Gung Hui was confident he could cleave Lin Bulang in two before he could react. As Gung Hui made his move, Lin Bulang smiled slightly. To Lin Bulang, Gung Hui's actions appeared as clumsy as those of a 7- or 8-year-old child, frail and full of openings. The sheer enhancement of strength had yielded such unexpected utility, leaving Lin Bulang somewhat surprised. Snap! Lin Bulang extended his hand and firmly grasped the wrist of guard Gung, delivering a swift strike with his left hand. Crack! The shoulder shattered. A howl of agony escaped guard Gung's lips, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? What is happening? He had only just attained the 1st stage of body refinement. How could he possibly match his speed? You shall perish. Lin Bulang showed no hesitation, directly aiming a palm strike at his forehead. Since entering the Disciples' Peak, guard Gung had subjected himself to torment at least 100 times. Not to mention, he had even broken his own right leg. My husband. Wait. At the very last moment, Lu Qingyi cried out in a delicate voice. Just as Lin Bulang's palm was a mere inch from guard Gung's forehead, he abruptly halted. Could it be that Lu Qingyi wished to exact her own revenge? That would not be unacceptable. My husband. Do not kill. Spare his life. He may still hold some value. I possess a method that will make him wish for death. Although Lu Qingyi harbored a deep-seated hatred for guard Gung, she understood the necessity of considering the future of both herself and Lin Bulang. Oh, pray enlighten me. Lin Bulang raised an eyebrow, eager to hear her proposition. Chapter 11. The doubt of Hongya having slain a guard, one might expect the arrival of others, such as Wang, Li, and Zhang, to investigate the matter of the celestial pearl. Rather than allowing this to unfold, it would be prudent to utilize him to entirely conceal the affairs surrounding the pearl. Lu Qingyi gazed at Lin Bulang, slowly parting his lips to elucidate his thoughts. This notion held merit. The fairy Hongya herself was unaware of the true nature of that treasure. Thus employing deception would indeed be a viable course of action. Lin Bulang swept his gaze across the surroundings and swiftly identified a reasonably rounded pebble among the distant stone piles. At that moment, the guard, Gung, felt a tumult of pain and shock, a wave of trepidation crashing over him. Although he could not grasp their intentions, the fear of not retrieving the treasure and subsequently falling into the hands of the fairy Hongya filled him with dread of a particularly gruesome fate. No, I refuse. Suddenly, Gung seemed to have recalled something profoundly terrifying, letting out a terrified scream as he attempted to flee. Lin Bulang raised his hand, delivering a swift blow to the back of Gung's head. With a dull thud, Gung collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Immediately thereafter, Lin Bulang picked up the pebble, infusing it with a modicum of spiritual energy before placing it in Gung's hand. Then, resting his hand upon Gung's head, he summoned a portion of his spiritual power to obliterate the man's intellect, rendering him a fool. Thus, the scene of a greedy individual who forcibly coveted the treasure, only to be devoured by it, was flawlessly orchestrated. Come, time is of the essence. You should take refuge in the woods for a while, and return once there are signs of life here. I shall come to retrieve you later tonight." Lin Bulang assisted Lu Qingyi to her feet, meticulously searching the two lackeys and Geng for several pouches of coins, appropriating the majority of their miscellaneous currency before hastily making his way towards the mountainside. Murder and plunder are, in essence, the foundational skills required for survival on the Servant's Peak. Previously, Lin Bulang had thoroughly relieved Wang Lang and his companions of their coins. And this time, to avoid exposure, he left a few coins in the pouches after collecting them all. Following these two encounters, Lin Bulang's purse had finally swelled anew. With a swift jog, Lin Bulang reached the guard's quarters at the mountainside just in time. There, Baiji was seated in the entrance pavilion, sipping tea and enjoying some pastries. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bulang felt a pang of distress in his heart. On the Servant's Peak, the servants were treated akin to swine and dogs, subsisting on moldy buns and rancid rice soup. If they were fortunate enough to come across the remnants of a meal left by the outer disciples, it was akin to celebrating a festival. The osmanthus pastries Baiji was indulging in were something Lin Bulang had once fortuitously salvaged half a piece from the refuse, holding it in his palm for an eternity, reluctant to consume it. This stark disparity between individuals was harrowing. The most dreadful aspect was that these so-called delicacies, beverages, and meats could be purchased directly with servant coins. Yet the servants dared not partake. Why? Because such items were reserved for those of the guard class and above. Should a servant dare to indulge, it would be deemed a grave disrespect, and capture would result in a death sentence. When sustenance is restricted by class, it constitutes sheer oppression. "Miss Baiji." Lin Bulang leaned on his cane and swiftly approached the pavilion, observing the once content expression of Baiji transform into one of icy disdain, prompting a wave of derision within him. Such individuals of the upper echelons mirrored the parents and leaders Lin Bulang had encountered before his transcendence on earth. They were not devoid of happiness. Rather, they derived joy from denying it to others, for if they allowed others to find joy, they would lose the means to exert control over them and exploit them. Half an hour had passed precisely, a testament to Baiji's keen sense of timing. Her voice was frigid when she spoke, and only then did Lin Bulang notice the hourglass resting on the small table in the pavilion. This woman, the younger generation, was already swift, yet she had returned to her residence. With a cordial smile, Lin Bulang swiftly retrieved a bulging pouch of coins from his waist. Within it lay a substantial sum of 200 miscellaneous coins, an amount that would take an ordinary worker a year of toil without sustenance to amass. Even for Baiji, this represented a considerable fortune. "I wish to relocate to a new residence and would greatly appreciate Miss Baiji's assistance in this endeavor. This is but a humble token of my gratitude, and I hope you will accept it," Lin Bulang stated respectfully as he placed the pouch on the table, pushing it towards Baiji. As anticipated, her expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to bribe me?" she inquired, her demeanor shifting. Lin Bulang understood that while the decision ultimately rested with the Red Leaf Fairy, Baiji's endorsement could significantly alleviate future complications. As the head of the guards, she held considerable influence, making this transaction mutually advantageous. Feigning ignorance, Lin Bulang replied, "Isn't that pouch already Miss Baiji's? Look at the delicate flowers embroidered upon it. A man of my stature cannot possibly carry such a dainty pouch." Observing Lin Bulang's nonchalant attitude, as if money were slipping through his fingers, Baiji extended her slender finger to rotate the pouch, discovering indeed the embroidered lotus flowers. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from it. This pouch had been procured from Lu Qingyi. "Humph." Baiji silently tucked the pouch away and pushed a porcelain cup towards him. "These few dried fruits and pastries shall be your reward. I shall overlook the half-hour delay today. There is tea available. Finish quickly and accompany me to inspect the new residence." Lin Bulang responded with a soft acknowledgement and eagerly devoured the pastries, eliciting a frown from Baiji as she could not help but murmur under her breath, "A servant is a servant. No one eats with such a ghastly manner." Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely the reaction Lin Bulang desired. Upon hearing Baiji's quiet reprimand, he wiped his mouth with a grin. "Miss Baiji, it appears I have never indulged in fine delicacies." She waved her hand dismissively and led Lin Bulang around the hillside, swiftly selecting a relatively secluded location for the new residence. Unlike the makeshift quarters for the menial workers at the foot of the mountain, The guard residences are well-constructed brick houses built in advance by the sect. There are about 20 options available on the hillside of the Servant Peak. The one Lin Bulang chose is not particularly large, but it boasts a remote location, nestled against a sheer cliff, with its own entrance and courtyard. The dwelling consists of 2 rooms and a hall, and within the courtyard, there is a shelter housing a simple cooking stove. This place remains largely untouched by human presence, making it convenient for disposing of bodies. Aren't your legs a bit unsteady? Why would you choose such a secluded location? Bai Ji inquired, furrowing her brow. I am inherently reclusive. Although this place is somewhat isolated, the scenery is indeed splendid, perfect for watching the clouds roll and unfold. You possess a certain flair for words. Bai Ji interrupted, a spark of interest flickering in her eyes. Tomorrow, new menial workers will arrive at the peak. Come with me to select 2 as your personal maidservants. You have already wasted some time. I shall not wait for you to move into this remote courtyard. I will take you directly to meet my master. After meeting him, you may choose to relocate today, or, after selecting your maidservants tomorrow, have them assist you with the move. It is of no concern to me. With that, Bai Ji turned and led the way. Though Lin Bulang was plagued with 1,000 questions, yearning to know if he could select from the current menial workers to keep Lu Qingyi by his side, reason prevailed, and he prudently held his tongue. After all, Lu Qingyi's identity was far too sensitive. Raising the matter now would undoubtedly arouse Hong Ye's suspicions. A mere 10 minutes later, the pair arrived at the peak, where a palace-like structure loomed majestically amidst the clouds, exuding an air of grandeur and nobility. Flanking it were 2 side halls with eaves gracefully arching, while the central main hall, adorned with golden tiles and glazed tiles, though not expansive, showcased the lavishness reserved even for outer disciples. The affluence of Lingyang's sect was evident. Yet, only Lin Bulang understood that their opulence was built upon the blood, sweat, and lives of the menial disciples. Pushing open the courtyard door, he beheld Fairy Hongya seated in a grand armchair, with 2 guards kneeling before her and several menial workers present, alongside a corpse. The deceased was none other than Guard Gong. So soon, Lin Bulang felt a jolt of shock within. Bai Ji, did Lin Hui remain by your side within the last hour? Upon seeing Bai Ji approach with Lin Bulang, Hongya raised her eyelids slightly and posed the question. Clearly, she was investigating the murderer. To say that Gung's death benefited anyone the most, it would undoubtedly be Lin Bulang. Given their apparent discord, and the timing of Gung's demise coinciding with Lin's recent appointment as a provisional guard, any rational individual would suspect Lin Bulang. This inquiry sent a chill down Lin Bulang's spine, and even Bai Ji was taken aback. In response to your inquiry, half an hour ago, Lin Hui departed for a brief respite. Chapter 12. The heart-consuming insect. Bai Ji would never deceive her master, the enchanting Hong Yi. Over a mere 200 miscellaneous coins, she would speak only the truth. Upon hearing the name Lin Hui, the 2 guards present exchanged puzzled glances towards Lin Bulang, their eyes filled with a singular question. How did another Lin Hui suddenly emerge? Fortunately, with the demise of Guard Gong, this new protector posed no direct competition to them, and thus their hostility was minimal. Oh, Hong Ye's voice was cool as she spoke, and in the next moment, a sharp wave of spiritual energy swept towards Lin Bulang, scanning him meticulously from head to toe. In that instant, Lin Bulang felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Thankfully, the arduous climb had left him breathless, masking any significant anomalies. To mitigate this situation, he had stored all his remaining spiritual energy within the Tianzhu, rendering it impossible to assess his cultivation level through spiritual energy alone. Moreover, having recently elevated his strength, his muscles and bones had yet to fully solidify, making it difficult to gauge his exact level of physical training by appearance. The only uncertainty Lin Bulang harbored was whether Hong Yi could detect the aura of the Tianzhu he possessed. With a cultivation level of the 2nd or 3rd stage, he should not have been capable of slaying Guard Gong. As Hong Ye's gaze withdrew, it turned to the stone in her hand. This object, apart from containing a trace of pure spiritual energy, was no different from an ordinary pebble. Could it truly be that this young man, in his greed, sought to monopolize the treasure, only to have it injure his intellect, and ultimately render it useless? Upon contemplating this, Hong Yi seemed to release her doubts, prompting Lin Bulang to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that he had indeed been too hasty in concluding the young man's fate. How infuriating! With a sharp crack, The stone in Hong Ye's hand exploded into powder. Observing her fury, Baiji hurriedly approached to investigate, promptly inquiring, since Guard Gong was harmed by spiritual energy, is it not possible to uncover the true culprit through that avenue? The energy that had injured Guard Gong was exceedingly pure, devoid of any traces of cultivation, resembling the natural spiritual energy that might linger within a treasure. If it was not the work of a treasure, then it must have been a deliberate act of forgery by another. At this juncture, Hong Yi smiled faintly. Unless within this peak there exists a genius who has never undergone any training yet possesses the strength to slay Guard Gong. Never having undergone any training, does that not imply an ordinary servant? How could such a talent exist among them? One guard muttered softly, then shook his head in disbelief. Very well, let us chop his corpse into pieces to feed the dogs. That will ease my resentment. With a wave of her hand, Hong Yi turned her attention to Lin Bulang. Baiji, go fetch his guard badge, uniform, and dagger, along with the cultivation techniques. As for you, even with Guard Gong's demise, you cannot expect to ascend to your rightful position so swiftly. If you can fulfill these 3 tasks for me, the position of Guard Gong shall be yours in the future. If you cannot manage well, the Red Leaf Fairy let out a cold smile. Then the spirit hounds I have raised will have something to feast upon. Lin Bulang did not even lift his head, resolutely declaring, please give your orders, Fairy. Excellent. The first task is to consume this. The Red Leaf Fairy extended her delicate fingers, tapping a small table beside the armchair. On the table, aside from a plate of pastries, there was a small green porcelain vial, about 1.5 fingers in height. Its belly the thickness of an egg, the contents a mystery. Within this vial are 2 elixirs. The first will suppress the first layer of the slave seal in your mind, allowing you to remain within this peak's domain for a maximum of 2 hours. Should you fail to return in time, you will meet a gruesome demise. The second is a heart-eating insect curse. If you swallow this curse, and do not receive my antidote within 7 days, you shall be devoured by countless insects. Consume it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bulang approached, uncorked the vial, and swallowed both elixirs in one swift motion. His decisive action, devoid of any hesitation, even startled the Red Leaf Fairy. It was the first time she had encountered someone who, upon realizing the nature of the heart-eating insect curse, could maintain such composure while swallowing it. To understand that consuming this meant entrusting his life entirely to the Red Leaf Fairy was no small feat. Should she encounter misfortune in the future, they too would share her fate. Thank you, Fairy, for this opportunity. I shall remain steadfast and loyal, ready to brave any danger without hesitation. After swallowing the elixirs, Lin Bulang clasped his hands and knelt back in place. Upon witnessing this complete display, the Red Leaf Fairy, though silent, regarded him with newfound admiration. While all of her guards spoke in similar tones, none exhibited the straightforwardness and determination of Lin Bulang. It was as if he had resolved his course of action from the very beginning. How intriguing! How fascinating! Such unwavering loyalty, ready to face fire and water. Without a second thought, what if I were to command you to leap from this peak right now? The Red Leaf Fairy gestured toward a distant observation platform. This servant peak stands nearly 3,000 meters high. A jump from there would undoubtedly result in a shattered body and a disfigured visage. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Bulang stood up and dashed forward without hesitation. Despite his limping leg, his speed rivaled that of an ordinary person, coupled with an indomitable spirit. He ascended the observation platform, using his cane as a prop, leaping upward as if pole vaulting, landing on the ornate stone railing before launching himself into the sea of clouds. A leap of faith. Lin Bulang refused to believe that this merciless woman would truly allow her loyal servant to perish before her eyes. As he leaped, a gentle breeze enveloped him, softly cradling Lin Bulang and returning him to the stone platform. Enough, I am aware of your loyalty. This is the first antidote. Remember to consume it 7 days hence, at the moment of heartache, for if any trouble arises thereafter, I shall not be responsible. The Red Leaf Fairy presented another porcelain vial. At this moment, the 2 guards finally revealed a glimmer of jealousy in their eyes. This marked the first occasion on which the enchanting Red Leaf Fairy had provided the antidote in advance. They had both rushed to meet her at the very last moment, desperately seeking the remedy, having nearly succumbed to agony multiple times on their ascent. Such a significant gesture was bound to stir envy within them. Congratulations to Guard Lin. When Lin Bulang returned, Baiji approached, holding the guard's insignia, uniform, and sword along with the cultivation manual. And upon witnessing Lin Bulang's esteemed recognition from the Red Leaf Fairy, she quietly offered her congratulations. "Miss Baiji, you flatter me," Lin Bulang responded, lowering his gaze to the items laid before him, his hands involuntarily trembling with anticipation. 3 long years. 3 years spent on the work peak, living a life worse than that of a pig or dog, and now he finally glimpsed a ray of hope. As a mere errand boy, he had never possessed the qualifications to cultivate. He could only rely on relentless labor day in and day out, alongside the abundant spiritual energy of Yin-Yang sect, to passively enhance his physical training. Even if he labored to the point of death, he would only reach the 4th tier of physical refinement. Now, having become a quasi-guard, he had finally acquired the cultivation manual, enabling him to embark on the proactive journey of refining his body. Lin Bulang could truly be said to have embarked upon the genuine path of cultivation. "Thank you ever so much for your generous gift, Fairy," Lin Bulang exclaimed, lifting the manual, overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears. The Red Leaf Fairy, however, was accustomed to such displays and waved her hand impassively. "As for the remaining matters, when the new errand boys arrive tomorrow, Baiji will inform you. You may leave now." Lin Bulang bowed deeply several times before promptly retreating. As he departed, the Red Leaf Fairy turned her gaze towards Baiji. "Guard Lin is exceedingly loyal and perhaps possesses considerable shrewdness. What do you think?" Baiji couldn't help but chuckle, recounting her earlier act of treating Lin Bulang to a snack. "Returning to my master, from what I observed, he is merely a little errand boy driven mad by exploitation, longing for an opportunity to ascend, devoid of any substantial cunning. If one were to distinguish him from the other guards, it would be his greater thirst for power." The Red Leaf Fairy smiled and nodded, yet her doubts remained unallayed. "In the days to come, pay him closer attention. Also, investigate the matter of the secret treasure discreetly. Is my master still suspecting that someone has fabricated these treasures? Could it truly be Guard Lin's doing? It may not be him. Perhaps it is someone else. A mere pebble is insufficient to obstruct my discerning vision. Ensure you unearth that scoundrel. It is better to mistakenly execute an innocent than to let the guilty escape." Having left the peak, Lin Bulang eagerly donned his guard uniform and made his way directly to the errand boys' quarters at the foot of the mountain. After all, he had a rendezvous with the beautiful Lu Qingyi to explore the profound truths of the mortal realm. How could he afford to delay, now that he had become a guard and acquired a secluded residence, even if the two of them were to cultivate together until dawn? Losing track of night and day as the stars shifted, no one would dare to interrupt them. Ah ha 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 ha. Chapter 13. The gentle grace of Lu Qingyi. With a heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, Lin Bulang hastened to the servant quarters. The recent death of a guard had cast a pall of trepidation over the area, leaving the inhabitants in a state of disquiet. Upon Lin's arrival, the unfamiliarity of his presence rendered the others mute, fearful of inciting unwanted attention. One by one, they shuttered their doors, turning a deaf ear to the world outside. The servants worked in shifts, alternating between day and night, a rare semblance of humanity amidst their otherwise harsh existence. Though their lives held little value, the thought of exhausting them to the point of collapse posed a greater inconvenience. Sustaining the labor force was something the Yin-Yang sect understood well. Thus, despite it being nearly noon, the servant quarters, though populated with those who had yet to rest, were eerily quiet. Lin Bulang, wary of attracting attention while escorting Lu Qingyi, found solace in the stillness. Navigating through the winding corridors, Lin Bulang soon arrived at Lu Qingyi's abode and gently pushed the door open. The space, modest in size, was meticulously organized by Lu Qingyi, adorned with vibrant flowers and intricately woven baskets that imbued the room with a delightful fragrance and charm. At that moment, Lu Qingyi was half reclined on her bed, her legs pressed together and her delicate fists clenched tightly, displaying an unmistakable tension. Upon hearing the door creak open, she instinctively gasped. "Is it my husband?" "Fear not. It is I," Lin Bulang replied, moving to sit beside her. She trembled at his presence, her small hands at a loss for where to rest, prompting her to whisper a plea. "Husband, may we not do this here? I fear being overheard." As an untouched maiden, Lu Qingyi had often heard the raucous sounds emanating from the servant quarters, which filled her with an acute sense of embarrassment. Though she had boasted earlier, she felt it was inappropriate to make such a request. Noticing the crimson flush on her lovely face and her palpable anxiety, Lin Bulang found himself mirroring her nerves. All right, why don't you touch this? He gently took her small hand and placed it on the hilt of his guard's dagger at his side. To his surprise, Lu Qingyi let out a startled cry and recoiled several paces away, her face flushed as if it might overflow with color. Lin Bulang coughed awkwardly, realizing her misunderstanding. This is a guard's dagger. Now, as your husband, I am also a protector. In the future, while at the servant peak, I shall be your steadfast support. With me by your side, no one shall dare to harm you. Today and in the days to come, I, Lin Bulang, vow to care for you for the rest of your life. His tender words sparked a flicker of courage within Lu Qingyi. She raised her gaze slightly, recalling the lengths Lin had gone to for her sake, and felt a wave of emotion wash over her. The anxiety that had gripped her began to dissipate, emboldening her to lean closer. Their faces nearly touched, the sweet scent of her presence enveloping him, and the rhythm of their heartbeats harmonized in a delicate dance. Husband. The mantra is as follows. Do listen carefully. During the initial cultivation, as you are not yet familiar with the incantation and the flow of energy, allow me to guide you. Lu Qingyi gently bit her lip, unfastening Lin Bulang's collar as she recited the incantation. Instantly, the celestial pearl emanated a brilliant azure light. Levitating in the air, Lin Bulang, intending to take Lu Qingyi back to his private quarters before commencing, found himself surprised by her eagerness. Thus, he acquiesced to the current situation. He silently chanted the incantation, guiding the energies within both their bodies to converge, with the celestial pearl aiding the harmonious union of yin and yang, a cycle of ceaseless vitality. After the passage of half an hour, Lu Qingyi, drenched in fragrant sweat, collapsed into Lin Bulang's embrace, gasping for breath. Husband. Qingyi is still young and truly cannot endure prolonged cultivation. Should you be eager to practice further, I wouldn't mind if you sought a few maidservants. Originally, this technique and the celestial pearl were intended for two sisters to serve one husband. With her sister having met a tragic end at the hands of guard Gong, Lu Qingyi found herself unable to withstand the burden alone. That cannot be. Lin Bulang furrowed his brow slightly. While he harbored dreams of a harem filled with enchanting beauties, he had no desire for the unattractive servants of the miscellaneous peak. Moreover, an additional person would inevitably bring more risks. Currently, Lu Qingyi was the only one he truly trusted. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. If I am left alone, the balance of yin and yang will surely falter, leading to an overabundance of yang and deficiency of yin. In just 7 days, you will certainly be consumed by madness. Lu Qingyi hastily wrapped herself in her garments and spoke earnestly. If you disagree, I shall discreetly keep watch for you. Even if I must use force, I cannot allow you to take such risks. Seeing Lu Qingyi's earnestness, Lin Bulang could only manage a wry smile. Very well, very well. After our recent practice, have you made any progress in your cultivation? Although Lu Qingyi had entered the miscellaneous peak, indicating her inferior aptitude, she still surpassed Lin Bulang's 5 deficiencies. Thus, Lu Qingyi's innate strength was at the mid-stage of the body refinement second layer, with a small reserve of spiritual energy remaining within. I have now reached the pinnacle of the body refinement third layer, merely a step away from the 4th layer. With such strength, you need not worry. Ordinary servants can hardly pose a threat to me, Lu Qingyi said thoughtfully. She understood that with Lin Bulang's promotion to guard, he would naturally relocate to the mountainside, while her sensitive status prevented her from accompanying him, necessitating her assurance for his peace of mind. Indeed, Lu Qingyi's gentle demeanor stirred feelings of gratitude within Lin Bulang, prompting him to tighten his embrace around her. Throughout his 3 years at the miscellaneous peak, he had faced countless intrigues and witnessed myriad stratagems, where survival hinged solely on self-interest. Experiencing genuine kindness from another was a novel sensation for him. This wife, a serendipitous gain, was indeed a fortune. Refocusing his thoughts, Lin Bulang swiftly assessed his own cultivation level. During this period of cultivation, Lin Bulang primarily focused on utilizing spiritual energy to mend his past injuries. Although his strength had not seen significant progress, his leg injury had fully healed, allowing him to move about like a normal person. However, this did not imply that Lin Bulang would cast aside his cane. He still required it as a means of feigning weakness. In encounters with adversaries, the cane could induce carelessness in them, and even those stronger than Lin Bulang might fall prey to such an oversight. My husband, I possess a set of sword techniques, a treasured legacy of my family, known as the swimming dragon and falling phoenix. Although it is an ordinary sword technique, when combined with the strengths of both genders, its power is greatly amplified. The swimming dragon technique, my husband, you may take home and practice diligently. As for the falling phoenix technique, I have mastered it since childhood. This sword technique must not be shared with others. This is my only request of you, my husband. Is that agreeable? Lin Bulang accepted the sword manual, warmth blossoming in his heart as he pressed a lingering kiss upon Lu Qingyi's snow-white forehead. United in life and death, with a singular heart and a promise bound by a sword, his husband acquiesced. Reluctantly departing from Lu Qingyi, Lin Bulang hastily consumed a modest meal before dedicating the afternoon to relocating to his new abode. Although he possessed few belongings, the journey was long and arduous, particularly with the added pretense of being a cripple, which inevitably consumed time. After dinner, Lin Bulang practiced the swimming dragon technique several times. Despite its ordinary nature, to someone like him, who had no formal training or access to martial arts, it was a rare treasure. Perhaps due to some foundational defensive skills from a past life, or perhaps owing to his advancement to the 6th stage of body refinement, he quickly became proficient in this sword technique. However, he found it curious that during each practice, certain movements felt disjointed and incomplete, as though some actions had been forcibly extracted. Perhaps this dissonance arose from not executing it in conjunction with the falling phoenix technique? Lin Bulang did not dwell on this, instead retrieving the training manual Ling Huangju, which was designated for the guards. Ling Huangju is an introductory cultivation technique specially prepared by the Yin-Yang sect for its guards, a truncated version of the Xian Huangju used by outer disciples. Those who practice this method can smoothly advance to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, but will forever remain unable to enter the qi refining stage. The inability to reach the qi refining stage signifies that one can only absorb spiritual energy to refine their body, never able to purify the spiritual energy within and thus unable to unleash its full potential. Consequently, even a collective of guards from the Yin-Yang sect could not rival a single outer disciple, as individuals like the Red Leaf Fairy were typically at the 5th or 6th stage of qi refining, with some exceptional talents even advancing to the foundational stage ahead of time. With the Yin-Yang Ju taught by Lu Qingyi, Lin Bulang found no need for Ling Huangju for his cultivation. Yet, he must conceal his true strength, for once spiritual energy is cultivated, it can be traced back. Since Lin Bulang had not practiced it before, Red Leaf had been unable to find any incriminating evidence against him. Cultivating a technique is akin to wielding a comb. Different cultivation methods possess varying spacing and arrangement of teeth, resulting in distinct purities of spiritual energy. Certain unique techniques even carry specific identifiers for the spiritual energy produced. For instance, after practicing the Yin-Yang technique, the manifestation of spiritual energy takes the form of intertwining strands. To avoid being ensnared in the future, Lin Bulang must undergo a cleansing of his spirit once more using the Ling Huang technique. The following day, Lin Bulang rose early and made his way to the foot of the mountain. A new batch of laborers had arrived, yet this time, it was not the celestial Red Leaf who appeared, but rather Bai Ji, who took her place. Upon seeing Lin Bulang approach, Bai Ji presented the distinctive long whip of the guards, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Lingard, let us proceed as per tradition. Randomly select a laborer and deliver 100 lashes. Once completed, you may choose your favored maidservant. Lin Bulang accepted the long whip, fully aware that this was the second trial set forth by the celestial Red Leaf. To serve as a guard, one must relinquish the notion of being an agreeable person for life. Aligning oneself under the tutelage of the celestial Red Leaf necessitates a severance from the camaraderie of the former laborers, a sacrifice of one's previous identity, all commencing with the act of punishing the laborers. This is the ruthless reality of the labor peak, with its unspoken rules that devour the weak. Reflecting on the last individual who undertook this task, Guard Gong, Lin Bulang found it astonishing that the time had come so swiftly for himself. Clutching the whip tightly, a wave of mixed emotions washed over him. He then cast his gaze across the crowd, swiftly pinpointing a frail figure. "You step forward." The frail figure, clearly startled, began to plead. No, you cannot strike me. Choose another. I have someone to take my place." In a frantic bid, the individual darted through the crowd, dragging forth a beautiful woman, her face a mask of terror. Her. Strike her. She is my child bride, my betrothed who is yet to enter my household. Her life belongs to me. I dictate her fate. Beat her. I wouldn't feel a shred of remorse even if you were to kill her. At this declaration, both Bai Ji and Lin Bulang's expressions darkened in unison. In the realm of labor peak, one may be cruel, devious, or even lawless. But such unabashed cowardice and shamefulness are utterly intolerable. Chapter 14. Is there a need for attendance? Seize him, both of you, Lin Bulang commanded coldly, pointing his whip at two individuals in the front row of the crowd. As a newly appointed official without sycophants at his side, he could only rely on the menial workers before him, seizing this opportunity to establish his authority. The two workers, hesitating briefly as they exchanged glances, gritted their teeth and approached, restraining the feckless man. Let go of me. On what grounds do you seize me? Release me. Crack. Crack. Lin Bulang raised his hand, the long whip striking like a venomous serpent. In an instant, the man's back was lacerated, blood gushing forth. The force of the blow was even more brutal than that administered by the guard Gung in the past. Bai Ji observed from the side, nodding slightly, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. With merely 20 or so lashes, Lin Bulang had rendered the man breathless. The remaining new workers, witnessing such a cruel scene, were already pale with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Guard Lin, choose your next target. Bai Ji signaled to another guard nearby, prompting someone to come forth and remove the corpse. Lin Bulang slowly tucked his whip away, pointing at the woman who had just been pushed forward. Seeing her fiancé mercilessly whipped to death, the woman was in a state of sheer terror. When she realized Lin Bulang was indicating her, she assumed she would be the next to receive punishment and let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground. No, no, please, don't. Lin Bulang paid her no heed, striding forward to grasp her arm and drag her from the line. Choosing her, has guard Lin developed a sense of compassion? Bai Ji teased lightheartedly. I am merely captivated by her beauty, Lin Bulang replied, exerting force as he lifted the woman, using his other hand to grasp her collar and tearing it violently. With a rip, her garments were reduced to tatters, leaving her upper body clad only in a scant garment designed for modesty. Her alabaster neck, exquisite collarbone, and the rising and falling of her fair bosom, filled with terror, were all laid bare before Lin Bulang. There was no chance for the woman to resist. Lin Bulang pulled her into his embrace, a greedy and lascivious smile curling on his lips. He understood that only by doing so could he pass the second test left by the fairy Hongya. Guard Lin, truly a man of passion, Bai Ji mused, her gaze sweeping over the woman, a faint smile gracing her lips. This woman was not only strikingly beautiful, but possessed a figure that was pleasingly curvaceous, provoking even Bai Ji, as a woman, to feel a twinge of desire. It was no wonder Lin Bulang could no longer contain himself. After all, he must have been holding back for quite some time before taking on the role of a guard. And what of the next one? Who will guard Lin choose this time? Among this batch of new workers, there were 6 or 7 women, 5 of whom were exceptionally beautiful, a rare find indeed. If Lin Bulang does not take action now, these women will inevitably fall into the hands of other guards, becoming their playthings or lovers. What remains would not appeal to me. Lin Bulang slightly tilted his head. If I wish to wait until the next selection, that should be feasible, correct? Naturally, Bai Ji replied, somewhat surprised, and then gently nodded, motioning for the guards to escort the women away. The remaining female servants, upon realizing that Lin Bulang was no longer selecting anyone, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that they had just forfeited their only chance for a respectable life among the servants. Congratulations, Guard Lin, for passing the second test set by my master. The third test. Bai Ji's brow furrowed slightly, her words abruptly halting. At that moment, Lin Bulang was tightly embracing one of the female servants right in front of Bai Ji, his hands roaming over her body, as if he desperately wished to subdue her on the spot. Although Bai Ji had held a high position for a long time, she had once been a servant herself, and being a woman, she began to feel a twinge of disgust at this scene. If you are in a hurry, Guard Lin, you may return to your quarters to take care of matters, she suggested. Seeing the effectiveness of his actions, Lin Bulang cleared his throat and promptly pushed the woman away. My apologies, Miss Bai. I was momentarily lost in my thoughts and found it difficult to control myself. Nevertheless, It has not delayed our business, he stated, shaking his head, while Baiji's disdain for him deepened. My master has assigned you the third test. You must clear the mine, and by all means, excavate the entire iron vein before dusk tomorrow. If you fail, you may find yourself summoned to meet my master in a rather unpleasant manner. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang felt a sense of foreboding. The mine had collapsed, and clearing it would be exceedingly troublesome. It might take 3 days just to reach the previously discovered iron vein, not to mention the iron vein's formidable hardness, making the miners' picks woefully inefficient. With the current configuration of 3 mining teams per day, completing this task seemed utterly impossible. Do you understand? Baiji raised her voice upon seeing Lin Bulang's silence. I understand. Lin Bulang nodded heavily, his mind racing. This task was likely the pressure test set by the Red Leaf Fairy. Whether or not it could be completed by dusk tomorrow was irrelevant. What mattered was the choice Lin Bulang would make under such pressure. Conversely, should he succeed, he might well establish his position as the chief guard. After all, who does not appreciate a capable subordinate? The previous collapse had claimed many lives, and today's batch of newcomers was to be restructured. I will do my utmost to provide you with some skilled miners. I shall send them to you by midday, Baiji remarked. Glancing at the woman Lin Bulang had pushed away, her expression growing colder. Very well, Guard Lin, you may proceed with your tasks. Just wait for me at the mine entrance by midday. The tasks that need to be done should be completed promptly, lest the important matters be delayed. I am grateful to Miss Baiji for her guidance. After sending Baiji away, Lin Bulang escorted the woman back to the guard's residence at the mountainside. Clean yourself up. From this day forth, you shall serve as my maid. Should any matters arise, you may inquire once I have attended to my affairs. By the way, what is your name? Lin Bulang gestured towards the water vat in the courtyard. Throughout the journey, he had paid little attention to the girl, partly due to his lingering caution, and partly because the previous display of ferocity had merely been a fade. His usual demeanor was one of coldness and vigilance. Designation 922. The girl glanced nervously at the identification number on her chest. Your true name? Lin Bulang inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Shun Chonner. Please, my lord, do not sever my hand. Shin Chonner exclaimed, dropping to her knees and weeping earnestly. Is it now a matter of severing hands? Lin Bulang replied with exasperation. If I were to remove your hand, how would you fulfill your duties as my maid? Rest assured, your current status is no longer that of the common laborers outside. In time, you shall gain a deeper understanding. There is but one condition to serve as my maid. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Do not gaze upon what is not meant to be seen, and do not speak of what should remain unspoken. Do you comprehend? Shin Chonner blinked in surprise, then timidly turned her gaze towards Lin Bulang, tentatively asking, Sir, may I inquire if being a maid entails attending to your bedchamber? Chapter 15. The Yang Fire and Yin Fire. Upon hearing the question, Lin Bulang realized that he had been too lenient with her. Of course, you can do nothing but please me with your body since you have entered this servant peak, he responded coldly and directly. Shin Chonner's expression immediately fell. The earlier actions in the servant square had indeed left her trembling with fear, making her feel as though she had narrowly escaped the tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. Throughout their return to the guard's residence, Lin Bulang had not spared her a single glance. Upon entering, he had instructed her to wash up first. His demeanor and words were laced with an air of gentleness, which led her to harbor fleeting fantasies. However, upon hearing Lin Bulang's response, those illusions were shattered once more. With her head bowed, Shin Chonner resignedly withdrew. Lin Bulang glanced at her again and, seeing no signs of distress, retreated into his study. As a time traveler, Lin Bulang enjoyed certain advantages, such as the ability to devise pulley systems to enhance the efficiency of mining operations, reorganize tasks, or promote a culture of wolfish tenacity to motivate the servants. Yet, no matter how he considered it, it was improbable that he could finish clearing the mine or excavate the entire iron or vein before dusk the following day. If only my strength were greater, he mused, gazing at the design blueprints on his desk, heaving a deep sigh. With a mightier blow, I would not have to contend with such complexities. Lost in thought, his fingers instinctively brushed against the celestial pearl within his robes. Now that he had acquired the Yin-Yang decision, he could only train with Lu Qingyi once a day for a brief half-hour, as prolonged practice would strain her body. Although Lin Bulang had attained the sacred body of Yin and Yang through the celestial pearl, His inherent 5 leaks remained unmitigated. This signified that, aside from the yin-yang decision, any other methods of cultivation he employed would yield exceedingly low efficiency, barely worth the effort. Did this mean that he could only practice for half an hour each day? How long would it take to catch up to the disciples of the Lin-Yang sect, who were diligently training? Lin Bulang couldn't help but smile wryly. Suddenly, the study door creaked open, and Shun Chan entered, her face flushed. She was clad only in a thin belly band, her exposed skin glistening with countless dewdrops. The delicate scene compelled her to shield her modesty with her arms. Her bashful demeanor, combined with her exquisite features, made Lin Bulang's heart race as he looked up. "Master, I am ready." "Ready for what?" "You are right, Master. In this servant peak, aside from pleasing you with my body, I possess no other worth." Shinshaner had contemplated this carefully, whether as a wife or a maid. Both roles entailed a submission that sought protection. A woman's life, deemed lesser, was akin to floating weeds. Only with a shelter could she find peace. Though the adult may appear stern and unyielding, he did not resort to punishing Shaner. Hence, Shaner believes that, deep down, he is not a malevolent individual, certainly far superior to my unworthy fiancé by 1,000-fold. Therefore, Shaner has resolved to offer herself to him, vowing to care for him devotedly, with no desire beyond that of complete surrender. Summoning her courage, Shaner completed her declaration, lifting her head and discreetly untying the floral knot of her bodice. With a rustling sound, the garment fell away. Lin Bulang's eyes widened in astonishment. Shaner, being a few years older than Lu Qingyi, had blossomed into an exquisite beauty, her tall and graceful figure devoid of any excess, a true delight to behold. It seemed permissible to admire one's own maid, yet Lin Bulang hesitated at the thought of taking such a step. His understanding of the yin-yang art was still rudimentary. Should he take Shaner as his own, complications might arise. Even if complications did not ensue, the Tianju and the yin-yang art were his trump cards, not to be readily exposed to an unfamiliar woman. At that moment, the Tianju in Lin Bulang's hand began to tremble violently. It dawned on him that she had seen the Tianju. What should he do? Was he to eliminate her? The Tianju continued its fervent quaking, and inexplicably, the yin and yang energies within Lin Bulang began to stir as well. As Shaner drew nearer, the energies entwined and spiraled with increasing fervor. What could this mean? It appeared as if the Tianju and the yin-yang energies resonated with Shaner. Could it be that the Tianju had acknowledged her? Lin Bulang raised his gaze to Shaner. Having made her decision, her heart and soul were undoubtedly laid bare. And it was this sincerity and submissive will that garnered the Tianju's recognition. Under the soft green glow emanating from the Tianju, Shaner's eyes grew increasingly entranced, and she took a small step forward, settling herself directly upon Lin Bulang's lap. From that moment on, everything transpired in silence. More than half an hour later, Lin Bulang lay on the bed, astonished as he investigated the changes within himself. After accepting Shaner, he discovered an additional surge of yin energy had emerged, a division from the original mass. Nourished by this new energy, the yang energy within him had also strengthened, now capable of standing equally against the yin. The interplay of one yang and two yin energies spun within Lin Bulang in an enigmatic rhythm. Consequently, his sacred yin-yang body seemed to have become purer, allowing him to subtly sense the thoughts of those around him regarding him. At that moment, Shaner was in the kitchen preparing lunch for Lin Bulang. Though inexperienced in worldly affairs, her legs trembled and her abdomen ached, yet her heart was filled with joy, suppressing an inner desire. She longed to share another meal and dessert with Lin Bulang. Influenced by the sacred yin-yang body, Lin Bulang could faintly sense this yearning. "Master, it's time for dinner." Shaner approached, carrying a simple meal. She casually donned a maid's attire, yet it did little to conceal her alluring figure. As her thoughts wandered, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her far more delectable than the meal before her. "My lord, your gaze upon Shaner makes me feel quite bashful." Shaner shyly averted her eyes, though her glances towards Lin Bulang grew increasingly restless. For reasons unknown, he appeared even more handsome than before. "Shaner, come here for a moment." "Ah, my lord, you." After indulging in both the appetizer and the main course, Shaner finally succumbed to slumber, while Lin Bulang changed his attire and stepped into the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly reached the 8th stage of physical cultivation. With the addition of 2 spheres of yin energy, the speed of his practice of the Yin-Yang technique had significantly accelerated, imbuing him with an inexplicable strength. Furrowing his brow, Lin Bulang raised his right hand. One of the unaccounted-for powers was fiery and warm, while the other was chillingly cold. He attempted to draw forth the warm sphere, placing a small fragment into the palm of his right hand. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flame erupted, radiating an intense heat and light that could rival the midday sun. Startled, Lin Bulang instinctively shook his hand, causing the flame to tumble to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding weeds and dried leaves were ignited, while the slightly damp earth emitted clouds of steam as the moisture was rapidly evaporated. Lin Bulang hurriedly grabbed a water ladle and flung a scoop towards the blaze. However, with a hissing sound, the water vaporized before even touching the flames. Panic surged through him. How could he extinguish it? Surely he couldn't just stamp it out. Lin Bulang felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, the flame was no larger than that of a lighter, and after a brief blaze lasting mere seconds, it extinguished itself. Cautiously crouching down, Lin Bulang was astonished to discover that the spot where the flame had burned had created a sizable pit in the earth, with glazed fragments appearing near the center of the fire. Such high temperatures, what a formidable blaze! What on earth was this? Was it a byproduct of his evolved Yin-Yang sacred body? He quickly turned his focus inward, noticing a slight decrease in his Yang energy. Could this be his innate Yang fire birthed from the Yin-Yang sacred body? Then the other must be the innate Yin fire. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang concentrated on his left hand, summoning forth the icy flame. With a soft hiss, a ghostly blue fire manifested in his palm. As this icy blue flame touched the ground, it crackled and hissed, incinerating the earth and stones before his eyes. This tiny flame managed to carve out a seemingly bottomless pit in his courtyard. Incredible! This Yin fire is exceptionally useful. With this at my disposal, clearing out a mine and extracting iron would be a breeze. Chapter 16. Those who oppose me shall perish. Lin Bulang felt a surge of secret delight within, promptly gathering his belongings and hastening towards the mine below. Shortly after arriving at the cavern, Bai Ji appeared, accompanied by several teams of laborers. Lin Bulang cast a glance over the group. Indeed, they were seasoned workers, and none from the newly recruited batch had been admitted. It seemed that the 200 laborer coins he had distributed were having an effect. This is Guardian Lin, who will oversee today's operations in the mine. You are all veterans of the labor peak, so I trust you are well acquainted with one another. I shall not elaborate further. Guardian Lin, please share a few words. With a wave of her hand, Bai Ji instructed them to form an orderly line, then stole several furtive glances at Lin Bulang. Previously, whether it was regarding the matter of snacks or the issue with the servants, Lin Bulang had left an impression on Bai Ji that was coarse, greedy, lecherous, and somewhat foolish. Yet, after merely 2 hours, he seemed to have transformed in her eyes, particularly with that austere profile, which appeared increasingly handsome. How peculiar! Lin Bulang sensed Bai Ji's unusual gaze but thought little of it, clearing his throat. The mine has collapsed, and we must swiftly restore order. Today, our primary task is to clear the debris. I have already descended to assess the situation. The underground storage for tools has also been buried. Thus, in the first phase, we shall need to exert ourselves and dig manually. Upon hearing this, although there was a slight stir among the miners, overall, they remained calm. In this labor peak, they had endured countless hardships. What was manual digging in comparison? Had Guardian Gung been present, he would have never spoken so gently to them, and they were already quite content with this. Rest assured, I too come from humble beginnings as a laborer. I understand your struggles, and I shall not merely supervise from above. I will join you in the toil. A wave of astonishment rippled through the laborers at this declaration. While the guardians had all ascended from the ranks of laborers, none had ever shown such empathy. On the contrary, those who had become guardians often turned against their former comrades, even sacrificing their own brothers for personal gain. Just look at Guardian Gung. After his promotion, those who once called him brother mysteriously vanished or met untimely ends within a month, an open secret to all. Guardian Lin Bai Ji's brows knitted in concern. The Guardians had always adhered to a policy of strict control, and Lin Bulang's contrarian approach could be seen as a bid to curry favor and form factions. This would undoubtedly incite discontent among the other Guardians, and even the revered Fairy Hongya. However, Lin Bulang disregarded Bai Ji's apprehension. suddenly elevating his voice and drawing the guardian's blade from his waist with a flourish. The cold gleam of the blade reflected in the faces of all present. I shall not pause. No one shall pause. Should anyone dare to do less than I, they ought to first check if their head remains upon their shoulders. The momentary relaxation among the laborers evaporated, replaced by sheer dread. Lin Bulang was intent on driving them to their very limits. Alas, what a fright! If we do not take action, can he truly harm us all? The mine collapsed yesterday, claiming numerous lives. Surely, the fairy of red leaves is enraged now. Indeed, I have heard he is merely a provisional guard. I doubt he possesses the audacity for such actions. Fear not, my friends. A hushed discussion ensued among the seasoned workers of the menial peak, some of whom had been there even before Lin Bulang's arrival. From just those few utterances, they concluded that this provisional guard was a soft target, thus disregarding Lin Bulang's words entirely. Lin Bulang, however, listened with a cold smile, continuing, I am a firm believer in clear rewards and punishments. Everyone should focus on their work. The one who excavates the most soil during this shift will receive 5 menial coins from me. The second will receive 3, and the third will earn 1. He produced 8 menial coins, placing them meticulously on the table at the mine entrance. Upon hearing of the coin rewards, the eyes of the workers sparkled with excitement. Typically, one would earn a single menial coin for meeting the work quota in a shift. Thus, 5 coins for first place equated to 5 days' worth of labor. The enthusiasm of the workers was instantly ignited. They rolled up their sleeves, eager to plunge into the mine, and Lin Bulang knew his objective had been achieved. As for those intending to slack off, well, they could await their doom. Miss Baiji, may I trouble you with a request? Lin Bulang gestured for the workers to commence their tasks, directing his gaze towards Baiji. Initially apprehensive that Lin Bulang might disrupt the established order, she now observed the workers brimming with motivation, which piqued her interest. Are you planning to work and wish for my assistance in counting? Baiji inquired with a slight smile, curious about the efficiency of the workers under such a system. Lin Bulang nodded, indeed. I am eager to discover how much untapped strength this herd possesses. Baiji turned her head just in time to see a worker laboriously climbing up with a load. The first basket of soil being dumped outside. Soon after, more and more workers ascended with their baskets. The second, the third. Baiji's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Their efficiency was more than double the usual pace. When she turned back, she saw Lin Bulang already heading towards the ground storage, adeptly slinging a basket over his shoulder as he descended into the mine. This young man, perhaps he truly possesses some merit. Watching Lin Bulang's impressive silhouette, Baiji felt an inexplicable sensation stirring within her heart. Before long, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the cleanup effort in the mine had reached a satisfactory conclusion, with only a few meters left to the previous location of the iron ore vein. Since the primary goal was to excavate the former iron ore deposit, other passages had not been urgently cleared. As the shift concluded, everyone climbed up, awaiting the final results. Lin Bulang picked up a small notebook, which bore the elegant handwriting of Baiji. The entries read, Laborer 527, today's achievement, 127 baskets. First place, awarded 5 laborer coins. Laborer 446, today's achievement, 115 baskets. Second place, awarded 3 laborer coins. Laborer 866, today's achievement, 99 baskets. Third place, awarded 1 laborer coin. After distributing the rewards, a cruel smile crept across Lin Bulang's lips. As for me, my achievement today is 88 baskets. 5 of you have performed worse than I. Step forward. Upon hearing the command, 5 laborers from the ranks sauntered forward nonchalantly, as if they had arranged it beforehand. Had anyone else been in Lin Bulang's position, any laborer would have refrained from such audacity. These seasoned individuals were clearly exploiting Lin Bulang's relative inexperience and cautious demeanor, knowing he would hesitate to take action. After all, Baiji was still present, and given the recent tragic events in the mine that had claimed so many lives, if Lin Bulang dared to execute such widespread retribution against laborers today, wouldn't the fairy Hongya be enraged? Chapter 17. Hidden Strength with a Swift Motion. Lin Bulang unsheathed the dagger from his waist. The cold gleam of the blade sent a shiver down the spines of the 5 men before him. In that fleeting moment, they sensed the gravity of their predicament, their faces betraying a sudden terror. Do you truly dare to kill us? If you do, your fate will be no better. At this point, the The five had not yet grasped the notion of surrender, instead casting desperate glances towards Bai Ji. This is under Lin's authority. What use are you to me? Bai Ji replied coldly, her demeanor detached. The efficiency demonstrated by these individuals today had already surpassed their usual output by 2- or 3-fold, indicating that their lives were of no consequence. Bai Ji was not only indifferent to their potential demise, but was also contemplating how to report today's events to Hongya, envisioning a method to implement this approach across the entire auxiliary peak. With a swift motion, a flash of the blade cut through the air. The leader of the five, seemingly about to utter a word, found his head severed and soaring away. It spun in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling to a halt at Lin Bulang's feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bulang raised his foot and brought it down with a resounding thud. The splatter of blood erupted. The remaining four screamed in terror, trembling uncontrollably, their minds blank with shock. How dare he? Yet, Lin Bulang offered them no reply. With a series of swift slashes, the four met their demise in unison. Perhaps motivated by the prospect of a reward, the remaining auxiliary workers looked upon the five corpses with no trace of pity, only scorn and derision. Even they felt that the five had met a fitting end. Remarkably, Lin Bulang, having slain the auxiliary workers, garnered not disdain, but rather a measure of admiration from many. A few even began to entertain ulterior motives to curry favor with him. After bidding farewell to the group of auxiliary workers alongside Bai Ji, Lin Bulang descended into the mine once more with a torch in hand. The final deadline set by Fairy Hongya was dusk tomorrow, allowing for 1-night shift and 1-day shift. With these 2 shifts, he believed he could effectively excavate the entire vein of fine iron. However, prior to that, Lin Bulang had another task to undertake, the act of stealing ore. The rarity of fine iron far surpassed that of black iron, as it was a high-grade material unworthy even of Fairy Hongya's use. Since the last time he unearthed a piece of fine iron, the mine had collapsed, leaving no one aware of how much ore remained. Typically, the main ore was extracted in chunks, making it difficult to pilfer, yet the residual or dust offered ample opportunity for exploitation. Lin Bulang was intent on seizing that or dust. His internaline fire could be employed to erode rock for mining, while his yang fire could likewise be utilized for refining ore. Grasping a pickaxe, Lin Bulang skillfully began to clear the collapsed rocks, finishing the passageway in mere minutes. With no one else in the mine, and possessing the strength of an 8th-tier body cultivator, clearing the rocks was a trivial endeavor for him. Soon, the previously exposed vein of pure iron ore reappeared before Lin Bulang's eyes. He concentrated a ball of shadow fire in his right hand and pressed it against the rock. A series of hissing sounds ensued, and in the blink of an eye, the once solid rock was eroded away across a vast expanse. While simultaneously chiseling with a pickaxe, he worked diligently for an hour, ultimately revealing the entire vein of pure iron ore. This vein was as large as half a wall and extended approximately 10 meters. However, due to its inferior quality, only about 5 or 6 intact pieces of pure iron ore could be extracted. The remainder consisted of accompanying black iron or sand. Lin Bulang carefully knocked off a piece of ore the size of an egg, held it in his hand, and ignited it with shadow fire. The surface rock was swiftly consumed and burned through by the shadow fire, leaving behind a handful of pure iron rough ore of varying sizes, resembling a handful of yellow beans. To his astonishment, the shadow fire could erode even pure iron, albeit at a slow pace. By initially refining the rough ore with shadow fire, and subsequently using solar fire for purification, the losses should not be excessive. Contemplating this, Lin Bulang knocked off several more pieces of ore and subjected them all to shadow fire, resulting in a small handful of pure iron rough ore. He then chiseled a small hole in the rock and discarded all the rough ore inside. Given that his solar fire reached extremely high temperatures, though he could not feel it himself, using it to refine pure iron would undoubtedly result in burns. Thus, he resorted to this makeshift solution. After securing the rough ore, Lin Bulang summoned a large mass of solar fire and stuffed it into the cave. The moment the solar fire entered, a series of popping sounds erupted from within, akin to exploding beans. This was the sound of impurities being eliminated under the intense heat of the solar fire. Once these impurities were eradicated, what remained would be pure iron ore. At this thought, Lin Bulang's excitement surged. He lacked the capability to forge weapons from pure iron at present, so he intended to mix some pure iron with iron or to create a sword for himself. Nonetheless, even a weapon infused with pure iron would likely prove far sharper and more durable than one crafted solely from black iron. Currently, upon breaking through the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement and entering the chi refinement stage, it would inevitably alert the attention of the Red Leaf Fairy. Without ample preparation, he feared he might become a mere specter beneath her sword. Just then, an abrupt voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Bulang, what are you doing in the mine so late? Startled, Lin Bulang turned to see Bai Ji gazing at him with a disapproving expression. Are you secretly refining, or? Lin Bulang, you possess quite the audacity. Upon realizing the situation, Bai Ji's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Lin Bulang had not left the mine after his shift ended, and Bai Ji had naturally noticed. Typically, she would not intervene in such matters, as every guard had their own motives, and minor pilfering was often overlooked. However, Lin Bulang was different. The Red Leaf Fairy had specifically instructed her to keep a closer eye on him, prompting her deliberate visit. Who would have thought that Lin Bulang was caught mining illicitly? Among all the workers on the miscellaneous peak, aside from their tools, no one is permitted to possess any weapons privately. Moreover, the guards are only allowed to wield the standard-issued guard sabers. Under such strict regulations, if caught mining secretly, it is a grave offense that could warrant 100 deaths without reprieve. Without uttering a word, Bai Ji drew her flexible sword from her waist, her expression as frigid as frost. Lin Hui, if you surrender obediently, I might spare your life. However, should you resist, I will be compelled to present your head to my master. The flexible sword in Bai Ji's hand, with its gleaming white blade and black edge, was a weapon crafted from special black iron, surpassing the strength of the guard saber. Being the personal attendant of the Red Leaf Fairy, she had reaped countless benefits from her mistress. In terms of strength, she had reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of body refinement. On the entire miscellaneous peak, besides the Red Leaf Fairy herself, she had virtually no rivals. However, unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Lin Bulang had attained the 8th stage of body refinement, surpassing her by a narrow margin. Cursed fate. Seeing Bai Ji's resolute intent to kill, Lin Bulang could only slowly draw his guard saber, discarding his cane and preparing to face her with all his might. You are not a cripple after all. Upon witnessing Lin Bulang discard his cane, Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback, but as she lifted her gaze, she found Lin Bulang already striking with his saber. The attack was executed with remarkable technique, and its momentum was as unpredictable as the wind. Bai Ji felt a surge of astonishment, as an unexpected pressure began to weigh upon her. Just how much more does this man conceal within him? Chapter 18. The humiliation of Bai Ji with a sudden flick. Bai Ji unleashed her sword like a whip, effectively sealing off the direction of Lin Bulang's blade attack. In a swift motion, she turned gracefully, her flexible sword tracing an exceedingly peculiar arc in the air, aiming directly at Lin Bulang's wrist. At that moment, Lin Bulang was employing the dragon soaring sword technique, albeit in the form of a blade, which, while strange, inevitably revealed some flaws. Moreover, during his earlier practice, he had sensed that certain moves felt amiss, and now, in the heat of battle, these deficiencies were laid bare. Though Bai Ji was not exceptionally gifted, her proficiency with the snake-entwined sword technique had reached a commendable level, enabling her to keenly exploit Lin Bulang's vulnerabilities, driving him to a corner. Clang, bang, crack. With each strike, lightning fast, Lin Bulang's guard knife had accumulated several new dents, and he bore a few minor injuries as well. If this continued, it would not be long before his weapon shattered. Once that happened, Lin Bulang would find himself utterly at her mercy. However, the soft sword thrived on its agility and unpredictable movements. Despite Lin Bulang's slight superiority in strength, he was unable to close the distance. It became evident that he must first devise a way to destroy her soft sword. As he beheld the serpent-like soft sword lunging towards him once more, Lin Bulang steeled himself, gripping the Yin fire in his left hand and reaching forward. Seeing Lin Bulang's reckless attempt to grasp the sword, Bai Ji could not help but scoff internally. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a hidden force transmitted along the sword's body, assuring that if Lin Bulang dared to seize it, his fingers would surely be severed in an instant. Sizzle. At the moment Lin Bulang grasped the soft sword, an eerie sound echoed, followed by tendrils of black smoke rising from his fingertips. Bai Ji's heart sank. As she withdrew her sword, she realized, in the blink of an eye, that a third of her soft sword had been severed. What was happening? Lin Bulang's predicament was equally dire. Although the Yin fire's corrosive power was formidable, it was not instantaneous. At the moment he grasped the sword, the transmitted force had shattered Bai Ji's weapon, but it also left his palm utterly ravaged. Amidst excruciating pain, Lin Bulang felt a surge of heat rising within his abdomen, and a fierce wave of anger surged through his mind. In truth, he had sensed a rising warmth during his prior mining efforts, dismissing it as a mere consequence of exertion. In reality, it was the result of his continuous use of Yin fire to erode the rocks, causing an imbalance of Yin and Yang fire within him. Later, as he employed some Yang fire for refining, the imbalance had somewhat subsided, only to be exacerbated by the recent agonizing pain and the renewed application of Yin fire. At this moment, the Yang fire was dominant while the Yin fire waned, resulting in a complete disarray. Previously, Lin Bulang had been concerned that killing Bai Ji would incite the relentless pursuit of the Red Leaf Fairy, given her unique status that far surpassed that of an ordinary guard. Yet now, with his eyes aflame and reason completely overshadowed by the burgeoning, yet not fully controlled, Yang fire, he could hardly afford to ponder such matters. The ferocity of his intent and murderous aura caused Bai Ji's delicate form to tremble, momentarily disorienting her as she hastily withdrew her sword to defend herself. Who knew that Lin Bulang, gathering all his strength, mixed with dark fire, would shatter her soft sword with a single strike? Following that, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent her crashing against the rocky wall of the mine. With a cough, Bai Ji clutched her chest, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, her entire body racked with excruciating pain, rendering her almost immobile. In that fleeting moment, she realized that the strength of the person before her had surpassed her own, but it was too late. Consumed by rage, Lin Bulang advanced, his palm imbued with solar flames aimed directly at Bai Ji's delicate face. Undoubtedly, should that palm connect, Bai Ji would meet her demise. At that critical juncture, a sudden white light enveloped Bai Ji. The luminescence formed a barrier, positioned before Lin Bulang, absorbing the brunt of his attack on her behalf. This was the life-saving talisman bestowed upon Bai Ji by the fairy Hongya, designed to absorb a single attack in dire circumstances. However, the fairy's proficiency with talismans was rather mediocre. Thus, this talisman could only withstand the assault of a practitioner at the initial stage of qi cultivation. Beyond that, it would be rendered ineffective. The attack was thwarted, yet the solar fire in Lin Bulang's hand erupted. The searing flames circumvented the protective barrier around her face, surging downward, instantly reducing Bai Ji's pristine white garments to tattered rags, charred and blackened. The sight of her snowy skin and delicate form struck Lin Bulang's gaze. He momentarily paused, the fury within him extinguished, only to be replaced by an insatiable desire. Observing the strange expression on Lin Bulang's face, Bai Ji's heart raced with alarm. In that instant, she recalled the morning when he had humiliated the maid Shinchaner right before her eyes. Could he be intent on doing the same to her? Beast. In the next moment, Bai Ji found herself forcefully pinned against the stone wall. A pair of large hands ruthlessly seized her, tearing apart what remained of her clothing in an instant. Clutching her chest tightly, Bai Ji glared at Lin Bulang with intense resentment, her voice dripping with venom. Beast. After this, you better kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure that your life becomes a living hell. Since entering the peak, she had followed Hongya for 5 long years. Accustomed to witnessing the maidservants being bullied within the peak, she had never imagined that one day, such fate would befall her. After all, who was she? The second in command of the entire servant peak, the favored one beside the fairy Hongya. Yet now, she was to be so humiliated by a mere prospective guard. The hatred burned within her. Within the depths of the mine, the flickering flames cast shadows. After a long while, Lin Bulang finally released his grip, and Bai Ji's body crumpled, sliding down the wall to the ground. 2 lines of shameful tears trailed down her cheeks. Kill me. Bai Ji managed to turn around, her body aching and weakened, rendering her utterly powerless. Yet those 3 words, once filled with defiance, now bore only a plea. In truth, Lin Bulang had regained his senses halfway through. Upon witnessing Bai Ji beneath his weight, Lin Bulang's spirit soared into the vast azure sky, startled, yet After a moment's hesitation, having come this far, Lin Bulang observed Bai Ji attempting to speak, but chose to disregard her, instead settling into a cross-legged position before her. At this moment, his prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, merely a step away from entering the Qi cultivation phase. This was his first encounter with a breakthrough threshold, bereft of any prior experience. He could only feel his way through. After a brief period of exploration, Lin Bulang yielded no results and stood up once more. Unsurprisingly, the yang fire within him surged even more vigorously, while the yin fire divided into 3 distinct flames, each representing Lu Qingyi, Shen Chaner, and Bai Ji. With the acquisition of a new flame, Lin Bulang also gained an entirely new ability, same fire. This was the reason he felt no concern for Bai Ji, and even experienced a hint of frustration. How is your cultivation and your injuries? Lin Bulang donned his clothing, carefully draping his outer garment over Bai Ji's shoulders, and inquired gently, "None of your business." Bai Ji's voice abruptly faltered, leaving her momentarily stunned. 8th stage of body refinement. My injuries have healed completely. Then why do I feel so achy and weak? Am I poisoned? At this juncture, Bai Ji's face flushed crimson, and she abruptly turned away, summoning all her strength to rise, intent on retrieving her sword to slay Lin Bulang. Lin Bulang did not impede her, but continued, "Look within your dantian. Is there not an additional flame? This flame is innate yin energy, originating from within me, intricately linked to my being. Should you choose to kill me, this flame will spiral out of control, consuming you in an instant. Conversely, if you spare my life, we may cultivate together, and your progress shall be exponential. Moreover, the innate yin energy will gradually enhance your constitution as we cultivate in unison. You will no longer be confined to this menial peak for eternity." Having spoken, Lin Bulang lifted his gaze to meet Bai Ji's astonished countenance and asked, "Now, do you still wish to kill me?" Chapter 19. Your compensation. Lin Bulang's words pierced deeply into Bai Ji's soul. 5 years prior, when she was sold to Yin-Yang sect at the tender age of 13, she harbored naive aspirations of seeking enlightenment. However, under the guidance of Hongya, she became acquainted with the world's disparities and gradually accepted her mundane fate, recognizing her own mediocre talents. Even though Hongya had promised her that she would not be treated unjustly once she ascended to the rank of inner disciple, Bai Ji regarded it merely as an amusing jest. Life for a pig is that of a pig, and for a dog, that of a dog. The vast chasm on the path to immortality is insurmountable by human effort. In other words, her heart for the Tao had perished. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Bulang ignited a flicker of hope within her. She had diligently cultivated for 5 years to reach the 6th stage of body refinement, but it took her merely one attempt to ascend from the 6th to the 8th stage. Bai Ji closed her exquisite eyes, feeling the residual warmth emanating from the coat Lin Bulang draped over her shoulders. She hesitated. On one side stood her master, the enchanting Hongya, who had cared for her for 5 years and generously imparted her knowledge. On the other side lay the future of her own life. If Lin Bulang's words were to be believed, then why should she trust him? Suddenly, Bai Ji opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze shimmering with brilliance. "Do you doubt me? Try and see," she declared. "Either you kill me now, or we begin anew." Lin Bulang flashed a sly smile, casually relinquishing his guard's sword, presenting himself as if he were at Bai Ji's mercy. "You, scoundrel!" At his words, Bai Ji felt her strength wane, as if the earlier scene were replaying before her. In a fit of indignation, she seized a nearby rock and hurled it fiercely at Lin Bulang. With a resounding crack, the sharp stone struck Lin Bulang's brow, drawing forth a stream of blood. In truth, Lin Bulang was gambling. The effect of same fire allowed half of the dark fire within him to be replicated and enter Bai Ji's body. As Lin Bulang's prowess grew, so too would Bai Ji's strength, but this required a simultaneous cultivation session between the two to synchronize their abilities. The benefits for Lin Bulang lay in the efficiency of cultivating alongside Bai Ji, which would far surpass that with others. The reason Bai Ji was able to elevate her strength by 2 stages so swiftly was due to the high efficiency of their joint cultivation and the synchronization of Lin Bulang's cultivation level. As for Lin Bulang's earlier claim that if he were to perish, Bai Ji would also meet her demise, that was purely fabrications. He was merely betting that his half-truths would intimidate her into compliance. When Bai Ji, in her fury, resorted to a stone instead of her sword. Lin Bulang realized that his gamble had paid off. Wiping the blood from his brow, he smiled and continued, "Under Hong Ye's tutelage, you shall remain a mere servant for life, forever confined to the pinnacle of body refinement, unable to touch the threshold of the Tao. However, should you choose me, our joint cultivation will surely lead to unprecedented advancements, propelling you to the ranks of outer disciples, inner disciples, and perhaps even to become a true inheritor of Lingyang's sect. In due course, the two of us shall undoubtedly become a pair of celestial companions, envied by all. How delightful that would be, with reason and emotion intertwined." And promises of grandeur painted before her, Lin Bulang remained unconvinced, believing he could not win her over. Humph, such words might deceive a naive girl just entering the peak, but they could never fool me. Should fortune truly smile upon you in the future, you will have countless partners. What am I but a mere speck? Baiji's expression turned frosty as she tightened her garment and abruptly stood, revealing her long, fair legs. "Look again, and I shall have your eyes," she threatened with a fierce glare at Lin Bulang, unaware that the coat did little to conceal her alluring figure. "Let today's events be forgotten. We both gain from this, and do not dare to mention it again." Lin Bulang, undeterred, cleared his throat, inwardly reveling in delight. Although Baiji appeared resolute, her heart had already begun to waver. There would certainly be future encounters. After addressing the matter, Baiji turned to leave, but Lin Bulang called out softly, "Miss Baiji, today marks a fleeting connection. Even if we become strangers later, I must at least know your name." Baiji paused, contemplating for a few moments. "My surname is Su." Lin Bulang smiled subtly, realizing that asking for her name had dispelled her defenses. It was merely a matter of time before he won her over completely. "Su Baiji. Miss Su, please accept this." He extended his palm, revealing a small, pale yellow metal bead, the size of a peanut. Its hue, a blend of gold and silver, shimmered with a lustrous sheen, representing refined iron. Lin Bulang had retrieved it from the cave after their earlier encounter, possessing two such beads, both as diminutive as peanuts. "Are you attempting to bribe me? Or do you fear I might reveal your secrets before our master?" Baiji felt an inexplicable anger. Accepting this bead would make her an accomplice. "I destroyed your weapon. This serves as fair compensation, and I require something to symbolize our bond." He continued, "This refined iron is exceedingly precious, a fitting token of my regard for you." Miss Su. Baiji was well aware of the value of the refined iron. Despite its small size, when incorporated into a weapon, it could render it indomitable, surpassing even the famed Xian Mo sword wielded by the fairy Hongya. "Consider it your apology. Do not overthink it." With a huff, she swiftly snatched the iron bead from Lin Bulang's hand, turning away with a proud demeanor. "Very well." Lin Bulang suppressed his mirth, bowing slightly. After all, in this era, the complexities of social etiquette had yet to evolve to the sophistication of concepts like accepting a gift does not imply acceptance, nor does agreement imply affection. By accepting the refined iron bead, Baiji's intentions had become abundantly clear. "Ah, there is one more matter I must remind you of. In the areas abundant with spiritual energy, such as the Lingyang sect, a creature known as the gold-eating beast is bound to emerge, whose nature is to voraciously consume rare metals. Since you have unearthed a vein of exquisite iron ore, it would be prudent to exhaust it completely during the upcoming evening shift. Otherwise, should you attract the gold-eating beast, the consequences would be dire. Such secrets, naturally, are beyond the ken of Lin Bulang, a mere errand boy. As for how Su Baiji came to know this, Lin Bulang is even less informed. After expressing his gratitude to Su Baiji, Lin Bulang continued to select several pieces of fine iron ore, hammering them down to be smelted with the yang fire. More than an hour passed, and now Lin Bulang held in his hands 6 grains of fine iron, each the size of a peanut. With the evening shift about to commence, he hastily climbed up the mine, but halfway through, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. Following this, a series of thunderous roars echoed in his ears, as if the entire cavern were being assaulted by a colossal beast, causing rubble to cascade down. Inside the mine, the newly erected support beams creaked ominously, shaking violently, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Could it be that the gold-eating beast has arrived? Lin Bulang's face darkened. When did that woman unlock the ability to speak and invoke spells? What should he do? Flee, or descend to confront it? Chapter 20. Awakening a new bloodline in an instant, Lin Bulang found himself in a predicament. Having survived for so long on the servant peak, he relied solely on the art of endurance. With his current mastery at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of physical training, he could at best be considered a relatively strong mortal. Without entering the Qi refinement realm, he had yet to embark upon the path of immortality. How could he possibly contend with a ferocious beast under such circumstances? Yet, if he ventured down, perhaps Lin Bulang could seize a significant opportunity, stealthily appropriating a substantial amount of refined iron ore and attributing it to the voracious golden-eating beast. Who would be the wiser? Regardless, he resolved to descend and investigate. What if it were not a beast at all? Gritting his teeth, Lin Bulang promptly plunged downward. The tremendous tremors had caused many torches within the mine to topple, rendering the lengthy tunnels shrouded in darkness. Brandishing a torch, he cautiously advanced deeper into the cavern. As he approached within 20 meters of the refined iron vein, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, immediately heightening his alertness. Boom! Crack! With the sound of rocks fracturing, the vibrations intensified. Simultaneously, a heavy, labored breathing echoed in the darkness, its primal essence tightening Lin Bulang's heart. Such a resounding noise could only herald the presence of a beast, unless it were a ghost. Before even laying eyes on the creature, Lin Bulang felt his palms grow clammy with anxiety. At last, after rounding a corner, a vast cavern materialized before him. Directly opposite lay the refined iron vein. Yet, the beast responsible for excavating this immense hollow was nowhere to be found. What was happening? Lin Bulang shone his torch into the cavern, revealing sporadic trails of blood that extended into the depths. The refined iron vein itself had been ravaged, with a sizable portion torn away, and a piece of or lay gnawed upon the ground. Suddenly, a breath reeking of blood lunged towards the nape of Lin Bulang's neck. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across his body. In that fleeting moment, he turned to behold a beast, twice the size of a horse, perched on the rock wall above him. Its form resembled that of a gecko, cloaked in a thick layer of earthy-hued scales, with 6 robust claws firmly embedded in the solid granite. Its pair of earthy yellow eyes, filled with a surging animosity, fixated intently on Lin Bulang. What the? No one had informed him that this golden-eating beast could conceal its presence and change color like a chameleon. Faced with such a colossal threat, Lin Bulang instinctively reached for the celestial pearl concealed within his robes. He had no illusions that his chipped protective blade would suffice against this formidable creature. Hiss! The golden-eating beast opened its maw, unleashing 2 forked tongues that swept towards Lin Bulang from either side. Reacting swiftly, he rolled backward, propelling the celestial pearl toward the creature's eyes with great speed. A muted thud resonated as the golden devourer lazily blinked its eyelids, effortlessly deflecting the heavenly pearl. Yet, since the gem struck its eye, it was overcome by excruciating pain, flipping over and crashing heavily onto the ground. At that moment, Lin Bulang finally discerned the multitude of densely packed wounds adorning the creature's abdomen and back. Its mouth was also severely injured, with gaping lacerations, and half of its teeth shattered. It was evident that it had sustained injuries. Although he was unaware of the assailant, Lin Bulang surmised that its vulnerabilities lay in its abdomen and oral cavity. After all, as a beast that consumed metal, the toughness of its back was surely comparable to that of refined iron ore. Whoosh! Bang! The heavenly pearl soared through the air with remarkable speed, unable to navigate the narrow confines of the cave, causing debris to rain down from the walls as it collided repeatedly. After several attempts, it finally redirected itself, targeting a gap and charging towards a wound on the golden devourer's abdomen. Although not an exceptionally formidable beast, it possessed basic intelligence and swiftly curled its tail to shield the injury. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bulang drew his guard's dagger from his waist and aimed to strike at its eye. Clang! A sharp sound echoed, sparks flying everywhere as the dagger shattered upon impact. The golden devourer abruptly lifted its head, sending Lin Bulang hurtling through the air. Good heavens, even with my eyes closed, I could not land a blow. Was my guard's dagger any different from paper? As Lin Bulang tumbled in midair, he discarded the broken weapon, pivoted, and braced himself against the rocky wall to stabilize his descent. With a swift gesture, he summoned the heavenly pearl back to him. The beast's exterior was far too resilient. If he had reached the Qi refinement stage, he might have stood a chance. However, As he was still in the body refinement stage, his internal spiritual energy lacked purity, rendering the heavenly pearl's lethality significantly diminished, unable even to breach its defenses. To make matters worse, this creature obstructed the passage within the cave, effectively trapping Lin Bulang. There was no escape without vanquishing it. Resolutely, Lin Bulang clenched his teeth and charged barehanded towards the golden devourer. Witnessing this, the beast opened its mouth wide and lunged forward, seemingly intent on devouring Lin Bulang whole. Just then, from the opposite end of the cave, a white figure dashed in, Su Baiji. After leaving the cave, she had returned to her dwelling to change into fresh attire and armed herself with a guard's dagger once more, racing back towards the cave. She was driven not by mere curiosity, but by an unsettling premonition that something dire was about to unfold within the cavern. Following the earlier incident, despite harboring a slight resentment towards Lin Bulang, he remained her first man, and instinctively, she kept him in her thoughts. Little did she know, upon reaching the cave's entrance, she sensed a tremor emanating from within. Su Baiji immediately detected the ominous aura and hurriedly plunged into the depths of the cave. That morning, the Red Leaf Fairy had departed from the peak. Thus, the welcoming of the new miscellaneous workers was conducted under Su Baiji's supervision. The reason for departing from the headquarters of Yao Yao Jiu's miscellaneous peak was the encounter of a gold-devouring beast during the ore extraction at the neighboring Yao Yao miscellaneous peak, which resulted in casualties among the workers exceeding 100. As an outer disciple, Hong Yixinzi was summoned to eradicate the beast next door. Before leaving in the morning, she calculated the possibility of the gold-devouring beast escaping and bestowed upon Su Baiji a life-saving substitute talisman. However, unbeknownst to her, that talisman was shattered by Lin Bulang. Earlier, when Su Baiji had cautioned Lin Bulang to be wary of the beast, it was precisely due to this foresight. Lin Hui, Su Baiji had not anticipated that as soon as she exited the mine, she would witness the scene of the gold-devouring beast devouring Lin Bulang. A sudden pang gripped her heart, and in an instant, she cried out, raising her protective dagger and charging forward. She was uncertain whether her concern stemmed from genuine worry for Lin Bulang's safety or from the dread that his demise would herald her own end. Yet in that moment, she hesitated not at all. Upon hearing the shout behind it, the gold-devouring beast, enraged by the presence of yet another human, swiftly swung its tail, sending Su Baiji, along with her dagger, crashing against the rock wall. At the 8th stage of body refinement, she was woefully overestimating her capabilities against the beast. Crack! The sound of shattering ribs echoed clearly as Su Baiji felt a bitter taste rise in her throat, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Her protective dagger shattered in her grasp. Amidst the excruciating pain, her vision darkened, yet she still raised the broken dagger, striving to push against the wall and rush to Lin Bulang's rescue. Suddenly, the gold-devouring beast let out a woeful cry and began to writhe in agony on the spot. What was happening? Thud! In response to Su Baiji's confusion, a resounding explosion erupted. Something had ruptured the beast's belly, and in her dazed state, Su Baiji could not discern the scene clearly, collapsing onto the ground. After a while, silence enveloped the area, and a blood-soaked figure emerged from the beast's belly. Lin Bulang, clutching his mouth and nose, struggled to crawl out, still grasping the celestial pearl, and turned his gaze to the swaying Su Baiji in the distance. Why was this woman here again? Just as he was about to rush over to save her, he suddenly noticed that the blood gushing from the beast's belly had coalesced into several strands, as fine as hair, flowing into the celestial pearl. Previously, the pearl had indeed absorbed the strength of those miscellaneous workers. Could it now absorb even the essence of the beast? Watching as the bloodline composed of the beast's essence was rapidly consumed by the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang momentarily disregarded the nearly unconscious Su Baiji, gripping the celestial pearl tightly and infusing it with his spiritual energy. At the instant his energy surged into the pearl, a torrent of searing power rebounded violently. This force, wild and unrestrained, coursed through Lin Bulang's body, sweeping through his organs and meridians in the blink of an eye. Under this savage power, every muscle and bone in Lin Bulang's body was relentlessly torn apart and reborn, again and again, until he became several times more resilient than before. Immediately thereafter, a yellow mark emerged within Lin Bulang's sea of consciousness, signifying the presence of the golden devouring beast. Having undergone a transformation of his physique previously, Lin Bulang was now well-versed in the experience. This development indicated that he had acquired yet another entirely new constitution, the Beast Spirit Sacred Body. Chapter 21. The Obedient Channer since the last awakening of the Yin-Yang Saint Body. Lu Qingyi had successively introduced several other bloodlines that had been awakened by the ancestors of the Lu family to Lin Bulang. Among these was the Beast Spirit Saint Body, alongside 6 other bloodlines: the Xianming Saint Body, the Thunder Prison Saint Body, the Ancestral Dragon Saint Body, the War God Saint Body, the Sword Spirit Saint Body, and the Blood Spirit Saint Body. The bloodlines that can be awakened by the Heavenly Pearl are innumerable, yet each demands an exceptionally high level of talent and fortune. During the glorious era of the Lu family, there had been individuals with dual saint body talents, but as generations passed, they gradually declined. And now the descendants of the 18th generation have become indistinguishable from the masses. The Beast Spirit Saint Body has the ability to absorb the bloodline power of mythical beasts, thus enhancing one's physical form and even possessing the potential to seize a corresponding ability from the beast. The yellow mark that Lin Bulang had previously encountered in his consciousness was a power that had been plundered from the Golden Devourer beast. Quietly invoking the yellow mark in his mind, Lin Bulang directed its power to his right hand, and instantly, the mark radiated brilliance, drawing several strands of spiritual energy, which coiled around his hand. With a series of subtle sounds, a layer of fine bumps emerged on Lin Bulang's right hand, rapidly growing into scales of the same hue as that of the Golden Devourer beast. Curiously, Lin Bulang tapped his finger against the scales, producing a resonant clang of armor. The scales enveloped his hand, making his fingers appear significantly thicker, and the exterior was remarkably tough, akin to weaponry. How impressive! Without hesitation, Lin Bulang wielded his hand like a blade and struck the rock wall, effortlessly cleaving through the once solid stone as if it were mere tofu. What if he were to strike the fine iron or vein? He then turned his gaze to the fine iron or vein before him and forcefully thrust his hand into it. A crisp crack echoed, and the fine iron sand, which previously required tremendous effort to extract, now yielded easily like a mound of sand. The fine iron ore was considerably tougher, resembling clumped mud in texture. Yet with some effort, he could still peel it away intact. The ability of the Golden Devourer beast was indeed remarkable, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. And it might even have other unforeseen applications in the future. Lin Bulang discreetly collected the scattered fragments of ore and sand from the ground, intending to find a larger space for refinement when he suddenly heard faint commotion emanating from outside the mine. The arrival of the Red Leaf Fairy was anticipated. As the evening shift approached, a considerable number of attendants had gathered outside the mine, eagerly greeting the sudden appearance of the Red Leaf Fairy. However, to their surprise, she paid them no heed, her face etched with urgency as she dashed down the mine shaft. Previously, the substitute talisman that the Red Leaf Fairy had entrusted to Su Baiji was personally crafted by her, embedding a trace of her own spiritual energy within it. Upon the shattering of the talisman, the energy connection revealed the location of the incident, prompting her to rush there in a state of frantic urgency. While she valued Su Baiji, her anxiety stemmed fundamentally from the Golden Devourer beast. In the Yao Yao miscellaneous peak, the voracious Golden Devourer appeared, prompting the outer disciples from the surrounding 5 peaks to converge and eradicate it. Little did they know that the creature, with its tough hide and cunning nature, withstood their assaults and ultimately burrowed into the ground, escaping. Capturing this Golden Devourer promised immense rewards from the sect, and the beast's skin, scales, bones, and blood were all top-tier materials for crafting. Once the sect had reclaimed these, some rewards would certainly be distributed. Under such enticing dual incentives, Fairy Hongya found herself in a state of agitation. Upon entering the mine, Fairy Hongya spotted the pale-faced Su Baiji lying on one side, while the Golden Devourer in the distance had already breathed its last. Further away, another bloodied figure lay sprawled on the ground. Baiji. Fairy Hongya rushed over and gently shook Su Baiji. Upon inspection, she realized that Su Baiji had sustained severe injuries, although her life was not in immediate danger. Master, did you two join forces to slay this Golden Devourer? Su Baiji forced her eyes open and immediately noticed the motionless Lin Bulang on the ground, her heart sinking in alarm. In an instant, her mind raced. I personally dispatched this vile beast. Lin Hui arrived upon hearing the commotion, eager to rescue me, but was injured by the creature's dying counterattack. I wonder now, whether he lives or dies. Su Baiji claimed all the credit, not out of greed, but to prevent Fairy Hongya from focusing her attention on Lin Bulang. The latter, feigning death from a distance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, promptly opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of old blood he had just extracted from the golden devourer. Ouch, ouch. Lin Bulang groaned painfully, struggling to rise. He glanced at Fairy Hongya and, in a flurry, attempted to bow, but pretended to be gravely wounded and stumbled, collapsing to the ground. There's no need for formalities. Lin Hui, you are not on the brink of death, are you? Fairy Hongya waved her hand, noticing the strong stench of blood emanating from Lin Bulang, which made her wrinkle her nose in distaste. As a mere guard, drenched in blood, she naturally had no inclination to examine his injuries. Lin Bulang quickly shook his head. Very well, you and Baiji have accomplished a great feat today. In the future, I shall reward you accordingly. Seeing your injuries are substantial, you need not report for duty in the coming days. Return and recuperate first. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Hongya led Baiji away. Subsequently, a few miscellaneous disciples rushed into the mine, hoisting Lin Bulang out and delivering him to the guards' quarters. Initially, when Lin Bulang did not return home for dinner, Shinchaner grew somewhat worried. As dusk approached, the sound of knocking at the door startled her, and upon opening it, she was met with the sight of Lin Bulang, resembling a bloodied specter, eliciting a gasp of shock. Ah, my lord. The disciples, genuinely fearful of Lin Bulang dying under their watch and causing trouble, hastily handed him over to Shinchaner and promptly fled. I'm fine. Quickly closed the door, Lin Bulang murmured, his head bowed. Shinchaner, her face as pale as a ghost, took a deep breath upon hearing his voice and quickly shut the courtyard door. My lord, she whispered, casting a furtive glance around to ensure their solitude. Lin Bulang swiftly retrieved from his bosom some refined iron ore, fine sand, and polished iron beads, placing them in Shinchaner's hands. Select a secluded spot at the back, dig a deep hole, and bury these items. This matter must remain a secret. Should it come to light, I would surely lose my head. The secret of the celestial pearl was already known to Shinchaner. Thus there was no need for further concealment. Primarily, she was still young, her heart far more innocent than that of Lu Qingyi. After experiencing the world, Lin Bulang recognized her genuine desire to serve him devotedly. His trust in her surpassed even that in Lu Qingyi, for their bond was more entangled with gratitude and obligation, like grasshoppers on the same string. Moreover, Lu Qingyi, being naturally blind, harbored greater suspicion toward outsiders, leading to a more guarded demeanor. Hence, Lin Bulang found himself unable to fully place his trust in Lu Qingyi to this day. After tidying up the backyard, Shinchaner returned from the kitchen, carrying several bowls of food. Upon seeing Lin Bulang cleaning the bloodstains by the water tank, she softly inquired, My lord, are you injured? Would you like me to accompany you in your healing? Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, as despite their intimate relationship, shyness remained an unavoidable barrier. Noticing Lin Bulang's momentary surprise, Shinchaner felt her own embarrassment swell, hastily adding, If you are hungry, you may eat first. Uncertain, she continued, My lord, do you wish to dine first, or partake of chow? Her teasing words ignited a fervor within Lin Bulang. With such a delicate beauty by his side, what more could he desire? He forcefully tossed his damp garments into the water tank, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he scooped Shinchaner into his arms. Amidst her startled protests, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Perfect timing. My lord has just learned a new trick. Let us see if you can be the first to try it. Chapter 22. Su Baiji's jealousy please, no? Chaner, with her cheeks flushed crimson, nestled in Lin Bulang's embrace. The mischievous grin on his face hinted at anything but propriety. You have no say in this. Lin Bulang chuckled heartily, striding into the room with Shinchaner in his arms. Inside, the sounds of playful protests, the creaking of the rocking bed, and pleas for mercy filled the air. A night of passion wilted the vibrant trees as the great river surged once more. The bold inscription read, A battle most intense. At dawn, Shinchaner, sporting dark circles under her eyes, struggled to rise. The moment her feet touched the ground, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to kneel. How inconsiderate, she muttered softly, only to turn and discover Lin Bulang gazing at her with a wicked smile. Flushed with embarrassment and irritation, she quickly grabbed a thin blanket to shield herself. Amidst Lin Bulang's hearty laughter, Shinchaner awkwardly opened the door. "Please rest, my lord. I shall prepare your meal shortly." Lin Bulang, reclining with his head propped on his hand, feigned ignorance, asking loudly, "What are you preparing for me?" It's noodles," she stammered, realizing too late her blunder. With her face covered in embarrassment, she dashed out, thinking to herself that she could not endure another round of this. At the servant's peak, serving as a guard allowed for a regular supply of rice and flour, and the ability to cook for oneself elevated her living standards far beyond those of a mere servant. Once Lin Bulang was officially promoted, he would receive a monthly stipend of 50 servant coins, ample for purchasing wine, meat, and fruits. Reflecting on the days spent scavenging for buns in the slop bucket was heart-wrenching. 3 long years. Lin Bulang often pondered how he had endured such hardship. After breakfast, Shinchaner began tidying up the small courtyard while Lin Bulang whittled a branch, practicing the dragon dance sword technique. He had yet to find a breakthrough for his bottleneck and hoped to discover an opportunity through other endeavors. Having practiced for over 2 hours, and with noon approaching, he was about to prepare to send Chaner down the mountain for some refreshments when a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Bulang approached and opened the door, revealing a graceful figure before him. Your attire." Su Baiji's face, previously devoid of color, flushed a delicate shade of red upon seeing Lin Bulang bare-chested. She quickly raised a hand to shield her eyes and turned away. After 2 hours of sword practice in the heat, Lin Bulang had shed his shirt, as it was just him and Shinchaner in the courtyard, and it seemed harmless. Now, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement, and having absorbed the power of the golden devourer beast the previous day, his physique had transformed from a lean build to a well-defined, muscular form. Even his previously singular abdominal muscle had multiplied into 8 distinct ones. Even though Su Baiji and Lin Bulang had not engaged in any impropriety, the sudden sight of such a flawless physique inevitably caused a hint of embarrassment. Not to mention the shared intimacy they had already experienced, which instantly brought to Su Baiji's mind the scenes from the previous night within the cavern, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. What was there to be ashamed of? It wasn't as if she had never seen such things before. The secluded location of the courtyard chosen by Lin Bulang allowed him to jest playfully, knowing there were no others around. Su Baiji was poised to retort in anger when her gaze was met by a pair of curious eyes at the base of the courtyard wall. It was Shinchaner, a face she recognized. The moment their eyes locked, an unspoken understanding passed between them, permeating the air with a subtle tension laced with jealousy. "Lin Bulang, you truly have no standards. Your criteria for a partner seem rather flexible." Su Baiji scoffed coldly, her initial intention to step into the courtyard now thwarted. Lin Bulang, puzzled, glanced between Shinchaner and Su Baiji. "Flexible? Where's the flexibility? Am I not choosing a rather beautiful maid? Miss Su, what brings you here? I came to see if you were still alive. If not, you ought to report to the Guardian Hall this afternoon, as my master will be present." With that, Su Baiji turned on her heel and stormed away in a huff. Is she jealous? Lin Bulang pondered, utterly confused. After all, she had been the one to reject him first. What was this jealousy about? Crazy girl. He slammed the door shut, meeting the timid gaze of Shinchaner. Shinchaner understood well that Su Baiji held a significantly higher status at the miscellaneous peak, even above the guards. However, since she had just arrived and was whisked away by Lin Bulang, she was unaware of the specifics of Su Baiji's position. "Sir, did I cause you trouble?" Shinchaner pouted. "Ignore her. She's just a madwoman." Lin Bulang rolled his eyes. Su Baiji, having been in a position of power for too long, was far less compliant than Qing Yi and Chaner. How dare she show him such disdain? He resolved to find a moment to teach her a lesson, to let her experience what it meant to be struck by a thunderous force, to feel like a human battering ram. Then he would see if she would dare to be so arrogant again. After lunch, Lin Bulang, leaning on his cane, arrived early at the Guardian Hall. In an effort to enhance the authenticity of his appearance, he had even scraped some white plaster from the wall to apply a thin layer to his face. He stuffed sharp little stones into his shoes, making each step a painful endeavor, truly embodying the role of one grievously injured, more convincingly than a pearl. One by one, the remaining 7 guards gradually arrived. Having spent 3 years at the miscellaneous peak, Lin Bulang had crossed paths with each of them to varying degrees, though their responsibilities differed, leading to a varied frequency of encounters. Congratulations, Guard Lin. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Let us look out for one another. Let us support one another. 2 guards greeting Lin Bulang, one surnamed Wang and the other Li, had barely served as guards for less than a year. They had been unable to integrate into the existing circles, leaving them in a state of isolation. Now that Guard Gung had perished, they eagerly approached Lin Bulang. For with one enemy diminished and one ally gained, the balance of power shifted significantly. Meanwhile, the elder guard seated closest to the head of the table cast a disdainful glance at Lin Bulang, his eyes brimming with contempt. This elder guard, surnamed Gong, was reputed to be among the first cohort of guards since the establishment of the miscellaneous peak, possessing the deepest experience and the greatest strength among them. His prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage of body refinement, just a hair's breadth away from the 6th stage. It is noteworthy that the previous Su Baiji had only attained the 6th stage. Apart from Wang and Li, the remaining 4 guards revered him as their leader, obeying his command without question. It seemed the miscellaneous peak was regressing, where even the lame could serve as guards. At this rate, even a dog might find its way in. The second in command, Guard Chun, snorted coldly, his disdain unmistakable in his words. Wang and Li's expressions shifted dramatically as they simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Bulang, their faces a mixture of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the evident disdain the elder guard held for Lin Bulang, suggesting that Lin might align himself with them. The concern arose from the fear that Lin Bulang might provoke a conflict with the two, leading to a united front against him. Lin Bulang merely smiled lightly. Taking a seat at the far end of the 8 available positions in the guard hall, he lifted a teacup and took a sip. Though they were all dogs, must they insist on delineating ranks? How amusing. I, Lin, may be dull-witted, yet I grasp a fundamental truth. A barking dog does not bite, while a biting dog remains silent. With a decisive thud, Lin Bulang slammed the lid of the teacup shut. This statement was a clear challenge, an invitation for them to act if they dared, rather than engage in idle chatter. Now at the 9th stage of body refinement, Lin Bulang felt unperturbed by the collective might of these guards. There was no need for him to act with caution. How dare you speak like that? Guard Chun erupted in fury, rising abruptly and drawing his sword from his waist. Call out, shout louder. I relish the sound. Lin Bulang reclined nonchalantly against the back of his chair, smiling as he regarded the furious Guard Chun. Chapter 23. The bestowed golden belt. How dare you? Chun, the guard, was instantly filled with rage, his face flushed crimson as he prepared to charge at Lin Bulang, intent on exacting vengeance. However, a pair of powerful hands firmly restrained him from behind. Sit down, commanded the palace guard in a voice imbued with authority that brooked no dissent from Chun. But this rascal is simply too. Chun began, but the palace guard merely lifted an eyebrow. At that moment, 2 figures gracefully approached from the entrance. Upon recognizing Fairy Hongya and Su Baiji, Chun deflated like a punctured balloon, begrudgingly sheathed his blade, and shot a resentful glare at Lin Bulang before reluctantly taking his seat. It was commonplace for guards to engage in both overt and covert rivalry. Such competition was the essence of vitality. Thus, Fairy Hongya chose to ignore the unfolding scene as she entered the grand hall, gracefully taking her place at the head of the table, while Su Baiji obediently stood by her side. The presence of Fairy Hongya instilled a sense of trepidation among the guards, mingled with a hint of confusion. After all, Su Baiji was the chief overseer of the miscellaneous guards at the Yaojiao Peak, and any matters of importance were typically relayed through her. It was an unprecedented occurrence for Fairy Hongya to convene directly at the guard hall on the mountainside. Today, I have come to announce 2 matters, Fairy Hongya stated, fully aware of their unspoken curiosity. Firstly, due to Lin Zhuan's meritorious service, I hereby promote him to full status. From this day forth, he shall serve as the 8th guard of the Yaojiao Peak, taking over the position formerly held by Guard Gong. Furthermore, he shall receive a year's salary and a golden belt as a reward. With a wave of her hand, Su Baiji stepped forward, carrying a tray. Upon it, a mountain of 600 miscellaneous coins was encircled by a resplendent golden belt, provoking envy among the other guards. The golden belt was a mark of distinction among guards. Possessing one granted immunity from execution, regardless of the severity of one's transgressions. While serving as a guard had its merits, it was still akin to living under another's roof, fraught with the ever-present peril of losing one's life. The golden belt was a coveted prize that all guards dreamt of obtaining. With it, one could rest far more soundly than usual. However, the golden belt was exceedingly rare. In nearly a decade since the establishment of the Yaoyaojiu Peak, this was the first time it had been awarded. The palace guard gazed at the glimmering belt, his expression darkening with each passing moment. After years of toiling from dawn to dusk, he had received no accolades. To see such a precious prize bestowed upon a newly appointed guard was infuriating. The dazzling gleam of gold only served to blind him with envy, and in his heart, he had irrevocably marked Lin Bulang for his downfall. Yet, what irked the palace guard the most was not merely the golden belt, but the fact that Lin Bulang, having just assumed his post, was now to occupy the position of guard gong. Each guard had specific responsibilities that had long been delineated. The older the guards become, the more substantial and significant the tasks they command. Originally, the responsibilities of guard gong were second only to those of guard chun. As for the arrangement of positions, the young one remained somewhat perplexed. The palace guard knelt down, initially intending to express his dissent, but after much contemplation, he opted for a more subdued expression of confusion instead. The rewards were trivial, they provided only temporary pleasure. The palace guard could not simply stand by and watch those lucrative tasks slip into the hands of Lin Bulang, especially the mining operations. "Do you question me?" Lady Hongya remarked with a cold snort, her icy gaze piercing through the palace guard. He trembled in fear, for he lacked the golden belt of authority. "I dare not. I dare not." Now, the palace guard refrained from seeking any explanation, kneeling back into his original position, which was already marked by several droplets of perspiration. Mere seconds had passed. "Who told you to sit back down?" Lady Hongya narrowed her eyes, her aura brimming with menace. I was mistaken." The palace guard faltered, his legs giving way once more as he knelt, lowering his head even further. "Humph, you wretched servant. Today marks a momentous occasion for my Zai Peak, and I shall spare you this time." Lady Hongya lifted her head and continued. "After nearly a decade of development, our peak has finally reached a pivotal opportunity for expansion. Within the next year, the scale of our servants will double, and we shall additionally appoint 8 new guards. You seasoned individuals must select a captain to lead the guard. Is there anyone among you who has a preferred candidate?" The prospect of doubling the scale of Zai Peak, appointing 8 new guards, and electing a captain stirred the emotions of all present. A larger pool meant fatter fish. This principle was understood by everyone. Whoever could seize this opportunity at this moment would undoubtedly reap abundant rewards. Consequently, the minds of all present became animated. Although Lady Hongya was usually stern, she rarely exhibited such volatility. It seemed that the palace guard had not simply found himself in the line of fire. Rather, Lady Hongya appeared to be deliberately suppressing him. A few guards exchanged discreet glances, contemplating her intentions. While she inquired about their preferences, the underlying message was for them to deliver their answers to her. It was likely that Lady Hongya had already made her decision in her heart. In an instant, the guard hall fell silent. No one dared to speak, for if they guessed wrong, their opportunity might vanish along with it. "Not speaking?" Lady Hongya inquired, a hint of annoyance in her tone. The palace guard remained trembling in place, filled with utter despair. It is worth noting that although Su Baiji was the head guard before, her role was merely to convey Lady Hongya's decisions and manage simple tasks. The actual work was carried out by the palace guard himself. In other words, whether intentionally or not, the crowd had long elevated him to the status of the head guardian. Although he bore no official title of captain, he wielded the authority of one. Now, however, he found himself firmly held in place by the Red Leaf Fairy, and it was impossible for anyone else to choose him, no matter how dim-witted they might be. The loss of power ignited a fury within him. The architect of all this turmoil was none other than the newly appointed guardian Lin. Without him, none of these complications would have arisen. I believe the palace guardian would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, even if not for himself, then for guardianship, thus ensuring that power did not slip away. Consequently, the palace guardian prepared to recommend guardianship. Little did he know, as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Bulang abruptly stood up and declared, "I believe I am quite capable. Although I may lack talent, my aspirations are lofty, and I have long been grounded in the grassroots, endowed with ample experience. Hence, I humbly put myself forward." What nonsense is this? Lofty aspirations and grassroots experience? Have you no shame? The fact that you have no experience as a guardian, is that something you choose to ignore? The palace guardian's discourse was promptly interrupted by Lin Bulang, who widened his eyes in disbelief. I believe. The palace guardian swallowed his indignation and attempted to speak once more, only to be interrupted by yet another voice. I also think Guardian Lin is commendable. The speaker was Guardian Wang, who had previously sought camaraderie with Lin. Guardian Lin, though young, was strikingly talented and had achieved remarkable feats. The captaincy was rightfully his. Guardian Li also stepped forward to voice his support. While they were uncertain whether Lin Bulang would ultimately align with them, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Assisting Lin Bulang would serve to undermine the palace guardian and his faction. You all. The palace guardian trembled with rage. To choose him? Insanity. They must have lost their minds. Chapter 24. The simple-minded girl Lin Bulang was not one to act recklessly. Upon the arrival of the Red Leaf Fairy, she first extolled her own virtues before undermining the palace guards. This interplay of praise and derision was clearly a maneuver to elevate her own status. Although the intricacies of the situation eluded him, Lin Bulang had no reason to squander such an advantageous opportunity. The Red Leaf Fairy nodded lightly, and then turned her gaze towards Su Baiji. Baiji, you are most acquainted with matters concerning the guards. In your opinion, who would be the most suitable candidate for the captain of the guard? Addressing Su Baiji with such a question was akin to offering an easy answer. I defer to the master's judgment, she replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Bulang. Evidently still vexed, the Red Leaf Fairy's eyes widened slightly in surprise. What had transpired with this girl? Just this morning, she had ardently recommended Lin Bulang. Yet now her demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Dismissing her thoughts, the Red Leaf Fairy continued. Do any of you have further recommendations? The palace guard, stifling a surge of indignation, struggled to find his voice before finally stating, I believe Guard Chun would be an excellent choice. According to the rules of the miscellaneous peak, a team consisted of 8 members, and once the guard team was fully assembled, a captain would need to be selected. Losing this opportunity was not a calamity. There would be future chances. If they could elevate Guard Chun this time, it would not be in vain. After speaking, the palace guard frantically gestured to his remaining silent colleagues, yet they all feigned ignorance, choosing to remain mute. It was futile. The Red Leaf Fairy had made her intentions abundantly clear, revealing a powerful hand while they held but a weak 3. Well then, with 1 vote for Guard Chun and 3 for Guard Lin, the decision is made. It shall be Guard Lin. With that, the Red Leaf Fairy elegantly rose from her seat. Baiji, you shall handle the remaining arrangements. I must report the recent slaying of the Golden Devourer to the sect and cannot linger here any longer. The mention of the Golden Devourer, a beast of the supernatural, sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. Who had accomplished such a feat? Guard Lin? Impossible. A cacophony of hushed discussions erupted, each person speculating the truth. The Red Leaf Fairy would not make such a statement lightly. Her words were intended to quell their dissatisfaction. The palace guard trembled internally, perplexed as to how Lin Bulang had garnered such favor from the Red Leaf Fairy. Even Lin Bulang himself remained oblivious to the reasons behind this unexpected turn of events. The true catalyst for the Red Leaf Fairy's decision was not Lin Bulang's loyalty or his past accomplishments, but rather his adept management of the laborers. If your guards are solely focused on self-serving interests and suddenly one emerges who, while pursuing personal gain, can also organize the laborers with remarkable efficiency, who would you choose as your leader? Profit is the singular criterion, and the Red Leaf Fairy was well aware of this. After bidding farewell to the Red Leaf Fairy, Su Baiji calmly took her seat and beckoned Lin Bulang over. The palace guard gritted his teeth, standing up reluctantly as he ceded the position that rightfully belonged to him to Lin Bulang. Lin, no longer merely a guard but now the esteemed captain, was to oversee the affairs of the guard hall from this moment forth. In your esteemed opinion, should the responsibilities of the guards be redistributed? Su Baiji seized the moment, almost placing the meal directly before Lin Bulang. No need, Lin Bulang declined outright. Su Baiji gasped softly, clearly perplexed. Were Lin Bulang to accept and consolidate all the lucrative tasks, he could effectively subjugate the other guards into utter submission. Such a golden opportunity, and he was refusing it. In my view, each of you should continue to manage your respective duties. However, should I catch anyone slacking off in the future, I shall not be lenient, Lin Bulang remarked, reaching for his waist and slamming the guard's ceremonial dagger onto the tea table with a resounding thud. Clang, clang. The dagger, already broken, produced a peculiar sound as only the hilt remained within the sheath. Hearing Lin Bulang's words, the palace guards collectively sighed in relief. How foolish was he to let such a splendid opportunity slip away? More foolish than a pig. Countless insults and curses arose in their minds. Observing their expressions of relief, Lin Bulang silently chuckled within. There were countless ways to eliminate you all. Why choose the most perilous route? Should he redistribute the work? They would merely need to create chaos, shifting the blame onto Lin Bulang, then petitioning the enchanting Hongya fairy to declare his unsuitability as captain of the guards. Though he possessed a golden belt ensuring his safety, his future would undoubtedly suffer. If he truly wished to deal with them, Lin Bulang would opt for a methodical approach, gradually eliminating them and replacing the guards with his loyal confidants, until he ascended to become the sovereign of this menial peak, a king beneath 1 and above 10,000, ultimately rendering the Hongya fairy powerless. How splendidly promising the future appeared. As Lin Bulang ruminated, he awkwardly touched his nose. The plan was exquisite, albeit somewhat reminiscent of a eunuch's machinations. Well then, if there's nothing else, you may all disperse. Captain Lin, please stay. As the other guards departed, Lin Bulang tilted his head towards Su Baiji, smilingly inquiring, "What is it? Do you miss me? Did we not just meet at noon?" Su Baiji's expression turned frosty as she retorted coldly, "Refrain from your frivolity. I am not your partner." With that, she reached into her chest and produced a thin booklet, placing it before Lin Bulang. "I found this while cleaning the master's quarters. It may prove useful to you. Peruse it swiftly and return it to me by noon tomorrow." With that admonition, Su Baiji departed with an air of aloofness. Lin Bulang, filled with skepticism, picked up the booklet, and the 3 characters that caught his eye sent a tremor through his pupils. Xian Huangju. This foolish girl. Was she courting death? The Xian Huangju is a cultivation technique bestowed upon the outer disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. However, the guards, including Su Baiji herself, utilize a diluted version known as Ling Huangju. This version solely encompasses the incantation for gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, lacking the methods for further purifying and refining the internal spiritual energy, thus rendering its users eternally incapable of reaching the qi refinement stage. The initial portion of this incantation is crucial for practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of physical training to break through their bottleneck and ascend to the qi refinement stage. Lin Bulang greedily perused the Xian Huangju, longing to engrave every single character into his mind, for it was a treasure earned by Su Baiji at the cost of her life. Should word of his theft of the Xian Huangju spread, even Fairy Hongya would be unable to protect her. After all, this is the sect's regulation. That foolish girl, what can I possibly say to describe her? Lin Bulang slowly closed the final page. Although he had only read it 2 or 3 times, he comprehended the pathway to breaking through the bottleneck clearly. He found no need to memorize the most obscure parts of the incantation. As for transcribing it, Lin Bulang dared not, for leaving behind any evidence would spell doom for them all. Hence, after a swift reading, Lin Bulang prepared to return the book to Su Baiji. Su Baiji's residence was naturally atop the mountain, within the palace of Fairy Hongya. However, she often descended to manage the guards, thus possessing a set of quarters among them. During the day, unless summoned by Fairy Hongya, Su Baiji would remain here until nightfall before returning to the mountaintop. Lin Bulang searched diligently and finally discovered a quaint little courtyard with a sign at the entrance reading, Baiji. Smack, smack. The courtyard was small, yet faint sounds of strikes against a wooden post could be heard from within. Damn scoundrel, deceitful wretch. I will beat you. I will beat you. You have tarnished my innocence. You have acted recklessly. You are ungrateful. You hide a beautiful woman. You attract flowers and butterflies. You are fickle-minded. What am I to do now? From within the room, a faint sound of sobbing could be discerned. Lin Bulang suppressed a chuckle as he stealthily crept into the courtyard, taking advantage of Su Baiji's inattention to suddenly burst open the door. At the center of the room stood a wooden post, taller than a person, upon which was painted a grotesque face with ink, and the words Lin Guard inscribed on the forehead, the ink still wet. Su Baiji was seated before the post, tearfully wiping her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Bulang burst in, she abruptly looked up, her face a whirlwind of astonishment, shyness, regret, and anger, a truly captivating sight. Smack! Su Baiji sprang to her feet and delivered a punch that shattered the wooden post. Erasing all traces, Lin Bulang adopted a polite yet awkward smile, saying, "Next time, remember to write my name. I am Lin Bulang. You, go to hell." Su Baiji's expression instantly turned icy as she launched a punch directly at Lin Bulang's chest. Lin Bulang seized the opportunity, drawing Su Baiji's delicate form tightly into his embrace, then deftly inserting the small booklet against her chest, relishing the warmth and firmness that resided there, unwilling to withdraw his hand for a prolonged moment. "I have come to return the book. Silly girl, you must not take such risks for me in the future. Who is taking risks for you? You. Filthy hands." Su Baiji struggled desperately, stamping her feet in a flurry of anxiety, unaware that the more she fought, the more Lin Bulang reveled in the moment. "By the way, I am here to tend to your wounds." Lin Bulang did not grant her the opportunity to argue, lowering his head to capture her soft, warm lips in a fervent kiss. In that instant, Su Baiji's body melted into softness. Chapter 25. The Path to Greatness. Let go. "You scoundrel. I do not desire your healing," Su Baiji protested, her words growing weaker as she gradually surrendered to Lin Bulang's embrace. Noticing her complete capitulation, Lin Bulang's confidence surged. He effortlessly lifted her delicate form and made his way to the edge of the bed. "Stop. You mustn't. I cannot explain." Although Su Baiji ceased her resistance, her mind remained sharp. "My strength has abruptly ascended to the 8th stage of body refinement. It is merely a matter of time before I am discovered. Should I recover swiftly from this grievous injury, my master's suspicions will only deepen." She raised her delicate fist and gently tapped Lin Bulang's chest, adopting a serious expression. "I ask you, as a mere servant, how could you possibly elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th stage in such a short span of time?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Bulang, who had been somewhat intoxicated by the moment, felt as though he had been doused with cold water and instantly regained his composure. His power was a gift from the Celestial Pearl, having already ensnared Lu Qingyi and Shin Changer. Further entanglement with Su Baiji would significantly heighten the risk of exposure. Noticing Lin Bulang's silence, Su Baiji grew anxious. "Did my master not instruct Guard Gong to investigate the secret treasure that may be in your possession?" "Indeed," Lin Bulang replied slowly, nodding. Since Su Baiji had chosen to align with him, it was permissible to share this information. Possessing the Celestial Pearl was advantageous for both of them. "I knew it. Surely, it cannot be a legitimate treasure, can it?" Su Baiji gently nudged Lin Bulang, her face clouded with concern. Following the unexpected incident in the mine, Su Baiji had significantly advanced in her cultivation and had surmised that this secret treasure must be related to dual cultivation. This man had wronged her and had not spared that maid. How could he possibly let go of the female servant who bore the secret treasure? Su Baiji had seen that maid, and she was exceedingly beautiful. However, this was not the time for jealousy. Seizing the moment while Lin Bulang hesitated, Su Baiji quickly extricated herself from his embrace and adjusted her disheveled clothing. "My master has commanded me to discreetly investigate the matter of the secret treasure. I require an explanation. If, in a few days, I am unable to uncover the truth, your beloved may very well perish at my master's hands." To secure the release of Fairy Hongya, there were but two options: either surrender the secret treasure or witness Lu Qingyi's demise. There was no other recourse. Lin Bulang understood this logic. However, the issue lay in the fact that treasures of such nature were beyond the reach of even the outer disciples of Lingyang's sect. Like Hongya, where could he possibly procure another for her? Could he really stand by and watch Lu Qingyi perish at Hongya's hands? That was, evidently, out of the question. Observing Lin Bulang's troubled demeanor, Su Baiji offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. "You need not fret excessively. When I went to investigate, several servants mentioned having seen you seek out a female servant. Those servants are under the command of the palace guards." Suddenly, Lin Bulang's eyes brightened with hope. Previously, the palace guard had suffered a silent defeat in the selection of the guard captain at the hands of Lin Bulang, and undoubtedly harbored resentment. Should he seek revenge, he would surely investigate matters, tracing the clues back to Lu Qingyi. "Are you suggesting I employ a knife to kill?" Su Baiji nodded. "If the palace guard were to harm that female servant, we could use the excuse of the palace guard having killed her to frame him. At that point, once the deed is done and the woman is dead, the palace guard would find it difficult to escape his own demise. Subsequently, we could bestow a new identity upon that female servant, allowing us to deceive all. It depends on whether you are willing to see your little sweetheart endure this hardship. If we can conceal this matter, it would be for the best. This issue loomed over us like a sword poised above our heads. If Su Baiji did not speak, Lin Bulang remained unaware that Fairy Hongya was still fixated on this matter. He was oblivious to when this sword might fall, striking him down. Fortunately, this little woman was currently inclined towards him. There were 3 steps remaining before the plan could be realized. First, tomorrow the roaming merchants from Lingyang sect would arrive, and you need to procure a turtle resting pill from them. Second, you must boldly seek out your little sweetheart. Third, thoroughly provoke the palace guard, giving him reason to strike with lethal intent. My master has left this peak for the sect and will not return for 2 or 3 days. This is the optimal moment to act. Lin Bulang was taken aback, realizing that Su Baiji not only stood by his side, but had also devised a comprehensive plan for him, warming his heart. With her assistance, the days of battling alone at the servant's peak were finally behind him. Do not look at me like that. I am not doing this for you. It is for my own sake. I would wish for your little sweetheart to meet her end at once. Su Baiji pouted slightly, raising her foot to kick Lin Bulang. Why aren't you off to do it? Lin Bulang, smiling, was kicked to the door, and as he closed it behind him, his playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemn nod towards Su Baiji. Thank you. For the first time, Su Baiji witnessed Lin Bulang's serious expression, her brows knitting slightly, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Who could have predicted that in the next moment, he would say, "Rest assured, Miss Su, your kindness will remain etched in my heart. To repay your grace, I shall ensure your rise while others remain small. Oh, and remember to make me look handsome in the next painting. Get lost." Su Baiji was instantly infuriated, her anger boiling over as she seized a bamboo pillow from the table and hurled it at him. This scoundrel, why could he not comprehend? Was she seeking to become prominent? It was utterly maddening. As Lin Bulang departed from the guard's quarters, he contemplated his next moves and swiftly made his way down the mountain. Originally, the new technique he had learned from the Golden Devourer was intended for Lu Qingyi, but he found himself unable to resist the allure of Shinchaner. However, Lin Bulang was a proponent of fairness, believing in equitable distribution, and he would certainly ensure that Lu Qingyi would have her chance to try it as well. When Lin Qingyi was found, she was by a small stream at the foot of the mountain, washing clothes. At the servant's peak, it was often the women of the guards who were tasked with laundry duties. Initially, Guard Gung had temporarily settled the sisters there to investigate the whereabouts of a secret treasure, and even after his demise, no changes had been made. Without Guard Gung's protection, the women from the laundry team united to bully Lin Qingyi, and the reason was quite simple. Her beauty was simply too striking. By the time Lin Bulang arrived, he witnessed Lin Qingyi surrounded by several women by the stream, being jostled and pushed, leaving her drenched and in a state of utter disarray. As if that were not enough, one woman suddenly approached the water's edge and picked up a sharp stone. What good is being so beautiful? It seems no one wants to protect her anyway. Such a lovely, exquisite face. What a waste. Let us destroy it. They laughed harshly. Amidst their sharp laughter, the group surged forward, pinning Lin Qingyi down. One of them seized the sharp stone and aimed it at Lin Qingyi's face. This was not right. With Lin Qingyi's prowess, these women were no match for her in a real fight. Why was she silently enduring such torment? Just as Lin Bulang pondered this, the sharp stone was already hovering before Lin Qingyi's face. At that moment, he realized that shouting to stop it might be too late. Chapter 26. What a fortuitous encounter with a soft pop. A gory wound suddenly appeared on Lu Qingyi's face. Haha, now that's more like it. Quick, quick. Someone else. Make a mark too. The woman who initiated the attack excitedly waved her arms, directing several other female servants to forcibly turn Lu Qingyi's face towards them. Jealousy has always been a woman's trait. They would never allow a woman as beautiful as Lu Qingyi to linger at the servant's peak. If one of the guards were to take a liking to her, it could spell disaster for one of them, leading to a fall from grace and a descent into the ranks of ordinary servants. And everyone knew the fate of an ordinary servant was to be a woman of decent looks, played with and discarded by the guards. No one wished for such a fate to befall themselves, so they tacitly agreed to turn on Lu Qingyi. What a nest of vipers. Stop it. Lin Bulang rushed to the riverbank, his voice booming. In an instant, the laughter above the stream ceased, and the female servants, seeing a guard approach, were struck with terror and released their grip, causing Lu Qingyi to tumble into the water. Only the woman who had initiated the attack, after a moment of shock, turned to sneer. "Oh, isn't this our peak's newly appointed limping guard? I believe he is still a probationary guard?" She emphasized the term probationary with disdain. There exists a hierarchy among guards. She was well acquainted with the palace guards, and who were they? The leaders of the guards at this peak. A mere probationary guard did not intimidate her in the slightest. Little did she know that Lin Bulang had not only been confirmed, but had also become the captain of the guard, personally appointed by the enchanting Hongya fairy. Lin Bulang's icy gaze swept over the female servants, who immediately lowered their heads in fear, unlike Zhou Mei, who had the audacity to stand tall. Though they might have caught the attention of different guards, deep down, they understood that to the guards, they were merely garments to be worn for display, easily replaceable should they cease to fit. As Lin Bulang's gaze landed on Zhou Mei, his right hand grasped the hilt of his guard's sword, slowly drawing it out. The gleaming blade rasped against the sheath, producing a chilling and ominous sound. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted, enveloping Zhou Mei with a palpable sense of icy menace. Just before leaving the guard hall, he had casually exchanged for a new sword, never expecting it would come in handy so soon. How delightful. Upon seeing the glint of cold light on the guard's sword, a flicker of fear finally crossed Zhou Mei's eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Could this probationary guard truly be so fearless as to dare raise a hand against her? What do you want? I am the woman of a palace guard. If you dare to harm me, the palace guard will not let you off lightly. The palace guard loves me dearly. A woman of the palace guard? Love dearly, you say? Lin Bulang nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the declaration. Was this not a fortuitous coincidence? Regardless of whom you belong to, if you harm my woman, you shall pay dearly. In the crowd, upon hearing such a domineering proclamation, Lu Qingyi felt a sudden tremor course through her delicate frame. His woman? A peculiar sensation surged within Lu Qingyi's heart. Although her time at the miscellaneous peak had been brief, she and her sister had long been assigned to the laundry team by Guard Gong, and she had become somewhat acquainted with the various affairs of the miscellaneous peak. Thus, deep down, she felt little distinction between herself and those women. They were merely seeking refuge beneath a grand tree, striving to survive. However, due to the bond of the celestial pearl, her relationship with Lin Bulang might be somewhat more resilient. Her persistent silence stemmed from her awareness that Lin Bulang had only recently assumed the role of guard, and she wished to spare him unnecessary troubles. As for her feelings towards Lin Bulang, she could not claim any profound affection. Lu Qingyi merely considered him a more reliable ally compared to the other guards. Under the influence of the celestial pearl, they supported and uplifted one another, and if they could ultimately achieve a favorable conclusion, she would be content for a lifetime. Beyond that, Lu Qingyi desired nothing more. Lin Bulang, wielding his blade, advanced slowly, causing the other female attendants to scatter in terror, while only Zhou Mei stood defiantly before Lu Qingyi. "Are you attempting to impede me?" Lin Bulang gradually raised his long knife. No. Zhou Mei was not merely obstructing. She was petrified by the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Bulang. She had dared to bully Lu Qingyi because they were both attendants. But Lin Bulang was ultimately a guard. Tenfold courage would not suffice for her to confront him. "You are being impulsive." Lu Qingyi gradually rose, whispering, though a hint of sweetness surged within her heart. In the next moment, a pair of warm hands reached out, gently caressing her soft cheek. "Does it hurt?" Lu Qingyi hesitated, initially inclined to nod, but ultimately gritted her teeth and shook her head. Swish! A flash of steel gleamed. Lin Bulang showed no hesitation. Thud! Zhou Mei's neck was brutally sliced open. A cacophony of gasps erupted around them. Zhou Mei's body trembled violently as she clutched her throat, her wide, terrified eyes fixated on Lin Bulang. In her final moments, she could hardly believe that this prospective guard dared to act. "You gurgle!" A torrent of blood gushed forth, instantly staining Zhou Mei's garments crimson, and with a resounding splash, she collapsed into the water, the current turning a vivid scarlet. "Murderer! Woe is me!" The female attendants, engulfed in terror, rushed ashore, covering their faces and weeping profusely, unable to bear the sight. If Zhou Mei could be slain, their long-cherished sense of security shattered in an instant. It felt as though Lin Bulang's blade would soon be aimed at them. "You have lost your mind. You You will attract great trouble. Lu Qingyi was taken aback, quickly crouching down and splashing the water until she felt the lifeless body of Zhou Mei. In that instant, her heart sank. Fear not. From now on, no one at the entire Servants' Peak will dare to bully you again. I have been promoted to the captain of the guard. Those palace guards are nothing but trifles in my presence. Lin Bulang gently lifted the panicked Lu Qingyi, deliberately speaking loudly. What he desired was for these words to spread, reaching the ears of the palace guards. He, Lin Bulang, not only killed her beloved, but also utterly humiliated him. He could not believe the palace guards would not be enraged. Really, is it true? Weren't you just promoted to a guard? How suddenly have you become the captain of the guard? Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes widened. Although she could not see, her expression of shock was unmistakable on her lovely face. Indeed, I will explain this matter to you later. Right now, we have a more pressing task at hand. Lin Bulang, cradling Lu Qingyi, took several steps onto the shore, entirely disregarding the other female servants, and headed straight towards Lu Qingyi's dwelling. After a few jolts, Lu Qingyi quickly understood Lin Bulang's intentions and shyly buried her head in his embrace, softly inquiring, "My husband, how long has it been since the last time? Aren't you tired? Tired? The last time?" For Lu Qingyi, it was indeed the last time, but for Lin Bulang, it had been several times prior. Ever since awakening the Yin-Yang sacred body, a primal energy surged within him, making his body as if wound up like a clock. He could essentially recover every half hour. Given such remarkable recuperative abilities, how could the diligent Lin Bulang afford to waste time? Chapter 27. A second flourish with a resounding thud. Lin Bulang forcefully kicked open the door to Lu Qingyi's chamber, the tremendous noise instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding servants. Moments earlier, Lin Bulang had carried Lu Qingyi in his arms, a guardian escorting a stunning woman, an enchanting pair that inevitably stirred envy among onlookers. As they entered the room, one servant discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, such a beautiful woman. When will I ever have the chance to sleep with someone like her? If you become a guard, you can choose from any woman you desire, even if you have peculiar tastes. Another servant chimed in. Brother, your preferences are rather unique. TSK, if this gets out, be careful you don't end up regretting it. Indeed, I heard there's a guard on our peak with similar inclinations. Oh no, he is an equal opportunity lover. The servant who had spoken earlier turned pale. Stop joking around. I was just kidding. Nevertheless, that woman was truly breathtaking. I've had my eye on her for quite some time, yet I've been too timid to make a move. Alas, but what a pity she is blind. What's wrong with that? Next time, just knock on her door at midnight and say, "My lady, do not make a sound. It's Lin the Guardian." Ha! After gently placing Lu Qingyi on the bed, Lin Bulang positioned himself by the door, listening intently to the murmurs outside. His ostentatious display was intentionally designed to provoke gossip. He longed for word of this escapade to reach the palace guard's ears. Lu Qingyi slightly raised her head, evidently puzzled by Lin Bulang's behavior. Just the other day, they had conspired to remain discreet and avoid detection. Why had he suddenly become so brazen? Even if he truly assumed the role of captain of the guards, her own identity remained sensitive, closely tied to the secret treasure, the Tianju. After eavesdropping for a few moments, Lin Bulang returned to the bedside. There is a matter on which I must impose upon you, he said, taking a seat on the edge of the bed and briefly outlining his plan. Last time, we framed Guard Gong, but Fairy Hongye no longer believes that tale. This time, framing the palace guards might be a tad excessive. A look of concern crossed Lu Qingyi's face. Throughout the entire plan, Lin Bulang had not once mentioned Su Baizhi. His audacious display was merely a strategy to lure the serpent from its lair. When the day of reckoning arrived, Lin Bulang could not afford to be present. Fairy Hongye hardly supervises the guards and would never stoop to inquire among the servants. Thus today's events, with Su Baizhi as a shield, would remain concealed from her ears. However, if Lu Qingyi were to be harmed while Lin Bulang was present, their relationship would be irrevocably exposed. Therefore, it was imperative for Su Baizhi to take the forefront. I shall not directly involve myself in this matter. Others will act when the time comes. Additionally, I am uneasy about providing you with the turtle breath pill. After all, the palace guards possess formidable strength at the 5th stage of body refinement. If you are not careful, you could easily find yourself in mortal peril. Thus, we must enhance your abilities to at least match his. You, must endure some hardships. The most significant distinction between Lu Qingyi and Shun Chaner lies in Shun Chaner's exceptional stamina. As long as she refrains from employing the electric light poison dragon drill, that young lady can endure 3 or 4 rigorous training sessions in a single day. In contrast, Lu Qingyi would be begging for mercy in less than half an hour. Today, is the goal to elevate to the 5th stage of body refinement? Lu Qingyi was immediately taken aback, covering her small mouth in shock at the anticipated inhumane torment that awaited her, her legs instinctively tensing up. Time is of the essence. Let us commence without delay. Lin Bulang swiftly pushed Lu Qingyi down onto the bed and pulled over the thin blanket. Previously, it had been Lu Qingyi who took the initiative, but now, suddenly countered by Lin Bulang, all her prior mental preparations crumbled in an instant. Feeling her delicate form pinned beneath Lin Bulang, her heart raced uncontrollably. When the initiative is no longer in one's hands, the experience of mutual cultivation transforms entirely. My dear husband, be gentle, for today may take quite some time, and I fear I may not endure. Lu Qingyi obediently closed her eyes, her small hands anxiously gripping the edge of the bed. Before she could finish her words, her eyes widened in shock, and with a sharp crack, her pristine fingers dug deep into the wooden bed frame. At that moment, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by a singular thought. My heavens, what was that? Indeed. Within half an hour, Lu Qingyi had become a puddle of exhaustion, utterly defeated upon the bed. Lin Bulang gently reached out, confirming that her strength had ascended to the 5th stage of body refinement, neither a bit more nor less. Husband, that is enough, Lu Qingyi weakly pleaded. No, I remain unconvinced. Lin Bulang decisively shook his head. No. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi was instantly thrown into a state of panic, summoning all her strength to resist, which felt merely like a tickle to Lin Bulang. Thus, they embarked upon the second round. Another half hour passed. Lin Bulang took a deep breath and rose from the bed, feeling invigorated and utterly free of fatigue. He had long since reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, and continued cultivation would further enhance his physique with the accumulating spiritual energy. However, this refinement of spiritual energy could not be directly manifested in terms of strength. This phase is termed body opening. Had it not been for Su Baiji stealthily acquiring the Xian Huang Ju for Lin Bulang, he would have been oblivious to such a pathway. In simple terms, progressing from the body refinement phase to the artifact forging phase hinges on establishing a solid foundation. This foundation refers to body opening. The so-called 9th stage of body refinement signifies the enhancement of bodily functions to the brink of human capability through the refinement of spiritual energy. In this state, Lin Bulang nearly possessed the strength of Tyson, the speed of Bolt, the muscular intensity of Bruce Lee, and twice the reaction speed of Peak Faker. However, reaching this stage merely marks the true beginning of body refinement. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement and commencing the process of body differentiation, subsequent cultivation involves the absorption of all spiritual energy to nourish the Dantian, thus laying the groundwork for entering the Qi refinement stage. As the Dantian receives this spiritual nourishment, its size gradually expands. In a state of internal observation, a normal Dantian typically measures about the size of a palm. Following body differentiation, the diameter of the Dantian can increase to the size of 2 or even 3 palms. Although this increase in diameter may seem modest, the capacity to contain spiritual energy multiplies exponentially. The Xian Huang Ju states that outer disciples of this sect must at least expand their Dantian to the size of 3 palms before they can enter the Qi refinement stage. This process often requires 5 years or even several decades. Once one enters the Qi refinement stage, each minor phase necessitates a breakthrough against bottlenecks, with progressively more spiritual energy required as one advances. If an ordinary person is unaware of this principle, and their Dantian is only the size of a palm, even if they swiftly enter the Qi refinement stage, they may only manage to break through to the 4th or 5th stage due to the inadequate capacity of their Dantian, making further progress exceedingly difficult. A Dantian of 2 palms might allow a breakthrough to the 6th or 7th stage. To cultivate to the 9th stage in Qi refinement and subsequently challenge the foundation establishment realm, a Dantian of at least 3 palms is essential. Through recent cultivation, Lin Bulang's Dantian has absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy, currently measuring just over 1 palm, at most 1 2/10 of a palm. Thus, the aspiration to cultivate to a dantian of at least 3 palms appears to be a distant dream. It is no wonder that the Xian Huangju refers to the body differentiation stage as the stagnation of the dantian phase. This is not merely stagnation. It is a trial far more arduous than enduring a physical discomfort. Lin Bulang tidied himself up briefly before departing from the servant quarters. Having sustained injuries recently, he was momentarily free from his duties, allowing him the opportunity to stroll about the peak. Previously, Guard Gung was responsible not only for matters concerning the mine, but also for a far more significant task, the foundry, within the entire servant peak. Whether it be as small as needles and scissors or as large as axes and hoes, even the guard swords, everything forged from iron originated from the foundry. This is precisely why Guard Gong wished to retain Guard Gung's responsibilities. To control the foundry is tantamount to holding the very lifeblood of production for the entire servant peak. Now, Lin Bulang was preparing to wander into the foundry to seek an opportunity to mix in with the refined iron pellets he had crafted, aiming to forge himself a more suitable weapon. Just as he found his way to the foundry, he was met with a cacophony of furious voices emanating from its entrance. What sort of work is this? How is one supposed to use this? Are you trying to endanger us? It breaks upon first use, shatters at the slightest touch. It's as fragile as paper. Is this truly iron? I could find a stone on the road that performs better than this. Have you cut corners? Upon hearing those last words, Lin Bulang's heart sank suddenly. Trouble was brewing. Lin Bulang hastily strode forward and, upon a swift glance, beheld several backpacks on the ground, filled to the brim with an assortment of substandard tools, some broken and others damaged. Should the quality of these tools compromise the production of the entire servant peak, the golden belt he had just acquired would undoubtedly be at stake. No, something was amiss. Chapter 28. My pure fabrication. The affairs of the foundry had always been under the stewardship of Guard Gong. It was inconceivable that the artisans could be so negligent, nor that an entire batch of goods would consist of defective products. During his tenure working under Guard Gong, Lin Bulang frequently visited the foundry, acquiring a modicum of insight into its clandestine operations. Ordinarily, the foundry was responsible for supplying tools and weapons to the entire servant's peak, meticulously recording each forging session, documenting the quantity of iron ore extracted from the warehouse, the number of tools crafted, and the weapons produced. While the numerical records could not be falsified, the quality could certainly be manipulated. Thus, it became customary for every batch dispatched to contain 1 or 2 inferior items, and at times, the audacity reached the point of 4 or 5 defective products. The residual scrap metal was either clandestinely sold to other peaks in dire need of, or surreptitiously forged into small items such as daggers and brass knuckles. Although the possession of weapons by the servants was ostensibly prohibited, who among them would not desire some means of self-defense? After all, the more tumultuous the environment, the greater the demand for force and weaponry. As the number of individuals wielding weapons increased, so too did the fervent need for protection. A rudimentary dagger could fetch a staggering 50 servant coins, while a more concealable brass knuckle could command 80 or even 100 servant coins. The mere crafting of a single weapon could siphon off several months, if not half a year, of a servant's labor. Such was the lucrative nature of the foundry's dealings. Despite the unscrupulousness of this enterprise, the demand for the weapons produced remained insatiable. Why? Because they were a necessity within the servant's peak. This operational framework had long been established, not solely by the Yao Yao 9 servant's peak, but by all such peaks. Guard Gung and his cohort had merely adopted these advanced practices from elsewhere. Consequently, every consignment of tools inevitably included 1 or 2 subpar items, an unwritten rule within the circle of guards. Ultimately, they would report a natural loss. And after selling the forged items, Guard Gung would redistribute a portion of the profits among the other guards. Thus, the entire process formed a closed loop, benefiting all involved, while the servants were left to contend with inferior tools, squandering both money and effort. Upon gazing at the basket overflowing with defective items, Lin Bulang felt an inexplicable chill within, realizing that this was the handiwork of Guard Gong. Having navigated the servant's peak for many years, Guard Gong was no novice, and certainly not lacking in methods to deal with Lin Bulang. The assortment of tools before him included hoes, shovels, picks, and axes, evidently hastily assembled. Some were shrouded in a thick layer of dust, and many of the wooden handles had succumbed to rot. Even if he was aware that this was a deliberate frame-up, what could he do? With such an abundance of defective goods, should matters escalate, and with Guard Gong deceased, the blame would inevitably fall upon Lin Bulang. If Guard Gong and his allies stoked the flames further, it was conceivable that the foundry might willingly relinquish its hold. What was going on? Lin Bulang, leaning on his cane, approached with measured steps and coldly inquired. The few errand workers who had come to cause trouble immediately bent their backs upon seeing their target. Captain Lin, we are unsure who is responsible for this foundry, but the production of such a multitude of defective goods is unacceptable. If this delays the production activities of our respective teams, we cannot bear the blame. Hence, we are compelled to demand an explanation. Although the errand worker bowed his head, his face was adorned with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum, fully convinced that Lin Bulang had not noticed. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the foundry wore a look of panic and hastily fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, spare me. I had no knowledge of this. We work tirelessly at the foundry, never daring to entertain such nefarious thoughts. This pile of defective goods must have come from elsewhere. This is a blatant slander. Please, my lord, see the truth." At this moment, both parties feigned ignorance, tossing the blame back and forth, hoping to avoid responsibility. "So, this is how you wish to play it? Very well, I shall play along." With a swift motion, Lin Bulang drew his guard's ceremonial blade and pressed it against the throat of the foundry's leader. "How dare you push the blame onto others when they have come to confront you? I shall sever your foolish head." The foundry leader, also an errand worker but previously a sycophant to Guard Gong, recognized Lin Bulang. His earlier display of authority was merely an act. Upon seeing Lin Bulang's seriousness, he trembled in fear. "Captain Lin, please spare me. I have never treated you poorly during your visits to the foundry. Is that so? You have not mistreated me because you have never deigned to acknowledge my presence." Lin Bulang replied with a cold smile. The foundry leader was momentarily taken aback. "What? How did I confess my guilt? Ah, I see you have fallen into my trap." Without granting the man any opportunity for defense, Lin Bulang swung his blade. A clean strike severed the head, which rolled to Lin Bulang's feet like a round watermelon. You all heard him. This traitor embezzled iron ore and lined his pockets. When I discovered his misdeeds, he begged for mercy, and without consideration for past ties, I executed him on the spot. Take this head back to report. With a swift kick, Lin Bulang sent the severed head flying towards the errand workers, landing before them. The errand workers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "What? Did you not hear clearly? Shall I assist you by severing another head to wash your ears in the river?" Lin Bulang's expression turned icy. "Captain Lin, at this rate, we fear we cannot fulfill our duties." One of the subordinates lamented. Indeed, it was merely the act of taking a life, without any evidence. Lin Bulang replied with a faint smile. "No evidence, you say? Very well. Inform your master not to force my hand. The ledger that Guard Gong possesses is right here with me. Should those old matters be unearthed, none would escape unscathed." With that, Lin Bulang lifted his garment and patted the golden belt around his waist. "Let them ponder over this severed head. I possess a golden belt." Well, what do they have? The expressions of the subordinates shifted dramatically, and they could only retreat in trepidation, clutching the head as they returned to report. Phew! Watching the subordinates flee, Lin Bulang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The so-called ledger was nothing but a fabrication of his own imagination. However, he possessed the golden belt, the means to stake his claim at this gambling table, while they had merely their own lives to wager. Did they dare gamble against Lin Bulang? They did not. Amid the commotion, the laborers of the foundry had long since gathered to observe. Upon witnessing Lin Bulang's decisive action, they appeared as frightened as quail, hardly daring to breathe. With a life lost, what more was there to see? "Where's Foreman Li? Bring him here, and awaken those on break. I intend to appoint a new head for the foundry." Upon hearing Lin Bulang's command, the group of laborers seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily dispersing in every direction. In a mere 10 minutes, around 30 laborers had assembled, all bare-chested and robust, wielding hammers or half-finished tools, giving the impression that they were preparing for a brawl. "Captain Lin, what are your orders?" From the throng emerged an elderly man, drenched in sweat. This was Foreman Li, laborer number 7764. Of course, the number 119 did not possess such a high laborer designation. This old man had been transferred from another labor peak as a skilled blacksmith and had remained after aiding in the establishment of the foundry. 90% of the blacksmiths in the foundry were trained under him, earning him great respect, and Guard Gung had even granted him permission to use his real name, a considerable honor among laborers. However, when Lin Bulang was merely a lowly laborer, he had aspired to learn the craft at the foundry, but was dismissed by Foreman Li for being too clumsy and lame. Having just executed the former head, Foreman Li was undoubtedly anxious, fearing Lin Bulang might harbor resentment and turn against him as well. "Do not be anxious," Lin Bulang chuckled, patting the old man's shoulder. "I have no ill intent. I merely wish to entrust the management of this foundry to you. What say you?" Chapter 29, Expanding and Strengthening Awe. Li Gong was momentarily taken aback, his weary old eyes widening in confusion as he rubbed them vigorously. "Captain Lin, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that." "If you didn't hear clearly, you should clean your ears, not rub your eyes," Lin Bulang chided playfully, eliciting a wave of laughter from those present. "I thought I had mistaken the person. How could our auxiliary peak have such benevolent guards?" Li Gong's face flushed with embarrassment as he spoke candidly. Indeed, to ascend to the role of a leader, one must offer some benefits to the guards, or it would merely be a dream. The sudden arrival of such a significant advantage left Li Gong utterly bewildered. "I am saying that you will henceforth be the head of the foundry. Do you understand now?" Lin Bulang reiterated. Li Gong trembled slightly, then abruptly slapped his thigh and looked up at the sky, his expression a curious mixture of desire and resentment, interlaced with hope. "Captain Lin, it's not that I am unwilling to take on this task. It's just that. State your demands. Go ahead," Lin Bulang replied straightforwardly. He held great trust in Li Gong, as he had mentored nearly everyone in the foundry, and he was not one to harbor ulterior motives. In his later years, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the welfare of these young men. Li Gong hesitated. He had initially intended to decline the offer, for if he were to truly become the head of the foundry, his hands would inevitably become sullied with the filth of the trade. Li Gong embodied the essence of the older generation of skilled workers, possessing a certain pride and stubbornness. "Captain Lin, let me be frank. I cannot engage in those sordid affairs." By sordid affairs, Li Gong naturally referred to cutting corners, embezzling ores, and the manufacture of weapons for sale. While cutting corners was not inherently frightening, what concerned Li Gong was the thought that every life lost in the auxiliary peak would weigh heavily on his conscience. "No, you not only must engage in it, but you must also assist me in expanding and strengthening it to achieve new heights." Lin Bulang's expression turned stern, and he applied pressure rather than offering encouragement. Li Gong's face fell, his initial belief that Lin Bulang would differ from the other guards shattered, revealing a man willing to exercise authority for his own benefit. "If that's the case, then perhaps you should just end me. I've lived long enough anyway," he muttered softly. Lin Bulang did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze toward the 30 or so men behind him. The foundry required physical labor, and in a place like Lingyang's sect, rich in spiritual energy, one would expect their cultivation to progress rapidly. Yet, this group of men remained stagnant at the second and third stages of physical training. The reason for this phenomenon was glaringly obvious: poor nutrition. Subsisting on porridge and steamed buns while laboring in the forge, they had survived solely on the vitality provided by the mountain's spiritual energy. "Li Gong, do not be too hasty in your refusal. As long as you agree, I assure you that the foundry workers will have at least one meal of salted meat porridge each week, with an ample supply of rice and flour." "Really? Did I hear that correctly?" In an instant, the 30-odd men became fervently excited, their hearts swelling with gratitude and admiration for Lin Bulang. "That is salted meat porridge. An abundance of rice and flour. It feels like a dream come true. Only those who have toiled in heavy labor can truly comprehend the body's desperate craving for oil and salt." Master Li, a blacksmith with decades of experience, certainly grasped the significance of this promise. In that moment, his words nearly determined the quality of life for the 30-plus individuals behind him, and the weight of responsibility surged within him. "Furthermore, we need to revise the molds for crafting daggers and finger tigers. Daggers and finger tigers should be as thin and fragile as possible, ideally designed to break after a single use." Upon hearing this, Master Li and the other workers exchanged glances, astonished that they were being asked to cut corners again. The previously jubilant laborers immediately began to curse inwardly. "What a rogue. This man is even more deceitful than Guard Gung. I thought he was genuinely benevolent, but it seems he merely wishes to buy our loyalty." Of course, The prices for our finger tigers and daggers will be reduced to 10 laborer coins and 5 laborer coins respectively. Our goal is to ensure that every laborer at Labor Peak has access to a dagger. What? The price slashed to a mere tenth of the original? That's astonishingly inexpensive. Isn't that akin to establishing a charity? This wave of revelations left the simple-minded laborers utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether Lin Bulang was a benevolent benefactor or a scheming villain. Master Li, having lived several decades longer than these young men, was more experienced. After reflecting on Lin Bulang's words, he posed a question. Captain Lin, are you perhaps planning to confiscate all privately owned weapons at Labor Peak? Lin Bulang immediately gave him a thumbs up. You guessed half of it correctly. I do not intend to confiscate, but rather to exchange old for new. I believe that most laborers purchase daggers solely for self-defense, with only a few intending to harm others. As long as the daggers in everyone's possession are single-use items, we can ensure both safety and peace of mind. In a moment, prepare several barrels at the foundry entrance to collect old daggers. Then, find a few individuals to spread the word. 3 days from now, the guard captain will commence random inspections throughout the peak. Anyone found in possession of hidden weapons will face severe consequences. Now, the only question remaining is whether you, Master Li, can handle the task of designing such specialized daggers, as it will undoubtedly pose some challenges. Upon hearing this, Master Li's expression turned serious, his demeanor reflecting respect. I report to Captain Lin. This task Li shall undertake with utmost dedication, willing to brave fire and water to see it through. This is the first time Master Li has engaged in a task requiring cut corners, and yet he is filled with fervor. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Bulang was immediately pleased, realizing that this maneuver would undoubtedly garner him the admiration of everyone at the foundry. In due time, he would seize the opportunity to have Master Li personally forge for him a magnificent sword infused with exquisite iron. It was surely a matter of no great difficulty. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, within the imposing courtyard of the palace guards, Guard Gong and Guard Chun engaged in a game of chess with calm demeanor. Brother Gong, our move is indeed ruthless. Those few crates of inferior tools will surely terrify that lad. Ha! Alas, we will miss the splendid expression on his face when he arrives at the foundry. Guard Gong replied with a cold snort. Today serves merely as a warning. The Fairy of Red Leaves is absent from the peak these days. Otherwise, we would have gone directly to her to lodge a complaint. Instead of entangling ourselves in such trouble, let this lad frolic for a few more days. Once the fairy returns, you and I shall await the sight of him kneeling before her in supplication. Guard Chen immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother Gong, your foresight is commendable. When that lad is ousted from his position as captain of the guards, I shall undoubtedly support your ascension. He chuckled darkly. Once I become the captain of the guards, that lad's nightmares shall truly commence. Watch closely, General. Guard Gong, with a face full of satisfaction, maneuvered his cannon behind the horse, effectively sealing off Guard Chen's path. Brother Gong's chess skills are remarkable, and his strategies are exquisite. I fear I shall never surpass him. Just as the two were reveling in laughter, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. This is bad. Guard Gong, we have a serious situation. The frantic knocking reverberated as a lackey stationed at the courtyard door hastily opened it. A figure stumbled in, and in a moment of clumsiness, kicked the door, causing the head he held in his hands to fly outwards. Chapter 30. Live authentically, the severed head arced gracefully through the air, crashing onto the chessboard with a resounding thud, splattering blood upon the two guards, Gong and Chun, who were engrossed in their game. This head belonged to none other than the former manager of the foundry. What on earth is happening? Chun, transfixed by the lifeless gaze of the head, stammered in disbelief. A servant scrambled to his feet, hurriedly recounting the events that had transpired. Following closely behind were a few other servants, who carelessly tossed several baskets of inferior tools into the courtyard. The expressions on Gong and Chen's faces darkened simultaneously. Lin, the guard, had previously been a subordinate to Gong, and now that he had risen to power, he might very well have discovered the ledger. Chun seethed with indignation, primarily because he had not anticipated Gong's meticulousness in keeping accounts. You old fox, Gong. To think you would resort to such underhanded tactics. Even in death, the matter is not resolved. You have left evidence in the hands of outsiders. You truly deserve to perish. The cunning Gong, ever calculating for his own safety, had indeed executed such a move. What a brilliant strategy, now utterly ruined. With a furious blow, Gong smashed his fist down upon the chessboard, shattering it along with the table in an instant. What shall we do now, Gong? Chan, of simple mind, was not in a position to offer any guidance. What else can we do? We must devise another plan. Gong raised his voice, his own frustration boiling over. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside, causing Chun to jump to his feet in alarm, drawing his guard's sword. What now? Every day is filled with calamity. I shall deal with you rascals. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he was met with the sight of several servants carrying a door panel, upon which lay a familiar face, Zhou Mei. Chen's heart sank. Who had the audacity to harm Gong's woman? Was this not an affront to Gong's very honor? What is happening? Gong, upon noticing Chen's sudden silence, rose to his feet, only to witness Zhou Mei's lifeless body being brought to the entrance. At that moment, his expression shifted from crimson to ebony, and then to pallor. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared, Lin, I will not let this go. Undoubtedly, among all the servants, only Lin Bulang would dare to touch Zhou Mei. As dusk fell, Lin Bulang returned to his modest courtyard, the sun sinking behind the western mountains. Upon his arrival, Shin Chaner, delighted to see him, emerged with a platter of fruit, smiling as if seeking a reward. My lord, look. Today, while wandering in the mountains, I discovered a few fruit trees, and the fruits are exceptionally sweet. On the plate lay plums and peaches, wild fruits that, though diminutive in size, were strikingly vibrant in their red hue. Lin Bulang casually plucked one and took a bite, a wave of refreshing sweetness cascading down his throat, an unexpected rush of happiness swelling within him. He recalled the year he first arrived at the servants' peak. There was another servant who had dared to pick a wild fruit in the mountains, only to be caught by a guard and subsequently dragged down the mountain to meet a brutal fate. At the servants' peak, everything from the fruits on the trees to the fish in the river, down to the smallest blade of grass or flower, belonged to the peak. And the servants themselves were considered mere property. Did they possess the right to enjoy these resources? Absolutely not. Every year, countless servants risked their lives to fish in the rivers or climb trees for fruit, only to meet tragic ends at the hands of the guards. Yet now, he finally had the right to openly enjoy all that the mountains had to offer. After 3 years, he had finally transformed into a semblance of a person. But for Lin Bulang, this was still insufficient. Above him loomed the shadow of the Scarlet Leaf Fairy. His life remained firmly in someone else's grasp. This was unacceptable. Lin Bulang set his sights on a goal. At the very least, he aspired to become an outer disciple of the Lingyang sect, to rise as a peak master. However, currently, his aptitude was far from remarkable, and his cultivation was negligible. How could he possibly ascend from a mere servant to the rank of outer disciple? Was it strength he needed? Opportunity? The question was exceedingly complex, and at this moment, Lin Bulang had yet to find an answer. Perhaps he would need to seek counsel. These fruits are for consuming at home. Do not take them out to share with others, Lin Bulang cautioned. Setting aside the fruit pit with a serious tone, it could be deadly. Shin Chaner instantly felt a shiver of understanding at his words. With Lin Bulang's protection, her small courtyard felt like a paradise removed from the world. The low walls effectively shielded her from the tumultuous outside. Compared to the other servants who toiled relentlessly each day, her life was nothing short of blissful. All of this was due to the Lord's generosity, not to mention the affection he showered upon her. Yes, Chaner understood, my lord. Shin Chaner responded playfully, immediately picking up a pear to peel for Lin Bulang. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the courtyard wall. A towering earthen barrier was suddenly toppled by an overwhelming force, revealing a 1-meter wide opening. Not far from there stood the gate. Were they looking for trouble? Lin Bulang lifted his gaze, immediately spotting a dozen servants pouring in, encircling the small courtyard, followed closely by the guards Gong and Chun, who charged in with palpable hostility. Oh, are they truly desperate enough to leap over the wall? Lin Bulang raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly accepting the pair from Shin Chaner. Gong and Chin guards, is it so late that you come to report on your tasks? Next time, remember to use the gate for reporting. Breaking my wall will necessitate compensation. Compensation? It is you who will owe. Without a moment's hesitation, Chin the guard brandished his knife and declared, once you have compensated for the life of your dog, we shall duly recompense your wall. The sound of the blade echoed ominously. Lin Bulang, seemingly unfazed, sank his teeth into a pear, its juices bursting forth. The palace guard, suppressing his mounting fury, narrowed his eyes and spoke with a hint of menace. Captain Lin, you have taken one of my men. Surely, an explanation is in order. If you willingly surrender your golden belt, I may choose to overlook this matter. With the golden belt firmly in his possession, Lin Bulang understood that should they dare to act against him, it would be tantamount to defying the illustrious Hongya fairy. Thus, their pursuit of the belt would drive them to theft, deceit, or even violence. Meanwhile, the palace guard had dispatched someone to locate Su Baiji. With her testimony, confirming that Lin Bulang had voluntarily relinquished the golden belt as compensation, the guard would then exact revenge on Lin Bulang, and everything would unfold seamlessly. An explanation? What is your status? What is your standing that grants you the right to demand an explanation from me? And a golden belt? With your barrel-like waist, do you truly believe you could even wear it? Lin Bulang scoffed, delivering a barrage of biting sarcasm that left the palace guard trembling with rage. Arrogant, utterly insufferable. Just half a day into his role as captain of the guards, and he already deemed them insignificant. Since Captain Lin is unwilling to cooperate, we shall take matters into our own hands. Attack. Smash it to pieces. Chapter 31. The headman may depart upon hearing the order. The subordinates promptly prepared to take action. Although the news of Lin Bulang's appointment as the captain of the guard had circulated by afternoon, the local officials wielded more authority than mere rumors. They were still beholden to the whims of Gong and Chun, their loyalty unwavering. In no time, the small courtyard was filled with the cacophony of smashing pottery and clattering utensils. My lord, these items were received upon being appointed as provisional guards. Though they are trifling possessions, Shinchanger is inherently frugal. Witnessing their destruction is indeed disheartening. Fear not. The more they destroy, the more I revel in it. Lin Bulang reassured with a smile. If they did not vandalize, how could he later extort them? After all, he had over 30 mouths to feed at the foundry, all relying on him. After a flurry of destruction, the courtyard resembled a battlefield, yet Lin Bulang remained composed and unflustered. Is it over? What comes next? He shrugged off his outer garment, revealing a shimmering golden belt. If you possess the audacity, come and seize it. Refrain from these futile antics. Seeing that Lin Bulang was utterly unfazed, Gong and Chun exchanged glances and then, with ferocity, declared, Captain Lin, it seems you are as obstinate as ever, refusing to relent until faced with dire consequences. If you are unwilling to surrender the golden belt, we shall have to compel you. Just as they advanced menacingly, a sharp voice pierced the air. What is the meaning of this? The moment my master departs, you plot insurrection? As the words echoed, Su Baiji entered with a frosty demeanor, her expression darkening further at the sight of the chaos. She had not yet returned to the peak. Her residence was merely a few minutes away, allowing her to arrive promptly. Gong and Chun breathed a sigh of relief at her arrival. They had no intention of engaging in outright confrontation. Miss Baiji, we are not instigating rebellion. We are merely expressing our grievances. Captain Lin has overstepped his bounds, brutally slaying the female companion of Gong. It was tacitly accepted that guards had relationships. However, such matters were not to be aired publicly, for every guard had a maid assigned to them. Slaughtering subordinates? Have you never taken a life before? Friends? Does Gong also have subordinate friends? Su Baiji's cold demeanor intensified, laced with sarcasm and mockery as she retorted. You come here to wreak havoc over the death of a mere subordinate. Yet Lin Bulang is now the captain of the guard. You two are committing an act of insubordination. Her words sent a shiver down their spines. She was acutely aware that the deceased was Gong's woman, yet she spoke with such indifference, effortlessly absolving Lin Bulang of blame. Miss Baiji, this is not right. Taking a life demands recompense. Captain Lin inexplicably killed a servant. The palace guard hurried to defend himself. Does a servant's life even count as a life? Let alone a mere servant. Your lives are of no consequence in my eyes. Furthermore, Lin, as the captain of the guards, is not to be questioned for taking the life of a lowly servant. Even if he were to slay a guard, I would refrain from inquiry, for my masteress will prevails in all matters. Su Baiji stepped forward, casting a glance at the blade in the palace guard's hand, seemingly reminding him that Lin Bulang was appointed by the Red Leaf Fairy, beyond her own influence. The guard's hand trembled, whether from anger or fear, and he reluctantly sheathed his sword, with Chun, the other guard, following suit. In that instant, the atmosphere was firmly suppressed by Su Baiji. Although the sycophantic servants were the targets of scorn, they felt no sense of injustice. Who is Su Baiji? She is the personal maid of the Red Leaf Fairy. The steadfast Baiji, the transient guards, and the worthless servants. What could a guard possibly be in Su Baiji's eyes? Merely an elevated hound. The servants failed to grasp the underlying meaning, but the palace guard and Qin did. Su Baiji was evidently biased towards Lin Bulang, yet they could not retaliate against someone of his status as captain. Creak, creak. The palace guard gripped the hilt of his sword, astonished that he had summoned Su Baiji for mediation, only to end up with a stone crushing his own foot, just as Chun was about to interject. The palace guard raised a hand to stop him, whispering, "Enough, it is clear we shall not attain justice today. Since Miss Baiji has spoken thus, we must seek our own retribution. He has slain my woman, I shall slay his." Previously, the servant who carried Zhou Mei had already clarified the situation. Lin Bulang killed Zhou Mei because she had threatened another female servant, and afterward, he was seen protecting that very servant as they departed, indicating a profound connection between them. Upon returning tonight, we, the brothers of the guard, shall inquire of our women about the identity of the female servant that Captain Lin protected today. Tomorrow, I shall take her life. A glint of malice flickered in the palace guard's eyes. Then he released his sword and bowed towards Su Baiji. "You are correct, Miss Baiji. We have made a mountain out of a molehill. Later this evening, I shall summon people to assist Captain Lin in repairing the courtyard walls and procure some new supplies to replace his." With that, the palace guard turned to leave. "Wait." Lin Bulang suddenly stood, bending to pick up a shard of a broken earthenware bowl. "This bowl was painstakingly selected by me. Its quality and craftsmanship are exceptional, and after such long use, I have grown attached to it. You think you can just shatter it and replace it with a new one? Absolutely not. I demand compensation. That pot, that basin, that basket, and that chamber pot, all must be accounted for. The courtyard remains, where yesterday I planted seedlings of watermelon, winter melon, and pumpkin in the corner." Lin Bulang, while gesturing, counted with his fingers, swiftly calculating the entirety of the yard, what he painstakingly selected. Most of the items in this courtyard were delivered by Su Baiji's servants. The seedlings he mentioned were clearly just a heap of weeds. Observing Lin Bulang's shameless antics, Su Baiji couldn't help but chuckle, deciding to cross her arms and enjoy the spectacle. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The palace guard turned in shock, still reeling from the murder of his old acquaintance, and hadn't he even broached the matter of feelings with you yet? After just a few days of using the bowl, you dare to speak of affection? Moreover, these items are hardly worth a few coins. How dare he? The palace guard clenched his teeth, glancing at the smugly gleeful Su Baiji, and then at the seriously earnest Lin Bulang. "Having said that, how many servant coins do you want? It is better to avoid trouble. Having invited such a biased Su Baiji, it would be wiser to hastily spend money and flee, lest further complications arise. After all, tomorrow this lad will be the one crying." Lin Bulang leisurely extended 5 fingers. Without hesitation, the palace guard fished out 5 servant coins from his belt and slammed them heavily onto the table before Lin Bulang. "Here you go." "Wait a moment, palace guard. Who told you it was 5 servant coins? It's 500. Lin Bulang firmly grasped the palace guard's hand, which was about to retract, and displayed a benevolent smile. 500. Are you not attempting to extort me? 500 servant coins could buy the entire courtyard." Hearing this, the palace guard was so startled he nearly jumped. Meanwhile, the expression of the palace guard shifted dramatically. Upon hearing the astronomical figure of 500, the palace guard wanted to retract his hand in anger. But despite straining with all his might, his arm remained immobile. Lin Bulang's grip felt as unyielding as iron. With the palace guard's strength at the 5th stage of body refinement, he found himself utterly unable to resist. What is happening? Could it be that his cultivation has reached the 6th stage of body refinement, like Su Baiji? No, that's impossible. Just a few days ago, he was only at the 2nd or 3rd stage. At that moment, Lin Bulang's devilish voice rang out once more. "Miss Baiji, do you think the life of the palace guard is worth 500 servant coins? Alas, if the palace guard truly cannot produce the money, I shall not press him. After all, we shall be colleagues in the future, seeing each other often. I am generally quite magnanimous. How about this, palace guard? If you leave your head behind, you may go free." Chapter 32. The special elixir. Is it possible to just leave with a head? Like walking sideways? Listen, is this even human language? The palace guard's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, feeling as though his wrist was clamped in a vice, painfully constricted. It seemed that without paying today, there would be no escape. At this moment, the palace guard no longer hoped that Su Baiji would stand up for him with even a few words of justice. He could only swallow his grievances in silence. 500 miscellaneous coins were indeed an exorbitant amount, and he could not possibly produce such a sum all at once. No worries, you can pay in installments. This 500 miscellaneous coins will be considered a loan from me. I'll give you 3 days to prepare, but since I am lending it to you, a bit of interest wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? After 3 days, you can return me 700 miscellaneous coins, principal and interest included. Another 200 increase. The palace guard turned away with a grim expression and, trembling, addressed Chun, the other guard. Chun, go back and fetch the money. After years of experience, he could indeed manage to gather 500 miscellaneous coins. However, it was truly bitter to lose 500 coins when he had merely come seeking trouble. Frustrated, Chun stamped his feet in place, ultimately letting out a long sigh before turning back to retrieve the money. Before long, the 500 miscellaneous coins were accounted for. Watching the disgruntled departure of the 2 guards, Lin Bulang cheerfully counted the coins in his hands, waving and calling out, "Take care, gentlemen. Do come and visit again. Look at your smug little face." Su Baiji teased, suppressing her laughter, then inquired, "But how did you manage to kill Zhou Mei? Aren't you afraid of completely severing ties with them?" Lin Bulang tossed the pouch of miscellaneous coins to Shun Chan, smiling as he replied, "Having risen from a mere lowly servant to the position of guard captain in such a short time, I am already a thorn in their side. Do I still care about severing ties? Since we must act, we might as well do so decisively. This will only benefit the future management of the Servant's Peak." Upon hearing his words, admiration bloomed further in Su Baiji's eyes. "Since you're here, why not stay for a meal before leaving?" Shinchan collected the pouch and began tidying the courtyard to prepare for cooking. "Your kitchenware is shattered to bits, Captain Lin. Your invitation seems rather insincere." Su Baiji observed Lin Bulang glancing between her and Shinchan, discerning his ulterior motives. He clearly wished to keep her there for dinner. Perhaps even to test the pleasures of a shared life with 2 maidens and 1 man. Never mind, nightfall is approaching, and I must return to the peak to guard the estate for my master, lest any nefarious intruders attempt to steal. After all, within my master's residence. Just after entering, turning left past the corridor, the 3rd room directly across from the 2nd entrance holds a treasure trove of valuable items. Well, why not just draw a map for me? Su Baiji's frustration was palpable, her irritation almost tangible, as Lin Bulang noted her demeanor without reservation. After bidding farewell to Su Baiji, Lin Bulang began to contemplate a visit to the summit the following day. The previous night, after enduring relentless torment, Chaner finally relented, compelling the 2 to momentarily cease their endeavors and recuperate. Early the next morning, Lin Bulang savored the nourishing rice porridge prepared by Chaner before setting off down the mountain. Typically, merchants arrive at the peak early, eager to journey to the next location, often departing by 3 or 5 in the afternoon. Given the discretion surrounding the purchase of the turtle resting pill, Lin Bulang deemed it prudent to make his transaction during the quieter morning hours. Before his departure, Lin Bulang almost emptied his entire collection of miscellaneous coins, weighing in at over 1,000, which provided him with a newfound awareness of the burdens that accompany wealth. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted a clearing where 3 imposing camels lay in a triangular formation. Surrounding them were several laborers hastily assembling stalls and tents for their market setup. Camels are considered low-level spirit beasts, cultivated by various sects. An adult camel is roughly the size of an elephant. The females possess special pouches on their sides and abdomen, ideal for carrying items, while the males, slightly smaller, are primarily used for transporting goods or clearing land. The diverse resources produced by each labor peak necessitate the presence of these merchants to consolidate goods for sale at other peaks. Within the Lingyang sect, the existence of miscellaneous coins is underpinned by a comprehensive economic system. The items produced by laborers are collected in a central warehouse and sold to merchants, with the proceeds deposited into the peak's treasury for daily expenses and maintenance. Merchants, in turn, are required to remit 90% of their acquired goods to the sect, which are then utilized by outer and inner disciples and other personnel, while surplus items can be sold to the outside world for various resources. The remaining 10% allows merchants to set up stalls at various labor peaks, selling to laborers and guards with the aim of recouping their miscellaneous coins. Selling these items alone would not suffice for swift recovery, prompting merchants to also offer rare and high-end products, such as healing potions and low-level cultivation elixirs. Albeit at exorbitant prices, Lin Bulang had previously learned that the healing ointment, commonly available to outer disciples like the Red Leaf Fairy, could command a price of 200 miscellaneous coins, while the more advanced Black Jade healing ointment was priced at a staggering 1,000 coins. At present, Lin Bulang was uncertain whether his funds would suffice to procure a turtle resting pill. As he approached, the laborers at the stall immediately welcomed him. Recognizing that he donned the attire of a guard, who were generally far wealthier than the average labor disciple. Esteemed guardian, may I inquire as to what you wish to purchase? Our stall has yet to be fully established. Perhaps you might consider waiting for a moment? I seek some special elixirs. Although it was still early, a handful of eager attendants had gathered, keen on selecting some exquisite items. Observing this, Lin Bulang could only edge closer and murmur softly. The attendant responsible for sales immediately donned a polite, yet somewhat awkward smile, recognizing the enigmatic demeanor of Lin Bulang. He promptly retrieved a small porcelain vial from his waist, delicately pinching its slender neck between his fingers and giving it a gentle shake. Esteemed sir, I possess a remarkably potent secret potion. Just a dab, and even tofu can transform into bricks. With this elixir, the conquest of 10 maidens by night is assured. Do not be deceived by the modest size of this vial. It can be utilized at least 50 times. Rest assured, I have personally experienced its efficacy. It is absolutely reliable. We are currently offering a promotional price. This vial is not 380, nor 199, but merely 99. It symbolizes your enduring and everlasting prowess. The attendant's sales pitch flowed seamlessly, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the increasingly peculiar expression adorning Lin Bulang's face. Chapter 33. You come to rob me. I do not desire such things. Lin Bulang exclaimed in disbelief. As a being of the Yin-Yang sacred body, he was far from being a mere fool. How dare they question his capabilities? The lowly attendant momentarily appeared taken aback, only to quickly don a knowing expression and approach a few steps closer. Fear not the affliction. I possess a miraculous remedy. 1 application alleviates itching, 2 applications yield results, and 3 applications grant a lifetime of unbounded joy. At last, Lin Bulang could no longer endure the affront. He seized the attendant by the collar, lifting him off the ground, and growled in a lowered voice, "Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have your tongue served as a delicacy. Summon your superior." Lin Bulang was not surprised by the sales tactics of these minor attendants within the merchant caravan, as the majority of those on the servant peak were men, and of the scant few women, most were already committed. It was only natural for such issues to arise. Over the years spent on servant peak, Lin Bulang had thoroughly witnessed the vast diversity of humanity. When confined, individuals could concoct the most absurd methods of escape. Some would bore holes in trees, others would fish in rivers, and some would even contort themselves to snatch at pigs. The mere thought of these scenarios sent a shiver down Lin Bulang's spine. Oh, I understand now. Realizing Lin Bulang's fury, the attendant shrank back in fear, swiftly fleeing the scene. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a haughty demeanor approached. His hands clasped behind his back, footsteps steady, and breath long. Clearly a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, this man was also an outer disciple. Typically, a merchant caravan would employ at least 12 guards, each possessing strength of at least the 8th stage of body refinement. After all, the sect's domain was fraught with dangers, from various demonic beasts to wandering low-level rogue cultivators, and even treacherous individuals from other sections. In such a complex environment, every merchant caravan had to appoint at least 1 outer disciple to oversee operations and provide protection. From servant peak to the merchant caravan, outer disciples represented a vital second layer of the Yin-Yang sect's foundation. The first layer, naturally, comprised the pitifully incompetent servant disciples. What elixir do you seek? The newcomer cast a glance at Lin Bulang, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Each merchant was responsible for several servant peaks in a designated area, so he was familiar with the guards on the peaks. The sudden appearance of such a young, limping stranger piqued his curiosity. I wish to procure a turtle breath pill. If you happen to possess any, Lin Bulang stated, recognizing the other as an outer disciple and thus refraining from further impertinence. The hierarchy within the Yin-Yang sect was such that an outer disciple wielded authority over guards, just as the guards held power over the attendants. To command death was as simple as a word. The turtle breath pill? That is a prohibited substance within our Yin-Yang sect. The man furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. There is no refusal, which implies there is indeed something to offer. It merely depends on whether the other party is willing to sell. The so-called forbidden medicine of the Yin-Yang sect is simply not to be casually sold to the lower ranks, and that is all. After all, this substance is of a sensitive nature. Should it circulate excessively, it could undoubtedly lead to chaos. There have been instances where lower ranks have taken the turtle resting pill to escape death, hiding away in the mountains, and upon discovery, they had already proliferated for generations, becoming quite substantial. Among them, several had even reached the early qi cultivation stage, roaming within the Yin-Yang sect, and causing considerable losses over the past decade. Rest assured, my lord, I harbor no ill intentions. My desire to procure this medicine stems from a predicament too difficult to articulate. Lin Bulang clasped his hands in reverence, inhaling deeply as if he had made a profoundly significant decision. 3 years ago, upon entering this servant peak, I was accompanied by a childhood friend of exquisite beauty. Alas, upon our arrival, she was chosen by a guard of this peak and taken into his household, enduring relentless torment and unbearable burdens, contemplating the end of her own life. Despite my numerous attempts to dissuade her and my solemn vows to rescue her from her suffering, I have endured humiliation and hardship, ultimately becoming a guard myself, yet still failing to liberate her. In that moment, Lin Bulang's face was awash with regret and self-reproach, as tears streamed down his cheeks. Choked with emotion, he nearly cried out, I truly have no other options left. My lord, I implore you, this is all my savings. Please, sell me just one pill. Just one. With that, Lin Bulang produced a pouch of servant coins, presenting it with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect. The man's brow furrowed slightly. Upon seeing that the pouch contained a mere 200 or 300 coins, he hesitated. The turtle resting pill is not unsellable, but it is contingent upon the seller's discretion. Had Lin Bulang approached with a concocted tale, the man would have seized the opportunity without a second thought. It is well known that for those of their status, the only purpose of the turtle resting pill is to escape death. Yet, Lin Bulang's expression was sincere, his emotions palpable, and his story profoundly moving. He offered no pretense regarding his reasons for purchasing the pill. Such a man, so earnest and loyal, would it not be unkind to refuse him? Indeed, the amount you possess is somewhat insufficient. How about this? If you assist me with a task, I shall gift you 1 turtle resting pill. Is there such a stroke of good fortune? Lin Bulang exclaimed in shock, his face reflecting disbelief. This was no mere pretense, it was genuine. My lord, please command me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. Very well. This afternoon, I shall conclude my business and depart from your peak. On the way out, you shall pretend to be a rogue cultivator and ambush my merchant convoy. Huh. Lin Bulang immediately feigned shock, pointing at himself and then at the man. Me? Rob you, my lord? He hesitated. For the 12 guards within the convoy were not to be taken lightly. Given Lin Bulang's current prowess, escaping under their siege would indeed be akin to winning the lottery. And to think he would be tasked with robbing an outer sect disciple? Madness. As a guard, you are expected to possess some level of strength. Rest assured, when you make your move this afternoon, I can guarantee that the useless individuals in the caravan will be rendered entirely incapacitated. At that point, all you need do is slay them and the servants, while simultaneously wounding me and seizing the caravan supplies. Ultimately, you shall deliver the goods to our rendezvous point, handing everything over to me, and the matter will be concluded. With that, the outer sect disciple produced a vial of elixir to facilitate your task. Here is a vial of disguised pills, containing 3 doses, each effective for 4 hours. Should you successfully accomplish this for me, I will generously bestow upon you a turtle-breathing pill. Sound agreeable? Upon hearing these words, Lin Bulang's astonishment surged within him like a tempest. Surely, he could not genuinely believe himself to be a paragon of virtue. His previous statements were concocted on the spot, punctuation included, to dispel any suspicion regarding his newfound identity as a guard. Lin Bulang had deliberately placed merely a quarter of the servant coins in his pouch. Good heavens! It is essential to note that outer sect disciples differ vastly from servant disciples. They possess remarkable talents and are solely focused on cultivation upon entering the Yin-Yang sect, having not endured the myriad hardships of the mortal realm. Should one encounter a disciple like the fairy Hongya, who manages the servant peak and is accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, perhaps their thoughts would be more intricate. However, those outer sect disciples among the traveling merchants, with their limited experience, are far more straightforward. To be candid, Lin Bulang had anticipated a degree of simplicity in the other. Yet he never imagined it would be so astonishingly naive. Chapter 34. The Unmerited Achievement. What, do you disagree? The external disciple's tone suddenly turned icy, hinting at a burgeoning anger. Given that Lin Bulang was already privy to this secret, his desire to extricate himself was nothing short of a fool's errand. Should he dare to utter a dissenting word now, it was likely that this disciple would swiftly end Lin Bulang's life on the spot. Agreed. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Lin Bulang hastily lowered his head, addressing him with utmost respect. My surname is Xia. There is no need for you to know more, Xia Zian replied, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tinged with arrogance. This afternoon, after I depart the peak, we shall commence. Do not delay. The rendezvous point afterward will be just outside the grove on the back mountain. Lin Bulang nodded fervently, committing Xia Zian's words to memory before taking his leave. Cradling the 3 transformation pills in his bosom, Lin Bulang dared not look back, only able to manage a wry smile. It seemed that Lin Bulang had profited handsomely with 3 transformation pills and a turtle-sustaining pill. However, it had also ushered in a myriad of troubles. Just yesterday, he had slain Zhou Mei, and now the palace guards, thwarted in their quest for vengeance, would undoubtedly seek to target Lu Qingyi in the servant district. As for the turtle-sustaining pill, even in the most optimistic scenario, Lin Bulang would not be able to procure it until dusk, leaving him little time. Furthermore, even if he succeeded in obtaining it, given the taboo nature of this matter, it was highly probable that Xia would not allow him to leave unscathed. He might even turn hostile. Alas, he found himself in a dire predicament. As Lin Bulang sighed in frustration, he spotted Su Baiji descending the mountain with a large contingent of servants. The throng formed an impressive procession, numbering in the hundreds, carrying various supplies. Typically, the procurement of goods for the peak was overseen by Fairy Hongya herself, given the substantial involvement of servant currency. Now, with Fairy Hongya absent, it naturally fell upon Su Baiji to take charge. Noticing Lin Bulang's troubled expression, Su Baiji hurried over, concern etched on her face. What's wrong? Were you unable to acquire the items? Not exactly. It's that I must wait until the afternoon to receive them, Lin Bulang replied, omitting details he knew would not aid her. Afternoon? Su Baiji furrowed her brow, gesturing for the moving servants to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, I shall keep a watchful eye on the palace guards throughout the day, and during this time, I will do my utmost to delay them. However, no matter what, you must not show yourself. Trust me. Leave everything to me. With a resigned nod, Lin Bulang turned, only to see several guards passing by, each carrying baskets filled with the very iron ore he had previously excavated. The merchant caravans arriving at the servant peak were certainly not singular. Their territories overlapped, resulting in arrivals every 3 to 4 days, leading to regular unloading at the peak's warehouse, thus preventing any significant accumulation of goods. The supplies that were just lowered have essentially passed through Lin Bulang's discerning gaze. He immediately discerned that the target of that individual surnamed Xia was precisely this batch of ore. Such rare materials as the raw ore of refined iron must be personally submitted by the Fairy of Red Leaves to her sect in exchange for rewards. The only way to acquire refined iron would be to set his sights on this ore. How intriguing! This young man possesses an audacity beyond measure. Within the Yin-Yang sect, the hierarchy is strictly enforced. Outer disciples are absolutely forbidden from wielding refined iron weaponry, let alone possessing refined iron. Should they contravene this rule, the consequences would range from confiscation of property and expulsion from the sect to becoming a mere commoner, stripped of their cultivation. Xia Zian dared to violate the rules by selling turtle-breathing pills. Clearly, he is not someone who adheres to convention. However, his intentions may be simple. If he truly embarks on this perilous path, he might not survive past the 3rd encounter. I understand now, Thank you, Miss Baiji. Lin Bulang clasped his hands in gratitude, bidding farewell to Su Baiji, and promptly set off towards the forge. The individual surnamed Xia had bestowed upon Lin Bulang a disguise pill, undoubtedly intending for him to conceal his identity. When he ventured out to commit robbery, he certainly could not use the guard's matched weapon. He needed to seek out Master Li to procure a sword. Furthermore, wielding a sword would allow him to unleash the full potential of the Wandering Dragon Sword. At such a critical juncture, Lin Bulang could not afford to be careless. Every ounce of probability must be meticulously safeguarded. Upon arriving at the forge, Master Li, who was originally tasked with overseeing the work, noticed Lin Bulang's urgency and personally took charge, swiftly crafting a lightweight swift sword. However, the accompanying scabbard was unavailable, so Lin Bulang would have to manage without it for the time being. Sword in hand, Lin Bulang raced back to the foot of the mountain, where he observed that the merchant caravan was indeed preparing to depart. He immediately retraced his steps to the boundary of his peak, found a suitable ambush point, and settled in to wait. Currently, Lin Bulang assumed the identity of a guard, and having consumed the elixir provided by the Fairy of Red Leaves, he could remain away from the peak for 2 hours, ample time indeed. It was nearly time. Lin Bulang concealed his staff and swallowed a disguise pill. Instantly, he felt a warmth and itchiness on his face, and moments later, his appearance had entirely transformed. It was hard to say, but his nose had noticeably enlarged. Indeed, when Lin Bulang glanced down, it obstructed his line of sight somewhat. Alas, it seemed he had become less handsome. What a pity to squander his original charming visage. Lin Bulang touched his protruding jaw, feeling a mix of emotions, when he suddenly heard the jingle of camel bells, indicating that the merchant caravan was drawing near. The reason for needing to take action beyond the boundary of the menial tasks was that once they left the peak, the individual surnamed Xia would deliver the supplies to the sect's trading post. The primary function of the merchant caravan, after all, was to travel and trade. They were tasked with submitting supplies to the sect, and they operated within a comprehensive post system. Beyond that, Lin Bulang was not privy to the specifics. He only knew that the merchants were required to enter the peak during the day and the post at night, with no delays permitted. The Lingyang sect boasted countless menial peaks, and with such a complex operational system layered upon itself, Lin Bulang could hardly fathom the vastness of the sect's territory. Surely it must encompass at least half a province. In the blink of an eye, a caravan composed of 3 laden camels approached, flanked by 12 guards divided into 2 groups, protecting the merchant party on either side, with a retinue of servants trailing behind. At the center, a man surnamed Xia sat atop one of the camels. It was uncertain what means he had employed, but the guards appeared somewhat listless, with some even yawning as they walked. In that instant, Lin Bulang's courage surged, and he leaped from the nearby thicket, obstructing the caravan's path. A familiar and classic phrase sprang to his mind. This road is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. Instantly, the entire caravan came to a halt. The 12 guards promptly unsheathed their swords, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The 2 groups of servants behind them grew increasingly tense, huddling together in anxiety. The scene fell silent for a few seconds as Xia, perched on the camel's back, stifled a laugh and called out loudly, "Are you alone?" "Am I not alone?" Lin Bulang nodded in affirmation. In that moment, the expressions on the guards' faces transformed into a spectacle of disbelief. One person, attempting to rob an entire caravan? Had he lost his senses? Even without counting Xia, the guards and servants numbered around 50. Surely, a single individual could be overwhelmed by mere spittle. Do not move. This is a golden opportunity that has been delivered to us. Anyone who dares contest me shall face my wrath. The captain of the guards bellowed, brazenly striding forward despite the scornful glances from his comrades. It must be noted that he was a practitioner of the 9th level of body training. Though not at his peak, he was still among the elite within the guards. This youth before him exuded no discernible aura and appeared quite young, most likely still in the body training phase. Capturing him would be a matter of mere moments. If the caravan were to be robbed, the one who took down their leader would earn the highest merit. The reward was a staggering 500 servant coins, a black iron sword, a body refining pill, and beyond that, a property and 3 maidservants. The very thought was exhilarating. Chapter 35. Subpar acting as Lin Bulang observed the captain of the guard approaching him with an air of relaxed ease. His mind raced. If I were a robber, what should I do in this situation? Primarily, Lin Bulang had never engaged in such a profession before. With a deep breath, the captain of the guard, amidst casual banter, raised his hand to strike, only to have his expression shift dramatically in an instant. Though he had not exerted his full strength in that strike, he could still sense a profound fatigue coursing through his body, akin to having just spent the night with several women. What was happening? Had someone poisoned him? While Lin Bulang pondered this, he remained vigilant, watching the captain closely. As the captain swung his blade, instead of retreating, Lin Bulang advanced, deftly evading the attack while simultaneously drawing his swift sword, delivering a precise strike to the captain's throat. Gurgle, gurgle. The captain, having missed his attack, suddenly felt a numbing sensation in his throat, followed by a torrent of blood erupting forth, his face morphing into one of sheer panic. He realized, with chilling clarity, that he was about to meet his demise. Thud. Despite his desperate attempts to stifle the flow of blood with his hands, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground in a crumpled heap. The other guards, who had previously regarded him with disdain, were now rendered speechless. They were acutely aware of their captain's prowess, and yet, he had fallen in a single exchange before this stranger. What are you waiting for? Charge! Shouted Xiazian, perched anxiously atop a camel. The guards exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they surged forward in unison. Damn it, don't betray me. Lin Bulang cursed inwardly, quickly retracting his sword. If he were to confront them head-on, he would surely be overwhelmed. Even if they had been drugged by Xiazian, they were formidable fighters in their own right. A coordinated attack could easily spell his end. Noticing Lin Bulang's decisive retreat, Xiazian's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration, though he shook his head slowly. What a promising young man. Alas, he would soon perish. Swoosh, swoosh. Several guards charged forward, their blades flashing. Lin Bulang, employing the agile dragon's sword, maneuvered adeptly among them, swiftly dispatching 3 adversaries. As his foes witnessed their comrades falling one by one, their anxiety escalated. For reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming fatigue, their strength waning, and their reactions slowed. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Realizing this, one guard could no longer contain himself. He turned to the elevated Xiazian, seeking aid. However, before he could utter a word, a blade of light pierced through his throat. A splendid sword. A remarkably swift blade. After all, Li Gong was a master craftsman, and the sword he forged far surpassed the mass-produced daggers wielded by the guards in speed and precision. With a superior weapon and the advantage of agility, Lin Bulang fought with remarkable ease, despite being outnumbered. Yet, alas, so many elite guards. How he wished he could utilize the celestial pearl. It would undoubtedly absorb a significant amount of spiritual essence. In the present moment, with Xiazian firmly in control, Lin Bulang felt a certain trepidation, akin to a mouse wary of a cat. It was the perceptive Hongya fairy who had initially sensed the aura of the heavenly pearl, prompting her relentless pursuit. If the heavenly pearl were to be revealed in front of Xiazian, it could lead to a situation where even those who might have survived would find themselves ensnared in a fatal trap. For now, Lin Bulang was certainly not keen on antagonizing an outer sect disciple at the Qi refinement stage. Moments later, the advancing guards were reduced to a mere 3. As the previously seated Xiazian finally rose, lightly stepping down from his camel. Upon witnessing Xiazian's engagement, the remaining guards surged forward with renewed vigor. However, as Xiazian touched the ground, he swiftly dispatched one of the guards with a single palm strike, while Lin Bulang took advantage of the moment, piercing another guard's chest with his sword just as the man turned in astonishment. My lord, the last remaining guard, positioned further away, immediately contemplated escape upon witnessing the chaos. Just as he turned, Xiazian lightly stomped his foot, causing a small stone to rise from the ground. With a seemingly casual wave of his hand, the stone shot forth like a bullet, exploding the guard's head with a resounding crack. Is this the might of a Qi refinement expert? Lin Bulang stood astounded. Once one enters the Qi refinement stage, they can channel their internal spiritual energy outward, manipulating various objects, commonly referred to as object manipulation. Lin Bulang was aware of this, but he had always assumed it was limited to mundane tasks like serving tea. He never imagined one could wield such power to snatch life in an instant. After all, this was merely the Qi refinement stage, not even the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Lin Bulang began to question his understanding of the cultivation world. What was qi refinement? What was foundation establishment? Were they not as common as dust, possessing only pitiful combat prowess? Why did they now seem to possess overwhelming strength? At this juncture, Lin Bulang could think of only one thing. The disparity between body refinement and qi refinement was staggering. If this continued, it would take far too long. Xie Zian turned to the ragtag group at the back of the line. Since Lin Bulang had begun to eliminate the guards, the morale among the group had plummeted, with 5 or 6 already attempting to flee. For Xie Zian, letting those few escape was acceptable. The rest, however, were to be eliminated. Act now, he commanded, and slaughter those ragtag individuals swiftly. Xie Zian gestured to his chest, indicating that Lin Bulang should act quickly. Or perhaps it was better to strike first? A direct thrust with his sword could suffice. Lin Bulang could forfeit other possessions. But the bulging bags of coins on the 3 camels behind them were estimated to contain several tens of thousands of ragtag coins. Hurry! Xie Zian assumed Lin Bulang was paralyzed by fear, and he slapped him across the face. I'll take the risk. I'll pierce you with my sword. And if that fails, I'll use the heavenly pearl to finish the job. Lin Bulang gritted his teeth and thrust his sword with unwavering determination, aiming directly at Xie Zian's heart with all his might. The blade pierced through with a resounding thrust. Lin Bulang was formidable, being at the 9th level of body refinement. It was inconceivable that even a mere stone would withstand such an assault. Consequently, the sword found its mark, puncturing Xie Zian's chest with alarming precision, striking the heart. It seemed that no matter how formidable this young man was, his fate was sealed. Xie Zian, racked with pain, widened his eyes in shock, glancing down at his front, now drenched in crimson, then back at Lin Bulang. In the next moment, he hurled a scathing insult at Lin Bulang's face. How dare you possess such audacity? If my heart were on the right side, you would have succeeded in killing me. Do you realize that? In the depths of Xie Zian's mind, he had never considered that Lin Bulang might act with malice. After all, he was but an outer disciple, and subconsciously believed that no guard would dare to take his life. They lacked even the courage to harbor such murderous intent. Indeed, this was the truth. Wait, how fortuitous. Lin Bulang was taken aback. How would he explain this twist of fate? No, it appeared Xie Zian harbored no suspicion of him. Curse it. Xie Zian kicked Lin Bulang away and, with a sense of urgency, withdrew the sword from his chest, discarding it carelessly. He then executed a dramatically exaggerated scream. Ah? What? What powerful strength? Who exactly are you? You have plotted against me and inflicted grave injuries. Let us part ways with our paths remaining unchanged, and meet again to settle our scores. With that proclamation, Xie Zian leaped away, vanishing into the dense forest. Such a clumsy performance. Yet it inexplicably struck fear into the hearts of the surrounding servants. Upon witnessing Xie Zian's retreat, they scattered in terror, shrieking as they fled in all directions. Amid the chaos, one individual, perhaps not quite in their right mind, remained frozen in place, the very one who had previously attempted to sell Lin Bulang a special potion. Oh, splendid. Just the person I need. You shall be my target. Chapter 36. A sudden ambush. Spare me, esteemed immortal. Have mercy. As Lin Bulang approached, the small servant finally reacted, but his trembling legs rendered him incapable of escape. He could only plead desperately for his life. Spare you? Humph. If I were to show you mercy, you would undoubtedly betray me after fleeing. The saying goes, one must look out for oneself, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. Lin Bulang grinned, retrieving the celestial orb from his chest and releasing it with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh. Crack. A swift strike, and he was dispatched without a second thought. These servants may be innocent, yet the one responsible for their demise was this large-nosed individual. It had nothing to do with Lin Bulang. After that fellow surnamed Xie made his escape, Lin Bulang was left with a singular thought. He intended to transform these servants into the nourishment that would enhance his own strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The celestial orb darted through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 servants lay sprawled on the ground. In the distance, a dozen more servants scattered in flight. Lin Bulang, having decimated the majority with the orb, chose not to pursue the remaining few who had fled far, but instead returned to the battlefield to gather his spoils. These servants and guards were affiliated with the merchant caravan, who among them lacked a side hustle. They bore plenty of valuables, servant coins, various elixirs. Whoosh! As Lin Bulang retracted the celestial orb and bent down to collect the first servant's belongings, he felt a warm surge of spiritual energy flooding into his dantian, causing his fire's spiritual root to grow considerably. Perhaps due to the number of lives he had taken, the density of his fire's spiritual root had reached 10%, barely qualifying him to begin his cultivation. Within the dantian of an ordinary individual, the most common site is the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Even those with the weakest roots can often be seen with faint wisps of yellow, green, blue, red, and brown, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Based on the solidity of these wisps, the density of spiritual roots can be roughly categorized from 1 to 90%. A spiritual root of a particular attribute is defined as having a density exceeding 90%, signifying complete solidification. Initially, the Yin-Yang sect's criteria for recruiting outer disciples stipulated that at least 2 types of spiritual roots must reach 20% density, or one type must exceed 30%. The abilities and qualifications of servant disciples were, after all, somewhat lacking. How fortunate it would be if I could absorb the 12 guards as well. Lin Bulang felt a twinge of regret and reluctance, so he sought out the nearest guard's corpse and placed the celestial orb upon him. After anxiously waiting for a few moments, the orb suddenly trembled and began to rise slightly, drawing forth streams of spiritual energy from the guard's body, gently converging into the orb. Remarkably effective. This might be because the guard had not been dead long enough for his spiritual energy to dissipate. Lin Bulang swiftly picked up the orb, cycling through the 12 guards to reap their energies. When the orb finally returned to his hand, a surge of spiritual energy far more potent than before flowed into his dantian. This time, both the metal and wood spiritual roots were nurtured, their densities simultaneously reaching 10%. The density of the metal spiritual root was even on the verge of reaching 20%. Hope was within reach. As long as one eliminates enough individuals, one can absorb their spiritual essence and nurture one's own roots of spirituality with the aid of the celestial pearl. Once one attains the status of an outer disciple, one can seek an opportunity to retake the entrance examination. The position of an outer disciple would then be easily within reach. Oh, celestial pearl, you are indeed a remarkable treasure. Lin Bulang tenderly caressed the celestial pearl in his hand, bestowing a fervent kiss upon it before proceeding with his gathering. The disciples responsible for selling items mostly possessed elixirs akin to health supplements. Lin Bulang was unaware of their specific effects, yet he collected over 100 porcelain vials, filling 3 large bundles. Alas, poverty dictates that even the most dubious items must be retained, for even a mosquito's leg is meat, is it not? As for the possessions of the guards, they were significantly more lavish. In addition to common antidotes and elixirs for treating internal and external injuries, Lin Bulang astonishingly discovered 3 body-tempering pills. Such items occasionally appear in merchant caravans, priced at a staggering 3,000 labor coins each. At such exorbitant costs, it is hard to fathom how an ordinary guard could save up for 5 or 6 years. One wonders who had the audacity to set such an outrageous price, especially in a world devoid of Liang Jingru. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the body-tempering pills truly justifies their cost. An ordinary laborer fortunate enough to acquire one would likely see a direct enhancement of 2 to 3 levels of strength. For Lin Bulang, who had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, consuming one would still expedite the expansion of his dantian. Beyond these items, Lin Bulang also unearthed over 1,000 labor coins from the guards, and combined with his prior savings, he now possessed a total of 1,500 labor coins. Compared to the meager earnings of 1 labor coin after a day of arduous toil, Lin Bulang felt as though he had transformed into a wealthy magnate. After burying all the collected items in a designated spot, Lin Bulang set off with his trio of camels. Although the camels bore a wealth of goods and coins, Lin Bulang dared not take them. Having inadvertently injured Xiazian, he was cautious not to provoke his ire further, lest he unleash his murderous intent. Before long, Lin Bulang arrived at the prearranged meeting point, spotting Xiazian perched atop a tree, visibly anxious and tapping his foot in impatience. "Why did you take so long?" Xiazian leapt down from the tree, approaching with an expression of discontent, while simultaneously rummaging through his chest. Observing Xie Zian's demeanor, Lin Bulang's apprehension diminished significantly. "This is the turtle-breathing pill I promised you. Consider today's events as merely a dream. Not a word should be spoken to anyone about it. Understood?" Xie Zian remarked, handing over a small porcelain vial containing the turtle-breathing pill while emphasizing his warning. Until that moment, although he still exuded a murderous aura, everything appeared rather mundane. Seeing Lin Bulang's face light up with joy upon receiving the turtle-breathing pill, Xie Zian impatiently waved his hand, urging him to depart swiftly. However, just as Lin Bulang turned and took a few steps away, Xie Zian suddenly grinned widely, raising his finger to point behind Lin Bulang. As Lin Bulang had anticipated, he indeed harbored few complex thoughts. However, he was, after all, a survivor in this merciless realm of cultivation. For the sake of self-preservation, he could not allow such a formidable threat as Lin Bulang to remain. In truth, the moment Lin Bulang inquired about the turtle breath pill, he had already become a dead man in Xie Zian's eyes. With a swift motion, a nearly transparent stream of condensed energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips, transforming instantaneously into a bullet that shot forth with a resounding pop. In that fleeting moment of concentration, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Bulang. As he turned to glance back, the transparent projectile had already been unleashed. "You shamelessly forsake martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack," Lin Bulang muttered angrily under his breath, swiftly invoking the power he had seized from the Golden Devourer. The moment the ability activated, the transparent bullet struck Lin Bulang squarely on the back. A thunderous crack reverberated through the air as Lin Bulang was propelled violently away, tumbling several times before crashing into the underbrush of the forest. Witnessing this scene, Xie Zian's brow furrowed. His recent technique was one that only outer disciples could master, the Yin-Yang sect's introductory martial skill, bullet flash. In terms of martial prowess, it was significantly more formidable than casually hurling a stone. Logically, that strike should have reduced Lin Bulang to a mangled heap. Yet he merely found himself flung through the air. What could account for this anomaly? At this moment, Lin Bulang lay curled in the underbrush, clutching his mouth to stifle any cries of pain. The moment the martial technique impacted, it felt as though a heavy truck had collided with his back, causing internal injuries and fracturing numerous bones. It is worth noting that this was after he had summoned the Golden Devourer's scale armor on his back. Had it not been for that protective layer, Lin Bulang might have found himself impaled upon a tree. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, Lin Bulang steeled himself and reached into his pocket, retrieving the very turtle breath pill he had just mentioned and swallowing it. No matter how valuable it was, it paled in comparison to his own life. Xie Zian approached cautiously and immediately spotted the corpse in the underbrush. He reached out to touch it. Gravely injured. Already deceased. Just as he withdrew his hand, Xie Zian suddenly squinted. He had almost forgotten that he had given this fellow a turtle breath pill. This brat. Attempting to play in the shadows? Xie Zian raised his hand once more, condensing energy at his fingertips, this time aiming directly at Lin Bulang's head. Upon consuming the turtle breath pill, one would enter a state of apparent death, yet remain fully aware, capable of awakening at will. This state of faux death could last no longer than 12 hours. At this moment, Lin Bulang sensed that Xie Zian was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, and his heart raced with urgency. What was he to do? Given his current condition, he could muster at most a single strike. Yet the likelihood of that strike being lethal to Xie Zian was less than 30%. Just then, a voice resonated from the distance. Cold yet laced with a hint of allure. Who dares to act with such audacity outside my humble peak? This voice, so aloof, yet sweet and enchanting. Why does it feel so familiar? It seems to be the Fairy of Crimson Leaves. Chapter 37. Is the fairy healing? Upon hearing the voice, Xie Zian's heart immediately sank. The sound was conveyed through a line of condensed spiritual energy, indicating that the speaker was at least a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, likely another outer sect disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Zian drew his sword from his waist and swiftly moved to the side of the camel. In the next instant, a figure rushed towards him at great speed, clad in black attire with a veil obscuring her face, yet her exquisite features were discernible, revealing her beauty. "Is it your merchant convoy that I raided?" asked Fairy Hongya, her voice cutting through the tension. Xie Zian found himself at a loss for words. The direction from which Fairy Hongya approached was precisely where the battle had taken place, the ground littered with corpses serving as irrefutable evidence. In the past, Xie Zian had led merchant convoys to trade at the Yao Yao Geomiscellaneous Peak, always dealing with Fairy Hongya. Naturally, she recognized him. However, now, with her changed attire and the veil, Xie Zian could not identify her. Lin Bulang, hidden among the bushes, listened intently to their exchange, suddenly realizing the situation. Fairy Hongya intends to engage in a black market transaction. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Xie Zian, seizing something from the camel, charged at Fairy Hongya. Outside, the sounds of clashing echoed relentlessly. Though Lin Bulang had emerged from his feigned death, he dared not move a muscle, carefully tending to his injuries with the celestial pearl. With the gods battling above, he knew that any movement on his part could lead to his discovery by either party, resulting in his demise. He could only wait for the two to finish their confrontation before seeking any valuable items. Approximately half an hour passed. Both combatants were utterly exhausted, their heavy breaths intertwining until, with a pained cry, Xie Zian was forcefully hurled into the woods, landing mere meters from Lin Bulang. Startled, Lin Bulang quickly retracted his hand, concealing the celestial pearl once more. "You vile woman, how merciless you are! If you have the capability, then take me back to your sect," Xie Zian exclaimed, casting aside his sword, as if surrendering. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang nearly lost his composure. He had heard threats of death before, but never of being taken to a police station. Yet, deep down, Lin Bulang understood that in this desolate wilderness, such conflicts of interest often resulted in the obliteration of the opposing party's body. Being delivered to a sect would likely mean the loss of one's cultivation. Yet it would spare a life, albeit a meager one. "How dare you rob my Lingyang sect's merchant convoy? Scoundrel, what kind of fate do you expect?" Fairy Hongya approached with her sword drawn, her voice laced with cold derision. At that moment, she was still feigning ignorance. "I robbed your merchant convoy. Ha! Are you not the same? Ridiculous. Then, I only asked for a swift end. Surely that can be arranged?" Xie Zian replied with a bitter smile. Having resigned himself to the prospect of death now that the merchant convoy had become the target of their conflict. In truth, he was akin to the menial guardian he had just dispatched, all due to a singular vice, greed. The human inclination towards avarice is insatiable. Who can assert that the pursuit of immortality, wealth, power, and unparalleled strength in the realm of cultivation is not rooted in such desires? Yet, the path of cultivation is exceedingly ruthless. Success begets eternal independence, while failure reduces one to mere ashes. Very well, since we are both practitioners, I shall grant you a final semblance of dignity. I hope in your next life, you do not err again. After a brief flurry of footsteps, the two approached within mere meters of Lin Bulang, having exhausted their spiritual energy in the earlier skirmish. The Red Leaf Fairy was left with no choice but to personally wield her sword to conclude the encounter. "Die? If I cannot possess it, then neither shall you, villain." As the Red Leaf Fairy drew within 10 meters, Xie Zian suddenly erupted, his previously despondent expression morphing into one of sheer madness. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bulang heard a delicate cry from behind. "Thunderstorm talisman." Boom. A violent explosion resonated in the air. Lightning crackled as the atmosphere within 100 meters became parched. Countless arcs of electricity, entwined with flames, were propelled outward in a spherical force. The crackling of electricity swept through the air, sending a wave of tingling sensation down Lin Bulang's back, followed by an extreme heat that nearly scorched him. Had he not been lying down and slightly distanced, he might have been thoroughly charred. Cursed be. It is said that cultivators are all treacherous and cunning, employing boundless tactics. Today, I have indeed witnessed this. Enduring the searing pain in his back, Lin Bulang waited for the chaos to subside before unsteadily rising. Upon looking up, he was nearly struck dumb with terror. At the epicenter of the thunderstorm talisman's explosion, within a radius of about 20 meters, the ground was scorched yellow, trees reduced to carbon, and flames continued to spread in the distance. Further away, remnants of the battle between the Red Leaf Fairy and Xie Zian remained, trees cleaved in half, stones shattered, and the terrain resembling that which had been furrowed by 100 oxen. A sight of utter devastation. Thankfully, it was merely the chi refinement stage. Lin Bulang let out a long sigh of relief, turning to meticulously search through the charred remains. Xie Xian's lifeless body lay against a burnt tree. Having been nearest to the thunderstorm talisman, he had been entirely transformed into a charred figure. As Lin Bulang approached and swept his hand over him, the remnants of clothing disintegrated into ashes. The vials and containers on his chest were also shattered and rendered useless. The only usable item at the scene was the long sword Xie Xian had wielded, crafted from black iron, capable of withstanding the thunderstorm talisman's might. "You are a merchant guard?" A weak voice called out from behind. Lin Bulang turned alertly, only to see the figure of the red leaf fairy, clad in black, leaning against a large rock not far away. Her attire bore large patches of scorched black, likely resembling the state of Xie Xian's garments, threatening to disintegrate into ash with the slightest movement. "Yes, my lord, how may I serve you?" Lin Bulang hesitated momentarily, swiftly assuming his role. "I offer you 500 miscellaneous coins as remuneration. Assist me in entering the mountains and finding a cave to rest. Cough, cough. Additionally, procure some water and food for me. You understand how to handle the matter regarding the ambush on the caravan, do you not?" The red leaf fairy lifted her gaze slightly, revealing a glimmer of fierce murderous intent in her eyes. After enduring a lightning strike, her veil had been completely destroyed, exposing her once familiar, charming face in its entirety. "I understand. I shall take the blame. It was his fault for colluding with bandits, resulting in his demise. This has nothing to do with you, my lord." The red leaf fairy nodded in satisfaction and beckoned him closer. "Come here. I advise you against rash actions. Though I am injured, eliminating a mere guard is as effortless as breathing." As she raised her hand, the fabric of her attire trembled violently, large sections tearing away. Being struck directly, her clothing was damaged at the front, with the destruction intensifying closer to the explosion's epicenter. Ironically, the red leaf fairy possessed a rather voluptuous figure. As she shook her hand, two O-shaped remnants of ash fell from her chest, leaving the crucial white areas fully exposed before Lin Bulang's eyes. "How provocative! Look again, and I shall gouge out your eyes." The red leaf fairy, filled with indignation, shouted, preparing to raise her sword when she noticed Lin Bulang obediently removing his outer coat, closing his eyes, and approaching her demurely. In that moment, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Holding her sword was no longer an option, yet she couldn't lower it either. "Rest assured, my lord, I harbor no ulterior motives. You are a celestial fairy, while I am but a mortal." "Immortal? What is that?" Lin Bulang quickly cleared his throat, and as he adjusted the red leaf fairy's clothing, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender, delicate waist. "Please do not inquire further, lest you become agitated. I shall assist you at once." However, as Lin Bulang helped her rise, the red leaf fairy lifted her leg, only to be met with excruciating pain. Her delicate body succumbed to gravity and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Perhaps due to her internal injuries, her energy surged chaotically, rendering her unable to move, save for the ability to speak. "Fairy you." Lin Bulang observed the red leaf fairy's fall, realizing she was unresponsive. "Are you gravely injured and unable to move?" "Yes." The red leaf fairy managed to utter the word with great difficulty. In that instant, an inexplicable wave of panic surged within her. After so many years as an outer disciple, she had never encountered a situation where her life and death hung in such precarious balance. The guard before her, should he harbor any malicious intent, could easily extinguish her life with a mere gesture. She was utterly defenseless. In other words, at this moment, apart from the ability to utter words, she was nothing more than a marionette at the mercy of others. She was filled with trepidation. The celestial being was gravely injured, and I happen to possess a method that can heal her wounds. It will require merely half an hour, and I assure you, she will be restored to her former self. Chapter 38. Capturing Qin Hongya. What method could possibly achieve this in merely half an hour? Are you certain? Upon hearing this, the enchanting fairy Hongya widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Given her current severe injuries, even utilizing spiritual energy for healing would require no less than half a day for her to move, and a complete recovery would take at least a week. Yet this man, with his prominent nose, boldly claimed that it could be accomplished in just half an hour? Ahem. Allow me to clarify, fairy. In a poor state, it may take half an hour. Should the condition improve, it might require an hour. Lin Bulang coughed lightly, sheepishly explaining. This left fairy Hongya utterly perplexed. How could a better state increase the duration? What kind of treatment technique is this? It seems entirely counterintuitive. This is a secret technique passed down in my family, and I cannot elaborate further. Although the method is effective, the process may require the fairy to endure some discomfort. Lin Bulang maintained a sincere expression. Despite the nebulous nature of Lin Bulang's words, he had not shown any disrespect towards her, and thus Fairy Hongya found herself believing him to a considerable extent. You mean to use medicine? To touch my body? Upon hearing the mention of discomfort, Fairy Hongya felt a surge of apprehension. More or less. Close your eyes. Given the peculiar circumstances, I will not hold this against you in the future. Without hesitation, Fairy Hongya acquiesced. After all, she was currently incapacitated, and this man, despite his appearance, might not harbor any ill intentions. However, she dared not delay. The longer the time stretched, the more variables could arise. Enduring this minor discomfort is hardly significant. No. After all, Fairy, you are as pure as ice and jade. I would not dare to offend. Unless the fairy swears an oath by her Tao heart. Otherwise, I truly cannot. Lin Bulang stepped back, distancing himself by half a meter. Suddenly released from his protective grasp, a wave of emptiness and vulnerability surged within Fairy Hongya's heart. This tactic of feigned capture had been deftly executed by Lin Bulang. An oath by the Tao heart. Fairy Hongya's expression darkened. Biting her lip, she pondered for a while before finally speaking. I, Qin Hongya, swear that if I dare to harm you after my healing is complete, I shall be forsaken by the heavenly path, and my cultivation shall not progress an inch for all eternity. Is that sufficient now? Fairy Hongya cast an irritated glance at Lin Bulang. Naturally, witnessing Fairy Hongya completely ensnared, Lin Bulang grinned widely, extending his hand to lift away the garments that covered her. What are you doing? As Lin Bulang's wicked smile surfaced, Fairy Hongya realized she had fallen into his trap. In her eagerness for healing, she had underestimated the intentions of this seemingly inconsequential guard. Qin Hongya, a rather charming name indeed. Her figure is truly enchanting, igniting a fervor within me. Were it not for your solemn vow, I would hesitate to approach you. These few sentences utterly affirm the thoughts harbored within the heart of the Crimson Leaf Fairy, even though she is an outer sect disciple in the Qi refinement stage. At this moment she remains utterly immobilized, her heart fragile and vulnerable, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary woman. As Lin Bulang's formidable hand drew closer step by step, the heart of the Scarlet Leaf Fairy shattered in despair, and she could not help but unleash a furious cry. You wretched scoundrel! Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, I shall, in the days to come, turn the Yin-Yang sect upside down and ensure your demise. Words that seem threatening, when uttered in the aloof yet enchanting tone of the Scarlet Leaf Fairy, are akin to adding fuel to the flames. My dear lady, do not be anxious. Allow me to shower you with affection, and you shall find it impossible to part from me. A soft chuckle escapes. The garments adorning the Red Leaf Fairy were utterly rent asunder by Lin Bulang, fluttering wildly through the air. With a thunderous sound, the Red Leaf Fairy's mind was enveloped in a profound void at that moment. Little did she expect that as an outer disciple, she would endure such humiliation at the foot of the servant peak she presided over. Moreover, it is situated beside a busy road where passers-by may appear at any moment. Her veil has long been tattered, if discovered by someone. She is on the brink of madness. At this moment, Lin Bulang was reveling in the sight before him, gazing at the almost frenzied expression of the Crimson Leaf Fairy, his heart swelling with immense delight. On ordinary days atop the peak, the ethereal and aloof Scarlet Leaf Fairy appears, elusive as a dragon, seen only in fleeting glimpses. Usually, the majestic Red Leaf Fairy, who dominates the lives of all the people of Foam, is on the verge of being conquered by her own desires, and in such an open wilderness. Thrilling, exhilarating. In the future, it is likely that every time Lin Bulang encounters the Scarlet Leaf Fairy, he will be reminded of the frenzied scene from today. Yet, the Fairy of Crimson Leaves would likely never imagine that the very foe who insulted her today would casually saunter before her. The earlier display of Lin Bulang's lustful frenzy was, of course, a mere fade. His intention was clear. He aimed to ensure that the enchanting figure of Fairy Hongya would, in the future, be unable to associate the current persona with Lin Bulang. The protector. This is the only way to ensure Lin's absolute safety. as the last remnants of her garments were torn asunder by Lin Bulang. Fairy Hongya could no longer endure the torment. Tears of humiliation cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, marking her distress. The more she wept, the more exhilarated I became. This is my first time obtaining an outer sect disciple. It may very well be a singular opportunity in my lifetime. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly treat you with utmost care and consideration. Ha! Lin Bulang completely unleashed the beast within, letting out a wild, raucous laugh before suddenly bending down with fervor. After the passage of a considerable amount of time, the Fairy of Red Leaves had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. It is truly not to be blamed on Lin Bulang's lack of compassion, but rather on her exceedingly difficult nature. After all, a disciple in the Qi refinement stage possesses a level of physical refinement far superior to that of an ordinary practitioner in the body refinement stage. Their skin is remarkably resilient, impervious to blades and spears, and the enchanting Hongya fairy remains untouched. Consequently, this has transformed into a formidable siege that has endured for an extended period. With a sigh of relief, Lin Bulang rose, feeling an exhilarating surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, igniting the fourth flame within him. However, he had no time to assess its effects. Instead, he carefully draped his clothing over the Hongya fairy and carried her to a concealed cave. After all, she is now one of his women, and he must not treat her carelessly. Yet, since she belongs to him, her possessions naturally fall within his purview, and taking something of hers would pose no issue. Subsequently, Lin Bulang searched her belongings and discovered a transformation pill, swiftly departing afterward. Having secured this woman, there was yet another awaiting him on the mountain. Lin Bulang is not one to show favoritism. Ha ha ha. Upon reaching the peak, night had already fallen. Lin Bulang stealthily infiltrated the servant quarters, delivering the pill to Lu Qingyi just as the palace guards arrived, ready to strike. The timing was impeccable. The palace guards believed they had finally seized an opportunity, unaware that at this very moment, Lin Bulang and Su Baiji were covertly observing from two different directions. Chapter 39. The Royal Guards in Chaos Step Aside. What are you staring at? Get lost. The ruckus intensified as the Royal Guards, led by Chun, stormed down the narrow path in a tumultuous procession, accompanied by a dozen sycophants. At the forefront, the lackeys wreaked havoc, shoving the laborers to the side. Any obstruction in their path, be it a shed, a stand, or furniture, was ruthlessly overturned and smashed to pieces, resembling a band of marauders invading a village. This spectacle was precisely what the Royal Guards aimed to achieve. Lin Bulang had provoked their wrath, and the Royal Guards intended for every laborer in the vicinity to witness the consequences of crossing them. The uproar naturally drew a significant crowd, with onlookers whispering among themselves, their hearts filled with a mix of fear and anticipation. At this moment, it was the transition between shifts. The day crew had just concluded their duties, while the night crew had yet to arrive. Most laborers of the peak were congregating near the laborers' quarters, resulting in a lively atmosphere filled with chatter. Who was the unfortunate soul that had incurred the Royal Guard's ire, causing such a commotion? Are you not aware? The newly appointed Lin Guard, no, Lin Captain, has killed the Royal Guard's former lover. That Zhou. Indeed. So, the Royal Guard has come to settle the score? Are they planning to eliminate Lin Guard's woman as well? Indeed. Only, I wonder who Lin Guard's woman is. Despite the chaos stirred by the Royal Guards, they had not harmed anyone, making it evident to the discerning that this was merely a performance. As a few bold souls approached to observe, the crowd swelled rapidly, soon brimming with 300 to 400 people. The Royal Guards have arrived. Amidst the murmurs and speculations, the Royal Guard smirked coldly, gazing at the modest dwelling before him. Move in, surround them. Not a single fly is to escape. You two, go in and drag her out. He commanded his two most capable lackeys, both of whom were in the early stages of their physical training and had served him for 6 or 7 years. Without hesitation, the two laborers charged forward, kicking open the wooden door, only to be met with a cacophony of cries from within. Who are you? Why are you taking me? Let me go? You dare lay a hand on me. Lin Captain will not spare you. Lu Qingyi was escorted out, flanked by the two lackeys, her expression a portrait of panic as she cried out. This entire scene had been scripted by Lin Bulang in advance. Lin Captain? Ha! Where is your Lin Captain now? You are in my grasp, and your fate rests with me. Do not think that just because he is merely a captain, he is beyond my reach. Do you understand? Wretch! Suppressing the fury that surged within him, the royal guard stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the air. On Lu Qingyi's snow-white delicate face, a vivid red handprint was instantly imprinted. Observing from a distance, Lin Bulang felt a pang of unease in his heart, silently lamenting. Qingyi, you have suffered. If you can endure this ordeal today, once you assume a new identity, no one shall ever torment you again. This slap shall not go unremembered. I will ensure he pays for it all. Yes, that despicable wretch. Did you not lead to the demise of my brother in the palace? I shall pierce you with a blade. The earlier slap from the palace guard had stirred an insatiable itch within Chen Hui, who, on a whim, sought an excuse. Grasping the hilt of his guard's sword, he intended to approach. Humanity often harbors an irrepressible urge to destroy beauty. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman. And even if one could not indulge in her, merely slapping her would provide a thrill. Stop! The palace guard extended his hand, his gaze frosty. It is not your place to avenge my woman's grievances. Chen Hui's countenance stiffened. Though reluctant, he retreated obediently. Before his words had fully dissipated, the palace guard's hand was raised once more. Slap! 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 Without mercy, several resounding slaps fell again. Lu Qingyi's frail form could hardly withstand such brutal blows from a man, and after a few exchanges, her face was left bloodied. Wow, how cruel. If I were that woman, I might as well choose death. To live and endure such torment. Alas, such a beautiful woman, now her face is marred. I can hardly bear to watch. To be with Lin Hui is akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. As the surrounding servants murmured their discussions, the palace guard finally felt a sense of satisfaction. To kill Lu Qingyi was merely a means. His true aim was to slap Lin Bulang's face and exact revenge for the 2 previous humiliations. Huh, do you see now? Even if I were to kill you today, your Captain Lin would not come to your aid. The palace guard squinted, suddenly turning to the onlookers. Today, I shall bestow a treat upon you all. What would you like to see? Speak up. I will arrange it all for you. The group of servants fell into a sudden silence, exchanging glances, none daring to speak first. Whoever spoke would surely draw Captain Lin's ire in the future. Chen Hui, ever the sensible one, swiftly kicked one of his sycophants behind him. The lackey, instantly grasping the cue, crept toward the crowd of servants and shouted with a pinched nose, "Undress! Undress!" With someone initiating, the servants' boldness surged, and they quickly joined in the chant. Undress! 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 Simply undressing isn't enough. Let us tie her to the table and allow the brothers to indulge one after another. The lackey continued, still pinching his nose. Yes. Bind her! Bind her! Chen Hui's expression brightened, and he immediately moved closer to the palace guard. Brother Gong, this plan is splendid. Captain Lin dares to lay a hand on your woman. You must ensure that she is subjected to the whims of every man on the servant peak. What could be more degrading than this? If I were Captain Lin and heard of such a matter, I would likely be so enraged that I would spit blood. The expression of the palace guard shifted slightly, followed by a wicked grin. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I cannot refuse. Today, for a special price, anyone can pay a single servant coin to partake for 3 minutes. Considering that Lin Bulang had previously swindled him out of a significant sum, this money must be reclaimed. Oh, the palace guard is magnificent. The palace guard is formidable. As the situation spiraled increasingly out of control, Lin Bulang nearly charged forward to take action. Fortunately, Su Baizhi, watching from a distance, stepped forward. What is happening? Why such uproar? Upon hearing Su Baizhi's voice, Lu Qingyi, who had been holding a turtle breath pill under her tongue, immediately moved her mouth and swallowed it. Su Baizhi's appearance was the agreed-upon signal. The once lively atmosphere suddenly chilled upon hearing Su Baizhi's cold, yet slightly irate tone. The palace guard, Chen Guard, and their sycophants simultaneously turned around, only to see Su Baizhi approach with a hostile expression, causing an ominous premonition to rise within them. After all, Su Baizhi had openly favored Lin Bulang last time. Would she come to stir trouble again? Su Baizhi strode swiftly to the group, her gaze sweeping over Lu Qingyi, instantly revealing a look of alarm. Whom have you captured? Scoundrels! Su Baizhi took 3 steps at once and rushed forward, lifting the drooping head of Lu Qingyi, checking for breath. Why is there no breath? What have you done to her? Speak! As Su Baizhi nearly roared, the palace guard, and Shun guard finally realized the gravity of the situation. I merely slapped her a few times. She can't be that fragile, right? Besides, she is just an ordinary servant, isn't she? Miss Baiji, what is wrong with that? The palace guard approached somewhat sheepishly, justifying that punishing servants was not uncommon, occurring dozens of times daily on this servant peak. Who told you she is just an ordinary servant? You too, release her at once. Su Baiji scolded the two lackeys and promptly supported Lu Qingyi herself. This person is a key figure whom my master has instructed me to monitor closely. If anything were to happen to her, your lives combined would not suffice to atone. Su Baiji huffed heavily. Boom. This news struck the palace guard like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. What? She is someone of importance to the Crimson Leaf Fairy? But wait. How could the Crimson Leaf Fairy care for a servant disciple? What is happening? No, this cannot be. In that moment, the palace guard was thrown into complete disarray. Chapter 40. Lu Qingyi returns home. Miss Baiji, have you made an error? The palace guard was now drenched in sweat, his anxiety palpable. An error? Huh. Baiji's voice was cold and piercing. You are aware that Guard Gung was investigating something before his demise, correct? Yes, he stammered. Guard Gung was part of a clandestine mission assigned from above. The target of the investigation is this woman. After Guard Gung's death, I assumed full responsibility for this matter. I had yet to commence my inquiries, and you, in your haste, have already killed her. Baiji's tone was severe, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely, as if ready to ignite with fury. Dead? It cannot be. The palace guard trembled as he approached, intending to check Lu Qingyi's breath, only to be forcefully pushed away by Su Baiji. Step aside. Su Baiji lifted Lu Qingyi into her arms, gently laying her across her lap, repeatedly checking for breath and listening to her heartbeat. The entire process spanned merely 2 minutes, yet for the palace guard, it felt like an eternity, akin to standing on hot coals. It's hopeless. Baiji's face paled, her expression drifting into a daze. After uttering those 3 words weakly, she suddenly turned her furious gaze upon the palace guard. He shivered, his hands clasped tightly together. Standing there awkwardly, take me to her room. If I do not find what my master desires, prepare for your demise. I. The palace guard quivered uncontrollably. He could not fathom why this woman was connected to the Red Leaf Fairy. Was she not Captain Lin's woman? Could it be? Suddenly, the palace guard struck his forehead in realization. Could it be that the Red Leaf Fairy had arranged for Captain Lin to protect her covertly? No wonder he was so brazen when I stirred up trouble at Captain Lin's place. He must have known something. He was aware that if I sought trouble with this woman, it would surely backfire upon me. At that moment, the palace guard's mind was like a minefield, each thought detonating in succession, replaying Lin Bulang's unyielding countenance in the courtyard over and over again. Now, he was filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time. Meanwhile, upon seeing Su Baiji receive Lu Qingyi, Lin Bulang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Su Baiji stormed into Lu Qingyi's quarters, searching diligently, yet finding nothing. Upon exiting, she naturally vented her frustration upon the palace guard, apprehending him and casting him into the water prison where criminals were held at the miscellaneous peaks. Once everything had settled, Lin Bulang felt at ease to depart. He first retrieved his cane and the 3 large bags he had buried at the foot of the mountain. Upon returning home, he temporarily concealed them beneath the bed. When Shun Chaner saw Lin Bulang return, she busily prepared a meal, though Lin Bulang instructed her to prepare 3 servings. As the moments passed, Su Baiji was soon to return with Lu Qingyi. At last, he had finally rescued Lu Qingyi from the depths of suffering. The promise he made that day had taken its first step toward fulfillment. With this thought, Lin Bulang returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged. In the afternoon, he had managed to subdue the Red Leaf Fairy and shared cultivation with an outer sect disciple in the Qi refining stage. The enhancement of his cultivation must surely surpass that of others. Additionally, he had birthed a 4th orb of Yin fire, though its specific effects remained unknown. Lin Bulang eagerly gazed at his dantian, his eyes widening in astonishment. What? 2 palms. His dantian had astonishingly expanded to the size of 2 palms. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, the remaining spiritual energy was meant to nourish his dantian, and its expansion should have been a gradual process. Even with the immense spiritual energy gained from cultivating alongside the red leaf fairy, such a terrifying growth was unexpected. He had originally anticipated that it would take at least 6 months to expand his dantian to this size. Could it be related to the fourth orb of Yin fire? Without hesitation, Lin Bulang turned his attention to the newly formed fourth orb of Yin fire. Its hue was deeper than the others, swirling around the Yang fire as the others did, yet he could hardly perceive any difference. Did it require spiritual energy to activate? Cautiously, Lin Bulang summoned a wisp of spiritual energy and infused it into the Yin fire. Instantly, the entire orb flared up as if doused in gasoline. All the remaining spiritual energy within his dantian was drawn toward it. As it burned fiercely, Lin Bulang could feel his dantian rapidly expanding. 2 palms at 1/5, 2 palms at 2/5, 2 palms at 3/5. In sheer disbelief, Lin Bulang watched his dantian grow to 4/5 of 2 palms. It was indeed connected to this fourth orb of Yin fire. This meant that the spiritual energy he had cultivated with the red leaf fairy in the afternoon had been entirely consumed by this fourth orb of Yin fire, allowing his dantian to expand to this remarkable size. Perhaps the red leaf fairy had also reaped similar benefits. Wait, did he not possess a body refinement pill? This item seemingly had the capacity to accelerate the expansion of the dantian. Although he had exhausted his spiritual energy, there was still some within the tianju. Lin Bulang swiftly retrieved the body refinement pill, swallowed it, and then extracted the remaining spiritual energy from the tianju, gently directing it into the fourth orb of Yin fire, initiating a new round of nourishment. As expected, under the influence of the body refinement pill, the rate of his dantian's expansion increased by approximately half. The spiritual energy within the tianju was far purer than that within Lin Bulang's body, resulting in an even more effective nourishment for his dantian. With such dual enhancements, Lin Bulang's dantian surged. 2 palms at 6/5, 2 palms at 8/5, 3 palms, 3 palms at 2/5, 3 palms at 4/5. Ultimately, the spiritual energy within the celestial bead was entirely depleted, resulting in a notable expansion of Lin Bulang's dantian, now increased by a significant 3 palms and 50%. His heart raced with exhilaration, and his hands trembled with anticipation. With a dantian exceeding 3 palms in size, he was now qualified to enter the Qi refinement stage. Should Lin Bulang so desire, he could gather some spiritual energy tonight and directly strive for the Qi refinement stage by tomorrow. Upon reflection, after diligently cultivating for 2.5 years, he had finally brushed against the threshold of the cultivation world, reaching the milestone of being an outer sect disciple for 3 months. It was only natural he felt a twinge of sentimentality. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, a gentle knock echoed through the courtyard. Lin Bulang opened the door, and Shin-Changer, having wiped her hands, hurried to open the courtyard gate. At the entrance stood 2 enchanting women, Su Baiji and Lu Qingyi. Illuminated by the radiant moonlight, resembling celestial beings descended to the mortal realm. In that moment, 3 of his 4 women had gathered, with only the recently acquired Hongya Xianzi still absent. At this juncture, Lu Qingyi's bruises had fully healed, though she could not see. She could detect another fragrance wafting through the air. It was Shin-Changer's scent. Lu Qingyi, well aware that Lin Bulang, possessing a unique yin-yang physique, could not possibly have only her as his woman, accepted the reality with grace. Thus, she boldly stepped forward and extended her hand to Shin-Changer. "Are you the other chosen one by my husband?" "Husband?" Shin-Changer was momentarily taken aback by the question. A glance at Lin Bulang illuminated her understanding. As a servant herself, despite being favored by Lin Bulang, she regarded her position merely as a maid. Realizing Lu Qingyi referred to Lin Bulang as her husband, she recognized her standing had diminished and promptly responded, "I have met the lady. I am merely a maid." Lu Qingyi smiled gently, appreciating Shin-Changer's politeness and understanding. "There is no need for such formality. We are both servants, and there is no distinction between us. I have merely had the fortune of meeting our husband before you. Henceforth, let us serve him together and refer to each other as sisters." Hearing Lu Qingyi's open-mindedness, Shin-Changer felt a surge of warmth in her heart and quickly grasped Lu Qingyi's hand, sweetly calling out, "Sister." This display infuriated Su Baiji. "Well, here you two are, acting all sisterly, while I am cast aside." Having already found Shin-Changer somewhat irksome, the arrival of Lu Qingyi only compounded her annoyance. Su Baiji shot a glare at Lin Bulang, who stood at the door, grinning foolishly, and huffed. I leave her in your care. I am off. Remember, there will be a new batch of servants arriving at dawn. Do not forget to take her down. As Su Baiji turned to leave, Lin Bulang, recognizing her jealousy, playfully teased, Don't go, Miss Baiji. You've been such a tremendous help to us. At least stay for a meal. I want to eat. I am already full. Su Baiji retorted, her irritation escalating. This man was clearly teasing her. The two girls seemed to be getting along splendidly while he was here, asserting his superiority. It was utterly infuriating. Su Baiji, in a fit of anger, stomped away with her little legs, moving with such fervor that it seemed even 4 horses could not catch up. After bidding farewell to Su Baiji, Lin Bulang immediately turned his gaze to the 2 beauties in the courtyard, a wicked smile suddenly spreading across his face. Who was it that just claimed they would serve their husband together? The 2 women froze in surprise, their cheeks blooming with twin shades of crimson. And they hadn't even had their meal yet. I. Lin Bulang paid no mind to their hesitation and swiftly approached, effortlessly lifting the 2 beauties amidst their exclamations, striding boldly into the room. Chapter 41. Let me test you such a blissful existence in my previous life. Lin Bulang could scarcely have imagined it. Yet within the realm of cultivation, not only 2, but perhaps in time 3, 4, or even 6 could be gathered. The beds provided in the courtyard were already rather small. After accommodating both Shinchan and Lin Bulang, they felt distinctly cramped. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that it would be utterly inadequate. What shall we do now? My lord, there is another room next door, Shinchan softly reminded him. As a maid, she was supposed to sleep in the adjacent room. It was only due to her lord's favor that she was allowed to remain by his side. I shall go there right away. From now on, I will sleep in the side room. As soon as Shinchan finished speaking, Lu Qingyi dashed out as if fleeing. Observing Lu Qingyi's hasty retreat, Lin Bulang chuckled heartily, declaring, Neither of you shall escape tonight. The following morning, Lin Bulang rose early. He first awakened Shinchan and then gently shook Lu Qingyi. Seeing her dazed and sleepy, he decided to simply lift her up. Witnessing the affectionate interaction between Lin Bulang and Lu Qingyi, Shinchan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. After a moment's hesitation, she softly suggested, My lord, why not let the bed be for you and the lady? I can sleep outside. Nonsense. Lin Bulang chided, casting a glance at Lu Qingyi, who was still rubbing her eyes groggily. After just one day of such wonderful days, you wish to escape? Not a chance. The courtyard contained 2 rooms and a hall. The other room was currently cluttered with miscellaneous items and remained unused. It would be far better to combine them into one large room, creating a spacious communal sleeping area, allowing many to fit in. I'll get to work on this today. Since Lu Qingyi was blind, Shinchan took the initiative to assist her in tidying up. However, due to their current sisterly relationship, whenever Lu Qingyi attempted to decline, Shinchan resolutely insisted. After several struggles, Lu Qingyi ultimately acquiesced. After breakfast, Lin Bulang presented Lu Qingyi with a disguise pill and led her down the mountain. As the Red Leaf Fairy was planning to expand the servant peak, new servants would be arriving over the next few days, and today was merely the beginning. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Bulang first blended Lu Qingyi into the throng of new servants, then approached Su Baiji, who was directing the newcomers. Has the Red Leaf Fairy not returned yet? Lin Bulang inquired, glancing around, perplexed at the absence of her figure. It's been an entire night. Surely she must be awake by now. My master returned to the peak last night, but for some unknown reason, she has remained in the training chamber and hasn't come out, not even to see me. Alas, Su Baiji sighed lightly. Thus, I must preside over matters today. By the way, we need to select a batch of guards today. Before the new servants are fully recruited, we must ensure the guards are organized. You are now the captain of the guard, and henceforth, these matters will undoubtedly fall under your purview. Shortly, you may wish to assess potential candidates to your satisfaction. With the palace guards now incarcerated, their release appears unlikely, presenting a golden opportunity to redistribute the dynamics of the servant peak. Seize this moment to forge your own influence. Indeed, with the introduction of new guards and fresh servants, it will be challenging for Lin Bulang to deflect blame onto others this time. Lin Bulang nodded in agreement. The servant square at the foot of the mountain is considerably larger than that on the mountainside, capable of accommodating thousands without issue. This cohort of servants comprises no fewer than 200 to 300 individuals, and even when lined up, they occupy less than 1/5 of the space. Once the routine briefing concluded, Su Baiji turned her attention to Lin Bulang. Captain Lin, you have yet to select a maid. Will you do so today? Among this group of servants, there are over 30 women, and upon hearing the announcement regarding the selection of maids, several eagerly craned their necks and showcased their charms to the crowd. Little did they know that their failure to capture Lin Bulang's interest would only incite the desires of the other guards, and it was likely that they would soon be subjected to a thorough lesson in humility from them. Choose her. Lin Bulang pointed towards Lu Qingyi within the throng. After undergoing a transformation with a disguised pill, Lu Qingyi appeared quite ordinary, with her only remarkable feature being her physique. Standing beside her was a woman with fox-like eyes, exuding a vulgar charm. Upon noticing Lin Bulang's gesture, her expression shifted to one of indignation as she cast several scrutinizing glances at Lu Qingyi, brazenly nudging her aside before raising her hand high. It is I. Thank you, my lord, for your discerning eye. I shall ensure your utmost comfort henceforth. With that, the woman with the fox-like eyes, brimming with excitement, attempted to rush out of the line. However, in the next instant, a pair of large hands reached out and lifted her effortlessly into the air. The assailant was none other than Guard Wang. In the guard hall, only 2 individuals had chosen to align themselves closely with Lin Bulang, one surnamed Wang and the other surnamed Li. Following Lin Bulang's ascension to captain, both Wang and Li reveled in their newfound status. Upon hearing of the palace guard's apprehension yesterday, they were eager to curry favor with Lin Bulang. Under normal circumstances, attendance at this assembly of newly appointed servants is optional for other guards, yet they all flocked here today, anticipating Lin Bulang's selection of a maid. Vile creature, are you referring to our captain? How dare you impersonate her? With a resounding slap, the guard dealt a fierce blow. The woman with the fox-like eyes let out a cry, ready to protest, only to see Guard Wang draw his ceremonial sword from his waist. He swiftly dragged her from the line, and with a swift thrust, pierced her chest. The blade entered and exited with a crimson flourish, and after the deed was done, he nonchalantly wiped the blood from his blade upon her face. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, all the servants, regardless of gender, trembled in fear, paralyzed and disinclined to make any further movements. As the scene unfolded, the vigilant guard, Li, could only silently stomp his foot in frustration, lamenting the swiftness with which Guard Wang had acted, missing such a splendid opportunity. The subtle calculations between these two were not lost on Lin Bulang, who, after a faint smile, directed his attention toward the newly appointed miscellaneous workers. Is there anyone among you with mastery beyond the 2nd stage of body refinement? A flurry of hands shot up in response. And beyond the 3rd stage? Several hands lowered, leaving just a few raised. Lin Bulang felt a twinge of astonishment. Was the quality of this group truly so high? What about the 4th stage of body refinement? All hands dropped, but one delicate, pale hand hesitantly rose again. Indeed, there is someone at the 4th stage, and she appears to be a young girl. Lin Bulang gazed in disbelief at the girl, who was petite and unassuming. One might struggle to distinguish her front from her back, even without her garments. With a round, youthful face and bright, dark eyes, she seemed to possess a dazed expression, as though she had just awoken from a slumber. This appearance, reminiscent of an overworked university student, belied the fact that she was indeed at the 4th stage of body refinement. Very well, we shall ascertain your abilities shortly. Lin Bulang waved his hand dismissively. Those at the 3rd and 4th stages, step forward. The rest, please depart. Upon hearing the command, Guards Wang and Li sprang into action. Once the new workers had left, the plaza was left with only 4 men, 1 woman, and Lin Bulang, along with Su Baiji. The girl's origins remained a mystery, possessing a level of skill at the 4th stage that rivaled that of Guards Wang and Li. How peculiar. You truly are at the 4th stage of body refinement? Come here. Let me assess your skills. Lin Bulang gestured toward the bewildered young girl, skepticism etched upon his face. Chapter 42. The Serious Deceiver Me? The young girl tilted her head, and a flicker of emotion finally appeared in her vacant gaze. She felt bewildered and perplexed. Yes, you. Strike me. Lin Bulang beckoned. As soon as the last syllable fell, the girl's form flashed, delivering an uppercut aimed squarely at Lin Bulang's abdomen. The speed was so astonishing that it startled Lin Bulang. With a resounding thud, Lin Bulang thrust his hands downward, successfully blocking the solid punch, though he felt a slight tingling in his palms. Was this the speed and strength expected from a practitioner at the 4th level? Surely, this was a deception. Such force was more akin to that of an 8th level practitioner. After all, Lin Bulang had faced Su Baiji, who had reached the 8th level and was well acquainted with such power. The girl, seemingly tireless, unleashed a flurry of attacks, each punch heavier than the last, leaving Su Baiji watching in shocked disbelief. If this were an ordinary guard at the 4th or 5th level, they would likely be left searching for their teeth by now. Stop! 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 Lin Bulang retreated a few steps, creating a safe distance, and shouted loudly. If it came to a real confrontation, he could easily subdue this young girl, but her raw strength posed a genuine risk of injury. Such a promising fighter, no, a guardian, was not someone Lin Bulang was willing to lose. The girl seemed oblivious to the command, charging forward once more. Lin Bulang clenched his teeth, preparing to counter. In the blink of an eye, he seized her wrist, pulling her backward as if he were a slippery eel, wrapping around to her rear and locking her throat with one hand before executing a powerful throw. With a resounding crash, the girl was slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As she attempted to rise, she was met with a hefty kick to her forehead, just as dizziness overcame her. Lin Bulang had already pinned her hands down, with a couple of crisp sounds echoing as her arms were effectively immobilized. She struggled, but Lin Bulang's knee pressed firmly against her back, rendering her completely motionless. The entire exchange transpired fluidly within mere seconds, leaving the nearby 3rd-level guards in a state of shock. Even Su Baiji silently admired Lin Bulang's exceptional unarmed combat skills, realizing why she had always been thoroughly dominated by him, unable to find even a moment to retaliate. You have lost. Lin Bulang felt no thrill of victory. After all, it was merely a matter of subduing a young girl. Oh, the girl responded with a faint acknowledgement, ceasing her struggles and going limp. Observing this, Lin Bulang hastily released her, intending to assist her in recovering her arm, only to witness her swiftly perform a backflip and deftly reclaim her arms. Is this truly a human? Or is it a monster? Dislocated shoulders can still be maneuvered like that? You possess remarkable strength. The young girl glanced up at Lin Bulang, her tone suddenly imbued with respect. What is your name? The name? The girl furrowed her brow, pondering for a long while before hesitantly replying. I only remember my surname is Chu. Everything else has slipped my mind, but others like to call me Xiaoba. Chu Xiaoba? Su Baiji observed the girl's silly demeanor and couldn't help but smile gently. Well, until you remember, I shall refer to you as Miss Chu. Lin the Guardian, do you intend to select her as a potential guard? Her strength is certainly sufficient for the role of a provisional guard. Yet the ultimate decision rests with Fairy Hongya. All they could do was select a group of candidates for Fairy Hongya to choose from later. I shall head to the servant quarters later to select a few more individuals before finalizing the provisional guard candidates. The newly chosen guards from Yao Jiu's servant peak can be set aside for now, but we must immediately find someone to fill the palace guard's position. As for this candidate, this girl with the surname Chu seems quite suitable. Very well, let us first arrange these individuals in the guard hall's guest rooms. Su Baiji pointed to the 4 male servants they had just selected and then turned to look at Miss Chu. This Miss Chu appears somewhat dazed, for the time being. Let us place her in my villa to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from taking advantage of her naivety and deceiving the young lady. The nearby guards instantly bowed their heads in shame. They thought about it, but they needed to possess the requisite strength. Little did they know that Su Baiji was not referring to them. She was nearly pointing fingers at Lin Bulang. Am I truly that kind of person? Lin Bulang murmured softly. Once the matters here were settled, Su Baiji escorted Lu Qingyi back and Lin Bulang visited the servant area to select servants with at least the 3rd or 4th stage of body training. Among the seasoned servants, there were indeed quite a few with such qualifications, but Lin Bulang promptly dismissed those with impure intentions or inadequate intellect. For being a guard requires a modicum of wit, as each guard must manage hundreds of servants. After a thorough selection, 19 individuals stood out, and combined with the previous 4 male servants and the girl with the surname Chu, there were exactly 24, preparing for another bout tomorrow, leaving 6 to contend for the position of provisional guard. Having completed these tasks, Lin Bulang initially intended to return and rest, but upon reflection, the palace guards were still in the water prison, and it was uncertain when Fairy Hongya would summon him for questioning. to avoid any indiscretions when the time came. It would be prudent to first go persuade him. Thus, Lin Bulang made his way to the designated prison of the Servant Peak. The prison there typically consists of 3 levels. The first level is the earthen prison, which serves as a standard holding cell, generally used for temporary confinement. The second tier of the water prison resembles a series of pits, each filled with water just deep enough to submerge a person's head, compelling them to continuously swim upwards for a breath. Within this tormenting liquid, leeches and other creatures persistently latch onto their skin, drawing blood. While not fatal to one who has trained their body, such conditions are undeniably excruciating. The third tier, aptly named the dung prison, is a vast pit filled with excrement, reaching up to a person's chest. Those unfortunate enough to be confined within are shackled, rendered immobile. In such a foul environment, they oscillate between fainting from the stench and regaining consciousness, only to be engulfed once more by the overwhelming odor. Moreover, no sustenance is provided within the dung prison. After 3 or 4 days, the inmates are driven to a state of utter starvation, resorting to the repugnant waste before them as a last resort, desperately licking at it in a futile endeavor to satiate their hunger. In the past, if a minor offender faltered, a mere 3-day confinement in the dung prison would suffice to instill a sense of obedience. Presently, however, the palace guards are imprisoned in the water cell, a mercifully generous fate. Pushing open the door to the water prison, Lin Bulang entered, holding a pear. After taking a crisp bite, he gleefully observed the palace guard thrashing about in the water. The guard's face had turned pale from prolonged immersion, and leeches crawled over his arms, neck, and face, rendering him a pitiful sight. Upon seeing Lin Bulang enter while enjoying his pear, the guard was suddenly reminded of the earlier scene in the courtyard, which triggered an intense reaction. "Scoundrel! You wretched scoundrel! How dare you betray me? May you meet a terrible fate." "Betray you? How have I wronged you?" Lin Bulang replied, initially taken aback, but soon responding with a smile. He was primarily concerned that the palace guard might expose his connection to Lu Qingyi. Despite Lu Qingyi's death, the Red Leaf Fairy had shifted the focus of her investigation onto him. As for his alibi, Lin Bulang had already concocted a story. He had previously worked under Guard Gong, who was investigating this matter at the time. Later, he learned of the secret treasure from the Red Leaf Fairy, leading him to discreetly approach Lu Qingyi in hopes of achieving merit. However, upon hearing the palace guard's accusations, it seemed he had concocted an entire narrative of his own. "Do not play the fool. Miss Baiji has already informed me. It must be the Red Leaf Fairy who instructed you to secretly protect that woman, correct? It must be. It must be. You are fully aware, yet you refuse to speak, waiting for me to take the bait so you can seize the opportunity to undermine me. Captain Lin, you possess a heart of malice." "Protect?" Lin Bulang chuckled, crunching on his pear, and waved his hand dismissively. "Please, continue your tale. I am quite eager to see just how much of the truth your clever intellect can uncover." Chapter 43. The portrait of the big-nosed man. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's words, the palace guard perceived them as a tacit acknowledgement, causing a spark of realization to illuminate his eyes. He continued, "I know you were previously with Guard Gong. During the investigation into this matter, you must have been involved from the outset. Now that you have been promoted to the captain of the guard, you are undoubtedly the best choice to protect that woman until everything is settled. You and Miss Baiji, all of this is orchestrated by the Red Leaf Fairy, am I right?" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The palace guard became so animated that he momentarily forgot to keep himself afloat, plunging into the murky water and swallowing a mouthful of foul liquid. "Quite astute. With just a few strands of evidence, you have deduced so much." Lin Bulang laughed heartily, tossing the half-eaten pear he held into the water. "Since you are so clever, consider this half-pear a reward." "Who needs your reward?" The palace guard glared at Lin Bulang in indignation. Having enjoyed a life of luxury as a guard for many years and having fiercely contested with others countless times, he had never experienced such a humiliating defeat. He was unwilling to accept it. "Since I have guessed so much, surely you can tell me what the Red Leaf Fairy has been seeking? You plead with me. You, even as a man on the brink of death, you refuse to speak? What do your impending demise and my life have in common?" "I still wish to live," Lin Bulang scoffed, rolling his eyes before standing up and preparing to leave. "Stop. No, wait. I cannot perish without understanding the truth. At least, I beg you. Lingard, please tell me." Seeing the desperate longing for survival in the guard's eyes, Lin Bulang smiled disdainfully. He was not merely a dying man seeking the truth. He wanted to ascertain if there remained any chance for redemption. What the Red Leaf Fairy seeks is a treasure. Boom. Upon hearing the term treasure, the palace guard froze in place, utterly stunned, and once again forgot to keep himself afloat. Gradually, he sank deeper into the water. Huh, what a fool. Lin Bulang chuckled as he rose from the water prison. He immediately heard the splashing sounds behind him. Upon learning of the treasure, the palace guard should have realized that his fate was sealed. At that point, he could not possibly reveal the word treasure, lest he be perceived by the Red Leaf Fairy as the one who killed Lu Qingyi for the sake of the treasure. It would be as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse himself of the accusation. After emerging from the dungeon, Lin Bulang took a brief rest before patrolling the entirety of the Servants' Peak in the afternoon, surveying the various industries present and committing them to memory. The Servants' Peak was relatively barren in resources, lacking any distinctive industries. Thus, the only mine possessing a modest supply of quality iron ore was of particular significance to the Red Leaf Fairy. Previously, under the jurisdiction of the guard, there were 3 groups, 30 individuals in the foundry, 50 in the mining team, and 25 in the vegetable garden. While the personnel in the foundry were fixed, the mining team and the vegetable garden operated on a mixed shift system. Additionally, there were laundry, carpentry, porcelain, and mulberry rice teams, among others, managed by other guards. Notably, the palace guard had a medicinal herb team, which, despite cultivating only basic herbs, supplied directly to the clan, making it as profitable as the combined resources of the mining team and the foundry. With the palace guard now gone, it was certain that Lin Bulang would seek to reclaim this herb field for himself. After patrolling the Servant Peak, Su Baiji had just returned home when she was met with a knock at the door. It turned out that Fairy Hongya had emerged, and Su Baiji immediately reported the murder of Lu Qingyi. Fairy Hongya, understandably enraged, promptly summoned all the guards to gather at the peak. Given the gravity of her words, Lin Bulang did not hesitate to follow Su Baiji to the summit. Shortly thereafter, at the apex of the Servant Peak, within the grand hall of Fairy Hongya, she sat in a grand chair, her expression a tempest of fury, flanked by Su Baiji and Lin Bulang standing at her sides. The remaining 6 guards stood at a respectful distance in groups of 3. Moments later, the drenched palace guard was brought forth. Struck by the weight of the secret treasure, his complexion was ashen, and his demeanor was despondent, almost bordering on the unhinged. Palace guard, you have slain the servant Chi Lu. Is there any explanation you wish to offer regarding this matter? Fairy Hongya's face was a mask of wrath, her tone no longer cool and aloof, yet still imbued with an alluring charm. While the other guards dared not entertain any fanciful thoughts, Lin Bulang was different. Having savored the experience, each glance at her now involuntarily recalled the exhilarating events of the previous day. He marveled at this woman who, after a prolonged retreat, could so nonchalantly present herself before everyone as if nothing had transpired. Reporting to the fairy, I truly did not mean it. The palace guard, bereft of any will to defend himself, spoke with a tremor in his voice, ultimately pleading with a note of desperation. Not on purpose. Huh. Well, how splendid. Such a fortuitous accident. The events of the previous day had already weighed heavily on Fairy Hongya's heart, compelling her to spend the entire night in her study, poring over scriptures to find some semblance of calm. Who would have imagined that upon her emergence, she would be met with such explosive news? Her fury was on the brink of eruption. Guards, take him away and cast him from the star platform. I want him shattered into 1,000 pieces. The star platform was the very place where Lin Bulang had previously demonstrated his loyalty. Upon hearing her command, the guards led by Chun shuddered, their hearts heavy with reluctance, yet they dared not speak a word in defense of the palace guard. In the current furious state of the Crimson Leaf Fairy, anyone daring to utter a word might very well become the next to be cast aside, cast down from the star platform, to be shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. No. The palace guard suddenly regained his senses and shouted in alarm. With his strength at the 5th stage of body training, a single fall would not be fatal. Yet, after being crushed to pieces, he would undoubtedly suffer immense pain from repeatedly colliding against the mountains. However, it was of no consequence now. Within the palace of the Crimson Leaf Fairy, apart from Su Baiji, there were other maidservants present. These maidservants had accompanied the Crimson Leaf Fairy for a long time. each possessing strength around the sixth stage of body training. Two of them immediately stepped forward, seizing the palace guard and dragging him out, casting him down. Ah! The anguished cries from outside resonated, stirring the hearts of all who heard. The Crimson Leaf Fairy then slammed her hand upon the chair and declared, "For 1 year, no one is permitted to retrieve his remains. Those who defy this order shall share in his punishment." In an instant, the formidable aura of the Crimson Leaf Fairy rendered everyone in the room speechless, afraid to breathe. Even Su Baiji cautiously lowered her head at that moment. "Baiji, take this and distribute it." The Crimson Leaf Fairy took several deep breaths and suddenly produced a stack of white paper. On the paper was a grotesque and poorly drawn face, hideously contorted. The only discernible feature was an exceedingly large and prominent nose. My goodness, am I truly so ugly after altering my appearance? Could it be that this woman, after I knocked her down, has viewed me through a distorting lens of ugliness? Lin Bulang thought to himself as he gazed at the distributed portrait, questioning the intent of the Crimson Leaf Fairy. "What is this, Crimson Leaf Fairy?" Lin Bulang feigned ignorance. The Crimson Leaf Fairy slowly closed her eyes, her beautiful lips trembling. "Within this peak, there lurks a formidable foe. The image you hold is of him. This individual is exceedingly malevolent. No, utterly irredeemable. I give you 3 days to apprehend him. Captain Lin, we're doomed." Upon hearing his name invoked by the Crimson Leaf Fairy, Lin Bulang knew trouble was afoot. "You are to take the lead in this matter. If you fail to capture this individual within 3 days, I shall have you interrogated first." "What the hell? This wretched woman. She expects me to lead the charge against myself. How clever of you to think of that." Lin Bulang mused bitterly, his mind racing. "Understood, Crimson Leaf Fairy. I have a question. How can you be certain this person is within our peak? Although I am unaware of the heinous deeds he has committed, if I were that person, I would have long since fled." Lin Bulang's retort seemed to please the Crimson Leaf Fairy, who benevolently offered an explanation. "The place where I encountered him, the place of our confrontation, lies within the boundaries of this peak. If it were not for my subordinate personnel at the minor servant peak, it would be impossible to traverse the prohibitions of our mountain and enter its confines. As a member of the minor servant peak, one must bear the mark of servitude within, thus escape from our peak is equally unattainable." Upon hearing Fairy Hongye's unwavering conviction, the guards immediately clasped their hands in unison. "Rest assured, Fairy Hongye, we shall exert every effort to apprehend the villain. How infuriating! If you fail to capture him, it will not be your heads on the line." Lin Bulang chuckled awkwardly, hastily following suit while his mind raced. Clearly, he had pushed that young lady to rest before the peak. No, wait. At that moment, fearing for her safety, he had sent her to a cave for respite, which was indeed within the mountain. "Oh, how regretful. Had I known you would repay kindness with enmity, I would have let you perish outside, leaving your remains for others to collect without bringing you back. Ah, this is truly disastrous." Chapter 44. The female warrior of Shifeng. As her subordinates expressed their opinions one after another, the expression on Hongye Xianzi's face finally improved somewhat. She then waved her hand dismissively. "You may all leave. Only Captain Lin shall remain." Having earlier designated Lin Bulang to be responsible for the task of locating individuals, her decision to keep him behind elicited a sense of secret delight among the likes of Chen Hui. It was apparent to all that being singled out for a private conversation often portended misfortune. Lin Bulang had only recently assumed the role of captain, and it seemed he was on the verge of losing his position. Ultimately, would the title of captain not revert to Chen Hui? Of course, Lin Bulang shared these thoughts, his heart racing with trepidation until he heard Hongye Xianzi gently speak. "Due to the merits gained from slaying the golden-eating beast, our peak has received permission from the sect to expand. Captain Lin, Baiji, you two are my most capable assistants. Henceforth, I entrust the entirety of this expansion project to you both. I shall enter seclusion for 3 days, and upon my return, I expect not only the apprehension of the culprits, but also tangible results regarding the construction of the peak." Seclusion? Lin Bulang felt a wave of doubt wash over him. As someone who had shared the same path of cultivation with Hongye Xianzi, it was clear she had reaped significant benefits. If her cultivation had indeed progressed, there would be no need for a dedicated 3-day retreat. Could it be her dantian had expanded? After reaching the qi refinement stage, the rate of dantian expansion slows significantly. Thus, Practitioners strive to solidify their foundations before entering this stage. Although Lin Bulang's dantian had already expanded to more than 3 palms, qualifying him as an outer sect disciple, he had no intention of hastily breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. If the benchmark for outer sect disciples was 3 palms, then the standard for inner sect disciples might be 5 or even 10 palms. The reason the cultivation world is filled with so many elderly practitioners is due to their prolonged dantian cultivation. Some disciples, in pursuit of broader paths, even endure until they reach 50 or 60 years of age. Lin Bulang harbored similar sentiments. He was not mistaken. Hongye Xinzi had reached the Qi refinement stage with a 4-palm dantian, not particularly distinguished among outer sect disciples. After years of cultivation, her dantian had gradually grown to approximately 4 1/3 palms. Who could have foreseen that after one frenzied event, her dantian would suddenly surge to 5 palms? Upon realizing this, Hongye Xinzi was greatly astonished. Thus, her desire to locate that big-nosed individual was not born out of a wish for his demise, but rather a desire to retain him as her immortal servant. If she could cultivate alongside him, her dantian could continue to expand. She would spare his life. If not, she would eliminate him for her own satisfaction. Embarking upon the arduous path of cultivation, Qin Hongye, as an outer sect disciple, was privy to a much broader world than the likes of menial workers or guards. She understood that in the cultivation realm, without strength, one is rendered inconsequential. Hence, after a night of contemplation, Hongye Xinzi arrived at this decision. At your command, may I inquire, Master, which peak shall we develop this time? Su Baizhi inquired obediently, nodding her head. Let it be the Shifeng. To the east of Shifeng lies a vast rock face, perfectly suited for cultivating the Zhuyan grass that the sect requires. Upon the western cliff, there reside several nests of low-tiered demonic beasts known as rock vultures. These creatures boast feeble strength, and with a few guards accompanying you both, their swift defeat should pose no challenge. Here are 2 ethereal talismans. Each of you should carry one, ensuring your safety even in the event of a fall from the precipice. The enchanting fairy Hongye retrieved 2 talismans from her bosom and handed them to Su Baizhi. Then, casting a glance at Lin Bulang, she added, Baizhi, please fetch a jar of black jade ointment from my chamber for Captain Lin. His leg injury must be tended to. As the captain of the guard, he represents our peak, and it is unbecoming for him to rely on a cane throughout the day. For some reason, the silhouette of Lin Bulang reminded Fairy Hongye of that prominent-nosed individual. However, while Lin Bulang leaned on his cane, that individual was sprightly and possessed immense strength. A stark contrast that served as a reminder of Lin Bulang's lameness, prompting her to bestow the ointment upon him. Thank you, Fairy Hongye, Lin Bulang exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy. His leg had long since healed, yet he had refrained from revealing this to avoid suspicion. With the sudden gift from Fairy Hongye, he not only gained a valid excuse, but also obtained the precious black jade ointment free of charge. What a delightful turn of events. Very well, off you go. Fairy Hongye waved her hand, showing signs of fatigue as she rose and made her way toward her training chamber. Upon departing from the peak, Lin Bulang gathered the guards and, on a whim, included the young lady with the surname Chu. Given her intellect, gaining Fairy Hongye's approval to become a guard would be a formidable task. Therefore, seizing this opportunity to allow her to earn some merit seemed prudent. Thus, a party of 7 guards along with Su Baizhi and Miss Chu set forth towards the western peak. The Yao Yao Geo Miscellaneous Servants Peak comprises 3 summits. Currently, they reside on the principal peak, the first to be developed, towering over 2,000 meters. Besides the main peak, there are 2 smaller peaks flanking it, one to the west and one to the east. The western peak also rises over 1,000 meters, but is far steeper, with numerous cliffs interspersed and connected to the main peak by a cloud bridge. The eastern peak, in contrast, is a modest hill barely reaching 500 meters in elevation. Lacking significant mineral resources, though it does offer ample uncultivated land for development. The 3 peaks are arranged in a triangular formation, with the main peak at the apex and the western and eastern peaks flanking it, creating a sunlit cliff on the western face. The group traversed the cloud bridge and swiftly arrived atop the western peak. At this moment, the sun hung low in the west, casting shadows over the eastern cliff. Yet from the cloud bridge, one could still discern 3 large nests of rock vultures upon the cliff face. It was the hour of their return. and the wall teemed with over 100 vultures of varying sizes, a sight both magnificent and somewhat disquieting. I will descend shortly to lure the vultures. The remaining 3 of you will form a group to take down the rock vultures. Remember, do not underestimate them. Particularly, their claws are exceedingly hard, capable of rending stone as if it were mere tofu. Should you fall victim to a single strike, it would spell your doom. The group of guards, already lacking in confidence, became even more disheartened upon hearing Su Baiji's words. Miss Baiji, there appear to be around 100 rock vultures, each the size of an adult. We only have 9 of us. 9 individuals would need to slay over a dozen vultures each, and with nightfall approaching. Isn't that rather unreasonable? They had only just secured their positions as guards, enjoying a life free from worry, and naturally, they wished to avoid perishing here. Su Baiji cast a cold glance, declaring, "If there's any more dissent, I shall immediately revoke your positions as guards." The dissenting guards promptly fell silent. Lin Bulang smiled at these fools before organizing them into groups of 3, while he took charge alongside the girl surnamed Chu, standing firm against the impending threat. As soon as Su Baiji descended, a swarm of rock vultures, numbering over a dozen, soared up from below, immediately swooping down upon their presence. Fortunately, with the current number of vultures being manageable, the guards coordinated well and swiftly dispatched several with ease. Being low-tier mystical beasts, the rock vultures possessed a modicum of intelligence. Upon noticing that Lin Bulang's side consisted of only 2 individuals, they mistook them for easy prey, and 3 of the largest ones charged in their direction. Just as Lin Bulang opened his mouth, he witnessed the young girl leap into the air, seizing one of the rock vultures by its talons and spinning it around like a mighty pendulum. The remaining 2 vultures were sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. The one she held, dazed and struggling, attempted to take flight, yet she resolutely yanked it down to the ground, where she then delivered a powerful kick to its head. Chapter 45. Captain Lin's care. Lin Bulang observed as the rock vulture was sent into a fit by a well-placed kick from the young girl. The blow expertly calibrated to leave it bewildered and perplexed. The manner of her combat was reminiscent of a mischievous child wreaking havoc, truly a sight to behold. As for the 2 rock vultures that had plummeted into the abyss earlier, they may have sustained minimal physical damage, but their psychological trauma was undoubtedly profound. With the young girl's impressive feat of single-handedly confronting 3 adversaries, the morale among the guards surged to new heights. The subsequent arrival of a dozen or so rock vultures was swiftly dealt with, as the guards found their rhythm, striking with increasing ease and enthusiasm, reveling in the thrill of battle. They were certain that upon returning home, they would have tales to boast of, for they too had vanquished ferocious beasts. Following this skirmish, the young girl was bestowed the illustrious title of War God of the West Peak, and the guards no longer dared to underestimate her prowess. In the ensuing minutes, nearly half of the rock vultures perched upon the cliffs were dispatched, while the remaining half circled overhead, seemingly reluctant to engage. Pathetic creatures, if you have the courage, come down and face me in a duel. You think you're noble just because you soar through the skies? Chun, one of the more formidable guards, shouted after relishing the thrill of the fight. As dusk approached, they knew that any further confrontation would put them at a disadvantage. Hastily, Lin Bulang leaned over the cliff edge, pointing to the rock vulture nest nearest to Su Baiji. "Miss Baiji, descend and retrieve a few eggs. I refuse to believe these rascals come to snatch them away." To eliminate the threat, they needed to provoke it. As anticipated, Su Baiji leapt into the nest, inciting the overhead vultures into a frenzied descent. Despite Su Baiji's impressive strength, honed to the 8th stage of body refinement, she could not withstand the onslaught of such a multitude of rock vultures. Quickly pull the rope. Lin Bulang had ensured that Su Baiji was secured with a safety line to avert such unforeseen circumstances. Upon witnessing the perilous situation, the guards promptly discarded their weapons, rushing toward the rope tied to a sturdy tree. United in effort, they yanked with all their might, propelling Su Baiji upward just as she leaped, soaring back to safety. The vultures, seeing the eggs still clutched in her hands, swiftly redirected their charge toward the group. In an instant, over 50 rock vultures descended, a dark cloud of feathers that sent everyone's anxiety to an all-time high. The sound of thunder echoed as if a cavalry charge had broken through their ranks, scattering the guard formation amidst a cacophony of screams. Lin Bulang swiftly severed the head of a rock vulture lunging at him, quickly retrieving the celestial pearl from his bosom. With a whoosh and a flurry of strikes, amidst the chaos, few noticed the airborne pearl, allowing Lin Bulang to unleash his power and swiftly slay 3 rock vultures. Though fearsome, the rock vultures were merely a shade tougher than ordinary vultures, being social beasts whose individual strength paled in comparison to the likes of the golden devourers. Lin Bulang and Su Baiji, of their caliber, found it effortlessly simple to deal with the situation. In the wake of the initial onslaught, the guard team was thoroughly dispersed. After all, they were merely a rabble, and reorganization seemed implausible. Nonetheless, they still possessed a modicum of strength, and after the Rock Eagles retreated, they quickly stabilized their line. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Bulang retrieved the celestial pearl, feeling a surge of potent spiritual energy coursing through him, accompanied by the emergence of a gray icon. Though the Rock Eagles were rather inept, they were, in essence, demonic beasts, capable of being absorbed. The icon resembled a gray wing, and when activated by spiritual energy, it imparted a sensation of lightness to his body, akin to the effect of a light charm, albeit somewhat trivial. Puzzlingly, he wondered how they had managed to escape. In the recent clash, apart from Lin Bulang, all others in the guard team bore varying injuries. Su Baiji had sustained a superficial wound from a peck on her shoulder, while a more severely injured individual had a deep gash on his thigh, blood flowing profusely. Although the Rock Eagles had lost a dozen members, their retreat seemed unwarranted. Lin Bulang observed the flock of Rock Eagles soaring towards the sun, perplexed. Have they truly abandoned their own nest? Both low-tier and high-tier demonic beasts are exceedingly protective of their lairs. This makes no sense. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look out behind!" Lin Bulang swiftly turned, only to see a massive shadow rapidly approaching from the valley's depths beneath the rocky wall. Indeed, only a more formidable beast could drive them away. A colossal figure swept past, and the guard who had called out was snatched away by a claw, screaming in terror, and was viciously torn into midair. A gasp erupted from the crowd of guards. Confronted with such a gargantuan demonic beast, many were so paralyzed by fear that they collapsed to the ground. As the shadow passed, some felt the chilling breath of death, akin to the iron chains of the grim reapers brushing past their ears, leaving them icy and drenched in cold sweat. What manner of creature is this? Lin Bulang's heart raced as he looked up closely. It was an enormous snow sculpture, entirely white and roughly the size of a small aircraft. This entity was evidently several tiers above the Rock Eagles in terms of danger. A rough estimate suggested it could rival the previously slain Golden Devourer. "Chun, you and the others retreat at once. Once you reach the peak, inform Fairy Hongya immediately." In the face of such a formidable beast, their presence here would be utterly futile. For now, only Lin Bulang and Su Baiji could barely contend with it. Capturing it was virtually impossible. Upon hearing this, Captain Chen felt an immense relief wash over him. It was indeed a sanctioned escape. "Captain Lin, you must hold your ground. We will seek out Fairy Hongya immediately." "Yes, Captain Lin, take care. We'll be on our way." Upon the mere mention of fleeing, the guards, who had previously been paralyzed with fear, instantly regained their composure, disregarding all else as they dashed towards the cloud bridge. The snow sculpture, having feasted upon the head of one of the guards, discarded the lifeless body into the air and executed a swift turn, now fixating its gaze upon the young girl. "Why do you still remain here?" Lin Bulang then noticed that Protector Chun and the others had already retreated half a mile, while she stood rooted in place. "I won't flee. I will fight." How exhilarating. The young girl, witnessing the snow sculpture charging towards her, assumed an aggressive stance, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination, as if she were intent on grappling with the beast. "You shall perish," Lin Bulang shouted, but before he could utter another word, the shadow had already descended upon them. Even an ordinary eagle could plunge at a terrifying speed of 200 kilometers per hour, let alone this creature, a demon beast. The velocity of its descent and its formidable physique made it akin to a missile. Boom! A tremendous impact reverberated. The spot where the three stood was struck by the diving snow sculpture, creating a massive breach. Debris flew in all directions, and the young girl vanished from sight. Lin Bulang was sent hurtling away by the powerful sweep of a wing, desperately grasping a tree branch amidst the chaos to prevent himself from plummeting off the cliff. As he regained focus, he beheld Su Baiji soaring into the air, her injuries, which had yet to heal, succumbed to the sudden collision, rendering her unconscious. Currently, she lay in a state of unconsciousness, unable to channel her spiritual energy to activate the lightness talisman, commencing her free fall. The direst predicament was that she was plummeting down the mountainside. At this height of over 1,000 meters, even the fairy Honya would meet a gruesome fate upon impact. Lightness talisman, I am counting on you. Lin Bulang infused a surge of spiritual energy into the talisman and leaped downward, soaring through the air as though he had sprouted wings. Chapter 46. Heal my wounds in the distance. Su Baiji, still in a state of unconsciousness, plummeted rapidly. Lin Bulang adjusted his angle, intent on rushing to catch her midair. However, her descent was alarmingly swift, and he missed her on the first attempt. As Su Baiji continued to fall, her speed only increased, and even with the enhancement from the agility talisman, Lin Bulang found himself unable to keep pace with her. The western peak was not particularly high, and from this position, it would take merely a few seconds to reach the valley floor. There was no time for hesitation. Lin Bulang retrieved the agility talisman from his pocket and tore it apart with a decisive sound. He then assumed a parachuting posture, aligning his body vertically. With the ground looming ever closer, he finally managed to grasp Su Baiji's arm just moments before impact, reaching out to her chest. This was not a moment for frivolity. He needed to locate the agility talisman to save both their lives. As they hurtled downward like a missile, crashing through countless branches, they finally activated the agility talisman at the last possible moment. With a thunderous roar, the ground was struck, creating a massive crater, while the talisman absorbed nearly all the force, exploding in Lin Bulang's hand. Although Lin Bulang had recently acquired the abilities of the rock vulture, he had yet to discern their true effects or whether they would be of any use. In this critical moment, he chose to place his faith in the agility talisman. His gamble proved fortuitous. Amidst the tremendous tremors, Su Baiji coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood before finally regaining consciousness. She lifted her weary gaze, and the unfolding situation soon dawned upon her. "Can you move?" Lin Bulang asked with concern, but Su Baiji did not respond. Instead, her face flushed suddenly. "Your hand." Lin Bulang nearly forgot that his hand rested upon her chest. Su Baiji wore relatively thin clothing, apart from a jacket and a lightweight top. She had only a delicate undergarment beneath. Lin Bulang's hand had slipped inside her top, separated from her exquisite figure by merely a flimsy layer. Particularly given Su Baiji's alluring physique, his intrusion inevitably placed him in a precarious position. "Why did you keep the agility talisman so close to your body?" Lin Bulang chuckled awkwardly, about to withdraw his hand when a sharp, piercing cry from behind interrupted him. Upon looking up, he realized with alarm that the snow eagle had pursued them. This beast, a sovereign of the skies, typically preyed upon rock vultures and would not chase its quarry to the valley floor. This was unusual. Lin Bulang then noted the snow eagle's flight pattern appeared erratic and unsteady. Suddenly, his pupils dilated with shock. He saw a figure clinging to one of the eagle's legs, desperately tugging at its feathers, ensnaring its claws with both legs, and bizarrely managing to strip a patch of plumage from the snow eagle's leg. Without a moment's thought, that person must be the young girl with the surname Chu. Even if Lin Bulang were to take to the skies, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of trepidation. This young girl seems utterly devoid of fear, focused instead on plucking feathers with reckless abandon. The snow sculpture, while soaring through the air, would occasionally bend down in an attempt to peck at her. Yet she maneuvered with the agility of a monkey, darting up and down, left and right, unscathed while the snow sculpture's legs were left bloodied from its own efforts. Thud, thud, thud. The snow sculpture, unable to maintain its flight path due to its incessant pecking, began to descend perilously, resembling a plane in freefall, until, at a critical moment, it collided violently with the rocky wall of the western peak. With a thunderous crash, the bewildered snow sculpture fell, and the young girl vanished amidst the debris. Oh no! Such immense force, she surely could not evade it. No matter how skilled she was, her life was now in jeopardy. Alas, Lin Bulang had no intention of rescuing her. After all, Su Baiji was still by his side, and there was another oblivious snow sculpture to contend with. To save her? That would be to forsake the essential for the trivial. As Lin Bulang withdrew his gaze, Su Baiji mustered the strength to slightly move her fingers. only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing. "You, please heal my wounds." Su Baiji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her eyes darting nervously. Previously, when injured, she had declined his help. Now, with her condition worsened, if she did not act swiftly, she might not survive the descent. She would begrudgingly grant this rogue another opportunity. "Good heavens, your entire body is likely shattered beyond recognition. Can you endure this? If the wounds remain untreated, you may perish. Could you not be a tad gentler?" Su Baiji bit her lip in frustration, turning her head away in anger. At that moment, she felt utterly humiliated. She had clearly expressed her need, yet he still refused. With her naturally delicate disposition, how could she bear it? Observing her distress, Lin Bulang let out a soft huff, retrieving the celestial pearl from his bosom. He then grasped Su Baiji's fingers, intertwining them, and slowly channeled the meager spiritual energy from within himself into her through the pearl. All was silent, as she felt the spiritual energy gradually mending her injuries under the pearl's guidance. Su Baiji's once crimson face began to regain its color. For the first time, she regarded Lin Bulang with an incredulous gaze. Could it be she had misjudged this man? Could he? All right, that should suffice. Just as Su Baiji was silently moved, Lin Bulang suddenly released her hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "What do you mean by sufficient?" Su Baiji looked at him, perplexed. "Of course. I've healed your wounds." Ha ha. No sooner had he spoken than Su Baiji beheld Lin Bulang's mischievous hand reaching toward her. Su Baiji instinctively clasped her hands over her chest, but it was utterly futile. In this desolate wilderness, Lin Bulang was hardly inclined to pay heed to such trivialities. In the blink of an eye, all of Su Baiji's garments had been stripped away by Lin Bulang, leaving only a final, delicate undergarment clinging to her figure. The valley had succumbed to utter darkness. Yet even in the faint moonlight, her alabaster skin appeared irresistibly alluring. "Please, be gentle." As events unfolded beyond her control, Su Baiji resigned herself to her fate. Cursing inwardly, this insufferable man. Why can't I keep an eye on him? In my presence, he reveals his true nature in no more than 5 minutes. Indeed, all men are the same. Just as she entertained these thoughts, Lin Bulang leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Their mouths entwined, and with Lin Bulang's gentle caress, an unparalleled sensation of comfort enveloped her. For reasons unknown, all the disdain she had felt before melted away in that singular moment, as if by some enchantment. Chapter 47. You are unashamed under the luminous moonlight. Within the forest, a man and a woman are entwined in an embrace. The confluence of yin and yang has existed since the dawn of creation, from the very inception of humanity. Their movements are gentle, harmonizing seamlessly with the natural order, as the winds caress the foliage and the rhythms of nature resonate around them. What is ostensibly an unspeakable scene appears, at this moment, to be profoundly harmonious. Above them, streams of ethereal energy are summoned from the celestial pearl, growing increasingly dense, enveloping the couple and forming a cocoon of spiritual essence. At this moment, the two within the cocoon remain oblivious to the world outside, entirely absorbed in their cultivation. Such a rich concentration of spiritual energy inevitably captures the attention of the surrounding snow eagle. Awakened from its slumber, the snow eagle suddenly flaps its wings and soars into the air, immediately spotting the faintly floating cocoon and dashing towards it with a fierce determination. To its eyes, the cocoon represents a pure essence of spiritual energy, and if it could consume it, its power would undoubtedly surge. With a swift dive, the snow eagle descends upon the cocoon, its sharp talons aiming for a grasp. However, upon contact, a dull thud resonates, and it is repelled away. The snow eagle screeches in pain, staggering momentarily before spiraling upwards into the sky. That brief encounter shatters its claws against the forceful spiritual energy, leaving it momentarily powerless and hanging in the air. In response to the excruciating pain, its ferocity ignites anew. It immediately descends for another strike, this time opting for its hardest beak, intending to shatter the cocoon entirely. With a resounding crash, upon the beak's impact with the cocoon, ripples traverse its surface, seemingly absorbing the preceding force. In an instant, the cocoon retracts at an astonishing speed, amplifying its power several times over and returning the force back to the snow eagle. The snow eagle is sent hurtling hundreds of meters away by the immense backlash, struggling painfully to regain its composure in the air. when it finally stabilizes. Its visage is a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, barely recognizable. With a mournful cry, the snow eagle swiftly turns and flees towards the western peak. Gripped by fear and surrendering to the realization that the cocoon is beyond its capacity to consume. Just as it ascends to the western peak, a figure swiftly approaches via the cloud bridge. The fairy of red leaves immediately locks onto the injured snow eagle, her heart sinking. To inflict such harm upon the snow eagle, it is likely that Bai Ji and Lin Bulang are in dire peril. Indeed, her sharp gaze sweeps across the western peak, and she finds no trace of the two. Turning her attention to the valley below, she observes the profound darkness, where the faint glow of the cocoon struggles to pierce through the abyss, barely reflecting the moonlight above. At that moment, a surge of fury rises within the fairy of red leaves. Lin Bulang was indifferent, yet she held great concern for Su Baiji. Wretched beast! The voice of the red leaf fairy trembled as she lightly tapped a foot and leaped from the cloud bridge. The snow sculpture, in a state of panic, turned its head and beheld a figure that had already leaped in front of it. With a graceful sweep of the sword in her hand, a blinding ray of light sliced through the air, drawing a luminous arc that intertwined with the moonlight, instantly severing its wing. It lacked the hardened scales of the golden-eating beast. Such a strike was enough to take half of its life. With one wing severed, the snow sculpture let out a mournful cry and plummeted downwards. Yet, the red leaf fairy felt no satisfaction. She struck again and again, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Countless beams of light flickered atop the western peak. The snow sculpture was cleaved into countless fragments mid-air. With a snap, the red leaf fairy furiously sheathed her sword. Her gaze fixed upon the other end of the cloud bridge, where the Chun guards were hurrying over. Coldly, she commanded, "Thoroughly search the valley. Even if we must scour every inch of land, we shall recover the bodies of Baiji and Captain Lin." The few guards, already wounded and panting from their frantic run to the peak for help, were exhausted, and upon hearing her words, several of them fainted on the spot. The red leaf fairy paid no heed to their well-being and took a few steps forward, picking up the remnants of the snow sculpture that lay on the ground. Her eyes filled with fury as she shattered it with a single strike. "Wretched beast, were it not for my injuries still healing, you would not escape such a fate so easily today. If I do not flay your skin and extract your bones, how can I honor Baiji's spirit in the heavens?" Meanwhile, within the valley, the spirit cocoon blossomed like a flower. Inside the cocoon, Lin Bulang and Su Baiji embraced tenderly, both somewhat dazed. It was not until the cocoon shattered that they awakened from their reverie. "My injuries have completely healed." Su Baiji lifted her head, astonished as she gazed at Lin Bulang. After the frenzy they had just experienced, even in this moment of honesty, she felt no shyness. On the contrary, her injuries had mended, her spiritual energy surged, and her cultivation had ascended to the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement. Her dantian, nourished by the spiritual energy, began to expand, now reaching the size of a palm and a half. As for Lin Bulang, although he too had attained the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement, his physique seemed to have undergone a profound cleansing. Not only had his body's strength improved, but even the balance of yin and yang within him had transformed. While the original pattern of 1 yang and 4 yin remained unchanged, within the yang fire, a peculiar fire core had emerged, currently no larger than a sesame seed. Its specific function remained unclear to Lin Bulang, who resolved to inquire with Lu Qingyi upon his return. As for Lin Bulang's dantian, it had expanded to a full 5 palms. Observing the rapid growth of his dantian, he felt little, unaware that he had already caught up to the red leaf fairy. As the two reveled in their joy, a sudden, youthful voice broke the tranquility. "Hey, not wearing clothes, how shameless." Startled, they turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover the little girl perched upon a fallen tree trunk, her right arm dangling limply, clearly fractured. Yet, her face bore no trace of pain. Instead, she cast a curious glance at Lin Bulang and Su Baiji. "Brother, sister, were you two fighting just now?" The little girl leapt excitedly from the trunk and bounded over. "I want to fight too. Take me with you." Lin Bulang and Su Baiji exchanged bewildered glances, then quickly shouted, "Stop! Don't come any closer." In a moment of hesitation, Su Baiji hastily donned her clothes, draping a jacket over Lin Bulang, before dashing in front of the little girl, shielding him completely. "You mustn't look. This is not suitable for children." The girl, despite appearing to be around 14 or 15, exhibited a startling naivety. Wow. You two are fighting and didn't let me join. I want to fight with you. I want to fight. How exhilarating. Unbeknownst to them, the child's initial days had transformed into a blend of innocence and curiosity. However, her request was one that neither could possibly entertain. Observing the little girl frolicking in her embrace, Su Baiji noticed her injury, yet refrained from any reckless movements. Instead, she cast a teasing and bashful glance at Lin Bulang. You're still laughing. Hurry and get dressed. Think of something. Chapter 48. Taming the Snow Sculpture Cub. Be good. Your elder siblings did not quarrel. Lin Bulang hastily donned his attire, offering a reassuring smile before decisively striking the young girl on the nape of her neck with a swift chop. The girl's eyes rolled back, and she promptly fainted. Is this your solution? Su Baiji exclaimed, witnessing the girl collapse into her arms, her frustration reaching a boiling point. This scoundrel. What if she wakes up and continues to make a fuss? The thought made Su Baiji increasingly flustered. Without hesitation, she pinched Lin Bulang's arm fiercely, eliciting an immediate cry of discomfort from him. This young lady, Su Baiji, would never allow Lin Bulang to shoulder the burden. She could only bend down to lift the girl, casting an exasperated glare at Lin Bulang. Let us go. The valley's depths were somewhat secluded. Yet fortunate for Lin Bulang, who had previously resided nearby during his time as a handyman. After walking in the right direction for a while, the surroundings began to feel familiar. Before they could return to the main path of the peak, they heard a commotion ahead, hundreds of people brandishing torches, resembling a magnificent fire dragon, were approaching them. We found them. Captain Lin, Miss Baiji. The newcomers were none other than the guards led by Chun. After all, Fairy Hongya had issued a strict order for a thorough search, compelling them to conduct a meticulous search with their subordinates. Luckily, they had not yet entered the valley when they encountered the two. Captain Lin, Miss Baiji. Upon hearing the news, several guards rushed forward from the ranks, their eyes brimming with tears of joy at the sight of the two, not out of exuberance for their well-being, but purely relieved at the prospect of returning home for a good night's rest after such a tumultuous evening. Amidst such a grand spectacle, the two returned to the peak with some embarrassment. On the way, they exchanged accounts, and Lin Bulang eventually returned to his quaint abode. The following morning, Su Baiji knocked on his door. The previous day, Fairy Hongya had inquired about the snow sculpture, and Su Baiji had skillfully deflected her questions. Today, after welcoming the newly appointed handyman, she was to preside over the selection trials for the guards. The young girl surnamed Chu, whom Su Baiji had assisted through the back door, had directly become a prospective guard, exempt from the trials, and was recuperating in Su Baiji's villa. As they conversed, Shinchan had prepared breakfast, a simple meal of congee, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Miss Bai, do join us for a bite, Shinchan offered, bringing over a bowl of congee. The intuition among women can be quite extraordinary. She had sensed early that Miss Baiji's demeanor during her conversation with the gentleman was notably more intimate, and without further thought, she discerned what had transpired. Thus, she extended an invitation. With a chuckle, perhaps due to her delightful experience the previous night and her significant improvement in strength, Su Baiji could not resist a gentle smile at Shinchan addressing her as Miss Bai. My surname is Su. Oh, Miss Su. Shinchan playfully stuck out her tongue, and seeing that Su Baiji did not refuse, she promptly brought forth a small dish of pickles. As Su Baiji sat down, she lifted the congee and continued the conversation. The fairy has instructed you to seek another location on Shifeng to establish a guardian hall, with the purpose of safeguarding the Zhuyin grass growing on the cliffs. This herb not only serves as an ingredient for cosmetics, but can also substitute for cinnabar in crafting basic talismans. The Lingyang sect has an immense demand for Zhuyin grass. If successful in cultivation, it could become a cornerstone product of this peak. Today, a selection trial for the Guardians will allow those who are eliminated to be specifically assigned to the team responsible for harvesting Zhuyin grass, as this task on the cliffs is beyond the capabilities of ordinary laborers. Previously, the affairs of the labor peak were largely overseen by Su Baiji, who possesses a far greater understanding of its management than Lin Bulang. With her presence, Lin Bulang hardly needs to exert himself mentally. As for the morning's new labor recruits and the selection trial, I shall not attend. I will instead visit Shifeng. While Lin Bulang can certainly forego the new recruits, it would be inappropriate for him to miss the trial in his capacity as captain of the Guardians. However, Su Baiji is not inclined to dwell on these trivial matters, as Lin Bulang bears the significant responsibility of developing Shifeng. Thus, she is willing to shoulder these minor concerns. Very well, do you have any plans? Su Baiji inquired with a slight nod. The fairy seeks to apprehend the rogue. I am familiar with the laborers at the main peak, but none resemble the individual depicted in the portrait. The east peak cannot conceal anyone, leaving only Shifeng as a potential hiding place. I intend to investigate further. This serves as a pretext, for the individual in question is none other than Lin Bulang himself in disguise. Even if he wished to surrender, it would be unfeasible, as the transformation elixir produces entirely random outcomes upon consumption. This matter will inevitably leave the fairy Hongya without an explanation, compelling Lin Bulang to brace himself for the consequences, the worst of which would be a direct confrontation with her. Yet, given Lin Bulang's current strength, he stands no chance against Hongya. Thus, he must retreat to Shifeng, striving to break through to the qi refining stage. His intention was to accumulate at least 10 palms of energy before attempting a breakthrough, but he currently possesses only 5. Thus, a breakthrough now is a desperate necessity. As Lin Bulang picked up a chopstick of pickled vegetables and placed it in his mouth, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Choner, please descend the mountain today to procure some meat for a large batch of meat porridge, and have the people from the forge come by this afternoon. Understood, my lord, Shun Choner replied without hesitation. Meat porridge? The forge? Su Baiji cast Lin Bulang a puzzled glance, recalling his unique subjugation technique, but she did not press for more details. After finishing breakfast, she departed promptly. With Shun Choner and Lu Qingyi helping at home, there should be little issue with the meat porridge. Having taken a few bites, Lin Bulang set off for Shifeng. The primary objective of his visit to Shifeng is to achieve a breakthrough to the qi refining stage, but there are also 2 secondary objectives. Firstly, the snow sculpture has been slain by the fairy Hongya, and its remains have likely been collected by the guardians. However, Lin Bulang feels a sense of dissatisfaction since he did not acquire any abilities from it, so he wishes to take a chance and see if fortune favors him. Furthermore, it is rather peculiar that the Fairy of Crimson Leaves, who oversees the miscellaneous duties of the Yao Yao Jiu Peak, is only aware of the existence of the rock vulture, yet remains oblivious to the presence of the snow sculpture. This could imply that the nest of the snow sculpture is nestled in an exceedingly concealed locale, or perhaps it hails from a distant place. If one could discover the abode of this snow sculpture, it might yield unexpected rewards. After meandering around the western peak, Lin Bulang indeed stumbled upon a piece of flesh the size of a watermelon, precariously hanging amidst the shrubs at the cliff's edge, resembling a chunk of leg meat. Having endured a night of desiccation, the blood had long since dried, yet the distinct aura of the demonic beast still lingered. Lin Bulang hastily retrieved the celestial pearl. Previously, it had absorbed spiritual essence from the recently deceased guards and laborers, and he wondered if it would prove effective this time with the overnight carcass of the demonic beast. With a tinge of apprehension, he placed the celestial pearl atop the fragment of flesh, and after a brief moment, the residual spiritual energy began to rise intermittently, being absorbed by the pearl. It appeared that the longer the time elapsed, the more challenging it became for the pearl to absorb the essence. Lin Bulang had yet to ascertain the current threshold. Once he deemed that sufficient spiritual energy had been absorbed, Lin Bulang withdrew the celestial pearl into his grasp. As the faint spiritual essence surged into his body, the ability he had acquired from slaying the rock vulture unexpectedly shattered with a resounding pop, only to reconstitute itself immediately. Within the depths of Lin Bulang's consciousness, a yellow-winged emblem reformed. However, unlike before, a small eye icon now accompanied the winged mark. Could this mean that the ability is capable of further enhancement? Lin Bulang swiftly summoned a wisp of spiritual essence to activate this newfound capability. Instantly, a delicate force surged from his feet, causing him to levitate slightly. Simultaneously, the scenery before him transformed dramatically, allowing him to discern details from hundreds of meters away. Is this the effect of eagle eye? Casting his gaze sideways, Lin Bulang indeed spotted a colossal bird's nest concealed in the shadowy recesses of the cliff, undoubtedly the nesting site of the snow sculpture, which even housed 2 eagerly awaiting little snow sculptures. Wait, does this imply that he could tame spiritual beasts? Chapter 49. Breaking through the qi refinement stage, the 2 snow sculpture cubs appear to have just been born. Yet they were already larger than the geese found in rural areas. If one were to rear them in the future, it would surely be a challenge to find enough food to satisfy their appetites. Fortunately, today, the rock vulture had been ambushed, and within its nest, there were still several unhatched eggs, which Lin Bulang decided to use as sustenance for the cubs. Harnessing his newly acquired abilities, Lin Bulang took a few rock vulture eggs and soared toward the snow sculpture nest. The two cubs, perhaps unable to see clearly yet, instinctively displayed aggression upon detecting an unfamiliar scent. They raised their still soft beaks and pecked at Lin Bulang. "You little rascals, if your mother bullies me, that's one thing. But how dare you two challenge me?" With a swift motion, Lin Bulang delivered a sharp slap to each of them, immediately bringing them to heel. He then proceeded to crack open the rock vulture eggs, tossing them into the nest. The moment the cubs caught the scent of food, they instantly forgot about Lin Bulang, rushing over in a frenzy to snatch the offerings. Within the blink of an eye, they devoured all 7 eggs. After their feast, their demeanor towards Lin Bulang transformed completely. As they nestled against him and drifted off into a deep slumber, Lin Bulang chuckled helplessly, realizing that indeed, nourishment breeds affection. However, while feeding them might foster a bond, it was far from the true process of taming a spirit beast. He surmised that proper taming would require specialized techniques, which were typically accessible only to outer disciples. With the cubs still growing, he chose not to dwell on it any further. He soon discovered that this location, while not entirely devoid of rewards, was exceptionally concealed, making it an ideal spot for his breakthrough. After all, his purpose in coming to the Western Peak was to cultivate without attracting the attention of Fairy Hongya. Settling into a meditative position, Lin Bulang gradually focused his thoughts. Although he now possessed both the Yin-Yang Sacred Body and the Beast Spirit Sacred Body, his original 5 leeks body still existed, albeit diminished in efficacy due to the predominance of the former two. Thus, there remained a trickle of spiritual energy within him. The process of breaking through to the Qi refinement stage was intrinsically linked to one's spiritual roots, and this entire process was referred to as planting the spirit. The original spiritual root resided within the Purple Mansion, completely isolated from the Dantian. Each time one cultivated and acquired spiritual energy, it would temporarily reside in the Dantian, requiring manual guidance to the vicinity of the Purple Mansion, allowing the spiritual roots to absorb it automatically. This energy would then be converted into spiritual energy corresponding to the attributes of the spiritual roots before returning to the Dantian. Those with superior aptitude absorbed natural spiritual energy from the environment at an accelerated pace. The higher one's spiritual root, the more efficient the conversion of natural spiritual energy into root-specific energy. The purity of spiritual root energy naturally surpassed that of natural energy. Techniques within the mystical gate could be executed using natural energy, but the effects were generally mediocre. When employing the corresponding root energy, however, the power was exponentially amplified. This elucidates why, upon entering the Qi refinement stage, one's combat prowess transcends that of the body refinement stage. The process of cultivating a spirit root involves harnessing spiritual energy to nourish the root within the Purple Mansion, allowing it to grow forth and extend along the principal meridians until it reaches the Dantian. The emergence of any spirit root signifies the successful cultivation of a spirit and marks the onset of the Qi refinement stage. The spirit root functions like a water pipe, while the Dantian serves as a reservoir. Previously, the cycle of refining spiritual energy had to be executed manually. However, once the spirit root is successfully established, this process becomes automatic. As long as there is an ample supply of spiritual energy within the Dantian, the spirit root will continuously refine the natural spiritual energy, thus accelerating the cultivation process significantly. At present, Lin Bulang's spirit roots are nourished by the heavenly pearl, with the metal, wood, and fire element roots each reaching a level of 1/10, and the solidity of the metal root nearing 2/10. For this spirit cultivation, Lin Bulang naturally prioritizes the metal spirit root. The metal root is particularly formidable, embodying the essence of destruction and relentless advancement. Planting a metal spirit root will greatly enhance Lin Bulang's offensive capabilities. Having grasped the underlying principles, Lin Bulang began to guide the spiritual energy in conjunction with the incantation to cultivate the spirit root. The limited spiritual energy within him was insufficient. He primarily relied on the energy from the heavenly pearl. The previous night in the valley, he had amassed a considerable amount of spiritual energy from his cultivation with Su Baiji, and upon returning, he had also drawn energy from Lu Qingyi and Shinchaner. Consequently, the heavenly pearl brimmed with spiritual energy, making the spirit cultivation a feasible endeavor. During the spirit cultivation process, the greatest challenge often lies in simultaneously nourishing the spirit root while clearing the meridians. In this regard, Lin Bulang's flawless body possesses a natural advantage. Most individuals have inherent blockages within their meridians, which tend to worsen with age, and breaking through these blockages is an exceedingly energy-intensive task. In contrast, Lin Bulang's meridians and dantian are not only unblocked, but also exhibit numerous openings. It is akin to a rusty water pipe versus one riddled with holes. Thus, Lin Bulang's progress in cultivating the spirit root was remarkably swift. Nearly an hour had elapsed, and the metal spirit root had already extended above the dantian, utilizing less than one-third of the energy from the heavenly pearl. At this juncture, Lin Bulang even contemplated whether to plant another spirit root. However, he decided it prudent to conserve the remaining spiritual energy for a breakthrough in his cultivation level, prioritizing the enhancement of his fundamental strength. As the sun rose, the scorching rays poured down, causing Lin Bulang to sweat profusely. Coupled with the rapid consumption of spiritual energy while cultivating the spirit root, his body temperature rose significantly, startling the two little creatures awake. Being lower-tier demon beasts, they possessed a modicum of intelligence, and, sensing Lin Bulang's unusual state, half stood, flapping their still-developing wings to fan him. This sight would surely astonish any onlooker. The energy surged, almost achieving the desired result, as the golden spiritual root finally connected with the dantian. The meager residual spiritual energy within the dantian was instantly activated, swiftly coursing along the spiritual route towards the purple mansion. The sensation was akin to a hose linked to a powerful pump being suddenly plunged into a pond. The abrupt withdrawal of spiritual energy left Lin Bulang feeling a slight dizziness in his mind. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, the surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently, and an immense vortex of spiritual force formed around Lin Bulang, drawing in a substantial amount of energy. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, and before it could dissipate, it was promptly siphoned away by the golden spiritual root. Ah, what an exquisite sensation! Lin Bulang felt an unparalleled comfort as the spiritual energy flowed rapidly within him, continuously nourishing his meridians. With time, the 5-league body might indeed be entirely restored. The overwhelming presence of spiritual energy made Lin Bulang feel as if he were floating, akin to riding in a car speeding along the highway. Simultaneously, with each movement, supported by the spiritual energy, every muscle and sinew brimmed with boundless strength. The advancement in the qi refining stage no longer depended on natural spiritual energy, but rather on the energy from the spiritual root, which elucidates why sects prioritize spiritual roots when selecting disciples. Currently, Lin Bulang possessed only a near 20% golden spiritual root, rendering his cultivation speed rather slow. Reaching the foundation establishment stage seemed a daunting task. It would be wiser to patiently cultivate all his spiritual roots when the opportunity arises. Lin Bulang placed the heavenly pearl close to him, gradually channeling the spiritual energy contained within it into his dantian, eagerly awaiting its full transformation into golden spiritual energy before attempting to breach the first stage of qi refinement. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Bulang noticed the two little creatures still tirelessly fanning him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So, you can distinguish between a satisfying meal and a feast, can you? Just as Lin Bulang reached out to stroke them, he sensed several presences rapidly approaching. After entering the qi refining stage, his perception had significantly expanded and sharpened. His instincts warned him that these presences posed considerable trouble, and notably, none belonged to the Red Leaf Fairy. Surely, his recent breakthrough had attracted some attention, but who could possibly be in this desolate western peak? Chapter 50. Confrontation with the outer sect. Lin Bulang, without a hint of hesitation, sprang forth from his snow-carved nest. Yet, barely a few steps into his escape, he collided head-on with a group of men clad in black. The leader, adorned with a black veil and hat, was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit of pure black, his garments fluttering yet clinging closely to his physique. exuding an aura of lethal elegance intertwined with a unique chivalry. The collar of his long black robe was tightly fastened, accentuating a strikingly cold and handsome visage, while the veil danced in the wind, subtly revealing an air of secretive intensity. With a slanted gaze from his narrow, phoenix-like eyes, the leader directed his attention towards Lin Bulang and coldly inquired, "Are you the guard of this menial peak?" At this moment, Lin Bulang, clad in the attire of a guard, was easily identifiable. Replying to your esteemed self, "I indeed am," he stammered. "May I inquire what brings you to our humble menial peak?" As he observed the 6 black-clad individuals gathering ominously behind the leader, a sense of foreboding gripped Lin Bulang's heart. The presence of these 7 individuals emanated a formidable energy, indicating their exceptional prowess. The leader, at the very least, was a master in the chi refinement stage, while the remaining 6 hovered around the 7th and 8th stages of body refinement. This is troublesome, extremely troublesome, especially as the black-clad uniforms bore the intricate embroidery of a serpentine chain, hinting at a mysterious organization associated with the Yin-Yang sect. "This matter does not concern a mere guard like you," the leader continued, slowly advancing as he spoke. "I ask you, have you seen anyone leave this place recently?" "Why, yes. He went that way." Lin Bulang hastily gestured towards a random direction. In that fleeting moment when he turned, he heard a faint sound behind him, akin to the rustle of a sword sheath. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine. Whoosh! A gleaming sword descended from above. Had Lin Bulang not evaded in time, he would have surely met his demise. His evasion seemed anticipated by the leader, who withdrew his sword slightly, raising his wrist to thrust towards Lin Bulang's throat. Simultaneously, he coldly taunted, "Still daring to quibble? That person must be you." Indeed, had it not been for Lin Bulang, the lightning-quick strike of a chi refinement master would have rendered him incapable of escape. "My lord, let us converse amicably." Lin Bulang quickly recoiled, feeling a sharp sting at his throat. After stepping back a few paces, he reached to touch his neck, discovering he had sustained a minor flesh wound. The blade had been mere inches from him, yet its energy had still managed to inflict harm. Had he not been in the chi refinement stage, that stroke would have undoubtedly pierced his throat. Noticing Lin Bulang's continuous evasions and lack of counterattack, the leader finally paused his assault, instead pointing his sword at Lin Bulang from a distance. "As a guard, how is it you have advanced to the chi refinement stage? The caravan that was ambushed at your peak just days ago, surely you were involved. If you reveal the mastermind now, we from the patrol can spare your life." "Oh, so the matter has been exposed." On that day, Xie Zian's absence from the post station undoubtedly drew attention. Subsequently, the patrol team was summoned, and it did not take long for them to trace the source of the matter back to the miscellaneous duties on the peak of Miao Miao Jiao. By an unfortunate twist of fate, these individuals encountered Lin Bulang at the moment of his breakthrough. Now, he found himself in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. However, the team leader of the patrol was no fool. It was evident that Lin Bulang had just broken through to the chi refinement stage, likely due to the Xian Huang Ju he obtained from Xie Zian. On the day of the robbery, Lin Bulang was certainly no match for Xie Zian. It was clear that there were puppet masters behind this incident. "My lord, this truly is unexpected. Ever since my time at Ziyu Peak, I have diligently practiced, and I cannot fathom how this breakthrough occurred. Do not dare to quibble. What is that hanging at your waist?" Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had brought the black iron long sword he had taken from Xie Zian, fearing that something untoward might happen again on the West Peak. And the black iron long sword could only be wielded by outer sect disciples. "I picked it up. Cease your nonsense. If you do not divulge the mastermind, you shall perish." The figure in the conical hat, losing patience, unleashed a sword strike that cleaved through the air with a force capable of splitting mountains. Lin Bulang hastily drew his sword to parry, only to hear a resounding clash as the black iron sword was knocked askew, the tremendous force nearly causing him to lose grip of it. Then came the second and third strikes. A relentless barrage of powerful sword attacks rained down upon him, leaving Lin Bulang in a dire predicament. He had only just broken through. Although he had diminished some of the disparity in strength between himself and the outer sect disciples at the chi refinement stage, it was still minimal. After several strikes, Lin Bulang felt a sharp pain in his palm and glanced sideways to see blood oozing from his injured hand. Lacking martial skills and unable to effectively utilize the spiritual roots and energies within him, Resolutely, Lin Bulang reached into his chest and retrieved the Tianju, channeling all the golden spiritual energy within him into it. The golden essence governed slaughter. In an instant, the Tianju radiated brilliantly, shooting forth with a whoosh. To draw forth the Tianju signified that he had reached a point of no return. A treasured artifact. The figure in the conical hat realized the gravity of the situation the moment he beheld the Tianju, immediately gesturing for his 6 subordinates. Go, restrain him. Treasured artifacts encompass a wide range of items, including magical tools, instruments, formation diagrams, and cauldrons. Possessing such a treasure meant that even though Lin Bulang had just broken through, he could at least contend evenly with his opponent. The only opportunity lay in having his subordinates engage him in battle, distracting him from wielding the treasured artifact. However, the Tianju suddenly executed a sharp 90-degree turn in midair, instantly eliminating 3 of the guards. The sensation was akin to a steel ball piercing through tofu, effortlessly. This is not good. The figure in the conical hat's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly scanned the surroundings, and without hesitation, he darted toward the edge of the cliff. Leaping off the cliff, though lacking in dignity, was the quickest means to escape the entanglement. The strength of the man in the bamboo hat is naturally far inferior to that of the Crimson Leaf Fairy. Without the Heavenly Pearl, he could still easily suppress Lin Bulang, but with the Heavenly Pearl in play, he could only seek to survive and return to the patrol camp to devise a new plan. Observing the man in the bamboo hat leap down the cliff, Lin Bulang subtly gestured, commanding the Heavenly Pearl to eliminate the remaining 3 assailants, and then he too leaped into the air. What a fool! If they were on the cliff, Lin Bulang would need to exert some effort to deal with him. But now, leaping off the cliff and suspended in midair, he had become nothing more than a fish on a chopping board. The fierce winds whipped around Lin Bulang, his garments billowing as he soared through the air like an arrow released from a bow, propelled by the capabilities granted by the snow sculpture. Behind him, the Heavenly Pearl swiftly dispatched the last 3 figures in black, its speed surpassing that of both men. The man in the bamboo hat clearly did not anticipate Lin Bulang's unwavering leap. Panic surged within him. After all, he possessed the lightness talisman, while Lin Bulang did not. As an outer sect disciple, items such as the disguise pill, turtle-breathing pill, and lightness talisman could be exchanged for with disciple coins at the sect, and those with greater strength could even craft them themselves. Whoosh! Just as he was filled with astonishment, the Heavenly Pearl had already arrived. He curled his body midair, rolling sideways to barely shift a fraction of a distance. A faint sound echoed as the Heavenly Pearl struck his shoulder, mercifully avoiding a fatal blow. Thud! Thud! The 2 landed in succession, uprooting countless towering trees from the valley floor, while Lin Bulang remained completely unscathed. He sprang up instantly, floating gracefully in front of the man in the bamboo hat. After that leap, the hat had been blown away, revealing a face filled with terror. As he collapsed to the ground, clutching his shoulder and shouting in desperation, "No, no, no. Wait, don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have. I swear. When I return to the patrol camp, I won't say a word." Is that so? Lin Bulang raised his black iron sword, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He would not believe a single word he spoke. In that fleeting moment, the man suddenly pushed off the ground with his foot, propelling himself toward Lin Bulang with a palm strike aimed at his chest. Lin Bulang had anticipated this desperate counterattack. He immediately positioned his sword, ready to strike should the man dare approach. Thud! To Lin Bulang's astonishment, the man showed no hesitation, boldly advancing toward the blade. However, at this moment, it was improbable for him to land a blow on Lin Bulang's chest, so he sought a secondary target, reaching for Lin Bulang's left forearm. A muted thud resounded, and a scorching heat surged from Lin Bulang's forearm. Shocked, he glanced down and swiftly kicked the man away, only to find that his sleeve was unscathed. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered a dark red handprint on his arm. What is this? Chapter 51. Consuming the crimson leaves the figure beneath the conical hat chuckled ominously. You have fallen prey to my 1,000-mile soul pursuit palm. No matter how adept you are at concealing your presence, it is futile. Anyone from my patrol can sense the aura of the soul pursuit palm within 500 meters. Just await your demise. His laughter echoed, but soon it was cut short as he coughed blood, succumbing to his injuries within mere seconds. Curse you. You've set a locator on me at the cost of your life, haven't you? Lin Bulang cursed vehemently, advancing to crush the man's skull beneath his foot. He then thrust his sword multiple times, turning the body into a sieve, finally allowing himself to breathe easier and regain his composure. This 1,000-mile soul pursuit palm must be a unique martial art exclusive to the patrol. If I could uncover its manual from his remains, I might find a countermeasure. Lin Bulang hastily crouched and rifled through the body. Those who ventured from the patrol typically carried nothing but life-preserving items. Apart from a few disguising pills, some turtle-breathing elixirs, and several talismans, he found nearly nothing of worth. Damn it. Now, in addition to the enemy known as the Crimson Leaf Fairy, I have gained another formidable adversary in the patrol. Lin Bulang gazed at the red-black handprint on his own palm, a wave of frustration washing over him. Never mind. I must first dispose of this body. With a leap, Lin Bulang ascended, deftly navigating the steep cliffside as he sped back to his previous location. After all, no matter how powerful the snow sculpture's abilities, it could not compare to flight. It could merely glide or hover. And scaling the 1,000-meter western peak would still require considerable time. Halfway through his ascent, Lin Bulang glanced upward, only to see a dark figure plummeting rapidly toward him. Startled, he quickly sidestepped, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very black-clad man he had just slain. What in the world? Lin Bulang hesitated momentarily before extracting the celestial pearl. A surge of formidable spiritual energy instantly flowed into his dantian. He had absorbed the energies of those 6 black-clad subordinates along with the hooded man, but had not yet utilized it, being preoccupied with cleaning up the battlefield. Given the current uncertainty above, it was prudent to first harness this energy. With a crackling sound, the spiritual energy from these 7 individuals, including an outer disciple, overwhelmed him with its sheer magnitude, filling Lin Bulang's 5 dantians in an eye blink. Fortunately, the celestial pearl's capacity for spiritual energy was still beyond his reach. Otherwise, he would have wasted a considerable amount. Upon extracting the energy, Lin Bulang's purple mansion underwent a transformation. Firstly, his spiritual roots, aside from gold, wood, and fire, saw water and earth roots ascend to the first layer. Meanwhile, his previously strongest gold root successfully broke through to 2/10 and continued to 3/10. The wood and fire roots also swiftly advanced to 2/10. Having slain an outer disciple had astonishingly elevated his 5 elemental roots to match that of an outer disciple. Gold 3, wood 2, fire 2, water 1, earth 1. Lin Bulang felt a surge of joy within him as he silently repeated the newfound rankings. Turning his gaze back to the purple mansion. Within the confines of the purple mansion, beside a mature water spiritual root, unexpectedly, a slender ice blue spiritual root emerged. Currently no thicker than a single strand of hair. An ice spiritual root. Such a rarity is exceedingly precious. However, at present, its solidity seems to be less than 1,000th of its potential. Should there arise an opportunity to cultivate it in the future, the power of this rare root would far surpass that of the elemental roots. Each of the 5 elemental roots has its corresponding variant. Known as a rare root, metal corresponds to the instrument root, wood to the poison root, fire to the wind root, water to the ice root, and earth to the medicinal root. The likelihood of these rare roots manifesting is astoundingly low, virtually 1 in 10,000. Once one is born, even if only at a mere 10%, it would garner significant attention from the sect. How fortunate! I never anticipated that slaying an outer sect disciple would yield such a reward. Alas, it is regrettable that Xie was reduced to ashes that day. Otherwise, I would have certainly absorbed his essence as well. Lin Bulang stowed away the celestial pearl, and during his absorption, the 6 corpses had already been discarded into the valley. As a member of the patrol camp, their bodies likely held little value, so Lin Bulang decided to address that matter later. He cautiously began to ascend once more. Upon reaching the original spot, he spotted an anxious figure waiting anxiously, none other than Su Baiji, who had come to seek him out. Upon seeing her, Lin Bulang let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly leaped over to greet her. "Captain Lin, how wonderful that you are unharmed. Upon my arrival, I found 6 individuals lying on the ground, yet your presence was nowhere to be seen." Su Baiji's eyes were slightly red, despite her usual pretense of indifference towards Lin Bulang. In this critical moment, her concern was palpable. "Why? Were you worried about me?" Lin Bulang approached her, gently taking her delicate arm and inquiring with a smile. "Who would care about your well-being?" Su Baiji's face flushed slightly as she promptly shook off Lin Bulang's grasp, lifting her chin defiantly. I merely feared that if anything were to happen to you, the burden of reforming the Western Peak would fall upon my shoulders. I only dread complications. This little lady certainly had the sharpest tongue. Last night, in a secluded spot beneath the peak, her heartfelt voice was no less enchanting than that of Lu Qingyi or Shun Chaner. In fact, it was even more daring and melodious. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Lin Bulang, suppressing his laughter, took Su Baiji's delicate hand once more, and this time, she did not resist. By the way, what is the story with these individuals? I noticed their attire is peculiar, and they do not belong to our peak. Have you once again attracted trouble? Trouble indeed, it is quite troublesome. Reflecting on the handprint on his arm, Lin Bulang shook his head helplessly. They claim to be members of the patrol camp and wish to take me away. Deservedly so. You are nothing but a rogue. Su Baiji shot Lin Bulang a glare, scolding him while feeling a twinge of sympathy in her heart. She then asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine for now. But their deaths here may lead to trouble later," Lin Bulang replied, shaking his head. Su Baiji furrowed her brows at Lin Bulang, looking at him from different angles, feeling that something was amiss. Ever since he arrived, she sensed a change in him, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "What is wrong with you?" "I feel like I've broken through to the qi refinement stage." Since she had already allowed herself to practice the Xian Huangju, there was no need for him to keep such matters from her. You, qi refinement. Su Baiji was immediately taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide open. After a moment of shock, she finally regained her composure, albeit with a hint of reproach in her tone. "Why the rush? When I showed you the Xian Huangju, I intended for you to accumulate more experience over the years, yet here you are, achieving a breakthrough. I was left with no choice." The fairy Hongye said that if I couldn't find that big-nosed fellow within 3 days, I would be in dire straits. "It's just a big nose, I assent it." The fairy also mentioned that he must be within this peak. "At most, I can plead on your behalf to buy you a few more days. We will surely find him," Su Baiji urged anxiously. "To be frank, that big nose is me." Boom. Another shocking revelation. Su Baiji trembled, her gaze towards Lin Bulang growing somewhat vacant. With a quivering voice, she then asked, "You also took a disguise pill, right? What did you do to the fairy? You didn't get caught stealing something, did you?" Previously, it was Su Baiji who suggested using the disguise pill to save Lu Qingyi, so she easily connected the dots. Moreover, she had secretly warned Lin Bulang that the fairy Hongye's treasury contained many valuable items. After speaking, a look of regret washed over her face. "It's all my fault. Why did I have to tell him about these things? Haven T, I indirectly put him in danger? Stealing. Well, it's somewhat akin to stealing. But rather than taking something, it was indulging." Lin Bulang coughed awkwardly. "Indulging? What could prompt my master to become so furious?" Su Baiji's eyes momentarily clouded in confusion, then widened in shock, her expression growing increasingly alarmed. She nearly shouted, "You fool, you didn't steal the fairy Hongye's favorite red date cake, did you?" Fuming, Su Baiji grasped Lin Bulang's arm and dragged him away. "Come on, we're going to apologize to the fairy Hongye. You didn't steal anything that is extremely precious to my master. With me speaking on your behalf, it will surely be fine. Yes, it will definitely be fine." Chapter 52. A drop of golden spirit energy. Lin Bulang stood motionless, firmly rooted like an ancient pine from 2 years past, while Su Baiji found herself unable to budge him. I had entrusted the red leaf fairy." Observing the growing astonishment in Su Baiji's eyes, Lin Bulang hastily offered clarification. The matter unfolded as follows. It all began with the disguise pill. Lin Bulang recounted the entire sequence of events, watching the myriad expressions cross Su Baiji's face, from concern to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to sheer astonishment. Lin Bulang could only offer an awkward smile. At that moment, she empathized deeply with the red leaf fairy, for she too felt an overwhelming urge to strike this man before her. "What are you planning to do now? Yesterday does not count. Today marks the first day, and in 2 days, an explanation must be provided to the red leaf fairy. I will confront her directly," Lin Bulang declared without hesitation. "But the red leaf fairy may very well kill you," Su Baiji exclaimed, her face etched with worry. "Thus, within these 2 days, I must elevate my strength to a level where I can at least ensure my survival," Lin Bulang asserted, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Presently, he had already enhanced his golden spirit root to 30%, and within the heavenly pearl remained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. The disparity in strength between him and the red leaf fairy was merely a few segments. Perhaps the heavenly pearl could help bridge some of that gap. In these 2 days, his objective was clear: to refine as much spiritual energy as possible and elevate his prowess by any means necessary. Will you be immersing yourself in meditation for these 2 days? After vanquishing the snow sculpture, the red leaf fairy retreated into seclusion once more. When she emerged 2 days hence, they would need to report the capture of the large-nosed man and discuss matters regarding the western peak. It would be fortuitous for Lin Bulang to enter seclusion during this time. Indeed, the burden of the western peak may soon fall upon your shoulders. Lin Bulang admitted with a look of regret. I shall find a way to trouble you afterward. Su Baiji retorted, though her words hinted at a reluctant agreement. The most potent concentration of spiritual energy within the entire miscellaneous peak naturally resided within the Red Leaf Fairy's palace. Lin Bulang could not retreat there, so he resolved to explore the western peak for any places rich in spiritual energy. After bidding farewell to Su Baiji, he leaped into the valley's depths, first searching the 6 black-clad figures for anything of value before seeking out a paradise of hidden realms. In many a cultivation novel, one often encounters caves housing the abodes of ancestors. Should Lin Bulang chance upon one, it could lead to a significant enhancement of his powers. However, after spending nearly an hour traversing the entirety of the Western Peaks Valley floor, he found not a single site befitting the description of a hidden realm. Thus, he settled for a tranquil spot to sit in meditation and seclusion. The place Lin Bulang chose was at the far end of the Western Peak Valley, near a gently flowing stream, the very one where Lu Qingyi had previously washed her garments. On the opposite side of the message, there lies a modest cave, its entrance overgrown with thorns, making it unlikely for an ordinary person to stumble upon it. Hence, Lin Bulang used his sword to clear the thorns and ventured inside. Upon discovering a relatively comfortable stone platform, he retrieved a body refining pill and swallowed it. Unfortunately, he had no cultivation pills suitable for the qi refinement stage at hand. The body refining pill would only slightly enhance his dantian, but it was better than nothing. After settling into a cross-legged position, Lin Bulang placed the celestial pearl upon his legs, between his dantian, guiding the spiritual energy to flow gently within. Although his golden spiritual root could operate autonomously, under his deliberate guidance, the conversion of spiritual energy occurred at an accelerated pace. Next, he turned his attention to the Yin-Yang technique. During the body refinement stage, the technique was primarily used for accumulating spiritual energy and communicating with the celestial pearl. Now that he had entered the qi refinement stage, he had yet to fully activate the Yin-Yang technique. Its efficacy should surpass that of the Xianhuang technique employed by Fairy Hongya. Both martial skills and cultivation techniques possess varying qualities, yet Lin Bulang, being a mere outer disciple, had never encountered such advanced information. He had only heard vague mentions of the 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, but he remained oblivious to the specific classification of the Xianhuang technique and the Yin-Yang technique. After guiding the spiritual energy within the celestial pearl and filling his dantian, he began to recall the incantation previously taught to him by Lu Qingyi. As he recited the incantation, the spiritual energy within Lin Bulang's body began to stir restlessly, while the Yin-Yang fire, which had previously resided above his dantian, gradually descended and merged into it. With a soft thud, the moment the dual fires entered his dantian, the spiritual energy ignited as if oxygen had been set ablaze, resulting in an explosive combustion. The dantian, once brimming with spiritual energy, was instantly consumed in the blink of an eye. No, this cannot be. Lin Bulang gazed at his empty dantian, rendered speechless by shock. Where has my spiritual energy gone? Just as he was about to unleash a furious outcry, he noticed the minuscule fire core, birthed from the yang fire, suddenly spinning with increasing velocity. At that moment, the celestial pearl seemed to respond, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that surged directly into his dantian. The rapid influx of energy caused Lin Bulang's dantian to ache with a painful pressure. The newly arrived energy was promptly devoured by the insatiable fire core. No. Stop. Please stop. Lin Bulang cried out in torment within his mind. This spiritual energy was his sole reliance at present. What on earth is this fire core? It is consuming everything. Yet, the fire core continued its operation unabated, rendering Lin Bulang's attempts to withdraw from cultivation futile. It felt as though he were forcibly trapped within his dantian. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy escalated, and the sensation of pressure intensified. As Lin Bulang's dantian began to tremble violently, it seemed to him as though the entire world was quaking. It felt as if, in the next moment, his dantian would collapse. "Please, do not bring me harm." Lin Bulang managed a bitter smile, recognizing his utter helplessness to halt the impending turmoil, leaving him to merely observe the unfolding events. Time became an indeterminate concept as he absorbed the essence. The fire core grew increasingly radiant until a distinct cracking sound pierced the air. The shell of the fire core shattered, and amidst a blinding flash of white light, it expanded at a visibly remarkable rate, soon reaching the size of a mung bean. Once its growth concluded, the rotation of the fire core began to decelerate, while discernible waves of spiritual energy began to manifest around it. This energy appeared far more refined and pure than before. The essence of the Yang fire serves to purify. Surely this fire core would not have refined all of my spiritual energy. As the spiraling patterns of spiritual energy erupted forth, gently descending to the ground, a delicate azure web-like layer of spiritual energy became apparent within Lin Bulang's dantian. This energy was immediately absorbed by his long-neglected golden spiritual root, merging into the root and flowing into his purple palace, transforming into droplets of golden liquid spiritual energy that trickled down. Liquid spiritual energy. Previously, the natural spiritual energy Lin Bulang had absorbed was merely a thin mist. Even after being transformed by the spiritual root, it resembled nothing more than wisps of yellow cotton candy. Yet now, it had transmuted into a liquid state. How many of these droplets could equate to his past accumulations? Lin Bulang dared not contemplate such a notion. Chapter 53. The heart-devouring poison unleashed as the first drop of golden spiritual energy descended into his dantian. Lin Bulang felt an electric sensation surge throughout his entire being. Subsequently, the speed of spiritual energy absorption, the rate at which the fire core refined the spiritual energy, and the transformation of the golden spiritual root into liquid energy, all decelerated to a mere third of their original pace. In that moment, Lin Bulang understood that he had reached the bottleneck of the first stage of qi cultivation. To continue his cultivation journey, he must transcend this barrier. What nonsense! How could I reach a bottleneck with just a single drop of golden spiritual root energy? Lin Bulang gazed at the golden energy settling in his dantian, gradually flattening out. With a flicker of thought, his consciousness ventured into another realm of darkness. This black space was vast and void, rendering everything insignificant against the backdrop of endless darkness. In the next instant, a solemn and imposing wooden door appeared before him, bound by countless black chains. Through the crevices of the door, faint glimmers of light could be discerned. A chain? Is it merely necessary to shatter this chain to break through the bottleneck? Lin Bulang tilted his head slightly. To his right, the previously condensed drop of golden liquid energy was coalescing, while it appeared no larger than a drop of water in his dantian. Here it had swelled to the size of a watermelon. Let us go. With a surge of intent, Lin Bulang extracted a small fragment from the golden energy, shaping it into a diminutive dagger that swiftly sliced towards the black chain. With a crisp snap, the black chain met the spiritual blade and was severed effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu. Is that all? Lin Bulang marveled inwardly. He looked up to see the wooden door slowly creaking open, revealing several blinding rays of light that surged forth and penetrated his forehead. What is this? Just as Lin Bulang reached out to touch them, he found himself back in his dantian, though the previous drop of golden energy had diminished by about 1/10. Strange. Why hasn't the fire core resumed its operational speed? Could it be that my breakthrough has? Before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him once more, pulling him back into that enigmatic black space. This time, however, 2 iron chains adorned the wooden door. At that moment, Lin Bulang finally came to a realization. It was not his failure to break through. Rather, this drop of golden energy was far too potent, enabling consecutive breakthroughs. Whoosh, snap, whoosh, snap, whoosh, snap. As the cycle repeated several times, Lin Bulang's strength surged correspondingly, from the first to the second, then the third stage of qi cultivation, and ultimately to the fourth stage. Only then did the drop of golden energy become fully expended. Simultaneously, the pace of all his internal cultivation resumed its normal rhythm. The remaining spiritual energy within the celestial pearl was swiftly absorbed by the fire core, yet this time, only 1/3 of a drop of golden energy was ultimately condensed. Lin Bulang had already calculated that to break through to the fifth stage of qi refinement, he would require at least half a drop of golden spiritual energy. Thus he had to abandon the endeavor. After exiting his dantian, Lin Bulang stretched his limbs, and just as he was about to rise, a rumble emanated from his belly, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sensation of hunger. He felt that if a cow were to appear before him at that moment, he could chase it and consume it over a distance of 2 miles. Even during the qi refinement stage, where one could nourish essence with energy, he could not escape the need for sustenance. However, the urgency of hunger would diminish to 1/3 of its usual intensity. Only upon entering the foundation establishment stage could one transform energy into essence, rendering the need for food virtually obsolete. He pondered how many days he had been in seclusion. It shouldn't have been too long, right? Lin Bulang glanced toward the blinding sunlight at the cave entrance, which bore no difference from when he had first entered his meditative retreat. Perhaps only a few minutes? At most a day? With a gentle leap, Lin Bulang felt as if his entire body was about to float away. By the time he landed, he had already covered several zhang. Due to his prior continuous breakthroughs, he had not directly felt the increase in power after this latest advancement. This sudden movement sent an odd sensation coursing through his entire being. Previously, during the body refinement stage, even with an increase in strength, he could only manage to jump from half a meter to a full meter or even 2 meters. At least then, he could still recognize his body, aware that it was his muscles exerting force, with a discernible limit and control. Now, having broken through to the qi refinement stage, the spiritual energy flowed from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. If he were to jump again, it would not matter how far he leaped. The key was that strange sensation, akin to having a rocket booster strapped to his legs, utterly peculiar and unfamiliar. This was truly the qi refinement stage. It seemed that acclimatizing to his body would require some time. Clearing away the thorns, Lin Bulang leapt lightly up the cliff face, and with a few agile movements, he arrived at the edge of the cloud bridge. Upon witnessing the scenery before him, he was rendered speechless. At the edge of the cloud bridge, several massive tents had been erected at some point, filled with an array of mud and sand materials. In the distance, all the trees and weeds had been cleared away, revealing a relatively flat platform. The platform had already been excavated with countless pits, filled with massive stones as a foundation. Even more astonishing was the fact that the entire grand structure had its beams erected, and the framework had been constructed to a considerable extent. This could not have been completed in a single day. Oh no, how long had he truly been in seclusion? Just as Lin Bulang was grappling with his astonishment, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest. It felt as though his heart was being pricked by a million needles, an excruciating discomfort. Ah, the 10,000 insect heart-eating goo. To demonstrate his loyalty, Lin Bulang had ingested the poison given by Fairy Hongya. That poison could only last for 7 days, and at the time, Fairy Hongya had also provided him with an antidote in advance. Lin Bulang's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly sought a place to sit down. Trembling, he extracted the antidote and tossed it into his mouth. The emergence of the 10,000 insect heart-eating goo confirmed that his seclusion had lasted far longer than merely a day. This was a disaster. He was in serious trouble. Within the Hall of Servants, what is the current state of affairs? Are Choner and Chingy faring well? I fear that Fairy Hongya must believe I have defected. Just as Lin Bulang awaited the effects of the antidote, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Captain Lin. Upon lifting his gaze, Lin Bulang beheld Guard Wang, hastily approaching with his hand resting upon the hilt of his side blade. How splendid it is, Captain Lin, that you yet live. Following Guard Wang was a group of servants traversing the cloud bridge, each bearing an array of tools and materials, evidently belonging to the carpentry division. This very division, responsible for the construction within the peak, fell under the jurisdiction of Guard Wang. Guard Wang, have you come to oversee the work? Lin Bulang blinked in surprise, noticing the mixed emotions etched upon Wang's face, prompting him to inquire urgently. Do you know how many days I have been unconscious? What is the current situation atop the peak? 8 days. You have been missing for a full 8 days. Guard Wang replied, a note of urgency in his voice. Fairy Hongya is furious. I suggest you hasten to report to the peak. With your golden belt, she is unlikely to take any severe action against you. Chapter 54. The death of the dog man. Observing the anxious demeanor of Guard Wang, it was evident that he was genuinely distressed. Ever since Lin Bulang vanished, Guard Chun and his associates had banded together to propose a re-election for the position of the guard captain. With the imminent development of Shifeng, it was clear that, aside from Baiji, another individual needed to step up and assume leadership. Thus, the enchanting Hongya fairy appointed Guard Chun as the new captain, thereby entrusting him with the entirety of the Shifeng construction affairs. In the wake of Guard Gong's demise, it was akin to a jungle devoid of a tiger, leaving the monkeys to claim kingship. Upon his ascension, Guard Chun immediately delineated an expansive estate for himself in the most picturesque area of Shifeng, reportedly comprising 8 rooms, 2 courtyards, and adorned with artificial hills and serene ponds. Such opulence was beyond even what the deceased Guard Gong could have envisioned. Moreover, all of Lin Bulang's former forge and mining operations were now under his control, and should any reforms be enacted in the future, he remained oblivious to the extent of the division that would ensue. Thus, no one yearned more fervently for Lin Bulang's return than Guard Wang. I understand. Lin Bulang inhaled deeply, the antidote he had recently consumed beginning to take effect, alleviating his suffering within mere moments. After bidding farewell to Guard Wang, he traversed the cloud bridge, making his way towards the summit. Ah, is that not Captain Lin? He is still alive, exclaimed one, incredulously. Good heavens, I must be mistaken. Is it truly possible for someone from the Servant Peak who went missing to return alive? Along his path, the servants whispered amongst themselves, their discussions swirling like autumn leaves. Since Lin Bulang's disappearance, rumors of monumental changes sweeping through the Servant Peak had proliferated among the crowd. After all, Guard Gong had vanished abruptly, followed closely by Guard Gong. And now, newly appointed Captain Lin had also gone missing. Within mere days, the continuous disappearances among the guard teams had inevitably instilled a sense of dread within the entire Servant Peak. Yet, in that moment, Lin Bulang paid them no heed. Hastening to the mountainside, from a distance, he caught sight of his cottage, wisps of smoke curling upward, indicating that Su Baiji was likely tending to their needs. Without returning to the cottage, he ascended directly to the peak. Guard Lin Bulang requests an audience with the Hongya fairy. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Bulang called out with a resonant voice at the entrance. Moments later, the grand door creaked open slightly, and a maid peeked out, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Lin Bulang. Just as she was about to open the door, a commanding voice resonated from within the inner chamber. You are still alive? Huh. Hurry up and come in to face your fate. With his head held high, Lin Bulang strode confidently into the chamber. Having attained the 4th stage of Qi cultivation, he recognized that Hongya fairy was only at the 5th or 6th stage. The disparity between them was minimal, and with the celestial pearl in his possession, he felt no trepidation in confronting her. At worst, he would sever ties with the Hongya fairy, defeat her, and then leave to join the Yin-Yang sect as an outer disciple. Creak. The inner chamber doors opened slowly, revealing the Hongya fairy seated in the main hall, her expression contorted with fury. Guard Lin, you possess quite the audacity. As Lin Bulang stepped inside, Fairy Hongya immediately let out a delicate cry and rose from her seat with a swift motion. The 2 maids who had accompanied her quickly retreated, leaving only Lin Bulang and Fairy Hongya in the inner chamber. I accidentally fell from the West Peak and was unconscious for 8 days, neglecting the task you entrusted to me. I humbly ask for your punishment. Lin Bulang lowered his head slightly and explained, Do you dare to feign ignorance here? Fairy Hongya replied with a cold smile, striding to the table and striking it fiercely with her jade palm. Upon the table lay a portrait of the man with the prominent nose. What 8 days of unconsciousness? You have been in seclusion for 8 days, haven't you? Now that you have broken through to the Qi refinement stage, you no longer even kneel before me? Feeling the icy gaze of Fairy Hongya, Lin Bulang realized that remaining passive was no longer an option. However, he had not yet revealed his true identity to her. How did she know he was the one depicted in the portrait? Was it merely because his strength had advanced to the Qi refinement stage? May I inquire about your meaning, Fairy? I am somewhat perplexed. Lin Bulang feigned ignorance and asked. With a swift motion, Fairy Hongya turned in anger and drew the long sword hanging on the wall. The sword was entirely black, seemingly forged from dark iron, and as it twirled, a faint blue light emanated from its blade. This was the Xuanma sword, a treasured weapon bestowed by the sect, crafted by a high-ranking swordsmith, far superior to the black iron sword Lin Bulang had obtained from Xiezian. The patrol camp had already investigated the robbery of the traveling merchants. The investigation team from the patrol camp went missing at the West Peak, and shortly thereafter, you vanished for several days. You must have acquired the Xian Huang Ju from the hands of the patrol camp members to break through to the Qi refinement stage, correct? The Xuanma sword in her hand trembled slightly, emitting a clear ringing sound. With a sudden thrust, she forced Lin Bulang back, not wishing to devastate her inner chamber. With a powerful impact, Lin Bulang swiftly drew the black iron sword he had taken from Xiezian and blocked, only to be sent flying by an overwhelming force. The door of the inner chamber shattered behind him, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the courtyard outside. The maids waiting outside let out piercing screams and scattered in all directions. Just 10 days ago, you were but a mere servant, and now you have reached the Qi refinement stage. This level of advancement is beyond even the most gifted talents of Lingyang's sect. The secret treasure I have been pursuing must have already fallen into your possession, hasn't it? Fairy Hongya chuckled coldly, her murderous intent intensifying. Fairy, Lin Bulang wished to explain further. He could admit to being the one with the prominent nose, but he could never acknowledge the matter of the secret treasure. If he did, even if he left the servant peak in the future, endless pursuits would await him. Still attempting to argue? Though I am unaware of the methods you employed to manipulate Bai Ji, she is now confined within the palace. I have thoroughly investigated the matter at hand. Huh. A mere servant, possessing such cunning and audacity. You surely deserve death. Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant, he realized that Su Baiji had indeed been detained, and that Lu Qingyi and Shun Chanair had, without a doubt, become the trump cards in Hong Yixianzi's hands. Whoosh! In the midst of hesitation, a blinding sword light surged forth. The Xianmo sword in Hong Yixianzi's grasp split into 8 distinct beams, swiftly sealing off all of Lin Bulang's avenues of retreat. Clang, clang, clang. The Yulong sword. Lin Bulang's sword arced horizontally, moving like a dragon, effortlessly deflecting every blade of light. In the blink of an eye, he contracted his form and deftly slipped several meters away. Hong Yixianzi, that day, I was compelled by circumstances to cultivate alongside you. And you must have gained considerable benefit from it as well. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Lin Bulang posed his final question, knowing that if he received no answer, he would have no choice but to strike with lethal intent. I have indeed benefited immensely, even achieving a breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Were it anyone else, I would spare their life for the sake of cultivation. But you are different. You have seized my treasure. You have seduced my most trusted maid, Bai Ji. Do you truly believe that Qin Hongyi is so easily dealt with? Cursed man, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 55. Defeating Qin Hongya in light of this. I shall not hold back. Upon witnessing the resolute intent to kill in Fairy Hongya's eyes, Lin Bulang promptly retrieved the celestial pearl. After channeling a modicum of golden spiritual energy into it, the pearl emitted a resonant hum and ascended into the air. Seeing the celestial pearl, Fairy Hongya's eyes flickered with a hint of wariness. Yet this caution was swiftly overshadowed by a tempest of rage. For this secret treasure rightfully belonged to her. Talisman of the Celestial Master. Without hesitation, Fairy Hongya withdrew 3 talismans from her waist, deftly pinching them between her delicate fingers. In an instant, they ignited in a blaze. A formidable wave of spiritual energy enveloped her entire being, coursing along her body before coalescing into a radiant golden light, manifesting as a golden apparition behind her. Even if you have advanced to the Qi refinement stage, you remain merely a rogue cultivator, far beneath the esteemed disciples of our righteous sects. Today, I shall demonstrate the true essence of a duel amongst cultivators. With that proclamation, Fairy Hongya propelled herself forward, her form akin to an arrow loosed from a bow. Lin Bulang had anticipated that the outer disciples possessed various means of self-preservation, exemplified by the thunderstorm talisman previously utilized by Xiezian. However, the fact that Fairy Hongya wielded 3 talismans simultaneously left Lin Bulang feeling a twinge of apprehension, recalling the immense power of the thunderstorm talisman. Whoosh! Under Lin Bulang's command, the celestial pearl surged toward the apparition. Bang! Fairy Hongya's sword arrived in a heartbeat, prompting Lin Bulang to swiftly channel golden spiritual energy into his own blade and deliver a fierce strike. A resounding explosion ensued, scattering sparks in all directions as Fairy Hongya's sword technique was abruptly shattered. Without delay, Lin Bulang pivoted his blade, aiming a horizontal slash toward her throat. Fairy Hongya did not anticipate the weight of Lin Bulang's sword strike, and she hastily evaded, only to be met with a thunderous crash behind her. The golden apparition delivered a punch directly to the celestial pearl, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent Lin Bulang reeling, who had intended to follow up with another strike. What a monstrous contraption! Lin Bulang marveled inwardly. It was crucial to note that he had infused the celestial pearl with golden spiritual energy, the last opponent. The man in the straw hat had been grievously injured by a single blow. Yet Fairy Hongya had withstood this golden apparition. Equally astonished was Fairy Hongya. The 3 talismans she had invoked summoned a celestial master with the peak strength of the 9th stage of Qi refinement. After a direct confrontation with the celestial pearl, the apparition had visibly cracked. At this rate, after merely 3 more exchanges, the celestial master's visage would be rendered utterly ineffective. Dragon-slaying sword. Having engaged in 2 exchanges, Lin Bulang was increasingly confident in his advantage. He raised his sword, moving with the grace of a serpent, the blade's arc as elusive as a specter. Meanwhile, the celestial pearl, having been deflected, spun in the air before swiftly reversing course, hurtling directly toward Fairy Hongya's chest. Even if she was once my woman, it was merely a fleeting connection. Should she truly seek to obstruct me, then her demise would be inconsequential. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resonated. The ethereal figure of the celestial master bore yet another fissure, and amidst the overwhelming force of the explosion, Lin Bulang had already materialized before the Red Leaf Fairy. Clang! Under the clash of 2 swords, the Red Leaf Fairy could not withstand Lin Bulang's assault. With a sharp gasp, a blade pierced her shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. Observing the pristine skin of the Red Leaf Fairy, Lin Bulang remained devoid of emotion, and without hesitation, he followed up with another strike. It is you who sought to eradicate completely. Should you become a restless spirit on this peak in the future, do not blame me. Thunder! A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Red Leaf Fairy as she decisively retrieved a talisman. Lin Bulang's eyes widened in astonishment. More? Self-detonation is indeed a tradition of your Yin-Yang sect, is it not? As she brandished the talisman, the sword aimed at her throat swiftly slashed diagonally, cleaving the talisman in twain. In that fleeting moment, a sinister, triumphant smile graced the Red Leaf Fairy's face. Thunder break talisman. Lin Bulang abruptly looked up, only to see a golden bolt of lightning coalescing in the sky, its target unmistakably him. You wretched woman, you dare to scheme against me. Scales. Lin Bulang summoned the golden spiritual energy within him, channeling it into the previously devoured golden beast's abilities. A layer of shimmering golden scales rapidly enveloped his body from head to toe. Although the offensive prowess of the golden element was inferior to the earth element, it remained commendably effective overall. With the celestial pearl already hovering above his head, the moment the lightning descended, a deafening roar echoed. 90% of the lightning was absorbed by the celestial pearl. The remaining 10% struck Lin Bulang with force. A numbing sensation instantly coursed through his entire being. Though protected by the scales, the effects of paralysis were inescapable. The Red Leaf Fairy gazed triumphantly at the descending lightning, watching as Lin Bulang was engulfed in golden radiance, while debris flew chaotically beneath him, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Wretched man, perish! Gripping her sword with her right hand, she could only unleash a punch with her left. The Celestial Master's ethereal figure mirrored her movement, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Lin Bulang's chest. Crack! Lin Bulang, still reeling from the lightning, was sent hurtling backwards, landing squarely on the star platform. Had this fellow possessed a modicum more strength, Lin Bulang might have found himself accompanying the palace guards in death. With a rustle, the scales retracted. Lin Bulang emerged unscathed. Glancing down at his position, a smile suddenly broke across his face. On that day, he had gained the initial trust of the Red Leaf Fairy by leaping from this very star platform. Little did he know, Today he would once again embark from this spot, intent on delivering her a fatal blow. Upon gazing at the starry platform, Lin Bulang astonishingly stood once more, utterly unscathed, causing the red leaf fairy to finally succumb to panic. How could this be possible? That bolt of lightning had seemingly left no impact on him. Thud! In a fit of rage, Lin Bulang stomped his foot, instantly shattering the entire starry platform. Immediately, golden spiritual energy enveloped him, transforming him into a radiant streak of golden light, surging forward. Block! Stand in my way. The red leaf fairy, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, crossed her arms before her chest. The golden celestial figure behind her swiftly enveloped her in a protective embrace. However, with the celestial figure already half shattered, she was uncertain whether it could withstand Lin Bulang's strike. Swish! Bang! A sword thrust forth. The long sword, imbued with the essence of golden spiritual roots, radiated the brilliance of the sun and moon above. With a single thrust, it shattered the celestial figure. Subsequently, a soft sound echoed as the long sword pierced through her chest. The red leaf fairy found herself pinned back by Lin Bulang's sword, retreating frantically. Ultimately, a muffled thud resonated as she was directly impaled against the wall. Shocked, the red leaf fairy stared at Lin Bulang, and suddenly, with a violent cough, a stream of blood escaped her lips. She never anticipated that she would be defeated by a mere servant. Witnessing this scene, the eavesdropping maidens were utterly thrown into disarray. They all scrambled towards the exit in a panic. If even the red leaf fairy had been bested, they feared they would be next to perish. Boom! At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted from a distant chamber. A figure dashed forward with lightning speed. It was Su Baiji. The spectacle before her left her utterly astounded, an indelible memory etched into her mind. At Lingyang sect's servant peak, who could have imagined that a mere servant would triumph over the master of an entire peak, achieving a complete reversal? Lin Bulang had accomplished the impossible. Chapter 56. The imprisonment of Qin Hongye Yu. How could you? The shock within Su Baiji surged like tumultuous waves, one after another, leaving her mind blank and her scalp tingling. She was aware that Lin Bulang was seeking an opportunity to break through. Yet she never anticipated that he would advance to the Qi cultivation stage and return to confront the fairy Hongya head-on, even defeating her. In that fleeting moment, Su Baiji hesitated. If she spared the fairy's life, their days on the miscellaneous peak would undoubtedly become unbearable. However, if she killed her, the years of master-servant bond would weigh heavily on her heart. Ultimately, Su Baiji lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, which transformed into a flicker of resolve. Having chosen Lin Bulang from the outset, she naturally must support him to the end. Now that he had vanquished the fairy Hongya, becoming the first miscellaneous disciple to retaliate against an outer sect disciple, did this not affirm that her decision to believe in Lin Bulang was indeed correct? Kill me. If you do not slay me now, you shall bear the endless wrath of the Lingyang sect in the future. Regardless of how formidable your strength or how protective your treasures, you remain merely a disciple of the Qi cultivation stage. A foundation establishment intersect disciple dispatched by the Lingyang sect could crush you like a mere wild dog. Ha! The fairy Hongya's complexion turned ashen as she gazed at Lin Bulang with near madness. As an outer sect disciple, having her purity stripped away by a mere lowly servant and being driven to such a desperate plight, what face did she have left to continue living? Even if she survived, this incident would haunt her as a nightmarish specter for the rest of her life, transforming into a heart demon that would torment her daily, robbing her of peace. I certainly intend to kill you, but not at this moment. The fairy's words swiftly brought Lin Bulang back to calmness. There was no emotional bond between him and the fairy, yet it must be acknowledged that at this moment, her strength made her the perfect furnace for his cultivation. Why not imprison her entirely on the miscellaneous peak, turning her into a tool for his own advancement? Once his strength was sufficient, he could dispose of her at his leisure. Baiji, bring forth the heart-devouring insect goo. I want you to experience the taste of being devoured by myriad insects. Lin Bulang sneered. At his words, the fairy Hongya trembled violently. The heart-devouring insect goo was a method employed by her subordinates, and she had never imagined she would face the same fate. As a fairy at the Qi cultivation stage, the effects of the heart-devouring insect goo would be minimal. With her prowess, she could fully refine the insects within her body in no more than a month. At this moment, Su Baiji had completely grasped her own position. a flicker of harshness flashing in her gaze. I know there exists another form of poison within the fairy's treasury. Su Baiji. The fairy Hongya immediately let out a piercing wail. Have I ever treated you poorly during your years in the peak? For the sake of a man, you would do this to me? Su Baiji fell into a momentary silence. The red leaf fairy treated herself well, yet Su Baiji understood that, deep within her heart, her identity had always been that of a mere maid, a servile creature, a pet. In the eyes of the red leaf fairy, she had never truly regarded her as a human being. However, Lin Bulang was different. At least their statuses were alike. Su Baiji silently turned away, while the red leaf fairy could only cast another hateful glance at Lin Bulang. I won't eat it. If you dare kill me now, you have no say in this. Lin Bulang coldly smirked as he withdrew his long sword. Focus on healing. The red leaf fairy bit her lip, raising her gaze towards Lin Bulang. Her eyes now filled with despair. Though she wished for Lin Bulang to end her life with a single stroke, the sensation of blood gushing from her wounds, her body growing colder, and the overwhelming feeling of death ignited her instinct for survival. No matter how humiliated she felt, she could only choose to endure. If a chance arose in the future, the red leaf fairy took a deep breath, clenched her tiny fist, and began to obediently channel her energy to heal. Before long, Su Baiji returned with the red leaf fairy's treasured poison. Conflicts often arose among the outer disciples, and naturally, the red leaf fairy possessed poisons to deal with them. This one was called spirit-severing powder. Once ingested, any use of spiritual energy within 7 days would result in a lethal reaction, causing severe decay and festering, leading to a gruesome demise. Without antidotes, this substance would effectively confine the fairy here. However, I searched the palace and could only find these 3 vials. Open your mouth, Lin Bulang commanded. Taking 1 vial, the red leaf fairy stubbornly clenched her teeth. Yet, Lin Bulang was unfazed, directly probing her wound, the excruciating pain forcing her to open her mouth. And in an instant, Lin Bulang poured the spirit-severing powder into her mouth. Cough. Huh. The red leaf fairy's heart brimmed with resentment, yet she laughed aloud. 3 vials of spirit-severing powder are nothing. You can only imprison me for 21 days. After that, let's see what you can do. No need. 21 days is ample time for me to find a way to control you completely. Lin Bulang bent down, lifting her effortlessly and walking towards her chamber. Realizing the precarious situation, the red leaf fairy screamed, "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do? To heal you? I don't want you dying here. You're my precious treasure." Lin Bulang replied with a chilling smile. Since she had consumed the spirit-severing powder, she could no longer channel her energy to heal herself. So he would use the celestial pearl to aid her recovery. She must remain alive until Lin Bulang discovered a way out. Ah, scoundrel! If you continue to humiliate me, you shall not have a good end. At that moment, Qin Hongya understood that having ingested the spirit-severing powder rendered her no different from an ordinary person, utterly incapable of resisting Lin Bulang. Thus, she could only struggle and curse desperately. Such a scene caused Su Baiji, who observed from behind, to furrow her brows repeatedly. In days gone by, the once arrogant and imperious red leaf fairy, in this moment, bore no distinction from a raucous commoner of the mountains. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang had ascended to become the new sovereign of the menial peak. Su Baiji lowered her gaze, turning towards the entrance of the palace where her fleeing sisters had dispersed. She was aware that there were still a few loose ends to tie up before she could assist Lin Bulang. Within the chambers, the red leaf fairy lay vulnerably, her body marred with fresh scars from battles fought. At this juncture, having endured 2 fierce confrontations, she found herself utterly depleted of strength, lacking even the will to grasp a blanket for modesty. She understood that she was destined for confinement here, to become the vessel of that man. Despair, indignation, and anguish streamed from her eyes, yet she felt utterly powerless. Most lamentably, she even lacked the courage to embrace death. At this moment, Lin Bulang sat beside her, eyes closed in meditation. After the recent cultivation, the spiritual energy within the heavenly pearl had significantly replenished, though he was still far from breaking through. The preceding battle had nearly exhausted his golden spiritual energy, leaving him to gather strength for the dangers that lay ahead. While he had managed to subdue the red leaf fairy, another threat loomed. The patrol camp watched with keen eyes, unwilling to let him escape unscathed. "How much do you know about the patrol camp?" Lin Bulang suddenly inquired. The red leaf fairy, almost numb, made an effort to tilt her head, a mocking smile escaping her lips. "Want to know? I would rather die than divulge anything to you. It's merely a matter of time before those in the patrol camp escalate their inquiries. Prepare for your demise." It seemed she still did not comprehend her dire predicament. Lin Bulang shook his head slowly, as if lamenting something, before abruptly rising to his feet, retrieving a long whip typically employed to discipline the menials. Perhaps, by enduring the same suffering as those menials, she might learn obedience. Perhaps this would grant her a newfound perspective on the world. Crack! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the chambers, echoing in the silence. Chapter 57. Rectifying the guard hall. Upon departing from the palace, Lin Bulang had acquired the answers he sought. The patrol camp could be viewed as the department within Lingyang sect responsible for maintaining order, primarily tasked with eliminating rogue cultivators, highway bandits, and heretics within the sect's jurisdiction. However, their authority was limited to outer disciples and miscellaneous servants. The inner disciples, direct students, and elders were specifically overseen by the sect's regulations. When disciples entered the sect, those with exceptional talents would be designated as inner disciples and selected by the sect's 7 peaks and 13 halls for specialized training. Conversely, those with mediocre aptitude would become outer disciples, scattered throughout the sect to fulfill various grassroots roles, such as managing the miscellaneous peak or overseeing merchant caravans. Only a select few among the outstanding outer disciples could afford to focus solely on their cultivation, enjoying a status nearly equivalent to that of inner disciples, albeit slightly lower. Ultimately, these individuals would ascend to become offerings of the outer sect, forming the core of the external affairs hall within the management system. From another perspective, one could argue that outer disciples were merely elevated miscellaneous servants. The so-called realm of cultivation was, in essence, a harsh system of exploitation, layered and unforgiving. Regardless of one's position, the obligation to pay tribute upwards remained unavoidable. Should any link in this chain falter, the inevitable consequence would be downfall. Upon realizing this, Lin Bulang felt no remorse for his decision to imprison Fairy Hongya. After all, who could deny that this world was merely a grander version of the miscellaneous peak? With Fairy Hongya dealt with, his next step was to address the guard hall. Under Su Baiji's directive, all newly appointed and veteran guards swiftly gathered at the guard hall on the mountainside. Lin Bulang and Su Baiji arrived early, with Su Baiji taking the seat of authority while Lin Bulang sat beside her. The first to arrive were 3 newly appointed guards, their strengths ranging between the 3rd and 4th stages of body refinement. Following them was a young girl surnamed Chu, who, upon seeing Lin Bulang alive, brightened up instantly. Just as she was about to approach him for a conversation, Su Baiji's stern expression compelled her to retreat, leaving her to sit beside Lin Bulang with a look of dejection. Shortly thereafter, the 2 guards, Wang and Li, who had long sought to befriend Lin Bulang, arrived. However, both wore expressions of fatigue, evidently worn out by the antics of Guard Chun. Once this group was complete, an additional 10 minutes passed before Guard Chun appeared, accompanied by several of his subordinates. He strutted in with a round belly, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, and his right hand resting casually on his guard sword, strolling with an air of nonchalance. Since assuming the role of captain, he had completely disregarded Su Baiji. Moreover, with her having been under the confinement of Fairy Hongya for several days, the entire miscellaneous peak had become his domain to command. In just a few days, he had become utterly arrogant. "Ah, Lingard." Upon entering, Chen the Guardian immediately spotted Lin Bulang, and, deliberately raising his voice, remarked with a satisfied pat on his belly, "You're still alive? We all thought you had perished, which is why your former position as the captain of the guard has been passed to me. Quite awkward, isn't it?" Despite his words, there was no trace of remorse on his face. Instead, he swiftly approached Lin Bulang, his expression hardening. "You're no longer the captain of the guard. How dare you sit here? Don't you know whose place this is? Get down at once. You wretched dog." Lin Bulang, languidly lifting his eyelids, cast a glance at Chun the Guardian, his hand slowly resting on the sword at his waist. "Oh, what's this? You dare to make a move?" he retorted. "I must inform you that I was personally selected by the Red Leaf Fairy as the captain of the guard. If you lay a hand on me, you are committing an act of insubordination. Someone, seize him and give him 200 lashes." Seeing Chun the Guardian's arrogant demeanor, the guards behind him inexplicably found their courage and rolled up their sleeves, preparing to charge. However, Lin Bulang made a swift motion. With a sharp sound, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Instantly, a shallow crimson line appeared across Chen the Guardian's neck. The sudden attack startled the guards, who had been ready to rush forward. They quickly turned to look at Chen the Guardian, anticipating his furious response. Instead, Chen, clutching his throat, widened his eyes and staggered back, trembling, until with a sickening thud, his head rolled to the ground. Ah, a murder, Lin the Guardian. How audacious of you to slay even the captain of the guard, Miss Baiji, the Red Leaf Fairy. At that moment, Su Baiji slammed her hand on the table, her voice resonating with authority. The Red Leaf Fairy is currently in seclusion, and before her retreat, she decreed that henceforth, the guard hall shall be under Lin the Guardian's command. All matters of life and death shall be determined by him. From now on, the entire guard hall must obey him, and any dissenters will be met with death. Simultaneously, until the Red Leaf Fairy emerges from her seclusion, all affairs within the peak shall be decided by Lin and myself. Is that clear? Boom. The thunderous news erupted among the guards, shattering the previous hierarchy. With the two main pillars, Gong the Guardian and Chun the Guardian, now deceased, they instantly became a disbanded group. All heads bowed in unison, none daring to meet Lin Bulang's gaze. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li the Guardian applauded in approval, and the newly appointed guards quickly understood who they were to follow in the guard hall. Who will report to me about the changes that have transpired on the peak during my absence? Lin Bulang sheathed his sword. With newfound strength as his foundation, his state of mind had transformed significantly. Even the enchanting red-leafed fairy has been ensnared by her own confinement. Who then would dare oppose me at the Servant Peak? Guardian Wang immediately stepped forward, reporting to Captain Lin. The western peak of the Servant Peak is currently undergoing steady construction and is expected to be completed in approximately 1.5 months. Guardian Li, unwilling to be outdone, added, in recent days, all the servants have been brought to the sect, and their numbers have now reached 2,000. The new guardians have selected 4 individuals, but we still need to choose 5 more. No, 6. The various departments atop the Servant Peak are gradually expanding. Yet many servants remain idle, and the available housing is exceedingly scarce. Lin Bulang nodded slightly, then turned to the 3 remaining individuals who originally belonged to the old faction of guardians. Given this, the selection of new guardians is of paramount importance. Furthermore, we must reassign tasks, as the number of guardians and servants has now doubled. Naturally, new rules are required for these new personnel. I trust that those present have no objections. Instantly, the 3 were struck with dread, trembling in fear. This was hardly a mere inquiry. It was a direct summons of accountability aimed at them. Yet did they truly possess the right to dissent? Guardian Gong had been cast off a cliff, and Guardian Chun had been executed on the spot. They were not made of steel or iron, incapable of withstanding the ruthless actions of Captain Lin. And no objections. We shall defer entirely to Captain Lin's command. Captain Lin may arrange as he sees fit. We dare not disobey. Chapter 58. The 3 must be executed. All according to my arrangement? What if I command you to your demise, stripping you of your guard duties? Lin Bulang asked emphatically, his voice resonating with authority. Instantly, the entire guard hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Apart from a few newly appointed guards, the others had endured countless hardships to ascend to their current positions. This inquiry was utterly piercing. If it is Captain Lin's directive, I would gladly comply. Guard Wang was the first to step forward to express his allegiance, seizing the moment to reaffirm his loyalty to Lin Bulang. Following suit, Guard Li also rose, proclaiming, I, Li, feel the same. Should Captain Lin desire my demise, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Before Lin Bulang's arrival, they had been largely marginalized by the guards led by Gong, living a life barely superior to that of menial workers. Now, with Lin Bulang's presence, they finally felt a sense of dignity, standing tall as true guards. With 2 endorsements in place, Lin Bulang shifted his gaze to the others, particularly the 3 guards who had originally belonged to Gong's faction, who were now trembling with fear. They understood all too well that individuals like Wang and Li could boldly speak in such a manner because Lin Bulang would never harm them. However, if they dared to echo such sentiments, they could very well find Lin Bulang's sword thrusting toward them in the next moment. We are the same. Yes. Yes. Several guards nodded in agreement, for they had no other choice. Huh. Lin Bulang glanced at the group before him with a smirk, finding their behavior amusing. In the realm of menial workers, absolute loyalty was but a myth. He could easily eliminate guard Gung and imprison Fairy Hongya. Such is the reality of the menial workers' peak. He was capable of it, and given the opportunity, this group could do the same. Enough. I shan't make things difficult for you. Return and tally your tasks. Tomorrow at noon, return to the guard hall, and I shall reorganize and redistribute. Disperse. With a wave of his hand, the guards collectively exhaled in relief, as if liberated from a great burden, hastily exiting the guard hall. Once outside, the three guards who had belonged to Gong's faction deliberately slowed their pace to huddle together. In the past, under the protection of Gong and Chun, they had felt little pressure. Now, the oppressive atmosphere brought by Lin Bulang had instilled a sense of dread in one of them. Brothers, it seems this Lin is determined to eliminate us. A small bearded guard muttered in a lowered voice, filled with indignation. Indeed, just as we are at the juncture of selecting new guards, he seeks to dispose of us, conveniently replacing us with new recruits. In this manner, the entire guard hall would effectively be infused with fresh blood. To the left of the little mustached man, the scar-faced figure also revealed a countenance filled with hatred. Brothers, he exclaimed, the palace guards were too soft-hearted in the past, which allowed that Lin fellow to scheme against them at every turn, ultimately leading to their demise on the cliff. Today, Chin the guard met a similar fate due to carelessness, resulting in his immediate death. We must remain vigilant. The tall, thin man to the right of the little mustached man chimed in with a gruff voice. At this moment, the trio's gazes converged with fervor. They understood that their objectives aligned perfectly. So, shall we take action? We must. This old rogue intends to usurp our family's wealth. If we do not act now, when will we? Shall we wait until he undermines us completely, only to struggle in vain? The three of them exchanged glances, their expressions chilling in unison. At the hour of the rat, at the guard pavilion, let us slay this scoundrel and seize the women. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bulang had already reached the Qi training stage, and since they had not ventured far, their rebellious discourse had long since reached his ears. Lin Bulang, seated calmly, suddenly broke into a cold smile. These three fellows possess quite the audacity. I had intended to spare you another day or so. Truly, you have chosen the path of hell when heaven was open to you. As Lin Bulang stood up, Su Baiji cast him a perplexed glance and inquired, what's wrong? Today, from vanquishing the Red Leaf Fairy to showcasing extraordinary prowess at the guard hall, Lin Bulang appeared transformed, making her feel as if she were in a different world until that moment he rose. Su Baiji could not fathom that within Lin Bulang's body resided the soul of another realm. Having perused countless cultivation novels, Lin Bulang understood the principle of power above all, better than any servant at the sect. Previously, he had been overshadowed by the Red Leaf Fairy, thus he had bided his time. Now that she was gone, there was no reason for him to hold back. It was time to unleash the demon within. I am going to kill a few people, Lin Bulang said with a slight smile as he unsheathed the sword from his waist and stepped outside. On the path down the mountain, the three guards were fervently discussing the details of their plan, including how to divide Lin Bulang's inheritance. Suddenly, they spotted a figure sitting beside the rocky trail. The individual was casually wielding a long sword, scratching it against the stone, producing an irritating screech. The trio abruptly looked up and, upon recognizing the figure, broke into a cold sweat. Lin Captain, what brings you here? Aren't you at the guard hall? Indeed, Captain Lin is remarkably agile. Faster than us. They were now thoroughly panicked, unsure if their earlier conversation had been overheard by Lin Bulang. Their anxiety heightened to the point where they failed to notice that Lin Bulang had already discarded his cane. The staff was originally intended for the amusement of the enchanting Red Leaf Fairy, and with her bestowal of the black jade ointment, there was no need for any performance. What were you discussing so animatedly just now, with such exuberance and delight? Upon the sudden barrage of three idioms, the trio was left momentarily stunned, their minds consumed by a singular thought. It was over. Curse you, Lindog. I shall not back down. The first to react was the man with the little mustache, who swiftly drew his guard's sword from his waist. The other two quickly followed suit. Since matters had escalated, they might as well confront him head-on. Lin, do not be so arrogant. We are three, while you stand alone. If you wish to avoid death, relinquish your weapon, lest we tire ourselves in the struggle. As they shouted, an innocent little servant happened to pass by, casting an awkward glance at the scene, only to be paralyzed with fear. What are you staring at? This is none of your concern. Away with you. The mustachioed man bellowed, sending the servant fleeing in terror. Huh, 3 against 1. What of it? They still fancied themselves the same insignificant servants as before. Lin Bulang nonchalantly gestured, and the celestial pearl within his embrace began to rise gracefully into the air. Though these guards were rather inept, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. It should not go to waste. Swoosh! The celestial pearl suddenly soared forth, shattering the mustachioed man's skull with a resounding crack. In an instant, crimson blood gushed from his neck like a miniature fountain. The remaining 2 guards were left dumbfounded. What? What is this? Hey, a treasure. Could it be a treasure? How is that possible? Where did you acquire such a treasure? Their faces turned ashen, utterly terrified by the celestial pearl, and it was only at that moment they comprehended that they were no match for Lin Bulang at all. Chapter 59. The Return of My Husband. Thud. Thud. In unison, the 2 fell to their knees, their faces drained of color. Spare us, Captain Lin. We were wrong. It was all his doing. He incited us. Yes. We were momentarily foolish. Please do not be angry, Captain Lin. We understand our mistakes. Do not take our lives. If you spare us, we would be willing to serve you as humble beasts for a lifetime. What use is it to serve as beasts? With your meager strength, you are not even worthy to be my shields. Lin Bulang spoke the harsh truth. In the future, those who would contend with him would surely be at least at the chi refinement stage. These 2 were unfit even to be cannon fodder. Thus, you 2 shall obediently become the nourishment on my path of cultivation. With a resounding crack, the 2 met their demise, their lives swiftly claimed by the heavenly pearl. After retrieving the pearl, Lin Bulang paid them no further heed, delivering a kick to send their lifeless bodies tumbling down the mountainside. With that settled, it was time to attend to pressing matters. He had been missing for many days, and those 2 young ladies must be quite worried. Brushing off his hands, he made his way down the mountainside, stopping briefly at the guard hall, where Su Baiji was indeed waiting for him. She intended to select a few obedient maidens from below to serve on the peak, as the previous ones had all met their end at her hands. Upon learning that Lin Bulang would return to the estate first, she said nothing further, only requesting that he visit the peak in the evening. For the treasures of the Red Leaf Fairy gathered over the years must not go to waste. Those items were precisely what Lin Bulang needed as he entered the chi refinement stage. Departing the guard hall, he followed the narrow path until he reached the entrance of the estate. Though the walls were low, they sufficiently concealed most of Lin Bulang's figure. As dusk approached, the sounds of clattering dishes echoed from within the courtyard. The noises were slow and heavy, unmistakably tinged with an oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a low sob broke through the stillness. When will the master return? Could it be that he has? Shinchana's soft voice drifted from the courtyard, her effort to suppress her emotions evident, not wanting to infect Lu Qingyi with her despair. He will surely return. Chaner, do not fret too much. He is unlike ordinary men. There is no one else in this world who can rise from a mere servant to prominence in such a short span of time. He could not possibly be so easily defeated, understand? We only need to prepare his dishes and utensils as per our usual practice. You wouldn't want him to return suddenly to find no bowl or chopsticks, would you? Lu Qingyi gently reassured her. Yes, right. Upon hearing Lu Qingyi's words, Shinchaner, whose emotions were on the brink of collapse, found her resolve strengthened. Sister Qingyi, in the absence of our master these past few days, the servant coins have dwindled alarmingly. Those coins were earned with great sacrifice, and I cannot bear to watch them diminish gradually. I wish to venture out and seek employment. At the very least, while the master is away, I want to care for you with my own abilities. In the courtyard, Lu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for anyone emerging from the servant peak to express such sentiments. She understood that Shinchaner had been brought to this secluded residence from the moment she entered the peak, and thus remained blissfully unaware of the treachery that lay outside. However, she wished to protect Shinchaner's innocence, not wanting her to comprehend the harsh realities of the world beyond. Just as she pondered how to dissuade Shinchaner, the door creaked open suddenly. Then, a face that both of them had longed to see appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. What is the matter with you two? You cannot even secure the main door properly. Lin Bulang, who had been eavesdropping momentarily, felt warmth in his heart, yet deliberately feigned anger. Do not be angry, my lord. It was I who encouraged Chaner to do this. We merely wanted to facilitate your return home. Besides, currently, there are very few who could threaten us on the servant peak. If anyone truly posed a threat, a mere door would not suffice to hinder us. Lu Qingyi immediately rose to her feet. In the days spent with Shen Chaner, she had genuinely grown fond of the young girl. It must be said, Lin Bulang had an exceptional eye for people. Her words rendered Lin Bulang speechless. The stern facade he had attempted to maintain crumbled in an instant. Seeing his expression soften, Shen Chaner could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she set aside her bowl and chopsticks, dashing into Lin Bulang's embrace. "My lord, I have missed you so much." Since the day Lin Bulang rescued her from the servant square, Shen Chaner had resolved to follow him faithfully, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. After those days together, she had come to regard Lin Bulang as her sole pillar of support in this tumultuous world, the only sanctuary of warmth. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would vanish for a full 8 days? The pure-hearted Shen Chaner could hardly withstand such a blow, and she fell into despair. Coupled with the responsibility of caring for Lu Qingyi, she had lost considerable weight during this time, which pained Lin Bulang deeply. Lu Qingyi understood more keenly than anyone else that Shen Chaner was different from her. She was innocent, kind, and easily trusted others. Otherwise, she would not have been deceived by that unscrupulous man to ascend to the servant peak of Lingyang's sect. After being saved by Lin Bulang, her dependence on him would only grow stronger. In these past few days, despite the tumult of anxiety, worry, and pain swelling within her heart, she bravely stepped forward to comfort Shen Chaner. Upon witnessing Shen Chaner succumb to her emotions and rush into Lin Bulang's embrace, she could only offer a gentle smile, devoid of any jealousy, as the taut string of tension within her relaxed somewhat. Yet, in the next moment, with a resounding thud, Lu Qingyi collapsed. After a considerable time, Lu Qingyi awoke from her slumber. It was merely exhaustion that had led to her fainting, a result of her sudden release of tension following Lin Bulang's return. Listening to Shen Chaner sobbing beside her, expressing remorse and claiming responsibility for Lu Qingyi's plight, she continued to speak soothingly. Observing this scene, Lin Bulang inhaled deeply, a profound sense of unarticulated satisfaction blossoming within him. The gentle and understanding Lu Qingyi, the innocent and lovely Shen Chaner, who adored him wholeheartedly. And then there was Su Baizhi, who, though outwardly proud, always considered his needs. What more could a man desire than these 3 women? A chuckle escaped him as he recalled the visage of the erratic Qin Hongya. This woman was unlike the others. She had not emerged from the depths, but rather possessed strength that left her devoid of gratitude for the power bestowed by Lin Bulang. Such a person was indeed ill-suited for prolonged association. She could only serve as a vessel for cultivation. Yet, many matters atop the peak still required her intervention. What was to be done? To forge a puppet? To manipulate her mind? All of this. Perhaps the answers lay within the treasures of Qin Hongya. Chapter 60. Entering the training chamber after sharing a modest meal with the 2 young women, Lin Bulang instructed them to prepare some meat porridge to be sent to the foundry the following day. Once he had securely stored away his miscellaneous tokens and trinkets, he made his way towards the summit. Upon reaching the peak, he noticed that dusk had begun to descend, and it appeared he might have to spend the night there. Upon knocking, Su Baizhi answered the door. She casually summoned 2 efficient maidservants from the miscellaneous workers, who were currently engaged in cleaning the bloodstains in the courtyard. It seemed that visitors from the outer affairs hall might arrive tomorrow, and given the current condition of Fairy Hongya, it was certainly unwise to expose her. "We would have to proceed with caution for the time being," Su Baizhi remarked as she led Lin Bulang towards Fairy Hongya's training chamber. The outer affairs hall was one of the institutions within the chiefing 13 halls of the Lingyang sect, specifically established to manage the vast and intricate affairs of the outer disciples. It also served as the sole opportunity for outer disciples to engage with the higher echelons of the Lingyang sect. At present, Su Baizhi only knew that the outer affairs hall housed both outer disciples and inner disciples, but the complexities beyond that eluded her understanding. Previously, after Fairy Hongya had submitted refined iron and the carcass of the golden devourer, those offerings were directed to the outer affairs hall. Every month, the outer affairs hall would send personnel to inspect and issue tasks. These tasks were often requests from the inner disciples, communicated through the outer affairs hall to be fulfilled by the outer disciples. Any directive from an inner disciple held the weight of an imperial decree within the outer sect. There had been instances where inner disciples demanded cauldrons, prompting various miscellaneous peaks to select the most beautiful mortal women for offering, while the subsequent outcomes remained a matter of indifference to all. Moreover, male spiritual servants were also in demand from inner disciples, with even greater consumption. In Lin Bulang's few years at the Yao Yao 9 miscellaneous peak, several young, handsome, and robust male workers had already been taken away. In the realm of cultivation, gender is merely a symbol. Fundamentally, everyone is regarded as a resource, a consumable. Would the personnel from the Outer Affairs Hall be easily appeased if they could not meet Fairy Hongya? Lin Bulang inquired with a hint of concern as he entered her dedicated training chamber. I am uncertain. If necessary, a bribe should suffice. The ones dispatched to convey the tasks are primarily outer disciples. I will search for Fairy Hongya's outer disciple tokens, though I am unsure if they will suffice. As those outer disciples tend to have substantial appetites, Su Baiji replied with a resigned smile. No matter how formidable Fairy Hongya may be, she had only been in the sect for a little over a decade, having taken charge of the miscellaneous peak for less than 10 years. In the grand scheme of the cultivation path, such a brief period is but a fleeting moment. Her modest resources likely pale in comparison to the demands of the outer disciples. All right, I appreciate your efforts. Lin Bulang gently stroked Su Baiji's delicate face before turning to survey Fairy Hongya's training chamber. The practice chamber of the enchanting red leaf fairy is an expansive hall, spanning over 100 square meters, with a meditation mat positioned centrally. Surrounding the mat is a rudimentary gathering array, an item not typically bestowed upon outer disciples. It is likely a reward acquired after her triumph over the Golden Devourer. Just as she began to settle in, it was destined to fall into the hands of Lin Bulang. On either side of the gathering array, there are two auxiliary rooms, primarily designated for storing various cultivation necessities, elixirs, martial techniques, and arcane methods, albeit in limited quantities. After all, as an outer disciple, the red leaf fairy is rather impoverished. The menial currency can be exchanged for outer disciple currency at a rate of 10,000 to 1. And a mere bottle containing 10 cultivation-enhancing gathering pills demands between 5,000 to 10,000 outer disciple coins. This illustrates the staggering value of the items within this room. However, the astute red leaf fairy wisely allocated her scant outer disciple coins towards foundational scriptures, recognizing that establishing a solid base is paramount. As Lin Bulang seeks to formally enter the realm of outer disciples, these texts prove immensely beneficial. Presently, although Lin Bulang has reached the Qi refinement stage, his grasp of spiritual energy remains rudimentary. Enhancing his proficiency requires either rigorous practice of martial techniques or the study of specialized energy manipulation scriptures. Unfortunately, the typically frugal red leaf fairy opted to purchase a volume on energy manipulation. With a cheerful disposition, Lin Bulang tucked the scripture into his garments and turned his attention to the collection of martial techniques curated by the red leaf fairy. The first technique to catch his eye was the free introductory martial skill, flick and dash, provided by the Lingyang sect to all outer disciples. He had previously witnessed Xie Zian utilize it, and its potency was commendable. Next, he spotted the 8-point sword, which the red leaf fairy had employed during their spar. And since Lin Bulang also wielded a sword, he added it to his collection. The remaining two techniques, cloud-piercing step and waves trampling palm, appeared rather unremarkable, and he decided to defer practicing them for the time being. Finally, his gaze shifted to another bookshelf, which housed the materials that intrigued him the most. In addition to various martial scriptures, the sect also provided insights into other esoteric paths, such as alchemy, beast taming, formation techniques, talismans, medicine and poison, and puppetry. However, the Lingyang sect is not the ultimate authority on these arcane arts, lacking profound expertise. Outer disciples may select one of these paths, with the sect offering complementary texts, though they may be requisitioned by the sect when necessary for its service. The red leaf fairy had chosen the path of poison. Perhaps hidden within these texts lies a method to manipulate the red leaf fairy using toxic arts. Lin Bulang picked up the sect's scripture, 8 Treasures of Shin Poison, and swiftly perused its pages, discovering indeed a unique poison, soul-controlling incense. If administered continuously for 7 days, it could render the recipient utterly obedient, even after control was established. Daily ingestion of the incense would be required to prevent the dissolution of the enchantment. This is a remarkable find. Lin Bulang swiftly grasped the 8 treasures of Xian poison record and hastened to the adjacent side chamber, a dedicated space for the refining of poisons by the enchanting Honya fairy. The 8 treasures of Xian poison record necessitated a total of 12 medicinal herbs and 7 intricate processes for its creation. Upon reflection, Lin Bulang realized he was still in need of a primary herb and 2 auxiliary herbs. The primary herb was the gland of the soul-devouring spider, while the auxiliary herbs were the heavenly fragrance grass and the bitter hemp root. The latter 2 could easily be procured from wandering merchants, but the soul-devouring spider, a formidable beast, would pose a greater challenge to locate. He decided to seek information about it in the future. After setting down the 8 treasures of Xian poison record, Lin Bulang sought out the antidote for the heart-eating insect goo, consuming it before retrieving the sect's imprint record, a compulsory study for all outer disciples. He managed to eliminate a portion of the slave imprint within him, allowing him to return to the meditation cushion. The slave imprint of the Lingyang sect was layered, and previously, the Honya fairy had assisted Lin Bulang in breaking through one layer, granting him 2 hours away from the servant peak. By overcoming another layer now, he would be able to completely leave the servant peak, though 3 layers of constraints remained, likely preventing him from exiting the Lingyang sect altogether. Such matters could not be resolved solely by the sect's imprint record, so Lin Bulang chose not to dwell on it, trusting that he would discover solutions in due course. He opened the Qi Control Classic and quickly scanned it before entering a meditative state for cultivation. Within the Qi Control Classic, there were distinct chapters dedicated to the application of the 5 elemental energies. The metal element, associated with aggression, required swift, minimal, and resilient manipulation of metal spiritual energy. Following the incantations outlined in the classic, Lin Bulang rapidly summoned a faint thread of metal spiritual energy, shaping it into a slender blade and guiding it to circulate within his dantian. He immediately perceived that its inherent power surpassed that of direct usage by more than double, leaving him inwardly astonished at this newfound method. If a single thread of metal spiritual energy proved insufficient, it could be drawn multiple times and merged sequentially, which was the essence of the 8-fraction sword. Lin Bulang decided to open his eyes and retrieve the martial skill of the 8-fraction sword, placing it before him alongside the classic. Had Su Baiji been present, she would likely have intervened to prevent such a practice. Simultaneously studying 2 techniques was perilously prone to causing one to go astray. However, this notion held true for the rigid minds of the ancient era. For Lin Bulang, a product of the information age who faced a deluge of information daily through his phone, this was merely a trifling endeavor. In his world, multitasking was commonplace. He would have no trouble even with 3 or 4 books at once, much like those who had simultaneously followed several novels. With a swift motion, Lin Bulang divided 8 threads of metal spiritual energy from his dantian and infused them into the sword, executing a single swing. A crisp clash resounded as the sword light erupted in the air, and to his surprise, 4 out of the 8 beams collided. Achieving the division of 8 beams during his first practice was commendable, and the resulting explosion was inconsequential. Lin Bulang glanced at the 8-fraction sword, noting that it did not stipulate that 8 beams were the upper limit. Could it be that as long as Lin Bulang desires it and manages to exert control, an infinite number of sword lights can be summoned? Perhaps it is time to attempt the grand convergence of myriad swords? Chapter 61. Calling out 3 times to the gentleman on this night. The air was cool and tranquil as water. Outside the training room, a figure was fervently wielding a long sword with wild abandon. Beside him lay a twisted iron sword, shattered beyond repair. Indeed, this individual was Lin Bulang. In a moment of reckless enthusiasm, he had inadvertently destroyed the iron sword crafted for him by Master Li while utilizing the technique of the 88 sword light. The material was simply too inferior to withstand the overwhelming influx of golden spiritual energy coursing through the blade. Thus, Lin Bulang was compelled to retrieve the Xuanma sword, confiscated from the Red Leaf Fairy. This weapon, forged from black iron and awarded by the sect, far surpassed the one he had previously obtained from Xiezian. With a score of 96, he thought, just a little more effort, and I shall achieve a perfect 100 swords today. Due to his practice of the 8-sword technique, Lin Bulang had nearly depleted all the golden spiritual energy within him. He had even returned to the training room to consume the energy from the heavenly pearl, just to replenish his reserves enough to continue. Now, he prepared for one final attempt. Returning to his original stance, he took a deep breath, gradually adjusting his posture. Calm. Inhale, gather energy, circulate it, draw the sword, and go. In an instant, Lin Bulang's eyes snapped open, a brilliant light erupting from them, shining like the stars. The next moment, the Xuanma sword arced downward in a vertical slice, unleashing 100 streams of golden spiritual energy from its blade, cascading like a shower of stars falling from the Milky Way, enveloping the area before him for dozens of meters. The dazzling sword light refracted the gentle moonlight, making it blindingly bright, akin to the midday sun. A cacophony of clashing weapons erupted, as if an entire barrel of arms had been overturned, reducing the stone platform before him to mere dust. The marble floor surrounding him was marked with numerous sword scars, a testament to his relentless practice over the past hour. The celestial platform, from which Lin Bulang had previously leaped, had been rendered utterly smooth by the onslaught of his sword light. At last, 100 sword lights. Not a single one less. Ha! Lin Bulang's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated this endeavor to be so effortless. Perhaps he had practiced over 100 times. Little did he know, this triumph was entirely attributed to the extraordinary intellect and comprehension skills of a time traveler like him. To think, the humble 8-sword technique had taken the Red Leaf Fairy a full 6 months to master. She did not possess Lin Bulang's exceptional cognitive abilities. She struggled to grasp the essence of circulating energy, relying solely on diligent effort and accumulated experience to forge her 8-sword light. What if she were to encounter more formidable martial skills in the future? She would likely find herself overwhelmed and at a loss. Ah well, my internal golden spiritual energy has been completely expended. I shall now turn my attention to that flickering light, which can be utilized without the need for spiritual roots or energy. As Lin Bulang pivoted to return to the training room, he was met with the astonished gaze of Su Baiji, standing at the end of the corridor, utterly dumbfounded. In her hands, she carried several plates of food, the night growing late as she arrived to deliver a midnight snack to Lin Bulang. However, Lin Bulang's eyes sparkled with realization. Had he not previously believed himself devoid of spiritual essence? Yet, this essence, had it not come to him of its own accord? Were you practicing the fairy's martial technique, the 8-point sword? Su Baiji asked, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, what of it? Lin Bulang responded as he stepped forward, lifting a bowl of meat porridge and drinking it down. Was that truly the 8-point sword? Upon hearing Lin Bulang's affirmative reply, Su Baiji began to doubt her own eyes. If Lin Bulang had merely conjured a mirror, she might have believed it. Had she not witnessed the Red Leaf Fairy practicing this sword technique herself, she would not have dared to acknowledge it. Why is this so surprising? You could do it too, Lin Bulang chuckled, gently wrapping his arm around Su Baiji's slender waist. If you don't believe me, I can teach you. Shall we spar? Do you have any idea how long the Red Leaf Fairy took to master this move? A full 6 months. You accomplished this in one night? Su Baiji's mind was now filled with astonishment, leaving no room to notice Lin Bulang's small gestures. All she could think was, a prodigy. This fellow is a prodigy. Could it be that he is a martial genius, mistakenly abandoned by the sect and relegated to the chores of a servant? How else could he possibly achieve this? Su Baiji's unusual demeanor led Lin Bulang to believe she doubted his abilities, causing his expression to sour. It seems you doubt your husband's strength. Come, let me guide you, he said, taking the plates from her hands and setting them aside, then grasping her hand and leading her to the square. Husband, how shameless of you. You are not my husband. After walking several paces, Su Baiji finally snapped back to her senses from her astonishment, her face reddening as she exclaimed. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Bulang could see the mix of reluctance and anticipation on Su Baiji's face, especially the rosy hue beneath her delicate porcelain skin, making him wish to rush forward and steal a kiss. How about this? If you learn it, you shall call me husband 3 times. What do you say? Who would call you husband? That's for others to say. Su Baiji huffed. Then, after a moment of contemplation, her pearly teeth nibbling her lip, she murmured, calling you Xian Gong would be more appropriate. Very well, Xian Gong it is. Lin Bulang replied, handing her the mysterious ink sword of the Red Leaf Fairy. But isn't the 8-point sword technique reserved for those in the Qi training stage? Though I am at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body training, I am still a world apart from the Qi training level. Su Baiji expressed her doubts. Where did you hear such nonsense? The 8-point sword can be refined with gold spiritual energy, water spiritual energy, and earth spiritual energy. Why wouldn't it be possible with ordinary natural spiritual energy? That's utter nonsense. Listen to me. I shall impart to you the essentials of the technique. With diligent practice, in no more than half an hour, you shall succeed. Lin Bulang grasped Su Baiji's delicate hand firmly, clutching the dark ink sword, before circling behind her, gently wrapping his other arm around her waist. His fingertips lightly pressed against her lower abdomen, gliding softly over the thin fabric. When cultivating your energy, it must be done this way, starting from the dantian. Lin Bulang secretly reveled in the moment as his fingers slowly ascended from the dantian, traversing her lower abdomen, pausing briefly at her chest. At that pause, he heard a soft exhalation from Su Baiji, her neck and earlobes flushed crimson with embarrassment. Concentrate on your energy cultivation. Do not let your mind wander. Lin Bulang feigned a reprimand, causing Su Baiji's cheeks to redden further. That scoundrel. He clearly stirs the flames of my heart, yet dares to admonish me. Filled with indignation, Su Baiji contemplated abandoning the practice, but her body remained still. The sensation of being tightly embraced by Lin Bulang was utterly intoxicating. How could one bear to part from such enchanting moonlight and exquisite scenery? All right, do you understand now? In a moment of distraction, Lin Bulang had surprisingly finished his explanation. Su Baiji was taken aback, only to realize that Lin Bulang had released her hand, leaving her heart feeling inexplicably hollow. I have already finished my explanation. Did you not hear me? You weren't daydreaming, were you? Surely, you aren't thinking of anything peculiar? Lin Bulang inquired with a mischievous grin. That scoundrel. I certainly am not. Su Baiji clenched her teeth, striving to recall how the revered Hongya fairy had practiced the 8-point sword. Do not slander me. I am merely demonstrating for you. With resolve, Su Baiji swiftly brandished the sword in her hand. After all, under the influence of the Hongya fairy, she had indeed retained the sword moves, although she struggled to execute even the 2-point sword. Oh dear, I told you, without reaching the chi cultivation stage, it is impossible to achieve this. As Su Baiji executed her final strike, she failed to produce any remarkable sword light, leaving her somewhat disheartened. The absence of the chi cultivation stage implied that the spiritual energy within her body was insufficiently condensed. The energy must rise from the dantian, flow through the sword, and ultimately coalesce into a tangible and lethal sword light, which was certainly a formidable challenge. But could this daunt Lin Bulang? Not in the slightest. Do not fret. This time focus intently on my instructions without letting your mind wander. This time, Lin Bulang was earnest, guiding Su Baiji through the movements, hand in hand, with utmost seriousness. Seeing Lin Bulang's dedication, Su Baiji dared not slacken her efforts and diligently practiced several times. Then, at last, she took action, with a swift motion. For beams of sword light emerged, utterly crystalline. Although this sword light was feeble, likely insufficient even to fell a tree, it was indeed a tangible manifestation of her training. It truly worked. This. Su Baiji could hardly believe that she might inadvertently possess the talent of a genius. All of this is attributed to Lin Bulang's efforts. If he alone can succeed, he is indeed a genius. If he can also teach others to excel, then he must be a prodigy. Well, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? Lin Bulang chuckled, suddenly pulling Su Baiji close, and the two leaned against the railing, basking in the romantic atmosphere under the moonlight. Chapter 62. The Offering of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Call me as you wish. Although a touch of pride lingered within Su Baiji, she was resolute in her promise. With a hint of bashfulness, she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Bulang's expectant eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she softly called out, "Husband, husband, husband, enough." Oh dear. Su Baiji buried her face deeper, her heart aflutter upon hearing Lin Bulang's hearty laughter, which only intensified her embarrassment. Soon, you must call me that too, and louder, for I truly enjoy it. Lin Bulang leaned down, his voice a seductive whisper, sending shivers coursing through Su Baiji's body. This insufferable man seemed to possess an irresistible allure that left her utterly powerless to resist. Even in such moments, her mind wandered to thoughts of intimacy, and surprisingly, she found herself filled with anticipation. Nestled against Lin Bulang's firm chest, her delicate hands pressed against him, she inhaled deeply as if making a momentous decision, then suddenly raised her head, her soft crimson lips meeting his. Lin Bulang was taken aback as Su Baiji's supple form turned in his embrace. She clung tightly to him, her enchanting face pressing closer. In such proximity, the fluttering of her dark lashes and the sweet scent of her breath instantly plunged Lin Bulang into a realm of desire. Is this little girl truly so impatient? Right here? No. Don't take me to my room. For the first time, Su Baiji took the initiative, swiftly withdrawing from Lin Bulang's arms, grasping his hand, and dashing toward the chamber. Just as they reached the door, she suddenly halted, turning with a playful flutter of her eyes, calling out sweetly, "Husband." The moonlight cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating Su Baiji's figure, casting a mesmerizing silhouette that outlined her breathtaking form. Most captivating was her delicate arm resting against the door, her slender fingers twisting the copper lock, her alluring posture half leaning, half reclining, revealing a glimpse of her smooth calf beneath her skirt, as white as jade and utterly enticing. This was no longer the cold-faced Su Baiji known to the world. She was, unmistakably, a charming young wife, parched for affection after a prolonged drought. Bang! Lin Bulang swept Su Baiji into his arms, kicked open the door, and surged inside. Meanwhile, from a distance, a pair of beautiful eyes gazed in astonishment at the ground marred with sword marks. In a nearby room, a small hole had been punctured in the paper window, revealing a pair of extraordinarily striking eyes that sparkled with intrigue. What a pair of illicit lovers, murmured Hongya, the fairy, her voice barely above a whisper. Bound by limitations and nursing her injuries, she could only lie there, listening to the commotion outside. She had recognized Lin Bulang's practice of the 8-point sword technique long before, but it was only when the technique began to deviate that she mustered the strength to prop herself up and take a glance. At a single glance, she was utterly captivated. She had never anticipated that Lin Bulang possessed such astonishing and extraordinary talent. While she was still in shock, she noticed Su Baiji approaching, mastering the 4th level of the sword in such a short span. Was this a dream? Surely, she must be dreaming. Even after the two departed, she could not regain her composure. What would it be like if Lin Bulang were to teach her? She had no idea. All she knew was that her relationship with Lin Bulang had reached an irreconcilable state. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Bulang, yet simultaneously admired him. She despised Su Baiji, yet envied her. She could never relinquish her current identity to exchange circumstances with Su Baiji, yet she yearned to enjoy the same treatment as her. She was not overwhelmed by emotions, and all these thoughts and feelings stemmed solely from her insatiable thirst for power. Jealousy, desire, anger, and hatred, an array of emotions blazed fiercely within her heart, ultimately converging into a singular thought: death. She was determined to ensure that these two who had betrayed her would find no resting place. The following morning, Lin Bulang awoke early. After a night's rest, the spiritual energy within him had largely replenished. With the foundation of the 8th level of the sword, Lin Bulang had become significantly more adept at controlling his spiritual energy. Upon rising, he practiced a set of the Yulong sword, only to see Su Baiji approaching with breakfast. After a night of nourishment, her complexion had improved considerably, and even her gait was remarkably light. I have already reached the 2nd level of the Dantian, and with my husband accompanying me in practice, my progress is astonishing. Lin Bulang softly exclaimed, remembering that he had a body-refining pill, which he then took out. This item had minimal effect on him, so it would be better to give it to Su Baiji. Her early attainment of the qi-refining stage would be wholly beneficial for Lin Bulang. My husband, the sword technique you practiced earlier was quite peculiar. Is it a complete set? It is a dual-person sword technique, though the other half is with Qingyi. Lin Bulang explained with a smile. A fleeting flicker of jealousy crossed Su Baiji's eyes, but she did not pursue the matter further. In truth, she too had sensed that something was amiss with the Yulong sword, yet she could not articulate it. After mastering the 8th level of the sword, Lin Bulang was now more keenly aware of the vulnerabilities in the Yulong sword, but since he had yet to practice this set of techniques with Lu Qingyi, he chose to set it aside for now. After finishing breakfast, the two swiftly made their way down the mountain. The outer disciples of the External Affairs Hall typically arrived at this time. They needed to descend to welcome them. After all, with Fairy Hongya unable to make an appearance, they could not afford to lose their decorum. Upon reaching the foot of the eastern peak, they spotted several attendants carrying a palanquin approaching from a distance. Clearly, the occupant of the palanquin was one of the outer disciples. Although outer disciples were still part of the outer sect, their strength and status generally surpassed those of ordinary outer disciples. Before me stands an individual who, despite having recently been selected as an outer sect attendant, possesses the formidable strength of an 8th-stage Qi refining practitioner. In the hierarchy of attendants, however, this still places them at the very bottom of the ranks. Should the esteemed Hongya accumulate sufficient merits in the future, there exists the possibility of her being reassigned to the affairs hall. Alas, such a prospect is currently unattainable. Honorable attendant, the Yao Yao Geo Miscellaneous Duties peak has arrived. The bearers of the palanquin gently set it down and immediately called out in hushed tones. The person within the palanquin slowly opened their eyes, rising lazily to a sitting position, casting a discerning glance at Lin Bulang and Su Baiji. What brings you to the foot of the peak today? The attendant gracefully leaped down from the palanquin, hands clasped behind their back, striding forward with purpose. Having perused the Qi mastery scriptures yesterday, Lin Bulang had adeptly learned to conceal his own aura and suppress his strength. With the added concealment of the heavenly pearl, he adjusted his power to roughly the 8th stage of body refinement. Nevertheless, the techniques outlined in the Qi mastery scriptures were not particularly sophisticated. Thus, should Lin Bulang exert even a modicum of spiritual energy, his presence would betray him. Consequently, he remained vigilant, holding his breath and concentrating, striving to avoid any telltale signs. In response to the esteemed attendant's inquiry, my master is currently in seclusion atop the peak, and regrettably cannot welcome you in person. Hence, we have been dispatched to extend our respects, lest we neglect proper etiquette. This is our newly appointed captain of the guard at the Miscellaneous Duties Peak, Captain Lin. The attendant, Dong, was visiting the Yao Yao Geo Miscellaneous Duties Peak for the second time and had crossed paths with Su Baiji on several occasions. Given that interactions with attendants were limited and primarily involved overseeing the Miscellaneous Duties Peak, coupled with Su Baiji's striking beauty, he had retained a modicum of recognition. However, upon hearing that the esteemed Hongya could not personally greet him, Dong's brow furrowed, and he sternly inquired, "Your master possesses great audacity to neglect sect affairs for the sake of cultivation. Upon my return to the affairs hall, I shall certainly address this matter with her." In previous instances, when attendants arrived, they were met with fine wines and sumptuous feasts, accompanied by beautiful maidens and melodic performances. This Qin Hongya, not only failing to arrange such hospitality, but also refusing to make an appearance. Such arrogance is intolerable. Where is the dignity of an esteemed outer sect attendant to be found? Su Baiji, having anticipated this reaction, calmly retrieved a small cloth pouch from her waist. "Honorable attendant, please do not be angered. Our peak will not skimp on the feast. To express our apologies, my master has specially prepared a modest gift, despite its humble appearance." The small pouch contained a substantial sum of 500 outer sect disciple coins. When converted to miscellaneous duty coins, this amounted to a staggering 5 million. While Lin Bulang was not privy to the monthly yield of the Yao Yao Geo Miscellaneous Duties Peak, he understood that 5 million miscellaneous duty coins represented an astronomical figure. Upon seeing the 500 outer sect disciple coins, the expression on Dong's face softened somewhat. As an outer sect attendant, his monthly remuneration was merely 500 disciple coins. Though the gift was indeed modest, it was not entirely unacceptable. Your master demonstrates a certain understanding of propriety. This time, the offerings I have brought come with 2 tasks to bestow upon you, Feng. If accomplished, the reward shall undoubtedly be substantial. Yet, should you fail, 2 tasks indeed. Su Baiji lifted her gaze, astonished by the revelation. It is customary to receive but 1 task when visiting the outer affairs hall. Never have I encountered the notion of 2 tasks. Could this be an exceptional favor? Last time, your master successfully handled the matter of the Golden Devourer and received special consideration from the outer affairs hall, thus resulting in the division of 2 tasks. What is this? Do you intend for me to deliver these tasks to you on the mountain path? Dong Gongfeng, hands on hips, wore an expression of displeasure, before shifting his gaze to Lin Bulang. With the absence of Fairy Hongya, he found fault with every aspect. Why does this captain of the guard remain silent? Is he mute, or does he harbor grievances against me? Chapter 63, An Unconventional Affliction. Lin Bulang, visibly embarrassed, raised his head with a flushed face. "My lord, I mistakenly consumed some croton seeds this morning, and now my stomach is in turmoil. I fear that if I open my mouth, I might not be able to contain it, and then it would be a disgrace before you." At that moment, Dong Gongfeng's complexion turned pale, and he instinctively took a few steps back, frantically waving his hands. "Get away. Do not follow me. After all, you are merely a menial worker from the servant peak. How crude and disgusting. This fellow is truly something." Su Baiji understood that Lin Bulang devised this ploy to divert Dong Gongfeng's attention. She recalled their first encounter when he had similarly fled in disgrace, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Bulang, sensing the atmosphere, took a few steps back and discreetly vanished for a few minutes, only to return with a look of relief on his face. However, during the journey, Dong Gongfeng did not spare him a glance, seemingly afraid that the mere sight of him might tarnish his vision. Since Fairy Hongye was in seclusion, he naturally proceeded to the Guardian Hall to receive him. The three of them walked in single file, and as they approached the Guardian Hall, Dong Gongfeng inquired curiously, "What is this? Is the servant peak unusually idle today? I see the menial workers wandering about aimlessly." Lin Bulang had also noticed that less than a third of the workers were present today. The rest were mostly engaged in idle chatter and play. This was indeed attributable to Lin Bulang's recent act of slaying 4 guards, resulting in a significant paralysis of the servant peak's operations without their oversight. "These rascals," Lin Bulang muttered in his heart when he caught Su Baiji shooting him a reproachful glance. Fortunately, Dong Gongfeng was indifferent to the fate of these menial disciples. After Su Baiji offered a few conciliatory smiles, he dismissed the matter and continued speaking. "Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that there is a task related to you, which will save me time at your peak." As he spoke, Dong Gongfeng pinched his nose and cast a disdainful glance at Lin Bulang. "May I inquire, what are these 2 tasks?" At this juncture, the three had entered the Guardian Hall, where Su Baiji instructed a menial worker to fetch tea before posing her question. "The special task is to have your peak contribute a barrel of yang essence. Today, among the inner disciples, there are those who require it for cultivation, as it is a substance rich in yang energy. Have the Outer Affairs Hall send over 100 barrels of fresh yang essence." Dong Gongfeng appeared at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the inner disciples had such peculiar cultivation habits. Yang essence? Lin Bulang expressed confusion. Having spent 3 years in this menial peak, he had never heard of such a thing. "Ah, I see." Su Baiji instantly grasped the situation, her face slightly reddening as she remarked, "Our peak currently has only 2,000 people. I wonder if we can manage to produce a barrel of fresh yang essence. That is no longer my concern." Dong Gongfeng settled comfortably into the main seat of the Guardian Hall, leaning back and slowly closing his eyes. As for the second matter, a spiritual stone mine was discovered today, situated within a natural cave about 10 miles from your peak, currently occupied by a group of demonic beasts. The External Affairs Hall is presently short-staffed, necessitating the recruitment of personnel from the surrounding 12 peaks to assist in the clearance operation. Each peak is to send 3 to 5 individuals, with a required strength of at least the 5th stage of body refinement, to gather at the mine site tomorrow. I understand your peak is relatively new and do not wish to impose. Sending 3 individuals will suffice. The 5th stage of body refinement. Lin Bulang hesitated, realizing that, including himself and that young girl surnamed Chu, they would only have 2. Had the palace guard still been present, they would have had another. Now, it seemed unlikely to find anyone else from the miscellaneous peak. "Understood, esteemed guardian. I shall discuss the personnel with Captain Lin. Please wait here a moment." Su Baiji slightly inclined her body and promptly pulled Lin Bulang outside. "First, we need to gather the guards and collect the yang essence. During your absence these past few days, there have been a couple of promising recruits among the new arrivals. I will bring them into the Guardian Hall for the time being. Later, around noon, you must reorganize the Guardian Hall thoroughly," Su Baiji stated with a serious expression. "All right, but what exactly is yang essence?" Lin Bulang nodded repeatedly. Are you feigning ignorance?" Su Baiji, her face slightly recovering, felt a surge of indignation as Lin Bulang brought it up again, stamping her foot in frustration. "I truly do not know." Lin Bulang shook his head helplessly. Yang essence and yin du are occasionally collected within the peak, corresponding to the extreme yin and extreme yang substances produced by men and women. Yang essence is that which all men possess. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. Did you not comprehend the emphasis on the potency of yang energy? Su Baiji, now convinced that Lin Bulang was merely pretending, immediately raised her small fist and struck him in the chest. Hurry! After enduring a bout of her wrath, Lin Bulang was unceremoniously kicked out of the Guardian Hall by an irate Su Baiji. As he wandered along the way, he pondered for quite some time, yet could not grasp what this thing was. It wasn't until he suddenly spotted a single droplet of crystal clear dew trickling down a distant leaf that his eyes widened in realization, finally understanding what Yin dew was. That yang essence. What a bizarre and absurd preference. Now that Lin Bulang had clarified what the esteemed Dong was seeking, he promptly rushed to the miscellaneous area, locating a small vacant room, and began arranging for the male apprentices to enter one by one. However, the process was painfully slow, and completing this task for the entire miscellaneous peak would take an entire day. Reluctantly, Lin Bulang decided to take out 10 miscellaneous tokens and enlisted the help of 2 willing female apprentices to expedite the process. Simultaneously, the 5 male attendants entered in groups, accompanied by 2 female attendants, and the pace quickened remarkably. Within a span of just over an hour, a barrel of yang essence was completely gathered. The acrid scent nearly caused Lin Bulang to retch on the spot. The Yin-Yang sect truly is not a respectable sect. Without a second thought, Lin Bulang hastily covered the barrel with any item he could find and instructed a young attendant to carry it towards the guard hall on the mountainside. At that moment, Guard Dong had been lured to a nearby villa by Su Baiji, who had generously offered him fine wine, delicious meat, and beauty, and the yang essence was conveniently sent along as well. As noon approached, several guards had already entered, and shortly after, Su Baiji arrived with another group of individuals. They donned matching guard uniforms and bore their ceremonial blades, evidently new recruits unfortunate enough to join today. Among them was a young man whose strength had reached the 5th level of body refinement. The youth wore a determined expression, one hand resting on his ceremonial blade, striding forward with an imposing presence, his eyes sharp and predatory. The moment he stepped into the guard hall, he puffed out his chest with pride. "Brothers, quiet down." Just as Lin Bulang was about to speak, the young man turned, raised his hand high, and exuded an air reminiscent of a leading wolf. This peculiar gesture left Lin Bulang momentarily dumbfounded, a wave of confusion washing over him. "Wait, who are you, young lad? Is it your turn to speak? Are you the captain of the guards, or am I?" Chapter 64. Who has the courage? Silence, please. I understand your excitement, but let us hold our enthusiasm for a moment. This is the most fortuitous opportunity we have encountered since our arrival at the Servant's Peak, and everyone must. Just as he was about to deliver his acceptance speech and garner some popularity, a sudden clap resounded on his shoulder. A large hand had landed upon him. Turning his head, he found himself face to face with a dark, menacing visage, none other than Lin Bulang. Meanwhile, Su Baiji seemed to have anticipated this turn of events, calmly observing the unfolding drama from the side. "What is your name?" Lin Bulang inquired coldly, his tone low. "Lu Feiyang. And you?" Lu Feiyang turned his head, casting Lin Bulang a puzzled glance, his irritation palpable as he retorted to the interruption of his speech. Crack. The only response he received was a resounding slap across the face. Before Lu Feiyang could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying by Lin Bulang's strike, crashing into several tables and chairs with a thunderous noise. Dazed, he lay on the ground, bewilderedly gazing around him. A vivid red handprint adorned his face. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. "Do you think you are worthy to inquire my name?" Lin Bulang bellowed fiercely. Su Baiji rose with a smile, saying, "This is our Captain Lin from the guard hall. From now on, you will be under his jurisdiction." The newly arrived guards exchanged fearful glances between Lin Bulang and the prostrate Lu Feiyang, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Unlike Lu Feiyang, their spirit had been dampened after a few days in the Servant's Peak. Even though they had just been selected as guards, they dared not act rashly, especially after hearing the older servants speak of the recent untimely deaths among the guards. An unsettling apprehension filled their hearts upon seeing Lin Bulang, as they began to suspect that the fate of those guards was closely intertwined with this very captain. Lu Feiyang, prior to entering the Yin-Yang sect, was the eldest son of a prominent family in a small town outside the sect. With the resources of his family, he had achieved the 5th stage of body cultivation at a young age, which had naturally fostered a sense of arrogance within him. Upon entering the peak, he had even claimed the top spot in the guard selection competition, likely swelling his pride immensely. "You must temper his arrogance," Su Baiji noted softly as she approached. claiming the top spot. How laughable, Lin Bulang scoffed. That was merely because I had taken that little girl named Chu out of the competition early. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. And if he truly were someone of merit, possessing talent and spiritual roots, he wouldn't have ended up in this servant's peak. How absurd. What gives you the right to strike me? Lu Feiyong finally regained his composure after a minute, scrambling to his feet while covering his injured mouth. His anger palpable. Just because you are the captain of the guards, does that mean you can hit anyone? I am still a guard myself. Besides, I have done my research, and the guard hall is in need of a captain. I am the strongest here, so the position will soon be mine. You stand on equal footing with me, and I demand an apology. Apologize at once. Truly, as a scion of a noble family, you display a remarkable lack of intellect. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bulang could hardly contain his urge to applaud. Who proclaimed you the strongest? If another captain of the guard were to be chosen, it would certainly not be you. Lin Bulang turned to glance behind him. Although the guards Wang and Li were somewhat weaker, their experience was ample, and they commanded a sufficient number of subordinates. Not to mention the young girl, Chu, who sat nearby, nibbling on fruit while enjoying the spectacle. Why should your word hold sway? If you possess the capability, summon someone to face me in combat. With a flash of indignation, Lu Feiyong unsheathed the guard's dagger he had just acquired, pointing it at Lin Bulang as he bellowed. Witnessing this scene, the expressions on the faces of guards Wang and Li were nothing short of exquisite. Were it not for the fact that this fellow had just reached the 5th stage of physical training and needed to be taken out tomorrow for an assignment, Lin Bulang would have relished the opportunity to dispatch him on the spot. Young girl, you go. Lin Bulang suppressed his dissatisfaction and directed his gaze toward Chu. Oh, the young girl tossed aside her pear, clapped her hands, and stood up. What do you mean by sending a woman to fight me? Do you look down on me? Lu Feiyong, upon noticing that his opponent was a diminutive girl even shorter than himself, became even more enraged, entirely disregarding Lin Bulang's earlier slap, and rushed forward to confront Lin Bulang. To kill or to maim? The young girl glanced at him, her delicate brows knitting slightly, for she sensed that this man seemed to have some issues upstairs. Do not strike too harshly. He will still be useful tomorrow. Oh, the young girl turned, just in time to see Lu Feiyong charging at her, baring his teeth. She lifted her small foot and gave a gentle push. Boom. A tremendous force struck Lu Feiyong in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the guard hall and landing in the courtyard outside. This strength was something Lin Bulang recognized all too well. The source of such formidable power from this young girl was a mystery to him. She was fearlessly fierce, instilling terror in all who beheld her. After all, who could be considered normal if they could strip the fur off a snow-sculpted leg? This kick certainly served to awaken Lu Feiyong. Clutching his abdomen, he rose to his feet, pallid and shaken, glancing between Lin Bulang and the young girl. He understood that he could not overpower either of them, yet pride gnawed at him in this awkward predicament. He was stuck, but the young girl was not. She approached the courtyard, cracking her knuckles ominously, her expression one of indifference to life and death, radiating a violent resolve that caused Lu Feiyong's legs to weaken. And before he knew it, he found himself kneeling on the ground. Wow, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Today, I have learned that there are always greater talents beyond the mountains. The young girl paused, her hand raised in dismissal, and turned to walk away. Come inside. Lin Bulang casually waved his hand, finally turning around to sit beside Su Baiji. After this emotional display, the new guards fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Lin Bulang cast his gaze over the assembly in the guard hall, which numbered precisely 16, including himself. The original members of the guard had been reduced to just him, Guard Wang and Guard Li, while the remaining 13 were new recruits brought in after the expansion of the miscellaneous peak. Naturally, among the new guards and miscellaneous workers, there were those who harbored rebellious thoughts and sought to disrupt the established order. Hence, the recent chaos caused by the miscellaneous workers and Lu Feiyong's ostentatious attempts to win their favor upon entering the guard hall. It had only been a few days since he had been atop this peak, and already it had descended into such disarray. Humph. With this thought, Lin Bulang let out a heavy snort. The position of the other guard captain is currently vacant. I do not intend to make things difficult for you. In the future, whoever reaches the 6th stage of body training will ascend to this role automatically. Once one becomes a guard captain, commanding 8 guards, they must also be prepared for the opportunity of being challenged by others. The The victor of such a challenge will assume the title of the new guard. This is my rule. Thus, I am open to your challenges. Whoever among you possesses the courage to test their strength against me may sit here and establish the rules as I do. Who among you dares to try? Chapter 65. Are you looking for women? Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the hall. Lu Feiyong, having emerged as the top contender among the newly appointed guards, rendered the others speechless in the wake of such brutal violence directed at their leader. The remaining veteran guards, namely Wang and Li, had already discreetly shifted to share a bench with Lin Bulang, fully aware of the bloody path he had traversed and thus dared not provoke him. With no challengers in sight, it was time to reallocate responsibilities for future affairs. Have you all completed the counts I asked you to do yesterday? We have. Wang, the guard, cheerfully stepped forward to report the matters and personnel under his command. The others followed suit, echoing his reports. Yet amidst this, many new guards were still awaiting their assignments, and most were still unclear about their duties. Fortunately, the guard hall maintained a comprehensive ledger for such records, rendering the situation manageable. Lin Bulang's request for a count was merely a simple test of obedience. Very well, I understand. Lin Bulang opened the miscellaneous tasks roster brought by Su Baiji and began to assign duties accordingly. Aside from the newly added cultivation of Zhuyan grass at Shifeng Cliff, no new tasks had emerged at the miscellaneous peak. Most duties merely required an increase in personnel, and the guards were tasked with expanding the scale independently. Lin Bulang directly claimed the mining tunnels, the foundry, and the Zhuyan grass cultivation for himself, leaving the remaining lucrative tasks to guards Wang and Li. Having tasted the sweetness of this arrangement, both men beamed with delight, further solidifying their allegiance to Lin Bulang. After the allocation of 2,000 miscellaneous workers, 100 remained, to be uniformly managed by Guard Chu, responsible for patrolling and safety within the sect. Naturally, this Guard Chu was none other than the young girl, whose capabilities were likely limited to this role. However, she could still manage patrols effectively. Should there be a shortage of personnel anywhere, Guard Chu could be called upon for temporary assignments. Moreover, starting today, all guards were to select 2 assistants to aid in managing various affairs. As for the assistants' remuneration, they would remain as miscellaneous workers, yet would receive an additional 10 miscellaneous coins each month. In the event of an accident involving a guard, the assistants would be prioritized to step in temporarily. Is there any issue with this? The introduction of the assistant position by Lin Bulang essentially formalized the roles of the previous sycophants. When the Palace Guard and Chun Guard encountered mishaps, their subordinates, despite being loyal, lacked official titles, preventing them from stepping up to shoulder responsibilities. This lack of structure had led to a stagnation in production at the miscellaneous peak, a significant concern. With the establishment of assistants, the guards would experience a reduction in pressure and could even focus on their cultivation at home, enhancing their strength. If the assistants were female, they could engage in various tasks, whether busy or idle, including the 2 maids assigned to each guard. This arrangement allowed for a potential income of 4 individuals per guard, thus legitimizing previous affairs with concubines. Such a favorable scheme would undoubtedly face no opposition. After announcing all matters, Lin Bulang allowed them to disperse and form their own teams, leaving only Su Baiji and himself in the vast Guardian Hall. Entrusting that young girl with the responsibility of patrolling the sect seemed rather unwise. Throughout the discussion, Su Baiji felt that Lin Bulang's arrangements were generally sound, but the decision regarding that girl raised some concerns. Although the outer servants' peak appeared tranquil, it was, in reality, rife with tumultuous undertones. Countless unsavory dealings and injustices transpired daily. If that girl were to assume such a position, a multitude of troubles could very well come knocking at their door. However, given her fiery temperament and penchant for confrontation, perhaps her straightforwardness would yield unexpected results in management. As for the specific regulations, they could be formulated gradually, and Lin Bulang would oversee that process. Su Baiji slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly envisioning a future where the girl would lead a cohort patrolling the mountain, wielding a guardian S-blade from south to north. With the new regulations in place, Lin Bulang naturally required 2 deputies to assist him. His tenure as the captain of the guard was still in its infancy and somewhat unstable, thus he lacked candidates eager to curry favor. Presently, the only individual he felt comfortable entrusting with responsibilities was Li Gong. Given the unique nature of the mines and foundries under Lin Bulang's command, Li Gong was well suited for the task. The matter of the crimson-faced grass on the cliffs of Shifeng Mountain was of greater significance and would necessitate selecting a person of considerable strength to maintain order. However, as the construction of Shifeng was not yet complete, there was no urgency in this regard. Very well, I shall visit the foundry. You take care of things here with Elder Dong. Tomorrow, the candidates for the Spirit Stone Mine will be myself, the young girl, and Lu Feiyang. Understood. With Elder Dong present, it was unlikely that Su Baiji would leave the Guardian Hall today. On his way down the mountain, Lin Bulang encountered several newly appointed guards who had just selected their deputies. They greeted him with joyful smiles, expressing their gratitude fervently. Newcomers to the peak often formed small groups within days, and now that some had been promoted to guards, their escape from hardship brought them great happiness. Yet, there was something reminiscent of one person achieving success while their entire entourage rises in their demeanor. To be honest, Lin Bulang felt a twinge of envy. Had he been afforded such opportunities earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure 3 arduous years on the outer servants' peak. As he passed through the servants' area, a series of agonized screams pierced the air. Following the sound, he discovered familiar faces from the laundry brigade being dragged out and surrounded by a group of women who were mercilessly tormenting them. After the downfall of the palace guards, their mistresses naturally faced misfortune as well. Some had already turned to ingratiate themselves with guards Wang and Li. Such was the outcome. Just as Lin Bulang contemplated leaving, he suddenly noticed someone in the crowd standing on tiptoe, their silhouette strikingly familiar. With a swift movement, he approached and delivered a resounding slap, causing the individual to recoil, turning around with a look of surprise illuminating their face. Lin the Guardian. Captain, that individual is none other than Li Gong. I had assumed you were rather serious. Yet here you are, captivated by an old hag tearing her clothes. You are still alive. How splendid. Li Gong's eyes turned red, and he grasped Lin Bulang's hand as if he were reuniting with a long-lost son. What brings you here? Aren't you at the foundry? Lin Bulang chuckled teasingly. Perhaps you've been cooped up at this menial peak for too long and seek companionship? I merely came to witness the spectacle. Haha. It was Miss Shun who summoned us to carry the meat porridge, and I fortuitously passed by to have a glance. Li Gong shyly scratched his head and gestured towards a few robust young men resting nearby, along with 2 large vats of meat porridge. Since Li Gong's ascension, the meals at the foundry have indeed improved significantly, occasionally supplemented with eggs, and with Lin Bulang's provision of meat porridge, these young men have visibly regained their vitality. If you are truly lonely, I could find you a woman? Li Gong immediately shook his head vigorously. No, thank you. Women would only hinder my forging speed. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang could not help but chuckle, patting his shoulder. All right, I was merely jesting. The purpose of my visit today involves 2 matters. First, I intend to promote you to my deputy, to assist in managing the foundry and the mines. The second matter, have you ever forged weapons with fine iron? At the mere mention of fine iron, Li Gong's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a forbidden material. Chapter 66. The brave Lu Feiyang at present. The finest weapon available to Lin Bulang is undoubtedly the Xuanma sword belonging to the Fairy of Red Leaves. However, this exquisite blade, being the property of the fairy and a reward from the sect, is not akin to the mass-produced black iron swords of Xiezian. Wielding it would be excessively ostentatious. Furthermore, it is likely that Lin Bulang will soon engage in combat with practitioners of the Qi refining stage, who are legitimate disciples of the sect and may possess superior artifacts. Therefore, it is imperative that Lin Bulang does not fall short in terms of equipment. The matter of integrating Xiezian's black iron sword with fine iron must be placed at the forefront of his agenda. Captain Lin, we need to talk, said Li Gong, his expression grave as he swiftly pulled Lin Bulang aside. In Yin-Yang sect, only inner disciples are permitted to wield fine iron weapons. You are aware of this, I presume? If anyone else is caught using one, the consequences could be dire. Li Gong mimicked a beheading motion with his hand, his face betraying palpable fear. I will only mix in a little. They shouldn't notice, should they? Lin Bulang was confident in this regard. It was common for the weapons of inner disciples to be black iron mixed with fine iron. Fine iron is so scarce that how many inner disciples could truly possess weapons made entirely of pure fine iron? Li Gong's eyes widened. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang knew he had a chance. This old fellow could get it done. I understand. Just proceed, and I will bear the consequences, Lin Bulang replied, slightly drawing a segment of the black iron sword from his waist. Li Gong caught a glimpse and turned pale, hastily pushing the sword back into its sheath. Captain Lin, we cannot act recklessly. Where did you acquire this black iron sword? Surely it wasn't he found on the roadside? Lin Bulang retorted with a smile, prompting a wry chuckle from Li Gong. Realizing he had unwittingly joined Lin Bulang on this dubious venture, he pondered that if he refused, Lin Bulang might very well eliminate him. With the promise of a deputy position from Lin Bulang, there was no retreat. After a brief contemplation, Li Gong sighed heavily. I can forge it, but the current conditions of the smithy make it quite challenging to melt black iron. To melt fine iron, we will need to create a black iron furnace with black iron as the inner lining. Very well. The mine will also fall under your jurisdiction. You may proceed as you wish. Once completed, simply return the black iron you have melted. I am not concerned with the details. Just inform me when everything is ready. How much time will you require? Li Gong calculated and replied, at least 3 to 5 days. All right, let us return to the smithy first. And then you will accompany me to meet the personnel from the mining team. After that, you may manage the remaining matters on your own. With a heavy sigh, Li Gong followed Lin Bulang out. Residing at the miscellaneous peaks, most affairs were beyond one's control. Having survived to this stage of life, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Given Captain Lin's ambitious nature and his own position under him, he had no choice but to play along, whether he desired it or not. As evening fell, Lin Bulang, having completed his rounds with Li Gong and meticulously arranged all matters, returned to the Guardian Hall. Not long after Dong Gongfeng had taken his leave, a sudden influx of guards filled the hall, transforming the once quiet space into a lively hub. As it was the time for dinner, the newly arrived guards, feeling too lazy to cook, collectively brought some food to the kitchen and set about preparing a large pot of rice. Naturally, Lin Bulang, with a cherished wife awaiting him at home, would not partake in their meal, but in the spirit of camaraderie, he decided that Su Baiji would dine on his behalf. Just as Lin Bulang was about to return to his own residence, a figure suddenly emerged at the entrance of the Guardian Hall. The individual was bare-chested, his skin gleaming with pig fat, and he carried a bundle of willow branches on his back. Upon entering, he bellowed, Captain Lin, Lu Feiyong has come to atone for his transgressions. With that proclamation, Lu Feiyong dropped to his knees at the doorway, drawing curious glances from all present. Lin Bulang could only shake his head in disbelief at this spectacle. What sort of lunatic was this? To apologize was one thing, but what was the point of marking his oily belly with lines? Get lost, he barked. Yes, sir. Lu Feiyong, seemingly struck by some revelation, abandoned his previous arrogance and quickly scrambled to his feet, turning to flee. In truth, he was the type of hot-blooded youth, enamored with dreams of power and beauty, who, after being bested by a young girl, suddenly found clarity. Upon learning from her that Lin Bulang was even more formidable, his admiration for Lin surged like an unending river. Thus, he concocted such a dramatic scene. Fortunately, the enchanting Hongya fairy was currently detained by Lin Bulang atop the peak. Otherwise, Lu Feiyong would have been more of a devoted admirer of her than of Lin. After resting for a night, invigorated by the abundant spiritual energy, he arrived at the Guardian Hall early the next morning. Lu Feiyong and the young girl had already beaten him there, one eagerly cracking his knuckles while the other fought drooping eyelids. Captain Lin, are we going to slay demon beasts? I've never killed a demon beast before. Lu Feiyong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Bulang sighed in exasperation. You too will accompany me, but do not overestimate your abilities. With your current strength, a demon beast could easily dispatch you with a mere breath. Subsequently, Lin Bulang retrieved the pills left behind by Dong Gongfeng. These pills were far superior to those in the possession of Hongya Fairy. While her pills could only suppress the slave mark for 2 hours, these were effective for a full day. Being provisions from the External Affairs Hall, they were specifically intended for field assignments. Dong Gongfeng had left only 3 in total, 1 for each of them. Should they fail to clear the mine within a day, additional pills would be provided. Having already dispelled the slave mark, Lin Bulang naturally found that he could forego using 1 for himself. To safeguard his life, Lin Bulang took several talismans and a protective dagger with him before embarking on this journey. Once the trio was fully equipped, they set off towards the mining site. The vastness of Lingyang's sect still eluded Lin Bulang's comprehension. It was said to encompass thousands of peaks, roughly the size of 1.5 provinces. The restrictions of the miscellaneous peak typically extended a mere mile beyond its borders, leaving much of Lingyang sect in an untamed state. Given such a vast expanse, it was evident that the sect could not possibly maintain an all-encompassing protective formation or barrier. Only the areas surrounding the 7 peaks and 13 halls were fortified by powerful arrays. This explained why rogue cultivators could still thrive within the sect's territory. After half an hour of travel, the trio finally arrived at the designated meeting point, where they found dozens of individuals already gathered. Upon noticing the newcomers, representatives from the External Affairs Hall approached to verify their identities before issuing them the Yao 9 identity tokens. Lin Bulang glanced around, realizing that among the gathered, the Yao 9 was undoubtedly at the bottom of the hierarchy. The guards from other peaks were predominantly of the 7th or 8th tier, with scarcely any at the 6th. Only he, from Yao 9, brought along 2 companions of barely 5th tier strength, making them the subject of countless derisive glances. 5th tier, and participating in the hunt for ferocious beasts? ISNT that simply courting disaster? What a pitiful state Yao 9 must be in. The ridicule was palpable. Lin Bulang's companion, Lu Feiyong, was incensed by the comments. His fists clenched in indignation. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront the mockers. You little brats, so brave now. But once we commence the beast hunt, let us see who proves superior. For every beast you slay, I shall vanquish 2. If I don't leave you in awe today, then I'll write my name backwards. Lu Feiyong cursed vehemently. Lin Bulang raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Feiyong, quietly admiring his untainted courage in the face of harsh reality. He mused to himself, when we encounter the beasts, let us see if you maintain that bravado. I find your unblemished valor rather endearing. Chapter 67. Encounter at the patrol camp. Ah, how audacious this fellow has become. Ha! In the face of Lu Feiyong's provocation, his adversaries paid him no heed whatsoever. After all, he was merely a 5th-tier body cultivator, and if he managed to escape with his life, that would indeed be a stroke of good fortune. There was no threat, absolutely none. Lin Bulang, indifferent to Lu Feiyong, stood with arms crossed, awaiting the gathering of the team with a serene expression. As for the young girl beside him, she wore an expression of delightful anticipation, her dark eyes twinkling as she squatted on the ground, as if she were merely waiting for a slice of watermelon. Before long, the guards from various peaks arrived in succession, and the Outer Affairs Hall dispatched 3 external disciples at the Qi refinement stage to lead the group. At the forefront was none other than Dong Gongfeng, who had come to the Servants' Peak on assignment. The reason for gathering you all here, I trust you are already aware, is that within this cave behind me lies an abundance of spirit stone veins. Based on the aura emanating from it, we can reasonably speculate that at the deepest part of this cave, there may be a spirit crystal. However, it is unfortunate that the cave is also inhabited by a multitude of ferocious beasts, and the guardian of that spirit crystal is most likely a low-tier beast of the Qi refinement stage. Dong Gongfeng announced with a resonant voice. A spirit crystal? How astonishing. It is said that spirit crystals are the essence of spirit stones, enveloped in layers of spirit stone. Once the outer layers are stripped away, they will automatically gather spirit energy, forming spirit stones anew. What? If we possess a spirit crystal, it would be tantamount to having access to an inexhaustible spirit stone mine. Not only that, but spirit crystals can also serve as the core of formations, providing a continuous flow of spirit energy. They can be used in weapon forging, cauldron crafting, and even assist in cultivation, truly boundless in their utility. Upon hearing the mention of spirit crystals, whispers of excitement spread through the crowd below. Yet, what does it matter how impressive it is? It still belongs to the sect. Is there any chance it could fall into your hands? Someone murmured in discontent. Such treasures are scarce resources within the sect. For those of us from the servant class, merely witnessing one is akin to a rare stroke of fortune. Spirit crystals. I recall their mention in novels from my past life. Who would have thought they truly exist? Lin Bulang's eyes momentarily sparkled with interest before he lowered his gaze, feigning indifference. If there truly is a spirit crystal within the cave, it is highly likely to be guarded by a beast of the level of a golden devouring beast. Without the participation of the external disciples from the Outer Affairs Hall, it would be impossible for him to defeat it alone. Thus, obtaining the spirit crystal undetected would be exceedingly difficult. Is there any way, perhaps, when they engage with the beast, I could turn against them? While Lin Bulang pondered this, Dong Gongfeng's voice rang out once more. The situation within the cave is complex. You are to form teams according to your peaks and enter freely. After slaying the beasts, sever their left ears. And the outer affairs hall will reward you based on the species of the beast. Moreover, anyone who discovers the location of the spiritual crystal is urged to report immediately. The first person to uncover its whereabouts will be rewarded with 100 miscellaneous coins and 3 body refining pills. Hiss, body refining pills. Upon hearing those words, the 50 or so guards immediately began to rub their fists in eager anticipation. 100 miscellaneous coins may not seem like a significant sum to this group of guards, but the body refining pills are a different matter altogether. Brothers, do not snatch this from me. I truly covet it. If any brother manages to acquire a body refining pill, would you consider parting with one? I, Lu, will offer a high price for it. I'll increase my bid. I am also buying. In no time, the guards were abuzz with excitement. It is worth noting that while wandering merchants occasionally sell body refining pills, they command a staggering price of 3,000 miscellaneous coins. To purchase them, one needs not only wealth, but also a stroke of fortune. Although they are all restricted by the Spirit Yellow decision and cannot advance to the Qi refining stage, using a body refining pill to forcibly elevate their strength to the 9th level of body refinement would not only enhance their prowess, but also extend their lifespan by a decade or so. Such a temptation, who among the guards could possibly resist? At the very least, Lin Bulang could not. Presently, Lu Qingyi has reached the 7th level of body refinement, and Shinshan has attained the 6th level. If they could obtain these 3 body refining pills in just a few days, both Lu Qingyi and Shinshan would be elevated to the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Once Lin Bulang has completely gained control over Qin Hongya, he can facilitate the simultaneous advancement of Lu Qingyi, Shinshan and Su Baiji into the Qi refining stage. How splendid would that be? Observing the lively scene, Elder Dong did not express any disdain. Instead, he offered a faint smile. Since the moment he mentioned the spiritual crystal, he had only one objective: to ignite the fighting spirit of this group of guards. Currently, aside from the 3 outer disciples, the external affairs hall truly lacks manpower. Without offering some sweet incentives to encourage them to risk their lives, how could 3 Qi refining stage disciples possibly clear such a vast spiritual stone mine? All right, that should suffice. Everyone, please enter. Additionally, I must remind you, I have summoned you all to clear out the beasts. Our hall will also provide rewards. If anyone is found to have dirty hands and meddles with the spiritual stone mine, my Lingyang sect will undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end. I urge you all not to harbor any delusions. Elder Dong smiled as he gestured towards the cave entrance, and he and the other 2 outer disciples tactfully made way, showing no intention of entering. With the encouragement, the guards immediately charged in recklessly, and in an instant, the number of people in the square was reduced by half. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyong looked anxiously at Lin Bulang, his gaze imploring. Are we not leaving? If we don't hurry, all the creatures inside will be taken. What profit will we gain then? Just as Lu Feiyong was growing increasingly frantic, the first group of individuals entering the cave let out a horrifying scream, followed by a second, and then a third. The sounds were utterly chilling, resonating deeply within the cave, lingering endlessly. Subsequently, several individuals were carried out by the guards of the same peak. Some had only half of their heads remaining, others were missing limbs. And there were those who were so terrified that they turned pale, frothing at the mouth. One after another, these sights left Lu Feiyong feeling cold and numb. Among them were a few who had just been mocking Lu Feiyong moments ago. How could they have transformed into lifeless corpses in such a short span of time? Lu Feiyong was no fool. He immediately turned to look at Lin Bulang, his steadfast companion. Let us wait a moment. Once they have cleared the beasts from the path, we shall proceed. Lin Bulang casually found a sturdy fallen tree nearby and sat down without a hint of urgency. The situation within the cave remained unclear in the darkness. The appearance of the beasts was indiscernible. Given the surprise attack, surviving with this many was already a considerable fortune. After all, the spiritual crystals might lie deep within the cavern, and unforeseen events could still unfold inside. Conserving strength was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. This little scheme did not escape the keen eyes of Elder Dong, who immediately leaped to his feet, vociferously rebuking, "Over there. Yes, I am addressing you. Why are you still lingering outside the cave? Are you waiting to give birth? And you, That team over there. Are you all just waiting to seize glory for yourselves? Inside. Get in now. The guards had been summoned to deliver the beasts, and Elder Dong would not allow them to loaf around outside the cave. Just as he was about to step forward to urge the remaining guards along, the outer door disciple to his left suddenly rose before him. The 1,000-mile soul-chasing palm. Why do I faintly sense the aura of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing palm among this group? Chapter 68. Your tone is too arrogant, Captain Ma. What is the matter? Dong Gongfeng inquired, perplexed, as he reached out to nudge the outer sect disciple who had stood up first. Are these guards of yours selected from the various servant peaks? Captain Ma spoke in a hushed tone. At that moment, the individual to Dong Gongfeng's right also rose, squinting as he sensed the air. Indeed, it was the 1,000-mile pursuit palm. Old Ma, I never anticipated that our brief business trip would yield a thief to apprehend. Although they were clad in the garb of the Foreign Affairs Hall, the two were actually borrowed from the patrol camp. Has there been a serious incident nearby? I recall there was a merchant robbery case about 10 days ago, overseen by Old Song, which seems to remain unresolved. Captain Li of the patrol camp exchanged glances with Captain Ma, and they simultaneously formed hand seals. At that moment, Lin Bulang, still completely oblivious, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if crushed by a wheel bristling with 1,000 fine needles. Fortunately, Lin Bulang possessed remarkable composure. Aside from a slight tremor coursing through his body, he exhibited no other reaction. Their position was somewhat distant from the two captains of the patrol camp. Thus they had not immediately detected Lin Bulang's distress. Let us depart. Lin Bulang swiftly realized that there might be personnel from the patrol house nearby. He immediately lowered his head and whispered instructions. Having just been reprimanded by Dong Gongfeng, several individuals gradually made their way towards the cave. Lin Bulang and his companions hastily followed suit, managing to evade yet another crisis. Captain Ma and Captain Li, relying on their previous faint perception, accurately located the spot where Lin Bulang had stood, only to find that he, along with the young girl and Lu Feiyong, had already exited the cave. It appears they have already entered the cave. Old Ma, let us split up. No need to rush. Captain Ma quickly halted Captain Li, instead gesturing towards Dong Gongfeng. Esteemed Gongfeng, which servant peak did that guard just now hail from? Dong Gongfeng pondered for a moment before responding. It should be the Yao Yao Jiu servant peak. Very well, the monk may run, but the temple cannot escape. Our primary mission here remains to slay the soul-controlling spider, guarding the spiritual crystal, and retrieve it. If time permits, we shall deal with it afterward. Should it manage to escape, we can return to the Yao Yao Jiu servant peak tomorrow and apprehend all the guards there. Though Captain Li felt some reluctance, he ultimately nodded and sat beside Dong Gongfeng to wait. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang, the young girl, and Lu Feiyong ventured deeper into the cave. Although the cave was spacious, it extended deep down with numerous forks. After traversing only about 200 meters, the initial group of guards had been completely dispersed. Help! Help! As the three reached yet another fork, faint cries for help echoed from afar. Do you have any medicine on you? I possess 3 ears of demonic beasts. All for you. Just exchange them for some medicine. The speaker, whose breath was relatively steady, was evidently a companion of the injured guard, hoping to use the healing balm to save his colleague. How dare you present merely 3 ears of demonic beasts? In a place like this, healing medicine is an exceedingly rare commodity, and you audaciously expect us to barter for it? Are you dreaming? Ha ha. From a distance came a burst of exaggerated laughter, sounding as though there were at least 5 or 6 individuals. To save a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. How can you stand by and watch someone perish? We are, after all, comrades in arms. Who says we would stand idly by? We would rather kill than save. Surely you do not believe that your worthless lives could compare to the gold wound balm and black jade healing salve we possess. Moreover, do we truly need to barter for your 3 ears of demonic beasts? No sooner had the words left his lips than an enraged shout echoed in response. Immediately following were the sounds of clashing swords and knives, accompanied by the heavy breaths of several individuals reverberating through the cavern. Finally, with the sound of fabric tearing, the skirmish abruptly ceased. Under the flickering light of the torches, Lu Feiyong felt a chill run down his spine as he glimpsed the flickering shadows upon the distant rock wall, along with the glint of cold blades. It seemed that the guard's weapons in the hands of Lin Bulang and the young girl would soon be aimed at his kidneys from both sides. Boss, they are engaging in black-on-black treachery. How utterly inhumane. Lu Feiyong, seemingly fearful that Lin Bulang would stab him in the back, hastily changed his address to boss and cautiously probed for affirmation. Indeed, it is utterly inhumane. Lin Bulang replied with a cold smirk, drawing his guard's dagger with a swift motion, and then strode forward. How dare they engage in treachery without me? The smile on Lu Feiyong's face froze before he could even hold it for a second. By the time he comprehended the situation, Lin Bulang had already charged ahead to confront the group. Upon sighting the 5 individuals, recognition dawned immediately. Oh, aren't these the useless ones from Yao Yao Jiu's men? What? Do you wish to join the fray? These 5 were among the principal instigators who had mocked them earlier. With that remark, their gaze shifted to Lu Feiyong, who remained clean and unscathed, clearly having yet to encounter any demonic beasts, indicating there was little bounty to be gained from them. Even if the 5 could overpower the 3, it would undoubtedly come at some cost, and without the ears of demonic beasts, the spoils might not be worth the trouble. Leave behind the ears of the demonic beasts and the healing balm, then scram. Do not make me waste time searching you, Lin Bulang declared, his eyes barely lingering on the 2 corpses at their feet. Such cannibalistic rules are ubiquitous within the Lingyang sect, whether in the role of a menial worker, a guard, or even as outer disciples. On the day Qin Hongya intercepted the convoy, there was not a single word wasted. You, my friend, are rather audacious, are you not? There are merely 3 of you, while we stand here with 5, our strength surpassing yours. Instead of traversing your narrow path, do you really wish to relieve yourselves upon our Sunlight Avenue? The leader among the 5 stepped forward, brandishing a blood-stained guard's blade. A grim warning to Lin Bulang and his companions that should they utter another word, the 2 on the ground would be their fate. Have I not stated before that I detest wasting my time? Lin Bulang tilted his head, a mocking grin adorning his face as he raised his left hand. Ji, a nearly transparent, solidified force swiftly coalesced at his fingertips. He did not employ the golden spiritual energy within him, but rather the natural spiritual energy. While its potency was somewhat diminished, it was entirely sufficient to eliminate these worthless foes. The technique flick and dodge among the guards. The eldest possessed a modicum of experience and immediately recognized this as the introductory martial skill of the Lingyang sect that only outer disciples could master. Just as he gasped in astonishment, a soft sound echoed, followed by the horrifying realization that his mind had instantaneously transformed into a shattered watermelon. Chapter 69. Spare me, my lord. In an instant, 1 man fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining 4 were taken aback, their hands, which had been poised to draw their blades, froze mid-motion. Having spent nearly a decade as seasoned guards on the miscellaneous peak, they were acutely aware of the weight of that singular gesture. Behind them, Lu Feiyong's eyes bulged in astonishment. He had known Lin Bulang to be formidable, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Seeing the terror-stricken expressions of the 4 adversaries, Lu Feiyong's courage surged. Now you know fear. Regrets have set in, have they? Now you realize my elder brother is not to be trifled with. It is too late for that. With a guard's blade in hand, he pressed forward, sending the 4 retreating in disarray. He had indeed mastered the art of wielding power through intimidation. Spare us, my lord. We were unaware that you are an outer sect disciple. Had we known, even with tenfold courage, we would never have dared to offend you. Indeed, spare us, my lord. We shall leave all the healing ointments behind. We implore you. With a mere flick of his finger, Lin Bulang unleashed a second transparent energy wave that grazed Lu Feiyong's ear and instantly obliterated another man's head. The last 3 guards, their final hopes of escape extinguished, let out a wail and promptly fled in all directions. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace Lin Bulang's flicker of movement. With 3 sharp sounds echoing, the trio fell one after another. Stunned, Lu Feiyong finally regained his composure and turned to Lin Bulang with a sycophantic grin. Boss, I shall fetch you what you need right away. You just relax over there. That young lady, the guard Chu. Yes, I am calling you. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and knead the boss's legs, massage his shoulders. The earlier energy wave had grazed his ear, sending a chill down his spine. For a fleeting moment, he had genuinely believed his own head would explode. Had the guards not fallen, he might still be lost in his stupor. Hearing her name called, the girl, Chu, rolled her eyes and pulled a small apple from her pocket, beginning to munch on it. No need, I can manage myself, Lin Bulang waved his hand. While he had indeed dispatched the foes himself, he needed to absorb the spiritual energy. If he allowed Lu Feiyong to loot the corpses, how could he take the opportunity to use the Tianju to gather spiritual energy? It was crucial to note that these 5 guards were not weak. He anticipated a substantial amount of energy could be harvested. As Lin Bulang absorbed the energy, he also included the 2 who had perished earlier. With the essence of 7 individuals now collected, his water spiritual root was successfully elevated to 20%. Among the 5 elements, metal generates water, currently. His strongest affinity was with the metal spiritual root. If he could cultivate the water spiritual root further, he wondered if it would yield any elemental interactions, something to explore later. Once the energy was fully absorbed, the 16 beast ears he had collected naturally found their way into Lu Feiyong's possession for him to carry. The individuals present were seasoned guards, bearing numerous wounds and a wealth of medicinal supplies. Among them were 7 vials of precious healing ointment and 2 of the rare black jade balm. Lin Bulang distributed 1 vial of the healing ointment to each of 2 companions before continuing deeper into the cave. This cavern was exceedingly intricate, the further one ventured. The more numerous the forks in the path became, and the air grew increasingly thin, causing the torch in hand to flicker dimly. Just as the torch was about to extinguish, a surge of spiritual energy surged forth, illuminating the dark cavern with a shimmering blue light. For cultivators, spiritual energy is akin to breath. Those who have reached the 3rd stage of physical training can utilize it to aid respiration, allowing them to thrive in low-oxygen environments. The abundant spiritual energy within the cave suggested they had arrived at a location rich with spirit stone deposits. The tension that had been held in their chests was instantly released, allowing for a more comfortable breath. As they gazed around the narrow cavern, which could barely accommodate 2 individuals side by side, they observed the walls adorned with spirit stone deposits, forming diamond-shaped pillars atop a base of ordinary rock. This was indeed a spirit stone mine. Such a find was invaluable. Boss, before I joined Lingyang's sect, I heard tales of how this item is priceless. Even a piece the size of a thumb could fetch thousands of taels of silver. Seeing Lin Bulang approach the spirit stone deposits for a closer inspection, Lu Feiyong couldn't restrain himself from chiming in, "Boss, why don't we pry a piece off and take it with us?" "Pry a piece off? Do you think you can survive the attempt?" Lin Bulang retorted with a cold laugh. Upon entering, the steward Dong had explicitly stated that any theft would be thoroughly investigated. Spirit stones were not like fruits or buns that could be consumed. How could one conceal them? I don't understand. They neither allow us to take spirit stones, nor do they provide guards with a chance to escape, facing beasts in front and treachery behind. Why would anyone still wish to come here? Indeed, out of the 50 guards who entered, it would be remarkable if 10 or 20 managed to exit alive. However, the reason for their willingness to come was clear. No one aspired to remain a menial worker on the servant peak for life. This was a matter of opportunity. If one performed admirably and caught the attention of the External Affairs Hall steward, they could be assigned to merchant caravans, patrols, or other esteemed positions, all of which offered far superior benefits than languishing on the servant peak. The path of cultivation is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The victors reap all rewards. This young lad had just recently joined the Lingyang sect and could not comprehend such profound truths. This is not your concern. If you choose not to come, there will always be those who wish to. Lin Bulang reached out and gently touched a spirit stone deposit, a tingling sensation coursing through his fingertips, and simultaneously, the heavenly bead on his chest quivered slightly. What is happening? Can the heavenly bead absorb even spirit stones? It is well known that spirit stones are the most universally accepted currency in the realm of cultivation. They can be used for trade and can also be directly absorbed to replenish one's own spiritual energy. However, the energy within spirit stones is firmly embedded within the mineral, making it difficult to extract. For an outer sect disciple, it would likely take at least a month or 2 to fully consume a single spirit stone. But what if I were to absorb it using the heavenly bead? Lin Bulang discreetly produced the celestial pearl, as if performing a magic trick, and gently placed it upon the spirit stone mine before him. Zzz. At the moment of contact, a faint sound of friction intertwined with electrical currents could be heard. The spirit stone mine, emanating a subtle blue glow, began to dim at a visibly rapid pace, as the spiritual energy within was swiftly absorbed by the celestial pearl. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In merely 5 seconds, the spiritual energy within the Spirit Stone mine was completely depleted. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bulang discovered that a substantial amount of spiritual energy had indeed accumulated within the Celestial Pearl. The quantity was comparable to that obtained from his previous encounter with an outer sect disciple of the patrol camp. If this were the case, the spiritual energy within the Celestial Pearl was sufficient for him to ascend another level. With joy, Lin Bulang lifted his gaze. Within a 10-meter radius of the passage, 3 spirit stone mines of varying sizes remained. If he were to absorb them all, how much could he elevate himself? Hey, boss, why has this spirit stone mine lost its luster? Has it run out of energy? Just moments ago, for Lu Feiyong, it had merely been a matter of turning around. And now this spirit stone mine had turned to waste rock. Naturally, he found it perplexing. I don't know. It suddenly went dark. Could something have happened? We should check the other spirit stone mines. Lin Bulang suppressed his amusement and promptly made his way toward another spirit stone mine. Yes, we must investigate. We cannot afford any mishaps. Otherwise, others might suspect we are up to no good. Lu Feiyong slapped his thigh and immediately followed suit, not daring to exhibit any delay. Hey, this one has gone out too. That one has extinguished as well. We're done for. Boss, we've already lost 5 or 6 along this path. If the outside world finds out, will we lose our heads? The more Lu Feiyong observed, the more anxious he became, and at this moment, he was drenched in sweat. Closely trailing Lin Bulang, uneasily inquiring what could possibly be amiss. Chapter 70. The Underground Spider Lair Trouble, Immense Trouble. Lin Bulang withdrew his hand from the last piece of spirit stone, his brow furrowed, and his expression exceedingly grave. Boss, perhaps we should flee at once. Lu Feiyong raised his feeble torch, glancing back with an increasingly anxious tone. Agreed, let us run. Lin Bulang nodded decisively, prompting Lu Feiyong to immediately take off. If they were caught at the scene, it would be an unspeakable predicament. With so many spirit stone ores extinguished, he could hardly afford to lose his handsome visage. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's command, Lu Feiyong hesitated not for a moment, swiftly dashing around the corner of the cavern. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, followed by the sound of countless stones collapsing, and with a horrified scream, Lu Feiyong vanished from sight. What on earth? Both Lin Bulang and the girl, Chu, became alert simultaneously. Upon raising their heads, they hurriedly followed. At the cavern's bend, there lay an irregular pit, slightly larger than a manhole cover, which had presumably been filled with stones. In his haste, Lu Feiyong inadvertently kicked it loose, leading to his sudden plummet. As he fell, the torch must have struck something, extinguishing its flame in an instant. Lin Bulang, holding his own torch aloft, illuminated the cave entrance, revealing an abyss of darkness. He could not discern the ground. Ouch! Oh no! My knee! Lin Bulang had scarcely searched for 3 seconds when a pained groan echoed from below. Lu Feiyong's voice resonated within the vast, shadowy cavern. Just as Lin Bulang worried about attracting beasts, a sizzling sound erupted from within. Boom! Another dull thud reverberated, and a fierce gust of wind rushed forth from the cave's mouth, carrying with it a pungent stench that nearly extinguished Lin Bulang's torch. Ah! Lu Feiyong's anguished cry followed. Boss, save me. Woe was me. Before Lin Bulang could respond, a figure darted past him. Chu, the young girl, leaped directly into the chasm. Without a doubt, they had encountered a beast. In such dire circumstances, how could she dare to plunge headlong into the unknown? Cursed be it. Lin Bulang hesitated momentarily. He had little thought of rescuing Lu Feiyong, yet the girl possessed remarkable strength, suggesting some underlying mystery. If this were a game, who knew what subplots she might unlock in the future? Should any fortuitous encounter present itself, missing it would be a grave loss. Thus, she must be saved. As Chu descended, her torch remained lit. Lin Bulang peered down, estimating a drop of at least 10 meters, with beasts lurking below, an exceedingly perilous situation. Whoosh! Another powerful gust swept past. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bulang glimpsed a shadow, akin to a small automobile, racing through the air, whisking Chu away in an instant. This is troublesome. Lin Bulang unsheathed his black iron sword and leaped into the abyss. Despite its formidable prowess, the creature had managed to ensnare the young girl, albeit temporarily. If I were to delay my descent, by the time it subdued her, I would find myself ambushed in the shadows. Thus, hesitation was not an option. With a soft thud, Lin Bulang landed, immediately sensing a thick, yielding substance beneath his feet, soft, resilient, and slightly sticky. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a dense layer of white silk. Could this beast be a spider? Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention, prompting Lin Bulang to swiftly turn and raise his torch. A mere dozen meters away, the young girl was pinned against the wall by a strand of white silk. Before her loomed a spider, larger than a small car, expelling silk from its rear while its hind legs rapidly wound layers around the girl. In this position, the spider was essentially sprawled against the wall. As Lin Bulang raised his torch, man and beast locked eyes in a moment of mutual recognition. With a rush, the spider's 6 legs sprang into action, propelling it toward Lin Bulang in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Lin Bulang crouched low, positioning his sword vertically to strike at its legs. Although the cavern was over 10 meters high, it spanned less than 20 meters in width. Utilizing 8/10 of his sword's power would risk collapsing the entire cave and endangering the 2 companions. He thus resorted to the agile dragon sword technique. With a crisp sound, Lin Bulang's blade struck its forelimb, the immense force nearly sending him and his sword crashing backward. Nevertheless, as a practitioner in the chi refining stage, even this hasty strike almost severed the limb completely. The creature, clearly in pain, pivoted, immediately expelling a stream of white silk from its rear. As it turned, the injured leg snapped, causing it to stumble and misfire its silk. Lin Bulang deftly evaded and lunged forward with another strike, this time channeling a modicum of spiritual energy into his blade, successfully severing one of its hind legs. The beast emitted a mournful cry, just as it attempted to flee. To his astonishment, the young girl, relying on sheer strength, managed to break free from the silk, kicking off the wall and aiming her guard's dagger at the spider's head. The spider instinctively raised its formidable mandibles to intercept. With a chilling crunch, the girl's dagger became lodged in midair. Just as she prepared to release her grip, the beast opened its maw, emitting a line of green, viscous corrosive liquid. The girl, quick-witted, rolled aside just in time as the corrosive substance splattered against the rock wall. A noxious cloud of white smoke erupted, and the once solid rock was swiftly eroded, creating a deep gash. Such a terrifying toxin, if it could be collected, it might serve as an effective agent for decomposition. As a thick mass of phlegm was expelled, and the creature lost both its fore and hind limbs, the spider demon beast immediately lost its will to continue the battle and frantically scurried towards a corner in its desperate bid to escape. Lin Bulang once again raised his finger and, with a resounding bang, unleashed a shot of bullet flash, striking the soft underbelly of the spider. With a sharp crack, despite the frailty of its abdomen, it proved far more resilient than a human skull. The shot merely created a small puncture in its tender flesh. Indeed, the inadequacies of untrained martial techniques were evident. Chu Xiaoyao, landing from her leap and weaponless, contemplated using her teeth to attack. But Lin Bulang noticed her intent and immediately shouted, "First, go rescue Captain Liu. I will handle this beast." The girl hesitated for a brief moment, caught off guard, yet promptly turned away, genuinely heeding his command. Seeing her retreat, Lin Bulang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly brandished his black iron sword and lunged forward, altering his trajectory mid-air to slash at the spider's abdomen. In response, the spider raised its belly once more, spraying forth a strand of white silk that ensnared Lin Bulang's black iron sword, sending it flying askew. The creature then turned and continued its flight. "You wretched beast! You shall not escape." Lin Bulang, lacking time to retrieve his sword, raised his hand and fired 2 swift bullet flashes, causing the spider to bleed profusely with bluish-green blood. Nevertheless, it did not falter in its escape, diving into a rocky passageway in the corner. "Run, will you? I shall make you pay." Lin Bulang drew forth the celestial pearl and pursued. However, upon reaching the entrance of the rocky passage, he witnessed the injured spider being yanked away by some unseen force. Its body dragged violently, causing debris to scatter within the tunnel without a hint of mercy. As the spider, resembling a mere rag, was pulled away, Lin Bulang finally gained clarity on what lay beyond the passage. Before him was a vast spherical chamber, its walls adorned with an abundance of spirit stone veins, at least 100 glimmering with faint blue light, illuminating the expansive space akin to the dawn's early glow. In that fleeting glance, Lin Bulang became certain. The spirit crystal must be within that chamber. Chapter 71. One matter at a time. To Lin Bulang's astonishment, he quickly located the site of the spiritual crystal, seemingly untouched by prior notification. He stealthily advanced a few paces down the corridor, and the vista before him expanded dramatically. What he had previously glimpsed was but a mere fragment. Now, he beheld an expanse of spiritual stone mines, shimmering like stars, adorning the rock walls, the ceiling, and the ground. The abundance of spiritual stones rendered the atmosphere palpably rich in spiritual energy, so much so that merely inhaling a breath felt invigorating. The guardian beast of this spiritual crystal likely possessed strength akin to the golden devouring beast he had encountered. With the heavenly pearl, he might slay it, but it would undoubtedly demand a considerable expenditure of time. Lin Bulang reached for the heavenly pearl, and talismans nestled against his chest. Casting a glance at the multitude of spiritual stones before him, ultimately deciding to restrain himself. No, he could not be swayed by such trivial gains. Just moments ago, two individuals resembling patrol officers had spotted him. If they were to seize this opportunity, it would spell disaster. He retreated a few steps, contemplating until his resolve solidified. No, he must endure. He could only seize the opportunity against others, not allow others to take advantage of him. I have found it. I have found it. The spiritual crystal must be right here. Just as Lin Bulang stepped back, an exuberant shout resonated from the opposite end of the spherical cave. The terrain of the cavern was intricate, with multiple paths leading to this location. It was inevitable to be discovered, now. It was a race against time to obtain the treasure. However, before the shout could fade, a tremendous tremor erupted from within the spherical cave, followed by a resounding crack. The rock face shattered. Countless fragments cascaded down. Amidst the chaos, the faint cry of that individual was swiftly drowned out. That foolish lad. So what if he was discovered? Why shout so boisterously and disturb the guardian beast? He got what he deserved. Though he had yet to lay eyes on the guardian beast, Lin Bulang quickly turned back. Meanwhile, the young girl was diligently wielding a guard's dagger, meticulously cutting away the webs ensnaring Lu Feiyong, layers upon layers, leaving a vast expanse of debris on the ground. By the time Lin Bulang returned, Lu Feiyong had just been rescued. Boss, Wowu boss, you scared me to death. I thought I was done for. Lu Feiyong knelt and clutched Lin Bulang's leg tightly. Fortunately, my boss is wise and formidable. That arrogant beast couldn't withstand even 3 rounds against you. I will never forget this life-saving grace, and in the future, I shall. Shall what? Lu Feiyong's mind suddenly faltered, as if he had forgotten the remainder of his statement. He fidgeted awkwardly for a few seconds before resorting to a flurry of gestures. I shall repay you with great fanfare. Seeing his earnest expression, Lin Bulang suppressed a chuckle. No need to wait. I have something for you to do right now. I have just descended and discovered the location of the spirit crystal. You must hasten to report to the esteemed patron and claim your reward. As for the 3 body-refining pills, you need not concern yourself with them. Consider it a repayment of my favor. That is unacceptable. Lu Feiyong immediately stood upright. His expression earnest. Those body-refining pills can enhance my strength. Only by improving my abilities can I better repay my leader in the future, correct? Moreover, given the myriad dangers we face on this journey, I am certain you would not want me to venture alone, would you? If I were to perish along the way, I would lose everything, wouldn't I? Ah, you clever boy. A deal is a deal, isn't it? Lin Bulang finally couldn't suppress a smile. Kicking him playfully. Off you go. After sending the 2 away, Lin Bulang glanced around before settling in a pleasing spot. He then grasped the celestial orb with one hand, preparing to channel some spiritual energy for use. As the energy from the orb surged into Lin Bulang's body, an extraordinarily refreshing power coursed through him. This force swiftly circulated through his limbs and meridians, mending the previously damaged areas in the blink of an eye. Wait, is this a new physique or the restoration of the 5 Leaks body? Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Lin Bulang was secretly astonished. Previously, he had acquired the Yin-Yang sacred body and the Beast Spirit sacred body, but it seemed they merely coexisted without dissolving into one another. Now, astonishingly, it appeared to be in the process of repair. As the spiritual energy continued to flow from the celestial orb, the rate of restoration accelerated. After merely a few minutes, 2.5% of the damaged meridians within Lin Bulang's body had remarkably healed. It seemed this new physique had some conflict with the 5 leaks body. He must first restore the latter to attain the new one. Additionally, this spiritual energy was absorbed from the spirit stone mine using the celestial orb, suggesting that this physique was also connected to the spirit stones. It appeared prudent to absorb more spirit stones for stability. Just as Lin Bulang contemplated further restoration, he heard Lu Feiyang's cheerful voice echoing through the cave. "Esteemed sirs, this way please. We shall arrive shortly." "Yes, indeed. We are the guards of the 18-9 miscellaneous peaks. Our captain, the head of the guard, is waiting below." "Oh no." Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang realized that Lu Feiyang might be inviting trouble into their midst. If the individuals were not from the patrol camp, they would have no interest in which miscellaneous peak they hailed from. It was evidently too late to escape through the hole they had previously fallen from. They needed to find a hiding place immediately. Lin Bulang scanned his surroundings and noticed numerous humanoid silk cocoons, evidently indicating that the beast had previously captured many unfortunate souls. He hastily sliced open one of the cocoons, and a desiccated corpse tumbled out, having been drained to a mere stick-like form. Despite the overwhelming stench, he gritted his teeth and squeezed himself inside. The atmosphere here is thick with the aura of the silk cocoon, and being a lair of demonic beasts, it is highly unlikely that the two individuals would notice anything amiss without careful scrutiny. Suddenly, with a series of soft thuds, someone descended. The first to break the silence was Lu Feiyang, his voice filled with excitement. "Boss, where are you? Come out and greet our esteemed guests. They are truly delightful." No sooner had Lu Feiyang's words faded than a muffled thud echoed as someone landed heavily. The girl, Chu, who followed closely, sensed something was off and swiftly drew her protective dagger. However, lacking even the foundational cultivation of the chi refinement stage, she was no match for the two figures. With a similar muffled thud, she fell heavily to the ground. "Strange, I can distinctly sense that someone is nearby. Could it be that they have already entered in search of the soul-devouring spider? It is quite possible. If this individual was able to ambush a merchant convoy driven by greed, upon learning of the spirit crystals here, they would undoubtedly not linger. Quickly, we must venture inside." After exchanging a few words, the two voices hurried away. Not long after, Lin Bulang heard the faint sounds of a struggle emanating from within the space, indicating that they had disturbed the guardian demonic beast upon their entry, which allowed him to emerge with a sense of relief. Being members of the patrol camp, the two maintained some semblance of decorum and did not seek to eliminate Lu Feiyang and the girl entirely. They merely rendered them unconscious. Lin Bulang chose not to awaken them, lest they become a hindrance, instead dragging them to a concealed corner. He then stealthily navigated through the passage and into the heart of the space. As he traversed the passage, the scene before him suddenly unfolded magnificently. The vast expanse could easily encompass 6 football fields, with an abundance of spirit stone mines scattered across the ground, likely numbering in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. At the very center of this arena, an enormous spider was locked in combat with the two assailants. Its body was covered in needle-like bristles, and as blades struck, sparks flew. Its 6 legs were as thick as pillars, moving with remarkable agility, capable of darting and leaping with such speed that the two struggled to even graze its fur. Good heavens, is this the soul-devouring spider? It seems to possess even greater prowess than the gold-eating beast. To control Qinhongya, the primary ingredient needed is indeed the venom gland of this creature. How fortuitous that it is within my grasp. Chapter 72. Confronting the soul-devouring spider in a certain sense. The formidable creature before me indeed surpasses the golden devourer. Typically, soul-devouring spiders do not attain such a size. However, this one guards a spiritual crystal. Tirelessly absorbing the essence of spiritual energy, it exudes day and night. Given an additional century, it could potentially evolve into a creature of the Demon King level. Although it would be a low-tier Demon King, its combat prowess would still be capable of overwhelming numerous mid-tier beasts. Unlike the Golden Devourer, it does not possess a dense outer layer, thus presenting a comparatively lesser challenge to eliminate this soul-devouring spider. I, Lin Bulang, pressed against the rocky wall of the spherical space, cautiously advanced inward while observing the ongoing skirmish. This soul-devouring spider did not seem to be a web-spinning type, but rather an agile predatory spider. I recalled a similar creature from my past life on Earth. A swift-jumping spider, robust and plump, akin to a flattened bead. The soul-devouring spider before me shared this resemblance, yet boasted an abdomen larger than a van, adorned with a peculiar white skull formed of coarse white hairs. The two individuals who had entered the cave earlier wielded black iron geese-wing blades, executing their movements with remarkable agility. Their swordplay diverged from the group assault focus of the 8-point sword, emphasizing the potency of one-on-one combat, rendering their techniques sharp and nimble. However, in their coordinated efforts, the flashes of their blades intertwined like a school of fish, unpredictable and elusive. Clearly, this was a standard martial technique employed by the patrol camp, honed through extensive training to achieve such synergy. Logically, this should have created an unparalleled pressure, compelling the soul-devouring spider to retreat. Yet, it moved with ease, darting left and right, leaping up and down, evading their strikes by mere fractions of an inch. The two men seemed to realize that the spider was toying with them, igniting their tempers. The dance of their blades intensified as they flanked the creature, intending to encircle it. At this moment, I had stealthily maneuvered to the corpse of the previously discovered spider-like beast. After being dragged here by the soul-devouring spider, its head had been bitten off and discarded. My intent was to discern whether any useful skills could be gleaned from it. Producing the celestial pearl, I leaned against the carcass, and wisps of spiritual energy immediately flowed forth, converging into the pearl. In the next instant, I felt a green skull-shaped mark materialize within my consciousness. Poison. I extracted a portion of spiritual energy to activate the skull mark, causing a pale green liquid to seep from my fingertip. By merely activating the mark, I could secrete venom anywhere. Though I was uncertain how this poison compared to the previous spider venom, I smeared the liquid onto a rock, observing that it did not sizzle or emit smoke as before, indicating it lacked corrosive properties. It seemed that only consumption would reveal its true effects. After wiping his fingers clean, Lin Bulang looked up and beheld the two figures being swept away by the soul-devouring spider's forelimb, crashing violently against the rock wall. Could it be that after such a prolonged struggle, they had not even managed to harm a single hair on their opponent? You two are utterly inept, Lin Bulang muttered softly while hiding beneath the carcass of the monstrous spider. Cackling with glee, the soul-devouring spider emitted a peculiar sound after sending the two flying, then abruptly arched its abdomen, causing the white skull emblazoned upon it to rise ominously. As the bristles on its abdomen writhed, the skull became vividly lifelike, and two crimson lights flared to life within its dark eye sockets. This was dire. Until now, Lin Bulang had only witnessed the spider engaging in close combat with the two, yet had not truly experienced the essence of its soul-harvesting abilities. Upon seeing those red lights, Lin Bulang felt an overwhelming force of intent surge into his consciousness like a catastrophic flood. In an instant, the previously serene azure glow enveloping the space was inundated with countless pairs of scarlet eyes. Each pair fixed its gaze upon him, inducing an unnerving sensation. Having been reborn, Lin Bulang's consciousness was significantly more robust than that of the two individuals. Thus he remained largely unaffected at this moment. Conversely, the two onlookers, upon witnessing this horrific sight, let out a heart-wrenching scream, discarding their weapons in terror and collapsing to their knees, rendered immobile. The soul-devouring spider, sensing its success, swiftly maneuvered its 6 limbs, closing in on one of the individuals in the blink of an eye. With a sudden crunch, it devoured the man's head. Blood gushed forth, splattering the spider in a gruesome display. In light of such a terrifying scene, the other member of the patrol camp could only emit a fearful wail, seemingly paralyzed and utterly incapable of movement. As he watched the soul-devouring spider leisurely turn around, his voice trembled, his gaze hopeless, yet helpless. He could do nothing but observe as the creature approached ever closer, until, snap, it was the end for him. The soul-devouring spider relished feasting on brains. One was not enough. It sought another. Having consumed 2, it now had its sights set on Lin Bulang, grinding its mandibles together in satisfaction. The spider savored the red and white remnants dripping from its mouth, then swiftly pivoted, directing its gaze towards Lin Bulang. Clearly, it had always been aware of Lin Bulang's hiding place. Even so, it refrained from recklessly attacking, seemingly cognizant that it had not yet subdued Lin Bulang. How did it manage to immobilize those two? Lin Bulang, feeling a subtle numbness creeping over his skin, suddenly stiffened. He quickly retreated to lean against a few nearby spirit stone mines. Bathed in the faint glow of the spirit stones, Lin Bulang discerned delicate filaments wafting through the air. They resembled dust, nearly imperceptible, yet moved as if alive, all converging towards Lin Bulang's direction. They are not merely controlled. Rather, they are rendered numb. And it is this fine fuzz that induces such insensibility. A sudden shock coursed through Lin Bulang's mind as his eyes widened. He raised a finger, drawing closer to a particularly conspicuous tuft of fuzz. At a mere centimeter's distance, the tuft seemed drawn by an unseen force, suddenly accelerating and piercing Lin Bulang's fingertip with alarming swiftness. There was no pain, no itch, only a faint sensation of numbness. This fuzz is poisonous. With a deep breath, Lin Bulang pondered whether his ruse had been discerned by the soul-devouring spider, for it immediately became agitated, scuttling up the rock face with remarkable speed. A whirlwind ensued, casting all the fuzz against the rocky surface, only to have wave after wave of it launch towards Lin Bulang. It was at this moment that Lin Bulang discerned a crucial detail. The soul-devouring spider was not merely fleeing as it ran. Its hind legs occasionally brushed against its own abdomen. With each stroke, countless tufts must have glided past its venom glands, dispersing into the air. No wonder this creature engaged in a prelude to battle. It was deliberately spreading its toxic fuzz throughout the space. How astute this soul-devouring spider is. Lin Bulang marveled inwardly. Having surmised the nature of the adversary's offensive strategy, Lin Bulang resolved not to remain passive. Scales, enveloping his entire body. With a swift motion, the black iron sword was drawn. Soul-devouring spider, come forth, and let us engage in a battle to the death. Chapter 73. The 1,000-mile soul-chasing palm with a screech. As Lin Bulang stepped forward, the soul-chasing spider appeared, its intentions unclear, oscillating between rage and delight. In an instant, it leaped forth, its powerful forelimbs descending with ferocity. Lin Bulang discerned that the strike was merely a feint. The creature likely intended to launch him into the air before delivering a deadly bite that could cleave him in two. A swift resolution was imperative. With his full armor activated, his spiritual energy depleted rapidly, slightly hindering his agility. Yet, to avoid being ensnared by its bristly fur, he had no choice but to maintain his defense. With a flourish, Lin Bulang unleashed an 8-part sword technique. The blade transformed into a dense net of sword light, unceremoniously enveloping the soul-chasing spider. The air was filled with the sound of crackling as the sword's radiance struck its limbs, erupting in sparks. The force of its advance was considerably diminished, allowing Lin Bulang to execute a swift roll to evade. The soul-chasing spider pivoted abruptly, raising its forelimbs for another ferocious assault. However, Lin Bulang had already retreated a few paces, his fingers deftly directing several blasts of energy toward the creature. The spider raised a limb to shield itself, its carapace showing signs of fracturing under the impact. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to it, a golden stream of energy surged towards its vulnerable abdomen, gliding along the spherical rocky surface of the space. With a resounding impact, the Tianju, infused with the essence of the golden spiritual root, struck its soft belly, the force nearly embedding it into the ground. The soul-chasing spider emitted a mournful cry, leaping away to the far side of the space. This successful strike left a gaping wound the size of a basin in its abdomen, viscous blue-green blood oozing forth. However, Lin Bulang's reserves of golden spiritual energy were dwindling. Precious resources must be wisely allocated. The wounded soul-chasing spider, sensing the threat, raised its abdomen, disregarding its injuries, and began to tremble violently. Soon, a thick, gray mist emanated from behind it, a testament to its abundant bristles. It seemed determined to shed its fur in a desperate attempt to subdue Lin Bulang. Go! Lin Bulang commanded with a swift gesture, sending the Tianju spiraling towards the quaking abdomen of the spider. Aware of the Tianju's potency, the spider crouched low and charged toward Lin Bulang, dragging the gray mist into a trailing plume behind it. In response, Lin Bulang infused his black iron sword with golden spiritual energy, leaping high to deliver a vertical cleave. Simultaneously, the Tianju plunged downward, aimed at the spider's rear. Yet, in a surprising maneuver, the soul-chasing spider executed a swift drift. Evading the simultaneous assault from Lin Bulang and the Tianju, and flung a cloud of gray mist directly into Lin Bulang's face. As Lin Bulang sensed impending danger, he instinctively held his breath, yet a large mouthful of fluff was inadvertently inhaled. This was disastrous. Previously, those two had merely come into contact with a small amount of fluff in the air and had been rendered immobile. In comparison, Lin Bulang's intake was a lethal dose tenfold. Even if he seemed to possess some inexplicable immunity, it was of no avail. Sure enough, after the soul-devouring spider executed a swift flick of its tail, it ascended the rock face and raised its abdomen once more. The crimson eyes of the skull erupted with a blinding red light. Countless eyes, previously lurking in the shadows, emerged and grotesquely formed faces filled with rage. In an instant, an overwhelming paralysis surged through Lin Bulang's mind, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. He had fallen victim. The soul-devouring spider, sensing its triumph, leapt from the cliff with alarming speed, aiming straight for Lin Bulang's head. Just as it lunged forward, Lin Bulang, who had been downcast, abruptly lifted his head and unleashed an icy blue fireball from his mouth. This was the culmination of provocation. This breath bore the essence of his innate Yin fire. Previously, he had used this Yin fire to corrode minerals, leading to a chaotic imbalance of Yin and Yang, which had caused him to refrain from wielding both Yin and Yang flames. However, with peril looming, Lin Bulang could no longer afford such reservations. The moment the soul-devouring spider opened its maw, it was met with a torrent of Yin fire. Almost instantaneously, the flames surged, releasing a pungent and acrid stench. The spider emitted a mournful wail, retreating as its body violently slammed against the surrounding walls in a futile attempt to rid itself of the agonizing Yin fire. Yet, how could it succeed? Lin Bulang scrambled to his feet, expending the last vestiges of his golden spiritual energy to command the heavenly pearl, striking decisively at the spider's head. Boom! Debris flew as a massive crater was created in the ground, with the soul-devouring spider's body slumped at an angle, its remaining 6 limbs struggling futilely, clearly on the brink of expiration. With a flurry of strikes, Lin Bulang summoned the heavenly pearl back, channeling natural spiritual energy into it, delivering several more blows until the upper half of the spider was utterly obliterated. Only then did he feel a sense of relief, shedding his armor and collapsing to the ground. Exhaustion washed over him. Moments ago, Lin Bulang had indeed been momentarily paralyzed by its attack. But perhaps due to the beast spirit's sacred body, the illusory effects of the red eyes and the activated paralysis toxin had been significantly diminished. This allowed Lin Bulang a crucial opportunity to retaliate with his Yin fire. Whoosh! After vanquishing the soul-devouring spider, the heavenly pearl gracefully returned to his hand, replenishing him with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, revitalizing his spirit. Furthermore, within his sea of consciousness, a new mark of a leaping spider emerged. Fortunately, this time it bore a different skill, not merely an upgraded version of the previous one. This venture was not in vain. Lin Bulang took a few deep breaths before approaching the lifeless body of the soul-snaring spider. He carefully extracted its venom gland and wrapped it in a piece of cloth. Subsequently, he moved to the unfortunate corpses of the 2 patrol officers and drew a bead of spirit essence from the heavenly pearl. A sizzling sound echoed as a surge of spiritual energy flowed into his purple palace, nourishing his 5-element roots. Remarkably, his golden root surged to a formidable 40%. Meanwhile, the water root he had intended to cultivate also increased by 30%. Such fortuitous luck. Lin Bulang paused momentarily to reassess his current elemental roots. The golden root at 40%, the wood root at 20%, the water root at 30%, the fire root at 20%, and the earth root lagging at a mere 10%. With both golden and water roots flourishing, his aptitude among the outer disciples would surely be commendable. Having drained the spiritual essence from the 2, Lin Bulang contemplated absorbing energy from a few spirit stone mines shortly, which would undoubtedly suffice for his short-term cultivation. Gazing at the expansive spirit stone mine before him, he felt a twinge of reluctance but bent down to search the 2 bodies. Ah, one of them possesses a book? Let me see. Gasp. As Lin Bulang squinted in the dim light, a chill ran down his spine upon discerning the title of the martial technique, 1,000-Mile Soul Pursuit Palm. If he were to master this, not only could he eradicate the marks upon his body, but he could also impart marks onto others, utilizing the patrol officer's hands to eliminate his enemies. What a splendid opportunity. Quickly, he resumed his search for more treasures. To his astonishment, he soon uncovered another book on the other individual. Feather cutting blade. Could this possibly be the very technique employed by the two, characterized by its sharpness and grace? Excellent. Another martial skill, a veritable windfall. It is worth noting that those from the patrol rarely carry possessions when venturing out. Yet these two each brought along a manual. How considerate. Truly, they are great benefactors in Lin Bulang's destiny. Great benefactors, what other treasures do you possess? Please reveal them all. As Lin Bulang tucked away the martial techniques, he suddenly noticed a glimmering ring on one of the fingers. His heart raced with excitement. Could it be the legendary storage ring? Chapter 74. The marvelous uses of spirit crystals. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lin Bulang carefully removed the ring and slipped it onto his finger. Following the methods described in novels from his past life, he focused his thoughts on the ring. Suddenly, a torrent of faint information regarding various items surged into Lin Bulang's mind. Among them were the crushing mountain fist, three-yang body refinement technique, Qingyang sword, as well as medicinal concoctions and materials, presented like a meticulously organized list. Goodness, what a windfall. Not only had he acquired a rare storage ring, but he also received an abundance of resources without any cost. Truly a remarkable gain. He swiftly retrieved the crushing mountain fist. Suppressing his inner glee, Lin Bulang silently recited the incantation. In the next moment, a faint glimmer of light erupted from the ring, transforming into a slender martial arts manual that landed in his hands. As he had anticipated, this low-level storage ring bore no restrictions. Anyone who possessed it could utilize its capabilities. Storing the crushing mountain fist was his next thought. Instantly, the martial arts manual transformed back into a stream of light, drawn into the ring. How incredibly convenient. As soon as the crushing mountain fist was stored, a vague concept materialized in Lin Bulang's mind, revealing that the storage ring was now approximately 70% full. The items occupied minimal space, leading him to estimate that the internal capacity of the ring was roughly equivalent to that of a backpack. Despite this, Lin Bulang felt immense satisfaction. It was important to note that only inner disciples of the Yin-Yang sect were issued storage rings. Outer disciples had to spend a significant amount of outer disciple currency to acquire one. Qin Hongya also possessed a storage ring. Lin Bulang had witnessed her storing ore into it when he had previously collected refined iron ore. Given the size of that ore, it was evident that her ring was of a higher grade and possessed a larger capacity than the one he currently held. Yet, he was puzzled as to why she had not worn the ring during their confrontation, and he found no trace of it in her training chamber afterward. Perhaps once he had her under control, he could inquire about it. Lin Bulang then proceeded to store the 1,000-mile pursuit palm, feather breaker blade, as well as the talismans and healing medicines he had on him into the storage ring, ceasing only when it was completely filled. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the cave as he prepared to rise and search for the spirit crystal. The entire cavern trembled violently. Countless stones rolled in from the numerous entrance caves connected to the vast spherical space. The commotion suggested that a multitude of beastly creatures was converging upon this location. Could it be that with the demise of the soul-devouring spider, the other beasts within the cave had sensed the shift and were now rushing in to claim the spirit crystal for themselves? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bulang felt a chill run down his spine. Although the strength of these beasts was a tier or two below that of the soul-devouring spider, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Before entering the cavern, Lin Bulang encountered a common demonic beast, a spider. If its numbers were to multiply tenfold, even he would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, within the intricate and expansive cave, the quantity of such beasts was likely in the hundreds. Time was of the essence. Lin Bulang summoned a strand of spiritual energy, activating the leap mark acquired from the soul-snaring spider, and with a gentle push of his toes, a tremendous force surged from beneath him. Under this might, Lin Bulang's body felt as if it possessed no weight, launching him into the air in an instant. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have collided headlong into the rocky ceiling. What a ferocious power! At the 9th stage of body refinement, he could leap 3 to 5 meters high. Now, at the 4th stage of qi cultivation, combined with spiritual energy, he could soar to around 10 meters, though still a bit short of the cavern's apex. After activating the leap mark, the force generated was estimated to be an astonishing 50 to 60 meters. Lin Bulang marveled inwardly, yet his hands were not idle. He swiftly grasped the stalactite above him, activating the eagle eye mark, and within a breath, he pinpointed the location of the spiritual crystal. Toward the left of the cavernous center, the spiritual stone deposits grew denser, and the brightest spot revealed a cluster of spiritual stone spires encasing the mysterious core of the spiritual crystal. With determination, Lin Bulang leaped downward, wielding his sword with precision. A sharp crack resonated as several outer layers of the spiritual stone shattered, revealing a deep blue gem, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. This was the spiritual crystal. Lin Bulang carefully pried it loose with his sword, feeling its icy smoothness, akin to glass, yet heavier than an iron ball. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated behind him as an indeterminate dark mass tumbled down. Glancing up, Lin Bulang realized that the demonic beast had locked onto the spiritual crystal in his grasp. Instantly, its eyes turned blood red, baring its fangs as it charged toward him. This was precisely what Lin Bulang had feared. He had hastily severed the spiritual stone deposits, and before he could secure his prize, the first beast was already upon him. At that moment, another shadow darted forth, akin to an arrow released from a bow, and devoured the dark figure in a single gulp. It was then that Lin Bulang understood. A patterned giant python had emerged, swallowing the large rat demon whole. With no time for further contemplation, he hastily retrieved several items from his storage ring, placing the spiritual crystal within. However, the patterned giant python, having just consumed the rat demon, swiftly turned its terrifying gaze upon Lin Bulang. Clearly, storing the crystal in the ring did not completely mask its aura. Clang! The patterned giant python twisted its massive body, opening its mouth to pounce. Lin Bulang sidestepped and swung his sword with all his might, though devoid of infused golden spiritual energy. The blade barely left a faint white mark on the creature's scales. It appeared that within this cavern, apart from the soul-snatching spider, this giant python was indeed a formidable presence. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted at the largest opening of the cave, and a robust figure squeezed its way through, an enormous black bear. Although its physique resembled that of an ordinary black bear, its claws exuded an unusual hue and its body was saturated with potent demonic energy, confirming its true nature. The python and the bear seemed to be bitter foes. Upon sighting each other, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Should either of them direct their wrath towards Lin Bulang, the other would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Thus, it was imperative to resolve their conflict first. The storage ring could not conceal the aura of the spiritual crystal. If taken outside, it would surely be intercepted by Elder Dawn. What should he do now? Should he absorb it directly with the celestial pearl? Gaining a moment's respite, Lin Bulang's mind raced. Given the rarity of the spiritual crystal, if it were absorbed by the celestial pearl and transformed into spiritual energy, the amount produced, however abundant, would still be a loss. Once absorbed, how could it compare to the continuous generation of spiritual energy in the future? In mere moments, the space within the cavern was filled with over a dozen different types of beasts, who, without hesitation, engaged in combat with one another, none seeking to confront Lin Bulang. Even without the spiritual crystal, if they could devour their foes, along with the abundant spiritual stone mines surrounding them, they could significantly enhance their cultivation. To those beasts, a solitary spiritual crystal paled in comparison to the bountiful opportunities presented by this enchanted realm. Well then, if absorption is to be the course, it is certainly better than leaving empty-handed. Lin Bulang retrieved the celestial pearl and the spiritual crystal, bringing them together. At that moment, the crystal emitted a blinding radiance, as if it possessed sentience, desperately resisting the pull. However, the celestial pearl, being a treasure of great power, rendered the small crystal utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the crystal trembled and was completely absorbed. After a dazzling flash of light, the crystal fully melded with the celestial pearl, astonishingly. It was not merely absorbed, but rather secured within the pearl. To the naked eye, the crystal was seen swirling rapidly within the celestial pearl. Could it be that the celestial pearl has upgraded? As Lin Bulang lifted the pearl to scrutinize it closely, he was taken aback as the crystal suddenly darted forth, behaving as if it were a living entity, and burrowed into his palm, infiltrating his body. What on earth is happening? Chapter 75. The Spirit Tree in the Dantian. Such an enigmatic occurrence was a first for Lin Bulang. Fortunately, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Yet Lin Bulang was still startled enough to nearly toss the celestial pearl away. The spirit crystal, coursing along Lin Bulang's arm, surged directly into his body, settling securely in his dantian. Upon landing in the dantian, the spirit crystal was immediately consumed by the yang fire, which erupted with a blinding radiance. Under this dazzling light, the spirit crystal was astonishingly transformed into liquid in the blink of an eye. This liquid was then expelled by the fire core, swiftly racing through the meridians of his body. Wherever the spirit liquid flowed, the shattered meridians of his 5 leagues body were instantaneously restored. The walls of the repaired meridians were enveloped in a delicate layer of azure spirit liquid. Thus, under the influence of the spirit crystal, Lin Bulang's 5 leagues body was entirely rejuvenated in mere moments, a pace far surpassing that of his previous attempts at restoration using spiritual energy. With the meridians fully mended, half of the spirit liquid returned to the dantian. The remaining portion, upon entering the dantian, transformed into a tiny seed that took root and sprouted into an inconspicuous little sprout. This small sprout, entirely translucent blue, resembled a crystal carved from azure. Standing only 1 or 2 centimeters tall, with 2 minuscule leaves at its tip, yet it undeniably exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy. The spirit tree body. This thought suddenly struck Lin Bulang. The spiritual energy absorbed from the spirit stones, after mending his 5 leagues body, should have culminated in the formation of a natural spiritual entity. In contrast to the 5 leagues body, its effect might be to enhance affinity for spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the absorption rate, essentially augmenting Lin Bulang's innate talents. Now, having absorbed the spirit crystal, transforming into the spirit tree body within the dantian, not only would it absorb spiritual energy more rapidly, but the spirit tree itself would continuously generate spiritual energy. Should the spirit tree gradually grow in the future, it might even possess additional benefits. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Had Lin Bulang known it would be this wondrous, he would not have hesitated. With the spirit crystal resolved, and the demonic beasts seemingly indifferent to him, should he not take the opportunity to utilize the celestial pearl to extract some spirit stone, or before returning? As Lin Bulang crouched down with the celestial pearl in hand, ready to commence the extraction of the spirit stone, several demonic beasts immediately turned their attention towards him. Their original intention was to compete for this coveted land, and even though Lin Bulang had taken the spirit crystal, they had let it pass. However, now he sought to extract pieces from this precious ground. Could they tolerate that? A wolf demon let out a howl, prompting around 20 demonic beasts within the cave to halt their actions in unison, glaring furiously at Lin Bulang. Their expressions seemed to convey a clear message. Should you dare to make a move to take away a piece of the spirit stone, we shall collectively bring about your demise. Very well. Lin Bulang obediently raised his hands, slowly retreating a few steps. Wait until I return to refine this spiritual energy and enhance my strength. Then I shall deal with you. I refuse to believe your cultivation speed could surpass mine. Lin Bulang retraced his steps along the original path, rousing the unscathed young girl and Lu Feiyong, and without further explanation, dashed towards the exit. Along the way, Lin Bulang deliberately altered their route, allowing him to effortlessly absorb several spirit stone veins that lay outside. They encountered a few demon beasts rushing downward, but both parties merely exchanged glances and parted ways without engaging, demonstrating an unspoken understanding. Upon their return to the surface, the guards who had descended earlier were nearly all back. The cave entrance was bustling with activity, as numerous individuals clamored to explain the situation within the cave to Elder Dong. What? The demon beasts have gone berserk? How could such chaos arise without cause? Was the soul-devouring spider slain? Elder Dong furrowed his brow. However, if the soul-devouring spider had indeed been killed, why had the 2 individuals not returned? Did anyone see the 2 esteemed individuals who went down? Who was the one who led them down? You. Yes, it is you. Elder Dong's gaze fixed firmly upon Lu Feiyong. After all, Lu Feiyong's beaming grin while claiming his reward was quite unforgettable. I do not know, Lu Feiyong protested. I just led the 2 esteemed individuals down and was knocked unconscious. When I awoke, chaos had ensued among the demon beasts. Had I not fled swiftly, I would surely have met my end. On the journey, Lin Bulang subtly refined Lu Feiyong's account. These statements were all truthful, albeit with a slight omission of details. Thus Elder Dong remained oblivious to any discrepancies. What transpired? Elder Dong inquired urgently. If such a crucial mission were to fail, he would undoubtedly face reprimand from above. Not to mention the turmoil among the demon beasts within the cave would certainly necessitate additional manpower to handle the aftermath. And he could only speculate on the extent of damage to the spirit stone mines during the upheaval. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Elder Dong was drenched in sweat. In this dire situation, Elder Dong set aside his concerns about the guards potentially carrying contraband and resolved to descend personally to assess the situation. However, just as he approached the cave entrance, a series of thunderous crashes echoed from within. The entire cave system collapsed like a house of cards. It was evident that with so many demon beasts battling below, it was miraculous that nothing had gone awry. It's over. It's over. The cave has collapsed. Everything is lost. Elder Dong felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his face ashen, and his gaze vacant, resembling that of the deceased. The current state of affairs, to him, was not merely the collapse of the cave. It was as if the heavens themselves had fallen. Not long after, Elder Dong dismissed the crowd. He had no inclination to redeem rewards for demon beast ears. A few foolish guards attempted to stir trouble and were instantly silenced by Elder Dong's swift strike, leaving the remaining individuals too intimidated to utter a word as they departed in dismay. From an initial 50, fewer than 20 guards remained alive to leave. The only ones to profit were the 3 individuals from the minor duties peak. With the acquisition of the storage ring, Lin Bulang's spirits soared, and he evenly distributed 3 body refining pills among them, giving all the minor duty coins to Lu Feiyang. Surprisingly, aside from Lin Bulang, this slacker Lu Feiyang emerged as the greatest beneficiary of the mission. Who could have anticipated that? By the time the trio returned to the peak, dusk was approaching. Coincidentally, a traveling merchant had arrived, and Su Baiji took the opportunity to purchase the 2 auxiliary herbs required for the spirit control incense. With the addition of the venom gland from the soul-capturing spider recently acquired by Lin Bulang, all the necessary materials were now gathered. All that remained were 7 more procedures. And through the night, they could concoct the spirit control incense capable of completely subduing Qin Hongya. Just the thought of having Qin Hongya obediently follow his every command brought Lin Bulang immense delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried to the peak, found the location where Qin Hongya was imprisoned, and upon pushing the door open, he beheld her graceful figure reclining on the wooden couch. Qin Hongya had been engrossed in a captivating storybook that Su Baiji had brought her. Her expression momentarily softened. However, upon seeing Lin Bulang enter, her delicate features instantly hardened. How dare you show your face to me? Despite her status as a prisoner, her imposing aura remained undiminished. Deep within her heart, she firmly believed that she would one day have the opportunity to exact vengeance for the humiliation, deceit, and confinement inflicted by Lin Bulang. Can you guess what I obtained today? Lin Bulang grinned widely, softly inquiring. Chapter 76. Planting the spiritual roots. What could you, a wretched and cunning rogue, possibly gain? If not for the trifles unearthed from my treasury, which you hold in such high regard, you have merely selected a few fair maidens to indulge in your desires. Witnessing your current state, I despair for your future. I would welcome death with closed eyes. Qin Hongya arched her delicate brows and fixed her gaze upon Lin Bulang. Her thin crimson lips twisted in a semblance of scorn, her words cutting and merciless. Yet, Lin Bulang bore her critique without ire, understanding that Qin Hongya was enveloped in profound fear and unease. A dog bereft of security is most prone to bark and boast of its might. Lin Bulang's intuition proved correct. Though Qin Hongya projected strength, her inner turmoil was evident, with her injuries rendering her powerless and vulnerable. She stood before Lin Bulang as ordinary as any mortal. If he so desired, tormenting her would be as simple as belittling the maidservants at the foot of the mountain. Little did she know that Lin Bulang was brimming with spiritual energy, even the Tianju harboring abundant vitality, which could not be depleted in a short span. Thus, he held no interest in her at all. His visit was solely to dismantle her blind confidence completely. Look at this, Lin Bulang said, producing the venom gland of a soul-devouring spider and placing it on the table with a smile. In an instant, Qin Hongya's body trembled, her previously forced smirk freezing into a mask of horror. The last flicker of defiance in her beautiful eyes was swiftly extinguished, leaving only despair, utter, suffocating, and utterly devastating. With the venom gland in hand, concocting the soul-commanding incense was merely a matter of time. Soon, she would be reduced to a mere plaything for this loathsome, despicable man, powerless to resist, unable to control her consciousness, and even the desire to hate him would become a distant luxury. Without a doubt, Qin Hongye was terrified that once under the influence of the incense, she would submit to this man, perhaps even become infatuated with him. Much like the two pitiful women in Lin Bulang's estate. Ugh! The mere thought filled her with revulsion. Unable to contain herself, she leaned against the edge of the bed and retched violently. "If you possess any courage, kill me," she exclaimed, her head lifted. Her delicate face streaked with tears, her eyes reddened in a way that should elicit sympathy. Yet the anger and hatred reflected in her beautiful gaze were glaringly fierce. "Seek death if you wish. You need not implore me to act," Lin Bulang replied, a smile playing upon his lips as he tucked away the venom gland and slowly approached the door. He harbored no concern that Qin Hongye would take her own life. After all, how could one who had clawed their way to such heights so easily relinquish their existence? If she truly wished to die, she would have done so long ago. Lin Bulang surmised that she must have reasons compelling enough to cling to life, though he remained unaware of what those might be. Creak. The door closed gently behind him. Lin Bulang was immediately greeted by a cacophony of clattering and smashing from within. After a brief outburst of impotent rage, tranquility returned to the room. In truth, Lin Bulang did not harbor an intense disdain for this woman. Her coldness and ruthless tactics were merely survival mechanisms in this unforgiving world. However, her madness was undeniable. She had imprisoned Su Baiji and secretly manipulated Lu Qingyi and Shinchanger, intending to use them as leverage against him. Her intellect was formidable, regarding the celestial pearl, from the guardian gung to the palace guards. Her schemes had failed to completely assuage her suspicions. She had even deduced that the celestial pearl had fallen into Lin Bulang's possession, identifying him as the one with the prominent nose. Consequently, she had maneuvered Lin Bulang into a corner. Such a person could not be spared. Even if he chose not to kill her, she must first be rendered powerless. The destruction of her spirit and convictions today was merely the initial step. After leaving with a sense of satisfaction, Lin Bulang pushed open the door to Qin Hongye's training room. Previously, while in that cave, he had observed the combat prowess of the two outer disciples. Excluding the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang had little chance of victory against their combined efforts. He had barely managed to subdue the soul-devouring spider using a single breath of Yin fire. At present, his strength remained insufficient. He could hardly establish a foothold in the Yin-Yang sect, let alone within the outer sect itself. He must first elevate his own capabilities. Currently, the most effective method to amplify his strength was through a breakthrough in cultivation. However, that would take considerable time. His last breakthrough had consumed a full 8 days. The second option was to cultivate spirit roots. Presently, Lin Bulang's water spirit root had reached 30%, and with just one night's effort, he could plant it in his dantian. At that point, with both spirit roots converting spiritual energy simultaneously, efficiency would naturally double, significantly reducing his breakthrough time. Moreover, among the 5 elemental energies, metal can generate water. Lin Bulang was uncertain whether the fusion of the two would yield unique effects, yet he felt a profound anticipation. Without further ado, he resolved to proceed. His inner spiritual energy was abundant. Upon entering a state of cultivation, Lin Bulang immediately focused on planting the spirit root. With his 5 leeks body now restored, his meridians flowed as smoothly as if greased, allowing for a substantial acceleration in the planting process. Just as dawn began to break, the water spirit root was fully planted and commenced absorbing, producing the first trace of water spirit energy. The energy of the metal spirit root had been nearly exhausted from the battle in the mine, but after a night of cultivating spirit roots, it had accumulated a slight reserve, ample for testing its potency. The I Ching scripture states that metal governs slaughter, thus requiring swift, minimal, and firm manipulation of metal spiritual energy. Water governs transformation, necessitating connection, continuity, and gentleness. Lin Bulang pushed open the training room door and leapt down, seeking a boulder half his height in the mountains. Raising his hand, he executed a flicking gesture. With minimal natural spiritual energy expended, a resounding boom echoed as the boulder was instantaneously shattered, leaving a fist-deep cavity the size of a bowl. Immediately thereafter, Lin Bulang summoned a hint of aqueous energy, raised his hand, and with a resounding boom, a considerable explosion ensued. Upon lifting his gaze once more, he beheld that the colossal rock had been breached. A gaping hole the size of a wooden basin carved into its surface, deep enough to encompass a human head effortlessly. For the third attempt, he harnessed the essence of gold to summon a modicum of golden energy, swiftly extracting a delicate strand of aqueous energy and launching it forth. With a resounding thud, the transparent force unleashed from Lin Bulang's fingertips solidified mid-air, akin to a sharp arrow of water, astonishingly piercing through the massive stone. Previously, when employing only the aqueous energy, its destructive power was insufficient, resulting merely in a breach. However, after integrating gold with water, the potency had indeed multiplied, revealing that 1 + 1 could yield results far exceeding 2, verging on the realm of 3 or 4. A gasp escaped Lin Bulang's lips. If I were to unite the 5 elemental roots, and prior to each engagement, allow my internal energy to circulate like a slot machine, amplifying incrementally, what extraordinary effect might I unleash? The prospect of harmonizing the 5 elemental roots is unprecedented, shrouded in uncertainty. No one can predict the outcome. Even the Qi manipulation classic offers only superficial conjectures, for uniting the 5 elemental roots transcends merely possessing them. Take Lin Bulang, for instance. With a 40% gold root and a 30% water root, the conversion speed of his golden energy slightly surpasses that of his aqueous counterpart. Moreover, his other elemental roots, wood, fire, and earth, are in a state of disarray. Should all elements be fully cultivated, would not the myriad energies within his body become chaotic? The potential imbalance of the 5 elements could lead to disastrous consequences, a peril not to be trifled with. This matter should be deferred until a more opportune time arises. Just as he prepared to withdraw and return to the summit, a sudden, sharp voice echoed through the mountain path. Who dares to cause mischief here? Every blade of grass and tree in this mountain belongs to our peak. Those who dare to destroy it shall face severe punishment. Come forth, apprehend them. Chapter 77. The patrol camp arrives. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, he had already distanced himself from the massive stone. After his golden water spiritual energy penetrated through the stone, it inadvertently toppled a few small trees along the path. With the dawn barely breaking, could there truly be patrollers on the mountain? Lin Bulang had a vague notion of their identities. Hadn't he entrusted the task of patrolling the mountain to Chu, the young girl? She was also tasked with finding 2 assistants. Later, he learned from Su Baiji that the girl had indeed selected 2 capable women, one at the 3rd stage of physical training and the other at the 2nd stage. One was to lead the daytime patrol, while the other was to oversee the night patrol. As for her, undoubtedly, she was indulging in food and slumber at her own quarters. The newly appointed assistants had yet to meet Lin Bulang, and at present, he was clad in training attire, a coarse hemp garment that rendered him indistinguishable from the common laborers. Thus, the misunderstanding was hardly surprising. No sooner had the words been uttered than 4 laborers bounded forth, brandishing intimidating clubs, swiftly encircling Lin Bulang. Why do you, a laborer, lack a number on your attire? Are you aware that failing to wear a number is a grave offense? The lightest punishment is a slap, while the severest could be the severing of a hand. And those who resist discipline may find themselves dangling from the tree of 1,000 corpses. One of the laborers growled, his eyes glaring. Although his expression was fierce, his heart was not wicked. After all, they were all laborers. Why should one create difficulties for another? Thus, despite the reprimand, they refrained from direct aggression. Observing the laborer numbers emblazoned on their chests, it was evident they were part of the same recent batch and, coincidentally, had never encountered Lin Bulang before. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and apprehend him. Bring him back, and let Chu the Protector decide. A flash of red leaped forth from the roadside, revealing a young woman donned in a striking red outfit. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled into a bun, and her unadorned visage exuded a sense of valor. Standing atop a small stone by the roadside, she radiated an aura that suggested she would not yield to any man. 3rd stage of physical training? Lin Bulang cast a glance and discerned her identity. She was undoubtedly one of the assistants chosen by Chu. She followed his gaze, her bright eyes sparkling, her demeanor refreshing, and her beauty commendable. However, the The long wooden stick she wielded rather playfully undermined her serious image. Noticing Lin Bulang's amused gaze upon her, her expression shifted to one of displeasure. How ungrateful. Clearly breaking the rules on the mountain, yet here he was, grinning foolishly. If I don't have Chu the Protector reward you with a few strikes today, I shall not bear the surname Li. Let it go, let it go. It's all a misunderstanding, Lin Bulang interjected with a smile, hastily waving his hand. In truth, the captain of this peak's protective team, your Chu Protector, is under my command. I merely rose early to practice and inadvertently damaged a few trees. I shall personally explain to your Chu Protector, so there is no need for you to make the trip. Please, continue your patrol. Lin Bulang smiled. For the mountain patrol team had indeed been skillfully organized by that little girl. Under the guard's protection, no weapons were allowed, and she had somehow arranged an array of long and short sticks, which was quite impressive. Upon hearing Lin Bulang reveal his identity, Deputy Li not only disbelieved him, but was also wide-eyed in astonishment. Do not speak nonsense. Although we have not seen Captain Lin in person, we have heard the guard Chu describe him. Captain Lin is a towering figure, robust and strong, with eyebrows as dark as ink, lips thick as sausages, and a beard that extends over 3 inches. How could you, with your frail appearance, possibly be him? Impersonating Captain Lin is a grave offense, and you shall receive an additional 100 strikes. Me? Eyebrows as dark as ink, lips thick as sausages, and a beard over 3 inches? After listening to this exaggerated description, Lin Bulang was utterly bemused, momentarily unsure whether to take the term little white face as an insult or a compliment. Wait. As Lin Bulang noticed the 4 attendants preparing to strike, he quickly waved his hand and felt around his waist, soon producing a guard's badge. Thankfully, he had not changed his belt when he changed his clothes. The badge remained. Otherwise, he would have had a difficult time explaining himself today. Upon seeing the guard's badge with the prominent character Lin on it, Deputy Li was even more astonished. He rubbed his eyes, unable to reconcile the image of Lin Bulang with the manly description given by Guard Chu. He even began to suspect whether the badge was a forgery. Well then, the area of the attendant peak is not that vast. If I were to deceive anyone, would you not be able to find me? Lin Bulang smiled slightly, gently poking a nearby rock, instantly leaving a deep finger indentation. Now, tell me, can an ordinary attendant achieve this? Upon seeing the finger hole, Deputy Li's expression shifted to one of clarity and respect. Indeed, it is Captain Lin. My apologies for the earlier offense. I hope Captain Lin will not hold it against me. What is your name? I am called Li Honghong. Li Honghong replied, lowering her head in embarrassment. Very well, your diligence is commendable. I shall not blame you. You may continue your patrol. Upon receiving Lin Bulang's response, Li Honghong appeared somewhat anxious, glancing back every few steps, as if fearing that Lin Bulang might change his mind at any moment. What image do I project here on Attendant Peak? It seemed that while practicing was crucial, he also needed to venture out more often. After this brief interlude, Lin Bulang returned to the peak and began studying the method for crafting the spirit-controlling incense. Although the process involved 7 steps, it was not particularly challenging. All materials needed to be ground, mixed, boiled, and infused with spiritual energy to complete the task. By midday, a fresh batch of spirit-controlling incense was ready. The outer sect disciples received only the beginner's guide to the 8 treasures of poison, which was the sort of manual that allowed one to read and engage in practical application. The key was to combine several types of poison gradually to alter one's constitution and enhance resistance to toxins. The true path of poison, when cultivated, can transform one into a certain toxic entity. The Yin-Yang sect is not the legitimate authority on poison, and thus cannot reach such a realm. Lin Bulang scooped a small amount of soul-controlling incense from a jar, consuming the antidote himself before proceeding to Qin Hongye's chamber to ignite it. It was still early. Perhaps Qin Hongye was still asleep. As Lin Bulang entered, she remained unresponsive, lying with her back turned. Only after he finished the incense and exited did her delicate form shudder, and she hid beneath the covers, weeping softly. After so many years on the path of cultivation, this was the first time she felt such fragility. Since Lin Bulang had brought the venom gland of the soul-capturing spider yesterday, she knew the sky had fallen. It was over. She even began to contemplate whether to compromise her dignity and yield to Lin Bulang. After all, if she did not submit, with 7 days of soul-controlling incense, she would lose her very thoughts. Yet, Lin Bulang was utterly unaware of this psychological turmoil. After finishing with the incense, he handed the remainder to Su Baiji, preparing to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Once he completed his cultivation, Qin Hongye would undoubtedly become his puppet, he mused, chuckling to himself. Just as he was about to begin his retreat, a commotion arose outside. First, Su Baiji's anxious voice pierced through. "Who are you? The constabulary? What business do you have at our servant's peak? My master is in seclusion and must not be disturbed." Lin Bulang had barely settled when Su Baiji's voice sent a jolt through him. Although he did not know what was happening, it was clear the situation was dire. Su Baiji was desperately trying to warn him. A sharp slap echoed through the courtyard, followed by a voice filled with disdain. "You insolent wretch. We, from the constabulary, are here on business. Do you think you can meddle? Even your master is subject to our authority. Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue." Chapter 78. Foundation Establishment Period Cultivator Bang. In the next instant, the door to the training room was violently kicked open. A dozen figures clad in black from the patrol camp surged in. At the forefront stood a white-haired elder, his eyes sharp and fierce. Upon entering, he quickly spotted Lin Bulang seated at the head of the group, his gaze sweeping over him before settling on the storage ring adorning Lin Bulang's hand. "Ah, surely. They can trace and locate me through that storage ring." It is worth noting that the mark of the 1,000-mile soul pursuit palm has already been revoked by Lin Bulang. The only conceivable reason for their return is this very storage ring. As expected, Captain Ma's storage ring is indeed in the possession of this scoundrel. The white-haired elder barked. "How dare you touch the corpse of one from our patrol camp? You possess quite the audacity." In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Lin Bulang's mind. If they discover that he has imprisoned Qin Hongye, he is doomed. If they realize he possesses a celestial pearl, his fate is sealed. Should he choose to resist again now, even if he manages to break free, he would be utterly unable to remain in the Lingyang sect. After all, in their previous encounters with the patrol camp, their objectives were not yet clear. This time, however, they came prepared, directly targeting the Yao Yao 9 peaks, indicating that his identity has been thoroughly exposed. Escape? Lin Bulang glanced at the white-haired elder, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura bore down upon him. The force was akin to an endless, furious ocean, swiftly engulfing Lin Bulang's small fishing vessel. Could it be a Foundation Establishment Period cultivator? The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. It seems escape is no longer an option. That ring was seized from another. I was unaware it belonged to your patrol camp. If you desire it, I shall return it to you. Though Lin Bulang's heart roiled like a tempest, his expression remained composed as he slowly extended his hand to remove the ring. In saying so, Lin Bulang sought to gauge how far they had investigated. After all, he was still burdened with the accusation of robbing a merchant. If it were merely the ring, he could bear the loss and let the matter pass. How naive you are. A Qi refinement period individual concealing their true strength, deigning to serve as a mere guard at a small servant peak? Do you take me for a fool? The white-haired elder lightly curled his fingers, ordering, "Seize him. I wish to see which sect has infiltrated our Lingyang sect through you." Stop. As the 6 Qi refinement period black-clad figures behind the elder advanced, Lin Bulang immediately rose, his voice booming. "I dare not accept the title of spy lightly. I am merely an ordinary person who entered your Lingyang sect 3 years ago, who knew there was a flaw in your selection process. I, a person with dual golden water spiritual roots, was misclassified as a servant. I have toiled in this servant peak for 3 years, and only through the favor of immortal Hongye have I earned the opportunity to advance to the Qi refinement period. All matters are substantiated by evidence. Do not slander me. With a dual spiritual root of gold and water. Ha ha ha. Cultivating to the Qi refinement stage in just 3 years makes you a rare genius indeed." The elderly man with white hair, leaning on his waist, laughed heartily. "With such a flawed argument, do you think I believe you?" Lin Bulang was acutely aware that the 2 individuals within the mine had fallen victim to the soul-devouring spider. Even if they excavated the corpses overnight, it would be impossible to prove that he had committed murder to seize their treasures. As long as he firmly asserted that the ring was taken from another, they would have no recourse. Furthermore, the white-haired elder, who had accused him of being a spy, indicated that they had yet to uncover the lair of the plundered merchant. This provided ample room for maneuver. Whether you believe it or not, you can investigate and find out. Initially, I intended to cultivate for a few more days before venturing out to seek the method to become an outer sect disciple. If you wrongfully capture me today and bring harm upon me within the patrol camp, can you bear the consequences? The patrol camp indeed holds the authority to enforce laws upon outer sect disciples, yet such actions require multiple layers of reporting and a thorough investigation to establish guilt. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's fervent words, the white-haired elder's expression darkened, clearly wavering. After the mine's collapse yesterday, Elder Dong had urgently contacted the patrol camp. The patrol camp mobilized personnel overnight to clear the mine and retrieve the 2 corpses. Indeed, those 2 had been slain by the soul-devouring spider, but their storage rings had vanished without a trace. The patrol camp initiated the searching array, using the deceased storage rings as a clue to ascertain a general direction. Subsequently, with Elder Dong's testimony revealing that the 2 had sought confirmation regarding the guards of Yao Yao 9 Peaks for some unknown reason, they realized that Yao Yao 9 Peaks lay precisely in the direction indicated by the searching array, prompting their early visit. Such coincidences should not exist. With the 2 captains of the patrol camp locking onto their targets and seizing the storage rings, the white-haired elder could conceive of no other possibility than that of spies from his sect. If you wish to capture me, do so. I only hope that after your investigation, you will restore my name. It would be best if you could assist me in regaining my status as an outer sect disciple. Having said this, Lin Bulang raised his hands with remarkable composure. The smoke bomb he released caused the white-haired elder to feel somewhat disoriented. Even after decades in the patrol camp, he had never encountered a criminal so unabashed, who even requested their assistance in reclaiming a position as an outer sect disciple. Such audacity was astonishing. Could he have truly misjudged him? Rest assured, if what you say is true, our patrol camp will certainly deliver justice. However, before that, I have one more matter to address. Where is the leader of Yao Yao 9 Peaks, the immortal Red Leaf? If your claims hold true, let her come forth to provide an explanation. As for everything else, I need not detain you further. The remaining matters will be thoroughly investigated upon our return. The elderly man with white hair cast a sweeping glance around. Not only did he fail to locate the elusive Red Leaf Fairy, but he also sensed no other presence of the Qi refinement stage. The fairy had ventured forth to seek a cave dwelling for her secluded breakthrough. Currently, the affairs of the sect were managed by me and the maidservant of the Red Leaf Fairy. After 7 days, when the fairy returns from her seclusion, you shall receive your answers, Lin Bulang declared in a resonant voice. At that moment, Su Baiji, who stood outside, heard every word clearly. In just 7 days, with the control of the soul conjuring incense over the Red Leaf Fairy, all matters would naturally resolve themselves. Seclusion for a breakthrough. The elderly man felt momentarily speechless. If that were the case, we have no choice but to temporarily take you back for confinement while we conduct our investigation. Once the Red Leaf Fairy from your peak arrives, everything shall be determined. At this juncture, the elderly man's tone had become significantly more courteous. After all, if Lin Bulang's claims were indeed true, that he possessed dual spiritual roots and had reached the Qi refinement stage in merely 3 years, then he was undeniably a prodigy. Such individuals, given time, would undoubtedly experience meteoric growth in their strength, and it would not be far-fetched for them to be promoted to inner disciples in the future. He, a mere deputy commander of the patrol camp, could not afford to offend such a talent. It would be wiser to take him back, conduct a thorough investigation, and if he truly was not a spy, assist him, thereby becoming the first benefactor in his rise to power. Achieving such a celestial connection, I would surely reap abundant benefits in the future. Observing Lin Bulang nodding quietly, the elderly man waved his hand, and his subordinates approached to place shackles on Lin Bulang and confiscate his ring. Just as they stepped out of the training room and into the courtyard, a series of loud banging noises erupted from the side chamber. It was the commotion caused by Qin Hongya. Lin Bulang's heart sank instantly. This woman certainly had a knack for choosing the perfect moment. Chapter 79. Utter nonsense, what is the matter? The elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow and inquired. A few days prior, the enchanting fairy Hongya had punished several maidservants, who were now confined to a side chamber as a consequence. I shall address her immediately for disturbing our esteemed guest, Su Baiji replied obediently. Fortunately, her quick wits prevailed. Upon failing to intercept the group, her instinct drove her to rush to Qin Hongya, securing her tightly and gagging her with a rag. Had she not acted swiftly, the situation could have spiraled into disaster. I see. The elderly man hesitated momentarily, casting a distant glance at the chamber where Qin Hongye was held, a sense of unease prickling his senses. Under the constraints of the spirit-severing powder, Qin Hongye was compelled to suppress her own spiritual energy. Yet, no matter how much she restrained it, proximity would still allow for some awareness. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Qin Hongye was engulfed in uncertainty. She faintly perceived the commotion outside, unsure of the identities of those involved. When Su Baiji entered and silenced her, realization dawned upon her. Subsequently, when the guards entered the training room, silence enveloped her, leading her to believe she had missed her opportunity, filling her with regret. Only when the group exited did she recognize that they remained, and she promptly kicked over a stool in hopes of drawing attention. However, her efforts attracted only the displeased visage of Su Baiji, who entered the room with a grim expression. "Fairy, please cease your antics, or else I shall have no choice but to apologize," Su Baiji implored softly. Qin Hongye's eyes widened in shock. The gravity of the situation became clear through Su Baiji's demeanor. Could it be that the Lingyang sect's Outer Affairs Hall had dispatched individuals to assign tasks, and in the absence of their own, chaos ensued? Was this not her prime opportunity? No. She resolved to act decisively. Even though the spirit-severing powder coursed through her veins, a brief surge of spiritual energy would suffice. And once rescued, she could remedy the poison. With determination in her gaze, Qin Hongye took a deep breath, preparing to summon her energy, only to witness Su Baiji raising a nearby porcelain vial and striking her forcefully on the back of the head. The resounding crack drew the attention of the elderly man once more. Just as he intended to investigate, he heard Lin Bulang's languid voice. "My lord, shall we remain or depart? Is there any merit in punishing maidservants? Are you all so idle in the patrol camp?" The elderly man paused, acknowledging the lack of spectacle. Furthermore, with pressing duties awaiting him at the patrol camp, he had a multitude of matters to investigate. He awkwardly turned away, offering an apologetic chuckle. "Forgive my distraction." Having served in the patrol camp for decades, his instincts were astute. Fortunately, these cultivators were indifferent to the fates of mere servants, sparing him the need to delve deeper. And Lin Bulang secretly exhaled in relief. Upon reaching the foot of the servant peak, the elderly man produced a pill to suppress the spiritual restraints for Lin Bulang and subsequently boarded the prison cart. Ordinarily, Lin Bulang would be confined within an iron cage. However, the old man, lacking sufficient evidence and having reclaimed the storage ring, was apprehensive that Lin Bulang might indeed be a prodigy. Thus he made an exception and allowed him to sit in the carriage. The rugged mountain path was traversed for over an hour, until they finally beheld a vast basin nestled among the mountains. A sprawling complex of buildings emerged, resembling a scattering of stars upon the earth. The intersecting streets converged towards a square edifice, strikingly similar in structure to the imperial palace. Clearly, this was the location of the patrol camp. Given the immense expanse of Lingyang sect, there were naturally hundreds of patrol camps, and the one before them was the third or fifth patrol camp, governing a territory of several hundred miles around. The entire camp was organized into 6 ranks: camp commander, leader, vice leader, chief captain, captain, and guard. Except for the camp commander, who was appointed from the inner sect disciples, all other positions were filled by selections from the outer sect. During their casual conversation, it was revealed that this white-haired elder had also once been a menial guard named Guan Sanshan. He had spent decades in this patrol camp, gradually cultivating to the foundation establishment stage and attaining the position of vice leader, which was as far as he could rise. Having originated from humble beginnings, it was only through fortuitous circumstances that he gained recognition and was promoted to an outer sect disciple, progressing in his cultivation ever since. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to place his bets on Lin Bulang. The Crimson Leaf Fairy of your peak truly does not treat you poorly. Reflecting on his own past opportunities, Guan Sanshan sighed, an outer sect disciple lightly bestowing the Xinhuang formula upon others, yet faces punishment from the affairs hall. He continued, "If you truly become an outer sect disciple in the future, do not forget such great kindness. That is only natural. If I truly become an outer sect disciple, I shall not forget those who helped me," Lin Bulang acknowledged, understanding the hidden reminder. Earlier, during their journey, Lin had shared his experiences over 3 years on the menial peak, weaving a tale that was half true and half false, which resonated with Guan Sanshan, leading to an engaging conversation. "Very well, We are nearly at our destination. I shall go ahead and arrange for you a more comfortable cell. You need only focus on your cultivation, and you shall not be disturbed." Guan Sanshan dismounted from the prison cart and advanced a few steps, only to encounter a group of individuals emerging from the patrol camp. Their expressions clouded with frustration. Vice Leader Guan, the leader of the group, somewhat portly with graying hair, appeared to be in his 40s. It was unclear what had transpired within the camp to incite such ire, as his brow was darkened with anger and his beard bristled with agitation. "Chief Song, what has vexed you to such an extent?" Guan Sanshan inquired with a slight smile. Despite having risen to the rank of vice leader, Guan Sanshan, having once been a menial guard, maintained a demeanor of cordiality towards those beneath him, recognizing their lower status as outer sect disciples. "It is none other than that foolish official from the affairs hall, who transferred 2 of my brothers from under my command, and they both met their demise. Yet when I inquired, he feigned ignorance. I had thought I was on the verge of uncovering a new lead regarding that merchant robbery case, only for him to return me to square one with his uncertainty." General Song, in a fit of rage, stomped his feet, contemplating that had the individual not been a revered member of the Foreign Affairs Hall, he might have resorted to coercive interrogation. "By the way, where does Deputy Commander Guan hail from?" Observing a person being escorted in a prison cart, yet not confined within an iron cell, curiosity stirred within General Song. The matter of the minor laborers at the Yao Yao Geomiscellaneous Peak was still fresh in his mind. He had indeed located the storage ring belonging to one of his subordinates. Once again, the mention of Yao Yao Geomiscellaneous Peak. The storage ring. But this fellow. General Song's murderous gaze swiftly fell upon Lin Bulang as he drew his feathered blade, preparing to charge forward. After inquiring with the esteemed Dong, he had begun to suspect that the deaths of his 2 subordinates, along with that of a squad leader in the previous merchant robbery case, were all connected to Yao Yao Geomiscellaneous Peak. Now that this individual had been apprehended, he attributed all 3 deaths to Lin Bulang. "What on earth are you doing?" Guan Sanshan suddenly reined in his horse, so incensed that he stuttered as he exclaimed, "Did I say he did it? Must you resort to violence? Isn't the true culprit behind your case already struck with the 1,000-mile soul pursuit palm? Do you see any marks on him? This is utter nonsense." Chapter 80. Dare to take the law into your own hands at this moment. Commander Song could hardly contain the fury simmering within him. He immediately discerned that Lin Bulang possessed the cultivation level of the Qi refinement stage. It is worth noting that the 3 captains under his command were all at the same level. A mere body refinement stage guard would stand no chance against them. Who else could the culprit be but this individual before him? "Stand down." Guan Sanshan rarely raised his voice in anger, turning his horse around and pressing forward. "Commander Song, do you not heed my words? If you have doubts, report to Commander Zhang first before coming to me for personnel." Although the commander was subservient to the chief commander, with the deputy commander being merely an assistant selected from the ranks, he still held a higher position. With gritted teeth, Commander Song could only clasp his hands in acquiescence. "Understood." With that, he turned and departed with his subordinates. "Humph." Guan Sanshan snorted heavily before gesturing for his men to continue onward. The prison of the patrol camp was located at the rear of the entire encampment, serving as both interrogation and holding facility. Its functionality was straightforward. Lacking the ostentation of the Servant Peaks prison, Guan Sanshan personally led Lin Bulang into the cell, removed the shackles, and summoned someone to bring food and wine. After inquiring some information from Lin Bulang, he took his leave. Before long, Guan Sanshan returned with a few individuals, carrying a silk-covered tray. Lifting the crimson silk revealed a peculiar black stone at the center, reminiscent of an ink slab. The stone's edges were adorned with intricate patterns etched in gold powder, enveloping the entire stone. "I have specifically requested a root stone. As long as you hold this root stone tightly, it will reveal the quality of your spiritual root." Lin Bulang seemed to recall something about this item. 3 years prior, upon entering the Yin-Yang sect, he had utilized such a device to assess his spiritual root and aptitude. However, the stone he had used then was as large as a door and maintained by dedicated personnel, allowing for a recharge and test every 5 minutes. This one before him might be a single-use item. "This stone is for exclusive use, absolutely reliable. Come try it." Seeing Guan Sanshan's earnestness, Lin Bulang shot him a grateful glance and gently picked up the root stone. The moment he made contact, a faint electric current surged from his fingertips, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Subsequently, The root stone erupted in golden light, and the intricate patterns originally etched along its edges were absorbed into the stone. All right. Quickly set it down so I can see. Guan Sanshan hastily took the tray as Lin Bulang returned the root stone to its original place, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed upon it. Within the obsidian root stone, the golden powder flowed like water, appearing and disappearing, ultimately coalescing on the surface to reveal a few characters. For gold, the revelation of a spiritual root of 4 was astonishing. Guan Sanshan suddenly inhaled sharply. It is well known that the criteria for the Yin-Yang sect to recruit outer disciples are at least 2 types of spiritual roots with a condensation level of 20%, or 1 type with a condensation level of 30%. As for the inner disciples, the standards are even more stringent. At least 2 types of spiritual roots must reach 40%, or 1 type must reach 50%. Currently, Lin Bulang's golden spiritual root has already reached 40%, indicating immense potential for becoming an inner disciple. As the golden powder dissipated, it swiftly reformed into a new set of characters. Water, the water spiritual root also stands at 30%. Guan Sanshan's heart surged with astonishment. Initially, when Lin Bulang claimed to possess both golden and water spiritual roots, he assumed they merely met the outer disciple standards. To his surprise, they reached 4 and 3 respectively. Moreover, this golden and water dual spiritual root is mutually beneficial, solely based on this fact. It is entirely possible for him to be promoted to an inner disciple by special exception. Fire 2, Wood 2, Earth 1. What? You actually possess all 5 types of spiritual roots. My heavens! As he raised his gaze, Guan Sanshan regarded Lin Bulang as if he were a mythical creature. It is common knowledge that if an individual possesses a particularly strong spiritual root, the others are invariably feeble, often at a level barely reaching 1. Yet Lin Bulang astonishingly possesses all 5. If nurtured properly, supplemented with abundant precious herbs, he could potentially become the first genius with a complete array of spiritual roots. Excellent. In Guan Sanshan's eyes, Lin Bulang has now unequivocally transformed into a figure of immense value. Fortuitously, he had the foresight to trust him once. Otherwise, had he truly harmed him, would the Yin-Yang sect not have sought retribution? Now it all hinges on the aptitude, which is equally crucial. The quality of the spiritual roots determines the speed at which natural spiritual energy is converted into spiritual root energy. Conversely, aptitude dictates the rate at which one absorbs natural spiritual energy. If one's aptitude is poor, even the strongest spiritual roots would be of little use, as the absorption speed would be insufficient. Guan Sanshan, filled with excitement, could not help but mutter softly, his gaze intense as he continued to fixate on the root stone. As the characters for Earth 1 faded, the golden powder gathered once more, swiftly coalescing into 2 new characters. 09. Guan Sanshan's mouth fell agape, frozen in place, unable to articulate a word. 09. How shall one describe this? It is exceedingly low, absurdly so. It is worth noting that even his own aptitude stood at 21. The average outer disciples possess an aptitude ranging from 25 to 30. The requirements for inner disciples are even higher, a minimum of 40. With such a low aptitude threshold, the dream of becoming an inner disciple is shattered. However, given the remarkably high dual spiritual root aptitude, entering the outer sect as an outer disciple should not pose a significant issue. The challenge, however, as Guan Sanshan well knows, is that those with low aptitude must consume vast quantities of rare treasures and spiritual stones to supplement their own spiritual energy in order to keep pace with normal cultivation progress. Even if one enters the outer gate, the path of Lin Bulang will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. However, having witnessed Lin's remarkable aptitude, Guan Sanshan felt a sense of reassurance. After all, an individual endowed with such spiritual roots would surely not be entrusted with the perilous role of a spy by other sections. Moreover, given his less than stellar qualifications, acquiring resources for cultivation outside would be exceedingly challenging, rendering him virtually immune to the life of espionage. Very well, my brother. I shall present this root stone of yours to the esteemed captain of the garrison for his consideration. You should be aware that our captain is an inner sect disciple. Should he give his nod of approval, you would be directly granted the status of an outer sect disciple. The resources you will require for your future cultivation are considerable, and our patrol camp would be your most advantageous refuge. When the time comes, if you so desire, I shall ensure your arrangements are impeccable. Although Guan Sanshan felt a twinge of regret, hope was not entirely lost. After all, what was a mere deficiency in aptitude? A trivial matter. The journey of cultivation is merely a game of financial investment. Spirit stones, gather. Medicinal pills, procure. As long as a few significant cases are cracked, the rewards from above would surely leave one inundated with resources. This is the advantage of working within the patrol camp. Thank you. Then I shall rely on you. Deputy Commander Guan. Lin Bulang nodded, expressing his gratitude earnestly. As he observed Guan Sanshan hurriedly depart, a wave of relief washed over him as he sank to the ground. Phew, that was close. When that fellow first approached me, I genuinely believed I had reached a dead end. Who would have thought that amidst the darkness, I would uncover a path to illumination? Ha! Fate and fortune, truly marvelous. Just as Lin was reveling in his good fortune, he heard a voice demanding at the entrance of the prison. Which cell is the person brought by Deputy Commander Guan being held in? You refuse to speak? What business is it of yours? If you don't tell me, do you expect me to simply walk in and search? Brothers, let's go in and drag that little brat out. From the tone of the voice, Lin Bulang immediately recognized it was Captain Song arriving. He surmised that the captain had timed his visit to coincide with Guan Sanshan's departure. What an audacious fellow. Was he preparing to impose some form of personal retribution? Lin narrowed his eyes. With his root stone already submitted, he now had backing and would not fear him. Chapter 81. A sudden clash as the clamor subsided. Several figures clad in black surged forward, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Bulang before erupting into loud shouts. Captain, we have located the target, right here. The commotion nearby suggested an ongoing struggle, and then a thunderous voice rang out from Captain Song. Get out of my way. If you obstruct me further, I shall sever your filthy hands. With a resounding thud, a prison guard was sent flying with a single kick. The guards and the captain's men were merely of a lower tier, akin to menial protectors. Among the few who accompanied Captain Song, aside from one deputy, the rest were simply guardians. The stout Captain Song, with an air of indignation, hastened towards Lin Bulang. After confirming his target with a glance, he unsheathed the winged blade from his waist and effortlessly severed the black iron lock of the cell, leading his men in with fervor. Upon entering my prison, you have entered my domain. If you confess willingly, I may spare you from a brutal fate. Speak. Was it you who murdered the squad leader I dispatched to investigate at Yaoyaojiao? With the blade poised menacingly against Lin Bulang's throat, Captain Song's gaze bore into him, demanding answers. What squad leader? I have never heard of such a person. I have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you force me to confess? Lin Bulang remained unruffled. After all, Guan Sanshan had only taken his ring, leaving his Tianju intact. In dire straits, he could rely on the Tianju to maintain an advantage. However, this was a prison, and should he resort to violence against these fools, the consequences would be dire. Committed no wrongdoing? If you were truly innocent, you would not find yourself in my patrol's prison. Captain Song stepped closer, seizing Lin Bulang's neck. Do not feign innocence. You, a mere menial worker, have reached the chi refinement stage. Did you perhaps glean some benefits from my subordinates? Where did this breakthrough come from? No matter how you argue, your current strength is the best evidence. With an assertive motion, Lin Bulang brushed aside Captain Song's hand. You may very well inquire with Vice Captain Guan about my affairs. In your eyes, I am merely a villain. It is futile to speak further with you. At this moment, invoking Guan Sanshan was his only recourse to subdue this brute. Vice Captain Guan. Captain Song guffawed derisively. Do you truly believe that wretch is of any significance? A mere menial who ascended to the rank of vice captain, no one would ever respect him. Do you know why? Because some individuals are simply unworthy. A common fowl adorning itself with feathers does not transform into a phoenix. Absurd. Come, seize him. If you refuse to speak, I shall methodically sever your fingers until you are compelled to utter a word. With that, two of his guards advanced, one on either side, ready to restrain Lin Bulang. Lin Bulang channeled his spiritual energy, and with a gentle shove, the two guards were instantly sent flying. I have already stated that the matter you inquire about has no bearing on me. Should you truly wish to take action against me, I shall not hold back. You are well aware that I am in the chi refining stage, so let us see if you dare to risk your own injuries in interrogating me. Lin Bulang let out a cold snort, unflinching as he locked eyes with Captain Song. Captain Song, accustomed to ferocity, would not hold his position without a few underhanded tricks. You are the first to audaciously shout while squatting in my camp's prison. I am keen to witness your capabilities. Captain Song gestured for his guards to return, then discarded his yin-chi knife, evidently prepared to engage Lin Bulang in combat. As long as no lives were lost, the higher-ups would not impose severe repercussions. Given that this individual before him was so stubborn, he might as well be thoroughly subdued. With a robust physique and a somewhat rotund shape, Captain Song exuded an additional vigor akin to that of a mighty general. His fists, as large as sandbags, bore an overwhelming sense of pressure. Should one connect, even stone might shatter. Noticing that Captain Song did not employ any martial techniques, Lin Bulang remained unfazed and revealed his trump card, close combat, of which he had no fear. In his previous life, he had practiced grappling and wrestling, and he was more than equipped to deal with an opponent of Captain Song's caliber. With a quick lift of his feet, Lin Bulang transitioned into a boxing stance and nimbly dodged an incoming strike, using his left hand to block the captain's elbow while his right hand delivered a powerful punch to the captain's armpit. Crack! Though Lin Bulang did not utilize his spiritual energy, the impact against the joint was audible as Captain Song's shoulder dislocated. Amidst the gasps of surprise, Lin Bulang swiftly seized the captain's arm, bending it backward, and executed a sweeping kick that sent Captain Song tumbling to the ground. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. A distinguished captain of the patrol hall, bested in mere seconds, and before his own subordinates. In a fit of rage, Captain Song infused his palm with spiritual energy, propelling himself into the air, and as he did, he delivered a fierce kick aimed at Lin Bulang's abdomen. At that moment, Lin Bulang found it difficult to evade, and could only raise his arm in defense, causing him to stagger back a few steps, his arm throbbing with pain. Witnessing Captain Song regain some ground, the guards behind him erupted in cheers. Captain Song, clutching his shoulder, snapped it back into place with a sharp crack. Impressive. Though the words seemed to praise, a murderous intent flickered in Captain Song's eyes. In their next encounter, he would not hesitate to resort to dirty tactics. Lin Bulang sensed this shift and quickly surged forward, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 punches aimed at Captain Song's face. Captain Song raised his hand to block, seemingly having anticipated this, and lifted his leg to strike between Lin Bulang's legs. Lin Bulang's heart turned cold as he swiftly transformed his stance, unexpectedly trapping his opponent's leg and sending him crashing downward. A sharp crack echoed through the air. This time, Lin Bulang held nothing back. Channeling his spiritual energy through his legs, he effectively rendered Commander Song's leg useless. You dared to provoke me, and you expect mercy? Am I a fool? Commander Song let out a scream as he knelt, propping himself up with one hand while the other pointed menacingly at Lin Bulang's chin. In the next instant, energy coalesced. A flicker surged forth. This was the signature technique of the Yin-Yang sect's initiates. It appeared unremarkable, lacking the grandeur of other martial arts and possessing minimal lethality. Yet, its true strength lay in its deceptive nature. Had Lin Bulang not sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy at his chin, he would have been left with a shattered visage. The impact erupted against Lin Bulang's chin with tremendous force. While it did not inflict direct harm, it nonetheless sent him flying. Upon landing, Lin Bulang felt a wave of dizziness, and as he opened his eyes, the world around him spun chaotically. At that moment, a blurred figure rose before him. Bring me my knife. Commander Song bellowed through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. An attendant immediately handed him his yin-chi blade. Damn it, I let my guard down. After years without injury, I can't believe I fell at your hands today. Hold him down. I'll take a finger to vent my frustration. Lin Bulang struggled to regain his composure, channeling his golden water spiritual energy forth. So you wish to launch a sneak attack, do you? Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of the dual spiritual roots under the concept of flicker. Chapter 82. How could it be you? Whoosh. Bang. At this moment, the furious Commander Song, suffering from excruciating pain in his leg, remained utterly oblivious to Lin Bulang's movements. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering across his face. After a brief moment of shock, he let out a blood-curdling scream. The surrounding guards were momentarily paralyzed, and upon witnessing the scene, their faces turned ashen. Unbeknownst to them, a gaping hole, the size of a bowl, had been blasted open in Commander Song's shoulder, leaving destruction in its wake, with the prison door and wall behind him shattered. At this moment, his arm and shoulder were merely connected by sinew and bone, swaying grotesquely amidst his agonizing tremors, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Howl! 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 Commander! So much blood! Commander, are you all right? The guards rushed forward, encircling him protectively, while his deputy, quick to react, produced a hemostatic ointment and applied it with urgency. Commander Song was drenched in sweat, his face flushed crimson, on the verge of fainting. After gasping for breath, he forcefully pushed away several guards beside him. Kill him. I command you to kill him. Perhaps the guards were still not sufficient. Yet the deputy was also at the chi refinement stage. As soon as Commander Song's command fell, the guards shouted and brandished their sabers toward Lin Bulang with reckless abandon. Amidst the chaos, a long sword glimmering with a cold light struck like a venomous serpent. Protected by the scales, the guard sabers proved ineffective. However, the deputy's sword light sent a shiver down Lin Bulang's spine. To his astonishment, the deputy wielded a soft sword, identical to that of Su Baiji. And the angle of his strike was exceptionally crafty, aimed directly at Lin Bulang's heart from his rib side. Although Lin Bulang summoned his scales, his side remained vulnerable. The cunning thrust nearly grazed the edge of his scales and pierced inside. With a thrust, the long sword sank in an inch, poised to penetrate his heart, and a sinister smile of triumph appeared on the deputy's face. Yet in the next instant, a blinding golden light erupted from the center of Lin Bulang's heart. Boom! Though the golden light lacked immense power, it forcefully propelled everyone backward, causing them to crash against the walls or railings, leaving them paralyzed and unable to move. What is this? Lin Bulang felt a stirring beneath his ribs, simultaneously channeling his vital energy to staunch the bleeding, perplexed. Although he possessed 3 distinct physiques, none conferred life-saving abilities. The Tianju itself had not been activated, and that golden light did not seem to emanate from it. Crackle! The strongest Commander Song, already injured, was sent flying and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, just as he was about to summon his internal energy to heal. An array of golden lights flickered beneath his skin, revealing a multitude of strange characters that writhed beneath the surface like chains. The golden characters not only rendered them completely numb, but also entirely restricted the flow of spiritual energy within them. Golden light spell. Commander Song's face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot from the dual stimuli of rage and anguish. After uttering these 3 words, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the patrol camp, atop a towering pavilion, a frail old man abruptly lifted his head. Within his dim, yellowed gaze, several golden characters suddenly illuminated, identical to those that had just adorned Commander Song. Someone had triggered the restrictions left by the master. Remarkably, the triggering location was within this very patrol camp. The emaciated elder was seated cross-legged before a low table, which was piled high with various bamboo scrolls, forming a miniature mountain. Surrounding him were numerous opened, torn, and damaged scrolls, creating a circle that ensnared him in the center. A little farther away stood rows upon rows of towering bookshelves, each brimming with an array of books, scrolls, and bamboo slips. This room resembled a graveyard of literature, steeped in a sense of desolation and melancholy. Little did anyone suspect that the individual before them was none other than the most formidable figure within the patrol camp, the camp commander, the sole inner sect disciple, and a terrifyingly powerful cultivator who had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Tang Xianfeng. In the realm of cultivation, there are 3 divisions, upper, middle, and lower realms. The lower realm encompasses the detailed divisions of body refinement, chi refinement, and foundation establishment, each with 9 peak stages. From the middle realm onward, the stages of golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, combined body, and great ascension are classified into 4 phases: early, middle, late, and perfection. As an inner sect disciple, Tang Xianfeng had surpassed 300 years of age and had attained the golden core perfection for 70 to 80 years, standing just a step away from the nascent soul. Yet, this hurdle remained insurmountable for him. Thus, he had specifically requested to leave the inner sect and venture into the vast outer sect in search of new opportunities. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door of the pavilion as a guard approached with news. Camp Commander, Deputy Commander Guan requests an audience. Enter, Tang Xianfeng croaked. His voice raspy. Guan Sanshan, holding a root stone, entered with utmost respect, bowing his head as he knelt a distance away, cautiously lifting his gaze. Behind the table, Tang Xianfeng donned a black Taoist robe adorned with profound and arcane symbols, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to capture one's very soul. His visage was gaunt, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his elongated eyes squinted as he scrutinized the root stone presented by Guan Sanshan. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, which had been twirling his disheveled gray beard, he appeared to grasp the situation entirely. I have met with the camp commander. I discovered a guard with excellent spiritual roots who, upon entering the sect, faced a misjudgment that ruined his future. I wonder if the camp commander might bestow upon him a position as an outer sect disciple, just as you once assisted me? Excellent spiritual roots? Then let me see what qualifies as excellent. Tang Xianfeng raised his finger, and his entire withered form trembled, the empty Taoist robe swaying in the wind. It seemed as though beneath that garment lay not a corporeal body, but rather an antiquated wooden hanger. Guan Sanshan, kneeling, presented the root stone. Tang Xianfeng extended his finger and gently touched it, causing the gold powder within the stone to quiver violently, transmitting information directly. The spiritual root was indeed commendable. Yet the aptitude was merely 9, indicating that even as an outer sect disciple, he would not achieve great heights in the future. Not even comparable to you. Tang Xianfeng sighed, clearly intending to decline. However, judging solely by the spiritual root, this lad might possess the caliber of an inner sect disciple. How could it be that he did not even qualify as an outer sect disciple? Upon hearing this, Guan Sanshan grew anxious and hastily spoke in Lin Bulang's favor. Boldly, Tang Xianfeng suddenly interjected, his tone punctuated. Though lacking in overwhelming force, it emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Yes, indeed. Guan Sanshan was drenched in perspiration. You should investigate the incident within the prison. Although I cannot grant this child the status of an outer sect disciple, by my decree, all his offenses shall be pardoned. Henceforth, you must keep a vigilant eye on him. As Tang Xianfeng spoke, he gestured with his finger, sending Guan Sanshan away. An incident has occurred? That lad is in trouble? Guan Sanshan closed the door, a pang of alarm striking his heart, and immediately turned to rush towards the prison. Meanwhile, within the chamber, Tang Xianfeng abruptly opened his eyes. His withered fingers caressed the root stone. 9. A body with 5 deficiencies. How could it be this lad? It seems I must expedite my plans. This child's spiritual root is indeed remarkable. After refinement, I shall center him as the core, forging within my true form. The blood infant, perhaps. This, too, may be considered your fortune. Chapter 83. The massacre in the prison at this moment, within the confines of the constabulary's prison. Lin Bulang slowly rose to his feet. He surveyed the scene of individuals immobilized by the golden spell, calmly dusting off his attire before bending down to retrieve a guard's dagger from the ground. He then approached the unconscious Captain Song. Captain. The previously injured deputy lay not far away, his body entirely paralyzed, unable to move, and could only shout in desperation. What are you doing? This is the prison of the constabulary. Do you dare to commit murder here? Of course not. Lin Bulang retorted, his hand shaking the dagger, producing a sharp sound as it fell to rest against Captain Song's throat. But if I do not slay him, will he ever spare my life? This fate is a result of your own actions. Initially, Lin Bulang had no intention of resorting to lethal measures. It was Captain Song who had repeatedly plotted against him, and in a fit of rage, even sought to take his life. Having arrived at this juncture, Lin Bulang could hardly be blamed for his ruthlessness. Captain, please wake up. The deputy, realizing the situation was beyond redemption, gritted his teeth and shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a sharp sound akin to a snapping string reverberated through the air. All the golden inscriptions beneath the skin of the captives vanished in an instant. Just as Lin Bulang raised his dagger, a figure lunged forward. Crack! With a swift stroke. The deputy was grievously wounded, a horrific gash appearing across his back as he threw himself over Captain Song, using his own body to shield his superior from Lin Bulang's fatal blow. Protect the captain, the deputy roared, disregarding the pain coursing through him. At that moment, several guards in the cell regained their senses, scrambling to their feet, resembling vengeful spirits returned from the depths of hell, their expressions fierce as they glared at Lin Bulang. A loyal dog indeed. Since you are so devoted, then let us accompany your master to the grave. Lin Bulang mused, producing a celestial pearl from his bosom. He was prepared to eliminate everyone present and escape the constabulary. His worst-case scenario was to be unable to return to the servant's peak, forcing him to find a place to cultivate in secrecy, enhancing his power until the turmoil subsided before making further plans. Whoosh! The celestial pearl vibrated, shooting forth like lightning. And with two resounding explosions, it obliterated the heads of two guards. Lin Bulang then turned, executing a swift stroke that severed another guard's head. The guards, who moments ago wore expressions of menace, found themselves frozen in shock, uncertain whether to flee or to stay. Yet Lin Bulang would not grant them the luxury of hesitation. Indecision meant death. With flashes of blades illuminating the cell, the celestial pearl whirled around Lin Bulang, and within moments, the majority of the guards lay defeated. The deputy frantically shook the commander's song in his arms, startled by a sudden crackling noise that pierced the air. As he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to find that only a handful remained standing on the battlefield. What on earth was happening? How could he possess such strength? Whoosh! Bang! A celestial pearl soared through the air, shattering the skull of the nearest guard. As warm blood splattered across his face, he was jolted into reality. A secret treasure. How could he have a secret treasure? The last remaining guard in the prison could no longer endure the terror. With a scream, he turned to flee towards the exit. Yet the celestial pearl moved faster than an arrow, piercing through his chest the moment he took a step forward. No wonder. No wonder our fallen brothers were no match for him. The deputy trembled as he stood, instinctively shielding Commander Song. But as he beheld the celestial pearl hovering before him, he could not suppress a gulp. With such a treasure at his disposal, even united with Commander Song, they might not stand a chance against him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have sought trouble in the first place. Alas, I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, only to find it illuminating the gutter. With a flick of his finger, Lin Bulang sent the celestial pearl flying. The deputy shuddered, and as he looked down, he discovered a gaping hole in his chest, the size of a bowl. At that moment, Commander Song finally regained consciousness, barely lifting his head just in time to witness the deputy collapse with a thud. Startled, he let out a scream, and upon turning, he was met with a hellish sight within the prison. Blood and bones were strewn across the ground, heads scattered, corpses littering the cell. The men he had brought along had all perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. You too shall die. Just as Lin Bulang prepared to act, he heard a fierce shout from the entrance. Hold on. In the next instant, a figure rushed in with urgency. Guan Sanshan sprinted forward, fearing that if he delayed even for a moment, he might fail to save Lin Bulang. But upon reaching the prison door and taking a closer look, the stench of blood overwhelmed him, nearly halting his breath. Inside the cell stood Lin Bulang, while the severely injured figure lying on the ground was none other than Commander Song. Lin Bulang had single-handedly nearly annihilated an entire squad of the patrol camp. As he arrived at the cell door, he overheard a deathly utterance, initially believing it to be Commander Song preparing to strike. To his astonishment, the situation had completely reversed. Do I intend to keep him alive? Lin Bulang slowly brought his left hand behind his back, holding the guard's saber in his right hand, still aimed at Commander Song. Just moments ago, upon hearing someone call out, he quickly retracted the celestial pearl into his left hand. Regardless of friend or foe, the celestial pearl was his trump card, and it was wiser to keep a hand hidden. Lin Bulang's inquiry was a test of Guan Sanshan's allegiance. He had previously stood by Lin Bulang's side, but now, after such carnage, could he still remain loyal? Lin Bulang could not be certain. Did you kill all these people? Guan Sanshan's eyes widened as he pushed open the cell door and stepped inside, where blood and flesh covered the floor, leaving scarcely a place to tread. Yes, they sought to extract a confession from me by force, and when their attempts failed, their embarrassment turned to fury, and they plotted to take my life. Lin Bulang spoke calmly. Deputy Commander Guan. Sir, he has killed so many of my brothers. You witnessed it with your own eyes. Apprehend him. Execute him. Put him to death. Guan Sanshan appeared, like a lifeline. The Song commander understood that despite his disdain for him, Guan Sanshan was indeed a formidable cultivator, and capturing this aberration before them would surely pose no challenge. Get lost. Guan Sanshan exclaimed as he observed the Song commander crawling towards him, attempting to grasp his leg. He promptly kicked him away in disgust, and then turned his gaze towards Lin Bulang. By the orders of the commanding office, regardless of your guilt or innocence, you are hereby granted full amnesty. You are immediately restored to freedom and may leave the constabulary's prison at any time. Oh, full amnesty. Lin Bulang's heart leapt with joy, realizing that Guan Sanshan would undoubtedly stand by his side now. Thus, he boldly raised his blade. If I were to slay him now, would I still be granted amnesty? The Song commander was taken aback, his complexion draining of color. How could I possibly know when you might kill him? Guan Sanshan stepped out of the cell, closing his eyes. I did not see it. I know nothing. Thus, it cannot be considered collusion, and it does not violate the regulations of the constabulary. Chapter 84. The method to enter the outer sect. Guan San. What do you mean by that? Impossible. How could the camp commander forgive him without reason? You must be spouting nonsense. With a swift motion, Lin Bulang silenced the incessant chatter, and with a single stroke, the round head tumbled to the ground. Still voicing protests and death. Upon hearing the thud of the severed head, Guan San feigned awakening, casting a furtive glance. Cough. Allow me to reiterate. I have received the camp commander's decree to pardon you for all your previous transgressions, without exception. From this moment forth, you are a free man and may return to your peak. A knowing smile crept across Lin Bulang's face as he relinquished the guard's sword, bowing respectfully. I kindly ask you to express my gratitude to the esteemed camp commander. Guan San nodded, escorting Lin Bulang out of the prison. Regarding the matter of becoming an outer sect disciple, I have inquired with the camp commander. He believes your aptitude is insufficient and did not grant approval. At this, Guan San appeared somewhat embarrassed, quickly reaching for his waist to retrieve the storage ring he had previously possessed, offering it back to Lin Bulang. However, my brother Lin, do not lose heart. With the support of your peak master, you will surely discover alternative paths to becoming an outer sect disciple, and opportunities will abound in the future. Today, you have endured the stench of the patrol camp. This storage ring is not particularly rare, but I bestow it upon you as a small gift. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang accepted the storage ring. While it may not have been of great value to others, it was a treasure to him, and he saw no reason to decline. What alternative paths could Guan San be referring to? At this moment, Lin Bulang's primary concern remained his aspiration to become an outer sect disciple. Even if he were to control Qin Hongya in the future, he would only wield power within the menial peak. Beyond that, he would remain insignificant. Without the status of an outer sect disciple, the path to advancement would remain obstructed. Firstly, you should have your peak master report to the Foreign Affairs Hall, stating that your entrance examination was flawed and requesting a re-examination. However, the entrance examinations are overseen by the sect rights supervisor. While the Foreign Affairs Hall falls under its jurisdiction, which would effectively be a slap in the face to the sect rights supervisor. Guan San cast a meaningful glance at Lin Bulang, clearly indicating that this route was not viable. Should he pursue such a course of action, it would likely result in immediate obstruction at the Foreign Affairs Hall, and they might even send someone directly to the menial peak to extinguish Lin Bulang's aspirations before they even began. And what of the second option? The second option involves a complete transformation and re-entry into the sect. However, before undertaking this, you must first find a suitable background in the mortal realm and eliminate your identity seal to ensure a seamless transition, Guan San explained. Identity seal? Lin Bulang inquired. Indeed. Upon your initial contact with the root stone during your entrance, an indelible identity seal is left behind. This seal is overseen by the sect rights supervisor for those above the inner sect. The identity seal of the outer gate is held in duplicate by the Foreign Affairs Hall and the patrol camp. The seal from the patrol camp is easily dealt with. I can eliminate it at any time. However, the one from the Foreign Affairs Hall, I fear I may need to seek connections. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang began to grasp the situation. This identity seal is akin to an identification number used for distinguishing individuals. This raises a question. In a place like the Servant Peak, where lives are treated as mere trifles and countless servants perish daily, why is such significance placed on an identity seal? This is where your understanding falters. The servants who perish on the Servant Peak serve as prime candidates for resurrection. In this world, various factions vie for resources through an array of methods. If the seals are not managed properly, even a colossal sect like Yin-Yang sect could crumble within a decade. A 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant's nest. Lin Bulang nodded in confusion, estimating that the seal could record a considerable amount of information. In the realm of cultivation, there are mysteries that defy conventional understanding. However, Deputy Commander Guan would certainly not elaborate on the seal's purpose. As for the second difficulty, it is somewhat more manageable than the first. Is there a third? Naturally, there is. As long as you are at the foundation establishment stage and not a spy from another sect. Even a wandering cultivator can apply to the Foreign Affairs Hall to become an outer disciple. Nevertheless, such external disciples will be subject to strict surveillance by the Foreign Affairs Hall. Foundation establishment. Lin Bulang nodded in understanding. Whether servants, outer disciples, or inner disciples, these identities within Yin-Yang sect do not necessarily correlate with one's strength. However, possessing strength, such as reaching the foundation establishment stage, indeed endows one with a measure of combat capability, making any sect eager to accept them. Indeed, enhancing one's strength is the undeniable truth. As the two conversed, Guan Sanchan escorted Lin Bulang to the entrance of the patrol camp. When he inquired if Lin Bulang wished for a carriage to take him back, Lin Bulang declined. After finally acquiring a legitimate reason to wander beyond the servant peak and to observe the true visage of Yin-Yang sect, he would not let this opportunity pass him by. Leaving the patrol camp, Lin Bulang proceeded slowly along the mountain path. The Yin-Yang peak is vast, with regions developed in patches. Centered around the patrol camp, there are still numerous mountain peaks yet to be cultivated. It is likely that new outer disciples will arrive soon, transforming the towering ranges into numbered servant peaks, each becoming a hell for the new servants. These very elements continuously nourish the insatiable beast that is the Yin-Yang sect, enabling its gradual growth and increasing greed. As Lin Bulang pondered this, he suddenly heard the ringing of cowbells ahead. Looking up, he spotted a caravan of merchants swaying toward him. The guards at the front of the merchant convoy quickly noticed Lin Bulang and immediately raised their voices to halt the entire group, drawing their blades and advancing. Who goes there? Why do you block the road? The management of the Yin-Yang sect is stringent. On the road, aside from itinerant merchants, the patrol guards, and personnel from the Foreign Affairs Hall, the only others one might encounter are various rogue cultivators and bandits. All these individuals don a uniform that makes them easily identifiable from afar. When Lin Bulang was apprehended, he was still clad in his training attire. It was impossible not to raise suspicions given this lack of identity. Lin Bulang promptly halted his steps and proclaimed loudly, "I am a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, both inner and outer sect. I have just concluded my business at the patrol camp and was on my way back. Here is the document from the patrol camp. If you have any doubts, feel free to examine it." Having once engaged in banditry himself, Lin Bulang was well aware of the caution exercised by itinerant merchants. Fortunately, upon departing from the patrol camp, the guard had issued him a document. Otherwise, if any trouble were to arise on the road, it would be quite difficult to clarify the situation. One of the guards approached with a wary expression, took the document, glanced at it, and then returned to the group, presumably to present the document to the outer sect disciples responsible for overseeing the merchants. The document itself bore little information. Lin Bulang had not been gone long enough for any notion of release from punishment to apply. Thus, it simply contained 4 words: permission to leave camp, followed by the official seal of the patrol camp. At the very least, Lin Bulang's direction indeed led from the patrol camp, and with the document as proof, his identity was largely unquestionable. "You are also a disciple of our Yin-Yang sect?" Came a cold female voice from within a small sedan chair atop a caravan of camels in the distance. "Do you possess evidence?" Chapter 85. Are you playing the game of deception? Is there really a need for evidence? Can the official documents from the patrol camp not attest to my identity? Surely, you are being excessively cautious. Must I resort to violence before you are satisfied? Lin Bulang silently grumbled in his heart, yet he raised his right hand high, causing the storage ring upon his finger to gleam brilliantly in the sunlight. After a moment of silence from the camel driver, the woman slowly spoke. "The day is still young. If my esteemed senior brother is not in a hurry to return, why not accompany me to the post station? The market there has recently opened, and I have heard there are many delightful treasures. Given your wealth, senior brother, why not join me for a look? Does she think I am flaunting my riches?" Lin Bulang glanced at the storage ring on his finger and couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, such a storage ring is not something an ordinary outer sect disciple could possess, considering that a chi gathering pill costs 5,000 outer sect coins. This ring must be worth at least 100,000. Lin Bulang's expression faltered momentarily. The only valuable thing he owned was this storage ring, which contained merely some basic cultivation manuals and a few healing ointments. Hardly worth much. Wouldn't going to the market only invite humiliation? I regret to inform you that I am unable to accompany you today, as I left in haste and have no money on me. Oh, I have heard that the renowned tea master of our sect has returned to the market to play chess today. Should one manage to best him, they will be rewarded with a pot of his personally brewed Qingfeng brew. Are you not interested in this, senior brother? Qingfeng brew. Though he did not know what it was, the name alone suggested it to be something remarkable. While Lin Bulang felt a twinge of desire, he remained wary. Why was this young woman so intent on persuading him to accompany her? Could it be that she coveted his person? Seeing that Lin Bulang remained silent, the woman continued. If you happen to find something appealing at the market, I could lend you some money, which you could repay later. Although I am not wealthy, I can certainly part with a few tens of thousands of outer sect coins. If I can assist you in obtaining your desired item, I would consider myself quite satisfied. In this vast Yin-Yang sect, there are countless outer sect disciples, and yet you do not know my circumstances. How dare you offer to lend me money? Moreover, her tone oscillated between coldness and warmth, addressing me so intimately as senior brother. Something is amiss, undoubtedly. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to my storage ring and intends to ensnare me in a trap? Ah, if my junior sister is so sincere, then should I continue to refuse, it would only mean that fate has not favored us. With that, the curtain of the sedan was lifted, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Exquisite and cold. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes glistened with a sorrowful glimmer as she gazed over. Below her petite nose, her lips, tinted a natural red, were pressed tightly together, conveying a mixture of grievance, pity, and disappointment that struck Lin Bulang's heart. Setting aside everything else, the mere glance she cast when lifting the curtain was enough to shatter the hearts of all men. However, Lin Bulang was different. In his past life, he had grown weary of the countless beauties available on a certain music app on his phone. Thus, upon their initial encounter, he merely felt a fleeting sense of astonishment. Nothing more. Oh, so you cannot persuade me, and have resorted to seduction instead? Do you truly think I would be so easily deceived? Thank you. With a courteous gesture, Lin Bulang stepped aside to allow them passage. The stunning beauty was momentarily taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth with her slender fingers, softly gasping in surprise. She had not anticipated that being so striking would lead to rejection. After her initial astonishment, her gaze steadied, tinged with a newfound admiration. If my beauty cannot capture the heart of this senior, he must indeed be a man of integrity. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I have just collected goods from the 3 servant peaks, and the station is a necessary stop for me. I have received intelligence that a senior brother named Tan, who has pursued me for many years, is lying in wait at the station. Alone, I fear I may not escape his clutches. By chance, I encountered you on the way. Noticing that you possess a storage ring, I presumed your strength to be considerable and sought to persuade you to accompany me for mutual protection. I hope you can forgive my selfishness and overlook past grievances to assist me. Should my endeavor succeed, I promise a generous reward. Her eyes shone brightly, filled with sincerity. Her words carried a newfound credibility. Why not say so sooner? Lin Bulang chuckled lightly, waving his hand. I am a pragmatic person. If I were to assist you, I would require 10,000 outer sect disciple coins. If you arrive safely, I would still expect at least 5,000. The journey to the station posed no issue, as Lin Bulang was quite interested in the Qingfeng brew. If he could also collect some travel expenses, it would be even more profitable. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's demands, the beautiful junior sister could only grit her teeth in frustration. She acquiesced to the senior brother's terms. With that, Lin Bulang mounted another pack animal, and after exchanging a few pleasantries and names, he learned that this enchanting junior sister was named Lu Qianxue and had been part of the outer sect for over 7 or 8 years. She had chosen the path of a traveling merchant to avoid the unnecessary troubles her beauty might attract. Traveling merchants roamed far and wide, gathering information more readily than those in other positions, who often faced greater challenges in their endeavors. Among the outer disciples of Yin-Yang sect, female disciples constituted only about 30%. Most, like Qin Hongya, with average talents, opted to manage the servant peaks and become peak leaders. While their earnings were less than those of traveling merchants, they enjoyed greater stability. Those with exceptional talents typically sought to join the patrol camp, quickly making a name for themselves and striving for entry into the inner sect. From this perspective, Lu Qianxue's reasoning held merit. The direction of the trading station was roughly aligned with that of the patrol camp, as all trading stations were established around the patrol camp, gradually radiating throughout the region, ensuring safety. Hence, within less than half an hour, they were nearing their destination. On the road, Lin Bulang took a moment to absorb the spiritual energy drawn from the heavenly pearl. This time, the pearl had dispatched 2 outer sect disciples, and the energy it returned had completely nourished the ice spirit root. Originally estimated at a mere 1,000th, the solidity of the ice spirit root now approached 10%. It was surmised that with a few more outer sect kills, the ice spirit root could indeed reach that 10% mark. Despite appearing modest at only 10%, the ice spirit root was a rare entity. Once it reached that threshold, it could directly be cultivated, wielding power that would rival that of the 20 or 30% water spirit roots. Senior brother Lin, we are almost there, came the melodious voice of Lu Qianxue. Lin Bulang slowly opened his eyes to behold a vast valley before him, featuring a grand 3-story building resembling a tavern. In front of the tavern lay a spacious plaza, traditionally utilized by traveling merchant caravans for unloading goods and parking their pack animals. To the left and right, as well as behind the tavern, stood an extensive array of wooden warehouses, arranged with the precision of a chessboard. Additionally, caves had been carved into the distant mountainside, presumably containing numerous compartments for storing goods that required preservation. At present, due to the bustling market, the plaza in front of the tavern was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices amid countless small stalls selling various wares. The market offered more than just items for outer sect disciples. Numerous guards accompanying the merchant caravans also frequented the area, allowing for transactions using miscellaneous currency. However, Lin Bulang found himself without any form of currency, utterly penniless. Noticing Lin Bulang's momentary distraction, Lu Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle softly. Senior brother, is this your first visit to the market? You seem quite taken aback. Snapping back to reality, Lin Bulang offered an awkward smile. I usually remain in the estate for cultivation and seldom venture out. I have never witnessed such a vibrant scene. If you wish to explore, I can lend you 5,000 outer sect disciple coins. I still need to find the courier at the station to unload goods. If anything arises, I will contact you through the sound transmission jade slip. With that, Lu Qianxue gracefully emerged from her small carriage, retrieving a palm-sized diamond-shaped jade slip from her waist and extending it toward him. Oh no, the other party is requesting to add as a friend. But I lack such an item. This is a disaster. Chapter 86. The beauty that brings ruin. The transmitting jade slip is an item exclusive to outer disciples, and Lin Bulang had witnessed Fairy Hongye utilizing it long ago. The jade slip is bound to the user's soul, making it nearly impossible to decipher without special means, thus precluding any chance of illicitly using another's slip. Therefore, during Lin Bulang's grim task of searching the corpse, he refrained from taking such an item. Perhaps it is best to forego it. The market is intricate, and should any trouble arise, you might not even have the opportunity to contact me with the jade slip. He stated, having promised to protect you, I shall not part ways with you, especially since our task remains unfinished, and I cannot simply accept payment at this juncture. Lin Bulang wore a serious expression, though inwardly he felt a pang of anguish. That was a sum of 5,000 outer disciple coins. According to a conversion rate of 1 to 10,000, it amounted to a staggering 50 million servant disciple coins. Such a fortune could easily bury Lin Bulang. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's words, Lu Qianxue's eyes flickered with intrigue. As she arrived at the market, she resumed her cold and haughty demeanor. Yet Lin Bulang's simple statement nearly breached her defenses. After years at Yin-Yang sect, she had been wary of everyone from the outside world. But Lin Bulang had managed to garner her respect on 2 occasions. It even instilled within her a fleeting sense of surrealism. Do genuinely principled individuals exist in this world? How has he survived within Yin-Yang sect? Though her mind brimmed with questions, she suppressed them and, with a polite smile, exclaimed, "A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteousness. Truly, my esteemed senior brother Lin is a rare paragon of virtue. Now you're trying to get close, aren't you?" Lin Bulang scoffed. "I'm not some paragon. Please don't misunderstand me." However, he certainly had no intention of dispelling the notion. The two walked side by side in tacit understanding and soon found the courier, beginning the arrangements for the unloading of goods. This was Lin Bulang's first foray into such operations, and with a legitimate reason to accompany Lu Qianxue, he remained particularly observant. Among the goods she received were silk garments, priced at 3,000 servant coins each, fine brewed rice wine, at 500 servant coins per pound, and various ordinary herbs, with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of servant coins per tael, depending on quality. Her caravan was relatively large, comprising 5 pack oxen, with a total cargo weight of several tons, and the entire journey took her about 3 days. Selling the cargo amounted to over 500 outer disciple coins. According to Lu Qianxue, approximately 60% of this sum represented the cost, essentially profits claimed by the servant peak. Thus, her monthly income hovered around 2 to 2,500 disciple coins. The servant peak, due to longer production cycles, earned about 1,000 outer disciple coins monthly. If the servant peak were to expand, their income could become significantly more substantial. Little did he know, what truly astonished Lin Bulang was the realization that the laborers, toiling relentlessly for a mere servant coin a day, produced goods that fetched such exorbitant prices. It appears that the exploitation within this realm of cultivation is even more ruthless than the capitalist that Lin Bulang once knew in his previous life. Just as Lu Qianxue and Lin Bulang were about to depart after delivering their goods, they spotted several individuals approaching from the distance. "Junior Sister Lu, what a delightful coincidence to find you here," the leader exclaimed, his eyes fixated solely on Lu Qianxue, entirely disregarding Lin Bulang as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. This individual resembled a short winter melon, nearly half-bald, yet adorned in resplendent garments, his jade belt and embroidered robe making him stand out dramatically among the outer disciples. Lin Bulang had heard that within the Yin-Yang sect, there were many disciples born of the sect's own cultivators, naturally endowed with resources that ordinary individuals lacked. Their starting point was significantly elevated, and this person likely belonged to such a lineage. "Greetings, Brother Tan," Lu Qianxue replied with a tone devoid of warmth, then turned her head away, stating, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger here. I've heard today's market is quite lively. I wish Brother Tan a joyful time." With that, Lu Qianxue turned to leave. However, Tan's expression darkened immediately. He waved his hand, and 4 outer disciples swiftly blocked Lu Qianxue's path. Lu Qianxue had arrived with 2 bodyguards, but Tan, dismissing Lin Bulang as merely another bodyguard, thought to himself that with 5 outer disciples at the Qi refinement stage on his side, he could easily prevent her escape. "Junior Sister Lu, let us not spoil the joy of such a rare encounter. Why not join hands together?" Tan Nianxian said with a lewd grin, advancing towards her, his fingers, thick and greasy, reaching out to grasp Lu Qianxue's delicate hand. "Brother Tan, please maintain your decorum," Lu Qianxue retorted sharply, swiftly stepping back to hide behind Lin Bulang, her lovely face turning as cold as frost as she issued a hushed warning. With his grasp missing, Tan Nianxian's expression soured further, the smile on his face freezing instantly. "Lu Qianxue, do not push your luck. I have pursued you for years, yet you have never even glanced my way. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Suddenly, sensing a powerful aura directed at him, Tan Nianxian's muscles twitched, and he slowly raised his hands behind his back. "I shall let you off this time. As we are in my sect's station, should you possess the courage, remain within this station for the rest of your life." In the Yin-Yang sect, conflicts among outer disciples were not uncommon. Capturing a rival to become one's partner occurred frequently. Such actions were prohibited under the sect's regulations. But if one acted beyond the sect's jurisdiction without causing fatalities, no one would report it to the Outer Affairs Hall, and the sect would remain indifferent. After all, this was the realm of cultivation. Without a touch of ruthlessness, one could not stand firm. If one could not resolve even such trivial hardships, they would never attain the great Tao. "What is happening?" Seeing the previously arrogant Tan Nianxian suddenly change demeanor and turn to leave with his subordinates, Lin Bulang couldn't help but ask with curiosity. It was the esteemed immortal who had cast his gaze upon them. The station master, Lord Xia Qingxian, once a disciple within our sect, is said to have attained the pinnacle of the core formation stage, yet for reasons unknown, he was relegated from the inner sect to serve as the station master here. Since then, he has taken to the pleasure of tea, earning him the title of immortal. Although gatherings are held monthly at this station, he seldom makes an appearance. Were it not for his reverence towards the immortal, that rogue might still be entangled with me at this moment. Lu Qianxue glanced towards the marketplace, offering a slight nod in courtesy, before turning her gaze back to Lin Bulang with a gentle smile, inquiring, "The clear breeze brew of the tea immortal is said to be an exquisite delight, rumored to greatly benefit one's cultivation. I am about to express my gratitude to the tea immortal. Would you care to accompany me for a game of chess with him? I believe, esteemed Lin, that you possess both charm and an extraordinary background. Thus your chess skills should not be lacking, correct? Am I truly charming and of extraordinary background merely because I possess a storage ring?" Lin Bulang mused, realizing that Lu Qianxue mistakenly assumed she and Tan Yinxian shared the same status as disciples of the sect. Cultivators often dabble in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the deeper one treads on the path of cultivation, the higher the demands on one's state of mind and understanding of the Tao. While he entertained the idea, he also acknowledged that his skills in chess had grown rusty over the years, fearing he may not match the prowess of the tea immortal. "Please, Lu Shimi, do not ridicule me if I falter," he replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. His identity as an outer sect disciple was merely a fade. This venture was solely for the opportunity of the clear breeze brew and the handful of coins it promised. How could he possibly refuse? "I have faith in you, Senior Lin." Lu Qianxue continued to smile lightly, extending her delicate hand to grasp his. Their fingers interlocked. The cool, tender sensation of her touch startled Lin Bulang momentarily. What scheme was this woman concocting? Chapter 87. The art of breaking the deadlock in the realm of feigned kindness. One must remain vigilant, for such gestures can be treacherous. Lin Bulang, sensing the intensity of countless piercing gazes directed at him, turned his head warily, following Tan Yinxian's abrupt departure. The crowd at the market had taken notice of Lu Qianxue's appearance. With her enchanting beauty and curvaceous figure, the number of admirers in the outer sect who coveted her was beyond reckoning. As she playfully tugged at Lin Bulang's hand in public, all eyes instantly shifted their focus onto him. What a loss this 5,000 outer sect disciple coins has turned out to be, Lin Bulang mused quietly, attempting to withdraw his hand. Yet, his slight resistance only ignited Lu Qianxue's rebellious spirit. With a swift motion, she entwined her arm around Lin Bulang's, her soft and fragrant form leaning against him. Witnessing such intimate behavior, many in the market discreetly placed their hands on the weapons at their waists. Undeterred by the murderous stares, Lin Bulang held his head high, walking alongside Lu Qianxue towards the center of the market. The crowd, too, began to converge, forming a vast circle around the pair as they moved. At the heart of the market lay the stall of the esteemed tea immortal. Before they even reached it, they could hear discussions brewing among the onlookers. It was said that the tea immortal had left behind 3 intricate puzzles. Only those who could solve all 3 would earn the right to challenge him to a match. Over the past decade, the tea immortal had hosted his puzzles at least 20 or 30 times, yet only a handful had managed to conquer the second puzzle, while the third remained an insurmountable enigma. "Oh, how I long to savor the delightful brew of the tea immortal, yet no one has ever tasted it," lamented a voice in the crowd. "Do you think the third puzzle is insurmountable by design?" As Lin Bulang subtly navigated through the throng, he beheld 3 octagonal tables before him. Each table represented a puzzle, with the difficulty level escalating from one to the next. It seemed that someone had already unraveled the first puzzle, and thus, the crowd was engrossed in deliberating the second. Behind the tables stood a modest tent, where a bamboo recliner was set. Reclining upon it was a gaunt man in his 40s, clad in simple attire, his face obscured by a straw hat, soundly asleep. Had one not been aware that this was the very stall of the tea immortal, Xia Qingxian, they might have mistaken him for a weary farmer taking a brief respite. Lin Bulang's gaze fell upon the second puzzle, and a gentle smile graced his lips. He had anticipated a far more formidable challenge. Dubbed Wild Horse, Tilling the Field, this puzzle, relying solely on a chariot and a horse, promised myriad tactical variations, its offensive and defensive pathways elusive. Though Lin Bulang was merely an enthusiast of chess in his past life, he had engaged in countless strategic battles against elderly gentlemen in a small park, making this relatively straightforward puzzle easily solvable. Noticing Lin Bulang's amused expression, Lu Qianxue leaned in with curiosity, softly inquiring, "Can you solve this second puzzle?" "With ease," he replied. "But is Mr. Xia not still asleep? I would hate to disturb him. Is this not merely your excuse for fear of battle?" Observing Lin Bulang's calm demeanor, Lu Qianxue felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity, prompting her to deliberately provoke him. However, Lin Bulang chose to disregard her entirely, redirecting his gaze to the third board. The intricate game on these 3 tables, known as the Convergence of the 7 Stars, was immediately recognizable to Lin Bulang. Its design was exceptionally clever, laden with traps. Even he would require considerable effort to navigate it, likely needing at least 30 moves to unravel the complexities. What's the matter? Are you lacking in courage? Just as he began to contemplate the strategies for the Convergence of the 7 Stars, a familiar voice of derision rang out behind him. It was Tan Yinxian, who had departed in disarray earlier. After being sent away by the immortal through a mere thought, he felt increasingly incensed, and, upon hearing that Lu Qianxue and Lin Bulang had sought out the immortal for a game, he promptly followed. The likes of Xia Qingxian might impede his efforts against Lu Qianxue, but surely they could not thwart his attempt to dismantle the opponent's strategy? With Lu Qianxue present, clearly intrigued by the game, he saw an opportunity to impress her. It should be noted that his parents hailed from both the inner and outer sects, having nurtured his talents since childhood, ensuring he excelled in the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although he was more adept at Go, his skills in chess were not to be underestimated, and he was confident in his ability to solve the situation on the second board. Lin Bulang turned leisurely, only to find Tan Yinxian standing behind him, who promptly seized a nearby onlooker and pushed his way to Lu Qianxue's right side. "Sister Lu, do take note," he declared. "I, Tan Yinxian, am no mere decorative pillow, nor an unworthy fool. I possess genuine knowledge and skill." With that, he stepped boldly to the second board, adjusted the pieces, and with a decisive move, slammed down a piece. The thoughts of those who had been engrossed in the game were abruptly interrupted, and as they prepared to voice their displeasure, they paused upon recognizing Tan Yinxian, stifling their remarks. Upon hearing the sound of the pieces, a young man previously standing by the board approached, quickly scanning the situation before taking action. This youth, likely a chess apprentice of Xia Qingxian, may not have had remarkable skill, but he had memorized the endgame, sufficient to assist the onlookers. In an instant, the sound of pieces clattering filled the air, and the game grew increasingly tense and intricate, compelling everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. To their astonishment, Tan Yinxian displayed considerable prowess, having barely glanced at the endgame. He engaged in the match with remarkable vigor. Not only did he hold his own, but after merely 20 moves, signs of a breakthrough were already emerging. Could it be that Tan Yinxian was destined to become the second master to unravel this particular endgame? Those outer sect disciples who had previously held grievances against Tan Yinxian now cast admiring glances in his direction. Meanwhile, with a grasp on the strategy for breaking the game, Tan Yinxian relaxed his demeanor, simultaneously playing while observing Lin Bulang. As those around him extolled their own virtues, one might assume that this fellow was equally enthralled by his own exceptional chess skills. However, a fleeting glance revealed Lin Bulang shaking his head. His lips curled into a smile that bore equal parts mockery and disdain. Instantly, an unnameable fury surged within Tan Yinxian, causing his movements to become remarkably sharp. And within 7 moves, he indeed shattered the stalemate. Wow, impressive. 37 moves to break the deadlock, an unprecedented speed. The last player to achieve such a feat took a total of 42 moves. Brother Tan has set a new record. Congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Tan. With such prowess, defeating the third round seems within reach. Brother Tan, why not seize the moment and secure this third round as well, to enlighten us all? Eager gazes surrounded him. Yet Tan Yinxian gritted his teeth, abruptly turning to glare at Lin Bulang with palpable anger. "You rascal, I've tolerated you long enough. What were you laughing at just now? Could it be that you are superior to me? I refuse to believe that." With that, Tan Yinxian slammed the table and shouted at the young man, "Let us revert. Allow him to play. I wish to see what face he has left to smile." In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, all eyes shifting to Lin Bulang. The gazes ranged from contempt to fury and disdain. "Brother Tan, you have successfully broken the deadlock. Can't this lad simply follow your lead? Allow him another turn. Wouldn't that be granting him an advantage?" Someone suggested quietly. "There's no rush. I made 37 moves. If he can accurately replicate each one, then he may indeed be worthy of respect. I shan't hold it against him." Tan Yinxian huffed with conviction. "I fear he may not even manage to copy my moves correctly." "Who says I must copy?" Lin Bulang chuckled softly, gesturing toward the board. "If such a simple resolution requires 37 moves from you, Your skill level is merely elementary, is it not? Indeed, by the standards of his previous life, any random elder from the park could easily best Ten Yinxian. 37 moves seem excessive? How many moves can you accomplish? Do show us your true capability. Before Ten Yinxian could retort, another indignant disciple interjected. My own count could be 3 moves fewer than his. Lin Bulang slowly raised 3 fingers. 34 moves? Huh. Impossible. Brother Tan's path was nearly irrefutable. Where could those 3 moves be omitted? The individual shook his head, acknowledging that Ten Yinxian had indeed played with great diligence. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, which compelled him to speak on behalf of Ten Yinxian. It's not 34 moves, it's 7. Lin Bulang regarded the uninformed assembly with a sigh. It seemed that unless he demonstrated some true skill, they would remain oblivious to the nuances at play. Chapter 88. The Genius of Chess 7 Moves? How could that be possible? Have you lost your mind? In this world, I doubt anyone has been born who could dismantle this situation in just 7 moves. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Ten Yinxian, however, remained unfazed, and to his delight, he thought, splendid. 7 moves it shall be. I believe you, but let us wager. If you take an extra move, I shall sever a finger from your hand and feed it to the dogs. Huh. If 1 finger is insufficient, then I shall resort to your toes, and continue until I have nothing left to sever. Do you dare accept such a wager? Hiss. Before Lin Bulang could utter a word, the onlookers gasped in shock. How brutal. Why turn a simple game of chess into such a wager, and to feed the remains to dogs no less? But what if I indeed succeed in dismantling the situation within 7 moves? Lin Bulang confidently retorted. What do you desire? I require 5,000 outer sect disciple coins. Lin Bulang pondered briefly before responding without delay. After all, he had come here for leisure, and being short of funds was not an option. Ten Yinxian, it seemed, would inevitably come forth to confront him. To act against him in broad daylight would only leave him vulnerable. It would be far more practical to earn a bit of money and procure some fine items to take home. Upon hearing the request for 5,000 outer sect disciple coins, Ten Yinxian appeared momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. He intended to sever Lin Bulang's fingers and toes. Yet Lin asked for merely 5,000 coins. Was he foolish or merely innocent? 5,000 is insufficient. If you truly can dismantle this situation in 7 moves, I shall grant you 10,000. Ten Yinxian waved his hand, and his subordinates promptly tossed over a pouch of coins. Outer sect disciple coins differ from servant coins. They possess denominations of 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100. That pouch likely contained 100 coins of the highest value. You truly are one who is easily swayed by the allure of wealth. You dare to wager such a thing. Upon realizing Lin Bulang was indeed willing to gamble, Lu Qianxue felt her heart race. She had briefly considered using Lin Bulang as a shield. Yet witnessing such reckless behavior on his part stirred feelings of worry and guilt within her. Seeing Lin Bulang's confident demeanor, she believed in his ability to dismantle the situation. Yet 7 moves seemed far-fetched. Come, let us not wager. If you wish to go mad, I do not wish to witness your folly. Lu Qianxue turned abruptly and grasped Lin Bulang's hand, eager to depart. Ten Yinxian could hardly bear this sight. The celestial maiden he longed for was grasping another's hand without his touch. It was more painful than death. Halt. Junior sister Lu, the wager has been made. Should he dare to make a move, I shall summon someone to sever his hands and feet. This time, I have reason and evidence. Even Master T Immortal would not be able to intervene. The latter part of his statement was deliberately directed towards Xia Qingxian. It is naturally unacceptable for disciples to harm one another without cause. However, with a wager at hand, those who consent to fight must bear the consequences. And the sect shall not intervene. Rest assured. Lin Bulang gently tugged at Lu Qianxue's small hand, sensing a slight perspiration beginning to form in her palm. He immediately offered a soft reassurance. Now that I have spoken, it is with ample confidence. I shall uphold my promise to escort you away from this post. I will certainly not go back on my word. Hearing Lin Bulang's steady words, Lu Qianxue's heart felt a measure of calm. Though her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she responded with a hint of resignation, very well. If you truly wish to court danger, I cannot stop you. I can only hope that good deeds will be rewarded. Lin Bulang smiled at her, then turned and approached the restored table. In a flash, he moved with astonishing speed. making an unexpected move. This was a path never before considered. Just as gasps of surprise began to arise, Lin Bulang had already made his next step. Meanwhile, someone nearby began to count silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In merely 3 breaths, the young player was already drenched in sweat, and Tan Yinxian's eyes widened in disbelief. 7. Absolute kill. With the final piece placed firmly, silence enveloped the room. The young player remained frozen in place, stunned. These swift moves left him with hardly any room for contemplation. His opponent acted with unyielding decisiveness, seemingly employing only feints. Who could have predicted that the final move would lead to a stalemate? At this moment, he had yet to fully comprehend what had transpired. Not just him, but the others present shared the same bewilderment. Lin Bulang's actions were so rapid they were almost dazzling. They had not even seen from where the previous move had originated before the next step was taken. It was only after the 7th move was finalized, establishing the outcome, that their minds began to awaken. Wow, remarkable. It can be done this way. At first glance, each move appeared disjointed, yet in truth, each was a strategic setup for the final trap. 7 moves. Truly just 7 moves. Not a single one more. Good heavens, I am fortunate to witness such exquisite skill. This is not mere chess. This is strategy, a complexity that seems to surpass even the formations of the sect. After a considerable pause, someone finally reacted, followed by others, all exclaiming in astonishment. Meanwhile, Tan Yinxian remained fixated on the chessboard, seemingly in a daze, as if savoring the moment. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Bulang laughed heartily, promptly stowing away his pouch. How delightful! A bounty of 10,000 outer sect disciples' currency at his fingertips. He had never imagined that earning money could be so effortless. Master, truly a master. With the 2nd round concluded, the 3rd would surely be easily secured as well. Senior brother, quickly conclude this 3rd round. Indeed, we can hardly wait. The one who had urged for the 3rd round was none other than Tan Yinxian. Just minutes had passed, and he had become an invisible entity, overshadowed entirely by Lin Bulang's brilliance. What a bitter experience this was. Not to mention, he had lost 10,000 outer sect disciples' currency. He truly deserved this fate. Why had he felt the need to show off? Would it not have sufficed to simply offer 5,000? Why insist on risking an additional 5,000? At this moment, Tan Yinxian felt an unbearable pang of anguish. Initially, when he made the wager, he did not perceive the gravity of the situation, but now, reflecting upon the staggering sum of 10,000 external disciples' coins, it felt as if a large piece of flesh had been cruelly carved from his chest. 7 moves. You actually managed to break the deadlock in just 7 moves. Lu Qinxue, in her astonishment, inadvertently loosened her grip on Lin Bulang's arm, allowing her hand to slip away. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she immediately raised her hand again, resolutely entwining it once more. Although her skill in chess was rudimentary, she could discern the outcome and understood the monumental significance of breaking the deadlock in 7 moves. Such a prodigious talent in the art of chess, if discovered by the inner disciples, would surely be swiftly recruited. What the individual ahead had stated was indeed accurate. The art of formations is inextricably linked to chess. Within the inner sect of Yin-Yang sect, there exists a master of formations who selects disciples based on their prowess in chess, and Xia Qingxian was once one of his protégés. For external disciples yearning to ascend to the inner sect, this presents a promising avenue. Yet, at this moment, Lu Qinxue was blissfully unaware that, not only the inner sect, but Lin Bulang's current status as an external disciple was also fabricated by him. Breaking the deadlock in 7 moves, how intriguing, how fascinating. From within the tent behind, a languid voice drifted forth. Xia Qingxian suddenly removed his sun hat, leisurely rising to pour himself a cup of tea. Such an extraordinary talent is a rarity in Yin-Yang sect, perhaps appearing only once in a century. I find great joy in witnessing it. If you can resolve this 3rd game's endgame within 50 moves, I shall reward you with an additional cup of Qingfeng brew. Young man, what say you? Chapter 89, A Gentle Breeze Brewing 50 Moves. What could possibly be wrong? Lin Bulang smiled and readily agreed, then stepped forward to stand before the 3rd table. The difficulty of this 3rd game was worlds apart from that of the 2nd. Even if one could solve the 2nd game in 7 moves, what of it? The 3rd game would surely be their downfall. Tan Yinxian trailed closely behind Lin Bulang. his heart swelling with envy and frustration at Lin's unexpected favor from the tea immortal. He immediately interjected, "What? Do you wish to wager once more?" Lin Bulang tilted his head and cast a faint glance his way, his words striking like daggers to the heart. Tan Nianxian's fists clenched instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wager? Again? Where would he procure such funds? Having already staked 10,000, which constituted his entire fortune, a return home would inevitably result in a severe beating. And in the worst case, he might even face confinement. No, he could not let this brat off easily. Once he left the market, the money must be reclaimed. Seeing Tan Yinxian's grim expression and his silence, Lin Bulang shifted his gaze back to the chessboard. 50 moves, are you confident? It was said that if one could decipher the third game within 50 moves, they would be rewarded with the gentle breeze brew. Lu Qianxue was immediately filled with excitement. It was known that previously, one had to triumph over the tea immortal, Master Xia, in a match to attain such a privilege. Do you still doubt me? Lin Bulang inquired softly as he rapidly mapped out his strategy in his mind. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianxue's cheeks flushed a subtle hue. Her ruby lips pressed together. I believe, of course I do. Though simple, her words were heartfelt. From their initial encounter marked by deception, to subsequent honesty, their shared concern in the market, and now to this burgeoning trust, Lu Qianxue had unwittingly lowered her defenses against a stranger with remarkable swiftness. All right, Lin Bulang concluded his calculations, murmuring softly before making his first move. Made a move. Made a move. The moment Lin Bulang raised his hand, the atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the chessboard, seemingly unwilling to miss a single captivating moment of the duel. Some even took out notepads, preparing to record the match for further study. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Bulang maintained his previous rapid-fire pace in the game, his movements becoming increasingly swift. After only a dozen moves, the young opponent's complexion had turned pale, his hands trembling. The pressure of having his meticulously considered move countered in an instant was a sensation beyond what most could bear. At that moment, he felt as if Lin Bulang, seated across the table, was an insurmountable mountain, casting a shadow that obscured the light of the sun and moon, leaving him to tremble in its shadow. 20 moves. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The situation was beginning to unravel. 25 moves. Another shouted in exhilaration. Upon turning his head once more, he beheld the young scholar trembling all over, beads of perspiration glistening upon his arms. Only 3 more moves remained to break the deadlock. If you cannot endure any longer, then so be it. Lin Bulang, with an air of nonchalance, picked up a chess piece and cast a concerned glance at the young man. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's words, the scholar abruptly raised his head, his vision blurred, as if his very soul had been drawn away. With a sudden thud, he uttered his first word before darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse. With his thoughts severed from the chess match, an overwhelming fatigue surged forth, and Lin Bulang's words struck him deeply, the breath he had been holding abruptly cut off, leading to his fainting. Ha! Excellent. Witnessing his appointed chess companion faint in fright, Xia Qingxian burst into a hearty laugh, rising with a clap of his hands. To think that merely 28 moves could unravel my chess strategy. This breeze of clarity shall be yours. With that, Xia Qingxian took hold of a small teapot at his side and gently poured. A cascade of fragrant green tea flowed forth, instantly filling the air with an invigorating aroma that revitalized all present. The fragrant tea bore a rich spiritual essence. Just a whiff could equate to 7 days of arduous cultivation. The thought of what might transpire should one take a sip was beyond their imagination. This breeze of clarity is crafted from the leaves of my personally cultivated Qingye bamboo tea, harvested every 3 years and processed for another 3, allowing the leaves to be steeped 5 or 6 times. The first infusion yields but 3 cups, with the first being the most potent, and it shall be bestowed upon you. As he spoke, a teacup the size of a duck egg was filled to the brim. Xia Qingxian gestured towards Lin Bulang, inviting him to a small gathering within a tent. Instantly, numerous envious glances converged, and the sounds of swallowing echoed all around. Thank you, esteemed tea master. Lin Bulang was not one to adhere to formalities. He strode forward without hesitation and downed the tea in one gulp. In an instant, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. Even Lu Qianxue widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Such a rare and exquisite brew, and yet this fellow chose to consume it in such a hasty manner? It was an utter squandering. As the tea coursed down, the cacophony around him fell silent. The warm, gentle spiritual energy infused with the tea penetrated deep into his lungs, nourishing his dantian. In the next moment, a tingling sensation spread throughout his being. Both his meridians and dantian seemed to undergo a restoration. And even Lin Bulang's innate talent subtly heightened. Remarkable. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the breeze of clarity settled within him, Lin Bulang's golden water spiritual root appeared to respond to some unseen stimulus, surging into action and swiftly depleting the spiritual energy within him, transforming it into a complete droplet of golden spiritual essence and more than half a droplet of pure water spiritual essence. Bang! A faint sound of shattering resonated in Lin Bulang's ears. After a brief moment of astonishment, he realized with surprise that he had actually broken through. Under the influence of this refreshing brew, he effortlessly transcended to the fifth stage of qi refinement without expending any spiritual energy. Observing the chaotic operation of his spiritual roots within, Lin Bulang could not resist subtly activating the celestial orb nestled within his embrace, channeling the abundant spiritual energy contained therein into his dantian for rapid refinement. The accumulation of spiritual energy within this orb was far from ordinary. The complete conversion would undoubtedly require an extensive amount of time. Had he truly broken through? At the moment of his ascension, a gentle wave of spiritual energy rippled through the surroundings, and everyone present felt it, naturally intensifying their envy. Summer Qingxian seemed to have anticipated this outcome, offering a knowing smile. If you can best me in a game, I shall grant you another cup of this refreshing brew. Care to attempt it? Without hesitation, Lin Bulang readily accepted. However, instead of setting up a chessboard, Summer Qingxian simply extended his hand, inviting Lin Bulang to join him. How could they possibly engage in a game this way? Lin Bulang cast a puzzled glance at Summer Qingxian, hesitating for a moment before considering that he likely meant no harm, and thus he placed his hand upon his. Boom! With a thunderous sound, darkness enveloped Lin Bulang, and a powerful, distorted force pulled him into an infinite expanse. Against a backdrop of deep azure, a colossal chessboard surged towards him, expanding rapidly until it appeared as vast as the heavens and earth, drawing him into its embrace. The overwhelming sense of awe had barely begun to settle when a series of resounding booms echoed around him. Towering stone statues, each standing a full 10 meters high, erupted from the chessboard. There were armored soldiers, horses rearing and neighing, massive elephants, and loyal retainers steadfastly guarding their lord. It was then that Lin Bulang realized he stood within the heart of the battlefield, embodying a general on the grand chessboard. What an astonishing spectacle this was, a game where one's very essence was at stake, with the world itself serving as the chessboard. Good heavens! Is this truly what you call a game of chess? Chapter 90. Into the divine chess space, young man. Are you prepared? The voice of Xia Qingxian resonated from the other end of the immense chessboard. Lin Bulang lifted his gaze and indeed beheld Xia Qingxian seated majestically in front of him, now adorned in resplendent robes, seated upon an exquisite stone throne. Where's this place? This is the divine chess space I have cultivated within the sea of consciousness. Only those with exceptional talent in chess can traverse the chasm of our differing paths and enter this realm. Chess path. Is it possible to achieve sanctity through the art of chess in the realm of cultivation? Lin Bulang marveled inwardly. He had encountered countless methods of attaining holiness through novels, yet he had not anticipated that this world would mirror such pathways. Indeed, every profession holds the potential for enlightenment. I have observed your remarkable chess skills. Even if you do not pursue the chess path, diligent practice will undoubtedly benefit your cultivation immensely. Herein lies a tome on the 9-pearl technique. You may take it back to study. When you have carved out your own divine chess space, we can engage in battle once more. Xia Qingxian chuckled softly, then extended a hand, a stream of luminescence emanating from his fingertip, merging with Lin Bulang's brow. Very well. Let us meet on the chessboard where life and death intertwine. Make your move. As Xia Qingxian concluded, the pawns on his side of the chessboard advanced forward with immediacy. The colossal stone statues rumbled as they shifted, stirring a cloud of dust. Lin Bulang offered a word of gratitude, immediately focusing his mind and moving the stone cannon first. And thus, the two engaged fiercely in battle. Meanwhile, Outside the realm, onlookers observed the two, motionless as if carved from stone, their anxiety palpable as they tugged at their ears and scratched their heads. They had heard that the esteemed immortal had opened the divine chess space. Yet never had they imagined he would draw this senior brother into it. Missing the opportunity to witness their exquisite chess skills was a tremendous loss. Indeed, the chess path contains profound truths. Perhaps by observing, I might discover a hint of opportunity to break through to the 6th stage of Qi cultivation. Alas, this senior brother has yet to complete his 3 remaining moves. Let us contemplate how to approach these final moves. Perhaps we too shall glean some insights. A wave of despondency swept through the crowd. Just as they prepared to turn away, a faint sound emerged from the direction of the chessboard. It seemed the two had finally released their hands. From the spectator's perspective, only a few breaths of time had passed. Yet within the divine chess space, Lin Bulang had engaged in a full 3 hours of intense competition with Xia Qingxian. Initially, with 5 moves, Lin Bulang navigated with ease, capturing several of his opponent's pieces. However, Xia Qingxian's steady and meticulous strategy gradually unfolded, heightening the pressure on Lin Bulang. Fully aware of his opponent's impregnable defense, Lin Bulang knew he must swiftly exploit a weakness to turn the tide. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer losses, leading to an inescapable defeat. Thus, he pondered deeply. As time stretched on, yet, Xia Qingxian's skill far surpassed that of the park's elderly chess players. After 273 moves, Lin Bulang finally conceded defeat, exiting the divine chess space with a long sigh of relief. Impressive. Indeed, he is exceptionally skilled. This time, Lin Bulang was defeated with complete acceptance. A masterful chess player not only perceives his own strategies, but also discerns those of his opponents, calculating outcomes several moves ahead. It is presumed that Xia Qingxian can anticipate at least 20 to 30 moves ahead, a terrifying level of strategic ability that is extraordinary. One might even assert that before the game commenced, Xia Qingxian had already envisioned his own triumph over Lin Bulang numerous times within the recesses of his mind. As Lin Bulang dismantled his endgame, Xia Qingxian had already grasped his own style, deftly countering with a steady response to his aggressive maneuvers, remaining unfazed and undistracted. However, this also elucidates why Xia Qingxian had preemptively arranged a cup of Qingfeng brew for Lin Bulang. He both admired him and sought to prevent Lin from becoming overly arrogant. With subtle guidance, he ensured Lin gained something valuable from the encounter. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Xia," Lin Bulang said, performing a respectful gesture, exhaling the pent-up anxiety that had troubled him. Although he had lost, he felt more invigorated than if he had won. Strictly speaking, this was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had witnessed the prowess of a high-level cultivator. This experience had profoundly stimulated a surge of dopamine within him, igniting an intense desire to grow stronger. His ambition to evolve was not merely for survival, nor was it driven by a desire for domination as before. Rather, it was akin to Xia Qingxian's demeanor, facing adversaries with composure and equanimity. It's hardly guidance, merely a brief exchange. There's no need for you to rush. I shall reserve a cup of Qingfeng brew for you. When you have attained the strength to challenge me, you may return, Xia Qingxian replied, lifting his gaze. The third game still had 3 moves left unplayed. Whoever could deduce these final moves would replace the current contender and become my apprentice. At this, the crowd erupted with excitement, their faces flushed. To become an apprentice of Xia Qingxian? What an extraordinary opportunity. Not only would this mean studying under him, gaining a formidable ally, but it would also significantly enhance their cultivation, perhaps even leading to a taste of that Qingfeng brew. Instantly, the throng surged toward the third table, eagerly immersing themselves in analysis. As for the fainted young man and the recently defeated Lin Bulang, they were promptly disregarded. Observing the crowd's diverted attention, Lin Bulang quietly slipped out of the tent and ventured outside. Lu Qianxue cast a worried glance at the young man, perplexed, and inquired, "Why has Master Chaxian abandoned that young man? Wasn't it merely a matter of you breaking his strategy? Is it truly that severe? His spirit may be shattered, and it seems unlikely he will achieve anything further. This matter, I fear, is still connected to me." Lin Bulang offered an awkward smile, hastily retreating to the roadside and signaling Lu Qianxue to hasten her departure. Yet, Lu Qianxue remained somewhat puzzled. Why wouldn't Master Chaxian reserve such an opportunity for you? This is an exceedingly rare chance for any outer disciple, is it not? I had thought he was rather fond of you." As Lin Bulang led Lu Qianxue deeper into the market, he chuckled and explained, "I have acquired opportunities far superior to those of the apprentice at my side. If he were to tether me further, it would only stifle my growth. To thrive under the shade of another will not cultivate great talent." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianxue's enchanting eyes flickered with surprise, her admiration for Lin Bulang elevating to new heights. What a noble gentleman, so composed in the face of fortune and disgrace. Lin, my esteemed senior, possesses a realm of understanding that surpasses my own by an immeasurable extent. By the way, we are about to explore the market. Where is the money? Just as Lu Qianxue mused to herself, she observed Lin Bulang turn with a playful grin, extending his hand to solicit his due payment. Very well, adding a touch of avarice to his character. How utterly pedestrian. Infuriated, Lu Qianxue bit her lip and promptly retrieved a pouch of coins, placing it into Lin Bulang's hand. Lin Bulang chuckled heartily, gleefully weighing the pouch, his heart brimming with joy. He then pivoted and made his way toward a nearby stall. The stall was adorned with a dazzling array of over 100 different ornaments, including earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and hairpins, all splendidly displayed. Upon seeing those glistening trinkets, Lu Qianxue's delicate fingers trembled, and her heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that he intends to purchase something for me? I never would have guessed. Lin, my senior, possesses an unexpected flair for romance. In the next moment, Lin Bulang crouched down, selecting a particularly elegant blue-green hairpin, and held it against Lu Qianxue's flowing tresses, a satisfied smile gracing his face. What do you think of this hairpin? Is it beautiful? So direct? She thought. Is it customary to inquire so openly when gifting someone? Am I to say it is unappealing? Truly a simpleton, though she chastised him internally. Lu Qianxue maintained a serene smile and replied, "This hairpin is exceptionally exquisite. It is undoubtedly beautiful." Chapter 91. The Hidden Beauties Indeed. I share your sentiments. Lin Bulang gazed at the hairpin, his face alight with joy, and then involuntarily murmured, "Qingyi will surely adore this." As these words reached Lu Qianxue's ears, it struck her like a bolt from the blue. Even a fool could deduce that the Qingyi Lin Bulang referred to must be a young lady. Could it be that Brother Lin has already found someone he fancies? No wonder, despite her striking beauty, he barely spared her a glance. This Qingyi must be exceptionally lovely as well. At this thought, Lu Qianxue's heart tightened suddenly, and her face began to pale under the weight of discomfort. Lin Bulang, oblivious to her distress, continued to peruse the items. A few minutes later, he was enamored with a string of red pomegranate flower bracelets, simple yet charming, likely perfect for Chon'er. However, this time, Lin Bulang did not consult Lu Qianxue. Instead, he held it up, musing aloud. This bracelet suits Chon'er splendidly, but with her temperament and the many tasks she undertakes daily, she may hesitate to wear it. Never mind, I shall purchase it as a token of my goodwill. Lu Qianxue, trailing behind Lin Bulang, was momentarily taken aback. Who is Chon'er? Could it be that he has yet another romantic interest? Is he a notorious flirt? Although it is not uncommon for cultivators to have multiple partners, Lu Qianxue found it difficult to accept at this moment. At an intrinsic level, every woman yearns to possess her beloved's affection exclusively. Often, acknowledging the existence of rivals is merely a reluctant concession. After securing the second bracelet, Lin Bulang turned his gaze back to the stall. He had procured gifts for Qingyi and Chon'er. He certainly couldn't neglect Su Baizhi. She is known to be the most jealous among the three, and forgetting her would be unwise. Su Baizhi spends her days active on the peak, so a convenient accessory is essential. Lin Bulang scanned the items and swiftly chose a pair of delicate phoenix-shaped earrings, vibrant in color, shimmering with a myriad of hues under the natural sunlight. Given Su Baizhi's typically understated attire, these earrings would undoubtedly serve as a striking highlight. Excellent. Lin Bulang collected the earrings, but upon raising his head, he noticed Lu Qianxue's countenance had turned ashen. What is the matter? Sister Lu, are you feeling unwell? Lin Bulang inquired, puzzled. And no, it's nothing. Have you made your selections? Lu Qianxue's heart simmered with resentment. Qingyi, Chon'er, Baizhi, 3 women. How utterly disappointing. Brother Lin, I truly misjudged you. I never anticipated you would be this kind of person. Then why do you look so pale? How strange. Perhaps you should buy some rouge to brighten your complexion? There's a cosmetic stall right beside us. At that moment, Lu Qianxue's gaze toward Lin Bulang was as sharp as a dagger. Lin Bulang, sensing she might be experiencing her monthly discomfort, refrained from further inquiries, promptly paid for his purchases, and continued his leisurely stroll. These small ornaments are predominantly handcrafted by disciples, imbued with minor properties such as dust resistance, rain avoidance, and tranquility. Their prices hover around a mere few outer disciple coins each. In the past, Lin Bulang would have deemed them expensive. Accumulating hundreds of these would amount to a fortune in servant coins. Was that not exorbitant? However, now that Lin Bulang possesses a substantial wealth of 15,000 outer disciple coins, he finds no sorrow in spending them. Afterward, Lin Bulang wandered through the marketplace a few more times, initially hoping to seek out weaponry. After all, the only usable item he possessed was the black iron sword he had confiscated from Xiezian. He lacked any shoes, clothing, or equipment. Yet, the wares in the market were primarily those of ordinary outer disciples, whose gear had been bestowed by the sect and were scarcely enough for their own needs, let alone to sell. Thus, after perusing, aside from expending 6,500 coins for a bottle of chi-gathering pills, he returned empty-handed. Hey there, please, wait a moment. A character clad in tattered robes, sporting a distinctive mustache, and carrying a worn-out wine jug, approached Lin Bulang with an air of self-importance. Declaring himself as Bao from the Lingyang sect, renowned for his insightful information. In the realm of cultivation, fortune is paramount. Should you seek opportunities, you must have a word with me. Be it beast lairs, herbal locations, celestial abodes, or treasure troves, I can divulge it all for the right price. Suddenly, amidst the bustling market, a figure appeared, holding a banner and dressed in an eccentric manner. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qianxue, who had been trailing Lin Bulang with a hint of dissatisfaction, quickened her pace to catch up. Lin, this person is a notorious fraudster of our Lingyang sect. You must not believe him. Having entered the realm of cultivation, who would not harbor a glimmer of hope. Over the past few years, numerous outer disciples had fallen prey to his deceit, with false leads on herbal locations and beast lairs. If confronted, he would merely claim that others had beaten them to it, absolving himself of any responsibility. Hey, you little girl, how can someone as beautiful as you spout such nonsense? The old man, incensed, huffed and puffed. Since I, Zhang Tianshi, embarked on this path, I have never uttered a single falsehood. If one fails to obtain the information, it is due to their insufficient fortune. One must perform good deeds and cultivate virtue to encounter favorable opportunities. How can you blame me for this? Lin Bulang cast a glance at this Zhang Tianshi and shook his head. He would not have believed him even without Lu Qianxue's warning. After all, in his past life, fortune tellers were ubiquitous, and most were mere charlatans. How many possessed genuine skills? If Zhang Tianshi truly held such valuable information, why not seize it for himself rather than selling it to others? Not to mention, reporting the beast lair to the sect would yield substantial rewards. Thank you, but I have nothing I wish to inquire about. Lin Bulang politely cupped his hands, intending to turn away, only to feel a firm grip on his shoulder from behind. You don't believe me? Zhang Tianshi glared with wide eyes, his expression filled with indignation. It is not disbelief. I merely believe that the timing is not yet ripe, that the fates are insufficient. Lin Bulang gently pushed aside Zhang Tianxi's grimy hand, responding with impeccable composure. All in this world is governed by cause and effect. The arrival of fate is not for you to dictate. Your hidden beauty, like a fire concealed beneath paper, shall inevitably be revealed. Zhang Tianshi let out a soft hum, extending a withered finger to point at Lin Bulang's forehead. If you wish to avoid calamity, you must now present me with 5,000 outer sect disciple coins, and I shall assist you in overcoming this tribulation. At first glance, this statement seemed as outrageous as the ramblings of charlatans proclaiming, I see darkness in your fate. Bloodshed shall come within 3 days. Yet only Lin Bulang comprehended that with merely the phrase hidden beauty, Zhang Tianshi had unveiled Lin Bulang's most significant secret. Naturally, Lin Bulang felt a surge of anxiety. After a discreet cough to mask his unease, he replied, How can I ascertain the truth of your words? If you deceive me, I shall have nowhere to seek you in the future. Zhang Tianshi merely smiled. You know the truth within your heart. However, you will indeed seek me later. For after you overcome this tribulation, an even greater blood calamity awaits you. Fear not. When the time comes for you to seek me, I shall be by your side. Another blood calamity? Lin Bulang furrowed his brow, his heart racing. The implication was clear. This calamity of hidden beauty was merely a means for Zhang Tianshi to gain Lin Bulang's trust, and the demand for 5,000 outer sect disciple coins was likely just a formality. The true price would come later, when the blood calamity emerged, and Zhang Tianshi appeared to possess unwavering confidence that Lin Bulang would seek his aid. "Brother Lin, let us disregard him and leave," Lu Qianxue interjected, unable to comprehend Zhang Tianshi's ramblings. Although she harbored disdain for Lin Bulang at that moment, she could not stand idly by as he was swindled. To her astonishment, when Lu Qianxue reached out to pull Lin Bulang away, he remained unmoved. Instead, as if enchanted, he reached for his waist and retrieved a pouch of coins. "Tianshi, please elaborate." Chapter 92. The small pinnacle of combat power. The youth is indeed teachable. Master Zhang extended his hand, delicately twirling his small mustache with a satisfied grin, as he accepted the pouch of coins from Lin Bulang and continued, "It is not difficult to overcome this trial. I possess two methods, one literary and one martial. Which would you prefer to know? Is there truly a distinction between the literary and the martial? Master, I implore you to share both." "Ah, young one, do not be greedy. You must choose only one, for revealing too much of heaven's secrets could shorten my lifespan." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bulang deduced that the distinction between literary and martial likely referred to the means of resolution. Should he choose the martial approach, it would likely involve considerable upheaval. Given the circumstances, Lin Bulang undoubtedly preferred a more discreet resolution. "Then I shall choose the literary method." "Very well, travel 128 miles west, where beneath the crooked old locust tree at the foot of the second sect of my Lingyang sect, you will find a purple gold small box. All paths to resolution lie within that box." Having spoken, Master Zhang inclined his body slightly, resting the chess piece upon his shoulder, and swaggered out. 128 miles west, crooked old locust tree, purple gold small box. Lin Bulang silently committed this information to memory. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed Lu Qianxue glaring at him with evident displeasure. "Have you finished your wandering? If so, then depart." Upon discovering that Lin Bulang harbored thoughts of numerous women, Lu Qianxue was already quite irked. Furthermore, his insistence on gifting 5,000 outer sect disciple coins to that Master Zhang, without heeding her warning, only intensified her frustration. A portion of those 5,000 coins was earned through her own toil. How could she bear to see Lin Bulang squander them so recklessly? "The day is already late. Why are you not resting at this inn? Are you intent on rushing to your next destination?" Lin Bulang inquired. "If I remain here, then Tan Yinxian will undoubtedly seek me out and confront me. It is better to retreat to the Zai Peak. Coincidentally, I shall also have the opportunity to reconnect with my sisters, whom I have not seen in years. You need only escort me to the Yao Yaoju Zai Peak. Upon reaching the summit, I shall return the remaining 5,000 outer sect disciple coins to you, and thereafter we shall part ways amicably." "Zai Peak? Wait, did you just say where?" Lin Bulang felt a sudden jolt of realization, fearing he had misheard. "It is Yao Yaoju Zai Peak. The peak master, Qin Hongya, and I were contemporaries, and we shared a close bond. However, she later went to the Zai Peak, while I became a traveling merchant, and we have not seen each other since. Recently, a traveling merchant under her peak was murdered, and I have been assigned to investigate. It is a perfect opportunity to catch up and see how she manages the Zai Peak." Lu Qianxue, slightly impatient, explained, and as Lin Bulang inquired, she assumed he had not heard clearly, so she did not dwell on it. At this revelation, Lin Bulang was taken aback, realizing that the trial surrounding his hidden romantic entanglements had commenced the moment he encountered Lu Qianxue. He surmised that the martial method Master Zhang spoke of was to eliminate Lu Qianxue directly. Upon contemplating this, Lin Bulang hesitantly cast a glance at Lu Qianxue. This woman's temperament indeed resembled that of Qin Hongya, which explained their bond as sworn sisters. At their first encounter, Lin Bulang harbored no intentions of claiming her, primarily due to her status as a traveling merchant, making her a rare sight and thus rendering collaboration inefficient. Within the Lingyang sect, beautiful women were in abundance. Had Lin Bulang truly desired, he could have selected from countless candidates at the miscellaneous work peak. However, the current situation presented a rather enticing alternative. "What are you staring at?" Lu Qianxue remarked, her brows slightly furrowing at Lin Bulang's peculiar gaze. "Are you perhaps harboring a grudge against Hongya?" Or is it that you yearn for her in vain? Lu Qianxue was well aware of Qin Hongye's disposition, due to her background. She had devoted herself entirely to her cultivation, aspiring to reach the lofty heights of the unknown. If that were indeed the case, teasing Lin Bulang would bring her some solace. No, since junior sister Lu has made her intentions clear, let us hasten our departure, Lin Bulang replied, recognizing that obstructing Lu Qianxue from ascending the peak was now futile. Once they reached the summit, he could only temporize by claiming that Hongye had gone into seclusion. Should matters still prove unmanageable, he might have to resort to more drastic measures. Lin Bulang sighed softly. Should another traveling merchant meet their demise, the patrol camp would inevitably come knocking again, especially after the last case had been painstakingly suppressed. Having departed from the market, the two mounted their yaks and began their slow journey toward the miscellaneous work peak. Since leaving the marketplace, they had been followed at a distance, likely in communication with Tan Yinxian via a sound transmission jade slip. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 miles, as they passed through a narrow gorge, a resounding crash echoed, and a massive boulder suddenly fell, obstructing their path. From the cliffs above, familiar figures emerged. The gorge, flanked by perilous cliffs, presented a breathtaking spectacle of a narrow sky. Yet once the party entered, escape would be nearly impossible. Junior sister Lu, what a delightful pace you maintain, leisurely observing the scenery as if waiting for me. Tan Nianxian's voice reverberated through the narrow passage, and with a thud, a figure landed atop the boulder. Soon, 2, 3, and 4 figures followed suit. To win Lu Qianxue over, he had evidently invested considerable resources, enlisting 3 outer sect disciples to assist him. Meanwhile, behind the formation, 7 or 8 capable guards brandished weapons, poised for action. Do you have confidence in those 4 outer sect disciples? Lu Qianxue inquired, turning her gaze towards Lin Bulang without haste. 2 of them are at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, 1 at the 4th, and your senior brother Tan is at the 6th stage. Indeed, it may require some effort, Lin Bulang replied calmly. At this moment, he did not factor in the power of the Heaven Pearl. With his abundant spiritual energy from the Golden Water spiritual root and a plethora of talismans and healing remedies within his storage ring, he was in a state that could be described as nearly peak condition. Lu Qianxue cast a doubtful glance at Lin Bulang. Although he had just made a breakthrough at the market, reaching only the 5th stage of qi cultivation, how could he possess such confidence to subdue 4 opponents? One should not underestimate senior brother Tan. Both of his parents were disciples within the sect, and they had bestowed upon him numerous treasures to facilitate his movements within the sect. Noticing that Lu Qianxue ignored him and continued to conspire quietly with Lin Bulang, the flames of jealousy within Tan Yinxian intensified. Since entering the market, the two had been inseparable, arm in arm, and at the tea stall. Lin Bulang had further humiliated him, even losing 10,000 outer sect disciple coins. He was not only robbing him of his woman, but also deceiving him of his wealth. Even the mightiest of beings could not endure such indignity. Hey, you pretty boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram quickly. Otherwise, should things come to blows, remember that blades know no mercy, and you may find yourself in dire straits. Tan Yinxian drew his black iron dagger from his waist and shouted furiously, "We are all outer sect disciples. To lay hands on us without provocation is hardly in keeping with the rules, is it?" Lin Bulang held his head high, slowly rising from the back of the camel, grasping his protective dagger. Tan Yinxian's eyes darted cunningly as he immediately altered his tone. "Who said I intended to strike? I merely wish to invite junior sister Lu to my estate for a gathering. We share a profound connection." "Huh? Who shares a connection with you?" Before Tan Yinxian could finish his sentence, Lu Qianxue, seated in the palanquin, could no longer contain herself, scolding him sharply. "It is clearly you who have persistently pursued me despite my repeated rejections, your shamelessness surpassing that of city walls. In the world beyond, one's reputation is all that matters." Having already faced humiliation in the market, Tan Yinxian's countenance darkened to an extreme when Lu Qianxue exposed him so ruthlessly. Unable to bear it any longer, his true nature was finally laid bare. "Seize that pretty boy and bring that woman to me. Today, she shall taste the consequences of defying me." Chapter 93. The Death Gate of the Xiantian Disc. Upon hearing Tan Yinxian's command, the 4 guards standing on the edges of the cliffs swiftly drew their swords and leaped down. Lin Bulang smirked disdainfully, pointing his guard's sword towards the heavens. With an elegant flourish, he unleashed an 8-pointed blade, transforming the sword into a cascade of dazzling light that fell from the sky like a cloud of silver scales. The 4 guards, suspended in midair, instantly let out blood-curdling screams, disintegrating into mist of crimson as they met their demise. Taking the initiative with such overwhelming force was intended to instill fear. With the odds clearly stacked against them in numbers, it was imperative to maintain an aura of dominance. The chilling display left everyone present in a state of terror. On Lu Qianxue's side, her guards were left utterly dumbfounded. Some had drawn their blades halfway, frozen in place, while others, drenched in a rain of blood, clutched their chests, nearly retching from the horror before them. Hearing the anguished cries from outside, Lu Qianxue lifted the curtain of her sedan and was met with the sight of the 4 assailants, each riddled with wounds, crashing to the ground like torn burlap, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. This was fortunate. They were all still conscious, and Lin Bulang was their ally rather than their foe. Otherwise, it could have easily been her lying lifeless upon the ground. Meanwhile, on Tan Yinxian's side, the guards who had been poised to strike were now pale as ghosts, rooted to the spot as if ensnared by a spell, terrified that even a slight movement would bring the deadly flurry of blades crashing down upon them. Tan Yinxian and the outer disciples beside him were equally aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically, too fearful to engage Lin Bulang in combat. "You 3, apprehend that woman. I shall personally deal with this pretty boy." Tan Yinxian cast a wary glance at Lin Bulang before issuing his command, drawing forth his black iron longsword. Seeing the caution in his opponent's demeanor, Lin Bulang felt no pressure. Raising his hand to inspect the guard's sword, he sighed, "I have only executed 1 move. Yet this wretched blade is already dulled. Alas, I departed in haste today and failed to bring along a suitable weapon. Otherwise, subduing you petty lackeys would be a matter of mere moments." As Tan Yinxian leaped down from the boulder, his steps suddenly faltered. He raised his sword to point at Lin Bulang, scolding, "You, pretty boy, should not attempt to intimidate. That last move surely depleted a significant portion of your spiritual energy. I doubt you can withstand many more exchanges before exhausting yourself. Brothers, fear not. When his spiritual energy is spent, that will be his demise." With these words, the guards seemed to regain their courage. The ones at the rear no longer hesitated and charged forward, clashing with the guards of Lu Qianxue's caravan. The 3 outer disciples flanking Tan Yinxian also sprang into action, closing in with the intent to surround. "Draw your swords." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qianxue extended her delicate hand and, with a swift motion, sent her black iron sword flying forth. Against the 3 outer disciples, Lu Qianxue knew she would be unable to defend herself. It would be better to lend her sword to Lin Bulang, allowing him to vanquish Tan Yinxian swiftly and return to aid her. Upon hearing the sound of a sword resonating from behind, Lin Bulang lightly tapped the back of the humped cow, flipping in midair to catch the sword, and with a swift motion, unleashed an exquisite technique of the 8-point sword. In these 2 strikes, he had yet to employ his spiritual roots or energy. While sufficient to dispatch the guards, it fell short against the external disciples. The 3 approaching external disciples, confronted by an overwhelming wave of sword light, hastily drew their own swords in defense. Amidst the cacophony of clashing steel, Tan Yinxian, aided by their efforts, darted forth like an arrow piercing through a net. His swordplay was remarkably fierce and rapid, evidently surpassing the 8-point sword by a significant degree. After breaching the sword net, he traced a spiral trajectory in the air, appearing before Lin Bulang in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bulang awaited this very moment. He instantly activated the golden water spiritual energy infused in his sword, unleashing a brilliant azure beam that swept forth. This strike, seemingly unadorned, was far beyond the earlier 8-point sword. As Lin Bulang executed the attack, Tan Yinxian sensed something amiss and uttered a soft gasp before attempting to retreat. However, the sword light, underpinned by the golden spiritual energy, was swifter and more ferocious than he could have imagined, already lunging at him as he turned. Clang! Tan Yinxian could only barely parry with his sword. The resounding clash propelled him backward, causing his sword to slip from his grasp, landing with a thud on the ground near Lin Bulang. "A fine blade indeed. I shall graciously accept it," Lin Bulang remarked nonchalantly as he approached to retrieve the black iron sword abandoned by Tan Yinxian. inspecting it with admiration before returning it to Lu Qianxue with a casual toss. Thus, not only had Tan Yinxian failed to inflict any injury upon Lin Bulang, but he had also lost his own sword. The remaining 3 external disciples could only stand before Lin Bulang, resembling a lineup of statues, exchanging bewildered glances. Was it not said that he possessed no spiritual energy? How then had he delivered such a strike? More alarmingly, he had followed it up with a terrifying blow that even they dared not confront. These external disciples were astute. Each had received 500 external disciple coins for assisting, which hardly warranted risking their lives. Observing the wavering resolve of those before him, Lin Bulang inwardly lamented. Truly, a motley crew, at the very least. Why not come forth and test your mettle? I assure you, my focus will solely be on Tan Yinxian, and I shall not impede you in the slightest. Ideally, you might even manage to severely wound Lu Qianxue, incapacitating her from reaching the miscellaneous peak. Wretched scoundrel. Tan Yinxian cursed under his breath, then felt at his waist, producing a palm-sized bagua disc. The disc comprised 3 concentric layers, and upon infusing it with spiritual energy, it began to spin rapidly, revealing itself as a treasure, the Xiantian disc. Upon witnessing Tan Yinxian unveil this item, the 3 external disciples' eyes brightened, and they promptly began to curry favor. Brother Tan, use this to subdue that fellow, and we shall swiftly apprehend that woman for you. Brother Tan, had you mentioned this item earlier, it would have spared us all the effort, wouldn't it? Once this item is revealed, even the inner disciples must concede defeat. With your abundant resources, we can only envy your fortune. Tan Yinxian let out a soft hum, then turned to gaze at Lin Bulang. If you can compel me to reveal my treasure, then today, even should life and death be at stake, it would be worth it. Be still. Open the gate of death. Buzz. A divine light condensed above Lin Bulang's head, instantly forming a hexagram as large as a rain awning, shimmering with golden brilliance, creating a blinding barrier that enveloped him entirely. This is trouble. How did the Xiantian disc end up in this young man's possession? Brother Lin, he has activated the gate of death. Quickly muster all your spiritual energy to resist, or within a quarter of an hour, you shall be reduced to mere blood. Lu Qianxue, clearly recognizing the item, anxiously called out as the divine light coalesced in an instant. She, who had refrained from attacking until now, leaped forth and lunged her sword towards the barrier. A loud explosion echoed. The moment Lu Qianxue's sword made contact with the barrier, it was instantly repelled, while she herself was met with a violent backlash, tumbling several times through the air before crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as a ghost. Seeing Lu Qianxue so distressed, Lin Bulang understood her words were not mere exaggeration. If he were to conceal the heavenly pearl any longer, his life would be in grave danger. Just as he was about to retrieve the pearl from his bosom, an overwhelming, twisted force descended from above, indiscriminately pressing upon every bone and sinew of Lin Bulang's body. It felt as if he were being shattered into countless pieces and then thrown into a meat grinder. The excruciating sensation of tearing and reversing every muscle and inch of skin was chaotic and disordered. What a remarkable treasure! It is mine. Lin Bulang fell to his knees with a thud, his face ashen, yet the corners of his mouth twitched into a cruel smile. Buzz. In the next moment, Lin Bulang infused half of his golden water spiritual energy into the heavenly pearl from his dantian, causing the pearl to suddenly radiate with immense light, trembling as it soared out from his collar. Chapter 94. A heart's secret acknowledgement. With a sudden whoosh and a resounding bang, the celestial pearl soared upward, launching itself with all its might against the bagua diagram atop Lin Bulang's head. Upon contact, it unleashed a thunderous roar, sending sparks flying in all directions, though the outside world remained oblivious to this spectacle. Meanwhile, Tan Yinxian, who wielded the Xiantian disc, felt a violent tremor coursing through his body. The artifact had sustained a heavy blow, causing his spirit to feel as though it were forcefully pressed against a wall, only to be violently thrust back by an immense force. In an instant, a cacophony erupted within his mind, and his limbs grew numb. The Xiantian disc nearly slipped from his grasp. The struggle between magical artifacts consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy and posed a significant test to the resilience of one's soul. If one were to liken magical artifacts to weapons, then the strength of the spirit and will would be akin to the arm wielding them. The transmission of power during a confrontation would directly impact the soul. Should an individual with insufficient strength recklessly manipulate a magical artifact in combat, they risked damaging their spirit. Or worse, becoming a mere shell of their former self, or even perishing on the spot. Tan Yinxian had evidently never anticipated encountering a second wielder of a magical artifact among the outer disciples of the Lingyang sect. He had assumed that possessing the Xiantian disc rendered him invincible within the outer sect. With another whoosh and bang, the collision was considerably less impactful for Lin Bulang. The previous strike had felt akin to a heavy club striking his head. Though slightly dazed and disoriented, the effect was not overly detrimental, prompting Lin Bulang to once again summon the celestial pearl and strike anew. This time, the force was greater and more formidable. The sound of a resounding thud echoed as Tan Yinxian felt the very essence of his spiritual energy drained, his mind buzzing incessantly. The initial impact had nearly overwhelmed him, and this second strike felt as though an entire mountain had collapsed upon him, leaving him as the frail blade of grass crushed beneath. Tan Yinxian's body stiffened. His eyes rolled back, and he uncontrollably fell backward, losing all consciousness. He had not perished, but the blow to his spirit had rendered him utterly incapacitated. As he collapsed, the Bawa diagram above Lin Bulang shattered, the radiant barrier transforming into countless shimmering specks that dissipated into the air. The struggle had taken its toll on Lin Bulang as well. He clutched the celestial pearl with one hand, trembling as he pressed it against his chest, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. With the barrier dispersed, the three assailants surrounding Lu Qianxue were momentarily stunned, turning to observe Tan Yinxian sprawled on the ground. What now? Should they attack or flee? Earlier, Lu Qianxue had attempted to rescue Lin Bulang, but had suffered backlash from the Xiantian disc, sustaining several wounds in the process. Seeing the three halt their assault, she did not hesitate to rush to Lin Bulang's side, disregarding her own injuries, and helped him to his feet. Are you all right? Why is your face so pale? Lu Qianxue exclaimed in urgent concern, her voice tinged with guilt and a hint of tears. After all, it was she who had embroiled Lin Bulang in such turmoil. The most significant distinction between her and Qin Hongye lies in her inherently benevolent nature, which prompts her to choose the path of a wandering merchant to evade trouble. In contrast, Qin Hongye resorts to unscrupulous means to gain strength, ultimately becoming a leader who exploits others. Lin Bulang, at this moment, is overwhelmed by a piercing headache, a wave of dizziness intensifying, yet he musters the strength to rise. The Xiantian disc. Indeed, even in his current state, Lin Bulang's thoughts linger on that magical artifact. It is not out of greed, but rather concern. Should that artifact fall into another's hands and be activated again, Lin Bulang would find himself utterly incapable of escaping his predicament. Upon mentioning the Xiantian disc, the three outer sect disciples immediately grasped the situation and swiftly turned towards Tan Yinxian. One carries the unconscious Tan Yinxian, another holds the Xiantian disc, while the third covers their retreat, hastily fleeing. They had accompanied Tan Yinxian, a fact well known among all. Even if they coveted the Xiantian disc, they dared not seize it so brazenly. Otherwise, they would likely face the wrath of Tan Yinxian's parents before escaping the Lingyang sect. At this moment, their foremost priority is to return Tan Yinxian and the Xiantian disc. Otherwise, the consequences from the two elders would be unbearable for them. Witnessing the retreat of their adversaries, the accompanying guards immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. These guards are astute individuals. They would never resort to lethal force unless absolutely necessary. After all, they too are unfortunate souls. Why add to each other's suffering? Despite their skirmish lasting quite some time, the 20 or so guards sustained only superficial injuries, primarily minor cuts from blades. Collectively, their wounds pale in comparison to the severity of a single strike from Lu Qianxue. Naturally, Lu Qianxue would not hold their actions against them. After allowing the guards to leave, she turned to see Lin Bulang had completely lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. "Miss, what shall we do now?" inquired a bruised captain of the guards, approaching cautiously to assist Lu Qianxue in carrying the unconscious Lin Bulang. "I fear his spirit may be damaged. Having been suppressed by the Xiantian disc for so long, his condition is uncertain. We must return to the station." "Very well. If we insist on going to the Servant's Peak now, not only will we waste precious time, but we also lack suitable remedies to treat Lin Bulang. We must first return to the station and seek Lord Cha Xianxia to assess his condition." The following morning, Lin Bulang gradually awoke in a luxurious guest room at the station. Having been subdued by the Shintian disc, his internal energy was in disarray, and his body had suffered various degrees of damage. Consequently, he was swathed in thick herbal poultices, resembling a mummy. His former garments and belongings were neatly arranged in a small dish placed upon the table before him. Within the dish, the Tianju seemed to sense Lin Bulang's awakening, immediately emanating a gentle azure glow, quivering slightly in response. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Bulang felt a sudden tightening in his heart. Turning his head, he found Lu Qianxue half kneeling before him, asleep with her head resting on his leg. It appeared that she had already uncovered the secret of the celestial pearl, and her unwavering presence signified her intentions were clear. Unexpectedly, you are not a bad person after all. Lin Bulang smiled gently, about to rise when he heard a soft murmur at his feet. Lu Qianxue lifted her drowsy face, exclaiming, How come you're awake? Master Xia said you might sleep for 2 or 3 days, and this is just the first night. Her small mouth slightly agape, her expression a blend of anxiety and joy. She asked, Did you bring me back to the inn? Seeing that he had awakened not in the servant peak, Lin Bulang felt a sense of relief. Naturally, your spirit was injured. Had I not procured some soul-settling incense from Master Xia, it would have taken you at least 2 or 3 months to recover. As Lin Bulang opened his mouth to speak, she quickly pouted and added, You need not thank me. That soul-settling incense cost 2,000 outer sect disciple coins, which I paid in full to Master Xia, using your reward. Noticing her insistence on clarifying their financial transaction and her evident concern for him, Lin Bulang refrained from probing further. After expressing his gratitude, he continued, What are your plans for today? Will you return to the servant peak? This was the matter Lin Bulang was most concerned about. I cannot go to Yao Yao 9 servant peak. As per arrangements, I must head to Yao Yao 6 servant peak today. My rendezvous with my sworn sisters will likely be postponed for a few days, Lu Qianxue replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. If you wish to return today, I can accompany you. Just tell me where you want to go. Learning that Lu Qianxue would not be going to Yao Yao 9 servant peak for the time being, Lin Bulang secretly sighed in relief. He waved his hand, saying, Thank you for your concern, junior sister Lu. I am quite well. I shall change my attire and depart on my own. At the mention of changing clothes, Lu Qianxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she abruptly turned her head away. As long as it doesn't trouble me, it saves me from having to look after you on the way. Here, I have placed the remaining 3,000 outer sect disciple coins you promised. Seeing her flustered expression, Lin Bulang couldn't help but chuckle, clearly unwilling to let her off the hook. He immediately asked, Why is junior sister Lu so shy? Did you apply the ointment for my wounds yesterday? With a teasing tone, he added, Now that you've seen my body in its entirety, you must take responsibility. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qianxue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. I had my guards apply the medicine for you. Who would want to look at your bony frame? With that, Lu Qianxue sprang to her feet, stamping her foot heavily. I'm telling you, don't you dare cling to me in the future, otherwise, I shall not spare you. Seeing her flustered and adorable demeanor, Lin Bulang felt a surge of emotions. What is this? Are you planning to find another man to deal with me? Do you think I am like you, frivolously flitting from one flower to another, like a heartless cad? When Lin Bulang stepped on her tail, Lu Qianxue immediately resembled a furiously puffed-up kitten, voicing all the dissatisfaction that had been simmering within her. Oh, so this is why you hold such disdain for me. Lin Bulang precisely grasped the crux of the matter, and a more pronounced smirk of amusement spread across his face. It seems, Lu Shimi truly harbors some hidden affection for me. Chapter 95, Treating you as a brother. What secret affection? I regard you merely as my good brother. Upon realizing she had inadvertently let slip her thoughts, Lu Qianxue became flustered, stammering a defense before promptly turning away. I can't be bothered to argue with you any longer. That scoundrel deceived me out of so much money. I must go earn some now. Take care of yourself. As Lu Qianxue hurriedly retreated, Lin Bulang burst into laughter. Just moments ago, she had called him Senior Lin, and now he was merely a scoundrel. Ah, the fickleness of women. At that moment, even as Lu Qianxue reached the door, she still caught Lin Bulang's teasing remark. She paused slightly, then slowly turned her head, casting him a glare that seemed to warn, watch yourself, before striding away with an air of pride. What a tangled fate. Lin Bulang shook his head with a smile. quickly removing the bandages from his wounds and changing into a fresh set of clothes before departing from the inn. As he stepped onto the bustling market street, he soon heard a cacophony of panic and commotion. A large crowd was thronging together, seemingly bearing something aloft. Lin Bulang, intrigued, approached for a closer look. The sight he beheld sent chills racing down his spine. They were carrying a corpse, unmistakably deceased for 2 or 3 days, and its visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the Zhang Tianshi he had encountered just the day before. The lifeless Zhang Tianshi had a conspicuous sword wound in his chest, a clean thrust that had pierced his heart from behind. Rumor had it that this charlatan had once been an inner sect disciple, dabbling in esoteric arts and attempting to alter fate, which led to his downfall into the outer sect. Indeed, judging by his prowess, he must have been at least at the core formation stage, quite remarkable among inner disciples, yet he had been slain by a single sword strike. What a formidable adversary! It was evident that Zhang Tianshi was somewhat renowned in the outer sect, and the crowd was undoubtedly bringing him to Xiaqing Xian for handling. Within the entire inn, the only one qualified to address this matter was Xiaqing Xian, who also hailed from the inner sect and served as the steward. But who was the Zhang Tianshi I encountered yesterday, and what were his intentions? A chill crept down Lin Bulang's spine. The 2 inner disciples he had come into contact with, Zhang Tianshi and Xiaqing Xian, illustrated a stark truth. The waters of the Lingyang sect's inner sect were profoundly murky, far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. It was entirely possible that, despite his current standing in the outer sect, he had unwittingly become a pawn in the inner sect struggles, and pawns have but one fate, death. Even more alarming was the thought that if that individual had discerned his secret about harboring a hidden beauty and had approached him with intentions, then the entirety of his secret was surely known to the adversary. Cursed be it, Lin Bulang muttered under his breath, almost certain that only someone entrenched in the inner sect could wield such influence. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained in ignorance, as if a thorn lodged in his throat. Now was not the time for further contemplation. After casting one last glance at the crowd, Lin Bulang turned back toward the peak. By the time he reached the servant's peak, it was already noon. Upon entering, he fortuitously encountered Li Honghong, who was still on patrol. A quick inquiry revealed that Su Baiji was currently overseeing operations at the West Peak. Thus, Lin Bulang hastened towards the West Peak, eager to first inform Su Baiji of his return before retreating to contemplate his breakthrough. Crossing the cloud bridge, he spotted Su Baiji seated in a small pavilion across the way, her face etched with weariness as she stared vacantly at the bustling errand workers before her. Having been away for merely a night, she appeared notably gaunter, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of their usual sparkle. The redness around her swollen eyes and the deep circles beneath them seemed to narrate the hardships she had endured the previous night. Indeed, Lin Bulang's abduction had left her with no choice but to manipulate Qin Hongya, a servant with whom she shared years of loyalty and gratitude. This burden weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her unable to confide in Lu Qingyi and the others. Reflecting on her plight brought Lin Bulang a pang of sympathy. Approaching quietly, he gently called out, "Miss Baiji, what troubles your heart so?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, Su Baiji's body jolted, and she turned abruptly, only to find the source of her distress standing before her. In that moment, her mind exploded with disbelief, unable to discern reality from illusion. Without delay, Lin Bulang reached to his waist, retrieving a pair of delicate phoenix-shaped earrings, which he waved lightly before her. "What do you think? Do you like them?" Su Baiji, momentarily dazed, lifted her hand to touch the earrings, the tangible sensation causing goosebumps to rise on her delicate skin. Suddenly, her small hand shot up and grasped Lin Bulang's wrist with fervor. In that instant, a torrent of grievances and sorrows burst forth, accompanied by tears. Su Baiji sprang to her feet, launching herself into Lin Bulang's embrace, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you return? Why are you unharmed? Why did you not perish out there? You made me so worried." As he felt her warm, tight embrace and heard her soft sobs, Lin Bulang could only gently pat her back, murmuring, "It's all right. It was just a misunderstanding, and it has been resolved. Do not worry." The commotion soon attracted the attention of the errand workers, who turned in shock, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. "What? Captain Lin is actually embracing Miss Baiji. Good heavens. This is explosive news for the errand workers' peak. What are you all staring at? Are you not going to work?" shouted Wang, the guard, as he approached to discern the situation. Upon raising his eyes, he was met with the sight of a man and woman locked in a tight embrace within the pavilion. By the heavens, what audacity! Wang exclaimed, taken aback. In broad daylight, someone dares to engage in such impropriety. Oh, it's Captain Lin. Then it's nothing to worry about, he added with a forced chuckle, quickly turning away and fixing a stern glare upon his subordinates. What are you looking at? This matter stays buried today. If I hear a whisper of it tomorrow, you shall see my wrath. Now get back to work. With a scathing remark, the laborers felt a tumult of emotions, curiosity gnawing at them like a cat's claws. Yet they could only bow their heads and continue their toil. Meanwhile, Wang the bodyguard let out a heavy huff, tucking the whip beneath his arm, and with a sly grin, stealthily approached the pavilion. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Baiji realized her lapse in composure and hurriedly shoved Lin Bulang aside. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she snatched the phoenix-shaped earrings from his grasp, casting a glance at them. Beautiful, delightful. Away with you. With her cheeks flushed crimson, she shyly bolted away. The embarrassment of being seen in such a vulnerable state by Lin Bulang plagued her thoughts. Who knows how he might mock her in the future? This place was utterly intolerable. She might as well dig a grave and bury herself. As Su Baiji fled, Lin Bulang prepared to give chase, but was interrupted by the sudden emergence of another figure. Captain Lin, when did this happen? You quietly captured Miss Baiji. Wang the bodyguard chuckled, vaulting over the railing of the pavilion, a devilish grin on his face that any man would recognize. You rascal. Lin Bulang pointed an exasperated finger at Wang, but did not lay blame. After all, with Qin Hongye imprisoned, he was the most significant figure on the Zhejiang Peak. What was there to hide about this romance? Oh, Captain Lin, do not take offense. Such good news should be announced across the peak, so we brothers can celebrate properly. By the way, I happen to have 2 plump geese in my yard. If you don't mind, we could prepare a splendid feast. Since Lin Bulang assumed control, he had been elusive, and Wang the bodyguard had long sought an opportunity to curry favor with him. At last, he had struck gold. Geese. You truly do not say. In my 3 years here, I've seen pigs, cows, chickens, and ducks, but never a goose. The thought of a goose stew suddenly awakened his appetite. Seeing Lin Bulang's interest piqued, Wang's enthusiasm surged. Yes, boss, 1 goose is enough to feed half a person. 1 for each feast will suffice. Excellent, keep them for me. In a few days, I shall need them to treat the brothers on the peak to a fine meal. Absolutely. Wang the bodyguard rejoiced. Lin Bulang's mention of a few days naturally referred to the time needed to deal with Qin Hongye. He had no desire to celebrate prematurely. After exchanging casual banter with Wang, Lin Bulang was about to marvel at the rapid developments in the West Peak when he recalled that the Zhuyin grass was soon to be delivered for trial planting. Suddenly, it struck him. Wait, aren't there 2 snow sculptures on the cliff? It had been so long since he had checked on them. He hoped they had not perished from starvation. Chapter 96. The 2 women were deeply moved. It was quite some time ago when the 2 snow sculpture cubs were discovered, a breakthrough that had occurred over 10 days prior. Without the nurturing presence of their mother, the cubs had gone without sustenance, leaving their survival in grave uncertainty. Lin Bulang had harbored hopes of raising them into majestic mounts. After bidding farewell to the royal guard, Lin Bulang hastened towards the den of the snow sculpture cubs. Upon arrival, he found nothing but an empty nest. Not even a trace of the little ones remained at the foot of the mountain. They had vanished without a trace. What if they had been taken by the beasts lurking in the mountains? His dreams of taming these creatures were dashed. Filled with frustration, Lin Bulang made his way back up the peak, choosing a route that would lead him directly to the main summit, with plans to stop by the forge along the way. However, as he approached the forge, several sentinels discreetly emerged. What was amiss? Was Master Li engaged in some clandestine research? The presence of the sentinels was indeed telling. As expected, before Lin Bulang reached the entrance of the forge, Master Li approached him with a strained expression. Captain Lin, you have finally arrived. He lamented, as the responsibilities of the forge and the mine had fallen squarely on his shoulders. He was overwhelmed with tasks and had accumulated a plethora of matters to report to Lin Bulang, yet he had been unable to locate him. What is the matter? Lin Bulang inquired, his brow furrowed. I have already set up the furnace, and a new vein of spirit stone has been discovered in the mine. Upon hearing those words, Lin Bulang's heart skipped a beat. What? A spirit stone vein? This is no trivial matter. He had not anticipated that this peak could yield such a treasure. Is it substantial? Indeed, it is quite considerable. Perhaps the excitement had rendered them both somewhat tongue-tied, as their conversation became increasingly stammered. How large is it? About the size of a pathway. Lin Bulang gasped in astonishment. Previously, the spirit stones found within the cave were small, crystallized formations, but this new vein was different. Massive chunks of spirit stones embedded in the rock, rich in an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. I have already sealed this information. It is up to you to decide the next steps. The extraction of spirit stones cannot be undertaken lightly. Once the work begins, a significant amount of spiritual energy will be released, drawing the attention of external affairs, who would inevitably seek to monopolize it. Attempting to keep it for oneself would be a fool's errand. The only viable option is for you to discreetly absorb the entire vein using the heavenly pearl. Let us remain still for now. When I have the time, I will handle it myself. Master Li cast a curious glance at Lin Bulang. Although he did not grasp the meaning behind his words, he nodded in agreement. After accompanying Master Li on a tour of the foundry, Lin Bulang decided to leave behind the black iron sword he had acquired from Tan Yinxian. He intended to have Chon'er bring over some fine iron, and then he could commence his work. Bidding farewell to Master Li, Lin Bulang swiftly returned to his own courtyard. After all, he would soon enter seclusion, a process that could consume several days, the duration of which he could not precisely predict. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he found the two women gathered in the yard, engrossed in experimenting with new dishes. Once the master returns, I must prepare a meal for him. Fortunately, with Sister Qingyi's guidance, my culinary skills have seen remarkable improvement in recent days. Shin Chon'er exclaimed joyfully as she admired the simple plate of stir-fried greens before her. On the miscellaneous peak, the food was relatively basic, and in this world of cultivation, those above the foundation establishment stage had little need for sustenance. Consequently, the culinary civilization in this realm had developed in a rather disarrayed manner. Witnessing this scene, the gourmet spirit within Lin Bulang suddenly awakened. He realized that during his time on the miscellaneous peak, he had scarcely tasted any hot meals. His daily fare consisted merely of steamed buns and thin porridge. While enduring hardship was one thing, he could not allow his women to suffer alongside him. Today, he must take it upon himself to cook for them and showcase his culinary talents. As Lin Bulang stepped through the door, both women were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Shin Chon'er blushed and hurriedly positioned herself in front of the stove, as if to shield her little secret from Lin Bulang. What is this? Were you not planning to cook for me? Now that I am here, why the sudden shyness? Lin Bulang chuckled, reaching out to pull Shin Chon'er closer. I was merely worried that my skills might not meet your expectations, and that the dish would not be to your liking. Shin Chon'er pleaded, her voice tinged with concern. Everything you make is delicious. How could I possibly dislike it? Lin Bulang reassured her. I have not been in the courtyard much these past few days, and I appreciate your efforts in caring for Sister Qingyi. Today, the master has decided to personally cook for both of you. Ah, no. At this proclamation, Chon'er immediately protested vehemently. How can the master cook for me? It is only right that I care for Sister Qingyi. My dear, Chon'er attempted to explain, but she suddenly felt a pair of large hands wrap around her waist, gently squeezing in a rhythmic manner. Though Qingyi could not see at that moment, Chon'er's cheeks flushed crimson. Why must the master be so mischievous? We are well aware of your hard work and shall ensure you receive due rewards. Am I the type to confuse rewards with punishments? Lin Bulang feigned seriousness. Upon hearing the word reward and finding herself in Lin Bulang's embrace, Shin Chon'er's thoughts took a sudden turn. No, master. Even if there is a reward, it should first be given to Sister Qingyi. I can serve on the side. With a soft chuckle, both Lin Bulang and Lu Qingyi could not help but smile. After all, it had been several days since Lin Bulang had been home, and it was no wonder that Chon'er found it difficult to restrain herself, her thoughts straying, and her legs growing weak beneath her. Although she verbally protested, her body remained firmly attached to Lin Bulang, as if reluctant to part ways. All right, Chon'er, take a look at this, Lin Bulang said, unveiling the pomegranate flower bracelet he had purchased for her at the market. Gently lifting her delicate hand, he adorned her wrist with the exquisite piece. Wow, how beautiful! Chon'er, with her innocent and youthful demeanor, was immediately captivated by the bracelet. Her sparkling eyes fixated upon it as she delicately played with it, utterly enchanted. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she reached out to remove the bracelet. "No, this bracelet is meant for Sister Qingyi," she insisted. As a mere maid, she felt unworthy of such a precious ornament. Despite her longing and affection shining through her eyes, she resolutely decided to take it off. She was already overwhelmed with gratitude for the kind gesture from her master. "Whatever is given to you by your master, you should graciously accept," said Lu Qingyi, her heart generous and understanding. With a slight motion of her hand, she halted Chon'er. After spending these past few days together, her recognition of Shun Chon'er was evident. She no longer viewed her simply as a maid, but as a true sister. At that moment, Shun Chon'er felt overwhelmed, nearly brought to tears. "How could I ever forget you, Sister Qingyi?" Lin Bulang affectionately teased her by gently brushing his finger against her delicate nose, then produced the hairpin he had bought for Lu Qingyi. What an elegant hairpin, perfectly suited for a refined lady like Sister Qingyi. As for my mischievous nature, I fear I would not do it justice. Quickly, hand it over. I shall adorn Sister Qingyi with it." Upon seeing the gift for Lu Qingyi, Shun Chon'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. She no longer felt the need to be polite with Lin Bulang and eagerly snatched the hairpin, racing to present it to Lu Qingyi herself. Lu Qingyi beamed with delight, listening to Shun Chon'er's exuberant praises as she danced around her. Her heart was undeniably touched. As she gently touched the hairpin with her slender fingers, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. From the moment she entered the Servant's Peak until the day she lost her sister, she had never imagined she would experience such a life. In a place as harsh as the Servant's Peak, an ordinary piece of jewelry symbolized not just a life of comfort, but also a glimmer of hope for a woman who cherished beauty, allowing her to realize that under Lin Bulang's protection, she could live as any ordinary person would. "What are you crying for?" Lin Bulang playfully chided, then tenderly wiped the tears from Lu Qingyi's eyes. "There are still many good days ahead. Now, Chon'er, bring out everything edible from the house. Today, your master will cook personally, so you may savor what true delicacies are." Chapter 97. The Mastery of the Mountain-Crushing Fist during Lin Bulang's absence from the courtyard. The two women dined rather simply. Chon'er brought forth all the ingredients, which included some vegetables, a small piece of dried meat, and a few eggs. Do not underestimate the value of these eggs. At the Servant's Peak, a single egg commands the hefty price of 3 servant coins, a cost that is simply unattainable for most servant disciples. Moreover, essentials like oil and salt are even more precious, causing Lin Bulang considerable concern. Ultimately, he crafted a menu, instructing Chon'er to spare no expense in procuring the necessary items, emphasizing that nutrition should never be compromised in the future. This time, Lin Bulang prepared a simple yet nourishing dish of vegetable meat porridge, complemented by a stir-fried egg. Such modest fare, surprisingly, delighted the two women, who praised it lavishly, exclaiming about how delicious it was. They were astonished to discover the adults' culinary skills, as they had been accustomed to the frugal offerings of Chon'er. Lin Bulang's ability to enjoy such simple meals made them feel a sense of admiration and bashfulness towards him. As they conversed, Chon'er poured some into a small jug, intending to bring it to Su Baiji later. During Lin Bulang's absence, it had been Su Baiji who took care of them, and although she would not admit it, the two women had come to regard her as a sister in their hearts. After lunch, Lin Bulang proceeded directly to the practice room atop the peak. With the remaining golden water spiritual energy within him, breaking through to the 6th stage of Qi cultivation that evening posed no difficulty. The subsequent process of refining the spiritual energy would require a significant amount of time. Thus, it was prudent to consider ways to enhance his combat prowess in the meantime. Indeed, he contemplated the 3 manuals contained within his ring: the mountain-crushing fist, the 3-yang body refinement technique, and the Qingyang sword. Although Lin Bulang had not formally trained in the standard techniques of the Lingyang sect, he had employed them frequently and was now quite familiar with them, allowing him to set them aside for the moment. The following morning, after successfully completing his breakthrough, Lin Bulang noted that a slight amount of golden water spiritual energy remained. He promptly ventured outside to engage in training. With his current proficiency in swordsmanship, possessing both the 8-part sword and the swimming dragon sword, there was no urgency to learn the Qingyang sword. Consequently, he retrieved the mountain-crushing fist from his storage ring and opened the manual. As he began to delve into the techniques, he noticed a prominent warning inscribed on the title page. Though this fist technique boasts tremendous power, its practice may inflict harm upon the body. To ensure safety, Practitioners must prepare an ample supply of healing ointments or body refinement techniques. Be cautious of pursuing rapid mastery. Could this be the reason for the inclusion of the three-yang body refinement technique? Lin Bulang quickly extracted the three-yang body refinement technique, recognizing that body refinement methods were rather common. After all, the path of body refinement is endless, and various techniques flourish. The most prevalent methods fall into two categories. The first involves natural labor to strengthen the body, which, while effective, is painfully slow. However, for the servant disciples of the celestial sect, there is often no other choice but to endure this. The second method, utilizing spiritual energy for rapid enhancement, has its own evident drawbacks. Spiritual energy is an exceedingly precious resource, and while its use is swift and effective, the average person finds it quite unattainable. What remains are the various unconventional methods of body tempering, developed by predecessors who have amalgamated these two elements. The three-yang body tempering method employs substances imbued with potent yang energy to assist in the tempering process, which is divided into three distinct stages: initial yang, fiery yang, and medicinal yang. The initial yang stage necessitates the absorption of the sun's essence at midday, harmonized with incantations and spiritual energy for effective tempering. Once the efficacy of this stage diminishes, one may proceed to the next phase. The fiery yang stage requires the mobilization of the internal fire spiritual roots energy, also synchronized with incantations for body tempering, allowing for advancement upon the waning of its effects. The medicinal yang stage involves the preparation of numerous yang herbs, which are concocted into a medicinal solution for immersion in the tempering process. When the effect of one herb diminishes, another may be introduced. Through extensive experimentation, there exists a plethora of options, with hundreds of yang herbs ranging from the commonplace to the rare. After a swift glance, Lin Bulang exclaimed in admiration. The crashing mountain fist, when practiced to the point of injury, would undoubtedly yield exponential benefits when combined with body tempering. Surely, the effects would be immediate and profound. Lin Bulang first committed the incantation for the initial yang tempering to memory, then retrieved the crashing mountain fist and began to practice in the courtyard. With each strike, Lin Bulang felt his muscles begin to ache, as every punch required a tautness in the muscles, infused with spiritual energy, exerting maximum force. Such empty strikes, with nowhere for the energy to be released, would simultaneously saturate and damage the muscles, akin to self-harm. Yet, without the tempering process, Lin Bulang could not ascertain the precise outcome, and thus he gritted his teeth to endure. Before long, an hour had passed, and Lin Bulang was drenched in sweat. His arms akin to those freshly emerged from scorching water, engorged and crimson, painful to lift. However, midday was still far off. Lin Bulang resorted to the celestial pearl, drawing upon its spiritual energy to tend to his arms briefly before resuming practice. By the time midday arrived, Lin Bulang had cycled through this regimen 3 times, puddles of sweat accumulating beneath him. Su Baiji had glanced in earlier, observing Lin Bulang's dedication to his training without interruption, leaving some water and food before hastening away. Lin Bulang hastily consumed a morsel, noting the sun's ascent, and promptly sat cross-legged, commencing the initial yang tempering incantation. As the incantation commenced, Lin Bulang felt the sunlight above magnify exponentially, the searing rays bathing his skin as if scorched by red-hot coals. The pain in his already injured arms intensified, each muscle resembling a pot of boiling broth, simmering mercilessly. Enduring such agony, Lin Bulang gritted his teeth, uncertain how much time passed before the torment began to wane. Slowly, he opened his eyes, puzzled. Could it be that this was it? Glancing down, he was indeed astonished to find his arms had returned to a normal state. Albeit slightly more robust than before, the muscle definition markedly enhanced. Lin Bulang attempted to unleash a punch, only to feel a slight pressure in his arms. The previous sensation of soreness had diminished to less than 1/10 of its former intensity. Such a remarkable effect. According to the principles of the crumbling mountain fist, if one's arms can endure 5 times the pressure, mastery is achieved. During his initial practice, Lin Bulang exerted himself fully, which equated to merely 1-fold pressure. What if he were to increase the pressure directly? In an instant, he infused his aura to double its strength. Before even moving his arms, he began to sense a slight ache. Another punch was thrown. A sharp burning pain surged forth. prompting Lin Bulang to grimace and quickly recite the Yin-Yang Body refinement mantra. His body warmed slightly, yet the discomfort dissipated. Remarkably, he had only practiced once, and he had already surpassed the Yin-Yang Body refinement stage. Now he could only proceed to the Yin-Yang Body refinement, but it required the aura of a fire spiritual root, which he had yet to cultivate. What to do? Lin Bulang furrowed his brow, pondering if he could substitute the fire spiritual root aura with the innate yang fire within him. If substitution was indeed possible, the effect of yang fire would surely surpass that of the fire spiritual root aura. He endeavored to draw forth a small amount of yang fire. Just as he chanted the Yin-Yang Body refinement mantra, he felt a sudden surge of heat within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. The good news was that the yang fire could indeed serve as a substitute. The bad news: it was overwhelmingly potent. The intense heat of the yang fire surged from Lin Bulang's body, swiftly enveloping him. The beads of sweat on his skin and the moisture beneath his feet began to transform into vapor under the extreme temperature. Lin Bulang hastily ceased his incantation. In mere seconds, his skin flushed crimson, and his mind felt as though it were swelling. His body was clearly unable to withstand the heat. If he wished to utilize the yang fire for body refinement, he must find a way to cool himself down. Otherwise, he would perish before completing the process. Turning around, Lin Bulang suddenly recalled the large pool in the garden behind him. Immersing himself in it should prove beneficial. In the next moment, he leaped into action, soaring towards the pool, and with a splash, he plunged into the water, startling the fish within into a frenzy. No worries, swim away. Soon you shall become a delectable lotus root fish soup. Rapidly, he recited the mantra, and the water around him began to bubble vigorously. Within a few minutes, the entire pool resembled a boiling cauldron, steam rising in a frenzy. While Lin Bulang practiced, the fish suffered. They had never imagined such a day would come, where a living embodiment of death would descend upon them, turning their leisurely swim into a sudden demise. After a quarter of an hour, half of the water in the pool had evaporated, and Lin Bulang's body had reached its limit. He finally ceased the incantation and leaped from the pool. His damp clothes were instantly dried by the residual heat of his body, and upon raising his hand to inspect, he gasped in astonishment. Incredible! How magnificent! Under his sweeping gaze, the muscular contours from his fingertips to his shoulders became remarkably fluid, his physique having transformed into a robust form, far more formidable than before. Should he shed his garments, one would behold a body that could only be described as the epitome of perfection, where strength and artistry harmoniously intertwined. How potent was this newfound power! Lin Bulang summoned his spiritual energy, beginning to infuse it into his arms. One-fold, two-fold, three-fold, effortlessly, four-fold, five-fold. Astonishingly, he achieved it in one fell swoop. The crumbling mountain fist, was it perfected? Lin Bulang suppressed his inner ecstasy and aimed a sudden punch at the heavens. This time, he did not restrain his strength, nor did he limit his spiritual energy. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. An invisible, colossal force was unleashed, shattering the clouds 100 meters away, creating an elliptical void. Striking the clouds from afar, penetrating 100 meters with sheer force, this was indeed. Lin Bulang quickly recalled the phrases within the crumbling mountain fist. Striking the clouds from afar, penetrating 100 meters. This signified the mastery of the crumbling mountain fist. With this punch, one could be invincible beneath the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 98. The discovery of the purple gold box. Could it be that after merely practicing for a morning, I have already mastered the crumbling mountain fist? Lin Bulang stared incredulously at his clenched fists. The enhancement from the body tempering technique made a remarkable difference. After a brief moment of elation, he returned to retrieve his earlier black iron sword, informed Su Baiji, and then departed the peak without delay. Though Lu Qianxue would not be visiting the Servants' Peak in the near future, the matter concerning Qin Hongye required prompt resolution. With the crumbling mountain fist now fully mastered, Lin Bulang felt confident that no outer disciples below the foundation establishment stage could pose a threat to him. Thus, it was indeed the perfect time to seek out the purple gold box. According to the words of the impostor who had masqueraded as Zhang Tianshi, the purple gold box was buried over 100 miles away, beneath the second gate of the Lingyang sect. With Lin Bulang's current level of body tempering, he could easily cover 30 to 40 kilometers in an hour, allowing him to arrive before sunset. However, The Lin sect was situated amidst a mountainous terrain, making the landscape quite intricate. As Lin Bulang traversed the mountains, the exertion proved to be quite taxing, and by the time the sun began to set, he finally caught sight of the second gate of the Lin sect from a distance. Earlier, Lin Bulang had used yang fire for body tempering, which left him somewhat drained. Throughout his journey, his stomach had been quite tumultuous, but with the exertion, the yang fire within him gradually replenished. Once he retrieved the purple gold box, if he could find a pool of water, he would be able to temper his body once more, making his return considerably easier. As he approached the second gate, Lin Bulang climbed a large tree to survey the area. Soon, he spotted an old locust tree that appeared to be half dead. It seemed that the purple gold box lay just beneath it. Lin Bulang deftly descended and stealthily approached, quickly digging around until he felt a hard object. However, as darkness enveloped the landscape, visibility dwindled to nothing, compelling him to carefully extricate the item and hold it close for examination. Indeed, it was a small, square box. He tucked it under his arm and, guided by the moonlight, sought out a cave. Within the confines of the Lin sect, numerous bandits lurked, and even at night, patrolling disciples wandered the grounds. If he were to ignite a fire atop the mountain and be discovered, trouble would surely ensue. After considerable effort, Lin Bulang finally located a narrow cave, burrowing inside and gathering some firewood. A single spark from the yang fire ignited the wood, casting light within the cave. With the flickering flames illuminating his surroundings, Lin Bulang carefully laid the small box on the ground to inspect it. The box was roughly the size of 3 palms, wrapped in a coarse cloth caked with mud. Upon opening it, he revealed a wooden box inlaid with gold patterns made of rosewood. Exquisitely crafted, a treasure of significant worth in the mortal realm. If this box belonged to Qin Hongya, it suggested she hailed from a prosperous family prior to entering the sect. As he gently opened the box, a pungent odor wafted forth. The first items to catch his eye were a blood-soaked garment, now dried and a deep purple black, a broken hairpin, and various other charred remnants. Although the situation remained unclear, Lin Bulang could already sense an overwhelming aura of deep-seated enmity. He rummaged further and unearthed a family genealogy at the very bottom of the box. Within the genealogy, the current generation comprises approximately 20 to 30 individuals. Yet each name has been ominously struck through with blood. As Lin Bulang continued to peruse, only one name remained, Qin Hongya. Could it be that the entire clan has been exterminated? A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Bulang's mind as he rummaged through a small box, soon discovering a jade waist token. The front of the token bore a prominently inscribed character, Ling, while the reverse side displayed the words Guanji. This was the identification token of an outer disciple of the Lin sect. Typically, such tokens are not worn casually. They are only secured at the waist when embarking on a journey. Qin Hongya possessed a similar token, with her name Hongya inscribed on the back. The tokens vary in material. Those belonging to itinerant merchants are crafted from bronze, while the tokens of the peak masters of the Servantess Peak are made of wood, and the patrol camp tokens are of iron. Only the outer affairs hall tokens are fashioned from jade. This implies that the demise of Qin Hongya's family is intricately linked to this outer disciple known as Guanji. As this realization dawned upon him, a multitude of thoughts coalesced in Lin Bulang's mind. Although Qin Hongya was the master of the Servant's Peak, her management of the peak was minimal, as she typically devoted herself to diligent cultivation. In contrast, other outer disciples who chose to become peak masters often did so due to inadequate talent, seeking a tranquil retirement or a life of indulgence. It seems that Qin Hongya's motivations were for the sake of this marginal position. She buried this small box and concealed herself within the Servant's Peak to evade detection, all in pursuit of vengeance. Could it be that the false Zhang Tianshi directed him here to convey that by eliminating this individual, he could fulfill the desires harbored in Qin Hongya's heart and thereby win her over? Yet, the outer affairs hall has branches scattered throughout the Lin sect. And with so many outer disciples, locating this Guanji would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, far from an easy endeavor. Lin Bulang clutched the token, caressing it momentarily in his palm before tucking it into his belt and swiftly securing the small box. After years of Qin Hongya's concealment in the Lin sect, why not simply return and inquire directly? Extinguishing the campfire with a few steps, Lin Bulang exited the cave. Gazing toward the Servant's Peak, preparing to seek out a mountain spring for further body tempering. However, after taking only a few steps, he noticed a flickering light in the distance. Someone was approaching with a lantern. This area was not far from the second gate of the Yin-Yang sect, a focal point for patrols by the camp, making nocturnal visits not unusual. Yet, the approaching group included two outer disciples engaged in animated conversation, and the content of their discussion instantly piqued Lin Bulang's interest. Congratulations, Brother Guanji, on successfully establishing your foundation. We have come to greet you upon your emergence. Lord Captain Yi has prepared a grand banquet at his residence, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Much gratitude to Brother Feng Qi for your diligent watch during my 15 days of seclusion in this blessed ground. I am truly appreciative. Brother Guanji, you overestimate my words. The bond of camaraderie we share is as steadfast as the heavens and the earth. Such trivial matters hardly warrant mention. Moreover, you, Brother Guanji, are the foremost among us, the sole prodigy who has successfully laid a solid foundation. We, your fellow disciples, hold you in great reverence and can hardly speak of toil. The two exchanged mutual compliments, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. Lin Bulang nestled himself on a hill beside the mountain path, lost in thought. Could it be that He Guanji is indeed the enemy of Qin Hongya? What a coincidence! Did I truly unearth the purple golden box only to encounter him? Or is it possible that this entire scenario was orchestrated by that false Zhang Tianshi? After all, from their earlier conversation, it was evident that He Guanji had recently been in seclusion in a nearby blessed land. The probability of my discovering the purple golden box at this juncture is indeed quite high. If this is the case, who exactly is this false Zhang Tianshi? Lin Bulang felt an increasing sense of trepidation, and before he could find a place to hide, a loud shout rang out from the path below. Who dares to conceal themselves here? Come forth at once. In an instant, a dozen or so guards, lanterns in hand, swiftly surrounded the area, illuminating it entirely. Among the group, He Guanji and Li Fengqi, hands resting on their swords at their waists, approached with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 99. A fist that shakes the foundation. Lin Bulang slowly rose to his feet, arms outstretched in a gesture of peace, and then spoke loudly. I merely passed through this area, in search of a secluded mountain pool to practice my body tempering techniques. Might you two esteemed brothers know of such a blessed location nearby? He Guanji and Li Fengqi exchanged glances, then scrutinized Lin Bulang with newfound interest, immediately relaxing their stance. The black iron sword at Lin Bulang's waist, and the jade token he bore indicated he was indeed a disciple of their sect. Oh, so you are also a brother from the Outer Affairs Hall. However, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. Have you come from elsewhere? He Guanji smiled and waved for Lin Bulang to come closer. I have traveled over 100 miles, and now with nightfall, I am uncertain of my whereabouts. I serve under Elder Dong. Which establishment do you serve, esteemed brother? Lin Bulang, aware only of Elder Dong from the Outer Affairs Hall, began to fabricate a tale. Elder Dong? Oh, I see. So you hail from the Dingwu district, while we are already in the Dingyu district. He Guanji's expression shifted to one of understanding. 100 miles away, Elder Dong. This made everything clear. After all, the outer sect elders were notable figures, and the disciples from nearby Outer Affairs Halls were generally well informed. Have I truly reached the Dingyu district? Lin Bulang feigned astonishment, slapping his forehead, his foolish demeanor eliciting hearty laughter from He Guanji and Li Fengqi. This brother must be so engrossed in his practice that he has become oblivious. I reckon you have already reached the 6th stage of qi cultivation. It is time to prepare for foundation establishment. Do not wait until the moment is upon you, only to realize too late and regret it, Li Fengqi remarked, patting Lin Bulang on the shoulder, then boasting, our brother Hua is a natural genius in foundation establishment. We, on the other hand, lack such fortunate opportunities and can only hastily establish our foundations. Indeed, a true genius in foundation establishment. Lin Bulang felt a surge of respect. Despite his ignorance of their terminology, it was evident that both individuals had reached the foundation establishment realm, and he knew he must refrain from any conflict with them. Given their overwhelming strength, and having encountered He Guanji, who had successfully established his foundation, the two did not delve further into Lin Bulang's identity, but instead generously extended an invitation. On such a joyous occasion, esteemed brother, why not join us for a banquet instead of searching for a place to cultivate? This Lin Bulang's expression turned troubled. Were they truly unaware of the implications? They were heading to a patrol camp for a banquet, and if he were to accompany them, his identity would surely be exposed, leaving him with no means of escape. Perhaps I should forego the banquet. I ventured out today to seek a breakthrough opportunity while tempering my body. However, encountering such a joyous event with Brother Hua, I regret that I came unprepared and have no gifts to present. Lin Bulang feigned a foolishly apologetic smile, quickly raising his hand to reveal his storage ring. He then produced a chi-gathering pill he had previously purchased at the market. This humble chi-gathering pill shall serve as a small gift for you, esteemed brother. Though I cannot join the banquet to share in your joy, I hope you will not take offense. In an instant, a flicker of unusual color flashed in the eyes of both Hua Guanji and Li Fengqi. The gathering chi pill, priced at 5,000 outer sect disciple coins per vial, was deemed a mere trifle. As for the storage ring, its value was beyond comprehension. Such precious items were so readily displayed to outsiders. Was this individual truly naive? Hua Guanji cleared his throat, genuinely inclined to decline, yet his hand remained stubbornly extended. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask how many years this esteemed senior has been in the sect?" "It has been around 5 or 6 years," he replied. 5, 6. Li Fengqi nearly choked. Ordinarily, an outer sect disciple would barely grasp the threshold of chi cultivation after 5 or 6 years. Yet to reach the 6th stage of chi cultivation like him would require either immense fortune or assistance from others. "May I ask, is your esteemed senior's family also part of our sect?" Lin Bulang immediately shook his head vigorously. No. I am merely a humble farmer from the foot of the mountain. My parents have long since passed. Had it not been for the sect's benevolence, I would surely have perished from hunger outside. "Ah, I see." Hua Guanji and Li Fengqi nodded in unison. "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall continue my search for the small pool in the mountains," Lin Bulang said as he pressed the gathering chi pill into Hua Guanji's hand and sighed. "Alas, in this unfamiliar place, I have no idea how long it will take to find it. If only someone could guide me." Hua Guanji suddenly awoke to the situation and raised his hand. "Esteemed senior, please do not hurry to leave. I am quite familiar with this area. It's just a small pool, and I can take you there." Hua Guanji chuckled and quickly trotted to catch up. Behind him, Li Fengqi's face twitched. Even a fool could see that Hua Guanji had murderous intent, and he was doing so right in front of a member of the patrol camp. "Li, please wait here for me. I will escort this esteemed senior to the distant small pool and return. At that time, I will share half of this gathering chi pill with you." Those words immediately soothed Li Fengqi, who stood rooted in place. Sensing that the bait had been taken, Lin Bulang smirked internally. His words had been so overt, yet they had gone completely unnoticed. When one truly succumbs to greed, they are indeed blinded. Hua Guanji led Lin Bulang deeper into the mountains, and soon they heard the faint sound of a waterfall. This place was seldom visited by people. Killing him and disposing of the body in the pool where fish would consume it would effectively erase all traces. As Hua Guanji contemplated, he smiled and gestured toward the front. "Esteemed senior, the small pool is just ahead. Unfortunately, you have arrived at an inopportune time. Had it been morning or evening, you might have encountered some fairies here washing themselves." "Ha!" Hua Guanji lightly leaped forward, taking it upon himself to guide Lin Bulang. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, he pretended to relish the moment, squatting down to splash some of the icy water onto his face. "Esteemed senior, come and see. Do you find this small pool to your liking?" Observing his affected demeanor, one might surmise that he had already concocted countless schemes for his own demise. Lin Bulang could not help but smirk coldly, yet still rushed forward. The waters of this pool were indeed refreshing, making it an excellent place for body tempering. "Thank you, senior brother." As Lin Bulang crouched down and reached to touch the water, he suddenly heard a chilling change in the tone behind him. "As long as you are pleased, senior brother, I see the feng shui here is quite favorable. You may rest here eternally, which would not be in vain for a remarkable affair in the human realm. Would it?" In an instant, Hua Guanji drew forth his black iron sword from his waist and lunged towards Lin Bulang's heart with lethal intent. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he noticed Lin Bulang had already turned his head, a similarly chilling smile gracing his face. The vacant expression was replaced with ferocity. At the moment he struck, Lin Bulang's fist, charged with power, hurtled straight towards Hua Guanji's chest. Recently having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Hua Guangji's strength was still unstable, yet he believed dispatching a fool at the 6th level of Qi training would pose little challenge. What he did not anticipate was that this fool was likewise intent on his own murder. You! Hua Guangji exclaimed in shock. The power behind that fist was terrifying. He recognized at once that it was the popular mountain-crushing fist from the outer sect. Coupled with Lin Bulang's earlier declaration of tempering his body, Hua Guangji felt a surge of trepidation. This brat had likely perfected the mountain-crushing fist to its utmost. With such a blow, even his foundation establishment body would struggle to endure. Chapter 100. Qin Hongye's awakening. With a resounding thud, Hua Guangji immediately sheathed his sword. Should he stubbornly thrust it forward, it would result in a mutually injurious confrontation. This young man was evidently prepared. For him, that strike was unlikely to be fatal. However, should he absorb that punch, it would surely leave him severely incapacitated. With a thunderous crash, Hua Guangji was sent flying by a single punch, soaring several meters in an instant. At that moment, it felt as though a massive truck had collided with his chest. He had fractured 7 or 8 ribs, and a surge of hot blood rushed up his throat. This was still the result of having summoned his spiritual energy to protect his body after retracting his sword. Had he not reacted swiftly, that blow could have rendered him paralyzed. No, he must flee. Hua Guangji quickly gathered his remaining spiritual energy to heal his wounds. Having just emerged from seclusion, his reserves were low. Engaging in a prolonged struggle was not the wisest choice. Seeking refuge with Li Fengqi was the only viable path. Lin Bulang understood as well that his earlier punch had been a result of a close-range ambush, exploiting Hua Guangji's lack of vigilance to inflict harm. To injure him again would require the use of the Tianju. With a swift leap, Lin Bulang launched the Tianju, sending it hurtling through the air like a released arrow, aimed directly at Hua Guangji's back. Just as Hua Guangji turned to flee, he sensed a terrifying force rapidly approaching him from behind. In a panic, he twisted his head, channeling all his strength, and shouted as he swung his sword in response. A sharp crack echoed as the Tianju, which had been soaring towards him, was unexpectedly deflected back several meters by Hua Guangji's full-throttle strike. Lin Bulang was taken aback. Since acquiring the Tianju, it had been invincible, and this was the first time it had been repelled. Truly, the advantage of being in the foundation establishment stage proved effective. Yet, before the Tianju was launched, it had already been infused with Jin Shui's spiritual energy, so being pushed back was merely a delay and held no significant consequence. However, Hua Guangji was in dire straits. That last strike had nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy, and with his severe injuries, his footing became unsteady. In the dark of night, the mountain path was treacherous. One misstep sent him tumbling into the void. Who would have thought that a disciple who had reached the foundation establishment stage, overcoming the greatest challenges of early cultivation, would find himself in such a wretched predicament? Regret surged within Hua Guangji's heart. With a swift motion, the Tianju turned in midair, once again locking onto its target and charging forward. As the fallen Hua Guangji regained his balance, he saw the Tianju approaching once more and could not help but roar in fury. Damn it! I have no enmity with you. Why must you attack me with such malice? Begone! With the last remnants of his spiritual energy, Hua Guangji wielded his long sword against the Tianju. Yet this time, he was no match for it. The sword was instantly shattered by the force of the Tianju, and a shard of the blade pierced his neck, causing blood to spurt forth in torrents. He rolled back in agony, immediately clutching his neck, his eyes wide with fury, as he attempted to utter a furious curse. I bear you no grudge. Are you not also intent on my demise? At that moment, Lin Bulang caught up, smiling as he summoned back the celestial pearl. You, who clearly harbored murderous intent towards me, for no reason at all. Why? Hua Guangji's face contorted in pain, his eyes brimming with regret and rage. Yet it was too late. A cultivator of the foundational realm would inevitably receive significant attention from the outer sect, especially given Hua Guangji's youth. He could easily have aspired to become a revered figure in the outer affairs hall, or with a stroke of luck, be promoted to the inner sect, wielding authority over a local outer affairs hall. Such a promising path in cultivation was now irrevocably severed. I have no enmity with you, but that does not imply others share the same sentiment. Lin Bulang reached for the jade token at his waist, producing it and flashing it before Hua Guangji. The glaring inscription of Guangji was blinding. In that instant, Hua Guangji was rendered speechless. It was precisely because of this token that he had mistakenly believed Lin Bulang to be a disciple of the Outer Affairs Hall. Little did he know this was the very reason behind the murderous intent. If only he had been a touch more cautious, if he had thoroughly verified the identity. Until his last breath, Huoguanji remained oblivious to his own faults. Recalling the night of the great fire and slaughter, he only felt he had been too careless. Filled with regret, but not remorse. As Huoguanji breathed his last, Lin Bulang swiftly severed his head with a gentle stroke of his sword and confiscated the token. After rummaging through Huoguanji's belongings, he discovered 5 or 6 small pouches containing several seemingly precious herbs. These items appeared to be intricately related to Huoguanji's so-called foundational cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bulang tucked them into a small purple-gold box to carry with him. Glancing at the distant pond, and then towards Li Fengqi's direction, Lin Bulang understood he could not linger by the pond any longer. He promptly bound Huoguanji with stones and sank him to the bottom of the pond. It was likely that Huoguanji had intended to treat him in this very manner, employing his own tactics against him, a fitting return of fate. Having completed these tasks, Lin Bulang departed the scene. Li Fengqi would take some time to discover Huoguanji's disappearance and to investigate further. It would also take time to reach the location of his own patron, but they would likely assume he was merely an outer sect disciple or at least a rogue cultivator in the mountains. As the investigation progressed, it would become increasingly difficult to yield results. If all else failed, this matter would undoubtedly attract the attention of the patrol camp on his side. With the vice captain covering for him, Lin Bulang felt little concern. Upon returning, after addressing the crucial matter of Qin Hongya, the foremost task would be to forge a new identity and re-enter the sect. Before this, no matter how much one accomplished, it would all be rendered moot in due time. Lin Bulang hurried through the starry night and soon discovered another small pond nestled in the depths of the mountains. He entered it directly to cultivate for an entire night, only rising when the sun began its slow ascent the following day and the pond's water reached its limit. By the time he arrived at the servant's peak, it was nearly noon. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted Su Baiji emerging from the side room, carrying a basin of fragrant ash. Clearly, she had just finished burning the soul incense. What day was it? The 5th day, and in 2 days. You can be utterly at ease, Su Baiji replied, her gaze lingering on the inside of the room, revealing a hint of reluctance. After all, the bond forged over years between master and servant remained. Yet, despite her reluctance, Su Baiji's resolve was unshakable. Ever since the patrol officers had come knocking, and Qin Hongya had desperately tried to make a sound from within the room, the moment Su Baiji intervened, she had made an irreversible decision. She had fully aligned herself with Lin Bulang. You may go about your business. I will handle the rest. Su Baiji glanced at Lin Bulang, who held a small box in his arms and a round, blood-soaked bag in his hand, and let out a gentle sigh. Be gentle with her. Do not frighten her. She might think you are delivering some sort of death threat. In 2 days, the soul incense will take full effect. There is no need for that. Rest assured, I am not here to intimidate her. Lin Bulang replied with a faint smile. On the contrary, I have good news to share with her. Good news? Su Baiji looked perplexed. It's nothing. Let her explain it to you herself. With that, Lin Bulang pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside on the bed, Qin Hongya lay disheveled, her hair in disarray and her spirit waning. She had always prided herself on her appearance, yet now, in this state of despair, it was clear she had completely given up. Indeed, the soul incense had been burning for 5 days. In just 2 more days, she would become a soulless husk devoid of emotion. The hatred she had once vowed to never forget, now suppressed in her heart, would dissipate like a wisp of smoke. Lost to the ether, she had failed to seize her last chance for resistance, with only a void remaining in the days to come. Hearing the door creak, Qin Hongya struggled to open her eyes and caught sight of the visitor, a jolt of shock coursing through her. It was Lin Bulang. She sat up abruptly, entirely oblivious to the disarray of her clothing, which had slipped down to reveal much of her delicate figure and fair skin. Having been taken by Lin Bulang on several occasions, destined to become his plaything, she had little concern for such matters at this moment. You have come. Qin Hongya parted her parched lips. Her mind felt numb, yet a strong desire to submit began to take root within her. The soul incense was gradually eroding her consciousness, and the moments of clarity she experienced each day grew ever shorter. She was acutely aware that once her consciousness succumbed entirely to slumber, it would be too late. The mental torment she had endured in recent days led her to a profound realization. Her vendetta could not be left unavenged. She must not lose her sense of self. She resolutely refused to be dominated by the soul incense. Though she would temporarily endure the control of Lin Bulang, regardless of the humiliation or sorrow it brought her. The prospect of avenging her grievances made death a far more desirable option. With this clarity, Qin Hongya's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Thus, she slowly parted her lips. I wish. Chapter 101. The fairy falls to mortal realm. What is it that you desire? As Lin Bulang contemplated producing his outer sect disciple's token, he was taken aback when Qin Hongya spoke first. He leaned casually against the wall and replied with a calm demeanor, I wish to survive. Qin Hongya's voice quivered, as if she were desperately suppressing a torrent of emotions. Her fragile tone bore the weight of humiliation, anguish, and an internal struggle. I have no intention of killing you. Lin Bulang chuckled lightly. If I were to become a mere shell of a person, what difference would it make to being dead? Please, Qin Hongya implored softly. Her delicate arms resting against the window, her gaze lowered in a submissive posture toward Lin Bulang. I will obey you in everything from now on. Is that agreeable? Obey me in everything. Lin Bulang smiled with a hint of amusement and extended his finger, gently commanding, remove your garments. At his words, Qin Hongya's body quivered slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, she slowly rose. Her attire was already disheveled. With a mere tug, her robes slid from her shoulders, revealing the smooth skin beneath. Gradually, she closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to whatever fate awaited her, choosing compliance over resistance. A proud woman such as herself, reduced to this state in just 5 days, left one to ponder the psychological turmoil she must have endured. Open your eyes, Lin Bulang commanded flatly. With a look of bewilderment, Qin Hongya obediently complied, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of spirit. Before her, Lin Bulang reached for his waist and produced a jade token. Tossing it toward her, it landed with a soft thud in her embrace, revealing 2 glaring characters on its reverse side. Instantly, a thunderous shockwave reverberated through her mind, leaving her soul shaken. Then, Lin Bulang retrieved a small purple gold box, placing it gently on the table. Qin Hongya's gaze froze, her body trembling slightly. Her expression a tumultuous blend of pain and struggle, yet her eyes were inexorably drawn to the box. These seemingly inconspicuous items pierced her very soul, ensnaring her with an intensity that rendered her mind blank and her ears ringing. How did he find this? As Qin Hongya grappled with her overwhelming astonishment, Lin Bulang reached to his waist once more, producing yet another jade token. This time, he merely held it aloft, swaying it before her. This token, too, bore the same glaring characters on its back. 2 tokens? Qin Hongya was momentarily taken aback, her gaze vacant as she glanced down at the one in her grasp. The one Lin Bulang had tossed to her earlier had emerged from the purple gold box and had naturally aged over the years. In contrast, the one in Lin Bulang's hand appeared pristine and new. Suddenly, a frenzied thought surged through Qin Hongya's mind. Impossible. This cannot be. 6 months ago, I learned that he was on the verge of foundational strength. Now, half a year has passed, and he must have reached the foundational stage. Qin Hongya lowered her head, murmuring as if entranced. Even if you could defeat me with your precious artifact, it would still be an insurmountable challenge to slay someone at the foundational stage. So what if he has truly achieved foundational mastery? Lin Bulang turned around and retrieved a round object from the doorway, kicking it towards the bed beneath which Qin Hongya lay. Dried blood splattered across the room in an instant. Qin Hongya recognized at once that the wrapping around the spherical object was the very fabric she had used to encase the purple gold box. Even if she found it hard to believe, there was only one possibility. With a thud, Lin Bulang's kick sent the severed head rolling, and as it came to rest, a familiar yet loathed face appeared before Qin Hongya's eyes. This scene would be etched in her memory forever. It was him, it was him, it was him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qin Hongya's mouth, as if she wished to laugh. But that expression of ecstatic joy flickered for barely a second before crumbling into despair. For Lin Bulang had shattered her long-held beliefs. Confusion, anguish, and a sense of helplessness surged within her, leaving her rooted to the spot. She stared blankly at the head on the ground, and then cast a dazed glance at Lin Bulang. Suddenly, the suppressed hatred, pain, and grievances of over a decade erupted forth. If Qin Hongye was once a celestial maiden perched upon a lofty pedestal, Lin Bulang had forcefully yanked her down from the clouds and pressed her into the earth. Now, he had dismantled her very pedestal. All her beliefs, pride, and reasons for striving had collapsed in unison. This was the true essence of a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. In that fleeting moment, Qin Hongye was no longer the ethereal fairy of red leaves, but merely an ordinary woman. In that instant, she realized she need not remain so strong, nor must she continue to endure. Sometimes, it was perfectly acceptable to seek someone to lean upon. For all these years, what she had longed to do but had not accomplished, Lin Bulang had effortlessly achieved with a mere outing. From a lowly attendant, he had managed, right under her nose, to defeat and dominate her, even claiming her for himself. Such capability and audacity surely made him the most reliable ally in these chaotic times, did it not? However, Lin Bulang, standing by the bedside, felt somewhat bewildered. He had originally intended to follow the words of the false Zhang Tianshi, aiming to smoothly subdue Qin Hongye and avoid future complications. Who could have anticipated that this woman would react so strongly? He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Did this mean he needed to comfort her? What a bother. Lin Bulang turned away, deciding to let her calm down on her own. Wait, just a moment. Seeing Lin Bulang about to leave, Qin Hongye covered her face and sobbed, calling out to him. What is it? Lin Bulang asked, slightly impatient yet resigned. Qin Hongye trembled as she rose to her feet. Though she teetered on the brink of emotional collapse, she remained capable of self-restraint. I have no other means to repay you, she murmured, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. As she glanced down at her own form, it dawned on her that she had been facing Lin Bulang in such a vulnerable manner for an extended period. A wave of embarrassment surged within her, prompting her to hastily cover her chest with both hands. Allow me to take the initiative, just this once. In the past, Qin Hongye had relinquished her dignity, leaving her spirit dimmed, and even in moments of candidness, she resembled a mere plastic mannequin in a store. Lin Bulang had felt nothing at that time. However, now, as she regained her composure and embraced both shame and boldness, she struck a chord deep within Lin Bulang's heart. Just once, he turned to her with a smile. Many times, in the future, forever, she replied softly, lowering her gaze, a few wisps of hair cascading down her forehead. She gently tucked them behind her ear, revealing her exquisite arm, a sight of stunning beauty. What I desire is not merely this. I wish for your eternal loyalty, Lin Bulang asserted. You have conferred upon me a grace akin to rebirth. My past obsessions have dissipated, and for every day in this life, I shall repay you. While I cannot guarantee the depth of my emotions for you in the future, I, Qin Hongye, vow never to betray you. Is this acceptable? Indeed, Lin Bulang responded, satisfied with this outcome. He then waved his hand decisively. Prepare yourself. I shall await you in your chamber. Chapter 102. Planting the ice spirit root, granting her a moment to digest the situation, also afforded her a final semblance of dignity as the leader of a peak. Lin Bulang closed the door, and upon stepping outside, he spotted Su Baiji standing motionless at the entrance. Her eyes were red-rimmed, filled with countless questions and a multitude of words yearning to be spoken. Yet, in the end, they coalesced into a simple expression of gratitude. Thank you. In a surprising turn of events, the woman who had once vehemently opposed Lin Bulang's interactions with other women now tacitly accepted Qin Hongye's advances towards him. This shift stemmed from the fact that, since the irreconcilable conflict between the two emerged, she found herself caught in the most challenging position. Compared to her previous circumstances, this was the most palatable option available to her. Lin Bulang smiled warmly and gently patted her head, teasingly asking, "Why not join us? Go to hell." The harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Lin Bulang's jest, causing Su Baiji's cheeks to flush with anger. After delivering a playful kick to him, she turned on her heel and fled. "Oh, and remind Wang the guard to stew those 2 geese from his home for me. I'm in a good mood today. Let's treat all the guards at the peak to a splendid feast." Understood. Su Baiji dashed away, not looking back. Lin Bulang chuckled as he made his way to Qin Hongye's chamber. Estimating that she would need some time, he casually retrieved the celestial pearl. He had yet to absorb the spiritual energy accumulated after vanquishing Huoguanji. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, he reasoned that nurturing his spiritual roots would yield better results. With this thought in mind, he began to slowly draw in the spiritual energy from the celestial pearl. As the energy flowed into his purple mansion, the ice spirit root surged with astonishing vigor. In an instant, it broke through the first threshold. Moreover, it was rapidly advancing towards the second. 2.5. Gasp. Though it transpired in the blink of an eye, Lin Bulang stood in awe, unable to collect himself for a prolonged moment. This was an exceptionally rare spiritual root, to grow at such an unprecedented rate. It had already reached 2.5. If he were to plant the ice spirit root alongside the golden and water roots, his strength would surely double. At that moment, Lin Bulang had no regard for Qin Hongya's matters. He directly began siphoning spiritual energy from the celestial pearl. What women? They merely hinder my cultivation speed. Away with them. Under the influx of abundant spiritual energy, the ice spirit root burgeoned within his purple mansion. With visibly rapid growth, it plunged downwards, firmly establishing itself in his dantian. It was likely not just due to being in the foundation establishment stage, but also because of his authentic foundation establishment. This effect is overwhelmingly potent. In the future, any foundation establishment cultivator I encounter shall not escape. They will all serve as stepping stones on my path to immortality. With a triumphant cackle, the ice spirit root took hold and began voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy from Lin Bulang's dantian, transforming it into ice spiritual energy. The remaining golden and water roots, in comparison, seemed to struggle to keep pace. Lin Bulang, whose innate talent was already lacking, found that even one spiritual root could scarcely be sustained, let alone 3. Lin Bulang could only extract the spiritual energy from the celestial pearl as much as it contained. The transformation rate of spiritual energy was astonishingly swift, with the 3 spiritual roots working in unison. It was estimated that Lin Bulang could completely convert the abundant spiritual energy in his dantian within just over a day. If this were the case, he would achieve a breakthrough to the 7th stage of qi refining by tomorrow. However, the spiritual energy in the celestial pearl was dwindling, prompting him to hastily consume a qi gathering pill. This pill was known to significantly enhance the absorption rate of spiritual energy in a short period. Given Lin Bulang's low aptitude and the presence of 3 spiritual roots, he would likely have to treat the qi gathering pill as mere candy to truly benefit from it. Although he had previously given the qi gathering pills to Hua Guanji, the latter had been killed by his own hand, allowing Lin Bulang to reclaim those items. Now, the qi gathering pill remained within his ring. Just as he intended to retrieve it, he opened his eyes to find Qin Hongya half reclining beside him, her delicate head slightly bowed, eyes gently closed, and her jade-like arms serving as a pillow. His gaze traveled down, tracing the alluring curves of her figure, and further down to her finely shaped waist, with her long, smooth legs elegantly crossed. She was adorned only in a thin veil, leaving nothing beneath, stirring thoughts of desire and excitement within him. As the sun began to set, it was evident that she had refrained from disturbing him during his cultivation and had waited quietly by his side for some time, seemingly sensing Lin Bulang's awakening. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and their eyes met, causing the atmosphere to thicken with unspoken tension. "You're awake," Qin Hongya said languidly as she propped herself up, slightly turning to hide her embarrassment. "Lie down," she instructed, still feeling somewhat inexperienced. Previously, she had always been passive, compelled by Lin Bulang. Now, suddenly confronted with the situation, her mind was a whirlwind. While he was cultivating, she had entertained various thoughts, grappling with her emotions, yet he had not stirred. Now, as she had just managed to quell some of her ardor, he opened his eyes, which irked her. Lin Bulang suddenly reached out and embraced her delicate form, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. You'll grow accustomed to it in time." Her soft lips brushed against his ear, her gentle murmur akin to celestial music, enchanting him. Time slipped away unnoticed. A streak of crimson sunset hung in the window. With gritted teeth, Qin Hongya clambered off Lin Bulang, casting a playful, reproachful glance his way. "Had I known that cultivating with you would yield such effects, I would have dealt with that scoundrel myself, thus sparing myself the need to submit to you in the future and potentially suffer grievances." Lin Bulang chuckled heartily as he rose to don his garments. "You weren't deceiving me, were you?" "Of course not. I have an additional spiritual root within me. How could that be false? The ice spiritual root is at 2%, identical to yours." Qin Hongya gently caressed her lower abdomen, her excitement flushing her cheeks a radiant hue. When I first entered the sect, I only had a 3% earth spiritual root, barely qualifying as an outer disciple. I never anticipated that I could acquire another rare spiritual root. Do you like it? If you do, I shall no longer hold back. I'll give you everything, haha. Perhaps all the spiritual roots can be passed on. Lin Bulang chuckled heartily. You wish. Qin Hongye shot him an irritated glance. I need to take a bath. You go ahead. I will join you shortly for the guards' banquet. Lin Bulang tidied himself up briefly before descending the mountain towards the guard hall. As he approached, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of meat. In his absence, the guards had grown accustomed to feasting heartily from large pots. The courtyard of the guard hall was adorned with a long wooden table, surrounded by chairs, where all the guards gathered, some serving dishes, others dishing out rice. The atmosphere was joyful and harmonious, even somewhat surreal against the harsh backdrop of the menial peak. Upon witnessing this scene for the first time, Lin Bulang was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. If one were to hang up signs proclaiming unity, camaraderie, and mutual assistance, it would seem utterly fitting. Goose soup is here, Guard Wang exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he brought forth a large bucket of goose soup and placed it on the table. Following closely were heaps of goose meat, steaming and plentiful. Lin Bulang had yet to step inside, yet the sight grew increasingly peculiar. He had eaten goose before, but surely the quantity was excessive. Had the goose transformed into some mythical beast sufficient to feed 10? Wow, Guard Wang, your culinary skills are unparalleled. Indeed, after dining with you for several days, I have gained quite a few pounds. Hey, everyone should exercise a bit of restraint today, for Miss Baiji mentioned that Fairy Hongye is coming to the banquet. Fairy Hongye, what could she possibly be like? Guard Wang, do tell us more. The newly recruited guards had never even laid eyes on Fairy Hongye. Previously, they had only heard the elder guards, including Guard Wang, extolling her beauty as if she were a celestial being. They had also caught whispers from the menial workers about her unapproachable nature. In that moment, their hearts were filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Instantly, the once boisterous newcomers settled into a respectful silence. Just as Guard Wang was about to elaborate, he spotted Lin Bulang entering, and a broad smile spread across his face. Ah, Captain Lin has arrived. Quickly, gather around Captain Lin. Let him share tales with you. Chapter 103. Lu Qianxue. The guards, such as Lin Bulang, were not frequently encountered and were not particularly familiar to the others, thus invoking a sense of trepidation. Consequently, none dared to approach and inquire, each feeling rather deflated. Soon, Su Baiji arrived, and the group of guards immediately surrounded her with questions. Previously, due to the incident involving Qin Hongye's imprisonment, Su Baiji rarely responded to inquiries about her. However, now that Qin Hongye had been released, Su Baiji was more amenable to conversation and offered a few remarks. Before long, the dishes were all served, and everyone took their seats. Yet, the absence of Fairy Hongye rendered them hesitant to begin their meal. Just as they exchanged glances, a striking figure entered through the door. Master, Su Baiji stood up first, her voice slightly trembling, laden with profound meaning. Fairy Hongye. The guards promptly followed suit, rising to bow and greet her. Qin Hongye's expression was cold as her gaze landed on Lin Bulang, unmistakably questioning him with her eyes. Greetings, Fairy. Lin Bulang could only stand up and bow slightly, feeling helpless. At that moment, the chill in Qin Hongye's demeanor seemed to dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes as she regarded Lin Bulang. Please, Fairy, indulge yourself, came the voice of Guard Wang, cheerfully presenting 2 legs, one for Lin Bulang and the other for Qin Hongye. Qin Hongye subtly gestured with her fingers, pushing her portion towards Su Baiji, as she typically favored lighter fare and found meat less palatable. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang glanced down at the leg, which was large and elongated, resembling a watermelon. Is this really a goose? Lin Bulang questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Guard Wang. What's the matter? Lin Captain, don't you fancy legs? Guard Wang awkwardly lifted one, glancing at the item in his hand. Perhaps you would prefer this head instead. Lin Bulang's gaze sharpened as he noticed the head was pointed rather than flat, and its size and shape seemed eerily familiar. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. By heavens! Guard Wang, where did you procure these 2 large geese? Guard Wang was startled by Lin Bulang's sudden outburst and immediately panicked. I. My subordinates caught them at the West Peak. When they ran out of stone during construction, They went to the cliff's edge to quarry and claimed they discovered 2 large geese, so they brought them to me. I thought these geese were quite hefty and would make a fine stew, so I kept them in the yard. Upon witnessing Lin Bulang's astonishment, Qin Hongye couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. To her shock, she exclaimed, "These are not geese at all. Indeed, these are the 2 snow eagles that Lin Bulang failed to find last time. They had been mistaken for geese and kept in the yard, and now one was being stewed. Good heavens, such a waste of precious life. Snow eagles?" Upon hearing this, Wang the Guardian was utterly bewildered. After a considerable period of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead. It was Lin Bulang and Su Baiji who had jointly dealt with the snow sculpture incident at Shifeng. As a member of the guards present at that time, he had indeed exchanged blows with the rock eagle a few times. But he had only encountered the snow sculpture once. The young snow sculpture had not even fully grown its fur. How could he recognize it? Alas, a jolt of realization struck Wang. Even a fool would understand how rare the young of demon beasts are as resources. Thud, fairy, Captain Lin. I truly did not know. Had I known it was a young snow sculpture, I would never have dared to stew it. Had such a grave matter occurred in the past, Qin Hongye would have undoubtedly flown into a rage. These 2 young snow sculptures, whether raised at the miscellaneous peak or surrendered to the sect, would undoubtedly represent a substantial fortune. Yet now, she merely sat at the head, gazing at them with a beaming smile. Well, Lin Bulang was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. "You acted out of goodwill for our guardian hall. If I were to blame you, it would only chill everyone's hearts. Where is the other young snow sculpture now? Is it well? Good. It is in my courtyard. My maid has been feeding it until it is plump and round, perhaps even too heavy to fly." Ha! Upon hearing this, Qin Hongye could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Her laughter startled everyone present, causing their hair to stand on end. It is crucial to note that the fairy Hongye had not been like this before. When had they ever seen her in such a manner? Little did they know. She had simply relaxed after resolving a significant matter, returning to the demeanor of an ordinary person. All right, let us deliver it to the fairy peak later. Everyone, continue enjoying your meal. With Qin Hongye in high spirits, Lin Bulang could only manage a bitter smile. The guardians observed the situation, and the meat in their bowls suddenly lost its allure. The meat of demon beasts could be toxic or nourishing. Regardless, it was exceedingly rare. Even on the day Qin Hongye killed that snow sculpture, the meat was promptly dispatched for preparation and sent to the relay station in exchange for outer sect disciple currency. Did they truly have the right to consume such a delicacy? Eating it wouldn't kill them. Bring some wine. If you wish to eat, indulge freely. It will only benefit your cultivation. Seeing Lin Bulang speak up, the guardians finally felt at ease. They began to eat heartily and drink deeply. The atmosphere at the table was exceptionally jovial. After a few bites of meat, mingled with generous sips of wine, Lin Bulang began to feel a warm sensation within him. Perhaps due to the beast's spirit's sacred body, his absorption of the demon beast meat was particularly effective. The meat inherently contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, and consuming it could enhance physical strength. For Lin Bulang, such mere scraps would naturally have minimal effect. However, for this group of formidable guardians, it was akin to a potent elixir. Some, after just a few bites, felt a surge of heat within them, swiftly advancing to the 4th stage of body refinement. Others, upon sipping a single bowl of soup, experienced an explosion of inexhaustible strength, elevating them to the 5th stage of body refinement. By the end of the meal, nearly all participants had seen their powers increase by a notch, and excitement soared as they reveled in their prowess, brandishing swords and knives with abandon. In that moment, they completely forgot that Fairy Hongye was still present. Initially, guards Wang and Li were somewhat restrained, but upon observing that Qin Hongye paid them no heed, they gradually loosened up. Yet, as the meal progressed, Lin Bulang and Qin Hongye's gazes soon converged upon a particular individual, the young girl surnamed Chu. She, too, was a guardian, and during this meal, she had consumed the most, outpacing everyone else. However, her strength had not increased in the slightest. Lin Bulang had always found this girl peculiar. It was Qin Hongye's first encounter with her, and she too sensed an oddity about the girl. Exchanging a glance, the two quickly made their exit. Was this young girl recruited later? Lin Bulang nodded. I just performed a divination using the easy technique and discerned that she is missing one of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. She doesn't seem very bright. Perhaps one of her souls was seized. Qin Hongya furrowed her brow slightly. Keeping her might lead to trouble in the future. Can you investigate further? Lin Bulang appeared to have anticipated this, yet he was not as well versed as Qin Hongya, lacking the depth of knowledge she possessed. I haven't delved that deeply. If you wish to keep her, you should investigate yourself. With a slight huff, Qin Hongya dismissed any further discussion. Very well, I merely wish to remind you. I shall take my leave now. Lin Bulang noted this matter and accompanied her for a few steps before returning to continue his meal. After finishing, Guard Wang approached with a pot of meat soup he had prepared in advance. Captain Lin, this is for the ladies. Lin Bulang regarded Guard Wang with surprise. His opinion of him rising appreciably. What a thoughtful lad. Captain Lin, what is the situation with Fairy Hongya today? Guard Wang dared to inquire only after Qin Hongya had departed. After all, having spent many years at the miscellaneous peak, he was well aware of Fairy Hongya's nature. The current events made him increasingly apprehensive. She successfully broke through during her retreat today. This is an exception. You should inform the other guardians not to take today's events to heart. Understood. Guard Wang nodded vigorously. Leaving the guardians' hall, Lin Bulang swiftly returned to the courtyard with the meat soup. Before Lu Qingyi and Shun Chaner could inquire further, he had already pulled them into the room. Today, he had just planted the ice spirit root and, by chance, had even conveyed it to Qin Hongya. He wondered if he could seize the moment to pass it on to Lu Qingyi and Shin Chaner as well. However, the outcome was, unsurprisingly, a failure. Lin Bulang did not dwell on the matter, thinking he would test it out when he cultivated other spiritual roots in the future. With multiple spiritual roots, surely he would uncover this pattern someday. The next morning, the peak was bustling with activity. While Lin Bulang was still nestled in his warm bed, he was abruptly pulled up by Su Baizhi. Still sleeping? What time is it? The fairy is calling for you. Lin Bulang sighed deeply. Alas, so early. What mischief is she up to? This morning, a traveling merchant had arrived at the peak, much to the fairy's delight, and their relationship seemed quite close. However, not long into their conversation, the fairy sent for him, asking if he had been fooling around again. I must say, that merchant is quite striking. Su Baizhi's tone carried a hint of irritation. What? Lin Bulang instantly snapped to attention. Lu Qinxue has arrived? So soon. I haven't even mentioned this to Qin Hongya yet. She wouldn't let it slip, would she? Chapter 104. Establishing a life partner. Lin Bulang felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly rose from his bed, tidying himself up before following Su Baizhi up the peak. Lu Qinxue was aware that she was not an outer sect disciple, and thus this matter was of little importance to her. However, Lin Bulang, who was merely acting under the guise of an outer sect disciple while causing trouble outside, found solace in this identity, as it made it difficult for the patrol to trace the incidents back to him. His true fear lay in Lu Qinxue discovering the truth and subsequently revealing it, which would lead to dire consequences. Yet, the situation was not as dire as Lin Bulang had feared. Just a short while ago, coming quickly, Qin Hongya had already taken the antidote for the soul restraining incense the previous day, and her condition was significantly improved, coupled with the satisfaction of avenging a great grievance. She was in high spirits, especially with the unexpected visit from her long-lost sisters today. The palace you have built is truly enviable, Lu Qinxue remarked as she accompanied Qin Hongya into the grand hall, her eyes wide with amazement. As a traveling merchant, she had led a transient life, often settling in inns over the years. Seeing the luxurious residence of Qin Hongya, she could not help but feel a pang of envy. These are mere external possessions, hardly worth coveting. However, you have blossomed into even greater beauty. Just your attire alone is worth tenfold what this palace is, Qin Hongya said, gently linking her arm with Lu Qinshue's and running her fingers over the soft silk of her sleeve, her own eyes filled with admiration. This palace was constructed from the resources of our peak, painstakingly built by craftsmen, totaling merely a few 100,000 disciple coins, which converts to only a handful of outer sect disciple coins. As a seasoned traveler, Lu Qinsue had roamed various peaks, and her exquisite garment, purchased from the finest artisans, was worth 100 outer sect disciple coins. If you fancy it, I shall bring you one next time, Lu Qinsue said with a gentle smile. Despite years of separation, there was no sense of estrangement between them, for the path of cultivation spanned great distances, and 10 years felt like a fleeting moment. Once seated in the grand hall, Qin Hongya promptly waved her hand. Baizhi, quickly bring some tea and snacks. Upon hearing the name Baizhi, Lu Qianxue's expression shifted slightly in surprise, and her beautiful eyes turned towards the entrance. Soon, a graceful figure clad in simple attire approached, adorned with a pair of phoenix-shaped earrings. Lu Qianxue distinctly remembered seeing Lin Bulang purchase those earrings just days prior. Connecting the name with the earrings, she suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder Lin Shixiang had an unusual expression when she mentioned going to the Yao Yao Geo-Miscellaneous Disciple Peak. It appeared he had a romantic interest here. What a coincidence! As Baiji served the tea and snacks, Lu Qianxue seized her small hand and pulled her closer. "Dear sister, do you happen to know an outer sect disciple by the surname Lin?" Suddenly intercepted by Lu Qianxue and posed with such a question. Su Baiji felt bewildered and instinctively replied, "I do not know anyone by that name." Lu Qianxue immediately smiled at Qin Hongya, encouragingly saying, "Do not be afraid. Speak boldly. For I assure you that your master will not hold it against you in my presence." At this moment, Lu Qianxue believed that Su Baiji was hesitant to admit her acquaintance with Lin Bulang out of fear of provoking Qin Hongya's ire. Indeed, she had not met him before. Su Baiji shook her head, asserting that she did not know the outer sect disciple named Lin, although she was aware of another scoundrel with the same surname. Seeing that Su Baiji still refused to acknowledge their connection, Lu Qianxue playfully poked at her earrings, exclaiming, "If you continue to deny it, I shall reveal that I witnessed him purchasing these for a girl named Baiji. Now that you wear them, can there be any doubt?" In that moment, Su Baiji realized the truth, her astonishment evident. Lu Qianxue chuckled, thinking she had unraveled Su Baiji's secret. "There is indeed such a person on our peak. A dear friend of mine who has recently come to visit. Have you encountered him, sister?" Qin Hongya waved her hand, urging Su Baiji to compose herself before she spoke. Lin Bulang had just returned from outside, and both Baiji and Qin Hongya were aware of this. They certainly would not expose the matter and embarrass him. "Yes, I met him. He is quite a decent fellow, though a bit of a flirt. But he is worth knowing, so do exercise caution, dear Baiji." Lu Qianxue released Su Baiji's hand, speaking with a mix of humor and exasperation. "It is quite normal for celestial partners to have several acquaintances. After all, Baiji is merely my maid, and it is fortunate for her to catch the eye of an outer sect disciple." Qin Hongya, upon hearing Lu Qianxue's veiled critique of Lin Bulang, could not suppress her laughter. "He is merely at the qi refinement stage. The other day, he mentioned 3 such interests in front of me. Should he progress further, he would surely attract the attention of the entire mountain. Dear sister, if you doubt it, summon him here for a confrontation. I shall ensure you see his true nature." While Lu Qianxue pretended to defend Su Baiji, her own agitation was palpable, revealing her deeper feelings towards Lin Bulang. Both Qin Hongya and Su Baiji, understanding this dynamic, recognized that Lu Qianxue harbored feelings for him. "Baiji, go fetch Lord Lin. I see my sister has an interest in him. I shall play matchmaker for them," Qin Hongya remarked, embodying the role of a mischievous friend who relished in the unfolding drama. Without hesitation, Su Baiji made her way toward the guards halfway up the mountain. Wait. Lu Qianxue's face flushed slightly, for regardless of her true feelings for Lin, it was quite embarrassing to have her intentions laid bare in such a manner. "What? Do you think our Lin is not good enough?" Qin Hongya, treating Lu Qianxue like family, was determined to bring her closer to their circle. Indeed, Qin Hongya's words hold a semblance of truth. Lu Qianxue has never truly suffered a loss. Is this a matter of gain or loss? Lu Qianxue expressed a hint of reproach. If that is the case, does it imply your acknowledgement? The smile on Qin Hongya's face deepened. "You are trying to extract my words." Realizing this, Lu Qianxue became slightly flustered, and the two immediately engaged in playful banter. Moments later, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Lin Bulang entered, only to find Lu Qianxue and Qin Hongya disheveled, seated on the bed while indulging in tea and snacks. At that moment, Lin Bulang felt a flicker of unease as he heard Qin Hongya speak. "Senior brother Lin, come, take a seat. I wish to discuss a matrimonial proposal with you. What do you think of my sister? If you find her to your liking, I shall take it upon myself to unite you both as partners." In an instant, Lin Bulang, Su Baiji, and Lu Qianxue exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Su Baiji, following closely behind, paused in disbelief, initially thinking that Qin Hongya was merely jesting. Little did she know that Lin Bulang's arrival had prompted such a serious proposition. Lin Bulang was equally taken aback, just the day before. Qin Hongye had been tearfully seeking his counsel, yet here she was, the very next day, presenting him with such an unexpected overture. Lu Qinxue, who had been savoring a delicacy, found herself abruptly choked by the unexpected turn of events, erupting into a fit of coughs. Earlier, the two ladies had engaged in a playful contest, during which Qin Hongye had surrendered and promised not to bring up the matter again. Who would have imagined that the moment Lin Bulang stepped in, she would raise the subject anew? Chapter 105. Secret Communication of the Three Mountains. Qin Hongye was not jesting in the slightest regarding the events of the previous day. She merely acquiesced to a future loyalty to Lin Bulang, yet she harbored little affection for him. Thus she would not experience jealousy or discomfort akin to Su Baiji. Although she remained unaware of the peculiar cultivation techniques Lin Bulang possessed, she understood that an additional partner would undoubtedly augment his strength. The enhancement of Lin Bulang's abilities would subsequently ensure her own safety. Lu Qinxue, a sworn sister and confidant, was far more trustworthy than a potential wild woman Lin Bulang might bring back from who knows where. Moreover, one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. Noticing Lin Bulang's silence, Qin Hongye feigned seriousness as she turned to Lu Qinxue. Qinxue, why do you hesitate? Did we not have a pleasant discussion moments ago? Lu Qinxue looked perplexed. Did we truly say that? All right, enough. Lin Bulang interjected, waving his hand to conclude this farce. Indeed, you are recklessly weaving red threads. Lu Qinxue quickly chimed in. While she spoke thus, a wave of discomfort surged within her. From the very moment she encountered Lin Bulang, he seemed to possess little interest in her, and now having been rejected, it felt as if she were unworthy of this rogue. Seeing both of them express their positions, Qin Hongye could only nod in disappointment before shifting the topic and inviting everyone to take their seats. The conversation predominantly revolved around the two women reminiscing, while Qin Hongye subtly steered the discussion towards foundation establishment, seemingly preparing Lin Bulang for his forthcoming endeavor. As they conversed for a considerable time, Lu Qinxue would occasionally cast glances at Lin Bulang. Noticing this, Qin Hongye merely smiled knowingly, aware that opportunities would arise in the future, thus she remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang listened intently, his thoughts entirely consumed by the matter of foundation establishment. Foundation establishment, or more accurately, the establishment of the immortal foundation, signifies a transcendence from the mundane and an entry into the path of immortality. Unlike the physical and qi training phases, the foundation establishment phase involves the repeated tempering of the body and dantian until they attain the standards of immortality. At the 9th stage of foundation establishment, one's physical strength witnesses a dramatic enhancement, ultimately reaching a state impervious to blades and unaffected by water or fire. The crumbling mountain fist Lin Bulang practiced, once mastered, assures invincibility below the foundation establishment level, which encapsulates this principle. Simultaneously, the levels of foundation establishment are classified into 3 types: Human Path Foundation, Earth Path Foundation, and Heaven Path Foundation. The higher the level of foundation establishment, the greater the strength of one's body and dantian. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage of qi training, one may commence foundation establishment at any moment. The process is uniquely demanding. It must be completed within 15 days, necessitating the nurturing of the dantian while compressing spiritual energy. Should this process exceed 15 days, the dantian would shatter, resulting in a complete loss of progress. If one can compress the spiritual energy to 4 times within those 15 days, while ensuring the dantian can endure, it would then be classified as Human Path Foundation. If one compresses spiritual energy to 8-fold and the dantian can endure it, that is considered the foundation of the Earth Tao. If it is compressed to 16-fold and the dantian can withstand it, that represents the foundation of the Heaven Tao. To assist in establishing this foundation, most sects offer foundational pills for sale. However, the price is a staggering 500,000 outer disciple coins. Thus, the majority opt to seek out spiritual herbs for assistance instead. Lin Bulang has managed to obtain from Huoguanji the Chongyuan grass, which stabilizes the dantian, and the rui flower, which accelerates the compression of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, he possesses only 2 or 3 of each herb, rendering them of limited efficacy. Even consuming them, achieving the Earth Tao Foundation remains a formidable challenge. The The foundational pills sold by the sect ensure a stable establishment of the Earth Tao Foundation upon consumption, highlighting the disparity between them. Successfully achieving the Earth Tao Foundation on the first attempt is a rarity, akin to 1 in 100. Fortunately, after establishing the foundation, one can consume the soul dissolution pill to forfeit their cultivation and then re-establish the foundation. However, the more times one undergoes the dissolution, the more challenging the foundation becomes. Not only within the Yin-Yang sect, but across various sects, numerous disciples undergo the dissolution before entering the Jedon stage, barely managing to establish the Earth Tao Foundation with the foundational pills they have saved up for. The difficulty of establishing a foundation is indeed overwhelming. It is said that to successfully achieve the Earth Tao Foundation, one must prepare at least 20 of both the Chongyuan grass and the Rui flower. Currently, I have only gathered 5 or 6 of each, sighed Lu Qianxue softly. Lin Bulang had also seen these 2 spiritual herbs in Qin Hongye's training room. Yet her situation was even more dire than Lu Qianxue's. This is merely the Earth Tao Foundation. Lin Bulang's ambition, however, lies with the Heaven Tao Foundation. As the 3 conversed, a somber atmosphere enveloped them, with disciples like Tan Yinxian, who started from a much more advantageous position, having their foundational pills prepared by their parents, ensuring a smooth path ahead after successfully establishing the Earth Tao Foundation. Meanwhile, ordinary disciples like them must repeatedly gamble with their lives and struggle fiercely. Upon entering the foundational stage, one would at least gain an additional 200 years of lifespan, becoming a vital force within the sect's lower ranks. For disciples who have yet to reach the foundational stage, living to 200 years is considered a long life. Within such a brief lifespan, they must toil for the sect, cultivate, and strive for breakthroughs repeatedly. Even in the realm of cultivation, one is akin to an ant, living and dying in a fleeting cycle. Disciples like them, emerging in batches only to perish in others, are of little concern to anyone, just as sorrow washed over them. Su Baiji suddenly knocked on the door. Standing outside was a grim-faced guard clad in black from the patrol camp. Lord Lin, are you here? The black-clad guard's gaze swept and settled on Lin Bulang. Lin Bulang quickly rose. I am. What is it? Deputy Commander Guan has a confidential message for you, my lord. The guard produced a letter from his chest and handed it to Su Baiji. Upon receiving it, she naturally brought it inside. Deputy Commander Guan Sanchan, what could that fellow want? Upon receiving the confidential letter, the black-clad guard immediately bowed and swiftly retreated. Lin Bulang let out a soft chuckle as he tore open the letter, his hand trembling slightly as he began to read. The conversation among the others was abruptly interrupted, and all attention swiftly gravitated towards him. After glancing through the contents, Lin Bulang's expression subtly shifted. The letter contained the following message. Yesterday, I examined your seal and discovered that it has been erased from the records of the patrol camp. However, when I checked the Foreign Affairs Hall, your seal was still present. It appears that someone within the patrol camp intends to harm you, and this individual holds a status not inferior to mine. At this moment, I fear I may have been exposed and dread imminent demise. Should I return safely to the camp, I will contact you again. Otherwise, take care of yourself. Here is a code. Beyond the mountains, should I fail to provide the subsequent line in our next communication, it will signify my death. With a swift motion, Lin Bulang raised his hand and incinerated the letter to ashes with a burst of yang fire. His already grave mood deepened considerably. What was amiss? Observing Lin Bulang's caution, and knowing the messenger was the deputy commander of the patrol camp, the 3 individuals before him inquired in unison. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I trust my 2 junior sisters to manage, Lin Bulang replied, offering a respectful gesture before departing. It was crucial to note that Guan Sanjian was his last line of defense within the patrol camp. Without him, the events involving the assassination of Hua Guanji and the incapacitation of Tan Yinxian would soon come to light. At that moment, Lin Bulang felt an unprecedented sense of peril. He needed to ascend to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, he might not even have the chance to flee from the unknown adversary before him. Currently, the remaining spiritual energy within the Heaven Pearl was insufficient for Lin Bulang to reach the pinnacle of the Qi training stage, 9th level. There was only one solution: to completely deplete the spiritual stone mine within the cavern. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bulang dashed down the mountain. After a stick of incense's worth of time, he arrived at the forge. Lin Bulang rushed inside and immediately spotted Li Gong, who was fervently forging a sword. He had been instructed to infuse fine iron into the black iron sword, which had begun to take shape. Yet it would require several more days of work before it could be deemed usable. Upon seeing Lin Bulang, Li Gong hastily abandoned his task and approached him. "Captain Lin, the sword isn't finished yet. I'm not here for that matter. You must accompany me to the mine. Today's shift is cancelled, and you will guard the site until I emerge. Do you understand?" Chapter 106. The Mysterious Cave. Li Gong was somewhat perplexed, yet seeing Lin Bulang's anxious demeanor, he decided to follow him outside. It was the midday break, and the afternoon shift had yet to commence, leaving the mine devoid of personnel. "Lead me to the Spirit Stone vein," Lin Bulang commanded resolutely at the cave's entrance. "You wish to extract the Spirit Stones? Such an endeavor would undoubtedly draw external attention. Guide me," Lin Bulang retorted impatiently, lacking the inclination to elaborate. All right. Li Gong had never witnessed Lin Bulang's seriousness before. He instinctively recoiled and promptly descended. The gravity of the situation lay in the seal. It was not uncommon for various laborers to perish, yet even in death, their seals would remain unaltered. Lin Bulang's seal still existed within the Foreign Affairs Hall, but was absent from the patrol camp, which signified something ominous. The Yin-Yang sect witnessed a constant influx of individuals each year, and ordinarily, seals would not undergo scrutiny. The Foreign Affairs Hall seal would only be investigated when Lin Bulang transitioned from labor guard to merchant guard or was reassigned from the labor peak. Conversely, the patrol camp seal would be examined in the event of any criminal investigation. This indicated that there were forces wishing for Lin Bulang's demise, ensuring it would be silent, without witnesses, and leaving no trace of his existence. Such premeditated tactics were far more terrifying than the bandits and rogue cultivators in the mountains. Unaware of the reason behind Lin Bulang's grim expression, Li Gong could only lower his head and hasten his pace, soon leading Lin Bulang into a rather secluded passage. At the end of the passage, stones had been used to fill the entrance once more. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the rocks before him with a forceful blow. In the next instant, a massive spirit stone, as large as a grinding wheel, was revealed, and upon closer inspection, its enormity was truly astonishing. Li Gong glanced at Lin Bulang and, sensing the gravity of the moment, discreetly retreated to guard the cave entrance. Lin Bulang promptly retrieved the celestial pearl, positioning it to absorb the spirit stone's essence. The spirit energy within the stone was pure and abundant, and the celestial pearl absorbed it rapidly. Within mere seconds, Lin Bulang felt the pearl growing warm to the touch. Yet, he dared not let go. While he could employ spirit energy to elevate the pearl for absorption, doing so would significantly slow the process compared to holding it directly. 1 minute passed, and the once vibrant spirit stone had turned to gray, while the celestial pearl felt as if it had just been pulled from boiling water. 10 minutes elapsed, and Lin Bulang sensed that the celestial pearl was nearing its capacity, yet spirit energy continued to surge into it. It was not that the pearl could accommodate an infinite amount of spirit energy, but rather that it seemed to be compressing the energy itself. Lin Bulang was uncertain to what extent the celestial pearl could compress this energy or whether it might explode. For now, he had no choice but to take the risk. After another 10 minutes, the absorption rate finally began to wane. Lin Bulang crouched down once more, and before him, the massive spirit stone had completely transformed to a dull gray. Lin Bulang gently tapped the spirit stone, which shattered like ordinary shards of glass. Glancing at the now searingly hot tianju in his hand, radiating a dazzling light, Lin hesitated briefly before plunging into the depths, shattering the already exhausted spirit stones and crawling to the far end of the vein. Indeed, there remained a small fragment of spirit stone that had not been absorbed. Not a moment could be wasted. Lin Bulang raised the tianju once more, disregarding the agony of his scorched and bloodied hand, gritting his teeth as he extracted the essence again. Minutes later, he had completely drained the spirit stone mine. With a powerful punch, the cavern before him crumbled and collapsed, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Lin Bulang was drenched in a profuse sweat from the heat. The essence from the 3 spirit stones had sufficed for quite some time, and now, with a mine as long as a bus and as thick as half a door, it should surely enable him to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he mused, quickly stowing away the tianju. He instructed Engineer Li to clean up the site before departing directly. He had initially contemplated retreating to the peak for seclusion, but upon realizing that those who sought to harm him might come knocking, potentially endangering Qin Hongye and Su Baiji, he abandoned that thought and turned to hurry away from the peak. With an abundance of spiritual energy, he needed no extraordinary refuge, merely a sufficiently secluded spot for cultivation and breakthrough. To find such a place, he had to venture deeper into the mountains. The position of the miscellaneous peak was on the outskirts of Lingyang's sect, and to reach the deeper mountains, one had to delve into the inner sanctum of the sect, aligning perfectly with the direction of the post station and the patrol camp. Having traversed this path once before, Lin Bulang was well acquainted and dashed forward. Upon reaching the intersection near the post station, with the station to his left and the patrol camp to his right, he recalled having passed this way during his encounter with Lu Qianxue. In the distance, he spotted someone reprimanding individuals at the intersection. What was this person's intention? Did they expect the esteemed servant to personally investigate the post station? Nonsense. Useless. The one vociferously berating others was a woman in her 40s. Adorned with a jade badge from the Foreign Affairs Hall, her stature commanding and her words laced with the authority of a superior. The individuals before her kept their heads bowed, faces filled with trepidation, not daring to utter a word in response. Not wishing to intrude upon the scene, Lin Bulang prepared to veer off into the woods via a side path. Just then, one of those being scolded raised their head, caught sight of Lin Bulang, and immediately leapt up. It's him. It's him. He asked the one who turned young Master Tan into an imbecile. As Lin Bulang turned, the exclamation sent a chill down his spine. The woman instantly pivoted, her aura locking onto him, fury igniting in her eyes. Before she could confirm, the others who were also being reprimanded turned in unison. Yes, it was undoubtedly him. I would recognize that face even in the ashes. Unexpectedly, after several days of relentless searching, we stumbled upon the very information we sought. Truly, fortune smiles upon us. After they brought Tin Yinxian back, they learned that he had been rendered a fool by the backlash of a magical artifact. Unable to bear the weight of this responsibility, they promptly sought out Chen Gongfang at the Foreign Affairs Hall, who happened to be Tin Yinxian's mother. Upon hearing the news, Chen Gongfang was naturally incensed. After conducting a thorough inspection, she gathered several individuals to pursue the true culprit. Curse it! Why must this happen at such a critical moment? Lin Bulang could tell, without even looking, that the woman was undoubtedly at least at the foundation establishment stage. She was not at all comparable to Hou Guanji, who had just broken through to that stage. Even if given the chance for a surprise attack, he might not stand a chance against her. He must flee. Lin Bulang selected a position deep within the forest and dove in without hesitation. Seeing Lin Bulang turn and run, Chen Gongfang was further convinced of his culpability in her child's misfortune. With a powerful leap, she ascended into the trees, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Bulang. Halt! She bellowed in fury, producing the Xiantian disc used by Tan Yinxian and directing it towards Lin Bulang with a commanding shout. Subdue! Lin Bulang had experienced the power of the Xiantian disc firsthand and knew he could not allow her to unleash its might. He rolled aside, gathering his strength, and unleashed a devastating mountain-crushing fist. The woman, poised to activate the Xiantian disc, saw Lin Bulang's fist coming and leapt upward just in time. The ground erupted beneath her, as dozens of trees were severed in a single blow, crashing down in succession. The outer disciples trailing behind were struck with fear, their faces paling, and they dared not pursue any further. In this clash, should either party reveal even a fraction of their strength, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Chen Gongfang's expression shifted slightly as she landed on another tree, her fierce demeanor intensifying. No wonder my son fell to you. But today marks your end, wretched creature. With that, she stowed the Xiantian disc and drew her sword from her waist, sweeping it behind Lin Bulang, while intoning coldly, Spirit Void Slash. With a mere 100 meters separating them, Lin Bulang felt a searing pain in his back as the incantation was uttered, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a massive boulder below. Ah! He groaned in agony, fully aware that a sword wound, at least a meter long, now marred his back, infused with a toxic spiritual energy. Even though he summoned his own spiritual energy to resist and heal, it proved futile as blood gushed forth. Today shall be your demise, she proclaimed. Do not think that merely being at the chi refinement stage will allow you to escape my grasp. Even at the foundation establishment stage, you would stand no chance. After a swift flash, Chen Gongfeng found himself standing before Lin Bulang, his long sword, emanating a ghostly purple glow, pressed menacingly against Lin's chest as he let out a cold laugh. At this moment, Lin Bulang's back was soaked in blood, the immense loss causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Taking a deep breath, Lin reached for the Tianju hidden within his robe with lightning speed. Chen Gongfeng, already aware of Lin's possession of a magical artifact, bellowed, still hoping for a desperate struggle. I shall not grant you that opportunity. In the next instant, he lunged forward, aiming directly for Lin's heart with his sword. Yet, in a heartbeat, Lin Bulang, who had been leaning against the massive rock, vanished in a flash of light, leaving the woman to strike nothing but air, her expression frozen in shock. On the other side, just as Lin Bulang grasped the Tianju, the scenery before him abruptly transformed into a vast cavern. Inside, the air was exceedingly dry, tinged with a musty, decayed odor. He found himself seated on a stone step, beside which a row of torches ignited one after another, illuminating the entire cavern. In bewilderment, Lin turned his head and beheld a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a circular jade couch. On the couch lay a mummified corpse, seated in a meditative posture, a testament to its passage into the afterlife. What place is this, a celestial abode? At this moment, Lin Bulang found himself forgetting the pain, slowly rising to his feet, and suddenly slapping his forehead. How could I be so extraordinarily fortunate? Chapter 107. The Nine Fiends trapped beast array in his previous life. Lin Bulang had often encountered tales and novels where protagonists stumbled upon wondrous realms filled with treasures, emerging from these journeys with their powers magnified, ready to conquer all. However, having traversed into this world for 3 years, he had been struggling on the brink of poverty, never daring to dream of such celestial abodes or immortal legacies. To his astonishment, today he found himself face to face with such an encounter. With exhilaration, Lin Bulang surveyed his surroundings, but his excitement soon waned. Despite the spaciousness of this cave, it was unexpectedly desolate, devoid of treasure chests, bookshelves, or medicinal herbs. The only occupant was a corpse, long deceased, seated upon a pedestal. Is this truly it? So impoverished, Lin Bulang could only smile wryly. Nevertheless, despite the lack of material wealth, this place had inadvertently saved his life. So he decided to pay his respects. The establishment of such a cave likely indicated it belonged to a wandering cultivator within the Yin-Yang sect, and a lack of riches was not entirely unexpected. Suppressing the sharp pain in his back, Lin Bulang ascended the steps and gently knocked 3 times. Just then, a sound echoed as an object fell before him. It appeared to have rolled out from the corpse's garments, a tome with a cover yellowed with age, so fragile it seemed it might crumble at the slightest touch. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Bulang as he leaned in to examine it closely, revealing the title inscribed in bold characters, Weapon Resolution. What a disappointment! The brief surge of anticipation plummeted into dismay. It was evident that this manual was meant for re-establishing one's foundation. Of what use could it be? Saving a few coins? The sect's offerings of weapon resolution pills were rather affordable. Moreover, this manual would likely serve its purpose only once in a lifetime, rendering it a mere trinket. As for his aspiration to cultivate the heavenly Tao, it would be utterly useless. Despite his inner musings, Lin Bulang picked it up, contemplating the possibility of transcribing several copies to exchange for some coins at the market. With this thought, he placed the tome upon his lap and began to heal his injuries with his heavenly pearl. After more than half an hour, having expended half of his spiritual energy, Lin Bulang finally mended his wounds. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that a page of the book had inexplicably turned. The first page bore the inscription, Divine Path Foundation. What was this Divine Path Foundation? Wasn't the foundation only established through 3 avenues, the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao? Lin Bulang gazed curiously at the ancient figure behind him, wondering if this was the result of the ancestors' own experiments. Disciples within the sect, relying on an abundance of profound texts, could easily navigate their paths to immortality. However, those who were not part of a sect had to rely on their own ingenuity, leading to a plethora of bizarre manuals outside sections. In a sense, this reflected the adage that the wealthy thrive on technology while the impoverished innovate. Previously, Lin Bulang had been deceived by the mystical path of immortality, yet this did not deter his desire to continue seeking opportunities in the present moment. After all, for someone like Lin Bulang, a lowly cultivator devoid of background or resources, the only path to strength lies in unyielding determination. As Lin Bulang continued to peruse the text, he first encountered a personal narrative, followed by a detailed account of the process of establishing a divine foundation. Lin Bulang was left utterly astonished. The divine foundation was merely a well-known legend, suggesting that with sufficient perseverance, one could garner the favor of the heavens and achieve divine establishment. Mediocre cultivators sacrificed their lives in their attempts, ultimately culminating in the formulation of a method through the endeavors of countless predecessors, the 9 Transformations Foundation Method. This method is predicated on the principle of resolving through combat. Each time one meets the criteria for human foundation establishment, they would subsequently dissolve their essence on the spot and repeat this cycle 9 times. After 9 iterations, if one could still achieve human foundation establishment, they would be infused with heavenly energy, transforming into what is referred to as the divine foundation. This 9-fold process must be completed within 15 days. Take heed. Lin Bulang was incredulous. Could it be true? Was this merely a fabrication to enhance the sales of this secret technique? Having traversed various sales traps in his past life, he was not easily deceived by such tactics. Not to mention, accomplishing 9 human foundation establishments within the time frame, with each dissolution increasing the difficulty, would render the challenge akin to that of divine foundation establishment itself. The mere thought of it caused Lin Bulang to break into a cold sweat. Flipping a few more pages, he discovered not only the combat resolution incantation, but also a passage. I possess a Qiankuan ring, which, when infused with spiritual energy, can open a realm for cultivation. Time within this realm flows at a rate of 1/10 that of the outside world, perfect for training and establishing a divine foundation. Those fortunate enough to remove my Qiankuan ring may, if they can achieve divine foundation establishment, earn a significant merit. Lin Bulang felt a surge of joy within him and hastily looked up, only to find that the frail figure bore a black ring, its material unknown. On his withered finger, a Qiankuan realm, where time flows at 1/10 the speed of the outside world. This was truly a treasure. Even if he did not pursue this divine foundation establishment, the mere existence of this Qiankuan realm would greatly enhance his future cultivation efficiency. With utmost caution, Lin Bulang carefully removed the ring from the man's finger and placed it upon his own. He immediately began to infuse it with spiritual energy. Before long, half of the spiritual energy in Lin Bulang's dantian was directed into the ring, yet there was no discernible reaction from it, causing Lin Bulang's heart to plummet. Was this thing a black hole? The consumption of spiritual energy was staggering. Gritting his teeth, Lin Bulang was relieved that his heaven pearl contained ample spiritual energy. He swiftly retrieved it and continued to infuse energy. Minutes passed, and after channeling approximately 5 dantian's worth of spiritual energy, the black ring finally emitted a hum, radiating a brilliant light that enveloped Lin Bulang. The luminescence resembled a bubble, perfectly encasing Lin Bulang, and through this luminous shield, he could observe the dust outside drifting at a pace akin to a snail's crawl. Is this the realm of Qiankuan? Lin Bulang was momentarily rendered speechless. He had imagined it to be the direct opening of a spatial domain. However, upon reflection, it made sense. To directly establish a spatial realm requires a level of power that is extraordinary. Had this errant cultivator possessed such a treasure, he would not have perished within this cavern. The Qiankuan realm before him was merely a bubble that slowed the flow of time, its effects both advantageous and disadvantageous. If he were to enter a foundational establishment within this bubble, 15 days would equate to 150 days. Conversely, if he were to open another spatial domain for cultivation, even if time were to flow slower within that space, 15 days would remain just that, 15 days, unaltered. The Qiankuan realm, therefore, specialized in breakthroughs. From another perspective, considering the premise of cultivation, his Qiankuan realm could indeed reduce the flow of time. However, since it did not involve a change of space, it fundamentally could not allow him to absorb tenfold spiritual energy from the outside world. Thus, Lin Bulang could only utilize it to assist in the refining of spiritual energy. Were it akin to the novels, where a new domain had been established and the entire spatial flow was slower than the outside, then it would indeed enable the true absorption of tenfold spiritual energy. The distinctions and implications were somewhat intricate, and Lin Bulang pondered for quite some time, conducting experiments to clarify them. Given this, the predecessor had intentionally left behind this ring for assistance, indicating that the divine path of foundational establishment should not be doubted. Once I enhance my strength, I shall attempt this divine foundational establishment. Lin Bulang resolved to immediately begin absorbing and refining spiritual energy within the Qinkuan realm. Now that he had shed his 5 leaks, and with an abundance of spiritual energy, a breakthrough to foundational establishment was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Crack, Elder Chun, in a fit of rage, cleaved the massive stone stained with Lin Bulang's blood in two with a single swing of his sword. Who is the audacious scoundrel that set up a cave teleportation array here, whisking that fellow away? It infuriates me. The several outer disciples approached with sheepish expressions, apprehensively glancing at the stone, and asked, Elder, what shall we do now? You have already led us to that person. You failed to stop him from escaping. Who can be blamed for that? You shall remain here. Should he enter from this point, he can only exit from here. He has entered the cave, and at most, he will only tend to his injuries and wait a few days before emerging. When he does, you shall contact me via sound transmission. I shall set up a 9 Fiends beast restraining array here. When he emerges, you will activate the array. At that time, I shall personally slay the rascal. Chapter 108. The foundation of the divine path. The 9 Fiends confining beast array was originally designed to ensnare demonic beasts. It possessed minimal offensive power, functioning solely to gradually siphon the spiritual energy of the creatures trapped within, depleting their vitality. Its primary efficacy lay in the act of confinement. The setup of this formation required few materials, yet the arrangement and disassembly were exceedingly intricate. Those who had participated in large-scale demonic beast capture missions organized by sects, particularly at the Foundation establishment stage or above, were generally well-versed in its usage. At this moment, Chun, the venerable elder, found himself devoid of the most precious resource, time. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang, ensconced within his cave dwelling, remained oblivious to the fact that his exit had been sealed, engrossed entirely in his cultivation. As time swiftly passed, 30 days had elapsed in his realm, though only 3 days had transpired in the outside world. Lin Bulang gradually opened his eyes, a brilliant gleam emanating from his gaze. He then exhaled a breath of turbid air. Fortunately, the celestial pearl was brimming with spiritual energy and aided by 3 spiritual roots and a fire core. He had finally attained the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi training. He was but a step away from foundation establishment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bulang resumed perusing the tome on weaponry solutions beside him. He had become quite adept at utilizing the Qinkuan ring. While it was indeed a remarkable artifact, its consumption of spiritual energy was tremendous, depleting its reserves every 10 days. To reactivate it, one had to refill it with spiritual energy, which was a bit cumbersome. Even if used for just a single day, the ring required a full charge of spiritual energy to function, rendering it less than an extraordinary treasure, merely a useful tool at present. The consumption of the Qinkuan ring, coupled with his own cultivation needs, meant that the spiritual energy within the celestial pearl had already been reduced by half. As he read through the weaponry solutions while replenishing the energy in his dantian, Lin Bulang prepared to commence his foundation establishment in the divine path. Due to the continuous breakthroughs, he had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, resulting in his dantian expanding to 6 palms in size, an impressive achievement indeed. A sufficiently large dantian could accommodate ample spiritual energy, facilitating a swifter foundation establishment. Foundation establishment over 15 days was not an unbroken endeavor. Most individuals lacked the requisite dantian size to sustain a continuous process. Thus, in addition to the heavy, and were also essential preparations, the inability of many to complete the heavenly foundation establishment often stemmed from their spiritual energy failing to keep pace with consumption after 5 or 10 days. To achieve heavenly foundation establishment, one must possess talent and wealth, both being indispensable. However, Lin Bulang did not share this concern. The celestial pearl served as an exceptionally effective source of replenishment at this juncture. Once his dantian was once again filled with spiritual energy, Lin Bulang opened the Qinkuan realm anew, simultaneously forming hand seals and reciting the foundation establishment incantation. Spiritual essence begins to converge. Energy settles in the dantian. Mind guards the chaos. Heart returns to the source. Spirit condenses. Breath flows endlessly. Immovable as a mountain, steadfast in the essence. Absorb the spirits of heaven and earth. Nurture the essence within oneself. True intent like a torch, illuminating the illusions. The path of celestial foundation commence. As the incantation took hold, Lin Bulang felt an indescribable force enveloping him from above, as if he were being scrutinized by an ineffable presence. This sensation heralded the commencement of his foundational cultivation. From this moment forth, within a span of 15 days, he must complete this process without a moment's delay. With unwavering resolve, Lin Bulang focused on his dantian, reciting the incantation to compress the spiritual energy. The process of foundational cultivation is, in essence, quite straightforward. One utilizes the incantation to compress the spiritual energy until it reaches a threshold that the dantian can no longer bear. At that point, the compressed energy must be infused into the dantian until it can accommodate it, and this cycle continues. After 15 days, if the dantian can ultimately sustain fourfold spiritual energy, it signifies a foundational establishment of the human path. Eightfold corresponds to the earthly path, while 16-fold denotes the celestial path. Thus, disparities among cultivators will only widen post-foundation. If one establishes a foundation in the human path, their dantian, although the same size, can only endure fourfold energy. Conversely, a cultivator of the celestial path, with an identical dantian, can withstand 16-fold energy. If they were to engage in combat, the disparity in their spiritual reserves would be evident, with the compressed energy of the celestial cultivator proving far more potent. This illustrates the vast chasm that exists. Lin Bulang remained uncertain about the specifics of the Divine Path Foundation, but he resolved to discover it in due course. As he invoked the compression incantation, the fiery core within him sprang to life, spinning rapidly like a vortex, swiftly drawing the dantian's spiritual energy into its whirlpool. The fiery core continuously assisted Lin Bulang in compressing the energy, converting it into a liquid state that was subsequently absorbed by his spiritual root, transforming into spiritual essence. This additional step provided by the fiery core significantly accelerated the conversion rate of his spiritual essence. However, Lin Bulang was unaware of how many times the liquid spiritual energy had been compressed after passing through the fiery core. Before long, the first droplet of liquid spiritual energy was successfully compressed. Immediately, he heard a chime in his ear, indicating that the conditions for establishing a foundation in the human path had been met. Wait, was it that swift? Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the liquid spiritual energy was precisely fourfold compressed. Had he been utilizing fourfold compressed energy all along? Initially, he had felt some discomfort in his dantian during the fiery core's compression process, but after this duration, he had long since acclimatized. By this logic, he had already achieved the standard for establishing a foundation in the human path. He simply had not commenced the process yet. No, he had to begin the dissolution immediately. Lin Bulang quickly recalled the dissolution incantation, and as he uttered it, a resounding explosion erupted. The recently condensed spiritual energy detonated within his dantian. The force of the blast left his dantian in tatters, and the excruciating pain from the damage nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Damn! No one had mentioned that the dissolution would entail such agony. Just as Lin Bulang contemplated voicing his grievances, he observed that his dantian was rapidly mended by the very spiritual energy that had just exploded, and within moments, it had become even more resilient than before. He pressed on. Lin Bulang gritted his teeth and recited the compression incantation once more. Within mere moments, the fire core automatically coalesced spiritual energy into a droplet. Dissolve. Crack. Coalesce. Crack. After repeating this cycle 3 or 4 times, the explosion of spiritual energy failed to harm Lin Bulang's dantian. Moreover, the spiritual energy residing within his dantian began to show signs of automatic descent and compression. It was over, he was doomed. If this continued, he feared he would be reduced to mere foundational chaos. Would this jeopardize his chances of achieving the divine foundation? A flicker of panic stirred within Lin Bulang. As expected, when he reached the 7th dissolution, the spiritual energy in his dantian had already descended to a near-liquid state. A rough estimate suggested it was compressed threefold. Such spiritual energy, upon further compression by the fire core, had become as viscous as honey. This was disastrous. Was there any way to shatter this fire core? Please, do not betray me. Lin Bulang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The last time he activated the fire core, he had similar thoughts. Perhaps only the fire core itself understood the depth of his grievances. Here he was, tirelessly assisting it in gathering spiritual energy, only for it to explode with each droplet. And now it seemed to blame him. Nonetheless, Lin Bulang dared not to pause for even a moment. He focused his intent on the dantian. Although it felt quick, he had no idea how much time had actually passed. After all, he had undergone 7 cycles of coalescence and dissolution. If time exceeded its limit, it would be a complete catastrophe. Compression, dissolve, compression, dissolve. Lin Bulang gritted his teeth for the final dissolution. Boom. With a resounding crash, the spiritual energy in the dantian merely rippled slightly, then fell silent. Was that it? What of the divine foundation? Was it not said to be infused by the heavenly path? Lin Bulang attempted to recite the compression incantation again, but this time it bore no effect. What was happening? At that moment, a brilliant divine light suddenly descended upon Lin Bulang's head. Meanwhile, the remaining spiritual energy in his dantian began to be rapidly absorbed. In the next instant, an ancient voice resonated in Lin Bulang's ears. The heavenly path is eternal. Only the eternal may perceive it. With your heart's intent, I bestow upon you the supreme immortal foundation. Accomplished. With that final word, a surge of powerful energy poured into Lin Bulang's body from above. In that instant, the energy cascaded like a waterfall, cleansing every cell, every inch of skin, and every meridian within Lin Bulang. The sensation was ineffably sublime. Chapter 109. The array easily broken as the infusion concluded, Lin Bulang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had established a divine foundation, embodying an unparalleled celestial physique. With merely a thought, he could perceive the ethereal energies flowing through the air, akin to wisps of smoke. Simultaneously, his senses had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Within the confines of the cave, even the faintest drifting speck of dust was perceptible to him. Clearly, having achieved foundation establishment, Lin Bulang had transcended the mundane realm. In a certain sense, he was no longer merely human. What about his dantian? Lin Bulang swiftly shifted his consciousness and was astounded to find his mouth agape upon entering the dantian. Why is my dantian so vast? Following the infusion from the heavenly path, his dantian had undergone unprecedented expansion. 6 palms, 7 palms, 8 palms, 12 palms, 15 palms. His dantian now measured a staggering 15 palms in diameter. The dantian resembled a half-ellipsoidal shape. As it expanded further, even the slightest increase would yield tremendous benefits. The capacity of his dantian had surged from 6 to 15 palms, allowing it to contain spiritual energy at an exponential rate. Not to mention, this energy was compressed. However, due to his recent breakthrough into foundation establishment, the spiritual energy within his dantian had been entirely depleted, leaving him unaware of the exact compression ratio. Lin Bulang promptly grasped the heavenly pearl and began to absorb the spiritual energy contained within. As the energy surged in, it began to settle and compress autonomously without the need for the fire core to intervene. A substantial mass of spiritual energy was astonishingly compressed to the size of a grain of sand, transforming entirely into a gelatinous form. Roughly calculating, Lin Bulang realized it had reached 100-fold compression. Gasp! Lin Bulang inhaled sharply. Without hesitation, he directed all the spiritual energy from the heavenly pearl into his dantian. The once vast energy from the heavenly pearl merely formed a thin layer atop his immense dantian. The capacity of my dantian is simply terrifying, Lin Bulang mused, estimating that even the total spiritual energy from the previous spirit stone would not suffice to fill his dantian. With such an expansive space and such highly compressed spiritual energy, the breakthrough into foundation establishment would be as effortless as flowing water. Consequently, Lin Bulang promptly seated himself once more, preparing to advance. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through. Noticing that only a small amount of spiritual energy remained in his dantian, Lin Bulang decided to pause. After all, he was unaware of the circumstances outside. Should he encounter any adversaries, he must retain some means of self-defense. The foundation establishment phase differs from the qi refining phase. During the qi refining phase, one strives to enhance their strength and establish their foundation as swiftly as possible. However, after foundation establishment, one's lifespan significantly increases, allowing for a more gradual approach to cultivation. Ultimately, the foundation is merely that, a foundation. To attain the sublime realm of the 9th level of foundation establishment, where one is impervious to blades and immune to fire and water, requires both time and a substantial amount of spiritual energy to nurture the body. This matter cannot be rushed. Moreover, Lin Bulang has already reached the divine path of foundation establishment, infused by the celestial will, rendering his physical prowess far superior to that of others. Even with another decade of cultivation following his celestial foundation establishment, it is unlikely anyone could rival Lin Bulang in his current state. Now, the focus must shift to devising an escape. This round of cultivation and foundation establishment has likely consumed over 100 days, even with the support of the Qinquan realm. The outside world has progressed by several days. Delay in returning could lead to unforeseen troubles. Lin Bulang's primary concern at this moment is the whereabouts of Guan Sanshan. Having been sequestered for so long, he has received no news regarding him. Whether his enemy, lying in wait, has caused any disturbances at the Yao Yao Jiuzai peak remains uncertain. After pacing within the cave, Lin Bulang quickly discovered a hidden mechanism on the wall. A gentle press unleashed a force that enveloped him, propelling him outwards with a hum. As the scenery shifted, blinding sunlight cascaded down, prompting Lin Bulang to instinctively shield his eyes. Having resided in the dim chamber for so long, such discomfort was to be expected. Yet, he evidently underestimated the might of his transcendent celestial body. In the mere snap of a finger, he adjusted to the surroundings, instantly grasping the state of affairs around him. He found himself in the same location, albeit with the massive rock behind him cleaved in two. In the distance, 3 figures lurked among the grass and trees, their strength appearing to be at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement. Upon Lin Bulang's emergence, their gazes shifted toward him. He had finally emerged. By heavens, he was finally out. They had been waiting here for half a month, their mouths practically growing moss. Brothers, activate the grand array and ensure he is well attended to. In the next moment, Lin Bulang felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, and an array of pale blue lines appeared in the sky, enveloping him. These azure lines, composed of spiritual energy, represented the operational pathways of the grand array. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Bulang would have been unable to perceive them. However, it seemed this was a benefit accrued from his divine foundation establishment. The grand array enveloped a 100-meter radius around him, resembling a hemispherical dome. As the array activated, Lin Bulang immediately sensed the air around him growing dense, accompanied by a faint sensation of fatigue. Nevertheless, due to the exceedingly refined spiritual energy within him, the array struggled to draw from his reserves and could only marginally deplete some of his stamina. Yet, as a being of transcendent celestial nature, having forged a celestial foundation, he could endure 10 days or even half a month without rest. The rate at which his stamina was extracted was slower than his ability to replenish it. Immediately notify Elder Chun. We can finally eliminate this scoundrel. Once he is vanquished, we shall be liberated. Listening to the cheers from outside, Lin Bulang cast a glance and asked nonchalantly, I have been here for several days. How dare you inquire? We, the 3 brothers, have guarded you for a full 17 days. Do you have any idea how we have endured these 17 days? Each day, we have subsisted on grass and not on tree bark. It is all your fault. Once Lin Bulang obtained the information he sought, he had little interest in their incessant chatter. He then strode directly towards the edge of the grand formation. The flow of spiritual energy within the formation was visible to him. Though he lacked knowledge of formations, he sensed that this construct was as fragile as parchment. With just a gentle poke, it could easily be pierced. This was merely an instinct, yet it did not deter Lin Bulang from his desire to experiment. You think you can escape? Not a chance. Do you know what this is? It is the 9 Fiends beast-trapping formation, specifically designed to ensnare demonic beasts. Can you possibly be more formidable than a demonic beast? Moreover, this formation only allows entry, not exit, and its arrangement is exceedingly complicated. Elder Chen spent 3 entire days setting it up to capture you. It is said that even those knowledgeable about this formation would require no less than 5 days to unravel it. The 3 outer disciples laughed heartily outside, feeling utterly unperturbed with this grand formation in place. Lin Bulang dismissed their laughter as mere folly and approached one side of the formation. Observing the flowing pathways of spiritual energy before him, he extended a finger and gently prodded. A soft pop echoed, and instantly, the spiritual energy became chaotic, accompanied by a crackling sound in his ears. Chapter 110. A finger breaks the long sword at this moment, in Lin Bulang's eyes. The grand formation resembled a translucent rubber ball. His prodigious poke landed perfectly upon one of its intricate lines. However, this formation was no ordinary construct. Lin Bulang's interference, though momentarily perturbing the flow of spiritual energy, swiftly returned to its original state. Don't bother trying. You cannot escape. You might as well await our esteemed Chen's arrival. Rest assured, we shall ensure a proper collection of your remains. Lin Bulang's brows furrowed in annoyance. These rascals were indeed insufferably noisy. In a flash, Lin Bulang raised his hand, summoning a transparent stream of vital energy at his fingertips. It was the renowned flick of the finger. His target was none other than the most boisterous individual perched atop the tree. The outer disciple, fully aware that Lin Bulang was trapped within the formation and unable to break free, remained unperturbed by the impending attack. He boldly stood up on the branch, hands on hips, and taunted, "Come on, if you can manage to blast me with your little finger, I shall kneel and call you father." With a combination of golden spiritual energy, water spiritual energy, and an additional layer of ice spiritual energy, since the latter was a variant of the former, this amalgamation of 3 energies rendered the power of his flick of the finger unprecedented. Whoosh! With a flick of his fingertip, a brilliant beam erupted forth. The formation, seemingly impenetrable, succumbed instantly upon contact, exploding with a resounding crash and creating a colossal breach. Upon hearing the shattering sound, the outer disciple was momentarily dumbfounded, but it was too late for him to flee. The flicker had reached him. With a sickening squelch, a gaping hole the size of a watermelon burst open in his chest, and the surrounding area was encased in a biting frost, rendering him momentarily devoid of sensation. What? The outer disciple, bewildered, incredulously reached towards the wound. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted from the tree. The remaining 2 outer disciples, witnessing this horrifying scene, trembled in terror, collapsing to the ground. They had never anticipated that one simple flick could dismantle the 9 fiends trapping beast formation. In that instant, they felt an overwhelming urge to slap themselves in regret. Why had they felt the need to provoke him? Now they were doomed. With the formation shattered, chaos ensued. In Lin Bulang's view, the surrounding spiritual energies swirled chaotically before dissipating into the air within mere moments. Following this, 2 more flicks of the finger were unleashed, and the 2 dispirited outer disciples fell lifeless to the ground. Initially, Lin Bulang had no intention of killing them. After all, they were mere outer disciples, likely devoid of any substantial rewards. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Having recently transcended to the foundation establishment stage, he found himself looking down upon these trivial gains, which now seemed inconsequential. This line of thought is utterly unacceptable. Despite the meager spiritual energy possessed by the 3 of them, one might still glean some treasures. After all, even a mosquito's leg is flesh. The virtue of frugality must not be forsaken. It is imperative to uphold it to the very end. Lin Bulang proceeded to absorb their spiritual energy, and upon examining the contents of their satchels, he discovered a scarcity of valuable items. Merely a few healing potions and some tokens belonging to outer disciples were found, with the finest possessions being a handful of talismans. These talismans were of no use to Lin Bulang, and he resolved to distribute them to Qin Hongya and Su Baiji for their self-defense. Given Lin Bulang's current state, it was likely that even if he encountered someone like Xie Zian who resorted to self-detonation, he would sustain no injuries whatsoever. Just as he finished collecting the corpses, a streak of light rushed towards him with great speed. For several days, Elder Chun had refrained from returning to the outer affairs hall, opting instead to take an extended leave and wait at a nearby post for Lin Bulang. Upon receiving a message through sound transmission, she hurriedly made her way over. However, from a distance, she noticed the formation had been breached, instantly sensing that something was amiss. Although there still remained several hundred meters between them, Lin Bulang had already raised his head and perceived her presence. He even discerned a distinct point of threat emanating from her, presumably linked to a treasure known as the Yin-Yang disc. Lin Bulang had previously suffered a loss due to that artifact. Indeed, it was quite formidable, and since it had presented itself today, he was determined to seize it. In the blink of an eye, Elder Chen arrived before him, unceremoniously raising her hand to strike with her sword. Previously, Lin Bulang had regarded her swordsmanship as akin to mountains and seas collapsing, an overwhelming force that rendered him nearly breathless. Yet now, it appeared as if a child was merely playing house, brandishing a toy sword before Lin Bulang. Ding! As the sword blade approached him, Lin Bulang extended a finger and lightly flicked it. Elder Chen gasped in astonishment as she was propelled backward by an inexplicable force. Struggling to regain her footing, she looked down to find several cracks had formed at the tip of her black iron sword. Then, with a series of sharp cracks, the front third of the black iron sword shattered into numerous pieces, scattering across the ground. She was left dumbfounded. This was a black iron sword, not some ordinary iron blade. How could it be shattered so easily by a mere flick of his finger? After years of cultivation and countless battles, it was challenging enough to create a dent in her black iron sword, let alone obliterate it. He was supposed to be a worthless chi-refining stage cultivator, was he not? Elder Chen raised her gaze, further stunned to the point of breathlessness. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. In just over 10 days, he had remarkably advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage 2. How could this be possible? Elder Chen's mind erupted with thoughts. She then recalled his entry into an enigmatic cave abode. Could it be that he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity within that dwelling? These questions, of course, Lin Bulang would not answer. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Are you cultivating Human Path Foundation Establishment or Earth Path Foundation Establishment?" Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's expression instantly morphed into one of incredulity. Indeed, she was merely an ordinary cultivator of the human path. After having a child, that Tin Yinxian, she devoted all her time to his upbringing, never considering the possibility of cultivating anew. Now, upon being questioned so provocatively by Lin Bulang, she was instantly engulfed by a sense of humiliation. Could it be that this young man had successfully cultivated the earth path and sought to mock her? How could she possibly endure such indignity? Just over 10 days ago, he had been nothing more than a wild dog at her mercy. Yet now he aspired to rise above her. It seemed a pity that he had taken the path of human cultivation. Lin Bulang sighed softly. Had he truly achieved the earth path, even if killing her did not grant him a new spirit root, it would surely enhance his ice spirit root significantly. Since he was merely a human cultivator, then so be it. Should he slay him, it was likely her husband would come seeking vengeance, and thus a never-ending cycle of enmity would ensue. Better yet, let us strike a deal. You relinquish your treasured Yin-Yang disc, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Thereafter, we shall sever all ties of animosity. What need is there for such fervent contention among cultivators? A child lost can be replaced. Moreover, your son is not dead. He merely seems to have lost some of his wits. Yet allowing you to embrace a grandchild should pose no issue. Lin Bulang chuckled softly. Did Lin Bulang genuinely wish to let her go? Certainly not. Allowing her to flee would create far more complications. His words were crafted solely to incite her fury. At this moment, although Lin Bulang had already established his foundation, his advantage lay solely in his physical prowess. He could easily beat this woman to death with his bare hands. However, should she attempt to escape, wielding that Yin-Yang disc to shield herself and make a hasty retreat, Lin Bulang would find himself powerless to stop her. Ha ha ha. Such audacity. Shen Gongfeng was nearly driven to laughter by Lin Bulang's audacious remarks. How brazen to be so arrogant just after establishing a foundation. If I do not slay you today, how can I quell the hatred in my heart? Come, meet your end. Witnessing Chen Gongfeng ignited with fury, Lin Bulang could not help but smirk wickedly. Ah, women. They are all too easily manipulated. Chapter 111. Acquiring the Yin-Yang disc, although a portion of the sword in her hand had shattered, it did not hinder her ability to wield her sword techniques. With a swift motion, she unleashed another strike of the Lingshu slash. This technique was remarkably enigmatic. The last time it struck, Lin Bulang had barely noticed the trajectory of the sword energy. Now that he had ascended to the foundation establishment stage, augmented by the supreme immortal body, he finally sensed something amiss. This Lingshu slash was, astonishingly, condensing spiritual energy directly before him, before slicing through the air. The speed of this energy's condensation was exceedingly rapid, though the subsequent flight of the sword energy was considerably slower. Upon keenly perceiving the point of condensation for the sword energy, Lin Bulang effortlessly sidestepped it. Such exquisite martial skill. The Lingshu slash bore no discernible technique, yet its strength lay in its ability to catch opponents off guard, proving especially effective when one's realm was overwhelmingly superior. It was likely a martial art of significantly higher caliber than his own crumbling mountain fist. He managed to evade it. Was it mere luck? Chen Gongfeng clenched the hilt of her broken sword, and before Lin Bulang could react, she unleashed 3 more slashes from 3 different directions. The Lingshu slash was indeed treacherous. Lin Bulang dared not confront it head-on. He raised his hand and executed a crumbling mountain fist, dispelling the first strike directly in front of him, then swiftly maneuvered away. This slippery little rascal, how will you evade this time? After having missed 2 attacks, Chen Gongfeng was evidently incensed. She promptly retrieved the Xiantian disc, pointing it at Lin Bulang while bellowing, "Suppression!" At that moment, a piercing sound of air being sliced through resonated behind her. Sensing impending danger, she turned to find a sphere hurtling towards her with unprecedented speed. During his initial evasion, Lin Bulang had launched the Heavenly Pearl, its velocity so astounding that Chen Gongfeng had barely registered its release. After swiftly circling the sky, the Heavenly Pearl positioned itself behind Chen Gongfeng. Lin Bulang had been waiting for her to use the Xiantian disc at this precise moment. Lingshu shield. Chen Gongfeng formed a hand seal, thrusting her palm forward, and a purple-black energy shield materialized instantaneously before her. She understood that evasion was futile. Her intention to raise a shield was sound, but she had gravely underestimated the agility of the Heavenly Pearl. As her spiritual energy compressed, the pearl's speed surged dramatically, nearing the speed of sound. This velocity was daunting even for Lin Bulang, let alone for Chen Gongfeng, who was merely at the Human Path Foundation establishment stage. The Heavenly Pearl suddenly traced a graceful arc in the air, deftly gliding along the edge of the shield before striking her wrist with a resounding crack. In an instant, her bone shattered. The Xiantian disc she held was sent flying, landing in Lin Bulang's grasp a moment later. "Ah, this treasure is splendid." Lin Bulang grinned widely, immediately emulating her earlier actions, channeling some spiritual energy into the Xiantian disc, and then shouted, "Suppression." To his surprise, the Xiantian disc remained utterly unresponsive. It was at this moment that Lin Bulang realized there was a layer of restriction within the disc. The spiritual energy he had just infused clashed violently with the barrier, causing the artifact to tremble violently. It appears that without dismantling this barrier, it cannot be utilized. How naive. Within this Xiantian disc lies a restriction set by my husband himself. Only those of my bloodline are permitted to wield it. Chun, the acolyte, scoffed coldly, declaring, "Even if you manage to seize it, in your hands it shall amount to nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal. You, woman, are truly loquacious. But it matters not. Your demise is imminent." Lin Bulang swiftly tucked the Xiantian disc into his embrace, pondering the enormity of the barrier, confident that he could dismantle it in due time. The adage strength shatters bricks held true. With sufficient spiritual energy, he would eventually reduce the barrier to mere dust. With that thought, Lin Bulang gestured, and the celestial orb once again soared into the air, hurtling towards Chun with ferocity. However, the celestial orb was not inherently an offensive artifact. Beneath the Foundation establishment stage, it could easily incapacitate its target. Once one reached the Foundation establishment stage, particularly at the 5th or 6th tier of strength, their celestial body was tempered to a hardness akin to iron. Thus, the celestial orb, relying solely on its brute force, had proven insufficient, as evidenced by its previous strike, which merely shattered the woman's bones. Yet, at this moment, it was of little consequence, for she could not evade her fate. As the celestial orb rushed towards her once more, Chen's countenance shifted drastically. She hastily brandished her sword, frantically slashing at the orb. Techniques such as Spirit Void Slash and Spirit Void Shield were unleashed in desperation. However, even expending all her spiritual energy would avail her nothing, for the speed of the celestial orb was simply too swift. After a series of sharp cracks echoed through the air, Chun fell as though a mere plaything, her ribs, back, and legs shattered by Lin Bulang's relentless assault. The final strike of the celestial orb came crashing down upon her crown, resulting in a sickening crunch, extinguishing her life force entirely. Upon reclaiming the spiritual energy from her, the ice spirit fruit indeed flourished further, now surpassing the 30% threshold. Yet, Lin Bulang's appetite had grown discerning. Such a trivial enhancement held no allure for him. Subsequently, he rummaged through her storage pouch, and after a thorough search, he incinerated her remains with a surge of dark fire. The storage pouch, a lesser version of a storage ring, was palm-sized yet possessed ample space to accommodate 2 individuals. However, despite its generous capacity, it was nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary bag, susceptible to damage in fierce battles and prone to decay. Moreover, as a magical artifact crafted from beast hide, its cost-effectiveness was lamentably low, leading most to prefer saving their resources for a storage ring. Lin Bulang emptied the contents of the storage pouch, discovering only a few healing potions, several thousand outer sect disciple coins, a handful of chi-gathering pills, and some ordinary spiritual herbs. The previously witnessed techniques, Spirit Void Slash and Spirit Void Shield, appeared quite impressive, and Lin Bulang had sought them eagerly. Regrettably, he had not uncovered their secrets. It was lamentable that whoever had instilled such poor habits in her had not seen fit to safeguard valuable items. Was it truly so easy to take a life? Lin Bulang, after expressing a few complaints, emptied the contents of his storage bag and subsequently sought a small mound not far from the miscellaneous disciple peak, where he buried both the storage bag and the Shintian plate. He had learned from past experiences these 2 items might very well possess tracking capabilities. Until Lin Bulang could muster enough spiritual energy to break the restrictions of the Shintian plate, it was best for them to remain hidden here. Having completed this task, Lin Bulang made his way back to the peak with a sense of assurance. As he ascended, seeing everything at the miscellaneous disciple peak in order, he let out a silent sigh of relief and hurried back to his courtyard, intending to gather his belongings. To his astonishment, upon opening the courtyard door, he found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. The courtyard he inhabited had been tidied up immaculately, devoid of any signs of habitation. In a flurry, Lin Bulang rushed into the yard, and upon digging beneath his bed, he discovered that all his previously concealed items had mysteriously vanished. What could be the reason? Wasn't he everything fine on the peak? How could Lu Qingyi and Shinchaner have moved without his knowledge? In shock, Lin Bulang scanned his surroundings, only to notice a letter placed on the corner table, addressed to him, "To the esteemed sir." The handwriting was rather crooked, unmistakably the work of Shinchaner. Chapter 112. Are you stealing? Lin Bulang hurriedly opened the letter and was instantly enlightened. It turned out that after Lin Bulang had been missing for several days, Qin Hongye had brought them all to reside on the peak. Naturally, all the assets left by Lin Bulang had also been taken away. It seemed that the women had already surmised that she had gone out in search of a cave dwelling to seclude herself and avoid calamity. Initially, they were somewhat concerned. But after conducting an investigation, someone reported having seen Lin Bulang at the foundry. Consequently, they confronted Engineer Li with a barrage of questions. To their surprise, Engineer Li had no idea about the relationship between these women and Lin Bulang. He was as tight-lipped as a clam, even when Qin Hongye herself came to inquire. He stubbornly remained silent. It was not until Su Baiji had a clever idea to summon Shinchaner that the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Qin Hongye nearly fainted from anger upon seeing the spirit stone mine that Lin Bulang had completely absorbed. Such a substantial spirit stone mine. She could hardly fathom the rewards that could have been yielded had it been submitted to the sect. Yet, as matters stood, there was nothing to be done. She could only seek retribution from Lin Bulang in the future. Lin Bulang, laden with a multitude of items, rushed up the peak, and upon opening the door, was greeted by a scene of warmth and camaraderie. Su Baiji was diligently teaching Shinchaner to read, and the two were sharing laughter, with Shinchaner occasionally receiving a playful tap on the head from Su Baiji for her lack of focus. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyi sat nearby, sipping tea and enjoying snacks, amused by the banter between the two. In the training room, the door to the cave was ajar, and Qin Hongye was seated inside, meditating. As Lin Bulang pushed the door open, all gazes converged upon her. "Master!" Shinchaner was the first to leap up, abandoning her pen to rush forward. However, a sharp voice called from behind just in time. "You finally decided to return. Do you have any idea how worried they have been?" Qin Hongya opened her eyes and spoke, startling Shin Chaner into standing frozen in place, an adorable sight. Su Baiji shot Lin Bulang a reproachful glance before rising to assist Lu Qingyi. Lin Bulang chuckled. Did I not go into seclusion? One loses track of time in cultivation, and it is only natural to delay a bit. Qin Hongya snorted heavily and stepped out of the training room. At that moment, she had regained the commanding presence of the peak master, exhibiting unmistakable signs of being the eldest among the 4 women. After all, the remaining 3 were dependent on her, and with her superior strength, it was only fitting that she wield such authority. You consumed such a large piece of spirit stone when you left. I am keen to see how much your strength has advanced. If you dare to let me down, I shall not let you off easily. As Qin Hongya approached, her eyes widened in shock. Foundation establishment. You actually succeeded in establishing your foundation? Her words sent shockwaves through the remaining 3 women, who all looked up in astonishment. What? Master has already established her foundation? Which kind of foundation? Does that mean you are now even more formidable than Sister Hongya? Su Baiji, having overheard their previous discussions on foundation establishment, immediately inquired. After the 4 women gathered, Qin Hongya no longer referred to Su Baiji as her servant, and Shin Chaner ceased to perform the duties of a maid, as there were numerous maidservants within the palace of Qin Hongya. Is it the Human Path Foundation? Qin Hongya approached with concern, immediately inquiring. As she posed this question, her breathing noticeably quickened. In the past few days of interaction among the 4 women, Qin Hongya learned that the celestial pearl could only be utilized by men, thereby dissolving the last barrier between her and Lin Bulang. Now, she genuinely hoped for Lin Bulang to grow in strength. No, Lin Bulang replied with a smile, shaking his head. Is it the Earth Path Foundation? Qin Hongya's voice elevated several octaves. Among the 3 women besides her, all were still lingering in the body refinement stage. Thus only she truly understood the significance of the term foundation. Lin Bulang shook his head once more. Could it be the Heavenly Path Foundation? Qin Hongya was suddenly taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Bulang hesitated briefly before nodding. The so-called Divine Path Foundation might be too complex to explain to them, so it was more practical to directly inform her of the Heavenly Path Foundation. Heavens! Qin Hongya scrutinized Lin Bulang intensely, feeling that the spiritual energy within him was stable, with a subtle radiance flowing beneath his skin, imparting an air of unquantifiable nobility. Is this what the Heavenly Path Foundation entails? Sister Hongya, what is the Heavenly Path Foundation? Is it powerful? Shin Chaner naturally grew excited and immediately posed her question. As outer disciples of Yin-Yang sect, our lifespan averages around 120 years. Those who achieve foundation by the age of 60 are typically those of the human path. The number who reach the Earth Path Foundation is exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 100. The difficulty of the Heavenly Path Foundation far surpasses that of the Earth Path. Generally, only the elite among inner disciples can attain it, though I cannot specify the exact numbers. My aspiration in this life is to first establish the Human Path Foundation, and after several years, consume the Soldier's Resolve pill to re-establish the Earth Path Foundation. Qin Hongya felt a surge of admiration for Lin Bulang. It can't be that difficult, I assure you. At least you all can reach the Earth Path Foundation. With adequate preparation, the Heavenly Path Foundation is not beyond reach. Lin Bulang spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, possessing the Qianquan realm allowed him to extend the foundation establishment period from 15 days to 150 days. Even without pursuing the Divine Path Foundation, it would not be challenging to prepare ample gathering spirit pills and foundation establishment pills to ensure they could be forcefully advanced to the Earth Path or Heavenly Path Foundations. Really? Then will I also be able to become a little immortal in the future? Shin Chaner exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Lin Bulang glanced around. Shin Chaner had already reached the 6th stage of body refinement. Lu Qingyi was at the 8th stage, and Su Baiji, at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, was gradually expanding her dantian, making her entry into the Qi refinement stage merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the most powerful, Qin Hongya, had advanced to the 7th stage of Qi refinement after her recent cultivation, having fortuitously acquired a spiritual root, indicating a significant enhancement in her inherent strength. Still laughing. You are currently the weakest among us, and it is surprising that you often practice with me. Lin Bulang feigned sternness as he scolded, causing Shin Chaner to immediately adopt a pitiful demeanor, clasping her hands behind her back. There is no need for such harshness, my husband. Chaner has been caring for me greatly, which naturally leaves her with less time for training. Lu Qingyi remarked with a smile, gently taking Shen Chan'er's hand. This gesture immediately bolstered Shen Chan'er's confidence. She straightened her posture and even made a face at Lin Bulang. You little girl, truly. Lin Bulang chuckled in exasperation. What are your plans for the future? Qin Hongya, the most practical among them, recognized that Lin Bulang was now the strongest among them and their mainstay. They would certainly accompany and support him on his chosen path. Oh right, Baiji. Hurry and fetch the confidential letter from Vice Commander Guan. Just a few days after your departure, Vice Commander Guan sent the second letter. You should open it and see. Lin Bulang nodded and then elaborated. At present, the most crucial task is to solidify our strength. None of you can be left behind. Additionally, I have entered the foundation establishment stage, but I lack suitable martial arts techniques to match this advancement. I would like you to find a manual that is appropriate for someone at this stage. I have a total of 10,000 outer sect disciple coins. I wonder if that will suffice. 10,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongya felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The remaining outer sect disciple coins she possessed amounted to merely 2,000 or 3,000. Where would he acquire such an enormous sum? Did he resort to robbery? Chapter 113. The acquisition of the library. Indeed, Lin Bulang had resorted to thievery. This included not only the gambling Tan Yinxian and the troublesome Chen Gongfu, but even Lu Qianxue fell victim to Lin Bulang's exploits. No need for me to accompany you. When you have some free time, I shall take you to the Scripture Pavilion of the Foreign Affairs Hall. The management of the Scripture Pavilion is rather lenient. As long as one possesses the waist token of an outer sect disciple and refrains from theft or robbery, no one will interfere. Moreover, martial arts techniques and cultivation methods are, in fact, quite affordable, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 3,000. Your more than 10,000 outer sect disciple coins will allow you to choose to your heart's content. Qin Hongya explained. So inexpensive? Far cheaper than elixirs. How can these martial techniques be so undervalued compared to the 5,000 per bottle spirit gathering pills? Elixirs incur production costs. Consuming one means one less in stock. As for martial techniques, once one acquires a tome, they can transcribe countless copies. Even if the sect forbids it, they cannot completely prevent outer sect disciples from imparting techniques to one another. These are all low-level martial techniques. High-level ones still command a hefty price. Qin Hongya sighed deeply. Whenever she contemplated the exorbitant prices of resources within the sect, her sentiment was always the same. Perhaps it is better not to cultivate at all. Before long, Su Baiji brought over the letter, conveniently accompanied by the sword crafted by Li Gong. Since this fine iron had originally been in Lin Bulang's possession, the unveiling of these items created an awkward atmosphere. Qin Hongya, already anticipating this, donned an expression of indifference and urged, "You finally completed it. Why not take a look?" Lin Bulang chuckled and gently drew the sword. With a sharp sound, the black iron long sword revealed layers of densely packed silver-white feather-like patterns. Exceedingly beautiful, Lin Bulang, exhilarated, lightly weighed it in his hand, performing several sword flourishes in the air, accompanied by continuous sounds of slicing through the air, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged in response. A fine sword. It truly is an exceptional weapon. The superior hardness of the fine iron and its resonance with spiritual energy render this sword lighter than a typical black iron sword. Having primarily refined the dragon sword, Lin Bulang now wielded it with remarkable ease. Let us call it the feathers of flight. After securing the sword, Lin Bulang opened the envelope, which bore only a few simple words. I have returned to the camp. All is well. Do not worry. In the previous letter, Guan Sanshan had specifically left a code phrase, the Green Mountains beyond the pass. If this letter was indeed penned by him, there should have been an additional phrase, Luelu. Like Lin Bulang, Guan Sanshan had clawed his way up from the bottom. Such caution is not easily comprehended by ordinary outer sect disciples. This small detail allowed Lin Bulang to ascertain that even if Guan Sanshan was not dead, he had likely been imprisoned. After all, he was the deputy commander of the patrol camp. To have captured the deputy commander of the patrol camp, how immense must the power of the individual behind this be? Lin Bulang's expression instantly turned grave. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom the situation. Why, if this person is so intent on targeting himself, has he yet to take action? The fate of the three mountains has remained uncertain for many days. Even if he has not located me, he must surely be able to find the servant peak especially since the message has already been delivered. Yet, why are the four of them still safe and sound? Lin Bulang is perplexed. Never mind. Every moment the enemy grants me to breathe allows me to grow stronger. Is the situation dire? Although Qin Hongye is unaware of the troubles Lin Bulang has entangled himself in, he can see that Lin has reached the foundation establishment stage, and the gravity of this letter has rendered his expression serious. This matter is likely to be far from simple. Well, there is no time to lose. Let us hasten to the Foreign Affairs Hall. The Foreign Affairs Hall, after all, serves merely as a base, lacking the critical functional roles of a post station or a patrol camp. Consequently, the selection of locations for foreign affairs halls in various regions tends to be rather arbitrary. For outer disciples wishing to learn techniques, any foreign affairs hall will suffice. To avoid encountering Elder Dong and incurring unnecessary trouble, Lin Bulang instructed Qin Hongye to guide him to a different foreign affairs hall. Qin Hongye is quite familiar with this particular hall. It was here that he last submitted refined iron. Following a winding path, they soon arrived beneath a grand and imposing mountain, where the Foreign Affairs Hall was established. The structure of the Foreign Affairs Hall is relatively simple. It is managed by an inner disciple appointed from the inner sect as the Hall Master, who is assisted by 3 chief administrators overseeing affairs related to goods, external matters, and sect affairs. The goods administrator is responsible for evaluating the various items submitted by outer disciples in exchange for rewards and wealth. The external affairs administrator is tasked with distributing various missions and determining rewards. The sect affairs administrator oversees the promotions and transfers of all outer disciples. Beneath these chief administrators, there are also attendants leading a small number of outer disciples to manage various tasks, occasionally accompanied by guards. However, all operations within the Foreign Affairs Hall are conducted in accordance with established regulations and must be documented, resulting in limited benefits, which dissuades many outer disciples from joining. Similar to Elder Dong, who had no outer disciples under his command and had to personally run errands at the servant peak to assign tasks, such occurrences are not uncommon. Upon arriving at the Foreign Affairs Hall, Lin Bulang and Qin Hongye presented their waste tokens, and the guard at the entrance permitted them entry, leading them directly to the library. The Foreign Affairs Hall is equipped not only with a library but also with alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, and training rooms. The training rooms contain specialized spirit gathering arrays, which, of course, require payment for access. The collections in the libraries of various foreign affairs halls are largely similar. The Lingyang sect has been established for over a millennium, and the outer library contains thousands of martial arts manuals. Thus, the library before them boasts an impressive 5 stories, with an expansive interior filled with rows upon rows of bookshelves, seemingly stretching into infinity. The attendant overseeing the library merely glanced up briefly as they entered before returning to a light slumber. Holding the sign, inscribed with the incantation, grants them access to the library's collection, all of which are protected by prohibitive measures. With the sign in hand, they can retrieve books without triggering any restrictions. Moreover, one can only consult a single tome at a time. Otherwise, even with a signed agreement, one would face immediate restrictions and direct assaults. Qin Hongye, while elucidating this to Lin Bulang, handed him a bamboo stick approximately the thickness of a thumb and about 20 centimeters in length. The secret texts are categorized from inferior to superior, divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with further classifications of low grade, mid grade, and high grade, culminating in a total of 12 varieties across the 4 tiers. The library of the Foreign Affairs Hall primarily houses martial arts manuals of the low-grade mysterious tier. However, to acquire such texts, one must at least possess a foundational cultivation level. The 5th floor is designated for the collection of low-grade mysterious tier texts. If you seek martial arts manuals suitable for foundational cultivators, we need only ascend to the 5th floor. As it was Lin Bulang's first visit, it was not surprising that he felt somewhat bewildered, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his eyes darting everywhere in awe. Had it not been for Qin Hongye's guidance, he might have lingered on the 2nd or 3rd floors for quite some time. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Bulang's gaze was immediately drawn to a conspicuously placed, thick manual titled Lingshu Arts. It was evident that the techniques previously employed by Elder Chun, such as Lingshu Slash and Lingshu Shield, originated from this very source. Eagerly, Lin Bulang recited the incantation and retrieved the book, upon flipping through its pages. He was elated to discover it was a complete set, containing a comprehensive compilation of the Lingshu techniques: Lingshu Slash, Lingshu Finger, Lingshu Flash, Lingshu Skill, and Lingshu Shield. This is perfect. I shall take this. How much does it cost? Lin Bulang's heart soared with delight, only to be halted in his tracks as he glanced down at the price tag. 50,000 Outer Sect Disciple coins. What on earth wasn't it said that techniques are quite affordable? Are you jesting with me? 50,000 is considered cheap? Noticing Lin Bulang's astonishment, Qin Hongya leaned in for a glimpse and couldn't help but chuckle. You truly have a knack for selection. You've chosen the most expensive item in the library at once. The Lingshu Arts is a complete and powerful set, thus its price is naturally steep. With your limited funds, perhaps it would be wise to explore other options. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude witnessing Lin Bulang's shock at the price. At last, he understands the weight of his plight. Wait, complete? Does that imply there are incomplete versions? Lin Bulang suddenly recalled the protagonists in novels from his past life, who often ascended to greatness relying on incomplete techniques. Having read numerous novels proved beneficial, as the template for cultivation in this alternate realm resided within Lin Bulang's mind. Indeed, there are fragmented scrolls available in that direction, and they are being offered at a discount. However, do not harbor any illusions. These incomplete scrolls are of little use for cultivation, and one must tread carefully to avoid falling into madness. Before Qin Hongya could finish her warning, Lin Bulang had already strided purposefully toward the dilapidated bookshelf she had indicated, which was haphazardly cluttered with various martial arts manuals. Perhaps due to their incomplete nature, these texts were not protected by any restrictions. As Lin Bulang glanced down, he noticed a small sign: 500 per book, bulk purchases welcome. In the next moment, Lin Bulang, without a hint of hesitation, dashed forward, spreading his arms wide to embrace all the tattered scrolls from the shelf with fervor. He then cast a commanding gaze towards Qin Hongya and declared, "Let us proceed downstairs to settle the bill." Chapter 114. Just trust him, Lin Bulang. Have you lost your mind? Taking this many? The scene left Qin Hongya utterly aghast. Such a multitude of fragmented scrolls. Surely they must cost a fortune. Moreover, one could hardly derive anything meaningful from them, and it could easily lead to madness. Wasn't it merely 500 apiece? Though inexpensive, must you truly be so greedy for this trivial bargain? Do you not realize that the collection you are embracing could fuel your descent into madness tenfold? How many lives do you possess to squander so recklessly? Observing the exhilaration radiating from Lin Bulang, Qin Hongya felt a surge of frustration. You should set them down. If you are reluctant to part with your money, just choose one and I shall purchase it for you. At this moment, Qin Hongya presumed Lin Bulang was merely enticed by the 5,000 spirit virtual arts, unable to resist such a deal on these fragmented scrolls. Do not concern yourself with me. I am fully aware of my intentions, Lin Bulang replied, as he quickened his descent, buoyed by the woman's protests. This woman knows nothing. Indeed, while these scrolls were incomplete, they represented something far more significant. These were unique copies. Unlike the mass-produced martial arts manuals from the scripture repository, should Lin Bulang manage to restore even one of these scrolls, it would become an unparalleled treasure. Look at the protagonists in novels, each one discovering hidden pages and completing fragmented techniques to emerge invincible. Even if fortune does not favor him to such an extent, he could still rely on quantity. Amidst this vast collection, surely one would prove useful. In an instant, the scripture repository buzzed with activity. Lin Bulang dashed forward while Qin Hongya pursued closely behind. The once dormant offerings were roused from their slumber, prepared to voice their ire, only to be met by a whirlwind of energy rushing towards them. I shall take them all. Can you provide a fair price? Lin Bulang exclaimed, spreading the scrolls across the table, leaving the attendant momentarily speechless. These scrolls were primarily submitted by outer sect disciples, sourced from various paradises, personal research, or retrieved during their travels. Upon entering the outer affairs hall, they would be prioritized for registration and restoration. As the quantity of scrolls accumulated, it became feasible to assemble complete volumes. Additionally, within the sect, there existed skilled bibliophiles, well-versed and knowledgeable, who had encountered a portion of these fragments during their youth. By employing deduction and experimentation, they could restore many. Only those fragments deemed irreparable and uncompletable ultimately found themselves languishing in the scripture repository. clinging to their last vestiges of value, awaiting the day a hapless disciple might purchase them. It was evident that few would be so blind as to make such a purchase, resulting in these fragments piling up in various outer affairs halls. You want them all? The attendant was taken aback, staring in disbelief for a full half-minute before cautiously inquiring. While one might occasionally encounter oblivious disciples, it was truly a first to see someone as blind as Lin Bulang. Yes, I want them all. Name your price, Lin Bulang affirmed with a firm nod. This is a substantial business indeed. Ever since he assumed office, these damaged scrolls have not sold a single copy. Nevertheless, in an effort to encourage the sale of these defective scrolls, the sect generously allocated a 50% share of the profits to the scripture pavilion. Typically, for standard manuals, one would only receive 10% upon sale. Yet for these flawed scrolls, the share is an astonishing 50%. What an idea! That amounts to several thousand outer sect servant coins. His monthly stipend is merely 500. This generous offering set his heart racing, flushing his face all the way to his neck. A firm price of 8,000. Excellent. Lin Bulang, without hesitation, reached into his pocket and, in a matter of moments, produced 8,000 outer sect disciple coins and placed them on the table. Stop. You can't. At that moment, Qin Hongye caught up, witnessing Lin Bulang making the payment, and immediately shouted. Once the money was exchanged, it was non-refundable. The attendant, quick-witted and nimble, swept the 8,000 coins into his possession. In that instant, he felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. 4,000 outer sect disciple coins, just like that. Goodness, how could such fortune exist? Considering the attendant's position, Qin Hongye dared not voice further objections, merely casting a fierce glare at Lin Bulang before dashing outside. Lin Bulang chuckled to himself. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a stern voice call out from behind. Wait a moment. The attendant suddenly emerged from behind the table, bending down to pick up something from the floor. Almost immediately, he donned a beaming smile. Brother, how careless of you. Your waist token has fallen. You should retrieve it promptly. The attendant handed the waist token back to Lin Bulang, patting him on the shoulder in the process. Ah, so you are also a disciple of our Foreign Affairs Hall. Not from our side, I presume? Here on business? Had I known, I would have offered you an additional discount. Thank you, thank you. Lin Bulang quickly secured the waist token and, clutching a pile of damaged scrolls, hurried outside. Along the way, he naturally faced a barrage of reprimands. Losing so much money at once left Qin Hongye both furious and anxious, tears welling in her eyes. She truly felt the sting of the loss. Lin Bulang said nothing, thinking, just wait until I uncover treasures within these scrolls. You will surely regret scolding me. Throughout their journey, although Qin Hongye continued to berate Lin Bulang, her demeanor visibly relaxed, perhaps due to their time away from the servant peak, where she no longer had to maintain the lofty facade of a peak master, allowing her emotions to flourish. Unbeknownst to her, ever since her vengeance was fulfilled, she subconsciously began to rely on Lin Bulang, and in their isolation together, this dependence became all the more apparent. Soon, they returned to the servant peak, and as expected, Qin Hongye reverted to her serious peak master demeanor. Upon entering the palace, a thick frost settled upon her face. Su Baizhi, puzzled, hurried to inquire, and upon learning the details, promptly scolded Lin Bulang as well. The commotion naturally drew Lu Qingyi and Shun Chan'er closer. Upon overhearing a few remarks, Lu Qingyi offered a gentle smile. Chan'er, please assist my husband in transferring those scrolls to the study for safekeeping. Qin Hongye and Su Baizhi exchanged incredulous glances. What was going on with Lu Qingyi? Was she truly aligning herself with this insufferable man? Perceiving their bewilderment, Lu Qingyi offered a soft explanation. There is undoubtedly a rationale behind my husband's actions, and we should trust him. Had he been a reckless individual, he would not have achieved his current standing. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and plant a fervent kiss upon her lips. Ah, Qingyi, you understand me best. In that case, I shall reward you splendidly tonight. Indeed, Lu Qingyi was the first to choose to place her faith in Lin Bulang and remained his most steadfast supporter. She may not possess Su Baizhi's cunning, Qin Hongye's formidable strength, or Shun Chan'er's innocence, yet in any circumstance, she would unconditionally stand behind Lin Bulang. As Chan'er clutched a dozen scrolls, the mention of a reward piqued her curiosity, and she eagerly looked up. Master, what reward? I want it too. I want it too. Chapter 115. Entering the domain of chess with a joyful laugh, Lin Bulang embraced Shinchaner, and together they made their way to Qin Hongye's study. After some organization, Lin Bulang returned with a total of 37 fragments of texts, truly a significant gain. However, the quality of these remnants was indeed quite poor. Most were merely fragmented pages devoid of any readability, rendering them almost useless. After several rounds of selection, Lin Bulang managed to extract 3 volumes that appeared somewhat promising: Breaking the Heavens, Guiding Method, and Phoenix Bird's Mysterious Formation. Breaking the Heavens contained only the incantation, while the method of cultivation was incomplete and its power level remained uncertain. Upon meticulous study, Lin Bulang discovered that the energy route of this technique bore some resemblance to flicking a flash, suggesting it might be possible to enhance it. Guiding Method, on the other hand, was a cultivation technique primarily aimed at absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in a short period, which could be drawn from items such as spirit stones or even from others. According to the annotations, this was classified as a high-grade mysterious technique. Yet it baffled Lin Bulang why it had not been employed, as both the energy route and the incantation consisted of merely a few words, rendering it impractical. The final volume, Phoenix Bird's Mysterious Formation, was merely a diagram of a formation, lacking any textual explanation or guidance on its setup. In such circumstances, even a master of formations would find themselves at a loss. The scenarios Lin Bulang had envisioned, such as hidden layers within the pages or the possibility of assembling a completely new technique through piecing together fragments, did not materialize, leaving him to focus solely on these 3 texts for the time being. After dining, Lin Bulang was the first to open Breaking the Heavens. Following the energy route of flicking a flash, he attempted to activate the incantation. He distinctly felt a slight warmth at his fingertips, and the gathered spiritual energy trembled momentarily before falling silent. Was it possible that he had not performed the technique sufficiently? On his second attempt, Lin Bulang made slight modifications to the energy route of flicking a flash, extending the duration of the technique by a factor of 2, then pointed his finger. Suddenly, a beam of brilliance erupted from his fingertip. Although the light was not fully condensed, its power was considerable, shattering a small hill several hundred meters away into fragments. Goodness! Fortunately, that mountain peak had not yet been developed. Otherwise, he would have no idea how many subordinates would have faced disaster. With this initial success, Lin Bulang made further adjustments to the energy route, aiming to enhance the condensation of Breaking the Heavens. This time, on his third attempt, a dazzling radiance burst forth from his fingertip, followed by an immensely brilliant beam shooting into the sky, trailing a long rainbow-like glow, soaring into the clouds. That distance was no less than 2,000 or 3,000 meters. This was astonishingly powerful. If the force of flicking a flash was akin to a small slingshot, then Breaking the Heavens was comparable to a Barrett rifle, boasting overwhelming power and range. Even a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage would likely find it unbearable to withstand such an attack. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Qin Hongye promptly emerged from the training room. Upon raising her gaze, she was immediately captivated by a dazzling brilliance, momentarily rendered speechless. She then incredulously inquired, "Have you truly restored a manual?" Lin Bulang chuckled heartily and nodded. "What do you think? Would you like to learn? Just call me master, and I shall impart my knowledge to you." Noticing the formidable power of the technique, which far surpassed that of a mere flick, Qin Hongye's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yet, her pride held her back, and she merely huffed softly. "It's just a trivial finger technique. I can visit the scripture repository tomorrow and acquire a copy safely. Following your method could lead to unforeseen complications." Despite her words, she showed no inclination to leave. Her gaze fixed on Lin Bulang, clearly intent on clandestinely learning from him. "Very well, take it," Lin Bulang conceded. "You need not call me master, but do make sure to adequately compensate me later tonight." He picked up a pen and added a few annotations to the manual of the broken sky finger before placing it on the table. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongye muttered under her breath, "You have quite the imagination." Yet, after a brief hesitation, she stealthily approached and took the manual. Lin Bulang, unconcerned with such trivialities, recognized that Qin Hongye's enhancement in strength would only serve to benefit him. At present, she was the only one capable of protecting the other women. With the broken sky finger settled, Lin Bulang then shifted his attention to the guidance technique. The allure of this technique lay in its striking resemblance to the method of using the heavenly pearl that Lu Qingyi had once taught him. Having frequently utilized the heavenly pearl to absorb spiritual energy, he was quite familiar with the corresponding energy pathways. The incantation for activating the technique, regardless of the type of manual, is composed of fixed phrases, making it relatively easy to complete. The true challenge in restoring a manual lies within the intricacies of the energy pathways, which can vary widely, some facilitating positive flow, others inducing reverse flow, and still others being utterly chaotic. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the pathways, the guidance technique had been discarded. However, thanks to the heavenly pearl, Lin Bulang was able to swiftly ascertain its energy route, a stroke of luck indeed. As the training room was occupied by Qin Hongya, Lin Bulang settled himself in a nearby space, assuming a cross-legged position to circulate his energy and recite the incantation. With a resonant hum in his mind, the surrounding spiritual energy surged to life, frantically converging towards Lin Bulang's body. The speed was akin to that of a massive swimming pool having its drain unplugged, swiftly forming a vortex of energy. Possessing the unparalleled celestial body, Lin Bulang could perceive the spiritual energy, and as it converged around him, it compressed above his head before colliding into his dantian. This extraordinary spectacle left Lin Bulang agape in astonishment. The entire process of guidance lasted roughly 3 minutes, during which Lin Bulang extracted all surrounding spiritual energy, rendering the vicinity nearly devoid of it within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius. It would take at least 2 to 3 days for the surrounding energy to replenish. This guidance technique was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Currently, I find myself at the periphery of the Yin-Yang sect, where the spiritual energy is rather sparse. In just 3 minutes, I have already depleted a third of the spiritual energy in my dantian. If I were to gain access to the inner sanctum of the Yin-Yang sect in the future, would it not be possible to absorb energy to my heart's content within such a brief span? Lin Bulang, feeling the abundance of spiritual energy within his dantian, could not help but marvel. Such a significant alteration in the world would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Outer Affairs Hall. I surmise that tomorrow, individuals from the hall will arrive to investigate. However, I can leave this matter to Qin Hongya to manage. After employing the guiding technique, there follows a period of energy depletion during which Lin Bulang's capacity to absorb spiritual energy diminishes drastically. Thus, while the guiding technique is indeed formidable, it cannot be utilized indefinitely. As for when this state will weaken and cease, Lin Bulang is uncertain. For now, he must delve into further research. Turning his attention, Lin Bulang picked up the final volume, the diagram of the Phoenix Array. This tome, indeed, was merely a diagram. In Qin Hongya's study, there existed a book that elucidated the fundamentals of formations, which Lin Bulang referenced, but found little insight within. As the sun began its descent, he felt a pang of urgency after several hours without progress. The individual he had previously played chess with, something, had mentioned that the way of chess is foundational to the way of formations. Perhaps he should first explore the 9-pearl technique that had been imparted to him? With a slow closing of his eyes, Lin Bulang began to recollect the contents of the 9-pearl technique. In doing so, a plethora of intricate information surged within his mind, vast as the ocean. This encompassed not only the essence of the 9-pearl technique, but also Summer Qingxuan's own insights and annotations. Coupled with Lin Bulang's already commendable skill in chess, his learning accelerated rapidly. This fellow certainly holds nothing back. Chess mastery is categorized into ranks, commencing from the 1st to the 9th dan. Beyond the 9th dan lies the realm of the chess artist, chess master, chess king, chess immortal, and chess sage. Upon reaching the chess artist level, one can unlock the divine chess space. Moreover, the 9-pearl technique mentions that the first chess sage, Wang Yiran, utilized his own power to open a domain known as the chess abyss, within which assessments were established for future generations to evaluate chess ranks. By merely reciting the incantation left by Wang Yiran, one can project their consciousness into the chess abyss. Is this truly the case? Does it imply that the first chess sage, upon achieving enlightenment, directly opened a space connecting all individuals worldwide, allowing anyone willing to upload their consciousness at any time? This is astonishing. Lin Bulang's gaze fell upon the incantation mentioned in the 9-pearl technique, and a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Perhaps I should give it a try? Chapter 116. the eerie black mist to ensure safety. Lin Bulang first infused the qi into the Qian realm, as he had no idea how long he would be away. Afterwards, he returned to his room, indulging in the company of Shun Chaner and Lu Qingyi. It was not until the deep hours of the night that he settled into a meditative posture and recited the incantation. As darkness enveloped him, Lin Bulang felt his consciousness being drawn out of his body by an invisible force, ascending rapidly into the void. Before he could fully comprehend the entirety of the myriad peaks of the Zhujiaozelu, he found himself plunged into the boundless starry expanse. In the next moment, Lin Bulang appeared on a vast platform suspended in the cosmos, where a colossal stone loomed before him, inscribed with ancient and robust characters. Chess Absolute Domain. Beside the stone lay a grand avenue paved with bluestone, extending into the heart of the immense platform. The first sight that met his gaze was a towering 9-story pagoda, each level corresponding to the challenges of chess players from the 1st to the 9th rank. Behind the pagoda, 5 increasingly opulent arenas awaited, representing the titles of chess player, chess master, chess king, chess immortal, and chess sage. It was said that the final arena was presided over by the chess sage Wang Yiran himself, and only those who earned his approval could attain the title of chess sage. Curiosity piqued, Lin Bulang strolled along the path, observing countless individuals engaged in matches on the open grounds surrounding the platform. Yet, they all appeared as consciousness entities, and it seemed they were bound by some unspoken rules that rendered them unable to speak, communicating solely through gestures. Upon reaching the base of the 9-story pagoda, Lin Bulang encountered a reflective surface, revealing his own image clad in simple attire. His visage transformed into that of a white-bearded elder in his 50s, with a prominent 0 embroidered on his chest. Unable to converse or discern the identities of others, he realized that this chess absolute domain was indeed a realm dedicated purely to the art of chess. In that moment, a profound respect for the chess sage Wang Yiran, the architect of this place, welled up within him. Entering the 9-story pagoda, the first level posed little challenge, and within a matter of mere moves, he swiftly overcame his opponent. The adversary raised a finger, and the numeral on Lin Bulang's chest transformed to 1. Subsequently, he ascended with fervor, defeating his opponents at an average pace of 1 match every 5 minutes, rapidly reaching the 7th level. It was only from the 7th level onward that Lin Bulang began to face a modicum of difficulty. After more than 2 hours passed, he successfully advanced to the 9th rank of chess players and descended from the pagoda. Upon witnessing the numeral 9 emblazoned on Lin Bulang's chest, many gazes of astonishment were cast upon him. Despite it being his inaugural visit, he had managed to traverse the pagoda in a mere 3 hours, achieving the rank of chess player 9th tier. Was he a prodigy? Consequently, the crowd began to beckon one another, and an increasing number of individuals trailed behind Lin Bulang, heading towards the arena for the chess player evaluation. They were all intrigued to see whether Lin Bulang could pass the assessment. For the leap from chess player 9th rank to chess player was notoriously steep, with countless challengers having met their demise in pursuit, enduring hundreds of attempts to achieve success. Upon first entering the realm of chess, there are indeed those who can pierce through the 9 tiers of the towering edifice. Yet few possess the capability to subsequently pass the assessment of the chess master's dojo. Regardless, one's identity is randomized, and it is unlikely that anyone would recognize him later. Thus, Lin Bulang, indifferent to the onlookers, strode directly into the dojo. The arena resembled a martial arts platform, a modest courtyard housing an immense chessboard. Standing upon it, one would be akin to a chess piece in size. This scale was considerably smaller than the intricate chess formations he had previously encountered within the space of Xiaoqingxian. Did this imply that the larger the scale, the more formidable the chess skills? If so, the chess sage's domain must be as vast as a mountain range or river. With no time for idle speculation, Lin Bulang settled himself upon the chessboard, drawing upon his previous experience in matches, making the entire endeavor feel rather effortless. As he sat down, a middle-aged man in his 40s opened his eyes across from him. A resounding roar echoed around them, and a beam of light descended, enveloping them and silencing the outside world. Is this your first challenge at the Chess Master's dojo? Indeed. If you succeed in this challenge, you shall unlock the divine chess space. Do not be complacent. Here, the contest is not solely about chess skills, but also about one's mastery of the rules. With that, the man gently moved a finger, and the first chess piece began to glide across the board. Just as Lin Bulang intended to make his move, he found himself seemingly restrained by an unseen force, utterly immobile. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his arms were ensnared by countless golden chains. You must deduce a portion of my thoughts and strategies before you earn the right to move your pieces. Such is the fundamental rule of the dojo. The man continued to elucidate. Lin Bulang understood immediately, directing his gaze to the chessboard. After rapidly devising several strategies in his mind, the golden chains began to dissolve one by one. This was not merely a game of chess. It was a profound battle of wits. As Lin Bulang, still unfamiliar with the rules, was almost compelled to complete his first match, he faced a resounding defeat. Upon exiting the space, many spectators departed with faces marked by disappointment. However, Lin Bulang remained stationary for a moment, seemingly struck by an epiphany, before stepping once more into the chessboard. In the second match, he suffered a slight defeat. In the third, a narrow loss. By the fourth match, he emerged victorious. After these 4 encounters, his mental energy had been nearly exhausted, and the body formed of his consciousness began to flicker, clearly unable to remain any longer. Congratulations, you have passed the chess master's assessment. Next, according to the dictates of the chess sage, I shall unlock the divine chess space for you and reveal a profound truth as a reward. The man gestured, and a stream of light entered Lin Bulang's brow. Instantly, 3 golden orbs materialized above his head, each slowly rotating, revealing the grand characters inscribed upon them: insight, control, separation. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Bulang pointed to the orb inscribed with the word insight. Immediately thereafter, the golden sphere shattered, transforming into countless golden characters that surged into Lin Bulang's mind. The magnitude of this energy was so immense that it temporarily enveloped Lin Bulang in a golden haze. Once the golden light fully dissipated, Lin Bulang found himself back at the boundary marker of the chess absolute domain. Aware that, given his current state, he could not continue challenging, he respectfully bowed from a distance and exited the chess absolute domain. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the outside world had brightened. It appeared to be morning, or perhaps late morning. On the table before him sat a bowl of warm congee. After checking his chinkoan ring, he discovered that approximately 40% of his spiritual energy had been consumed, indicating that less than half a day had passed. Stretching lazily and rubbing his temples, he finished the congee in one gulp, quickly freshened up, and stepped outside, where he encountered Qin Hongya and Su Baiji, who had just returned from the foot of the mountain. With the help of the celestial pearl, you must have made significant progress with your 5 leagues body, right? Today, a new group of laborers has arrived at the base of the mountain, including a young man with a 5 leagues body, just like you. Qin Hongya casually inquired. Lin Bulang nodded in acknowledgement. That's good to hear, Qin Hongya replied, lightly gesturing with her finger as a small glimmer of light coalesced at her fingertip, seemingly in a display of her prowess. After last night's diligent training, she had also grasped the essence of the breaking heaven finger, though not as swiftly as Lin Bulang. Currently, lacking the foundation establishment, the power of her technique was somewhat diminished, yet it was still considerably stronger than a mere flickering flash. Lin Bulang smiled knowingly, discreetly giving her a thumbs up before making his way down the mountain. With his divine chess space now established, his first task was undoubtedly to seek out Xia Qingxian for a sparring session. Having recently gained profound insights into the art of chess, he felt that perhaps today he could best Xia Qingxian and acquire another jar of the refreshing brew. With purpose in his heart, Lin Bulang's steps became lighter, and he swiftly departed from the laborer's peak. As he traversed the narrow path, he raised his gaze and spotted a plume of dark energy in the distance. This ominous presence was not far from the relay station, seemingly emanating from the direction of the patrol camp. Lin Bulang's brow furrowed. Could this dark energy be connected to the death of Guan Sanjian? Was this the effect of the profound insights he had gained, allowing him to perceive elements of fate? At that moment, faint rustling sounds echoed from afar, and 2 figures swiftly advanced through the forest, soon entering the domain of the laborer's peak. Both individuals bore dark wisps emanating from their foreheads. Observing this, Lin Bulang immediately concealed his presence and stealthily followed. Chapter 117. Xia Qingxuan's deception. The 2 individuals possessed mere 5th or 6th tier qi cultivation, and under Lin Bulang's deliberate concealment of his aura, they were blissfully unaware of his presence. Thus, Lin Bulang trailed them back to the disciplinary peak, their destination being the quarters of the miscellaneous disciples. At that moment, the newly appointed batch of miscellaneous disciples had just completed their orientation and were in search of their accommodations. The two figures concealed themselves as they conversed in hushed tones while scanning their surroundings. The fifth disciple of the five lost body has finally appeared, and conveniently, he is right here at the disciplinary peak. Shall we capture him together? Suggested one. The other, who had already risen to the rank of a guard within the disciplinary peak, remarked, I've heard his strength is comparable to ours. If we act rashly, we might create chaos. It's better to apprehend this one first, and when Senior Brother Chung returns this afternoon, we can go after the other. Isn't it because I'm concerned about running out of time? Orders from above are stringent. We must capture both of them today. The first one replied, Why the panic? This disciplinary peak is not that vast. He can't escape, retorted his companion. Listening to their dialogue, Lin Bulang's brow furrowed. Another disciple of the five lost body, with strength akin to theirs. Wasn't he that a reflection of himself? It seemed these two were indeed the lackeys dispatched by someone intent on harming him. Following them closely, Lin Bulang observed as they pinpointed their target, bursting into a room where they swiftly knocked out a miscellaneous disciple before silently departing, leaving Lin Bulang unperturbed. The life of a mere miscellaneous disciple held little significance for him. If he were to eliminate them now, it would only serve to alert others. It was wiser to wait until they had gathered their forces in the afternoon and then capture them all at once for thorough interrogation. However, it was imperative to ascertain the identity of their adversaries. Thus, Lin Bulang continued to trail them until they entered the precincts of the patrol camp, at which point he halted. They were indeed members of the patrol camp, the only individuals capable of erasing their own insignia within the camp and easily dispatching someone from Guansanshan could only be the commander or the camp officer. Yet, the commander, being an external disciple, likely lacked the audacity to recklessly abduct and slay individuals. The likelihood of the other being the camp officer was greater. As camp officers were inner disciples, Lin Bulang was uncertain of their precise strength. If they were at the foundation establishment stage, he might stand a chance. But if they had reached the core formation stage, that would present a significant challenge. Lin Bulang turned his gaze towards the distant relay station, recalling that Xia Qingxian was also affiliated with it. It would be prudent to inquire with him. Therefore, Lin Bulang made his way to the relay station. At that moment, the market at the relay station had concluded, and aside from a couple of itinerant merchants, it was relatively tranquil. The personnel at the relay station were already familiar with Lin Bulang and promptly escorted him to the top floor to meet Xia Qingxian. Upon entering, Lin Bulang found Xia Qingxian engrossed in a complex game of Go, his brow furrowed in concentration, occasionally clicking his tongue in frustration. Upon seeing Lin Bulang, his face brightened with joy. You've activated the divine chess space? Indeed, I have come with great enthusiasm to seek your guidance, Lin Bulang replied with a smile. Indeed. I initially anticipated that it would take you at least 6 months. Yet, it has only been a little over half a month. It appears that I am about to witness the emergence of a brilliant new star in the realm of chess. After making this remark, Xia Qingxian pushed aside the chessboard in front of him and gestured toward the table. Come, let us engage directly in a match. Lin Bulang had intended to inquire about the captain of the constabulary, but seeing Xia Qingxuan's enthusiasm, he decided to indulge him with a game for the time being. Over an hour later, both emerged from the realm of divine chess, their expressions relaxed and content. Lin Bulang's chess skills had indeed progressed. However, this time, Xia Qingxian showed no mercy, decisively eliminating Lin Bulang without leaving a trace. Lord Xia, I have heard that you also hail from the inner sect. Do you have any insights regarding the strength of our constabulary's captain? Lin Bulang, noticing that Xia Qingxian was preparing tea with the intention of having a thorough conversation, mustered the courage to ask. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian paused momentarily in his actions, casting a keen glance at Lin Bulang. What? Have you offended someone? Given his superior chess skills, Xia Qingxian could discern certain nuances. I have merely had the fortune of encountering him once. His presence was magnificent, undoubtedly indicative of an extraordinary individual, which prompted my inquiry. Lin Bulang chuckled, offering a casual excuse. His name is Tang Xianfeng. He entered the inner sect several decades before me and is likely at the pinnacle of the core formation stage now. Xia Qingxian did not press further. merely glancing at Lin Bulang before responding slowly. So, he is at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. That places him far above you in terms of cultivation. Lin Bulang's expression darkened instantly. It seemed that confronting such a formidable opponent head-on was out of the question. Upon returning in the afternoon, he would have to eliminate those few individuals and seek refuge elsewhere for a while. He recalled the false Zhang Tianshi mentioning a major calamity following the incident in the Golden Chamber, which he suspected referred to this very situation. If he could locate that false Zhang Tianshi, perhaps he would find a way to counter this threat. Noticing Lin Bulang's troubled countenance, Xia Qingxian offered some words of encouragement. You have already established your foundation. From what I observe, your time in the sect has not been long. Yet your pace of cultivation is unmatched by ordinary inner sect disciples. Achieving the core formation stage is merely a matter of time. There is no need for excessive envy. If you remain diligent in your practice, you will eventually catch up to him. With that, he gently pushed forward a cup of tea. This is brewed from the essence of the clear wind, containing only a trace of spiritual energy. It holds little value. Since we have enjoyed a spirited match today, I bestow it upon you. Spiritual energy? Is this not precisely what I require? After expressing his gratitude, Lin Bulang promptly consumed it. Yet, Xia Qingxian refilled the cup. Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback, then drank again. Xia Qingxian filled it once more. Lin Bulang could no longer contain himself. Lord Xia, this is the third cup. Such an abundance of spiritual energy. I feel unworthy to accept it. Indeed, having not bested him myself, with this third cup consumed, Lin Bulang felt the spiritual energy within his dantian swell beyond half. Consider it my assistance in your cultivation. Do visit me for games of chess in the future. This fine Qingfeng brew is more than ample. Observing Xia Qingxuan's generosity, Lin Bulang felt no need for further civility and drained his cup once more. Since you have unlocked the divine chess space, why not let me take a glimpse? The divine chess space shifts with the intricacies of one's heart. I am curious to see what it resembles in your mind. Lin Bulang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. On his way here, he had briefly entered the divine chess space and deemed it unfit for display before Xia Qingxian. Influenced by his thoughts, Lin Bulang's soldiers resembled special forces armed with rifles, artillery akin to mortars, and cavalry that looked like the feathered guards. As for the elephants, they were outrageously depicted as zhuge liang, complete with feather fans and silk scarves, a bizarre array indeed. How could he possibly explain this to him? However, given the 3 cups of Qingfeng brew, equivalent to millions, and the request to view his home's decor style, it would be rather impolite to refuse. With a heavy heart, Lin Bulang led Xia Qingxian into his divine chess space. It was modest, comparable to the chess master's arena, far less grand than Xia Qingxuan's. These aspects could gradually be refined with the advancement of chess skills. Upon entering the divine chess space and witnessing its primitive decor, Xia Qingxian was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, insisting on engaging Lin Bulang in a match. Consequently, amidst an exceedingly awkward atmosphere, the divine chess space morphed into a scene where special forces soldiers exchanged fire with submachine guns. Perhaps due to the sheer amusement of it all, Xia Qingxian, in a moment of distraction, made a blunder in his move. Oh dear, I momentarily lost focus. This could be troublesome. But I must not act like an elder and retract my move, must I? Very well, if you can win this round, it shall count. With Xia Qingxuan's error, a significant gap appeared in his defense, and within 10 moves, Lin Bulang managed to tear open a vast breach. Yet, after a prolonged pause, Xia Qingxian seemed frozen, failing to make a move. Frowning, Lin Bulang looked closer and realized that Xia Qingxian had exited the divine chess space, leaving behind only a fragment of his consciousness. What is happening? Is this rascal trying to cheat and flee? Lin Bulang promptly withdrew from the divine chess space, only to find that Xia Qingxian had vanished. Just as he was about to rise, the door was abruptly thrust open, revealing a youthful attendant. Senior Lin, Master Xia has urgent matters to attend to and must depart. Please return for this game another time. With that, the attendant presented an unmistakable gesture of dismissal. Lin Bulang, perplexed, offered a slight bow and followed the attendant out of the station. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxian stood at the window of a room on the opposite side of the station, leaning against the railing, watching Lin Bulang's departing figure. In his hand, he held a steaming cup of Qingfeng brew, quietly murmuring to himself, Young one, I am aware that you have likely encountered significant troubles, and this is as far as I can assist you. Chapter 118, Master Zhang. Hurry here. When Lin Bulang returned to the servant's peak, it was just past noon. After a hasty meal, he retreated to the former courtyard of the servants. Before long, he sensed 3 distinct auras approaching. One of them had surprisingly reached the foundation establishment stage, while the other 2 were familiar to Lin Bulang. They have been located. Right here, one of them whispered. Senior Brother Chung, shall we act immediately? The trio concealed themselves behind the courtyard wall, engaged in hushed deliberation. Lin Bulang slowly opened his eyes and softly intoned, Guest from afar, why not come in and converse? The expressions of the 3 outside shifted dramatically. When had they been exposed? They were utterly oblivious to their own revelation. Although they had indeed concealed their presence along the way, that was only sufficient to evade the perception of those at the Qi refinement stage. Lin Bulang, having reached the foundation establishment stage, and being a supreme immortal body, had detected them the moment they entered the servant's peak territory. In an instant, the 3 figures leapt over the courtyard wall. The 2 individuals previously concealed scoffed. This kid possesses some skill to have discovered our presence, but failing to flee means he is merely courting death. I advise you to surrender quietly, lest we expend unnecessary effort. You should know that Senior Brother Chung is a master of the foundation establishment stage, while you are but a... Silence. Chung Hua's countenance abruptly altered upon hearing their taunts. The opponent is also at the foundation establishment stage. The intelligence is flawed. The faces of the 2 turned ashen. If Lin Bulang was indeed at the foundation establishment stage, they posed little threat to him. This was merely a showdown between Chung Hua and the other individual. Creak. The wooden door was gently pushed open, and Lin Bulang strode forth with an air of tranquility. His gaze did not linger on the 2 Qi refinement disciples, but was fixed intently upon Senior Brother Chung. Second stage of foundation establishment. Just like me, he mused. Having already dispatched the previous offering wielding the Xiantian disc, he had no fear of an outer sect disciple of similar strength. This time, Lin Bulang refrained from inquiring about the situation regarding foundation establishment. Regular outer sect disciples, if they could achieve genuine foundation establishment, would undoubtedly be valued and not relegated to menial tasks. Alas, when would he encounter a new genuine foundation establishment disciple to eliminate? Similar or not, I merely need to ensure we suffer mutual injuries, and my 2 junior brothers will easily subdue you. I advise you to. Lin Bulang raised a hand. A blinding radiance coalesced instantaneously. With the eruption of the breaking heavens finger, a soft snap echoed, and Cheng's entire body trembled, a thumb-sized blood hole appearing on his forehead. Human foundation establishment is still inadequate. Lin Bulang shook his head, observing Chung Hua collapse to the ground, before shifting his gaze to the other 2. Do you know why your camp seeks to capture me? I don't know. Upon encountering the main figure, he was swiftly annihilated. One of the individuals was so terrified that his complexion turned pale and his legs trembled. Just as he attempted to plead his case, Lin Bulang raised his hand once more, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the man's skull. The last remaining individual, equally as pale, found his body rigid. Amidst the trembling of his legs, a foul, yellowish substance began to flow down his limbs. Such brutality! In the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted, and he was utterly paralyzed by fear. Please, great brother, spare my life. I only know that the camp ordered us to capture 5 individuals with the 5 leaks body. I have also heard that once the number is complete, he can break through to the nascent soul stage, at which point we shall all receive great rewards. Lin Bulang squinted. Under such circumstances, the man could not possibly speak falsehoods. The true plan of the camp was certainly not to be disclosed to the subordinates. The prospect of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, indeed, seemed plausible. Gathering 5 individuals with the 5 leaks body was no simple task. Lin Bulang estimated that he was the 4th, having survived for 3 years solely because the 5th was found today. He was determined not to wait any longer. His act of murder and escape left him with little time to locate that false Zhang Tianshi. He could only hope that the false Zhang Tianshi would appear when he wished to see him, as promised. With a swift motion, Lin Bulang dispatched the man, then utilized the celestial pearl to absorb the spiritual energy from the 3 bodies, storing it within his dantian. This time, the energy from this foundation-building disciple did not nurture the ice spirit root, but directly enhanced Lin Bulang's earth spirit root by 40%, which was quite satisfactory. After overcoming this tribulation, he could plant the earth spirit root once more. At that point, earth would give rise to metal, metal would give rise to water. Water would transform into ice, significantly augmenting the power of his heavenly finger. As he searched the three bodies, aside from some outer sect disciple coins, he discovered that Cheng Hua possessed a vial of spirit-gathering elixir and a martial arts manual for Bloodbone Palm. However, the Bloodbone Palm did not sound like a righteous martial art, likely influenced by the camp's sinister nature. Just as he was about to stow away the manual, the corpse of Cheng Hua beneath his feet suddenly twitched, and in the next moment, his eyes flew open. A dense, dark energy erupted from his brow, enveloping his eyes and lips in a horrifying shade of black and purple. What sorcery was this? Lin Bulang immediately stepped aside, unleashing a heavenly finger attack. To his astonishment, Cheng Hua sprang up from the ground, spewing forth a plume of black smoke that completely consumed the heavenly finger. The foundation establishment stage. A 5 leagues body was actually capable of establishing a foundation. Could it be that he was purely infused with spirit stones? Cackling, Cheng Hua exclaimed, "What tremendous fortune have you stumbled upon?" His voice suddenly turned hoarse and raspy. This was dire. Could this Cheng have been turned into a puppet by the camp long ago? The current situation clearly indicated that the camp was remotely controlling him. However, with Cheng Hua already dead, even if he had been transformed into a puppet, he would not be particularly formidable. Swift resolution was the order of the day. Lin Bulang exhibited no hesitation as he seized the black iron sword belonging to Cheng Hua from the ground, swinging it towards his adversary's head with fierce intent. Cheng Hua nimbly evaded the strike, his hands transforming as his dark nails elongated ominously, emanating a menacing black mist as he lunged at Lin Bulang. With a resounding clash, the controlled Cheng Hua's speed appeared notably enhanced. His claw strike compelled Lin Bulang to react with urgency, barely managing to parry with the iron sword, retreating repeatedly. The previous strike left traces of black mist upon the iron sword, and within moments, it had corroded several indentations into the blade. Such formidable black mist. It possessed an ability akin to his own Yin fire, demonstrating corrosive properties. However, in terms of potency, it paled in comparison to his own flames. As the manipulated Cheng Hua saw Lin Bulang evade, an even greater surge of black mist poured from his orifices, and his movements became increasingly swift. With a monstrous cry, he lunged forward, his claws striking rapidly, effectively cutting off all avenues of retreat for Lin Bulang. "You play with darkness. I shall wield the light and see which prevails," Lin Bulang resolved, summoning 2 bursts of Yang fire with a flick of his hands. Both Yin and Yang fire represented his most cherished resources, typically reserved for dire circumstances. With a thunderous explosion, the Yang fire met the black mist, igniting it instantaneously, transforming it into a searing blaze akin to kerosene. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Hua was enveloped in flames. The intense heat of the Yang fire not only ignited him, but also threatened the entire courtyard, which quickly succumbed to a raging inferno. What is this madness? The chaos ensued as Lin Bulang unleashed the 3 heavenly breaker fingers, reducing the enemy's form to mere fragments, before leaping upward and escaping. He could not allow this adversary to capture him. "Master Zhang, Master Zhang, now is the moment when I require your assistance. You may emerge." Chapter 119. The Celestial Master's Righteous Path. As Lin Bulang rushed down from the Disciple Peak, a radiant light surged towards him from the direction of the patrol camp. Arriving almost instantaneously, beneath the feet of the approaching figure lay a completely crimson immortal sword, gliding through the air with an ethereal grace. The newcomer appeared emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse, shrouded in swirling black mist. With a mere glance, Lin Bulang recognized him as the shadowy mastermind behind the chaos. Tang Xuanfeng's face contorted with rage. Though he manipulated his blood puppet, the searing heat of the sun's flames had scorched him, leaving no physical harm, yet inflicting unbearable pain. For decades since he entered the core formation stage, he had not suffered a single injury. Now, a mere foundation establishment cultivator dared to burn him. How could he contain his fury? "Scoundrel!" Tang Xianfeng bellowed, raising his hand as his withered palm expanded to an enormous size, reaching out to grasp Lin Bulang. Though Lin Bulang attempted to evade, he felt an inexplicable force constricting his entire being, rendering him immobile. And he could only watch helplessly as the colossal hand closed around him. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed as excruciating pain overwhelmed him, plunging him into darkness. Time passed, and when Lin Bulang regained consciousness, he found himself bound in a dimly lit underground chamber. Alongside him were 4 other poorly clad disciples, evidently all possessing the 5 leaks physique. At that moment, Tang Xianfeng held a toolroot stone, examining each captive meticulously. With every individual he inspected, the stone emitted a faint gray light. Yes, a 5 leaks physique, without a doubt. This one too, correct. When he reached Lin Bulang, he pressed the toolroot stone against Lin Bulang's palm. Suddenly, the stone erupted in a dazzling brilliance. What bloodline is this? What constitution? You are not a 5 leaks physique. Tang Xianfeng exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. I personally tested you upon your arrival. How could your constitution change in 3 years? Tang Xianfeng trembled in outrage, demanding answers. Lin Bulang, racked with pain and unable to move, managed to curl his lips into a grim smile. Surprised, are we? Unexpected, perhaps? Realizing his escape was futile, Lin Bulang burst into laughter. Scoundrel! 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 Tang Xianfeng, infuriated, roared, You've ruined my plans. I will kill you. Instantly, the dark energy behind him surged, and he reached out to grasp Lin Bulang's neck. At that very moment, within Lin Bulang's ethereal space, the unfinished chess game stirred as a fragment of Xia Qingxian's consciousness awakened abruptly. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from Lin Bulang's brow, forming a verdant barrier that enveloped him. As Tang Xianfeng's claw descended, it was unexpectedly repelled by the barrier, forcing him to stagger back. Who dares? Tang Xuanfeng's heart sank at this unforeseen occurrence. This exchange revealed that his opponent also possessed the strength of the core formation stage. Now, nearing the end of his lifespan and feeling weakened, even with the prowess of a perfected core formation, he found it challenging to unleash his full potential. Tang Xianfeng, I implore you to spare this child's life. Your evidence of wrongdoing is irrefutable. Swiftly return to the inner sect to face justice. Should you comply, considering your past contributions to our sect, you may yet enjoy a few more peaceful years. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to end your life here. In an instant, a shield of azure light coalesced, taking the form of Xia Qingxian, who stood before Lin Bulang with an expression of serene indifference. Lord Xia? Lin Bulang was taken aback. When did this happen? It is you. Are you perhaps one of the officials from the sect ritual supervision? Tang Xuanfeng's countenance shifted dramatically. The sect ritual supervision is the outer hall of the inner sect, responsible for managing the affairs of its disciples. Xia Qingxian offered a faint smile, but did not respond. You are mistaken to think I would yield so easily. I have prepared for this moment for decades and will not abandon my pursuit now. Even if you have left a fragment of consciousness within this boy and attempted to communicate with me through the divine bridge technique, it cannot thwart my resolve. You must have realized that I have already set up a dragon sealing array within this underground palace. Even you cannot enter. Ha! Indeed, at this moment, Xia Qingxian stands above the patrol camp, wielding his sword. It was only upon discovering his inability to enter the underground palace that he was compelled to awaken the consciousness he had left within Lin Bulang to offer counsel. However, this boy is no longer a vessel of the 5 leaks. The 5 ghosts nurturing technique you so diligently studied is no longer applicable. What else can you do? Xia Qingxian inquired. I have studied for so many years, seeking the path to greatness, and naturally, I possess more than one method. Though this boy is no longer a vessel of the 5 leaks, he has already established a foundation at such a young age. He must harbor some significant fortune. Such a remarkable physique. If I do not seize it, would that not be a waste? Tang Xianfeng chuckled heartily, then reached to his waist, retrieving a black talisman, which he hurled at Xia Qingxian's manifested form. Break from me. Xia Qingxian exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he turned to Lin Bulang, and a voice resonated in Lin Bulang's mind. Young man, I impart to you a celestial master's righteous method. By employing this technique, you can ignite your potential and elevate your strength to the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment for a brief period. This man's lifespan is waning, his vitality depleted. He can at most exert the power of a mid-stage core formation. You may engage him to your fullest. Meanwhile, you must locate the 3 dragon locking nails within the dragon sealing array and destroy them. Only then can I breach the array and capture him. Remember, the Celestial Master's righteous method lasts but the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. You must act swiftly. Boom. Under the black talisman, Xia Qingxian's manifestation instantly dissolved into vapor. Lin Bulang's eyes ignited with a golden light. Crack, crack, crack. Under the Celestial Master's righteous method, Lin Bulang's latent potential surged forth, his bones and flesh healing instantaneously. Soon after, a powerful force surged down from the crown of his head, with every cell in his body voraciously absorbing energy. With a few crisp sounds, the iron chains that had bound Lin Bulang were swiftly shattered. A flicker of doubt crossed Tang Xuanfeng's eyes as he was about to act, but Lin Bulang swiftly darted away. They found themselves in the heart of the grand hall of the subterranean palace, surrounded by 8 distinct passageways arranged in a bagua formation. The 3 locking dragon nails should be located within 3 of those corridors. Lin Bulang, lacking knowledge of formations and short on time, could only make a hasty choice and plunged into one of the passages. Stop right there. In that instant, Tang Xianfeng realized Lin Bulang's intention and urgently shouted, pursuing him with swift strides. Although Lin Bulang was brimming with power, he was still overwhelmed by Tang Xuanfeng's formidable strength. He had barely taken a few steps before being overtaken. Black Soul Pursuit Palm. As Lin Bulang glanced back, he saw a foreboding black skeletal hand lunging towards his back. Scale armor. Uncertain of the efficacy of this technique, Lin Bulang decided to employ it, not daring to pause for even a moment. At this juncture, he could only gamble on the notion that Tang Xianfeng, intent on seizing his body, would not strike with lethal force. This was his greatest advantage. With a thud, it proved to be true. A sharp pain coursed through Lin Bulang's back, propelling him forward as his internal energy surged, yet he sustained no significant harm. In fact, the palm strike thrust him right before a black iron pillar as thick as a grinding wheel. Was this the locking dragon nail? To his astonishment, he had made the right gamble on his very first attempt. Chapter 120. Breaking the Dragon Ceiling Array Boom. Lin Bulang raised his hand, channeling a formidable breakthrough finger directly towards the black iron pillar. With the peak strength of the 9th level of foundation establishment, this strike managed to create only a third of a breach in the pillar, indicating that it had been fortified by some ancient restriction. Crack. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang unleashed 2 more breakthrough fingers at the opening, shattering the black iron pillar with a resounding crash, causing the entire subterranean chamber to tremble violently. Such a formidable technique. Merely 3 strikes had severed the black iron pillar, and Tang Xianfeng was taken aback, a sense of impending threat washing over him. Young man, if you do not cease your actions, I shall not hold back. Even if I must obliterate you completely, I will safeguard this dragon ceiling array. Just as Lin Bulang shattered the pillar, he suddenly realized he had reached a dead end. Turning around, he found Tang Xianfeng ominously blocking his path, his expression dark. If you kill me, you shall lose all hope of seizing my body. I wager you do not dare. Lin Bulang retorted coldly, raising his hand to unleash 3 more breakthrough fingers towards Tang Xianfeng. Tang Xianfeng furrowed his brows tightly, exhaling a plume of black mist that devoured the breakthrough fingers. He then blew gently, causing the black mist to expand and completely seal off the passageway. Whether I dare or not, you shall discover. He cackled maliciously. Seeing the black fog fully enveloping the route, Lin Bulang cursed inwardly. This old man was exceedingly treacherous. If he rashly charged into the mist, the consequences could be dire. Ah, the sunfire. Lin Bulang raised his right hand, conjuring a ball of sunfire the size of a thumb. Tang Xianfeng had witnessed the power of this flame before and immediately panicked, shouting, "You are mad. If you unleash that fire in this chamber, neither of us will emerge unscathed. You claim such, but I shall test it." Lin Bulang laughed heartily, flinging the sunfire away before swiftly retreating behind the black iron pillar. Whoosh! In the confined space, the explosion reverberated with astonishing ferocity. Even while sheltered behind the pillar, Lin Bulang was still caught in the blast, his insides shaking violently, nearly causing him to spew blood. Even immortals, with their enhanced flesh and bone, could still suffer from the frailty of their internal organs. This blow was too much for Lin Bulang to bear, and Tang Xianfeng likely fared even worse. As the dizziness in his mind subsided, and the ringing in his ears persisted, Lin Bulang dashed through the flames, quickly returning to the grand hall. He lifted his gaze to the remaining 7 exits, calculating rapidly. Which one? Which one? Which one? Suddenly, a powerful intuition guided Lin Bulang to the second exit on the left. In moments like this, trusting one's instincts was paramount. Perhaps it was the profound truths of the Tao that were steering him. After darting into the chosen passage, a pale-faced Tang Xianfeng emerged, his body charred and in utter disarray from the explosion. Ignited by an overwhelming fury, he strode directly towards the central chamber of the underground palace, where he activated a mechanism. Instantly, several stone niches emerged around him, revealing a withered effigy resembling a man seated cross-legged. The figure bore sparse hair and hollow eye sockets, as if its eyes had been excavated. This diminutive effigy, scarcely the size of a palm, seemed to have been forged through some esoteric method, now transformed into a peculiar artifact. Soul capturing respect, arise. With a gentle toss, the effigy levitated into the air. Its sunken eyes mechanically opened, revealing 2 blood-red voids within. Meanwhile, Lin Bulang, having just shattered the second dragon-locking nail, felt a resounding hum in his mind. In the next instant, his consciousness was drawn into a realm of black nothingness. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a grotesque creature, towering hundreds of meters, with crimson eyes glaring fiercely at him. As its gaze fell upon Lin Bulang, something within him was drawn into the creature's maw, manifesting as wisps of pale blue smoke that floated from his head, twisting and curling away. Oblivious to this, Lin Bulang remained entranced by the beast. Suddenly, a green light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a voice resonating with the power of a great bell, echoing around Lin Bulang. Awaken! In an instant, Lin Bulang jolted back to consciousness, the monstrous figure vanishing as his awareness seamlessly returned to his body. As he regained clarity, he found himself back in the hall, just as Tang Xianfeng reached out towards him, preparing to seize control. Reacting swiftly, Lin Bulang unleashed a mountain-collapsing fist aimed directly at Tang Xuanfeng's heart. Although Tang Xianfeng was a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, possessing consummate mastery, even in his current weakened state, his physical prowess remained intact. At such close quarters, even the piercing heaven finger would struggle to inflict substantial harm. Thus, a direct mountain-collapsing fist to his vitals would prove more effective. A dull thud echoed as Lin Bulang's fist struck. Tang Xuanfeng's robe tore apart, and before he could react, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The earlier explosion had already left his weakened body in dire straits, and this close-range assault had inflicted grave injury to his internal organs. Fool! Though unaware of how Lin Bulang had awakened from the control of the soul capturing respect, he recognized that only one dragon-locking nail remained. Should this final nail be destroyed, Xia Qingxian would descend upon him, sealing his fate. He could not afford to relent. With a furious roar, Tang Xuanfeng's garments disintegrated, and his flesh peeled away like paper, revealing grotesque, bloody masses within. Nourished by the dark energy in his body, these masses rapidly grew, coalescing into a gigantic blood corpse. With a howl, Tang Xianfeng lunged 3 steps forward, grasping Lin Bulang's shoulder with a claw. Crack! In an instant, he crushed it. Before Lin Bulang could utter a scream of despair, another blood claw pierced through his abdomen, seizing his spine. With a series of ominous cracks, an inky substance seeped from the claw, flowing into Lin Bulang's body like a living entity. The excruciating pain rendered him nearly breathless, draining him of all strength in an instant. Yet, in this critical moment between life and death, Lin Bulang suddenly broke into a smile, summoning every ounce of his energy to place his palm upon Tang Xuanfeng's forehead. A surge of dark flames erupted forth, spreading instantaneously. Tang Xianfeng howled in agony as the flames seared him, frantically clawing at himself in a desperate bid to escape. However, with every frantic grasp, the flames spread more rapidly, soon engulfing his hands and arms. Break free, Tang Xianfeng bellowed, as chunks of flesh and blood began to decay and fall away, casting off the dark flames in the process. At this moment, he was reduced to little more than bones and a scant amount of flesh, utterly weakened. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from the distant passageway. The third dragon lock nail had been shattered. No, how is this possible? Tang Xianfeng roared in disbelief, only to witness a pearl soaring towards him from the end of the corridor, hovering above the fallen Lin Bulang. Ha ha! Lin Bulang laughed heartily. I have become bait. and you shall fall for it. Though I may not be able to slay you, your fate is sealed. Await your demise. Chapter 121. In pursuit of the false celestial master. In the moment when he was astonished by Lin Bulang's mountain-crushing fist, Lin Bulang had already cast the celestial pearl. He had withheld the use of the celestial pearl until this critical juncture, preserving his final trump card. The blazing sun, the shadowy flame, and the celestial pearl. Lin Bulang had now revealed all his hidden strengths, barely managing to force Tang Xianfeng out of his original form. The core formation stage. Truly terrifying. Die, die, I demand your death. Even in his weakened state, he was not someone a foundation establishment disciple could provoke. With a furious roar, Tang Xianfeng unleashed his skeletal hand, striking towards Lin Bulang's forehead. At that very moment, the heavens shattered. A figure descended rapidly. Behind him, thousands of sword lights surged forth like a school of fish swimming through the sea, densely and violently crashing towards Tang Xianfeng. The torrent of sword light struck Tang Xianfeng upon contact, sending him hurtling back against the opposite wall. Xia Qingxian arrived on his sword, halting beside Lin Bulang. Noticing Lin Bulang, who was on the brink of unconsciousness, he promptly produced a piece of black jade ointment, crushed it, and applied it to the wound. Thus, Lin Bulang would temporarily evade death. Then, with a twist of his body, Xia Qingxian transformed into a streak of light and shot forth. With the last vestiges of his strength, Lin Bulang raised his gaze towards the distant hall, now filled to the brim with sword light. Enduring the excruciating pain, he uttered, "Truly remarkable," before succumbing to unconsciousness. When Lin Bulang regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. Thanks to the effects of the black jade ointment, only a scar the size of a bowl remained on his abdomen. After a few days of cultivation, he could restore it to its former state using spiritual energy. However, having exhausted the Celestial Master's techniques and burned through his own potential, Lin Bulang now faced blocked meridians and a splitting headache. Even upon awakening, the agony was unbearable, making unconsciousness seem preferable. "Drink this." Xia Qingxian presented a bowl of tea. This tea is Qianhai Lu, capable of clearing your meridians and stabilizing your potential. It is 10 times more precious than that Qingfeng brew. Generally, only inner disciples have access to it. Lin Bulang glanced at the reddish tea, and without hesitation, drank it down. Yet, after several moments, there was no response. Confused, he turned to Xia Qingxian. To his surprise, Xia Qingxian burst into laughter. "Just teasing you. There is no such exquisite spiritual tea for you. This is merely ordinary black tea." Lin Bulang nearly exclaimed in frustration, given his current state. Xia Qingxian still found time for jest. "Enough of that. You have significantly aided our sect in apprehending the wicked path. Do you have any requests? As long as they are reasonable, I shall comply." Xia Qingxian gazed at Lin Bulang with a warm smile. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bulang's heart leaped with joy. This was the perfect opportunity to become an outer sect disciple. Xia Qingxian had assisted him all along, and given his capabilities, he likely already knew of Lin Bulang's true identity. It would not be amiss to seek his favor in this matter. Just as he was about to voice his request, Lin Bulang suddenly hesitated. "With the demise of Tang Xianfeng, no one can obstruct my path to eliminating the seal and re-entering the sect. Thus, becoming an outer disciple is hardly a formidable challenge. However, to squander this opportunity merely to attain the status of an outer disciple seems rather wasteful." Lin Bulang's brow furrowed in contemplation. "If I forgo this opportunity, what else might I desire? In the realm of cultivation, wealth, elixirs, magical artifacts, and techniques hold paramount importance. Among these, wealth is the most versatile. Yet, even should I request financial resources, it is unlikely that Xia Qingxian could provide me with a substantial amount. And the same applies to elixirs. As for magical artifacts, I currently possess the Tianju and an unbroken Xuantiang pan, which suffices for now. My techniques are also adequate at this juncture." This realization left Lin Bulang in a quandary. I desire 4 foundation establishment pills," he declared after a brief moment of reflection. "These pills are exceedingly valuable. Acquiring them would enable the 4 women to enhance their strength, ultimately benefiting me in the long run." 4. Lin Bulang's audacious request left Xia Qingxian astounded. Indeed, Xia Qingxian was already aware of Lin Bulang's identity and had assumed he would seek to become an outer disciple. Who would have expected him to demand foundation establishment pills? And not just 1, But 4. It is important to note that a single foundation establishment pill costs 500,000 outer disciple coins. So for would amount to 2 million. Even selling Xia Qingxian would not yield such a sum. You rascal. If you had asked for 1, I might have found a way. But 4, I would be kicked out of the outer affairs hall. Xia Qingxian sighed in resignation. 1 pill will suffice. It is not a loss. Lin Bulang chuckled. After all, the other 3 women are still far from establishing their foundations. I will simply give 1 to Qin Hongya for now. Indeed, I have 1 here. I shall retrieve it shortly. Xia Qingxian nodded but could not resist asking, why did you not request the position of outer disciple? Lin Bulang's eyes darted, and he promptly replied, the position of outer disciple is not so easily obtained. If it were a simple matter, I believe Lord Xia could arrange it for me without my prompting. You rascal. Xia Qingshuan's face flushed with irritation. His innocent inquiry had inadvertently led to his own entrapment. Indeed, Lin Bulang's assertion held merit. He was an undercover agent dispatched by the sect discipline monitor to the outer sect, where disciples frequently transition from the inner to the outer sect, often with impure intentions. To preserve the ecological integrity of the outer sect, many inner spies like him had been placed throughout. Furthermore, the sect discipline monitor is a high-level institution within the outer affairs hall, and such spies possess absolute authority in their actions. To have Lin Bulang become an outer disciple would genuinely be a matter of merely speaking the words. Very well, I shall arrange the outer disciple matter for you. But there is 1 condition you must agree to. The teachings of the celestial master I have imparted to you must not be employed in public within the outer sect, unless you are able to elevate yourself into the inner sect in the future. Otherwise, both of us shall find ourselves mired in endless troubles. Do you comprehend this? You must refrain from public usage, understood? Lin Bulang immediately nodded in agreement. Having said that, Xia Qingxian shot Lin Bulang a displeased glare and remarked, if you have sufficiently rested, return to your menial peak and await my further instructions. Wait, Master Xia, there is 1 matter I do not understand. Speak. On that day at the marketplace, I encountered a false Zhang Tianshi, and the next day I beheld his corpse. Are you aware of this? In truth, Lin Bulang had initially suspected that the false Zhang Tianshi was a guise assumed by Xia Qingxian. However, upon reflecting that the true Zhang Tianshi had been slain, he realized that directly inquiring could lead to dire consequences. Hence, he opted for a more cautious approach, keen to probe further. After all, the false Zhang Tianshi had covertly aided him, and his uncanny connection to the matter of Tang Xianfeng only deepened Lin Bulang's suspicions. A false Zhang Tianshi. Xia Qingshuan's countenance shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting that you encountered a counterfeit Zhang Tianshi that day? Lin Bulang numbly nodded. From Xia Qingshuan's astonished expression, he already discerned the answer. The following day, news of Zhang Tianxi's corpse had arrived. As an inner sect disciple and a member of the sect ritual supervisory, he would naturally pay close attention to this matter. You must recount to me every detail of that day, without omitting a single word, with no alternative. Lin Bulang recounted the events of that day in their entirety. This individual calculated your tribulations, each corresponding precisely, indicating his formidable skills in divination. He bore no intent to harm you, merely requesting some wealth. Moreover, this person possessed the strength to slay a core formation disciple. Xia Qingshuan's expression fluctuated with urgency. This individual is likely exceedingly dangerous, perhaps even more powerful than I. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. In the meantime, see if you can encounter him once more. Should there be any new developments, you must inform me immediately. If that person is a disciple of our sect, it is manageable, but if he is an outsider or a spy, the situation could escalate dramatically. Lin Bulang nodded, subsequently resting at the inn for several days, during which he sent word to the menial peak. In the interim, Xia Qingxian also informed Lin Bulang that the arrangements for his re-entry into the sect had been finalized. Tomorrow, he could proceed to the sect to undergo the assessment. Chapter 122. Officially joining the outer sect upon entering the outer sect. It is anticipated that returning to the servant peak will be a challenging endeavor for the foreseeable future. Thus, Lin Bulang sought out Xia Qingxian today to collect the foundation establishment pill, intending to first return to the peak. When he departed from the servant peak previously, his cottage was left in utter disarray, having been reduced to ashes. The remnants of a few charred corpses lingered in the courtyard, likely leaving the few women there quite frightened. This return would undoubtedly entail some reprimand. With the foundation establishment pill in hand, Lin Bulang leisurely relished the scenery along the way. Tomorrow, he would officially become an outer disciple of Yin-Yang sect, and his spirits were, naturally, high. En route, he encountered a merchant caravan that had just come from the Servant Peak. After exchanging friendly greetings, they parted ways. Upon reaching the Servant Peak, it was already afternoon, and Lin Bulang headed directly to the peak. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted Lu Qingyi, Su Baiji, and Shin Chaner engaged in mutual sparring. Meanwhile, Qin Hongya was seated in a pavilion, laughing and chatting with a familiar face. Lu Qinxue, why is she here again? Since she took charge of the Servant Peak, Lu Qinxue had made it a habit to visit every few days, chatting with Qin Hongya and staying overnight. She had just come yesterday and was preparing to leave today. Upon seeing Lin Bulang, Lu Qinshue's delicate face instantly clouded over. With a soft huff, she picked up her teacup and sipped sulkily. When are you leaving? Just look at the chaos you've caused during your stay here at the Servant Peak, Qin Hongya inquired with a smile, her words intentionally directed at Lu Qinshu. As the identity of an outer disciple necessitated a semblance of decorum. Only you would take it upon yourself to play the caretaker for him, looking after these women. Lu Qinshu cast a glance at the three women sparring in the distance, her displeasure deepening. She had recognized them upon her arrival yesterday, to her surprise. The three women Lin Bulang had gifted were all present at the peak, none even having reached the qi refining stage. Her heart was a tumult of astonishment, jealousy, and anger. After all, she was a genuine outer disciple at the qi refining stage. Why was she inferior to them? I will depart tomorrow. It is indeed a burden to have stayed at your peak these past few days. Lin Bulang placed a small box on the table, adding, this is a token for you. Qin Hongya felt a surge of surprise upon seeing Lin Bulang present her with a gift. Indeed, he had previously given gifts to Lu Qingyi and the other two, but had not included her. At that time, there was no connection between them, and she had not taken offense. Now, this sudden offering warmed her heart slightly. Thank you, Qin Hongya said, taking the box and placing it before herself without opening it. Merely smiling politely. The previous gifts Lin Bulang had given to the three women were trivial trinkets, and as an outer disciple, she did not lack such items. Therefore, she assumed that the contents of this box were likely of little value and chose not to inspect it. Having received a gift, why not take a moment to unveil its contents? Initially, Lin Bulang intended to urge the matter along, yet to his surprise, Lu Qinshu exhibited even greater excitement than Qin Hongya, eagerly reaching out to seize it. Regardless of what lay within the box, I would cherish it wholeheartedly. Qin Hongya, concerned that the contents might not be of commendable quality and could diminish Lin Bulang's stature in Lu Qinshue's eyes, hesitated to open it. Unexpectedly, Lu Qinshu, swift of hand, snatched it open, releasing a delightful fragrance that wafted through the air. Inside the box resided a pill, akin in size to a quail egg, pure white as jade, with a radiant sheen, adorned with numerous natural patterns formed by potent medicinal energy, truly exquisite. Pills are categorized by their potency into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Typically, the foundational pills sold by sects are merely the remnants of a furnace, the least potent batch, classified as inferior. However, at this moment, Lin Bulang could discern from the lustrous hue and intricate patterns that it was indeed a superior foundational pill. Foundational, foundational, foundational. Lu Qinshu was momentarily struck dumb with astonishment, unable to articulate a single word. Qin Hongya, puzzled, turned to her and could not suppress an exclamation. A foundational pill, and a superior one at that. Where did you acquire this? Its worth must exceed $1 million, right? You intend this for me? It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Yao Jiu miscellaneous peak would not amount to such a sum. Over the past decade, Qin Hongya had overseen the peak, yet its total value had scarcely surpassed 100,000. To her, this superior foundational pill was akin to a flower in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, an unattainable treasure. For reasons unknown, a flicker of inferiority surged within her heart at that moment. She even found herself wishing Lin Bulang would say, I'm sorry, I mistook this, for the item was far too precious for her to possess. Besides, considering her previous conduct toward Lin Bulang, how could she be deserving of such a gift? Surely, only Lu Qingyi, who had bestowed a heavenly pearl upon Lin Bulang, was worthy of such a foundational pill. Indeed, it is for you, Lin Bulang explained with a smile. You are nearing your foundation establishment. I must leave the peak for a while and will rely on your care for them, will I not? At that moment, Qin Hongye had yet to grasp that Lin Bulang's statement about departing was genuine. She remained completely engulfed in shock and disbelief. Ah, I can't bear it. Upon witnessing Qin Hongye receiving such a precious gift, Lu Qinxue exclaimed, pushing the foundational pill towards Qin Hongye and, with an air of insistence, extending her hand towards Lin Bulang. I want a gift too. After all, among those present, she was the only one without a gift from Lin Bulang, and she felt exceedingly aggrieved. Taken aback, Lin Bulang responded, What? My dear lady, are you in a fit of madness? Naturally, he outright declined Lu Qinxue's demands. Your beauty does not grant you the privilege of taking advantage of others, even though I have unwittingly received 10,000 outer sect disciple coins from you. That is a separate matter. Lu Qinxue, in a fit of rage, berated Lin Bulang for being miserly and hurriedly descended the peak. It is likely that Lu Qinxue will not find peace in the near future. Once she had stormed off, Lin Bulang finally seized the opportunity to mention his impending entrance into the outer sect. He refrained from elaborating on the details. Immediately, Qin Hongye was left utterly astounded once more. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, she was astonished twice, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Lin Bulang offered her a few words of consolation and inquired about the precautions for entering the outer sect, deciding to spend the night atop the peak. After having favored Lu Qingyi and Shen Chaner previously, it was imperative that he also attend to Qin Hongye and Su Baiji tonight. Otherwise, it was uncertain when they might meet again. However, even Lin Bulang did not anticipate that Qin Hongye would be particularly proactive that evening. The following morning, Lin Bulang awoke early from Qin Hongye's chambers. Su Baiji gently knocked on the door, delivering food and water, allowing Lin Bulang to freshen up. Upon descending the mountain, Xia Qingxian awaited him below. The distance to the first mountain gate of the Lingyang sect was over 500 miles, which was naturally insurmountable on foot for Lin Bulang. Only with Xia Qingshuan's sword could they traverse the distance, and even at the speed of sword flight, it would take no more than half an hour. Before long, the two arrived at the first mountain gate of the Lingyang sect. Beneath the gate lay 999 steps, symbolizing the countless tribulations of cultivation. Upon completing the steps, they were greeted by a mountain gate of grandeur comparable to the southern heavenly gate, with the three gilded characters spelling Lingyang sect inscribed on a plaque larger than a bed. Passing through the first gate and walking 200 meters brought them to the Qilin Hall, the birthplace of every dream, determined by one's aptitude whether it would be a good dream or a nightmare. Observing the throng of over 1,000 people rushing through the mountain gate behind him, Lin Bulang could not help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. 3 years prior, he had entered the sect amidst a similar spectacle. After 3 years of trials, those memories had grown faint, but now they surged back with the suddenness of a bucket of cold water poured over him. Xia Qingxian had already made the necessary arrangements, allowing the two to bypass the queue and enter the Qilin Hall directly. Those in line behind them grumbled, only to be promptly reprimanded by patrolling guards. Upon entering the Qilin Hall, they beheld a spirit root stone towering over 10 meters high, with 4 members of the sect's ceremonial committee seated beneath it, taking notes. Spirit root, metal 2, aptitude, 31. Assigned to the miscellaneous peak. Spirit root, wood 3, aptitude, 27. Assigned to the miscellaneous peak. In front of Lin Bulang, a series of individuals were assessed, all with mediocre spirit root qualities, causing the members of the ceremonial committee to furrow their brows. Why is the aptitude of this month's new entrant so poor? Out of 100, there are only 2 outer sect disciples, and not a single one in the inner sect, murmured some in quiet discussion. Upon encountering his own reflection, Lin Bulang smiled confidently and approached the spirit root stone, gently pressing upon it. Immediately, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Gold 4, earth 4, water 3, fire 2, wood 2. My heavens! All 5 spirit roots are present, with the lowest at 2. A prodigy, indeed a prodigy, the testers exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, as they heard the testers announce the results, the record keepers thought there were 2 individuals. They were taken aback and looked up, only to see several small characters emerging on the spirit root stone. Ice 3, ice, an ice spirit root. He possesses a rare spirit root. In an instant, the spirit awakening hall was abuzz with excitement. With a gold 4 and earth 4, He precisely meets the criteria for inner sect disciples. Now, with an additional ice spirit root at 3, wouldn't this individual be subject to a fervent scramble to enter the inner sect? Talent. What about talent? At that moment, the elder guarding the Spirit Awakening Hall also rushed out in excitement. Such a genius has not been seen in the Yin-Yang sect for a century. Chapter 123. Not just a prince. As the gazes of the crowd converged upon the root stone, Xiaqing Xian cast an approving glance towards Lin Bulang. He had indeed discerned that Lin Bulang possessed a commendable foundation, yet he was astonished to discover that he had directly attained the standard of an inner sect disciple, even possessing a rare spiritual root. Should he manage to enter the inner sect this time, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all present, 2 numbers materialized upon the root stone, 03. In an instant, the assembly was rendered speechless. Surely, this cannot be correct? A mere qualification of 3? Even the most dim-witted among them would possess a score exceeding 10, while an ordinary individual would range between 20 and 30. Generally, inner sect disciples hover around 40 to 50. 3. What kind of absurdity is this? Lin Bulang's innate talent had already been modest. After consuming the Qingfeng brew, it had improved slightly, yet following the use of a singular heavenly master-s technique, his aptitude had diminished to this state. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. After finally acquiring such a splendid spiritual root, his aptitude was akin to that of a fool. The elder guarding the Spirit Awakening Hall let out a lament. The scribe beside him lifted his gaze, wary of making any erroneous notations. Was he to record entry into the outer sect or the inner sect? Ultimately, it seemed prudent to record entry into the outer sect. The elder turned to Lin Bulang and inquired, Wait, have you already reached the foundation establishment stage? A qualification of 3 signified an absorption rate of spiritual energy nearly equivalent to none. Under such circumstances, how had he managed to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage? The elder took a cursory glance, sensing that Lin Bulang was indeed at the foundation establishment stage, and immediately grasped his hand for a closer examination, subsequently asking, What type of foundation establishment are you? I am of the Heavenly Way Foundation establishment. Lin Bulang replied with a smile. Instantly, the elder felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A qualification of 3, yet at such a tender age. He had already achieved the foundation establishment stage, and furthermore, it was of the heavenly way. This was not merely talent, it was genius of the highest order. Elder, should we not reconsider this? The scribe ventured cautiously. No revisions. Those entering the outer sect, should they exhibit sufficient diligence, still possess ample opportunities to ascend to the inner sect. However, due to your inadequate aptitude, I cannot set this precedent for you. Nevertheless, with your current prowess, you far exceed that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. After a month of entry examinations, you shall be exempted from the subsequent 3 years of cultivation and can directly embark upon your chosen responsibilities. In fact, you may even commence in a position of veneration. Would you consent to this? Typically, disciples newly admitted to the sect possess abilities ranging between the 2nd and 3rd stages of body refinement, rendering them indistinguishable from common laborers. The first month's examinations focus on imparting fundamental knowledge, followed by 3 years of training to ensure their abilities reach the Qi refinement stage before they are eligible to select their tasks. As Lin Bulang had already attained the foundation establishment stage, he naturally qualified to bypass this phase. Upon receiving Lin Bulang's assent, the elder proceeded to lead him to the rear of the hall. Within the grand hall at the rear, 2 newly recruited outer disciples were seated. One was at the 4th stage of body refinement, while the other had reached the 5th stage, both deemed remarkable in their own right. Upon discovering that Lin Bulang was, in fact, at the foundation establishment stage, they immediately regarded him with reverence, calling him Big Brother and seemingly transforming into his devoted followers. After mutual introductions, it was revealed that one was named Jiang Zhiqing, a little over 20 years old, hailing from a minor family in the remote city of Shiji in the southern province of Jiang. He brought with him some medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, indicating a certain level of family wealth. The other, named Lu Ping, was nearly 30, a fisherman by trade who had come to the sect in hopes of making a living, and to his surprise, he had indeed been selected. As the trio waited until afternoon, for more outer disciples were gradually chosen, resulting in a total of 7, all of whom would now be considered peers within the sect. Just as they were about to depart, A commotion arose outside, and soon after, a tall figure clad in white robes with hair tied back entered the hall. This individual exuded an icy demeanor, sweeping his gaze across the 7 disciples before pausing momentarily on Lin Bulang, then turning away without a word. "Is there another one? My friend, what is your name? We shall be fellow disciples from now on." Jiang Ziqing assumed this person was also an outer disciple and stepped forward to greet him, but Lin Bulang firmly held him back. "I am not your fellow disciple. You commoners wish to associate with me? Keep your distance. I find you repulsive." This man, hands clasped behind his back, expressed his disdain, barely sparing a glance at the group of outer disciples. It was important to note that he was a distinguished inner disciple, soon to be escorted directly into the inner sanctum, with future prospects of becoming a pillar within the Yin-Yang sect. What were these outer disciples but mere cannon fodder? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 outer disciples, apart from Lin Bulang, shifted dramatically, some brimming with anger, others visibly distressed, and a few awkwardly embarrassed. "What do you think you are? My big brother isn't even as arrogant at the foundation establishment stage as you." Lu Ping, a straightforward man with a simple mind, stepped forward, pointing and rebutting vehemently. The young man turned slightly, a frown creasing his brow. Indeed, despite his extraordinary talent, he was merely at the 6th stage of qi refinement, while the individual before him, clearly on par with his abilities, seemed to possess the strength of foundation establishment. This perplexed him greatly. "I am a noble scion of the Xia dynasty. Given that you are, at least, my fellow sect members, I have refrained from demanding you pay me homage. Yet, you still dare to cause a scene?" Xia Sheng snorted coldly, abruptly turning around to reveal a golden waist token at his side. He was indeed of royal lineage. The Yin-Yang sect neighbored the 3 kingdoms, Xia, Chu, and Yuan. While all royal families possessed imperial techniques supported by the auspices of the empire and the vitality of dragons, such teachings could only be passed down to a single heir, compelling other princes to venture forth for their own endeavors or seek apprenticeship in other sections. Within the Yin-Yang sect, disciples hailing from the royal families of the 3 kingdoms number no less than 100, combining both the outer and inner sections. To solidify relations with the 3 kingdoms, the Yin-Yang sect extends special privileges to these royal members. Royal families? In this world, aside from sects, multiple nations exist? The memories of the former self contained scant information on this matter, and Lin Bulang, having remained within the sect, possessed little knowledge of the outside world. It was not until the appearance of this prince that Lin Bulang's eyes were opened to a new realm of possibilities. Upon learning that the newcomer was a prince, several outer sect disciples immediately recoiled, shrinking into silence until the elder in charge of the temple escorted him away. Only then did they exhale in relief. So what if he is a prince? Once in the Yin-Yang sect, we are all brothers in arms. No need for heirs. Someone muttered under their breath. And upon glancing back at Lin Bulang, he suddenly appeared much more amiable. After all, among this generation of disciples, Lin Bulang's prowess was undeniably unparalleled, rendering the competition for leadership among peers meaningless here. Collectively, they would not even measure up to a mere finger of Lin Bulang. Soon, someone from the sect's ritual supervision came to lead them out, traversing through the Qiling Hall and along the mountain path until they arrived at a vast expanse of classrooms. The Yin-Yang sect recruits disciples monthly, with each cohort representing a generation, and annually, new students form a new tier. Each tier is overseen by a master instructor and 12 teaching elders, and they were now to meet the teaching elder for their generation. Navigating through the densely packed classrooms, they soon entered a grand courtyard where a robust man in his 40s awaited, wielding a large, fiery red iron staff. Upon the entrance of the 7 outer disciples, the elder's expression visibly relaxed. He had not anticipated that he would be responsible for merely 7 disciples this time, making his task significantly lighter. Typically, the number of disciples in a generation ranged from 12 to 30, making this situation of 7 quite rare. From this day forth, I am your master instructor, Qin Hu. Unless you can best me in combat, you must adhere to my directives without exception. The coming month of assessments and the subsequent 3 years of cultivation are all contingent upon this. Do you comprehend? His voice boomed with a fierce authority. Logically, this group of outer disciples should have responded in unison, we understand. However, their expressions were peculiar, lips pursed, and all gazes converged upon Lin Bulang. Chapter 124. Entering the demon exorcism hall with a gaze filled with suspicion, Qin Hu turned his attention to Lin Bulang, his pupils suddenly widening in shock. A foundation establishment stage? What jest is this? How could an outer disciple possibly infiltrate the ranks of those at the foundation establishment level? It is well known that typically, the sect leaders select from among the outer disciples who have attained the foundation establishment phase. Qin Hu himself possesses only the strength of the 5th stage of foundation establishment. How could he teach someone who is also at this level? It is simply unfeasible. According to tradition, upon entering the sect, one must first intimidate the newcomers with martial prowess to subdue their arrogance, ensuring easier management in the future. How can this proceed now? Understood, sect leader Qin. Lin Bulang replied with a slight nod, clasping his hands in respect. The outer disciples, following Lin Bulang's lead, responded in sparse agreement. Qin Hu's expression darkened considerably. You are a rogue cultivator from outside the sect? He inquired with a frown. I have been cultivating within the sect for some time. It was upon the recommendation of the esteemed officials of the sect ritual supervision that I re-entered, Lin Bulang answered. Neither servile nor arrogant, his demeanor clearly indicating his position. They rely on my presence for disturbance, while I am merely a law-abiding citizen. Seeing Lin Bulang display such understanding, Qin Hu's countenance softened somewhat. If that is the case, I shall assess your cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gain the respect of the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, sparks erupted from the long staff in his hand. This staff, crafted from black iron, was embedded with a special firestone that, when wielded, would likely unleash a surge of flames, creating a dazzling display. The actual power it possessed was uncertain, but its intimidation factor was indeed maximized. Lin Bulang realized that Qin Hu sought to establish his authority. He merely desired a graduation certificate and wished to enter the outer sect to cultivate diligently, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. Thus, he was willing to play along with this charade. Turning away, he retrieved a steel sword from the nearby weapon rack and positioned himself opposite Qin Hu. Sect leader Qin, please show mercy. Having previously fought with swords and knives, Lin Bulang was genuinely intrigued to encounter a different weapon this time. Qin Hu nodded, and with a swift movement of his staff, he created a spark. In a flash, the staff descended from above with tremendous force. Lin Bulang quickly drew his sword to parry, redirecting the staff's momentum to the side. He then executed a simple yet decisive cut toward Qin Hu's arm. Qin Hu exerted strength with both hands, sweeping his staff horizontally, easily breaking through Lin Bulang's defense and sending him stumbling back a few steps. In that moment, sparks flew. The impact was not overly powerful, yet it left the outer disciples who were training their bodies gasping in fear. Qin Hu, being a clever man, had not used his full strength in that strike, and both were aware of this unspoken agreement. They exchanged blows for 3 to 5 rounds, with Lin Bulang narrowly losing each time. However, the spectacle of the battle was executed with great flair, eliciting continuous gasps and applause from the onlookers. What was supposed to be a mere sparring session had transformed into a display of social dynamics. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed master. Lin Bulang, observing that the sparring had reached a satisfactory conclusion, took a few steps back and immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Qin Hu cleared his throat lightly and subtly praised. Indeed, quite impressive. To have withstood several of my strikes, you are undoubtedly the strongest outer disciple this year. Satisfied that their performance had successfully deceived the 6 onlookers, Qin Hu waved his hand. This courtyard contains 15 main chambers. For this month's assessments, you shall all reside here. Follow me to receive the attire and provisions for outer disciples, while the rest of you may choose your preferred rooms to settle in. Tomorrow, we shall commence formal study within the sect. With that, Qin Hu approached the courtyard entrance and beckoned Lin Bulang. As they stepped outside, they encountered the elder guardian of the Qiling Hall, who had just escorted the prince of the Xia kingdom and now remembered to return and relay instructions to Qin Hu. Qin Hu chuckled bitterly, pondering what instructions were left to impart, having already completed the task. After bidding farewell to the elder, the two proceeded to collect their supplies, carrying them back with care. Brother Lin, among our level, you are perhaps the most formidable. With your prowess, there is little I can teach you in this month. I will organize some documents for you to study at your leisure. Upon leaving the courtyard, Qin Hu immediately altered his address. After all, within the sect, strength is the ultimate measure, and since Lin Bulang's capabilities were comparable to his own, he refrained from assuming a superior tone as the master. Nevertheless, he genuinely sought to find something to occupy Lin Bulang, for his presence made it challenging for Qin Hu to carry out his teaching duties effectively. What do you mean, esteemed master? Lin Bulang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Every year, there are numerous disciples of your caliber, so apart from studying, we have alternative paths to consider. Within the academy, there are additional facilities such as the alchemy chamber, the forging hall, the formation tower, the demon extermination hall, and the pharmacy. You may choose to focus on these avenues, and if you gain recognition in any of them, it would yield significant benefits within the outer sect. Qin Hu elaborated. Do you have any recommendations, master? Since you have reached the foundation establishment stage, the demon extermination hall would be most suitable for you. With your current strength, you could lead a small team in executing tasks there, earning substantial outer disciple currency, which would pave the way for your future cultivation. If you wish to pursue this, I shall apply for you shortly. Qin Hu, enthusiastic, found Lin Bulang's immediate agreement heartening. After all, the demon extermination hall would allow Lin Bulang to engage extensively with demonic beasts, enabling him to acquire various abilities from them. A direct enhancement given his beast spirit's sacred body. In contrast, spending time in the alchemy or forging halls would require additional study and research, yielding comparatively lesser rewards. Very well, rest well tonight. I see you lack a weapon. I will also apply for a black iron sword for you. Await my news tomorrow. With Lin Bulang's consent, Qin Hu was visibly elated, feeling invigorated as he walked, finally relieved to see this ancestral figure embark on his path. Upon returning to the courtyard and distributing the supplies, everyone tacitly agreed to reserve the finest room for Lin Bulang. After all, Lin Bulang was the venerable elder brother among them, commanding universal respect. That evening, Qin Hu delivered some documents, and Lin Bulang immediately sought out the introduction to the Yin-Yang sect, prioritizing his reading. It aligned perfectly with his previous understanding. The outer sect was primarily organized into distinct areas: the Foreign Affairs Hall, the Miscellaneous Peak, the Relay Station, and the Patrol Camp. This structure fostered various professions, allowing individuals to choose their paths after 3 years of cultivation, with the sect overseeing the assignments. Additionally, there were facilities like the Array Tower and the Demon Extermination Hall, which were organized by cardinal directions, establishing 4 central headquarters in the east, south, west, and north. These headquarters were responsible for transporting resources and personnel to various regions or managing the subdivisions within them, all located at the second mountain gate in each direction, forming a vast settlement reminiscent of a city. Gaining employment at one of the headquarters was the most promising route for all outer sect disciples aspiring to enter the inner sect. If one earned recognition during their time in the academy, the likelihood of being assigned to a headquarters rather than a subdivision was significantly increased. This was also why Qin Hu encouraged Lin Bulang to make the most of the upcoming month by engaging with the academy's facilities. The following morning, Qin Hu arrived with a stone identity badge and a black iron sword, leading Lin Bulang to the Demon Extermination Hall. Coincidentally, the hall had just received a new mission, and a considerable number of capable outer sect disciples had gathered to form teams for demon eradication. Upon seeing Qin Hu and Lin Bulang, the hall's head waved his hand, signaling the surrounding disciples to disperse and approach them personally. What is this, Qin Hu? Have you managed to cultivate any remarkable talents? The head spoke with evident disdain. Qin Hu puffed out his chest, pulling Lin Bulang forward. My lord, today I bring you a captain-level individual. The head of the hall, Luo, smirked coldly. Is that so? Currently, I have exactly 9 people under my command, sufficient to form 2 small teams, but I am lacking a captain. What a fortunate coincidence. However, my men range from the 9th stage of body refinement to the 3rd stage of qi cultivation. I wonder if the person you brought can command their respect? As Luo's words fell, a ripple of light laughter emerged from behind him. At this stage in the outer sect, achieving qi cultivation was already quite impressive. After all, Qin Hongye had spent over a decade in the outer sect, only reaching the 5th stage of qi cultivation. Those who managed to attain the 8th or 9th stages of body refinement were indeed the elite among the outer sect. Luo's ridicule stemmed from Qin Hu's persistent misfortune, as none of the outer sect disciples he had encountered surpassed the 6th stage of body refinement, rendering them inadequate for the Demon Extermination Hall, where strength was paramount. Otherwise, they would only hinder the team. Rest assured, he will certainly command respect. Just watch closely, my lord. Qin Hu replied confidently, patting Lin Bulang on the shoulder. Luo Tongxi turned his face in disbelief, casting a glance at Lin Bulang, and was instantly taken aback, his whole body trembling in astonishment. Foundation establishment? Could it truly be foundation establishment? To have someone at the foundation establishment stage come to this demon extermination hall was indeed a case of overqualification. No. When has Qin Hu ever been so fortunate as to encounter an external disciple who entered the sect at the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 125. Encountering the Su Yu Wolf Foundation establishment stage. This time, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Luo Tongxi chuckled awkwardly. For if Lin Bulang were to achieve great deeds, Qin Hu would similarly receive corresponding rewards. Is this not akin to striking gold? Very well. Since you possess the strength of the foundation establishment stage, the position of the other captain is undoubtedly yours. Now, is there anyone among you who wishes to serve under this new captain? Luo Tongxi turned to the 9 individuals behind him. Subsequently, 8 arms were raised in unison. The lone individual who did not raise his hand was, naturally, the other captain. These outer disciples were not foolish. The stronger the captain, the safer they would be. One captain was at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, while the other was at foundation establishment. This was a stark contrast indeed. Luo Tongxi casually selected a few members of lower strength and assigned them to Lin Bulang. The primary mission of our demon extermination hall remains focused on the beasts that roam the villages surrounding Lingyang sect. This time, we have received intelligence that in Qingyo village, located 120 li from Lingyang sect, 2 serpent demons, 1 black and 1 white, have appeared, both possessing strength below the foundation establishment stage. With such low-tier beasts, having a captain at the foundation establishment stage should make the task quite effortless. After conveying this information, Luo Tongxi turned his gaze to the other captain, Song Wensong. You have completed several missions and are well-versed in the documentation process. This task will be led by you. You 2 captains must coordinate closely to ensure the safety of the villagers and uphold the reputation of our Lingyang sect. The captain known as Song Wensong immediately stepped forward and clasped his hands. Yes, Master Tongxi. Furthermore, according to our customary practice, the slayer of a demon beast's head will receive 500 outer disciple coins as a reward. Do you have any other questions? Lin Bulang gently cleared his throat. Master Tongxi, I have a matter to discuss. It must be noted that Lin Bulang bears a slave seal within him. After all, he hails from the ranks of the servants, and, unlike these outer disciples, he is unable to leave the territory of Lingyang sect. Given that this mission requires an external excursion, this issue must be addressed. You are indeed of servant origin? Upon hearing Lin Bulang's words, Luo Tongxi's astonishment grew. A mere servant has managed to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. What does this signify? The other outer disciples, who are just beginning their journey, may not yet grasp the intricacies of the rules, but Luo Tongxi is fully aware. In Lingyang sect, it is exceedingly difficult for those of servant origins to survive, let alone cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. This requires fortune, a solid foundation, and unwavering determination, all of which are indispensable. I shall now remove the slave seal from your mind. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Luo Tongxi patted Lin Bulang, instantly elevating his regard for him. The 2 teams of 10, after completing the necessary paperwork, departed directly from Lingyang sect. The journey of 120 li would see them arriving at Qingyo village no earlier than the following afternoon. In that place, malevolent beasts were wreaking havoc, and it was uncertain how many villagers would perish by the end of the day. Thus, Lin Bulang hastened to approach Captain Song Wensong to confer. Captain Song, given the beast's rampage ahead, my swiftness surpasses yours considerably. Allow me to advance and safeguard the villagers. Upon your arrival, we can together confront the beasts. If I proceed at full speed, I shall reach Qingyo village by dusk. Song Wensong cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bulang, dismissing his suggestion without a moment's contemplation. Although the intelligence reported only 2 beasts below the foundation establishment stage, the veracity of such claims remained uncertain until one arrived at the scene. Should you abandon the team and encounter any misfortune, I cannot bear the responsibility. Furthermore, they are merely common folk. If they are truly slain by the beasts, it is their fate, and we ought not to interfere. Our Lingyang sect has already extended its services to eliminate the beasts. They should be exceedingly grateful for that. Lin, if you covet the modest rewards of a few hundred outer disciples' coins, there is no need for such haste. Even upon arrival, we are unlikely to outshine you." After delivering his remarks, Song Wunsong discreetly turned to observe the others. Indeed, under his subtle influence, the remaining team members cast scornful glances at Lin Bulang. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Bulang felt a surge of indignation. This Song Wunsong was truly insidious. He had only sought to avoid suspicion by explicitly stating his intentions to protect the villagers. With no desire for glory, yet he had audaciously besmirched his character. Cultivators, it seems, possess hearts as hard as stone. Thus, I shall acquiesce to Captain Song's directives. Lin Bulang, having discerned their true natures, returned to the ranks. The two teams ambled along the official road for half a day, and upon setting up camp at dusk, they produced their pre-prepared rations, gathering to feast while deliberately excluding Lin Bulang. Clearly, Song Wunsong had expended considerable effort to incite discord along the way. Though the sect had provided provisions, they consisted of meager dry cakes, hardly palatable. In stark contrast, the others feasted on savory meats and fragrant wines, delighting in their repast. Observing the lack of camaraderie and sharing, Lin Bulang coldly smiled, turning away to soar into the woods. In the blink of an eye, he returned, dragging a wild boar behind him. Upon witnessing the boar, roughly the size of a person, Song Wunsong and the other team members were left speechless. While they possessed the strength to hunt a wild boar, none had considered undertaking such an endeavor, for wild boar meat is notoriously pungent and difficult to prepare. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang approached the nearby stream where they had set up camp, skillfully processing the boar and igniting a fire. Before departing from the sect, Shinshaner had provided him with a few simple seasonings and spices, all of which he utilized. Under the fierce flames of the firewood, within a mere 10 minutes, the boar was sizzling and exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Surrounded by the flickering flames of the bonfire, several team members gazed longingly at the succulent meat, yet hesitated to approach for a taste. Observing their predicament, Lin Bulang could not help but chuckle inwardly. He swiftly severed a generous portion of leg meat with his sword and began to indulge heartily. As Lin Bulang savored the delectable morsels, his mouth glistening with grease, one of the team members could no longer restrain himself. Rising, he sought to barter a drink for a piece of meat. However, Song Wunsong shot him a fierce glare and growled softly, "What do you think you're doing?" Unfazed, the team member retorted, "I am one of Captain Lin's men. Your opinion does not concern me." With that, he dashed over to Lin Bulang's side, shamelessly offering a fine pork chop in exchange for wine. This bold act inspired the remaining 3 members of Lin Bulang's team, who promptly followed suit, each bringing a bottle of liquor to trade for a slice of the exquisite pork. The aroma was simply transcendent. By the heavens, this is incredibly delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender within, and the juices flowing, exclaimed one member. "Captain Lin, how did you prepare this meat? There's not a hint of gaminess. This is undoubtedly the best meat I have ever tasted." The fervent praise only darkened Song Wunsong's expression further, as he observed his own 4 subordinates growing restless. A chilling howl echoed from the depths of the forest, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, 20 pairs of crimson eyes encircled their camp. The Suyu wolves, a pack of low-tiered demonic beasts, numbered over 20, and among them lurked a wolf king. Song Wunsong's eyes widened in terror as he glimpsed a massive shadow, akin to an elephant, gradually emerging from the woods. The very sight struck him with dread. The wolf king possessed foundational strength. With such a formidable pack on the prowl, their small team of 10 was on the brink of annihilation. It must be the aroma of Captain Lin's roasted wild boar that lured them here. Song Wunsong seethed, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Bulang. "Captain Lin, you have brought this calamity upon us. How will you account for this mess?" Chapter 126. You should ask it at this moment. The other team members were trembling in fear, paralyzed, and unable to move. Only Lin Bulang remained steadfast, for he had already sensed the presence of the Suyu wolf, and at this moment, the Wolf King's gaze was fixated on the roasted wild boar, drool nearly dripping to the ground. It was evident that this creature was a glutton. The Suyu wolf is a pack-dwelling beast. Even ordinary wolves possess the strength of lower-tiered demonic beasts, far surpassing the previous rock griffins in prowess. The Wolf King, possessing the strength of the Foundation establishment stage, could easily overpower the previously encountered Golden Devourer. However, there was an advantage. Suyu wolves generally do not attack humans. They only prey on other demonic beasts. as a pack this size would find it insufficient to satiate their hunger by killing a few humans. Captain Lin, what should we do? A team member seated beside Lin Bulang asked anxiously. Do not panic, Lin Bulang commanded, slicing off a front leg of the wild boar and tossing it aside. The Wolf King leaped effortlessly, catching it midair. Yet, the moment it landed, it inadvertently stepped on Song Wensong's back, causing him to scream in terror, nearly tumbling into the campfire before him. With a disdainful glance at Song Wensong, the Wolf King began to chew on the meat. Instantly, the rich aroma of the meat and spices flooded its senses, momentarily paralyzing its brain as it savored the flavor for over half a minute before regaining its composure. After a few swallows, the Wolf King turned its attention to the remaining half of the wild boar and lumbered over with heavy steps, clearly indicating its desire to eat and to take by force. Lin Bulang immediately stood up, positioning himself before the half-boar. If you wish to eat, I shall assist you in roasting it. But you must hunt for yourself. Howling in indignation, the Wolf King felt its authority challenged and immediately bared its teeth. What a Wolf King! Before Lin Bulang, it was merely a larger dog. I am well-fed and unafraid of you. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap, sending the Wolf King sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, with several of its teeth flying through the air. Do not defy me. If you do, I shall end you. Lin Bulang turned and pointed at the campfire. Right now, we are roasting the pig. Soon, it will be you. Upon witnessing the Wolf King being slapped away, the surrounding Sioux wolves erupted in fury, charging from the woods. Are you insane? You actually struck the Wolf King. It merely wanted you to give it the meat. It's just half a boar. Why be so stingy? Song Wensong, already terrified, felt an icy chill creep into his heart as he watched Lin Bulang send the Wolf King flying. He scolded Lin Bulang while tears streamed down his face in fear. Meanwhile, the bewildered Wolf King, after regaining its footing, spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly came to its senses. In response to Lin Bulang's recent display of strength, a few more such demonstrations would surely leave a lasting impression. Unable to contend with him, the Wolf King had no choice but to acquiesce. With a sudden lift of his head, he let out a howl, prompting the pack of wolves to scatter into the wilderness. Moments later, a plethora of wild creatures emerged from the thicket. Wild boars, mustangs, bison, and even the occasional dazed roe deer. Counting them revealed there were indeed more than a dozen. Lin Bulang, patting his rotund belly, turned to his comrades and urged, "What are you waiting for? Start a fire and prepare to roast." The team remained momentarily stunned until the appearance of the wild beasts finally illuminated the true allure of Lin Bulang. He was a man audacious enough to confront even the Wolf King. Soon enough, several campfires blazed to life amidst the encampment. Approaching the Wolf King with hands on hips, Lin Bulang inquired, "Which one do you wish to eat?" He had no elaborate spices to offer, merely a sprinkle of salt for the Wolf King, while the rest could be hastily prepared. The Wolf King, with a proud huff and a dramatic display of his snout, reluctantly nudged the largest of the wild bison. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang seized the bison, which weighed several hundred kilograms, and dragged it to the creek for a quick cleaning before commencing to roast it. Initially, the crew members worked with a sense of trepidation under the watchful eyes of the wolves. However, they gradually relaxed. For although the pack observed with bared teeth from a distance, they dared not approach with the Wolf King present. After a leisurely passage of time, the bison was finally roasted to perfection. Lin Bulang nonchalantly tossed the bison before the Wolf King and proclaimed, "You shall not partake of my bounty without conditions. First, your wolf pups must stand guard over our camp tonight. Second, at dawn, you will guide us to Qingyo village and assist us in slaying the beastly foes. Oh, and should we vanquish any supernatural creatures, their flesh shall not be yours, though I will compensate you with another meal." As a foundational level beast capable of human speech, the Wolf King was inherently more amenable to Lin Bulang, particularly given his beastly spiritual physique, which diminished any innate hostility. After Lin Bulang presented a map and indicated Qingyo village, the Wolf King nodded in agreement. Observing that the wolf pack had begun to indulge in their feast, Song Wensong finally mustered the courage to approach. Captain Lin, has the Wolf King consented?" Lin Bulang smiled in response. "The Wolf King is quite generous. Sometimes, beasts are more agreeable than humans." Song Wensong detected the underlying implications in Lin Bulang's words but found himself unable to contest them at that moment. Under these circumstances, all team members had been won over by Lin Bulang, and given his superior strength, any discord would lead to his own detriment. Very well, he conceded, gesturing towards Lin Bulang before turning away. Indeed, that night, the Wolf King, accompanied by his pack, encircled the camp to rest. This group of outer disciples had never before experienced such glory. They were both thrilled and exhilarated, adding yet another tale to boast about upon their return. The following morning, the Wolf King indeed honored the pact, selecting several robust adult male wolves for the team members, one for each. When it came to Lin Bulang, the Wolf King lowered its head, indicating that Lin should mount him. A king for a king, that was only fitting. Lin Bulang, pleased, climbed onto the back of the snow-white Siwe wolf and noticed, for the first time, a faint gray crescent-shaped mark upon its forehead, a detail obscured by the darkness the previous night. Seeing Lin Bulang atop the Siwe wolf, Song Winsong's expression instantly stiffened. As the team leader, if he were to ride an ordinary male wolf, it would naturally place him at a disadvantage compared to Lin Bulang. This simply would not do. Taking a deep breath, Song Winsong approached the Wolf King, addressing Lin Bulang. Captain Lin, this creature is, after all, a mere beast and likely unfamiliar with the path. However, I know the way. Perhaps I could also ride on the back of the Wolf King to help guide us. Lin Bulang was well aware of Song Winsong's ulterior motives and chuckled, comparing yourself to a beast, Captain Song. You truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. Laughter erupted around them, causing Song Winsong's forced smile to solidify into a grimace. However, regarding the matter of riding the Wolf King, I cannot make that decision. Perhaps you should inquire with him? Chapter 127. Quickly rescue Captain Song as Song Winsong cast a wary glance towards the Wolf King. The ferocious gaze of the beast met his own. The moment the Wolf King bared its teeth and fixed its piercing eyes upon him, Song Winsong swallowed hard and obediently retreated. Under the escort of the Suyu wolves, the group's pace quickened significantly, and by midday, they arrived at Qingyou Town. Nestled against the mountains and rivers, Qingyou Town presented a desolate and dilapidated sight, with scattered houses that appeared to have fallen into ruin. Originally a small village of merely 200 to 300 residents, it now stood eerily empty, devoid of life. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were confronted with a trail of blood that led deep into the settlement, and the main road bore the unmistakable serpentine marks of a snake demon. Despite the palpable aura of malevolence permeating the village, the presence of the snake demon was conspicuously absent. The Wolf King gestured for its wolf pups to venture forth in search of the creature, and soon enough, they gathered near the riverbank. It was evident that the snake demon had emerged from the water. Had the villagers all been devoured by the creature? One outer disciple furrowed his brow and remarked, when the snake demon arrived, the villagers must have hidden away. Captain Song, let us split into 2 groups. One will search for the villagers, while the other will hunt down the snake demon. Lin Bulang, still mounted atop the Wolf King, spoke with a condescending tone that irked Song Winsong. Yet he felt powerless to object. After the turmoil of the previous night, the entire team had rallied behind Lin Bulang, leaving Song Winsong with little authority beyond his title. I concur. Song Winsong forced a smile and waved his hand. Given Captain Lin's formidable strength and the assistance of the Wolf King, I entrust the task of slaying the snake demon to you. I will take a few brothers to search the mountains for the villagers. In these chaotic times, villagers often dig secret passages for shelter or seek refuge in caves. Finding the villagers should not prove overly difficult. Lin Bulang nodded and then turned to the Wolf King, inquiring in a hushed tone, can you locate the 2 snake demons? The Wolf King shook its head. The snake demon came through the water and vanished beneath its surface, leaving no trace. Its scent is obscured by the water. Unless we search the river's upstream and downstream for dozens of miles, locating the demon will be nearly impossible. Send a few pups with them to seek the villagers. We shall remain here and search for any clues. No sooner had Lin Bulang spoken than a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance, emanating from Song Winsong. The Wolf King seemed to sense something amiss, instantly turning its head and leaping gracefully to a height of several meters. In midair, Lin Bulang caught sight of a horrifying scene in a distant courtyard, for corpses, crushed into a pulp by the snake demon, lay sprawled upon the ground. In the center of the courtyard, several large, shattered eggshells lay scattered. Moments prior, Song Winsong and his companions had been searching each house for any surviving villagers, hoping to glean some clues. What they had stumbled upon instead was a scene of sheer terror. The Wolf King landed lightly at the entrance to the courtyard, and Lin Bulang nimbly vaulted over the wall to enter. Within the courtyard, there were leather frames, hunting bows, lassos, and other tools of the hunt, while remnants of animal pelts soaked in a shattered water vat lay scattered about. Evidently, this was the domain of the village's hunters. Could it be that one of them had inadvertently taken the serpent demon's egg, inciting the creature's wrath? Lin Bulang's mind swiftly pieced together the sequence of events. If revenge was indeed the motive, the two serpent demons would surely seek out the remaining villagers. To the mountains, Lin Bulang bellowed, immediately vaulting onto the back of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, sensing the gravity of the situation, howled in response and, with the wolf cubs in formation, charged up the mountain. The Siyue wolves, being natural hunters of demonic beasts, thrived in the forest, swiftly locking onto the malevolent energy wafting through the trees. Following the path of felled timber, they surged up the ridge. Upon reaching the mid-slope, they soon spotted two enormous serpent demons, one black and one white, alternately exhaling toxic gas into a narrow mountain crevice. The fissure was so constricted that even a human could only squeeze through sideways. The two serpent demons had already attempted to breach the rocky walls multiple times, but the length of the gap thwarted their efforts, forcing them to resort to this desperate tactic in hopes of poisoning the villagers hiding within. With a howl, the Wolf King signaled the young wolves, and a dozen Siyue wolves immediately launched an assault. These two serpent demons were, in fact, merely low-tier demonic beasts, barely capable of guarding the outer perimeter of the cave where the spirit stone mine had once appeared. As the Siyue wolves attacked with claws and teeth, the two serpent demons were soon left battered and bruised. "Is this it?" Song Winsong remarked upon his arrival, his tone tinged with resignation. Indeed, the intelligence had been flawed. These serpent demons were far weaker than anticipated. There was no need for the Wolf King to intervene. Even with the outer disciples, he could handle them with ease. Noticing Lin Bulang's reluctance to engage, Song Winsong wasted no time and charged into battle against the two serpent demons. After a series of exchanges, he would likely sever their heads. Lin Bulang refrained from intervening, sensing a far more potent aura of malice approaching. The Wolf King, too, slowly turned, directing his gaze towards the opposite ridge. As predicted, the ground trembled more violently beneath them, and a colossal golden serpent head suddenly emerged from beyond the ridge. This was a disciple from the outer sect hurriedly retrieved a book from his satchel, flipping through its pages with urgency. The golden-scaled serpent demon possessed the strength of the Foundation Establishment stage, capable of swallowing fire and spitting water, conjuring winds and summoning thunder. Its scales were impervious to blades and immune to fire and water. "This is disastrous." Lin Bulang's expression turned grave as he grasped his black iron sword tightly. A creature at the Foundation Establishment stage was the strongest demonic beast he had encountered thus far, although it, too, was at the Foundation Establishment stage. The natural might of demonic beasts often surpassed that of humans, placing a typical human at a disadvantage when clashing with a Foundation Establishment demon. Fortunately, beside Lin Bulang, there stands the Wolf King. Crack. On the other side, Song Winsong had just severed the head of the black serpent and was about to let out a triumphant roar when he heard the words of the outer sect disciple. Turning his head, he was met with the furious gaze of the golden-scaled serpent. "This is bad." A shiver ran down Song Winsong's legs, and an unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that Lin Bulang had anticipated the presence of a larger threat and deliberately assigned him the task of slaying the two serpents to divert the ire towards himself? That treacherous scoundrel! Just as he was lost in thought, the white serpent retaliated fiercely, sinking its fangs into him, devouring half of his body in the blink of an eye. "Captain Song! Quickly save Captain Song!" Witnessing such a horrifying scene, the team members were thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, upon seeing the black serpent slain, the golden-scaled serpent was evidently enraged, thrashing its massive body like a freight truck as it surged down the ridge. If it charged down, its colossal form and terrifying foundational strength would spell disaster not only for Song Winsong and the outer sect disciples, but also for the pack of wolf cubs. Thus, Lin Bulang decisively propelled himself forward, unleashing a beam of sword light aimed at the golden-scaled serpent, while the Wolf King beneath him leaped into action, lunging towards the serpent's head. Chapter 128. A stare-off with a single strike. Lin Bulang, despite not employing martial techniques, infused his sword with spiritual energy. The golden water ice cascaded down, and with one decisive blow, he cleaved the golden-scaled serpent, leaving it bloodied and battered. The icy energy swiftly froze its wounds, exposing its ghastly white bones. Although he had not utilized martial arts, this maneuver seemed to possess extraordinary power. Could it be that the ice energy had a restraining effect on the serpent demon? Placing his foot firmly on the serpent's head, Lin Bulang leaped into the air, gathering his energy without hesitation to unleash a barrage of piercing strikes. At that moment, the Wolf King lunged forward, its size slightly smaller than the golden-scaled beast. It swiftly pinned the serpent against the mountainside. Then, with a fierce bite, it attempted to penetrate the serpent's flesh, but with a resounding crunch. The Wolf King's sharp teeth failed to pierce through completely. In that instant, the serpent regained its posture and violently tossed the Wolf King aside. Piercing strike. A volley of 10. Lin Bulang transformed his hands into claws, fervently channeling his spiritual energy to the tips of his fingers. The piercing strikes erupted forth like a machine gun. The sound of successive explosions rang out. All 10 strikes found their mark. Each ice-infused piercing strike tore through the serpent's flesh, creating gaping wounds the size of wash basins. By the end of the onslaught, the serpent was left in a state of utter disarray and mutilation. As the Wolf King landed and quickly regained its footing, it looked up and was immediately filled with profound dread. The serpent's scales were far more resilient than its own wolf hide, and it could hardly fathom the consequences had those 10 strikes been directed at itself. Were Foundation Stage humans truly this formidable? Of course, such a feat of 10 consecutive piercing strikes was beyond the capability of an ordinary Foundation Stage practitioner. Lin Bulang was solely reliant on the abundance of spiritual energy within him, coupled with the extraordinary resilience of his superior celestial physique, allowing him to unleash such a tremendous amount of energy in a brief span. Typically, a Foundation Stage individual would struggle to release even 3 strikes simultaneously, as their meridians would risk bursting under the pressure of spiritual energy. At that moment, the serpent was weakened, and the Wolf King seized the opportunity. It leaped towards the gaping wound created by Lin Bulang's strikes and sank its teeth into the serpent's windpipe, pulling with all its might. Flesh and blood erupted in all directions. Infuriated and grievously wounded, the serpent's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple light. Thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, a dozen bolts of lightning coalesced in the sky. Summoning thunder? Was it truly happening? Among the demon beasts, summoning thunder was an advanced technique. Without the bloodline of a dragon, an ordinary demon beast would need to be at least in the nascent soul stage to perform such a feat with a crack. Countless bolts of lightning rained down like a torrential downpour. Lin Bulang, caught off guard in midair, was struck directly by one, leaving him paralyzed and charred. Fortunately, as the serpent was merely at the Foundation Stage, even though it could summon thunder, it was only ordinary lightning, causing Lin Bulang minimal harm. However, the outer disciples in the stage of body and chi cultivation are quite different. This bolt of lightning could, at best, severely injure them, or, at worst, claim their lives. They had just besieged and defeated the White Serpent, rescuing Song Wensong, who was nearly suffocated. In the next moment, countless streaks of lightning cascaded from the heavens, indiscriminately covering the area, leaving no avenue for escape. Only a few fortunate souls standing beneath the trees managed to evade this onslaught, yet they were left utterly dazed by the sheer terror of it. Boom! Lin Bulang was engulfed in crackling electricity, crashing to the ground, taking several moments to regain his senses. Upon looking around, he saw that the Wolf King, due to its massive size, had been struck by several bolts of lightning. Its fur charred and in disarray. Seizing this opportunity, the demon serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged for the Wolf King's most vulnerable abdomen. With this strike, the Wolf King had no chance to evade, leading to its imminent demise. 8-point sword. Lin Bulang raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. Instantly, a multitude of sword lights descended from the sky, raining down upon the already battered demon serpent, which began to screech in pain as thick frost formed on its scaly hide. This layer of frost noticeably impeded the serpent's speed. Lin Bulang swiftly reversed his grip on the black iron sword, channeling all his strength, and hurled it toward the serpent's 7-inch mark. With a sharp crack, the entire black iron sword embedded itself within. The golden-scaled demon serpent trembled violently and collapsed. With the 7-inch mark breached, the already gravely wounded creature could no longer sustain itself, ultimately perishing in an explosive end. Lin Bulang finally exhaled in relief, directing the remaining capable team members to tend to the injured, while he himself utilized the celestial pearl to extract spiritual energy from the black and white serpent and the golden-scaled serpent, settling down atop the latter to begin absorbing the energy. As he absorbed the 3 sources of spiritual energy, a triad icon materialized before him: detoxification, water resistance, lightning resistance. In the next moment, the lingering sensation of paralysis within him dissipated entirely, suggesting it was a form of passive skill that required no active activation. With a hint of disappointment, Lin Bulang rose to retrieve his black iron sword, only to notice a yellowish substance oozing from the wound where the sword had been lodged. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, he extracted the black iron sword from the wound, and a thicker stream of the yellow liquid surged forth. Egg yolk. Gently dipping his finger into it, he was struck by how much it resembled egg yolk, prompting him to cut open the wound for a closer inspection. It turned out that his sword had pierced a yellow, soft egg the size of a small watermelon. Yet, it lacked egg whites, looking nothing like a serpent's gallbladder. Moreover, a serpent's egg would not typically be found in such a location, would it? Could it be an unformed demon core? After all, following the foundation establishment stage comes the core formation stage. For humans, it is the golden core, while for demons, it is the demon core. If this were indeed a demon core, it could be immensely nourishing. Lin Bulang gazed at his finger, hesitating. Why not? Take a bite and see. How revolting. Lin Bulang felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the mere sight. Yet recalling the hardships he had endured on the miscellaneous peak, he thought, what is this in comparison? Resolutely, Lin Bulang took a swift sip. Instantly, a wave of intense spiciness flooded his mouth. In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursed straight into his dantian. This is effective. This thing truly works. Without a second thought, Lin Bulang hurriedly scooped up the remainder and gulped it all down in one go. As the spiritual energy entered, the fire core within his dantian began to spin rapidly, absorbing every last drop of energy. Nourished by this influx, the fire core swiftly expanded, quickly reaching the size of a walnut. What one consumes nourishes the core. Could this fire core potentially be his future golden elixir? Lin Bulang gazed incredulously at the fire core. It is well known that cultivators typically condense their golden elixir only upon entering the golden core stage. Only demon beasts gradually form theirs. Regardless of the truth of the matter, Lin Bulang was determined not to waste any of the remaining elixir. However, just as he reached out to gather it, a crimson tongue darted forth, licking it clean in a swift motion. In an instant, Lin Bulang, the Wolf King, and the Four Eyes exchanged incredulous glances. A human-wolf hybrid was brazenly competing with him for sustenance, leaving him with nothing. Chapter 129. The sect's demon extermination order after consuming the elixir. The fur of the Wolf King, Suyu, gleamed with a newfound luster. The once brilliant black fur, illuminated by the lightning, faded away entirely, leaving the Wolf King looking as though it had just emerged from a pet grooming salon. However, having already indulged, neither the human nor the wolf paid much heed to the matter. They exchanged a brief glare before returning to assess the situation on the other side. On this side of the team, with healing ointments available, the outer disciples struck by lightning quickly regained their strength. The most severely injured was a disciple in the body refinement stage, whose body was charred and resembled a coal-black figure. He would need to return to the sect for treatment. Subsequently, the disciples ventured into the cave and located the villagers, who fortunately had taken refuge in the higher recesses of the cave, thus escaping the majority of the poisonous gas emitted by the black and white serpents. Song Winsong took the lead in distributing some antidotes, ensuring their safety. After contacting Lingyang's sect, the group gradually transported the corpses of the monstrous beasts down the mountain and spent the night in Qingyo village. 2 days later, a substantial number of miscellaneous workers dispatched by the sect arrived to transport the beast carcasses back to Lingyang's sect. By the time all matters were settled, a full 5 days had elapsed. At Lingyang's sect, in the study of Lin Bulang, he sat cross-legged on his bed. As dawn approached, he slowly opened his eyes. Over the past few days, he had been utilizing the spiritual energy within him to make breakthroughs, and last night, he successfully advanced to the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Following the previous mission, everyone enjoyed a day of rest, and today Lin Bulang was due to report to the Demon Extermination Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, he found that most of the team members had already gathered. Hall Master Luo had been waiting in front of several ornate trays for some time. Once the numbers were complete, Hall Master Luo beckoned and cleared his throat. Team Leader Lin, Team Leader Song, you have both performed commendably in this demon extermination mission. The sect rewards you with 500 outer disciple coins. Team Leader Song, for slaying a monstrous beast, you are awarded 500 outer disciple coins. Hidong, for slaying a monstrous beast, you too receive 500 outer disciple coins. After announcing the rewards, Hall Master Luo retrieved several pouches from the ornate trays and distributed them accordingly. At this stage, Song Wunsong felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, he had received a reward of 1,000 outer disciple coins, while Lin Bulang had only earned 500. His head lifted with pride, and he internally scoffed, thinking that had it not been for his momentary oversight, the white serpent would have fallen to his blade, a significant accomplishment indeed. Yet, to his astonishment, Hall Master Luo then produced another ornate tray. Team Leader Lin, for your merit in slaying a foundation establishment stage beast, as per regulations, you are entitled to receive a magical artifact crafted from the materials of said beast. This is the golden scale armor forged from the scales of that serpent demon. Team Leader Lin, do accept it. As Hall Master Luo lifted the red cloth from the tray and presented a gleaming set of scale armor, Song Wunsong's complexion turned ashen. Envy, jealousy, and rage surged within him. It was well known that such armor was meticulously crafted by the sect's artificers, boasting superior quality and robust materials, capable of fetching a sky-high price in the market. The meager few thousand outer disciples' coins pale in comparison to this exquisite scaled armor. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Lord Luo. Lin Bulang stepped forward, offering a quiet thank you, and directly donned the golden-scaled soft armor before the eyes of Song Wunsong. As soon as the armor enveloped him, it immediately contracted, conforming perfectly to Lin Bulang's physique, neither too tight nor too loose. This armor boasts exceptional defensive qualities. When worn, it provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Moreover, with the infusion of spiritual energy, it can temporarily activate a protective spiritual shield. With such armor as his safeguard, Captain Lin will surely feel more at ease during future expeditions against demons. Haha. Although this latter remark was mere pleasantry, Lin Bulang indeed felt a sense of security in his heart. The scales of the golden-scaled demon serpent are undeniably formidable. Even the Wolf King's ferocious bites are rendered ineffective against them. After artificial refinement, its defensive capabilities are elevated further. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, foundational tier demon beasts should no longer pose a threat to Lin Bulang. However, this armor is sleeveless, providing protection solely for Lin Bulang's abdomen and chest. Arm guards and similar protective artifacts will have to be acquired gradually over time. At the moment he received the armor, Lin Bulang genuinely experienced the advantages of the Demon Slayer Hall. The external disciples' coins awarded, though limited, do not compare to the profits of wandering merchants. Yet, the equipment rewards are tangible. This set of armor is likely beyond the purchasing power of Lu Qianxue, even if she were to trade for a decade. Well then, for today, there are no tasks. You may all return to your training. When a mission arises, I shall inform you. Lord Luo waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. Upon completing their tasks, the others would naturally receive rewards as well, including various herbs, elixirs, and small materials harvested from demon beasts, which could be exchanged for some wealth. On the day of returning to the sect, Lin Bulang received a portion of these, and today was merely an additional commendation ceremony. Just as the team was jokingly preparing to leave the Demon Slayer Hall, a blood-soaked figure suddenly burst in. This is bad. Lord Luo, our team was ambushed by the sinister sect while preparing to return outside the sect. Brothers suffered heavy casualties. The man rushed in, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His face was pale, lips darkening, clearly on the brink of death. Sinister sect? Upon hearing this, Lord Luo was instantly engulfed in fury. Who dares to wreak havoc near my Lingyang sect? Speak, where did you encounter the ambush? Right at. The outer disciple raised his finger, just about to indicate the location, when suddenly his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Good heavens. It's like a scene from a drama, unable to relay critical information. Lin Bulang silently criticized, then looked up at Lord Luo. This matter does not concern you. I shall notify the patrol hall immediately to eradicate the sinister sect. With a furious snort, Lord Luo raised his hand, and a sharp sword flew out from the Demon Slayer hall behind him. Luo Tongxi stepped forward, and in an instant, he transformed into a radiant arc of light. Soaring into the sky, the art of flight upon a sword. How enviable. However, one must reach the Dan formation stage to wield such power. Lin Bulang gazed at Luo Tongxi's retreating figure, and his heart stirred with ripples of emotion. Merely 3 minutes after Luo took to the air, a resounding, ancient bell tolled within the academy. The sound reverberated across the land, likely audible for dozens of miles. At that moment, Lin Bulang had just entered the courtyard, and upon hearing the bell, he looked up to witness hundreds of figures streaking across the sky. Each individual wielded a flying sword, leaving behind faint trails as they ascended towards the outer realms of the sect. Originally, Qin, who was inside, expounding to the remaining 6 outer disciples. But upon hearing the bell, his countenance changed dramatically, and he rushed outside with his companions. Upon looking up, he too beheld the astonishing sight of hundreds of celestial beings converging in flight, leaving all present profoundly shaken. In that instant, the astonishment in Lin Bulang's eyes gradually morphed into exhilaration. Yes, precisely. This is the world of cultivation he had long yearned for. What kind of life was he leading in the menial sect? An extermination order? Could there truly be an external invasion? The leader appeared to be the celestial master of flowing clouds, a formidable expert of the nascent soul stage. Behind him followed a throng of inner disciples at the Dan formation stage, densely packed. Qin, who rubbed his eyes. For as an outer disciple who had been in the sect for many years, he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Indeed, he felt his horizons broadened. An extermination order? An external invasion? Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that dire? What he had heard in the Demon Extermination Hall was distinctly different from this. Chapter 130. The True Path of Tai. Lin Bulang, filled with curiosity, disregarded Qin, whose attempts to dissuade him, and stealthily followed. This marked his first encounter with a battle among cultivators since his arrival in this world. Observing from a safe distance could potentially offer him profound insights. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. Above him, a group of individuals soared through the sky on their swords, their speed extraordinary, leaving Lin Bulang unable to keep pace. After racing for over 20 miles, he noticed that the group had halted in the distance, prompting him to come to an immediate stop. After all, the assembly comprised formidable figures in the nascent soul and core formation stages. Lin Bulang feared becoming an unwitting victim caught in the crossfire of celestial beings, compelling him to retreat further. However, the cataclysmic battle he had envisioned, one that would rend the heavens asunder, failed to materialize. The leader of the group, the immortal of flowing clouds, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, disdainfully addressing an unseen adversary. Unjustly, you assail the disciples of my Lingyang sect. We are a prestigious orthodox sect. Your unprovoked attack on my disciples cannot be justified. I declare you to be of the demonic path, and so you are. It appeared that the immortal was in discourse with someone below, yet Lin Bulang could not hear the responses, only the immortal's reproachful inquiries. By the time he uttered his final words, a flicker of anger was evident in the immortal's demeanor. He raised a hand, and from the clouds materialized an enormous sword, seemingly capable of piercing the very heavens, which he thrust downward with great force. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The earth quaked beneath the sheer magnitude of this power, reducing all to naught. Only the awe-inspiring might of the sword remained, leaving a profound impression on the hearts of those who witnessed it. Is this the strength of a nascent soul cultivator? Lin Bulang murmured to himself. From body refinement to chi cultivation, and now to foundation establishment, he was beginning to grasp the vast chasm that separated each tier. After foundation establishment, there lay core formation, and beyond that, the nascent soul. Presently, his practice of body refinement appeared to a nascent soul cultivator as insignificant as he himself was to them. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing echoed from a distance, followed by a figure rushing toward Lin Bulang with alarming speed. It was a youth, no older than 17 or 18, pallid and utterly terrified, clutching his abdomen as he limped toward Lin Bulang. A gaping wound was evident across his midsection, blood gushing forth. Upon catching sight of Lin Bulang, the boy's pupils dilated in shock, and he collapsed to his knees, as if Lin Bulang had shattered the last vestige of his will to survive. I have taken the exquisite severance pill. How could you still find me? Why? The boy murmured in agony, his face etched with despair. To him, Lin Bulang appeared as a terrifying harbinger of death, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Demonic path? Lin Bulang inquired, bewildered. The youth, so young and having consumed the exquisite severance pill, had suppressed his aura to its lowest point. In such a state, had Lin Bulang not visually perceived him, he would have been utterly oblivious to the boy's presence. However, from his physical condition, it was evident that he was hardly even at the foundational stage, possibly barely reaching the Qi training phase. Where did he find the strength to plunder the disciples of the Lin-Yang sect? You are the true villain. You are all wicked. Cough, cough. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Upon hearing those words, the youth seemed to be struck by a sudden impulse, immediately erupting into a violent fit of coughing. His previously injured abdomen could no longer be contained, and copious amounts of blood began to spew forth. Just as the youth was on the verge of losing consciousness, Lin Bulang could no longer restrain himself and quickly produced some healing ointment to apply to him. There was no choice. The youth did not appear to be a malevolent individual. Are you also a disciple of the Lin-Yang sect? Lin Bulang inquired. The youth's injuries were far too severe. The ointment would only sustain him temporarily. Originally, Lin Bulang intended to use his spiritual energy to assist in healing, but the youth declined. I am indeed a disciple of the Lin-Yang sect. I never expected there to be good people within the sect, he chuckled bitterly. Now, all my senior brothers and sisters have perished at the hands of the formidable figures from your sect, and I have no desire to survive alone. You need not exert yourself to save me. What exactly transpired? Lin Bulang pressed. My senior brothers and sisters and I journeyed from the northern plains. We merely sought a sip of water as we passed through this area, only to be falsely accused of being from the wicked path. Cough, cough. Upon realizing we were disciples from another sect, they attempted to seize our treasures from the Tai sect. Their malice knows no bounds. The youth coughed violently again, his complexion suddenly regaining some color. Clearly, this was a last flash of life before death. The northern plains? That sounds quite distant. You appear to be a sect disciple as well. Why have you ventured so far? Lin Bulang was well aware of the nature of the disciples from the Lin-Yang sect. Thus he had no doubt regarding the veracity of the youth's words. The wicked path runs rampant in the northern plains. My sect, the Tai sect, is but a small congregation of fewer than 100 members. How could we contend with those evildoers? Cough, cough. The youth mustered the last of his strength, reaching into his waist and retrieving a jade slip. You must infuse this jade slip with your spiritual energy and recite this incantation to see what happens. The youth's hands were already stained with blood, smearing the jade slip and obscuring its original color. Though uncertain of its purpose, he thought that since the youth was on the brink of death, there was no reason for him to deceive him. He accepted the jade slip, infused it with a few strands of spiritual energy, and recited the incantation provided by the youth. In an instant, the jade slip trembled slightly, emitting a faint azure glow. Indeed, a person of pure character. The youth sighed in relief upon seeing the blue light. This jade slip contains the core secrets of our Tai sect. We fled the northern plains in hopes of revitalizing the Tai sect, but now, our sect has faced extinction here, and the ungrateful disciples have failed to propagate the righteous teachings of Tai. Brother, I have a humble request. I hope you can find a suitable individual to carry forth the righteous teachings of our Tai sect. As a reward, within this jade tablet lies the profound teachings of Tai, which you may also fathom. Can you promise me? Lin Bulang gazed at the jade tablet, his mind buzzing. The core secrets of a sect were contained within. You are entrusting this to me. No, brother, you must promise me. The youth, perceiving the imminent end of his life, summoned his last ounce of strength and asked aloud. I promise, I shall certainly comply. Lin Bulang, his emotions in turmoil, had scarcely uttered these words when the youth revealed a final smile and closed his eyes. Upon witnessing the youth's demise, Lin Bulang searched him briefly, finding neither the coveted treasures of the Tai sect nor any valuable possessions. He then opted to bury the body on the spot and swiftly returned to Lin-Yang sect. Little did he know, shortly after Lin Bulang's departure, several individuals arrived and, noticing the freshly disturbed earth, swiftly unearthed the youth's corpse. What an ineffectual senior brother. With a mere soul-shattering technique, he extracted the whereabouts of the Tai sect's junior disciple, who indeed lay here. Let us search and see if he possessed any secret jade tablets. None. Could it be that someone has taken them? After all, a corpse cannot bury itself. Regardless, let us return to report to immortal Lu Yun. We shall seek the secret jade tablet at a later time. Chapter 131. The Divine Concealment Step. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bulang quietly returned to the sect's academy. Qin, who was still delivering lectures to them, albeit on techniques suited for the Qi refinement stage, which he found unworthy of his attention. Instead, he retreated to his chamber to delve into the mysteries of the Tai true method. Regardless of the sect's size, there exist certain core secret transmissions. Unlike the tomes found in the scripture pavilion, these teachings can only be learned within the sect. Previously, Lin Bulang had acquired the Celestial Master's true method from Xiaqing Xian, one of the secret transmissions available to the inner disciples of Lingyang sect. However, akin to the Tai true method, the Celestial Master's true method represents a series of teachings. What Lin Bulang learned from Xiaqing Xian was merely the Celestial Master's body technique, as the full name had not been disclosed at that time. Now, as Lin Bulang infused spiritual energy into the jade slip containing the secret transmission, a vision akin to a starry sky unfolded before him. Each faintly glowing star represented a distinct component of the Tai true method. Upon a cursory count, there were astonishingly over 100 components. Yet, at present, Lin Bulang's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, allowing him to unlock merely a dozen or so of them. His gaze was drawn towards the first component, upon which appeared several ancient characters. Divine Concealment Step. Divine Concealment Step? The name alone sounded extraordinary. Given his current lack of mobility techniques, it would be prudent to explore this further. With a mere touch of his hand, the Divine Concealment Step transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly into his brow. Divine Concealment Step. At the initial stage, one can traverse dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. At the intermediate stage, one can evade enemy detection and conceal their presence. When cultivated to the advanced stage, one can disregard the restrictions of formations, though this requires a certain level of knowledge in array techniques. How formidable! Lin Bulang was inwardly astonished after reading the description. Although the scriptures of the Tai true method did not specify ranks, the effectiveness indicated was certainly impressive. After a brief examination, he internalized the incantation and energy manipulation route for the initial stage of the Divine Concealment Step. With a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, the scenery around him shifted, and upon regaining his bearings, he found himself at the mountain gate. The distance from his academy was approximately 3 to 4 miles. While not far, it marked a successful endeavor. Return, Lin Bulang whispered, activating the Divine Concealment Step once more, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in his room. Excellent. With the Divine Concealment Step at his disposal, returning to the Servant Peak would now take mere moments. Next, he sought to explore the intermediate stage. Closing his eyes, he silently recited the incantation, swiftly committing the intermediate incantation and energy route to memory. With a thought, he found himself flashing into a nearby forest, his aura retracting successfully once again. Impressive, Lin Bulang mused. Although his innate aptitude was lacking, his comprehension was exceptional. He could master virtually any martial technique with just a few repetitions. However, the advanced Divine Concealment Step began to confound him. It contained many analytical elements related to formations, and with his current foundational knowledge of formations being virtually non-existent, he could only set it aside for the time being. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Bulang found himself in an unknown location, yet the spiritual energy here was remarkably abundant, surpassing that of the outer Disciple Peak by nearly half. If he were to practice the guiding technique in this place, he could likely fill his dantian to a significant extent in one go. Following his previous breakthrough, the spiritual energy within Lin Bulang's dantian had been largely depleted, and the energy he had acquired from slaying demon beasts was gradually consumed as well. To continue his cultivation without spiritual stones posed a pressing dilemma that required resolution. At this moment, the Divine Concealment Step conveniently addressed this issue. Lin Bulang resolved to adopt a strategy of relocating frequently, setting a modest goal of absorbing the spiritual energy throughout the Lingyang sect, chuckling to himself at the thought. With that in mind, he seated himself cross-legged and initiated the guiding technique, filling his dantian to a considerable extent in one breath. Afterward, he activated the guiding technique and returned to the academy to commence his cultivation. Presently, Lin Bulang's dantian was as vast as 15 palms, and the energy he had accumulated was sufficient for 2 to 3 days of cultivation. The meager amount of spiritual energy he previously gathered from the outer disciples was now barely enough to fill the gaps. As he continued his cultivation until noon the following day, the Hall of Exorcism dispatched someone to summon Lin Bulang. This task was not a formal assignment from the Exorcism Hall and fell outside his usual responsibilities. Thus, he was free to choose whether or not to participate. Over 60 miles from this location, within a servant peak, a Shinchao demon had emerged, its strength estimated to be no less than that of the Foundation establishment stage. The peak master had already fallen to the Shinchao demon, and the servants, unable to escape, met a similar fate. The personnel from the Southern Exorcism Hall, who should have dealt with this matter, had already been dispatched, leaving no one available to assist him. The expression of the hall master was grave. There were only 5 exorcism halls for the outer disciples, one each for the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, along with one for the academy. The academy essentially served as a novice village for the exorcism hall, primarily addressing threats from outside the sect, as the spiritual energy in the mortal realm was generally sparse, resulting in weaker monsters. In contrast, the beasts born within the Yin-Yang sect were significantly stronger and more numerous, often leading to a shortage of personnel in the exorcism hall. For demon beasts below the Foundation establishment stage, if the exorcism hall lacked manpower, they could gather the peak masters and outer disciples to collectively address the threat, much like the previous encounter with the gold-eating beast. However, should a demon beast of Foundation establishment stage or higher appear, ordinary outer disciples would be insufficient. The Shinchao demon? Lin Bulang was not well versed in the intricacies of demon beasts, having only recently joined the exorcism hall, and he had yet to peruse the monster compendium distributed within the hall, leaving him unaware of what it entailed. The Shinchao demon was a creature formed from the condensation of resentment, impervious to ordinary blades and swords, requiring spiritual energy to combat effectively. With the spiritual shield of the golden scale soft armor at his disposal, he possessed the means to confront the Shinchao demon single-handedly. Additionally, if he was willing to engage, there were 3 bottles of Qi recovery pills available for him to use during the encounter. These pills, crafted from highly concentrated spiritual herbs, could restore varying amounts of spiritual energy depending on the materials used, with the effects of a single pill lasting approximately 1/5 of a stick of incense, while also providing a modicum of healing for spiritual energy. The materials used in this item are rather ordinary and not particularly precious, with a price of merely 2,000 to 3,000 outer sect disciples coins per bottle. However, it is scarce and highly sought after, as it serves as a vital sustenance during battles. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bulang agreed to the proposition. His concern was not for the menial workers of the servant peak. Rather, it was the solitary nature of his journey that spurred his decision. With the peak's master deceased, the resources there were ripe for the taking. If he were to uncover spirit fields, spirit stone mines, or other treasures, it would indeed be a considerable windfall. Be cautious, he was advised. The fastest disciples from the exorcism hall would require 2 days to arrive, and should he encounter danger, he ought to find a place to hide. After a brief exchange of instructions, Luo Tongxi disclosed the precise location to Lin Bulang, who then departed swiftly. As he left, a figure emerged from the exorcism hall. Dressed in luxurious attire and exuding an air of distinction, the individual watched Lin Bulang's retreating silhouette with a disdainful snort. "Brother Tan, it seems I can assist you no further. With my efforts to suppress the news, the exorcism hall should refrain from dispatching personnel for the next 2 to 3 days. However, are you certain that the SH and Key demon can indeed deal with this fellow?" Luo Tongxi nodded slightly, evidently harboring a measure of trepidation towards the individual before him. "Thank you, Brother Luo. Here is a congealing infant pill, a token of my gratitude for you." As for whether he could slay Lin, there was no need for concern. That SH and Key demon had claimed the lives of 2,000, and being in a place like the Servant Peak, its power would have undoubtedly surged. Eliminating a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would be a trivial task. This individual, surnamed Tan, referred to Luo Tongxi as his senior brother. indicating his status as an inner sect disciple. It was evident that he was none other than the biological father of Tan Yinxian. Chapter 132. The Emergence of the Spirit Beast and the Condensation Pill. Before Luo Tongxi, a glimmer of excitement ignited. Such a precious item. His lips trembled as he carefully cradled it in his hands, treating it as a treasure. This young man's talent is extraordinary. Should I wish to eliminate him, my disciple would inevitably become entangled in the ensuing karma, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. This diminutive condensation pill shall serve as compensation. Coincidentally, I have just attained the nascent soul stage today, and this item is of no use to me. If it can aid my disciple in breaking through to the nascent soul stage sooner, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. What? Senior brother Tan has already reached the nascent soul stage? If my calculations are correct, he is merely in his early 180 years, is he not? Such an accomplishment places him among the elite of the inner sect disciples. Luo Tongxi had long recognized his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such respect, merely offering a compliment for the moment. The man smiled faintly and waved his hand. Within the inner sect, there exist various gifted direct disciples. They are the true paragons beyond our reach. My modest achievements are hardly worth mentioning. Upon finishing his words, he swept his gaze over Luo Tongxi, suddenly reminding him, if you wish to tread the path of cultivation for the long haul, it is imperative to avoid entanglements of karma. Luo Tongxi's heart sank abruptly, and he could only respond with a wry smile. Some things, once touched, are inescapable. The man nodded with a smile, gesturing dismissively. Then I shall return to the inner sect. You need not see me off. With that, he swiftly leaped into the air, wielding his sword to depart, vanishing into a mere speck as he returned to the inner sect. Ah, senior brother Tan, do you now harbor regrets? Luo Tongxi slowly shook his head. His senior brother, named Tan Fulong, had always been frivolous since entering the inner sect, captivating countless celestial partners both inside and outside the sect. In his youth, he indulged freely, only to later realize that all such encounters were steeped in karma. For instance, his disappointing son had been injured by Lin Bulang a month prior. His celestial partner had sought him out in a fit of rage, demanding vengeance. However, not long after, that celestial partner met her demise, along with the loss of her magical artifact. If he did not intervene soon, the karma would spiral out of control, and he feared for his future peace. Upon emerging from seclusion, he immediately departed the inner sect and, after locating Lin Bulang, enlisted Luo Tongxi's assistance to draw him into the fray. This way, the karma would be minimized. As for the magical artifact, his previous attempts to summon it yielded no response, indicating that it was not on his person but rather hidden elsewhere. Once he returned to seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, he could easily locate it. Leaving the academy, Lin Bulang activated the hidden steps, reaching his destination within 4 breaths. The 8656 Servants' Peak, situated in the southern district of Lingyang sect, was established earlier than the eastern district where Lin Bulang resided. The Servants' Peak in the southern district, with its larger number, had been established for over 50 years, thereby amassing considerable wealth. The once thriving Zai Peak, which housed 3,000 menial workers, now bore witness to a disheartening loss of life. Lin Bulang gazed upward, observing the ominous clouds that enveloped the mountaintop, instilling a sense of dread. The presence of the Shinki demon was hardly surprising. In a place teeming with such intense resentment, its manifestation was almost inevitable. Upon entering Zai Peak, Lin Bulang was immediately assaulted by a foul stench. A pungent aroma that seemed rather fresh, indicating that the carnage had occurred merely 2 or 3 days prior. As he ascended the mountain path, Lin Bulang perused the demon compendium from the Demon Extermination Hall. The Shinki demon, a recurrent entity, appeared several times each year, rendering its documentation within the compendium quite thorough. This creature bore a resemblance to a ghost, capable of traversing walls and evading arrows. Its strength grew with each life it claimed. Those who perished at its hands, burdened by similar resentment, risked becoming vengeful corpses, though these entities offered little challenge, merely serving as experience fodder. If this were the case, Zai Peak must be home to thousands of such vengeful corpses. With a faint smile, Lin Bulang closed the book, only to be confronted by several dazed figures, their flesh decaying and infested with maggots, advancing toward him. So these were the vengeful corpses? They appeared rather feeble, In the next moment, the corpses detected Lin Bulang's presence, their bodies stiffening as they hunched forward, emitting eerie cries as they lunged at him. Drawing his black iron sword, Lin Bulang effortlessly dispatched them with swift strokes, severing their heads with ease. He then produced a celestial pearl, enveloping the remains and extracting a paltry essence of spiritual energy. Alas, they had long since decayed. Their internal energy dissipated, yet even grains of sand can build a tower. Putting away the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang glanced at the signpost ahead and proceeded toward the menial quarters. The first quarter he encountered was rather antiquated and modest in size, housing merely around 200 vengeful corpses. With a single sweep of his 8-pointed sword light, the scene erupted as if a crate of watermelons had been shattered, and the spiritual energy was scarce. Collectively, they amounted to less than a single Qi refinement disciple. Having dispatched this batch, Lin Bulang turned onto a small path leading to another menial quarter when he heard a crunching sound ahead. Approaching cautiously, he beheld a robust figure, adorned with a guard's sword sheath at its waist, happily feasting upon several vengeful corpses. Unlike ordinary corpses, this one was larger, its skin tinged green, and tufts of black hair sprouted from its chest and back. The black-haired vengeful corpse was significantly stronger, its protective hairs as tough as black iron and endowed with immense strength. Lin Bulang muttered softly, and upon hearing him, the black-haired corpse immediately turned, its eyes glazing over with a bloodthirsty crimson. With a swift motion, Lin Bulang kicked a stone at the creature, which met a sharp crack as its head exploded into 8 fragments. While it might pose a threat to ordinary body-refining disciples, it was utterly powerless against a Qi refinement practitioner like Lin Bulang, proving to be more fragile than paper. Upon inspection, he noted that behind the black-haired corpse lurked red-haired and green-haired variants, with the most formidable being the white-haired corpse. Lin Bulang furrowed his brow. A vengeful spirit targeting the Shamate family, is it? How amusing. Just as he finished his musings, a vast expanse of refuse unfolded before him. In an enormous plaza lay thousands of corpses, surrounded by several black-haired, vengeful spirits ravenously gnawing at the remains. Perched atop this mountain of bodies was a slender, white-haired, vengeful spirit, wielding a black iron sword, emanating an air of superiority. Were it not for the black blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, its expression would be indistinguishable from that of the living. The Peak Master? Although the being had succumbed to death, the spiritual energy within it had yet to dissipate entirely, suggesting it belonged to the Qi refinement stage. Upon noticing Lin Bulang's approach, the Peak Master tilted its head slightly, suddenly invigorated. With a peculiar cry, it leapt forward, swinging its sword towards Lin Bulang. Clang! Lin Bulang effortlessly parried the strike, sending the Peak Master flying. Though he had not exerted his full strength, any ordinary disciple of the Qi refinement stage would have suffered severe consequences, at the very least, a severed hand. Astonishingly, the spirit merely tumbled backward, landing unscathed before the heap of corpses. Letting out a howl, the black-haired spirits behind it raised their heads in unison and charged forward. Such physical prowess must be nearing the foundation establishment stage. If this holds true, I need not ascend the peak. The lair of the Shinshio should be just beyond. Lin Bulang smiled knowingly and raised his hand, unleashing a heavenly breaker finger. With a resounding pop, a gaping hole erupted in the chest of the white-haired, vengeful spirit. It looked down in confusion, only to emit another furious howl before Lin Bulang's second heavenly breaker finger obliterated its head. Crack! Crack! The remaining black-haired spirits proved no challenge either, swiftly being reduced to fragments by Lin Bulang's strikes. Engaging with such entities was akin to a game of Fruit Ninja, utterly devoid of difficulty. Yet, as he approached, he pondered why these spirits had been lifeless here, while those encountered earlier had still been animated. Amongst the corpses, some even bore the marks of broken necks. What is this? Compost. Just as Lin Bulang was about to investigate, a faint blue glow suddenly illuminated the summit of the corpse pile. The Shinshio. This is the distinctive blue light of the Shinshio. Chapter 133. You are truly greedy. Upon the instant Lin Bulang beheld the azure glow, he swiftly retreated, brandishing his black iron sword, unleashing a luminous arc of sword energy. The Shinjia demon, having just emerged from the pile of corpses, was struck by Lin Bulang's blade, causing its entire form to tremble with an unsettling shiver. In a mere flick of its wrist, the Shinjia demon materialized before Lin Bulang, thrusting a cerulean arm into his chest with alarming swiftness, penetrating deeply. Despite having retreated several meters, the demon's speed was unfathomable. Caught unawares, Lin Bulang had not even activated his spiritual energy shield. He felt a sudden constriction in his chest, akin to being gripped by an unseen force. Realizing that he could not succumb to a swift demise, Lin Bulang opened his mouth and expelled a fiery orb of sunfire. This sunfire, a manifestation of his primal essence, lay suspended between the tangible and the intangible. The Shinjia demon, confronted with the oncoming flames, vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away. This creature could teleport. What a challenge! Filled with trepidation, Lin Bulang hastily activated his spiritual energy shield and unleashed another arc of sword energy. However, the overwhelming torrent of 8-pointed sword light could not hinder the demon's rapid movements. The attack obliterated the corpse pile, while the Shinjia demon ascended into the air. Having felt the intensity of the previous sunfire, the demon regarded Lin Bulang with newfound caution, hovering thoughtfully in the air. Lin Bulang's mind raced through the records of demonology in his memory. The Shinjia demon could only be harmed by spiritual energy, often requiring a group to subdue it. If outnumbered, formation or talismans were recommended. When Lin Bulang departed from the Servant's Peak, he had left behind items of lesser utility for Qin Hongye to distribute among the others. Unfortunately, he had not brought a single talisman with him. Had he possessed a Tempest talisman with such expansive destructive capability, the Shinjia demon would have been unable to evade it. With a quick turn of his gaze, Lin Bulang focused on the summit. The peak served as the cultivation ground for the Peak Master. Given the long-established history of the Servant's Peak, it was reasonable to assume that the Master was quite affluent. Surely, there must be at least one Tempest talisman. With a mental invocation, Lin Bulang activated the concealment step, propelling himself forward. If only he were adept enough to perfectly control this technique, perhaps he could keep pace with the Shinjia demon. However, his current mastery allowed only for a general trajectory, wholly inadequate for confronting such a foe. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the summit. Before him loomed a palace more opulent than Qin Hongye's residence. With several vengeful spirits meandering at the entrance, Lin Bulang dispatched them with a few swift sword strikes before forcefully kicking open the grand doors of the palace. As the doors swung wide, a blinding azure light flooded his vision. And there it was, a Shinjia demon, evidently far more formidable than the previous one. Lin Bulang raised his hand to shield his eyes, forcing himself to discern the towering mirage demon before him, which stood as high as a building. Enveloped in blinding blue flames was a gaunt old man, with long hair and beard, his eyes glowing red. It seemed that Lin Bulang's sudden intrusion had disrupted the creature's cultivation. In that moment, Lin Bulang realized that the pile of corpses he had encountered earlier had indeed been nurturing a second mirage demon, and it had succeeded. Compared to the one before him, that previous entity radiated a much weaker glow, with its human form not yet fully materialized. Impudent fool, prepare to meet your demise. The old man raised a hand, and 6 azure-long swords coalesced beside Lin Bulang, lunging toward him. This creature possesses martial skills, and it can speak? Lin Bulang swept his sword horizontally, severing the 6 long swords, then executed the dragon's dance technique, advancing towards the old man. With a powerful strike, he unleashed over 300 beams of sword light, blanketing the entire palace above. Preposterous. The old man merely pointed, and a beam of blue light shot skyward, effortlessly shattering the sword light overhead, causing the dense web of swords to disintegrate entirely. You, a mere foundation cultivator, dare to be so arrogant? Allow this old man to teach you the art of the sword. As his words fell, a blue light ignited in Lin Bulang's hand, striking his wrist with a crack, causing the black iron sword to fly into his grasp. Immediately, he swung the sword, unleashing a nearly tangible blue sword light that cleaved the stone slab beneath him into fragments. After that strike, Lin Bulang felt his energy locked onto, and in a rush, he activated the shadow step technique, barely managing to escape. What? I clearly locked onto you. The old man gazed quizzically at Lin Bulang, who stood in the opposite corner of the courtyard, confusion flickering in his eyes. A mirage demon? It appears quite formidable. Surely, you have not been diligent in your studies at the academy? The technique for energy locking relies on the strength of one's mental consciousness. The stronger your consciousness, the more precise the lock, making escape increasingly difficult. Suddenly, Xia Qingxuan's voice resonated in Lin Bulang's mind. Do you not possess a secret treasure? When you unleash your martial skill, attach a portion of your mental control to it, just as you would manipulate that orb of yours. Startled by Xia Qingxuan's voice, Lin Bulang was taken aback, realizing that this entity's consciousness still lingered within his divine chess space. It was his own fault for not completing their game. Otherwise, this consciousness shadowing him felt akin to having a surveillance device, popping up unexpectedly. Thank you, Lord Xia, for your guidance, Lin Bulang murmured, raising his hand to unleash a piercing strike. This time, the old man sensed his energy being locked onto and promptly wavered, his figure flickering as he dodged. Much like the previous small mirage demon, typically, such a maneuver would allow one to evade the lock. And indeed, Lin Bulang's strike missed entirely, obliterating a distant side room into powder. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lin Bulang, while executing his technique, discreetly utilized the hidden steps to reposition himself, unleashing the celestial pearl before swiftly returning. His energy was locked onto the breaking sky finger, causing him to overlook this crucial detail. After the brief flicker, he sensed another energy locking onto him. Turning his head, he saw the celestial pearl, imbued with icy aura, advancing towards him. With a sudden thrust, the azure figure was pierced by the celestial pearl, eliciting a wretched scream from the old man, who was thoroughly incensed. He immediately raised both hands toward the heavens, teleporting before Lin Bulang with the intent to fight desperately. Just as his hands descended, a layer of spiritual energy shield enveloped Lin Bulang, completely isolating him from the old man. In that moment, Lin Bulang raised his right hand, brimming with spiritual energy, executing the mountain-crushing fist. Boom! Under the immense power, the old man was obliterated by a single punch. A massive chasm was carved behind him. Even the opposing peak was affected by Lin Bulang's strike. A portion of its summit sheared away. As expected, the mountain-crushing fist possessed the characteristic of striking through barriers, capable of damaging internal organs and directly dispersing mirage creatures. Seizing the opportunity proved far simpler than arranging formations. Indeed, it was remarkable to have shattered a mirage creature with a single punch. What martial art is this? I must see it later. Xia Qingxian was immediately intrigued. As an inner sect disciple, it was natural that he had never encountered the mountain-crushing fist, which belonged to the outer sect. All right, a cup of clear breeze brew. Lin Bulang chuckled, turning to seek the Peak Master's practice room, only to notice a faint blue light flickering towards him along the mountain path. You're quite greedy, Xia Qingxian muttered softly. Is that so? Lin Bulang approached the entrance, delivering another mountain-crushing fist towards the path below. The flickering blue light was no match for this punch. The entire mountain path was leveled, leaving no escape. Deal. Sensing that Lin Bulang had dispatched yet another mirage creature, Xia Qingxian cleared his throat and promptly agreed. Creatures like the mirage were notoriously difficult to handle, and being able to obliterate one with a single punch suggested a remarkably powerful technique. Not a loss, not a loss. Xia Qingxian consoled himself silently. Chapter 134. The True Essence Body Pillar Technique. Do not underestimate the Mirage Beast, as it is also a foundational period demon beast, and indeed more troublesome than the Golden Scale Serpent. Yet, the mountain-shattering fist possesses a certain efficacy in countering it. For this punch alone could not vanquish the Golden Scale Serpent. One can only be grateful that Lin Bulang did not employ this technique against the Golden Scale Serpent. Otherwise, his bowl of clear wind brew would have been unattainable. After dispatching another mirage beast, Lin Bulang turned and ventured into the palace to search. Within the Peak Master's training chamber, an array of elixirs suitable for the Foundation Establishment stage was readily available, including a Foundation Establishment pill. Although its quality could not compare to the one provided by Xia Qingxian, it still constituted a significant boon for Lin Bulang. After perusing the surroundings, Lin Bulang discovered a storage bag. The previous storage bag obtained from Elder Chun was cumbersome to utilize. Surely this one would prove more convenient. As he opened the bag, a gasp of astonishment escaped his lips. The internal space of this storage bag was astonishingly vast, measuring approximately 11 to 12 cubic meters, easily double that of Elder Chen's. The bag was filled to the brim with various items: cultivation manuals, dried herbs, a handful of spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and black iron ore, along with several bags of outer sect disciple currency. Truly affluent. However, What captivated Lin Bulang most were undoubtedly the manuals. Upon extracting one and glancing through its pages, his gaze quickly settled upon a tome with a blue cover, the True Essence Body Pillar Technique. The moment Lin Bulang saw those 3 characters, his hand trembled with excitement as he eagerly opened the book for a closer examination. This technique allows one to utilize the dantian as a pillar, enabling the refinement of elixirs or magical artifacts. However, one must choose only one path, as once cultivated, unless one destroys the dantian through self-destruction. The practitioner cannot return to the previous state. This method requires a practitioner to be at the foundation establishment stage or higher, and if mastered, it aids in condensing the golden Dan during the Dan formation phase. Such a treasure. Clearly, the peak master had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Hence, this technique remained idle within the storage bag. However, in Lin Bulang's hands, it transformed into something extraordinary. The first step of the True Essence Body Pillar Technique necessitates refining the internal spiritual energy to a true essence state through specific incantations, which serves as fuel for either elixir refinement or artifact crafting. Therefore, this method requires at least a solid foundation establishment with sufficiently condensed internal spiritual energy for successful cultivation. Those at the human foundation establishment stage should only attempt this after condensing their Dan, lest they risk damaging their dantian. True essence. Lin Bulang had not been entirely oblivious during his studies. After all, he was on the cusp of forming his Dan, thus prioritizing the process of Dan formation. Once one reaches the 9th stage of foundation establishment, one must begin to attempt the condensation of true essence. The Yin-Yang sect provides specialized incantations for this purpose, along with elixirs and spirit stones for assistance. Once true essence is successfully condensed, it can be used to form the Golden Dan. The Golden Dan is categorized from 1 to 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the weakest and the 9th grade the strongest. During the condensation of the Golden Dan, one must seek out the essence of spiritual energy, integrating this essence into the Golden Dan to create spiritual patterns. 9 strands of spiritual energy correspond to 9 spiritual patterns, resulting in a 9th grade Golden Dan. The breath of spiritual energy corresponds to the attributes of spiritual roots. For instance, a fire spiritual root necessitates the breath of fire spiritual energy. Once the golden core is infused with the breath of fire spiritual energy, it can amplify the potency of the fire spiritual root S energy. Generally, those aspiring to attain a 9th grade golden core meticulously seek the breath of spiritual energy in accordance with their own spiritual root attributes. However, unbeknownst to Lin Bulang, there already exists a trace of thunder's spiritual energy within him, concealed within his fire core. Powerful foundation-building beasts, exceedingly rare heavenly materials, certain unique mineral deposits, and caves rich in spiritual energy are all potential sources for the cultivation of the breath of spiritual energy. Therefore, once one's strength approaches the golden core stage, one may actively apply to leave the sect to travel and seek out the breath of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, should the sect acquire information regarding the whereabouts of the breath of spiritual energy, they will notify their disciples to compete for it. However, this privilege does not extend to outer disciples like Lin Bulang. After all, everyone desires a 9th grade golden core, and there is hardly enough breath of spiritual energy to go around for the inner disciples. In this context, Lin Bulang also recognized a significant disparity. Within the Yin-Yang sect, the miscellaneous disciples in the body refining stage are merely resources, while the outer disciples in the chi refining stage are merely tools. Once one enters the foundation building stage, they begin to assume important roles within the outer sect. If an opportunity to break through to the golden core stage arises, one may even receive support from the sect's resources. Lin Bulang could hardly fathom the resource allocation that might be afforded during the golden core and nascent soul stages. Such is the significance of strength. After all, to the sect, those in the foundation building stage are akin to soldiers ready for battle, while those in the golden core stage are captains capable of flying with swords. The nascent soul stage, possessing the power to annihilate worlds with a mere gesture, is akin to the rank of a general. With this in mind, Lin Bulang quietly stored away the body cauldron technique. He resolved to return to the academy to compare the sect's prescribed techniques for condensing true essence with the verses of the body cauldron technique to ascertain which is superior before commencing his cultivation. Moreover, The choice between the path of the elixir cauldron or that of the artifact cauldron presents a significant dilemma. After concluding his search here, Lin Bulang wandered a few laps around the courtyard, discovering some wine, meat, and spices in the storeroom, all of which he collected into his storage bag. On the peak, he had already reaped considerable rewards, and he was soon to explore the base of the mountain. This miscellaneous disciple peak had been established for several decades, and its level of development certainly surpassed that of the humble Yao Yao Ju miscellaneous disciple peak where Lin Bulang resided. Standing midway up the mountain and gazing down, he noticed 2 plots of spiritual fields and, even more astonishingly, a dozen or so medicinal fields. However, the abundance of resources was such that Lin Bulang could not possibly transport them all. Following a winding path along the mountainside, he encountered 2 mines. Armed with a torch, he ventured inside, discovering iron and black iron deposits. However, due to the prolonged development of the mines, several tunnels had long since interconnected, and Lin Bulang found himself emerging at the foot of the mountain. Before him lay a spiritual field he had previously overlooked, distinct from medicinal fields. Spiritual fields are specifically designated for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Given the stringent growth conditions required for spiritual herbs, this particular spiritual field, nestled at the mountain's base and shielded by a towering peak, enclosed by a courtyard, was likely a site for cultivating the rare Dizong mushroom. The Xidigarba mushroom is imbued with an ethereal aura, commonly utilized to neutralize medicinal properties, and is one of the primary ingredients in the concoction of qi restoration pills, rendering it exceedingly valuable. Previously, while accompanying Lu Qinxue to the post station, I witnessed her selling such items, with each mushroom, no larger than an egg, commanding several hundred outer sect disciple coins. As I pushed open the gate to the spirit field courtyard, a vast expanse of Xidigarba mushrooms unfolded before my eyes, densely planted with over 100 specimens. Though the largest among them was merely the size of an egg and aged between 3 to 10 years. They were already rich in spiritual energy, resplendent, and seemingly ripe for the picking. Wait, what am I thinking? Lin Bulang abruptly shook his head, blinking, as the scene before him transformed dramatically. In the midst of the vast spiritual field, only a single, flesh-colored spirit mushroom, towering at half a man's height, remained. This flesh-colored mushroom resembled an umbrella, its surface adorned with crimson veins akin to human blood vessels, which were now slowly writhing. Beneath this writhing network, layers of delicate pink mist continuously emanated outward. Lin Bulang turned his head, only to realize that the pink mist had already permeated the courtyard, seeping into the mine. Oblivious to the fact that he had inhaled this hallucinogenic fog, he felt an unsettling chill. With swift resolve, Lin Bulang drew his sword and cleaved the flesh-colored mushroom into fragments. In the next instant, a series of piercing screams echoed from beneath the ground. The earth beneath his feet convulsed, and numerous hands emerged from around the base of the mushroom. Then, with a thunderous roar, a colossal creature burst forth from the depths. Lin Bulang had not anticipated that the miscellaneous peak could harbor such peculiar entities beyond mere mirage demons. He quickly recoiled, preparing to unleash a strike to send it soaring into the heavens, when he caught sight of a red, worm-like bloodline twisting upon its form. This bloodline was positioned deep within, invisible to the naked eye. Wait, could this be a manifestation of spiritual energy? Chapter 135. The breath of medicinal spirit. Lin Bulang wished to gaze a little longer, yet the creature had already clawed its way up from the ground, its body adorned with an abundance of arms, resembling a meatball skewered with numerous toothpicks. Atop it lay the spirit mushroom that Lin Bulang had previously cleaved. Observing the current state of affairs, Lin Bulang realized that this spiritual field had been deliberately transformed into a graveyard, filled with an unknown number of corpses. The spirit mushroom must have been planted by that unseen hand, drawing nourishment from these lifeless bodies to thrive. However, this diminutive spirit creature, lacking even the strength of the qi refinement stage, was effortlessly reduced to mere flesh by a few strokes of Lin Bulang's sword light. As the meatball burst apart, a twisting red thread of blood slowly ascended into the air, its crimson hue gradually fading into a refreshing emerald green. Noticing that the spiritual energy seemed on the verge of dissipating, Lin Bulang swiftly leaped and grasped the essence in his hand. The moment it made contact with his body, it flowed through his meridians and into his dantian, where it was absorbed by the fire core. Indeed, it was a fragment of spiritual energy, albeit medicinal in nature. Yet, without a medicinal spirit root, this essence was of little use to Lin Bulang. He chuckled ruefully. Once absorbed, this spiritual essence could not be extracted, rendering any subsequent attempts to slay it futile. Ah, it seems there is another strand of medicinal spirit essence within my dantian, a violet hue. Lightning spirit energy? Realization dawned upon Lin Bulang. This essence must have originated from his earlier conquest of the golden-scaled serpent, when he consumed its nascent demon core. Regrettably, I lack a lightning spirit root as well. Lin Bulang sighed in exasperation. Shaking his head, he turned to survey the courtyard. Such spiritual fields typically had designated guardians. And indeed, at the far end of the courtyard, there was a small servant quarters. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the pungent and acrid scent of a potent herbal concoction. The room was modest, flanked by cabinets and herbal tables, with a small bed nestled in the corner, beside which lay a decaying corpse. The heart had been excised and carelessly discarded nearby, clearly the work of the Shinshu demon. Lin Bulang swept through the room, gathering the herbs with ease, and then began to search meticulously, discovering a concealed compartment beneath the floor, housing several sinister tomes. After perusing a few pages, Lin Bulang's understanding crystallized. The individual who had perished here was a guard, fortuitously acquiring a nameless tome of dark arts. By following the methods inscribed within, he could cultivate a human blood mushroom, enabling him to directly break through to the chi refinement stage. It was likely he had not anticipated that his failed cultivation of the human blood mushroom would instead summon a Shinshu demon due to the overwhelming resentment from the multitude of buried corpses. Thus was the nature of the servant peak. The outer disciples were exalted above, while the guards wielded absolute authority. Ironically, the Yin-Yang sect had blocked the paths for servant disciples aspiring to ascend. After all, who enters a sect without the desire for immortality and cultivation? Lin Bulang shook his head, pondering the irony. Had it not been for his own celestial bead, he might have remained a mere menial disciple for a lifetime. Reflecting on the time he was deceived by the guard Gung into relinquishing all his savings for the tome Xianmen Xiandao, he realized that had the roles been reversed, he too would have pursued any means necessary to obtain a secret that could facilitate a breakthrough in the chi refinement stage. Lin Bulang glanced at the sinister book in his hand, tossed it towards the man, and ignited a flicker of yang fire from his fingertips, incinerating the entire house to ashes. For such a person, Lin Bulang felt no sympathy, only a deep sense of lamentation. His sudden demise was merely the consequence of his own malice, yet in this world, countless others were likely enduring similar cycles of suffering. Having departed from that place, Lin Bulang searched the remaining spiritual and medicinal fields, procuring a substantial quantity of herbs before leaving the menial peak. After descending from the peak, he did not rush back to the demon extermination hall. Employing the technique of divine concealment, he could return by night, but such swiftness might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he chose a different location to rest for a while, then practiced the guidance method to fully replenish the spiritual energy in his dantian and commenced his cultivation. After a day of rigorous training, 2/3 of the spiritual energy in his dantian had been consumed, and Lin Bulang's prowess had ascended to the 6th stage of foundation establishment. Noticing the time was just right, he returned to the demon extermination hall. Upon entering, he observed Lord Luo casually sipping tea. When Lord Luo noticed Lin Bulang's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback, causing the teacup in his hand to clatter to the ground. He had returned alive? I report to you, Lord Luo, that the Xinchang demon has been eliminated, and I have thoroughly searched the menial peak, leaving no survivors. Seeing Lord Luo's astonishment, Lin Bulang felt a flicker of curiosity, but he presumed that the man could not grasp the underlying causes, attributing it instead to his swift return. Clearly, he would need to take more time in the future. Good. Lord Luo's expression stiffened as he managed to force out a semblance of a smile. I knew I had not misjudged you. This time you have accomplished a great feat. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to speak. I will personally advocate for you. Unsure whether Lord Luo possessed any superior techniques for core formation, Lin Bulang respectfully replied, I wish to prepare for core formation as soon as possible. Core formation? Aren't you a bit premature in your preparations? Let me see. The 6th stage of foundation establishment. With your aptitude, it will likely take decades to reach the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Lord Luo remarked as he slowly rose. Seeing Lin Bulang's resolute expression, he awkwardly smiled and paced a few circles. Indeed, the matter of core formation is of great significance. Preparing 9 strands of spiritual energy may take years, so starting several decades in advance is not unwarranted. The sect typically provides the new Dan method, with diligent cultivation for 5 or 6 years. One can condense their first strand of true essence. If you find that too slow, I am aware of a text called the 9 Yuan method that can considerably accelerate the refinement of true essence, though it offers little assistance for the core formation itself. The new Danju comprises 2 components. One assists in the condensation of true essence, while the other aids in utilizing that essence to form a Dan, embodying a doctrine of moderation and harmony. The 9 Yuan Ju delineates the process of condensing true essence into 9 meticulous steps, significantly enhancing the speed of this condensation once mastered. However, its Dan-forming incantation is rather unremarkable, akin to ordinary incantations found in the mundane world. Nevertheless, the 9 Yuan Ju is indeed applicable. Lin Bulang intended to pursue the paths of either the Dan Ding or Qi Ding, which would undoubtedly entail a substantial consumption of true essence. Thus, accelerating the condensation of true essence would prove advantageous. Upon hearing Lin Bulang's acquiescence, Luo Tongxi discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Regarding the matter of the Xuanqi demon, he had directly imposed a news blackout and had yet to report it. Hence, any notion of a reward was unfounded. This time, regardless of Lin Bulang's demands, he could only procure from his own treasury. The 9 Yuan Ju, acquired during his youthful travels, was not particularly precious, and parting with it would not cause him sorrow. Very well, you shall wait here while I retrieve it for you. Oh, and by the way, you need not participate in the recent tasks. After completing this mission, you may rest and cultivate for a few days. Luo Tongxi made a brief reminder before entering the inner hall. His intentions were not born of kindness for Lin Bulang's rest, but rather a necessity to promptly inform senior brother Tan on how to proceed. After producing a transmission jade slip, Luo Tongxi swiftly dispatched several thoughts, then anxiously awaited a response in the inner hall. Soon, a message from Tan Fulong arrived. The inexperienced brat has managed to slay a Xuanqi demon. Indeed, he is fortunate. This is acceptable. Recommend him for entry into the Southern Demon Extermination Hall in half a month. Have you not recently discovered an ancient beast lair in the south? Arrange for him to be placed there. I cannot believe that lad will emerge alive. Chapter 136. The Twin Pillar Cauldron. Should that ancient beast lair fail to vanquish the lad? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Tongxi voiced his concern. Then this entanglement of fate must be addressed. I shall personally intervene to eliminate this youth. Enough. I require a month of seclusion. We shall discuss matters further upon my emergence. True to his word, Luo Tongxi entered and retrieved the 9 Yuan decision, presenting it to Lin Bulang, before urging him to diligently cultivate upon his return. Grateful, Lin Bulang made his way directly back to the academy. 2 days passed, during which Lin Bulang replenished the spiritual energy within his dantian before commencing his cultivation. After much contemplation, he resolved to pursue the path of alchemical cauldrons. Since reaching the foundation establishment stage, he had sensed an exponential increase in the spiritual energy required for breakthroughs. It was likely that as he progressed further, his demand for spiritual energy would grow even greater. While fine artifacts could significantly enhance combat prowess, should one meet their demise, such treasures would merely benefit others. Thus, he deemed it wiser to embark on the path of alchemy, fervently refining elixirs to elevate himself. If all else failed, he could concoct longevity elixirs and seclude himself for several centuries before re-emerging. As the saying goes, fortunes shift every 500 years when the day of my return arrives. Even the mightiest shall be but ants beneath my heel. Subsequently, Lin Bulang tested the true essence condensation speed of the 9 Yuan decision against the body cauldron decision, discovering the former to be approximately twice as efficient. One must not underestimate this doubling. For an ordinary individual, it equates to a halving of their lifespan, a remarkable feat. Initially, Lin Bulang struggled with the 9 Yuan decision, expending an entire night to condense his first drop of true essence. With true essence in hand, he procured the fuel necessary for cauldron crafting. He then activated the Qian Kuan realm, embarking upon the arduous journey of cauldron refinement. The body cauldron is constructed within the dantian, using spiritual energy to form a spiritual cauldron. Subsequently, employing the body cauldron decision, one absorbs metals into the dantian, filling the spiritual cauldron. Once the spiritual cauldron and metal merge into one, the body cauldron is realized. The body cauldron decision also provides two blueprints. The alchemical cauldron is round, while the artifact cauldron is square. Fortunately, Lin Bulang had acquired a considerable amount of black iron, and a small quantity of fine iron remained in his storage ring, which was fortuitously timely. With all resources prepared, Lin Bulang began to invoke the cauldron condensation decision to commence the formation of the body cauldron. Within the dantian, spiritual energy was gradually extracted, coalescing at the apex of the dantian, just above the fire core and the primal yin-yang energy, into a circular alchemical cauldron. 3 hours passed, and 1/3 of the dantian was depleted before Lin Bulang succeeded in forming 4 legs. Another 3 hours elapsed, consuming another third of the dantian, before a base for the cauldron took shape. After yet another 3 hours, with his dantian entirely drained, the cauldron finally manifested a rudimentary, dish-like form. By heavens, this endeavor consumes so much spiritual energy, and I still need to fill it with metal? Lin Bulang had assumed the spiritual energy was merely a trivial matter, unaware that it was, in fact, substantial. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bulang had no choice but to produce a bottle of qi recovery pills. He consumed the entire contents in one go, and the spiritual energy within his dantian surged wildly. Normally, a person would only need to consume a single pill to restore half of their dantian's energy within the span of 1/3 of an incense stick. However, Lin Bulang's dantian was vast. After downing the entire bottle, he had only regained less than 30%. It pained him deeply. Nevertheless, one must risk to gain. With a resolute heart, Lin Bulang decided to swallow all the qi recovery pills in one breath, thinking that the Tianju held additional spiritual energy that he could draw upon. To his astonishment, the moment he grasped the Tianju, it suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light, as if sensing the medicinal power within him. It began to whirl rapidly in his hand. Strangely, the medicinal energy he had just ingested was drawn through his meridians and into the Tianju. Wait, had I just been robbed? Lin Bulang stared blankly at his dantian, which had become utterly empty in the blink of an eye. After devouring all the medicinal power, the Tianju quivered slightly, as if it had just had its fill, and then it burrowed directly into Lin Bulang's hand. What was happening? Watching the sizable Tianju vanish into his palm, Lin Bulang sprang to his feet, flipping his hand over to inspect both the back and palm. It had truly entered. Such a large object, would it not rupture my meridians? The answer was, of course, no, as a peculiar sensation coursed from his wrist to his abdomen. A super miniature version of the Tianju appeared within the half-formed alchemical furnace in his dantian. Soon after, the spiritual energy within the Tianju gushed forth like a dam breaking, flooding into the alchemical furnace. An immense volume of spiritual energy erupted, causing the furnace to spin rapidly, and after more than an hour, it was completely constructed. Yet, this was not the end. The Tianju autonomously flew into the dantian, and as it unleashed its energy, it not only filled the dantian to the brim, but began to overflow. Suddenly, Lin Bulang felt a faint ache in his dantian. The medicinal liquid absorbed by the Tianju doubled the emitted spiritual energy. Though beneficial, it was almost too much to bear. Lin Bulang found himself overwhelmed. Fire core, help me. Fire core. As if responding to his call, the fire core began to operate at an accelerated pace, and the transformation speed of the 3 spiritual roots surged dramatically. Yet, despite this, the spiritual energy spewing forth from the Tianju remained relentless, and excruciating pain began to sweep through his entire body from his dantian. Crack! Under the pressure, the first fissure appeared in his dantian, then a second, followed by a third. The intense agony caused Lin Bulang to nearly black out. Dantian rupture? This torment was akin to having 1,000 drill bits and blenders shoved into his abdomen. Who could withstand such pain? As the fissures formed, spiritual energy began to surge violently outward. Then, as his body was inundated by the energy, the pain started to gradually diminish. What was happening? The released spiritual energy enveloped the entire dantian, converging, covering, and then absorbing it. In the next moment, all the fissures in the dantian began to heal automatically. Just as Lin Bulang stood in astonishment, A peculiar sense of comfort coursed through his body, alerting him to a remarkable transformation. This signified that he had awakened a completely new constitution, the pharmaceutical spirit body. The pharmaceutical spirit body would allow any spiritual medicine consumed to be transformed into the purest medicinal liquid, readily available for alchemical concoction. Furthermore, the efficacy of any pills ingested would multiply exponentially. Upon completing this metamorphosis, the celestial pearl suddenly leaped, darting out of the dantian and returning to Lin Bulang's hand. As he gazed upon it, it flickered playfully, exuding an air of concealed prowess and pride. Following this commotion instigated by the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang was astonished to find not only had he coalesced a cauldron of elixirs, but he had also attained the pharmaceutical spirit body, with his internal spiritual energy now remarkably abundant. The most outrageous revelation was that Lin Bulang's dantian had been expanded to a staggering 16 palms in capacity. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, he had successfully formed a cauldron. Now, he needed to fill it with black iron and fine iron. The quality of the metals used would directly influence the efficacy of the alchemy, thus increasing the yield of pills produced. Regrettably, Lin Bulang was low on resources. With only a handful of fine iron at his disposal, barely the size of a bean. As he retrieved the black iron and fine iron from his storage pouch and ring, the celestial pearl emitted a resonant hum and soared into the air. It swiftly executed a maneuver, absorbing both the black and fine iron in one fell swoop. The fine iron was negligible, but the black iron was a substantial quantity. Did it truly consume it all? Immediately, the celestial pearl spun midair and darted towards Lin Bulang's dantian without pretense. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Bulang. Could it be? Was it returning once more? Chapter 137. The first alchemy. As the celestial pearl surged into Lin Bulang's dantian, it instigated a wave of excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, Lin Bulang directed his gaze toward his dantian, where the minuscule celestial pearl commenced infusing metal into the spiritual cauldron. First, it formed the four legs, followed by the cauldron walls and the dual ears. After more than a day had elapsed, the metal infusion was finally successful. However, the next step required patience as the metal needed to meld with the spiritual cauldron, a process akin to cement setting. Indeed, with the aid of the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang found the task considerably less burdensome, yet it remained a source of agony. By the end of this day, he felt utterly drained. Just when he believed that the metal infusion was the culmination of his efforts, the celestial pearl twisted, unexpectedly siphoning spiritual energy to shape another spiritual cauldron beside the first. The four legs, cauldron walls, and dual ears took form. Yet, to his astonishment, this second spiritual cauldron was square. Could it possibly be an artifact cauldron? Was it not said that the paths of spiritual cauldrons and artifact cauldrons could not coexist? At the moment the artifact cauldron was completed, an unusual force surged within Lin Bulang. The artifact spirit sacred body. This sacred body could directly absorb materials for artifact crafting, only to be utilized when needed. Moreover, it significantly enhanced the quality of the treasures forged. However, unlike medicinal properties, crafting materials occupied considerable space. Any excess crafting materials could be refined into spiritual energy within the cauldron. Conversely, spiritual energy could also be transformed into the required crafting materials, provided that the materials had been absorbed at least once beforehand. Lin Bulang was astounded. It seemed that this cauldron technique, in a certain sense, resonated with the celestial pearl. The two might, in fact, share a common origin. Upon completing the new spiritual cauldron, Lin Bulang found his spiritual energy entirely depleted. To finish crafting the artifact cauldron at this juncture, he would require more metal. Unfortunately, the metal within the celestial pearl had been exhausted, leaving him no choice but to temporarily set aside his endeavors. With a wave of his hand, the celestial pearl finally emerged from his dantian, flashing playfully as before. This time, Lin Bulang held no grievances against it. With the existence of dual cauldrons within him, along with the artifact spirit sacred body and the medicinal spirit sacred body, he felt a sense of celebration. Whether the celestial pearl chose to shimmer or transform into a disco light, Lin Bulang would gladly join in its revelry. With the medicinal cauldron complete and an abundance of spiritual herbs on hand, he resolved to consume them all in his quest for alchemy. Most medicinal pills demand strict adherence to precise formulas. However, One exception was the Qi recovery pill, as it merely required the refinement of spiritual energy. As long as the medicinal properties within the ingredients were balanced, the pill could be formed. Nonetheless, a formidable alchemist need not strictly follow the prescribed formulas. Provided they possessed an intimate understanding of the properties of various spiritual herbs, they could adjust the concoction accordingly. Thus, a skilled alchemist could save their sect considerable resources on spiritual herbs, and even produce rare pills in times of scarcity. Similarly, cultivating such an alchemist requires a copious amount of resources. However, Lin Bulang was different, with the alchemical furnace residing in his heart. He could directly emulate Shinnong, tasting hundreds of herbs, automatically discerning the properties of each medicine within his body. By practicing alchemy a few more times and mastering the precise ratios corresponding to the medicinal properties, he could produce elixirs effortlessly. With this thought in mind, Lin Bulang boldly swallowed all the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants at once. The distinction between spiritual herbs and ordinary herbs lies in the fact that spiritual herbs possess not only medicinal properties, but also spiritual energy, which far surpasses that of ordinary herbs. Provided that an alchemist's skills are sufficiently refined, it is possible to achieve similar results using merely a large quantity of ordinary herbs combined with spiritual stones, though few take this approach. Yet Lin Bulang was different. With the alchemical furnace within his dantian, he required no spiritual stones. All he needed were ordinary herbs. By employing the guiding method to extract a conduit of spiritual energy, wasn't he that sufficient? The theory was sound, and practice commenced. Lin Bulang consumed all the spiritual herbs and plants, pouring them into the alchemical furnace for refinement. Instantly, several different medicinal liquids were produced: extreme yang, neutral, yin, and extreme yin. He casually selected some to ensure their medicinal properties were balanced and placed them back into the alchemical furnace, beginning the refinement process immediately. An hour later, Lin Bulang spread his hands, revealing over a dozen supreme Qi recovery pills in his palm. The spiritual herbs he had ingested had been exquisitely refined by his sacred body of medicinal spirit, resulting in pills of exceptional quality. The efficacy of the recovered spiritual energy was naturally outstanding. Following this, Lin Bulang poured all the medicinal liquids into the furnace, culminating in 32 batches of Qi recovery pills, totaling 481 pills. That amounted to a staggering 48 bottles. Even ordinary Qi recovery pills were valued at no less than 2,000 outer sect disciple coins per bottle, yet they were often unavailable. But here he had 48 bottles of supreme Qi recovery pills. This must be worth hundreds of thousands. In an instant, Lin Bulang felt like a newly rich magnate. With the alternating consumption of the guiding method and these recovery pills, would he ever lack spiritual energy? Absolutely not. Lin Bulang chuckled gleefully, gazing at the 481 Qi recovery pills in his storage bag, grinning like a fool for a full 3 minutes before reluctantly extracting one to consume. With his dantian now empty, possessing so many recovery pills, wouldn't he at least try one to savor its flavor? As he swallowed a single Qi recovery pill, he felt a rich surge of spiritual energy rushing straight to his dantian. After a third of an incense stick's time, his dantian was astonishingly filled to 80%. Incredible. The effect was overwhelmingly potent. This single supreme Qi recovery pill was nearly equivalent to the previous 3 bottles. Ridiculous. Lin Bulang looked down at the remaining 480 pills, his elation soaring to new heights. Spiritual energy? It was practically worthless. From now on, he could unleash his martial arts at will, with a punch that could shatter pathways and an 8th-grade sword that could sweep the ground. In truth, it is rare for a cultivator to engage in combat, as depleting spiritual energy during a fight would hinder their ability to break through in the future. This is precisely why, despite the affordability of the recuperative elixir, it remains virtually unsold. Much like Lin Bulang, who now possesses immense wealth, he is reluctant to part with even a single one. Reluctantly departing from the Qinkuan realm, Lin Bulang calculated the passage of time. To his astonishment, 10 days had elapsed in the outside world. A single batch of the recuperative elixir requires 3 days to refine, which means nearly 100 days had passed here. The time spent gathering the flower for the elixir was merely around 5 days. By this reckoning, it should now be the morning of the 11th day since he began his seclusion. As he opened the doors and windows, a refreshing morning breeze enveloped him, revitalizing his spirit. Ah, you have finally emerged from your retreat. This time of seclusion. Good heavens. You have reached the 6th stage of foundation establishment? Qin Hu approached, preparing to commence a new day of studies. In the span of a month at the academy, only 7 days remained. The other members had made slight progress, the best among them advancing by merely 1 stage. Yet Lin Bulang had astonishingly progressed by 4 stages since their last encounter. Qin Hu had not seen Lin before his seclusion, hence he was unaware that Lin had already attained the 6th stage prior. Thanks to the support of Lord Tongxi, I have acquired numerous valuable items, and this seclusion has indeed yielded significant gains, Lin Bulang replied, not delving into further explanations. How could one possibly advance 4 stages merely through a short period of seclusion? You are in the foundation establishment phase. Do you think you are in the body refinement phase? Qin Hu rubbed his eyes, his face soon contorting with jealousy as he lamented, Ah, truly. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. You know, I am still stuck at the 5th stage, having lingered here for a full 2.5 years, unable to accumulate enough spiritual energy. Never mind, forget it. With a wave of his hand, Qin Hu, feeling aggrieved, turned and walked towards the inner hall, gnawing on a steamed bun. At that moment, he wished to distance himself from Lin Bulang, for the sight was too piercing to bear. Observing Qin Hu's despondent demeanor, Lin Bulang contemplated offering him a recuperative elixir. After all, this fellow had not treated him poorly. Yet, he pondered whether Qin Hu could truly handle the potent spiritual energy of such a top-tier elixir. Chapter 138. Remember to peel and eat, please stay, Master Qin. There is no need for such concern. It is merely spiritual energy. Qin Hu turned his head, instantly incensed by Lin Bulang's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. Merely spiritual energy? Listen to yourself. Is that even a coherent statement? Here, I have a qi recovery pill. You may consume it the next time you prepare to break through in your cultivation. It will undoubtedly be of great benefit. Lin Bulang retrieved a qi recovery pill from his storage pouch and extended it towards him. However, I must caution you, do not consume it all at once. You must peel it before eating. I estimate that a piece the size of a fingernail would suffice. Qin Hu blinked in confusion. Just one, and you want me to peel it? Is this really how you speak? Surely, this is preposterous. I don't even know how to respond to you. If I call you stingy, you might be displeased. If I say you are frugal, it feels unsettling. Qin Hu pointed at Lin Bulang irritably. Fine. I suppose I must appreciate your sentiment. This qi recovery pill is indeed a fine item, worth at least 200 outer sect disciple coins. Irritated, Qin Hu, without further thought, seized the pill and tossed it into his mouth. Wait, no? Lin Bulang realized too late. As the qi recovery pill entered Qin Hu's stomach, his expression changed drastically. Lin Bulang had a cultivation level of 16 palms, which would fill him to 80% capacity with just 1 pill. Qin Hu had barely 6 palms of cultivation. This could be fatal. Curse it. Have I been grinding spirit stones for generations? Qin Hu had no time to run back to his room. The influx of spiritual energy surged through him with ferocity. He plopped down onto the ground, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he struggled to contain the overwhelming energy. Fortunately, Lin Bulang acted swiftly, rushing over to perform a forceful extraction, pulling the pill from Qin Hu's throat. Meanwhile, within the academy, other peers began to rise one after another. Seeing Qin Hu seated on the ground, struggling to breathe, they approached with curiosity. Master Qin, what is the matter? Aren't you cold on the floor? Master Qin, if you cannot hold it, do not do so here. It is rather undignified. Laughter erupted around them. After 20 days of camaraderie, they had grown as close as brothers. Surrounded by this throng of onlookers and mockery, Qin Hu's face reflected his embarrassment. All right, disperse now. There should be no classes this morning. Go entertain yourselves. Lin Bulang smiled gently, waving his hand as he dismissed the crowd amidst their cheers. Unfortunately, the heavens were unkind. As soon as they scattered, a torrential downpour began, drenching Qin Hu like a drenched chicken. At that moment, he dared not move, for even a moment's distraction could risk his dantian shattering under the pressure. Lin Bulang, feeling impatient, decided to take a leisurely stroll and practiced the Qingyang sword for a while. Finally, in the afternoon, a soft sound echoed, and a faint ripple of spiritual energy surged through the courtyard. Qin Hu had successfully advanced to the 6th stage of the foundation establishment period. At this moment, Qin Hu stood up unsteadily, his face flushed with indescribable joy. How about that? Lin Bulang offered a rejuvenating pill he had just tasted. Impressive, Qin Hu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Just one taste of this is equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation. You know, I was so close to chewing it. I reckon if I had, I would have exploded. As he spoke excitedly, Qin Hu produced a small vial to carefully store the invaluable rejuvenating pill. Where did you acquire such a potent item? Do you have any more? If you're in need of funds, I could sell this one for you. It's worth at least 100,000. Lin Bulang chuckled softly. I only managed to get 3 of them. I consumed one, gave you another, and I intend to keep the last for when I reach the core formation stage. 3. Qin Hu was momentarily taken aback, gratitude flooding his expression. You actually gave me one of such a rare treasure. I find it hard to repay such a great favor. In the future, should there be anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Hu was straightforward, and Lin Bulang was not concerned about him being indiscreet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gifted him the pill. I appreciate your kindness. Just take good care of it. This should suffice for you to break through to the 7th stage of foundation establishment within a month. Qin Hu nodded repeatedly. Achieving the 7th stage on his own could take him at least 5 to 10 more years. Oh, by the way, I remember you have a golden spiritual root, right? Qin Hu, filled with gratitude, quickly pondered and then asked. Indeed, what of it? Qin Hu glanced around cautiously and leaned closer to Lin Bulang's ear, whispering, Have you heard of the rock spirit demon? 6 months ago, I heard that one appeared near the San Lu Chi Si miscellaneous disciple peak, containing the breath of gold-type spiritual energy within. If you wish to reach the core formation stage, this energy would be immensely beneficial to you. You might want to check it out. Oh, this news is exceedingly precious, akin to a treasure for one preparing for core formation. However, the rock spirit demon is one of the most challenging beasts to slay among foundation establishment period demon beasts. Many disciples from both the inner and outer sects have encountered it and failed to capture it. However, since this information is already 6 months old, I cannot ascertain whether the demon has been subdued. If you have the time, you might as well try your luck. This was the only piece of information Qin Hu could offer that matched the value of the rejuvenating pill, and the uncertainty of the outcome made him feel somewhat awkward about sharing it. Thank you, Lin Bulang said, respectfully clasping his hands. What is there to thank for? Qin Hu patted the bottle in his hand and remarked, Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. Moreover, as I possess a firewood spiritual root, I have no use for the metal spiritual root, do I? Upon noticing Qin Hu's playful expression, Lin Bulang couldn't help but smile lightly. After exchanging a few words, he departed from the academy. Qin Hu informed Lin Bulang that during his days of seclusion, Luo Tangxi had visited several times. But seeing Lin Bulang engrossed in his cultivation, he refrained from disturbing him, surmising there was no pressing matter at hand. Lin Bulang, not dwelling on it further, made his way towards the San Lu Chi Si miscellaneous peak, as indicated by Qin Hu. The San Lu Chi Si miscellaneous peak was notably ancient and situated further from the academy. Lin Bulang utilized the technique of Shun Yin Bu 8 times before finally arriving. As he stepped onto the path, he noticed a few outer disciples engaged in conversation by the roadside. Approaching them, he inquired, Excuse me, esteemed seniors, is this the territory of the San Lu Chi Si miscellaneous peak? The outer disciples glanced at Lin Bulang, sizing him up. Are you here to hunt the rock spirit demon as well? Lin Bulang responded with a slight gasp, observing that their cultivation levels ranged between the 8th and 9th stages of foundation establishment. Indeed, he replied awkwardly, That is correct. But there are already over 100 outer disciples gathered nearby. Some have been lurking here for 3 to 4 months without even catching a glimpse of that rock spirit demon. I advise you not to harbor overly optimistic expectations. One of them consoled. As expected, several more outer disciples arrived in pairs, greeting the ones present before casting a glance at Lin Bulang, clearly accustomed to newcomers. Lin Bulang sighed, realizing that with so many gathered, the chances of seizing the opportunity for the aura of spiritual energy were minuscule. He was about to express his gratitude when a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the distant rocky slope. Countless boulders erupted from the ground, and in an instant, a colossal shadow emerged, breaking through the surface soil. The rock spirit demon. The expressions of the 3 who had initially spoken to Lin Bulang changed in unison. And without hesitation, they turned to flee. Run. What are you waiting for? Are you trying to throw away your life? Lin Bulang was bewildered. Aren't you here to stake out this rock spirit demon? Why, having finally found it, do you run away at the first sign of danger? Chapter 139. A flourish of colors. Lin Bulang turned to survey the rock golem before him, a formidable creature composed of countless fragments of stone, towering at least 5 to 6 meters tall. Its robust right arm wielded a massive stone hammer shield the size of a small automobile, exuding an intimidating presence. With a sharp crack, the golem locked its gaze onto Lin Bulang, raising its right arm protectively before charging forward like a locomotive. The earth trembled beneath its weight, and it was certain that disciples from several miles around would soon be aware of its presence. However, the golem's colossal size rendered it clumsy, and Lin Bulang, with his current speed, found it unnecessary to employ his stealthy steps to evade its approach. Perhaps emboldened by having dispatched a few foundation-level beasts, Lin Bulang underestimated the creature. Thus, he merely sidestepped a few meters, drawing his sword in preparation for a counterattack. To his astonishment, just as the golem was about to reach him, its previously protective right arm swung wide, delivering a fierce blow towards Lin Bulang. Crack! Boom! Instantly, Lin Bulang, along with his sword, was sent flying through the air. The impact jolted his entire body with excruciating pain, as the stone hammer shield struck him with precision, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself dozens of meters away. Cursing under his breath, Lin Bulang struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Now he understood why the two outer disciples had fled. The golem's charging speed was indeed slow, leading first-time combatants to mistakenly believe that its charge was its primary attack. In truth, it was merely preparing for its powerful counterstrike. That strike, not only swift but also immensely forceful, left Lin Bulang reeling. A mere foundation-level disciple would likely be shattered by such a blow. You should have run when you had the chance. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the nearby bushes, dragging Lin Bulang into the undergrowth. His surroundings shifted dramatically, revealing a pale blue hue. To his surprise, a small formation was concealed here. Turning his head, Lin Bulang discovered the 3 outer disciples he had conversed with earlier, now sheltering within this protective array. What is this? Lin Bulang inquired, puzzled. In order to hunt the rock golem, we have set up numerous breath-concealing formations throughout this area, rendering our presence undetectable to the creature. If anyone spots the golem, they are to immediately retreat into the formation and alert the others to join the hunt. This golem is not something that can be defeated by just 1 or 2 individuals. One of the disciples explained. Are you all right? Can you move? Another disciple asked, concern etched on their face. I'm fine, Lin Bulang replied, wiping the blood from his lips and rising to his feet. The trio gasped in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at Lin Bulang, for it was the first time they had witnessed someone survive a direct blow from the rock golem and still remain sprightly. Brother, could it be that you are truly a foundation-level cultivator? The foundation of the realm may sustain injuries, so dear brother, it is best for you to remain still and tend to your wounds. Indeed, just a few minutes of waiting and our fellow disciples shall arrive, and together we shall vanquish this rock's spirit demon. As the 3 spoke, they nodded in agreement. Lin Bulang's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated such unity among the inner and outer disciples of Yin-Yang sect. A few minutes later, having sufficiently recuperated, Lin Bulang noticed over 20 figures emerging around him, each entering various positions within the breath-holding formation. Meanwhile, 9 individuals had already wedged themselves into Lin Bulang's vicinity. Is it about time? Once we have more people, it will be difficult to claim the spoils. Indeed, I cannot rely on the essence of spiritual energy. I merely hope to salvage a few pieces of refined iron to take back. Such items exist? Lin Bulang gazed in astonishment at the surrounding outer disciples, realizing his own ignorance. Of course, this rock spirit demon is a treasure trove. Its body comprises no fewer than several hundred stones, each containing a piece of metal. Some large, some small, and even spiritual stones. Forget about the spiritual stones, they reside within its heart. I heard from a senior who had previously battled this rock spirit that its legs and arms are primarily composed of black iron, while the hammer shield conceals refined iron, and its body contains both spiritual stones and rarer ores. Until we slay it, obtaining these items will be exceedingly difficult. While the discussion continued, one individual within the breath-holding formation could no longer contain himself. He bellowed and charged out. At this moment, over 30 outer disciples had gathered, and if their numbers continued to swell, their chances of claiming valuable treasures from the rock spirit demon would dwindle. Seeing someone make a move, The others were unwilling to be left behind, and all surged forward. Lin Bulang, eager for the oars, wasted no time. With a leap, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The outer disciples were generally at the 8th stage of foundation establishment, possessing commendable combat prowess. Yet they paled in comparison to Lin Bulang. As he approached the rock spirit demon, Lin Bulang raised his hand and unleashed the sky-piercing finger. The might of this technique was such that even the rock spirit demon could not withstand it. With a thunderous explosion, 3 stones were blasted away from its lower ribs. Seizing the opportunity while the demon's attention was diverted, Lin Bulang executed a sliding maneuver, swiftly retrieving the 3 stones. Once detached from the rock spirit, these stones were nothing more than ordinary rocks, easily crumbling to dust with a mere squeeze. To his delight, 2 pieces of refined iron and 1 of black iron were in his grasp. Lin Bulang beamed with joy at the egg-sized piece of refined iron in his hand. Meanwhile, the other outer disciples, engaged in a fierce assault and preoccupied with evading attacks, could hardly spare a thought for the power of Lin Bulang's sky-piercing finger. With the mountains and plains alive with various martial techniques targeting the rock spirit demon, who could discern the chaos? Under siege, the rock spirit demon was evidently enraged. With its robust right hand shielding its chest, it leapt into the air, crashing down towards the ground. Having anticipated the attack, Lin Bulang swiftly activated his god concealment step, arriving at the neighboring hillock in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the outer disciples who dared to loot within a few meters of the rock spirit demon suffered greatly. A thunderous roar echoed. The earth trembled violently, and countless massive fissures erupted in all directions. The stones on the slope were sent flying by the impact, and the outer disciples on the ground were propelled skyward. Almost immediately, the rock spirit demon swung its colossal arms in a sweeping arc, sending 7 or 8 outer disciples hurtling away, their fates uncertain. How ruthless! Is this truly a creature of the foundation establishment stage? Lin Bulang mused inwardly. Creatures like the rock spirit demon and the mirage spirit, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, are vastly different from beasts cultivated through the infusion of spiritual energy. After all, they are the very source of spiritual energy, not mere mortals. They are both formidable in combat and resilient. Otherwise, how could that monkey, which sprang from a stone 5 centuries ago, have possessed the strength to ascend to the heavenly court, defeating countless monsters along the way? After executing a series of swift maneuvers, the rock spirit demon raised its right hand and struck the ground with immense force. Thud, thud, thud. With each resounding impact, enormous stone pillars began to emerge from the earth in concentric circles. After 3 strikes, 9 towering stone columns encircled it. These pillars not only provided substantial protection against various martial techniques, but could also transform into projectiles upon impact. At this moment, many outer disciples displayed signs of trepidation. Once casualties began to mount, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Charge! What are we waiting for? During this minute of hesitation, the tremors echoed further, drawing more outer disciples to the scene, some of whom began to panic. At that instant, a figure suddenly appeared atop a distant mountain. The individual, bearing 2 long swords on their back, drew them upon sighting the rock spirit demon and slightly bent their body, gathering momentum for a few seconds. Whoosh! A streak of luminous energy surged forth, like a radiant comet slicing through the heavens, traversing the battlefield. Incredible! How stunning! Lin Bulang, observing from the small hillock, could not help but exclaim in awe. Who could have imagined that a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage could wield such flamboyant martial skills? Chapter 140. With a series of explosive sounds resonating, the 9-layer stone formation was cleaved open as if struck by a sharp blade, creating a gaping chasm. The rock spirit demon was also repelled by a single sword strike, crashing against the nearby stone pillar. It was Su Jin, my senior brother. This is disastrous. I had urged you all to hasten, and now that Su Jin has arrived, who could possibly seize anything? Su Jin? It is evident that this individual possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not be so renowned in the outer sect. Lin Bulang listened attentively as 2 individuals nearby continued their hushed complaints. That's Su's senior brother. If only his luck hadn't been so unfortunate and his spiritual roots weren't slightly lacking, he would have long since entered the inner sect. Do you know? His aptitude is an impressive 73 points. In the inner sect, that is among the highest echelons. Speaking of which, I recall a rumor that this month, A disciple entered the outer sect with only 3 points of aptitude. Ha ha ha. Is he not essentially a waste? My aptitude stands at 30 points. He is merely a fraction of that. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter. 3 points of aptitude. Is that not a reflection of oneself? Lin Bulang stroked his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. What of 3 points of aptitude? Were it not for my dismal aptitude, I would have directly entered the inner sect, rather than competing with you for this rock spirit demon. The two had initially intended to belittle him further for amusement, but Lin Bulang's voice rang out from behind them. He was, in fact, the opposite of Su Jin. The latter possessed poor spiritual roots but remarkable aptitude, while Lin Bulang had good roots but lacking aptitude. If only Su Jin were a woman, perhaps I could devise a means to balance things out. Ha. Upon noticing Lin Bulang approaching from behind, the two outer sect disciples were first taken aback, followed by a wave of awkwardness. Had they inadvertently encountered the main character? Just as they were about to inquire, they witnessed Lin Bulang flickering before them, vanishing into thin air. Lin Bulang was not petty enough to dwell on this matter with them. He understood that by showcasing his strength, they would naturally bow before him. Engaging in trivial disputes with them would only serve to diminish his own stature. In the next instant, with another flash, Lin Bulang entered the stone formation. The pillars within the formation were as thick as 2 or 3 men embracing, smooth and unyielding. Su Jin's ability to slice from the eastern edge to the western edge of the formation indicated his considerable prowess. Upon entering the formation, Lin Bulang caught Su Jin's attention. This formation is perilous. If you value your life, I recommend you leave swiftly. With a casual wave of his sword, he imparted the warning in a soft, pleasant tone. Such a voice, while charmingly described as that of a playful puppy, appeared rather effeminate in Lin Bulang's eyes. Casting a glance at Su Jin, it was evident that he was at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, yet had not reached his zenith. In his hands were 2 extraordinary long swords, one red and one blue. He was likely another individual of noble lineage. Is it that you can engage the rock spirit demon, while I am incapable? Lin Bulang raised his hand, gathering the power of the crumbling mountain fist. The sharp weapons proved ineffective against the rock spirit demon. Conversely, Lin Bulang's techniques, such as the breaking sky finger and the collapsing mountain fist, yielded remarkable results. Similarly, the golden scaled armor adorning Lin Bulang was adept at resisting slashes, yet offered little defense against the brute force of the rock spirit demon. This is a fundamental principle of physical properties. It appeared that Su Jin had yet to grasp this concept. As he continued to assail the rock spirit demon with his twin swords, inflicting minor scratches. My punch, however, was equally perilous, if he wished to evade demise. I strongly advised him to take cover. As the energy of my punch coalesced, Lin Bulang let out a mighty roar, producing a resounding explosion. The force of this punch compressed the air before it, generating a sonic boom. A dazzling spark erupted before Lin Bulang's fist. Martial techniques involving punches and kicks typically require a buildup of energy, a method Lin Bulang had not previously explored. Now, endowed with a supreme celestial body and resilient meridians, he could significantly amplify his accumulation of spiritual energy. This punch surpassed the strength of his prior strike that had annihilated the Mirage Demon by several magnitudes. Initially dismissive of Lin Bulang's warning, Su Jin sensed an overwhelming surge of explosive spiritual energy at the moment Lin Bulang unleashed his attack, prompting him to leap away in shock. With the rock spirit demon's punch propelling him forward, he executed a powerful kick and swiftly escaped approximately 30 meters. Bang! Buzz! The fierce punch struck the rock spirit demon, sending its massive form soaring into the air. Upon landing, a cacophony of shattering rocks echoed around them. Could it have been defeated? Lin Bulang lightly leaped atop a stone pillar, and from his vantage point, he beheld the rock spirit demon amidst a pile of rubble. Struggling in agony, this punch had effectively stripped away a layer of its exterior, yet it seemed the core remained unharmed. Suddenly, the pile of stones trembled. A diminutive version of the rock spirit demon arose. At that moment, its outer rock armor had been shattered by Lin Bulang's punch, revealing an indeterminate black rock substance beneath. This core resembled black glass, refracting a lustrous white light interspersed with tiny snowflake-like white specks. As Lin Bulang sought to observe more closely, he abruptly noticed the white specks coalescing, forcefully drilling outward from within. Then, in rapid succession, the white specks transformed into countless white stone needles, each the thickness of a toothpick, indiscriminately exploding outward. This eruption completely obliterated the original stone pillar, triggering a chain reaction that caused layers of the surrounding area to erupt in succession. Even those outer disciples sheltered from the stone needles could not escape unscathed, as they were caught in the chaos, left in utter disarray. Those unfortunate enough to be close enough to be struck by the stone needles found their bodies pierced, leaving behind mere pinpricks of blood. Witnessing this scene, Su Jin instead felt elated. "Thank you." With that exclamation, he brandished his twin blades and charged forth once more. The outer layer of rock armor posed the greatest challenge for him. Within the depths of this black rock entity lies a fragility far greater than one might expect. A single stroke of his sword could leave a fissure, and within 100 strikes, this rock spirit would undoubtedly shatter into oblivion. Yet, Lin Bulang would not allow him such an effortless victory. With a graceful lift of his hands, he directed his fingers towards the rock spirit. "Heavenly Breaker, 10 strikes. When in dire straits, one must strike with precision. When affluent, unleash a barrage of might." Now, with abundant spiritual energy at his disposal, Lin Bulang opted for a direct onslaught. If one round proved insufficient, then 2. If 2 fell short, then 3. The rapid-fire strikes of the Heavenly Breaker far outpaced Su Jin, and as he surged within 5 meters of the rock spirit, the explosive aftermath of the 10 consecutive strikes sent him hurtling away. Undoubtedly, the rock spirit, bereft of its rocky armor, displayed a significant increase in agility and damage. Yet, Lin Bulang prevailed in an instant. Amidst the debris of black stones, a figure boldly advanced. In that fleeting moment when golden spiritual energy surged forth, Lin Bulang had grasped it firmly within his hand. The essence of golden spiritual energy was now within his reach. At that moment, Su Jin, who had just been flung aside, lifted his gaze to witness the scene, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "No. As Lin Bulang landed, the outer disciples, sensing the danger had dissipated, charged towards the center of the stone array like frenzied zombies. For there lay countless rocks imbued with precious ores. Snatching just one would yield tremendous profit. How naive! Observing the crowd rushing towards him in a mad frenzy, Lin Bulang smiled as he caressed the Qianquan ring on his hand, then uttered a thought. Qianquan ring, unleashed to its fullest potential. Chapter 141. The stage of combat. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the once formidable rock spirit demon lay slain, reduced to nothing more than a mound of rubble and the worthless remains of its obsidian form. The fragility of that black stone was akin to that of obsidian, merely a type of glass. Even if one were to collect it, the sect would have no use for it. At best, it could be fashioned into trinkets or beads. How could it be? How could there be not a single piece left? Oh, the misfortune! The essence of gold spiritual energy has vanished, and the ores are gone. I have stood guard for 3 whole months. What is 3 months to you? I have stood watch for half a year. This is outrageous. At the very spot where the rock spirit demon had met its end, Su Jin knelt in shock, cradling fragments of the crumbled black stone in his hands, suddenly gritting his teeth. Who among you knows that scoundrel? I will make him pay. Su Jin seethed with fury. That person is utterly devoid of decency. Clearly, this was a joint hunt for the beast, yet he audaciously claimed all the spoils for himself. According to custom, having taken the essence of gold spiritual energy, he should not have touched any of the other ores. Selfish. A thief. A scoundrel. Is there anyone who recognizes that man? I am offering 500 outer sect disciple coins as a reward. In the midst of his wrath, Su Jin brandished a bag of outer sect coins high above his head, igniting a renewed commotion in the arena. Meanwhile, miles away, Lin Bulang swiftly emerged using a stealthy technique. No matter how formidable that group was, they could not hope to catch up to him. During his earlier foray, he had meticulously counted the spoils. There were a total of 137 pieces of ore. Among these were 79 pieces of black iron or 32 spirit stones, 21 pieces of fine iron, and 4 pieces of superior meteorite. Furthermore, he discovered an exceedingly rare fire essence stone. The fire essence stone is imbued with potent fire spiritual energy, serving as an elemental stone that allows for the gradual conversion of spiritual energy into fire root spiritual energy when carried. Since Lin Bulang had yet to cultivate a fire root, he had no immediate use for it. However, should he later acquire suitable materials, he could refine it into a magical artifact. Even without a fire root, He could utilize it to compensate for a deficiency in the 5 elements. For instance, wood generates fire, and fire generates earth. If someone lacks a fire root but possesses wood and earth roots, they could wield a weapon forged from the fire essence stone to achieve a complete enhancement of the 5 elements. After casting a glance at the searing fire essence stone, Lin Bulang retrieved the celestial pearl and gently tapped it. Indeed, in the next moment, the stone was absorbed by the pearl. Subsequently, he used the celestial pearl to absorb the remaining spirit stones and ores. Finding a secluded cave, he settled down and commenced his cultivation. As the celestial pearl entered his body, a powerful surge of heat surged towards his purple palace. Soon after, Lin Bulang's fire root began to swell dramatically, 30%, then 40%. Lin Bulang was momentarily taken aback. This is disastrous. The fire essence stone, once absorbed by the celestial pearl, was now being used to nurture the spiritual root. Observing his fire root's sudden leap to 40%, Lin Bulang could only manage a wry smile. Very well, since it has come to this, let us cultivate it. Thus, Lin Bulang, while allowing the automatic irrigation device of the celestial pearl to function, began to plant the fire spirit root. Once the fire spirit root was sown, Lin Bulang's consumption of spiritual energy amidst the 4 spirit roots surged to new heights. In exasperation, he resorted to a guiding technique, drawing forth a wave of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to nurture these 4 spirit roots. Before long, the vessel was completed and 3/5 of the metal absorbed by the celestial pearl remained. Lin Bulang cast all of it into the vessel, taking advantage of its malleable state and his full reservoir of spiritual energy to make another breakthrough. Upon reaching the 7th stage of foundation establishment, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the vessel had taken shape. He then retrieved the Feiyu sword, which had been gathering dust by his side for quite some time. The Feiyu sword, crafted by the skilled hands of Master Li, boasted exquisite artistry. Yet Lin Bulang had never wielded it before. Now, with the vessel at his disposal, he intended to remold it. At present, Lin Bulang lacked a comprehensive understanding of the art of refining. Thus, remolding essentially meant replacing the black iron within the Feiyu sword with refined iron, transforming it entirely into a refined iron sword. Furthermore, after remolding, the Feiyu sword would transcend the realm of ordinary weapons, acquiring the characteristics of a magical artifact. Although flying with the sword was unlikely for now, he could still manipulate it much like he did with the celestial pearl. In the future, he would no longer need to force the celestial pearl, which was merely an auxiliary function, into perilous endeavors of plunder and violence. Lin Bulang placed the Feiyu sword upon his knees and recited the incantation. The sword was automatically absorbed into the vessel within his dantian. Once inside, Lin Bulang found himself endowed with a perspective akin to X-ray vision, allowing him to perceive the entire structure of the Feiyu sword. To his astonishment, his admiration for Master Li reached new heights. Typically, the forging of weapons involves cracks, wrinkles, and discontinuities, which are commonplace. Particularly, this sword had been crafted through a process of repeated folding and forging. Yet, from Lin Bulang's vantage point, the Feiyu sword appeared as though it had been manufactured by a machine, with layers upon layers, uniform and tightly bound. No wonder the sword was so effective. With a mere thought, he manipulated the black iron layer as if molding clay, replacing it layer by layer with the refined iron from the vessel. Exercising patience throughout the process, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the complete remolding of the Feiyu sword was accomplished. Upon opening his eyes, the Feiyu sword shot forth from behind him, landing directly in front of him. Now entirely forged from refined iron, the sword gleamed with a silvery radiance. Even in the depths of the cave, coupled with the unique techniques employed by Master Li during its creation, the surface of the sword bore delicate patterns reminiscent of feathers. Exquisite and beautiful. At last, this is the true essence of the Feiyu sword. Filled with joy, Lin Bulang grasped the Feiyu sword and, satisfied, sheathed it before casting the original black iron sword into the vessel. Currently, the Feiyu sword possessed the characteristics of a magical artifact, yet lacked its full effects. This was due to Lin Bulang's utter lack of knowledge regarding the crafting of magical artifacts. Thus, he prepared to exit his seclusion and sought to inquire with Qin Hu about texts on artifact forging. Upon returning to the academy, it was just dusk. Lin Bulang had been away for a little over 2 days, and only 4 days remained until the completion of his month's studies. When Qin Hu saw Lin Bulang approaching, a broad smile spread across his face as he welcomed him. You must have succeeded, right? The news has already spread that an unfamiliar outer sect disciple dealt with that rock spirit demon. The moment I heard it, I knew it was you. However, I also heard that you took all the ores with you, which seems a tad unscrupulous. Be cautious of future repercussions. Qin Hu gave a thumbs up, but, concerned, offered Lin Bulang a word of caution. Unscrupulous? Lin Bulang furrowed his brow. When I dealt with that rock spirit demon, they did not contribute at all. So what is there to be said about scruples? One cannot put it that way. Oh, by the way, I also heard that Su Jin has put up a bounty for your information, which has now escalated to 1,500 outer sect disciple coins. He claims he wants to seek justice for all outer sect disciples and intends to challenge you to a duel. Should you lose, you would have to hand over all the ores to be divided among the other outer sect disciples from that day. Insanity. Lin Bulang rolled his eyes. You can surely defeat him, right? Qin Hu suddenly blinked. Lin Bulang immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. How about this, since you can certainly win? The spoils should not go to outsiders. You rascal. You haven't gone and reported me, have you? Absolutely not. I, Qin Hu, swear to the heavens that I am no such despicable person. I merely sought your consent first. Look, we can split the 1,500 outer sect disciple coins 70-30. You take 1,000, and I take 500. Hee. Qin Hu rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin, his face brimming with anticipation. Just imagine, during the stage competition, with everyone placing their bets, you, a mere novice outer sect disciple, defeating Su Jin, who ranks 10th on the outer sect leaderboard. You would gain fame within the outer sect, while I would reap a substantial profit. Truly a win-win. Chapter 142. The Outer Sect Rankings. The Outer Sect Rankings? Such a concept piqued Lin Bulang's interest immediately. Indeed, within the Yin-Yang sect, there exists the genius rankings, the earthly talent rankings, and the talent rankings. The outer sect rankings are akin to the talent rankings, open exclusively to disciples under the age of 50, with selection determined through arena challenges. Even wagers on duels count towards this selection. Those who secure a place within the top 10 gain considerable attention from the sect. And first-time entrants are granted access to the scripture pavilion to select a foundational level martial technique. Moreover, every year, they receive ample material support from the sect. Such a splendid opportunity. Are you certain you will not seize it? Under 50? What level can an outer sect disciple attain before turning 50? Lin Bulang inquired with curiosity. It is said that the top of the talent rankings has already reached the core formation stage. To reach core formation before 50 means that after 50, one would transition directly into the inner sect. Qin Hu sighed, shaking his head in amazement. The prospect of entering the inner sect and obtaining a foundational level martial technique is indeed enticing. This revelation left Lin Bulang quite intrigued. Now he comprehends where Su Jin acquired that impressive martial technique. A foundational level. Such techniques are reserved for inner sect disciples. Naturally, they could dominate all adversaries. Are you feeling tempted? Qin Hu asked anxiously. Indeed, you should go for it. Lin Bulang nodded. When the time comes, there will be bets involved. And with so many outer sect disciple tokens at his disposal, he could finally put them to good use. The following day, Qin Hu brought news. The arena challenge was scheduled for the last day after Lin Bulang's departure from the academy, presumably to ensure Lin Bulang would suffer embarrassment on his final day, thereby affecting his post-academy assignments. Su Jin indeed plotted meticulously. Upon learning this, Lin Bulang merely nodded, confident that 3 days would suffice to elevate his strength by another level. When the time comes, he would consume a recovery pill to demonstrate what true power looks like. On the second day, at the exorcism hall, as Su Jin arrived at the academy, he was summoned by Hall Master Luo. After all, Su Jin was once a distinguished student of the academy and had spent a considerable amount of time in the exorcism hall, so the two were quite familiar with one another. Hall Master Luo, Su Jin approached respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. His intention was to consult Hall Master Luo in advance about Lin Bulang. Having heard of Lin Bulang's rising fame within the exorcism hall, he aimed to prepare himself. Foreknowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to certain victory. However, it was also clear that, with his foundation establishment strength, he was far from the peak of power in the exorcism hall, like a high-level expert returning to a novice village, effortlessly dispatching foes. In 2 days, you will face that Lin fellow. Are you confident? Hall Master Luo inquired while sipping tea. My twin crimson blades are my assurance. Each sword is infused with 20% fine iron. In 3 moves at most, I shall shatter his weapon. At that time, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Su Jin confidently replied. In his heart, he believed that Lin Bulang's most formidable weapon was that inexplicable punch. With a single blow, it could shatter the rocky armor of the rock spirit demon, a truly terrifying display of power. However, that punch required an excessive amount of time to charge. It might be effective against beasts, but when pitted against a cultivator of comparable strength, it would be rendered nearly useless. He had single-handedly slain the Mirage Demon, a feat not to be underestimated. Luo Tongxi sipped his tea, incredulous. Single-handedly defeating the Mirage Demon. How could that possibly be? Su Jin had also faced the Mirage Demon, albeit in a team. That creature was exceedingly tricky. In a one-on-one confrontation, one would scarcely lay a finger on it. To claim a solo kill? Was that not mere fantasy? I am unaware of the means he employed. I merely offered a caution. This lad might possess hidden trump cards. Do not be deceived by his apparent victory over the rock spirit demon. One must prepare adequately. Su Jin nodded in understanding, then smiled in response. There is no need for concern, Luo Tongxi. I, too, have my contingency plans. Before departing, my father bestowed upon me a magical artifact. With this artifact in hand, even if my opponent is at the core formation stage, I could surely deliver 3 lethal strikes. These 3 strikes would be sufficient to claim his life. Perhaps not. Luo Tongxi interjected thoughtfully. Recently, I gifted him a suit of golden scaled armor, crafted by our sect, capable of withstanding one of your strikes. Should he summon a spiritual shield, it may very well deflect another. As for the remaining strike, do you possess absolute confidence in your ability to vanquish him? Luo Tongxi's choice of words was rather meticulous. Despite Su Jin's declaration of intent to kill, he did not follow suit. Well, that is more difficult to ascertain. Su Jin's expression shifted. Luo Tongxi nodded, then extended a finger to gently tap the tabletop. Shortly thereafter, a disciple approached, carrying a small tray. I, too, possess an item that may lend you assistance. With a flick of his finger, the small tray soared into Su Jin's embrace. Upon lifting the crimson cloth that draped over the tray, Su Jin's face lit up with joy, nearly prompting him to kneel in gratitude. Thank you, Luo Tongxi, for your generous gift. Luo Tongxi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Then inquired, you and this lad share a common sect. Why harbor such a profound desire to kill? Luo Tongxi, you may not be aware, but I am but a step away from condensing the 9th grade golden core with this essence of golden spiritual energy. Now that this lad has interfered, I fear I may be delayed for several years. Alas, to snatch away another's opportunity is akin to murdering their parents. This grievance is difficult for me to swallow. Luo Tongxi raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The 9th grade golden core, quite impressive. If my memory serves me right, you possess a golden water spiritual root, and thus you must prepare 3 essences of golden spiritual energy, 3 of water spiritual energy, and 3 of miscellaneous spiritual energy, correct? Su Jin nodded earnestly. With the assistance of my father and mother, I completed the preparations several years ago. Only the golden spiritual energy essence remains, notoriously elusive. Indeed, I see that you have reached the age of 46 this year. If you cannot achieve the golden core stage before 50, the opportunity to ascend to the top 3 of the talent rankings will elude you, and thus, the 2nd volume of the sect's reward, the Earth-level mental technique, will remain out of reach. Without the Earth-level mental technique, the disparity in cultivation after reaching the golden core stage will be monumental. Indeed, Su Jin sighed deeply and then clasped his hands in salute. Should I succeed in capturing this young man, I shall undoubtedly repay the kindness of the Lord of the Hall. No need, ha ha. Who says you are not my favorite disciple from years gone by? 2 days later, at the break of dawn, Lin Bulang emerged from his seclusion. After a brief cleansing, he stepped outside. His recent progress had been remarkably smooth, elevating his prowess to the 9th level of foundation establishment, though he had yet to reach the pinnacle. Thus, the gap in strength between him and Su Jin had been substantially narrowed. However, the significance of their respective strengths during the foundation establishment phase was rather trivial, as this stage was primarily about refining the immortal foundation through spiritual energy. Senior Brother Lin, you absolutely must win. Indeed, Senior Brother Lin, we all place our hopes on you. It's merely the 10th place on the outer sect talent rankings. Let's show him what we're made of. Senior Brother Lin. Make sure to knock him down to the ground. As he stepped outside, a throng had already gathered around him, led by Qin Hu. Thank you, thank you. Lin Bulang glanced around, nearly bursting into laughter. The arena match had been announced the previous day, and betting had closed at the hour of the rat. Lin Bulang's odds were as high as 7.3, and he had placed a bet himself, though the opponent dared not allow him to wager too much, restricting him to 5,000 outer sect disciple stakes. Bets on Lin Bulang's victory were marked with blue slips, indicating the wager amount, while those on Su Jin's victory bore red slips, similarly annotated. This group, while vocally supporting Lin Bulang, were all clutching red slips, mistakenly believing that concealing them behind their backs would render them invisible to him. The only one who had purchased a blue slip was Qin Hu. Naturally, he had acquired both blue and red slips to ensure that, should he face a loss, he would not be left with nothing. This group, ha ha ha, you shall all come to regret your choices. Chapter 143. The arena battle. Under the guidance of Qin Hu, they swiftly arrived at the arena of the academy. The presiding judge for this contest was none other than Luo Tongxi, who waved his hand, signaling the two to ascend the stage. Casually, they approached the platform and activated the arena's protective barrier. Once the barrier was established, all external sounds were completely isolated, even though several hundred spectators surrounded the arena. Not a whisper could be heard from within. Esteemed contestants, this is the life and death contract of the arena. With a flourish, he gestured towards the document. Once signed, your fates rest in the hands of destiny. You are to fight valiantly, upholding the honor of our Yin-Yang sect. Lin Bulang reached out, lightly inscribing his spiritual energy upon the contract, followed suit by Su Jin. With both signatures affixed, Luo Tongxi descended from the stage, continuing. According to the rules of our Yin-Yang sect, the use of malevolent techniques is strictly prohibited. There are no restrictions on medicinal items, talismans, or magical artifacts. In cultivation, financial resources are indeed a facet of strength. Are you both prepared? As the host, Luo Tongxi naturally remained within the barrier during the contest, ready to intervene should any deceitful tactics arise. Lin Bulang and Su Jin exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Then, let the battle commence. As Luo Tongxi's declaration echoed, Su Jin drew his twin blades with the swiftness of lightning, lowering his gaze and gathering his energy. He initiated the encounter with the very move he had used against the rock spirit demon, radiating an imposing aura. Look, this is Su Shixiang's renowned skill. Gasps of awe erupted from the audience. The opening move was indeed formidable, showcasing Su Jin's fierce intent. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin transformed into a fleeting shadow, his blades intertwining as he lunged toward Lin Bulang. Though Lin Bulang had witnessed this technique before and recognized its strength, he remained unfazed. With a deft step of concealment, he effortlessly evaded, finding himself on the opposite side of the arena in an instant. As Su Jin's strike missed its mark, he stood momentarily stunned, swiftly turning to find Lin Bulang had retreated at least 50 meters away. How is this possible? His speed surpasses my own. Could he possess Earth-level martial skills? This cannot be. The spectators below were equally bewildered. In the briefest moment, Lin Bulang had traversed to the far side of the arena, leaving no one able to discern the sequence of events. Even Luo Tongxi, within the barrier, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, for even he, a cultivator at the core formation stage, had failed to capture Lin Bulang's movements. Quick, too swift. Lin Bulang, feeling a sense of absurdity, furrowed his brow and remarked, moreover, even if you were to slay me in the arena, you would not obtain the essence of the golden spiritual energy. What is the purpose of this? What do you know? Su Jin, shaking his blades, exhibited a growing animosity on his visage. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly extracted a small bell that had been ensnared in his belt, allowing it to dangle at his waist. You have not only seized a portion of my golden spiritual essence, but you have also jeopardized half of my promising future. On this path to the underworld, I shall ensure your passage. Subsequently, Su Jin sprang into action, the bell at his waist chiming lightly. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Bulang's attention was abruptly seized by the melodious chime of a bell. Simultaneously, Su Jin pinpointed Lin Bulang's presence. The dual swords pierced the soul. Slash. Alarmed, Lin Bulang felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing that sound. Under the influence of the bell's resonance, he found himself unable to concentrate. That artifact must possess formidable powers. With a swift motion, he activated the hidden step. Whoosh. The second strike missed. Upon realizing this, Su Jin turned in astonishment. How could it be that despite using the artifact to ensnare Lin Bulang's consciousness, he still evaded the blow? The artifact at his waist was not without merit, as it had at least hindered Lin Bulang's focus, causing him to collide with the barrier and bump his head. This was fortunate, considering that originally, Lin Bulang would likely not have allowed Su Jin to even brush the hem of his sleeve. Another missed strike. The opponent was infuriatingly elusive. Why couldn't he engage properly instead of darting about? The onlookers below were immediately incensed, their red tokens clutched tightly in hand. Should an unforeseen event occur, they would face utter ruin. Truly, it was a consequence of underestimating the artifact. With a flick of his finger, Lin Bulang's feather sword swiftly emerged, its speed rivaling that of Su Jin's own blade. Seeing Lin Bulang finally unsheath his sword, Su Jin gritted his teeth and unleashed two beams of sword light toward the feather sword. His intention was merely to create a barrier to execute his third strike. However, he was unprepared for the feather sword's gracefulness. It elegantly maneuvered in midair, circumventing his attack, and subsequently struck towards Su Jin's waist. Su Jin, in a panic, evaded just in time, only to hear a thud beneath him. The bell had been cleaved by Lin Bulang. Since both were artifacts, severing it posed no issue. Merely a fragment of intent was required to control it. Yet, being still young, Su Jin instinctively glanced down, his expression one of bewilderment for scarcely a second. It was within that fleeting moment that Lin Bulang had already darted behind him, delivering a devastating mountain-crushing fist to his back. Thud! Su Jin was sent flying several meters, crashing against the barrier above, landing in a disheveled heap. The force of that punch had injured his internal organs. Should he follow it with a series of 10 piercing heaven fingers, he would not only be incapacitated but perhaps meet his demise. However, Lin Bulang merely stepped forward to pin the bell beneath his foot, enveloping it in spiritual energy to prevent Su Jin from employing any further tricks. With a hint of warning in his tone, he spoke. "Cease your actions. You are no match for me. I harbor no intent to kill you. But should you persist in your folly, I shall not hold back." After all, Lin Bulang sought only the local-level martial arts techniques. If necessary, he would retrieve the techniques himself. Should Su Jin retaliate, he would be more than willing to engage again. Yet, kind words fell on deaf ears for Su Jin. He was not there to defend his ranking as the 10th on the talent list, but rather to exact vengeance on Lin Bulang. Rising swiftly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In the arena, there are no familial ties. Do you truly think I would hold back? Heh, today you meet your deserved end. Su Jin straightened up and, upon feeling his waist, found a small golden beetle in his hand. This beetle was not a mere creature of the supernatural, but rather an extraordinary artifact known as the spirit-absorbing beetle. The individual it clings to will have their spiritual energy continuously siphoned, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they will explode. Moreover, the more spiritual energy one possesses, the greater the quantity extracted by the beetle, resulting in a more devastating explosion. The only drawback is that this artifact can only be employed once and is notoriously difficult to forge. It is said to be the creation of a genius craftsman from the Yin-Yang sect, crafted hundreds of years ago, and proves remarkably effective in battles beyond one's capability. After the craftsman's demise, the schematics of this item were claimed by the Yin-Yang sect, leading to mass production and distribution among the disciples of the sect. Virtually every inner disciple in a position of authority possesses one. The fact that Luo Tongxi could wield such an item against Lin Bulang truly signifies a considerable investment. Go. Su Jin coldly chuckled as he held the spirit-absorbing beetle, gently blowing on it in his palm. Instantly, a golden beetle phantom appeared on Lin Bulang's abdomen. Subsequently, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to be frantically extracted. The phantom, initially the size of a fingernail, swiftly grew to that of an egg. Chapter 144. The underwear is a loss. This entity is exceedingly domineering, extracting spiritual energy at a pace surpassing that of the celestial orb. Coupled with Lin Bulang's resilient meridians and dantian, the leakage of spiritual energy resembled a dam bursting, akin to a mighty river surging forth. This phenomenon was merely heard of but never witnessed. Even the esteemed Luo Tongxi remained oblivious to the fact that the growth rate of this spirit-absorbing insect exceeded the norm by more than 5-fold. Should this continue, calamity would undoubtedly ensue. Cursed be this fate. Lin Bulang sensed impending doom. realizing that within mere moments, 1/3 of his formidable spiritual energy had been siphoned away. The insect only grew larger, resembling a ticking time bomb. It was crucial to note that Lin Bulang could unleash a barrage of 10 consecutive strikes with his broken sky finger without rousing a single ripple of energy within his dantian. If all the spiritual energy within his dantian were to be extracted and subsequently detonated, the consequences would be unfathomable. Noticing the evident panic on Lin Bulang's face, Su Jin burst into laughter. Now you comprehend fear? It is futile. Once this spirit-absorbing insect is satiated, it shall obliterate you into mere fragments. With that, Su Jin retreated to the edge of the arena, gleefully anticipating the unfolding spectacle. You foolish creature. When this insect explodes, can you truly escape unscathed? Lin Bulang's mind raced rapidly. This insect clung to his exterior, while his dantian was shielded by golden-scaled armor. Perhaps summoning a spiritual energy shield could offer some semblance of protection. Yet, given the sheer magnitude of his spiritual energy, he was uncertain how much it could safeguard. Gurgling sounds echoed as the spirit-absorbing insect frantically drained energy. At that moment, 2/3 of Lin Bulang's dantian energy had vanished. The once golden insect now appeared to have reached a critical threshold, its body turning a vivid crimson. No, hesitation is not an option. Presently, Lin Bulang could rely on only 2 resources. The first was the Yin fire and Yang fire. If this insect could not absorb them, it might be incinerated by their flames. However, should it be capable of absorption, the repercussions would be even more terrifying. The second resource was the vessel cauldron within his dantian. This spirit-absorbing insect was undeniably a treasure. If it could be directly absorbed by the cauldron, it might just avert this calamity. The vessel cauldron. Lin Bulang activated his spiritual energy shield and directly summoned the cauldron. Previously, the Feiyu sword had been absorbed by the cauldron within his dantian. Under Lin Bulang's urging, the cauldron spun rapidly within his dantian. Yet the phantom above his dantian was not the treasure itself, rendering the cauldron incapable of absorption. Failure. Yin fire, Yang fire. Lin Bulang immediately conjured 2 flickers of flame and directed them towards the spirit-absorbing insect. With a sizzling sound, the insect eagerly absorbed them. The contrasting energies manifested as 2 swirling orbs of black and white within its body, not igniting, but rather spiraling chaotically alongside the spiritual energy. Failure. This is disastrous. Wait. There is still one method. The celestial orb. This spirit-absorbing insect extracts spiritual energy, and the celestial orb possesses the same capability, being a treasure in its own right. It all hinges on who can absorb more. Without hesitation, Lin Bulang retrieved the celestial orb and pressed it against his abdomen. In the next moment, several strands of spiritual energy were swiftly extracted. A flicker of joy illuminated Lin Bulang's face, but unexpectedly, the spirit-absorbing worm swelled violently, followed by an explosive detonation. Clearly, the celestial pearl had absorbed the essence within, triggering some arcane mechanism, leading to its catastrophic explosion. Bang! The tremendous force of the blast hurled Lin Bulang away, while the Yin and Yang flames erupted from the spirit-absorbing worm. Indeed, Lin Bulang's energy shield crumbled under such overwhelming power, akin to paper torn asunder. The colossal force, having shattered the energy shield, surged directly against the golden scale armor, which cracked audibly. The residual might then struck Lin Bulang's corporeal form. The impact felt as if he had been struck by a heavy truck, and he was instantly overwhelmed by pain, flying through the air and losing consciousness. The 2 remaining individuals within the barrier fared even worse. After all, Lin Bulang was immune to the Yin and Yang flames. The immense force engulfed Su Jin, and the extreme heat of the Yang fire, combined with the corrosive nature of the Yin fire, reduced him to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. Luo Tongxi, too, emitted a cry of despair, expending the last of his energy to erect a shield that barely managed to deflect most of the dual flames. However, the explosive force resulting from the fusion of the Yin and Yang flames equated to the full strength of a cultivator at the core formation stage. Despite his valiant efforts to maintain the shield, Luo Tongxi suffered grievous injuries from the remaining 2/10 of the flames, his body seared by the intense heat. Even if he were to survive, his meridians would likely be irreparably damaged. The best outcome would be the cessation of his cultivation journey. As Luo Tongxi collapsed, the barrier weakened significantly, and the residual force reverberating within shattered the barrier, unleashing a torrent of flames around the arena. Fortunately, by this time, the power had diminished to less than half. Aside from a few unfortunate souls nearby who were knocked back and coughed up blood, there were no other casualties. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Bulang awakened, engulfed in a sea of flames, his vision hazy. A familiar figure approached, squatting before him. The figure produced a small red vial from his chest, containing a viscous dark red substance. Pouring the thick liquid into Lin Bulang's mouth, it instantly transformed into a potent life force, fervently mending Lin Bulang's injuries. Lin Bulang blinked vigorously, his vision gradually sharpening until he discerned the identity of the individual before him. It was the false Zhang Tianchi. Startled, Lin Bulang's pupils dilated, while the impostor offered a faint smile before gracefully departing. At that moment, Lin Bulang's mind was consumed by a singular question. Who was this enigmatic figure? Minutes later, Qin Hu's anxious voice echoed from outside. The barrier had collapsed, and the majority of the flames were mere mundane fire, extinguished within minutes. During that brief interval, the noxious, viscous liquid had nearly restored Lin Bulang's body, enabling him to move once again. Hissing in pain, Lin Bulang sat up, feeling a searing agony in his dantian's meridians. In the next moment, Qin Hu darted to his side. Damn, you're alive. You scared me to death. Where's Su Jin? Lin Bulang pointed towards a cluster of ashes amidst the shattered stones of the arena. Qin Hu stood frozen in place. This incident at the arena was grave, prompting the sect to dispatch individuals for an investigation in the afternoon. Lin Bulang merely mentioned the outer sect's spirit-absorbing insect, and the inner sect disciple sent to investigate darkened his expression, immediately taking Luo Tongxi away. It was likely that by tomorrow, a new individual would take charge of the demon extermination hall, but Lin Bulang was set to depart, rendering the entire matter irrelevant to him. Later that evening, Qin Hu approached with a substantial sum of money. The bookmakers had suffered a significant loss, and Lin Bulang's investment of 5,000 outer sect disciple coins had astonishingly transformed into 365,000. Here are a total of 150,000 outer sect disciple coins. You may accept them for now. The one managing the bets is a superior within our ranks, and he simply cannot produce such a large amount of money, so he has decided to gift you a magical artifact. Moreover, upon your graduation tomorrow, he will make arrangements for wherever you wish to go. Qin Hu's expression was one of urgency. This superior was Qin Hu's direct boss, and having emptied the treasury, Qin Hu found himself in a precarious position. The conditions he offered were ones Qin Hu had no choice but to accept. Very well. What artifact do you have for me to see? Lin Bulang understood that gaining 150,000 outer sect disciple coins was a commendable achievement, and he had no intention of being overly demanding. It would be unwise to provoke the superior and risk drawing animosity that could affect both him and Qin Hu. After all, exchanging 20,000 for a promise of work distribution and a magical artifact was not a loss. Oh, this artifact is quite extraordinary, Qin Hu exclaimed, slapping his forehead, quickly retrieving a small box. With an air of mystery, he patted it before placing it into Lin Bulang's hands. Chapter 145. Acquiring the Thunder Spirit Root. Lin Bulang opened the small box to reveal a hexagonal plate, at the center of which stood a small tower, roughly the size of his index finger. This object was known as the Wind Thunder Tower. By infusing it with spiritual energy, one could summon a bolt of heavenly thunder. Qin Hu explained, Heavenly thunder? Lin Bulang was taken aback. During his battle with the golden-scaled serpent, it had only summoned mundane lightning. The might of heavenly thunder surpassed that of ordinary lightning by far. Without a spiritual energy shield, even Lin Bulang's current strength would struggle to withstand a single strike of heavenly thunder. The textbooks in the academy detailed that thunder was categorized into several levels: mundane thunder, heavenly thunder, divine thunder, and purple sky divine thunder. As for calamity thunder, its potency varied with cultivation levels, placing it outside this classification. Indeed, it is heavenly thunder. What do you think? This treasure is quite remarkable, isn't it? However, there is one drawback. Qin Hu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. This heavenly thunder can only strike upon this artifact. It cannot target elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang's expression turned dark. So you've essentially given me a lightning rod. Although with this characteristic, he could maneuver the artifact to fly about, summoning heavenly thunder in its wake, there would be a delay in the thunder's descent. If the opponent could simply dodge upon seeing the artifact approach, how foolish would they have to be still be struck? Let us consider the positive side. This device can attract heavenly thunder, thus it cannot be easily destroyed by it, right? Once you enter the core formation stage, calamity thunder will begin to manifest. This treasure could be employed to withstand it. Despite knowing that Qin Hu was making a valiant effort to justify the artifact, Lin Bulang had to admit that there was a semblance of truth in his words. Well, it is still a treasure of sorts. Lin Bulang waved his hand dismissively. If it proves useless, I can always melt it down in the cauldron. Seeing Lin Bulang cease his complaints, Qin Hu promptly set down the payment and prepared to make his escape. Wait, what about the matter regarding the arena? After all, the host has been taken away, and no outcome has been determined. Lin Bulang was primarily concerned about that local-level martial arts technique. Naturally, you are the victor, considering Su Jin is dead and you are still alive. However, the specifics will only be determined once they conclude their investigation into Old Luo, at which point they will contact you. Lin Bulang nodded, and as soon as Qin Hu departed, he sprang from his bed and began to examine the Wind Thunder Tower. Within his fire core lay a strand of thunder spiritual energy. He wondered if he could utilize this artifact to forge himself a thunder spirit root. Historically, all of his spiritual roots were connected to the Heavenly Pearl. If the Heavenly Pearl could absorb the heavenly thunder summoned by the Wind Thunder Tower, one bolt would suffice. Or if not one, then two. If two were insufficient, perhaps 100 bolts. Might there be a chance? He resolved to try. Lin Bulang gathered his medicinal supplies and, with a single step of divine concealment, leapt over 20 miles to a desolate peak. He then infused spiritual energy into the Wind Thunder Tower. Almost immediately, amidst the pitch-black night, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, began to coalesce. Lin Bulang retrieved a small piece of black jade ointment, placing it beneath his tongue while raising the celestial pearl with one hand, silently invoking its power. O celestial pearl, I now place my faith in you. Previously, his golden-scaled armor had sustained damage, yet fortunately, it had not compromised its essence. With 10 to 15 days of nurturing with spiritual energy, it could be restored. Otherwise, Lin Bulang would have felt far less anxious with a protective spiritual shield. Boom. Moments later, the thunderclap, having gathered its force, erupted from the clouds with a resounding roar before plummeting directly downward. A surge of electricity, imbued with formidable potency, struck him head-on, and everything went dark as he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Lin Bulang found himself charred, the celestial pearl having rolled aside. Fortunately, the pearl had absorbed the majority of the force, leaving him with merely a smoking scalp and slight damage to his skin and meridians. Thanks to the black jade ointment, he was restored to his former state within minutes. This won't do, Lin Bulang pondered, examining the celestial pearl closely. He noticed a flicker of lightning within it. Yet, despite holding it, he had failed to nurture the lightning root. It seemed one bolt was insufficient. He needed more. Boom. Again. Boom. As midday passed, Lin Bulang lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. His hair had been entirely singed away by the heavenly strikes, and the already damaged meridians had reached their breaking point under the onslaught of several lightning bolts. While the black jade ointment could heal physical injuries, its efficacy on meridian restoration was minimal. This was the last chance. If he failed now, he would be unable to achieve his goal tonight. Lin Bulang held the celestial pearl, observing the lightning within, which had coalesced into a small thundercloud. Gritting his teeth, he raised the pearl once more. Perhaps the pearl had endured enough. As he lifted it, the thundercloud unexpectedly surged downward, racing along Lin Bulang's arm and entering his purple palace. Sensing a faint electric current in his arm, Lin Bulang quickly set down the pearl to investigate. The thundercloud was nowhere to be found. He hurried to search within the purple palace and, indeed, discovered it. His lightning root. It had manifested, much like the initial appearance of the ice root. The lightning root within his purple palace was barely perceptible, yet its presence meant he could nurture it gradually using the spiritual energy from the celestial pearl. What he feared most was its absence. Excellent. Lin Bulang felt a surge of excitement. Now, his fire core contained medicinal, lightning, and golden spiritual energies. The energies corresponding to gold and lightning were secured. As for the medicinal aspect, he planned to visit the alchemy chamber the following day, and it should soon be within his grasp. Having acquired the lightning root, Lin Bulang's understanding of the celestial pearl deepened. After making his plans, he returned directly. On the following morning, several of Lin Bulang's peers were summoned by Qin Hu. This day marked their final day at the academy, as well as their graduation day. Everyone stood in formation in the courtyard, and Qin Hu anxiously rubbed his hands at the entrance, gazing into the distance. Master Chen, you have finally arrived. This way, please. Upon seeing Master Chen's leisurely figure appear ahead, Qin Hu immediately rushed forward. A minute later, a short and stout figure slowly made its way in. Master Chen appeared to be in his 50s, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy. In fact, Lin Bulang found it impossible to discern his true strength. This level was akin to that of the perfected golden core stage of Xia Qingxian, and he might even surpass Xia Qingxian by a margin. There were only 3 masters in the entire academy, serving as guardians of the mountain gate, and they constituted the first line of defense for the Lingyang sect. Master Chen was one of them, along with the yet unseen Master Li. The last one, the head of the 3 masters and the overall master of the academy, was the immortal Lu Yun, currently the only nascent soul stage expert Lin Bulang had encountered. You are Lin Bulang? Master Chen approached Lin Bulang, his expression slightly twitching. Clearly, after losing everything in the arena battle, he felt a twinge of pain upon seeing Lin Bulang. Greetings, Master Chen. Lin Bulang suppressed a smile and bowed respectfully. Where do you wish to go? I wish to go to the alchemy chamber. Master Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The alchemy chamber? I recall you were doing quite well at the extermination hall. Why the sudden desire to go to the alchemy chamber? I have had a passion for alchemy since my youth. It is my true calling. Thus, the alchemy chamber is my best choice. Previously, Master Chen had promised to arrange wherever he wanted to go, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, going to the alchemy chamber is not out of the question. But the alchemy elder in the southern chamber can be rather difficult to deal with. Are you truly certain you wish to go? Chapter 146, 500 Voices. One mouth difficult? What leads you to such a conclusion? Lin Bulang furrowed his brow. It is not uncommon for one's psyche to become distorted after traversing the path of cultivation for an extended period. The southern regions have many newly developed areas with a substantial demand for elixirs. Failure to meet this demand could lead to dire consequences. Those responsible for the alchemy and artifact chambers are not mere inner disciples, but esteemed elders summoned from the inner sect, wielding considerable power. After all, elixirs and artifacts are the lifeblood of a sect. An ample supply of elixirs could elevate even the most unremarkable cultivator, while a sufficient number of magical artifacts would significantly enhance the combat prowess of the sect's disciples. I suggest you avoid this arduous path and consider a more leisurely role in the exorcism hall, advised Chief Chen softly. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Chief. My mind is made up, Lin Bulang replied with a smile. Chief Chen sighed deeply, then retrieved a jade slip, infusing it with his intent. There you go. This is your recommendation jade slip. Simply take it with you. The Southern Alchemy Chamber is over 200 miles from here. You must arrive within 3 days. Do not be late. Lin Bulang nodded as he accepted the jade slip, expressing his gratitude. Behind him, envious voices began to emerge. How enviable. He.S. heading straight to the southern headquarters. Those of us at this level must slowly hone our skills in various districts. Indeed, with good fortune, after 20 or 30 years, we might attain a position as a patron, and perhaps after another 20 or 30 years, we could be transferred to the headquarters. Brother Lin has just circumvented 50 years of detours. Chief, could you arrange something for us as well? Immediately, a group of hopeful individuals surrounded him. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hu, with a grave expression, pulled Lin Bulang aside. If I recall correctly, you rose from the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples, correct? Now that you're heading to the Southern Alchemy Hall, I've heard a bit about it. I must warn you, once you enter the headquarters, you need to be cautious. The people there are not easy to get along with. Lin Bulang glanced around, taken aback. During his time as a miscellaneous disciple, he had felt nothing but oppression. Yet, in the months since he became an outer disciple, he had sensed a more harmonious camaraderie among his peers. Why did it seem to change upon arriving at the headquarters? The southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern headquarters are the closest to the inner sect, influenced by its prevailing atmosphere, and their members often employ ruthless methods. Particularly notorious is the elder of the Southern Alchemy Chamber, famed for his volatile temper. Qin Hu cast a worried glance at Lin Bulang before heaved a sigh. I wish you good fortune. With Qin Hu's warning in mind, Lin Bulang indeed became more vigilant. After bidding farewell to everyone, he set off in the afternoon, following the map directly to the south. Within the Lingyang sect, the four headquarters have formed four vast cities. These grand cities are bustling with markets, relay stations, alchemy and artifact chambers, inns, law enforcement offices, and foreign affairs halls, all that one could possibly desire. 3 days hence, Lin Bulang was not in a rush to report to the Dan Hall, for he possessed a substantial sum of over 100,000 outer sect disciple coins, which he felt compelled to spend lavishly at the marketplace. After half an hour, he arrived at the southern headquarters. The continuous use of the divine concealment step had significantly drained his spiritual energy, prompting him to seek refuge on a small hill nearby. From his vantage point atop the hill, the entirety of Southern City sprawled for several kilometers. The central structures were likely the alchemy and equipment facilities. Encircling these were a bustling marketplace, resembling a vibrant belt that enveloped the facilities. Beyond the market lay various entertainment establishments, including taverns, gambling houses, and martial arts arenas. Further out, one could find rows of quaint garden residences. Clearly, the outer sect disciples who ventured to the southern headquarters were either affluent or noble, making the acquisition of a home a trivial matter. At a glance, Southern City was a hive of activity, bustling with guards, servants, and maidens moving about. These individuals were typically brought along by the outer sect disciples. For newcomers like Lin Bulang, lacking personal guards or maidens, assistance could be sought from higher-ups for arrangements. He anticipated the day he would summon Lu Qingyi and others to join him. After resting briefly and stabilizing his internal energy, Lin descended the hill. The city's defenses were not overly stringent. The guard at the gate merely glanced at Lin's identification before granting him entry and gesturing towards the location of the alchemy facility. Without delay, Lin ventured into the marketplace. The marketplace in Southern City was vastly different from the modest ones he had encountered at the post station. Here, each stall was independent and meticulously organized, with a sense of orderliness. Lin browsed several herbal stalls and purchased their entire inventory, refraining from acquiring the more expensive spirit herbs. After over half an hour of exploration, he had gathered an assortment of herbs from over a dozen stalls, spending less than 2,000 outer sect disciple coins. To Lin Bulang, whether herbs or spirit medicines, they were all merely liquid medicines, distinguished only by the presence of spiritual energy. With the alchemical cauldron residing within his dantian, he could draw upon his own spiritual energy for refining. However, the quality of the elixirs produced in this manner would not reach the pinnacle of excellence. After a further round of exploration, he noted the scarcity of stalls selling elixirs, and those that did were exorbitantly priced. Upon casually inquiring, he learned the reason. The headquarters of the alchemy facility was located within Southern City, which sold elixirs directly, though the selection was limited. For specialized elixirs, one needed to consult someone within the alchemy facility for custom orders. Hence, the wares available in the marketplace were predominantly of superior or exquisite quality, surpassing the mass-produced elixirs from the facility, thus justifying their high prices. This presented a lucrative opportunity. If he were to acquire some spirit herbs and engage in alchemical production, a steady stream of income could flow into his coffers. However, he would need to exercise caution. Selling too many exquisite elixirs would surely attract unwanted attention. As Lin Bulang pondered, he approached the market manager to inquire about the stalls. The prices for the stalls varied significantly, ranging from 500 to 5,000 outer sect disciple coins per day, a truly staggering sum. After his inquiries, Lin Bulang promptly spent 1,000 outer sect disciple coins to secure a relatively peripheral stall. Once he found his desired spot, he produced a bottle of qi recovery pills and placed it on the stall. Subsequently, he picked up the sign provided with the stall and inscribed a few words on it using his spiritual energy. Qi recovery pills, not for sale. A whiff costs 500 outer sect disciple coins. After completing this modest sign, Lin Bulang reclined on his stall and began to rest with his eyes closed. What was this? This was brand marketing. Before long, 3 or 4 individuals gathered in front of Lin Bulang's stall. What is this qi recovery pill? A whiff for 500? I could buy an entire bottle for 2,000 at the pill house, exclaimed one. Is he out of his mind? I must see if there are any fools willing to fall for this. The majority of bystanders were unlikely to part with 500 coins for a mere sniff. They were merely there to observe the spectacle. As the crowd continued to swell, some began to show signs of interest. 500 for a whiff. This qi recovery pill must be extraordinary. Otherwise, would he dare to set up a stall like this? Others chimed in, indeed. Considering the stall's rental fee is 1,000 a day, if he lacked any real skill, It would be sheer loss to operate like this. However, this individual appeared rather unfamiliar. Was he associated with the pill house? I have never seen him before. From that moment on, the discussions within the crowd began to shift. Curiosity growing among an increasing number of onlookers. Senior brother, I shall give it a try. At last, someone could no longer contain their excitement. Rapping on the stall and tossing down a bag containing 500 outer sect disciple coins. Look, we have a fool stepping up, exclaimed another. No way. Is someone truly handing over money? Chapter 147. The Art of Hunger Marketing. Upon hearing the first bid, Lin Bulang slightly opened his eyes. Spotting a rather naive young man in his early 30s pushing through the crowd at the stall, dressed in opulent attire, adorned with a pouch of coins at his waist, he exuded an air of affluence, as if to say, I possess wealth, yet fear no theft. The rules are simple. I will take the bottle, and you may only savor its aroma. Is that acceptable? Lin Bulang inquired languidly. Yes, yes. Hurry up. The young man, clearly impatient, could hardly contain himself. A mere 500 outer sect disciple coins were trivial to him. He had one peculiar trait. He thrived on the excitement of the crowd. This Hai Dafu was a regular at the market, flaunting his modest wealth and parading about with an air of superiority. What, are you envious? Perhaps you should encourage your father to work harder and earn you more money. Ha ha. Lin Bulang, indifferent to the onlookers, rose slowly to seize the bottle, deftly removing the cork and presenting it before Hai Dafu's nose. In an instant, he withdrew his hand, as if fearing the precious elixir would vanish at any moment. Hiss! Hai Dafu inhaled deeply, for that breath was worth a fortune. In the next moment, a rich, fragrant essence surged into his nostrils, electrifying him. The dense spiritual energy flooded into his dantian, filling nearly a tenth of it in an instant. This he had merely taken a single breath. What? Hai Dafu's eyes widened in disbelief. Speak. The astonished expression on Hai Dafu's face ignited a ripple of impatience among the others present. Each felt as if they were being clawed at by tiny kittens, unable to contain their excitement. Hai Dafu was a frequent patron of the market. Having spent hundreds of thousands over the years, he had encountered many fine goods, yet few had ever left him in such awe. Brother, how much for this item? I shall purchase it. It took Hai Dafu a few minutes to recover from his astonishment, before he emphatically slammed his hand on the table, waving it imperiously. Money is no object. Name your price. Lin Bulang cast a disdainful glance at him before lightly tapping the sign beside him. Do you not understand the words inscribed here? Hai Dafu turned his head, realizing that the earlier shock had caused him to overlook this crucial detail. Then, brother, allow me to inhale a few more times. I have the means. He quickly rummaged through his waist pouch, as coins began to pile up before Lin Bulang, forming a small mountain. However, Lin Bulang merely gave it a gentle push. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? If not, I shall pack up. Pack up? Hasn't he been here for barely half an hour? A voice called out from the crowd. You want tea sell? What is the point of packing up? Lin Bulang smiled faintly, remaining silent. I wish to try. I, too, wish to partake. Instantly, 3 or 4 individuals stepped forward. Under ordinary circumstances, the esteemed Hai Dafeng would obtain what he desired. Yet today, even he could not acquire this item, which they could now share. Upon reflection, the modest sum of 500 outer sect disciple coins was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, those individuals approached to take a whiff, each one utterly astonished. Their reactions mirroring that of Hai Dafeng, as they insisted on purchasing a vial of the Qi recovery elixir. After accommodating 6 patrons, Lin Bulang disregarded the remaining crowd eager to partake and promptly closed his stall. I shall return to this very spot tomorrow at noon. Should anyone wish to experience it, you are welcome to come. With that, Lin Bulang tucked the Qi recovery elixir into his pocket and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a throng of bewildered onlookers. Soon after, that evening, the news of his elixir spread like wildfire throughout the city. Countless individuals eagerly anticipated the opportunity to arrive at noon the following day to savor the exquisite taste of the exceptionally rare Qi recovery elixir. Later that night, within the inn, Lin Bulang spent 500 outer sect disciple coins to secure the finest room available. He then sat cross-legged and diligently commenced the alchemical process of refining the Qi recovery elixir. Although Lin Bulang currently possessed an abundance of exquisite elixirs, he had no intention of selling a single vial. Such a commodity, once sold, could pose a grave risk. Thus, He resolved to refine a batch of medium and high-grade qi recovery elixirs overnight. Conveniently, having sold a considerable quantity of herbs at the market earlier that day, Lin Bulang absorbed them all into his alchemical cauldron. The following morning, Lin Bulang emerged from his cultivation state within the Qinquan realm. He had successfully refined 2 batches yielding 30 medium-grade qi recovery elixirs and 1 batch of 15 high-grade elixirs. Today, if an opportunity arose, he would sell them. If not, he would continue to tantalize the desires of the crowd. He was well-versed in the art of hunger marketing. As noon approached, Lin Bulang descended to the dining area for a light meal. The entire hall buzzed with discussions about the enigmatic alchemical prodigy who had appeared at the market the previous day. Most attendees had never laid eyes upon Lin Bulang and were unaware that he was, at that very moment, passing right before them. Upon arriving at the market, Lin Bulang set up a stall worth 500 outer sect disciple coins. He chose a secluded corner, placed his solitary vial of exquisite qi recovery elixir upon the table, and took up a sign. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly inscribed, "Qi recovery elixir, not for sale, but available for a sniff at 3,000 outer sect disciple coins. 1 medium-grade qi recovery elixir complimentary, limited to 1 per person." Before long, an outer sect disciple approached, and upon spotting the small porcelain vial on Lin Bulang's humble stall, he erupted into exuberant shouts. I found it! I found it! Right here at stall number 886. The fervent exclamation sent tremors through the surrounding ground, and an unknown number of people rushed over. In an instant, the stall run by Lin Bulang became a hub of overwhelming activity. 3,000. Goodness, wasn't it just 500 yesterday? How could the price escalate so dramatically overnight? This price surge is utterly outrageous. Are you blind? It even states that a bottle of mid-grade qi recovery pill is included. Mid-grade qi recovery pill? I believe those are also priced at 3,000. What a bargain. I want one. I want one too. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Bulang, irritated by the cacophony outside, opened his eyes and, with a languid demeanor, uttered 2 words. Silence. Queue up. Queue up? Who has ever heard of such an absurd request for a stall? Upon hearing the words queue up, the crowd nearly lost their minds. Just as they were about to voice their dissent, some had already stealthily stepped to the front of the stall. This action was akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating a ripple effect that compelled most to obediently close their mouths and form an orderly line, resembling well-behaved children in kindergarten. In that moment, the derelict area of the stall contrasted sharply with the bustling scene of the larger market nearby, where voices clamored and excitement reigned. Here, one could hear a pin drop, as hundreds stood in an orderly queue. Lin Bulang nodded in satisfaction, retrieving 30 bottles of mid-grade qi recovery pill he had prepared. Today, only 30 bottles were available, first come, first served. In that instant, they finally understood the necessity of lining up. The back of the queue erupted in anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as those who clearly wouldn't get a purchase lamented their fate. Meanwhile, in the distance, a familiar figure was sprinting toward them. It was Hai Dafu. He had overslept, awakening at noon and hurriedly rushing over, even donning mismatched shoes. Upon arrival, he dove into the previous area, frantically searching. Who would have thought Lin Bulang would choose such a secluded spot to set up his stall today? Make way! Make way! Let me through! Hai Dafu shouted as he raced forward. Instantly, the long line of people displayed their disdain, each raising a finger to their lips. Shill. Chapter 148. Hai Dafu hosts a banquet. Hai Dafu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone dared to hiss at him. Just as he was about to express his indignation, he noticed that today's formation was rather peculiar. A group of individuals, typically seen idling at the market, had surprisingly formed a long queue. The mid-grade recuperative elixirs, priced at 3,000 per vial, even offered a complimentary sniff. Where else could one find such a boon? Someone discreetly explained the situation to Hai Dafu. His countenance shifted dramatically as he promptly retrieved a pouch of coins. You, vacate your spot. I shall purchase, he declared. The individual shook his head. And you? The second person also resolutely declined, as did the third and fourth. Frustrated, Hai Dafu inquired all the way to the 12th person, where the price had escalated to 1,000 outer sect disciple coins. At last, he secured a position. Currently, obtaining a spot before Lin Bulang's stall was akin to seeking gold amidst a sea of stones. The reluctance of these individuals to relinquish their positions was entirely justified. Regardless of quality, recuperative elixirs were indeed rare commodities. Whenever the alchemy house released its stock, it would invariably be snatched up within the hour. Moreover, the elixirs typically available for purchase were merely low-grade. Acquiring mid-grade elixirs was a monthly rarity. After all, if mid-grade elixirs were produced, they would be consumed internally, leaving no opportunity for ordinary outer sect disciples to procure them. This item, once in hand, could be resold for a profit of several hundred to 1,000 coins. Not to mention, gifting it would undoubtedly be a mark of prestige. As the queue settled, Lin Bulang commenced his sales. In the blink of an eye, 30 vials were sold out. Within mere minutes, Lin Bulang effortlessly amassed 90,000 outer sect disciple coins. A staggering profit, indeed. Upon raising his sign, those disciples who had failed to secure a purchase asked with reluctance, "Brother, are you closing shop for today? Will you return tomorrow? At what time?" Lin Bulang, smiling yet silent, merely wiped the sign's inscription. Recuperative elixirs, not for sale. A sniff for 5,000 outer sect disciple coins. Additionally, a complimentary high-grade recuperative elixir, limited to 1 vial per person. As the announcement spread, the crowd erupted in excitement. Not only was there more available, but it was also of higher quality. What did 5,000 outer sect disciple coins matter? High-grade recuperative elixirs were far beyond their reach. If they could lay claim to one, it would be a splendid favor to bestow upon others. The earlier buyers of the mid-grade elixirs now reveled in their perceived fortune. Upon hearing the commotion, regret washed over them like a tide, for they had no chance of obtaining a number again. There were only 15 high-grade recuperative elixirs available, and once sold out, the stall would close. With that, Lin Bulang displayed 15 vials of high-grade recuperative elixirs. Those who had remained in line perked up immediately, rummaging through their belts, trousers, and even socks. Every last coin they had hidden away was now brought forth. Soon, the 15th grade Supreme Chi returning pill was sold out, bringing in an impressive 75,000. Today's earnings amounted to 165,000 outer sect disciple coins, while the expenses, including lodging, barely reached 3,000. I estimate that the money I possess is nearing 320,000. If I sell for another day tomorrow, I should have enough capital for alchemy and artifact crafting during this period. Lin Bulang joyfully packed up his stall, but just as he was about to leave, a figure intercepted him. It was none other than Haidafu. "Senior brother, I wonder if you accept customized pills?" The so-called customized pills refer to high-quality elixirs crafted using materials provided by the client. Only a highly skilled alchemist can accept such orders. Seeing Haidafu's earnest expression, Lin Bulang slowly shook his head. Even Liu Bei had to invite Zhuge Liang 3 times, and Minghua captured him 7 times. "How could I possibly be expected to fulfill your request in one go? I apologize. I am quite busy with my cultivation and do not have the time for alchemy. However, if senior brother is interested, I will have one final day of selling tomorrow, and you are welcome to bring more friends to support me." This statement instantly enlightened Haidafu. Indeed, if there was a limit of 1 bottle per person, bringing several individuals would solve the issue. Thus, the concept of the first scalper in this world was born. Lin Bulang was indifferent about to whom he sold. His only concern was profit, since Haidafu valued him. Offering a bit of guidance at the right moment could keep him engaged, right? All right, it's settled then. Haidafu was overjoyed, although Lin Bulang had declined his request. His mood remained buoyant. "Oh, by the way, may I ask if senior brother could add me on a communication jade slip?" The communication jade slips had already been distributed upon leaving the academy, while Lin Bulang still needed to replace his outer sect disciple token with a dedicated alchemist token in 2 days. Certainly, Lin Bulang could tell that Haidafu was either wealthy or influential. This kind of easy mark was certainly worth keeping around. Thus, Lin Bulang added his first communication jade slip friend, Haidafu. After tidying up and returning to the inn, Lin Bulang's communication jade slip trembled slightly at his waist. It was a message from Haidafu. "It has been a while, and I have missed you greatly. Do you have some time, Brother Lin? I have arranged a banquet at Chunhua Tower. Would you honor me with your presence?" Good heavens, how distasteful. Lin Bulang nearly retched. "All right, I will come shortly." Descending the stairs, Lin Bulang handed over 1,000 outer sect disciple coins for the reservation and followed the fragrant path to Chunhua Tower. Within the southern city, there were certainly more than one establishment of such a kind, but Chunhua Tower was among the elite. Its distinction lay in the fact that while other taverns only featured guards or made-level dancers and singers, Chunhua Tower boasted outer sect disciples. However, while the performers in other taverns could be freely taken out, those in Chunhua Tower required a deep emotional connection, akin to love today and parting tomorrow. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Chunhua Tower, two enthusiastic outer sect disciples rushed forward to greet him. The two individuals were mere attendants of Haidafu, having a fleeting acquaintance with Lin Bulang, hence they recognized him. With their introduction, the trio proceeded directly to the opulent private room on the top floor. Upon opening the door, they found that aside from Haidafu, there was no one else present. This banquet was exclusively arranged to honor Lin Bulang, and naturally, others were deemed unworthy to enter. Upon Lin Bulang's arrival, Haidafu immediately rose with palpable excitement, personally gesturing for him to take a seat. "Brother Lin, come. Have a seat here. From our first meeting yesterday, I felt an instant camaraderie, though you fled too swiftly for me to keep pace." Haha. With a clap of his hands, the side doors swung open, revealing a bevy of enchanting maidens. An array of exquisite dishes was presented, their ethereal appearance shimmering with brilliance. "Please do not mind the humble fare, Brother Lin. May I inquire if you are a member of the alchemy chamber?" Haidafu waved his hand, and the maidens approached once more, pouring wine for the two men, their laughter and whispers creating an intoxicating atmosphere that made Lin Bulang's heart race. After all, he had been solitary for a month, with no beauty at home to tend to him, and thus found himself in a state of yearning. The wine offered by Haidafu seemed to be infused with potent ingredients, igniting a fervor within him that was difficult to suppress. "This fellow is deliberately leading himself into temptation," Lin Bulang thought. "I am not a member of the alchemy chamber," he replied with a smile as he revealed his waist token, "but I shall be reporting to the alchemy chamber tomorrow." Upon seeing the token, Haidafu immediately recognized that Lin Bulang had just graduated from the academy, his eyes widening in astonishment. An outer sect disciple fresh from the academy, possessing foundational strength and such exceptional alchemical skills. "Goodness," he exclaimed, "go fetch Lu Mama for me." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Haidafu hastily dismissed the maidens and then inquired, "May I ask, Brother Lin, from whom have you learned this alchemical art?" "That cannot be disclosed," Lin Bulang replied, shaking his head with a smile. "The vial of chi-replenishing elixir I presented earlier was crafted by my master, a true masterpiece among masterpieces. My master has stated that I may only reveal his name once I have successfully produced such an elixir myself." Instantly, Haidafu was filled with profound respect. Such prestige. Lin Bulang's alchemical master must undoubtedly be a formidable figure from the inner sect. Chapter 149. The alchemist Luo Mingyu, such a status. Allowing a maid to attend to Lin Bulang surely diminishes his esteem? This will not do. My apologies. Brother Lin, do not be anxious. I shall summon the outer disciples to join us for a drink. The outer disciples of Chunhua Tower are all remarkably charming. As soon as the words left his mouth, a woman in her 40s entered, an outer disciple with recently acquired foundational strength. After a few brief instructions from Haidafu, she immediately smiled and exited. In a short while, she returned, accompanied by 6 outer disciples. Among them were tall figures, voluptuous beauties, and charmingly cute maidens, representing a plethora of types. "Brother Lin, choose 3. If any catch your fancy, feel free to take them for a chat. Today's expenses are on me." With that, Haidafu raised his cup once more. "Brother Lin, indulge freely. Today, let us speak only of the pleasures of life." Seeing Haidafu's generosity, Lin Bulang silently praised him. This man, who clearly held him in high regard, managed to suppress his own desires merely to leave a favorable impression on Lin Bulang. Haidafu's status was undoubtedly far superior to that of the earlier encountered Ten Yinxian. Lin Bulang casually selected 3 outer disciples and began to feast. The chosen ones, being outer disciples themselves, were merely seeking some extra earnings at Chunhua Tower and thus lacked the obsequiousness typical of maids. Even their appearances paled in comparison to those maids. As Lin Bulang engaged in light conversation with Haidafu, the disciples busied themselves with serving dishes and pouring wine, occasionally showcasing their talents. An hour passed in a joyous atmosphere, and by the end of the meal, Haidafu was thoroughly intoxicated, departing with 2 disciples, while Lin Bulang had chosen none. After all, these disciples were far inferior to the 4 prized flowers of his own household. Returning to his guest room, Lin Bulang rested for a while before refining several batches of chi recovery pills, preparing to sell them the following noon. The next day, he arrived as promised, employing the same strategy by selecting a secluded stall. Before long, the crowd gathered once more. This time, without any prompting from Lin Bulang, they obediently formed a line. Not bad. In just 2 days, Lin Bulang had single-handedly altered the dynamics of the entire marketplace. If he were to cease operating his stall, it seemed they would feel quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, Lin Bulang intended to occasionally set up his stall, even after entering the alchemy room, to maintain his popularity. With such popularity, any future ventures in the marketplace would only yield benefits. Brother Luo, right here. The queue was orderly and remarkably quiet, making the sycophantic voices from the distant road seem excessively jarring. Half a minute later, a tall man with a sharp face and 2 jade tokens hanging from his waist approached. The jade waist serves as the emblem of the alchemy chamber, while the crimson waist corresponds to the equipment chamber. Yesterday, during a banquet, Lin Bulang gleaned some insights into the alchemy chamber. Ordinary alchemists are prohibited from privately concocting and selling elixirs. Only those who have passed the rigorous examination to become a 3rd-tier alchemist are qualified to engage in sales. Within the Yin-Yang sect, alchemists can be ranked from 1 to 7, while those of the 8th and 9th tiers must be assessed within a legitimate alchemical sect. Among the 2 wastes possessed by the alchemist before him, one prominently bore the character for 3, indicating a respectable status within the alchemy chamber. Countless alchemical furnaces reside within, yet not every alchemist possesses the privilege to operate them. The person in charge is the irascible elder of the alchemy chamber, a 6th-tier alchemist of esteemed rank. Beneath him are 2 5th-tier alchemists, known as the chamber managers, one overseeing the procurement of herbs, and the other managing the distribution of elixirs. However, the chamber managers do not directly supervise other alchemists. Their responsibilities lie in assessing the quality of herbs and elixirs, as well as maintaining records. The remaining 4th-tier alchemists are entirely under the elder's jurisdiction, referred to as furnace managers, responsible for supervising the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier alchemists. Only those who attain the status of a furnace manager are permitted to operate a furnace, and the monthly quota for alchemical production is allocated by the elder. Failure to meet these quotas results in accountability. The 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-tier alchemists correspond to the roles of flame controllers, material introducers, and apprentice alchemists, respectively. As the name suggests, flame controllers manage the heat. Material introducers are responsible for the placement and control of herbs and spiritual medicines, while apprentices perform menial tasks such as serving tea and running errands. Every individual entering the alchemy chamber must commence their journey as an apprentice alchemist. The outer sect disciple, surnamed Luo, serves as a 3rd-tier alchemist responsible for controlling the flames within a chamber, making him a cornerstone of the operation. Should he ascend further, he may independently manage a furnace as a furnace manager, a position of undeniable prestige. One of the universal truths within the cultivation world is that one must never provoke an alchemist. A mere hindrance from them can result in receiving the most inferior elixirs and diminished quantities, leaving one utterly powerless to retaliate. Consequently, within this southern city, apart from the few alchemists he directly answers to, this outer sect disciple surnamed Luo commands considerable influence. Yesterday, upon hearing reports of someone selling elixirs indiscriminately in the marketplace, he was instantly incensed, especially since he himself had been clandestinely concocting and selling elixirs there. Among the small shops Lin Bulang had previously visited, one belonged to him. His fury escalated upon discovering that Lin Bulang was selling elixirs at remarkably low prices. Thus, he sought Lin early this morning. Who dares to sell elixirs in the marketplace without authorization? Do you possess any qualifications as an alchemist? Luo Mingyu stormed forward, slamming his palm onto the stall, demanding answers. Fortunately, Lin Bulang had yet to produce any elixirs. Had he overturned them, the cost would have been beyond Lin's means to compensate. I do not, Lin Bulang replied placidly. You do not? The alchemist lacks any rank, yet you still dare to sell elixirs? Luo Mingyu suddenly burst into laughter. Where in the southern city is it stipulated that one cannot sell elixirs without being an alchemist? Lin Bulang retorted with a cold expression. Indeed, not only alchemists possess elixirs. Every disciple can hold them. And are you to deny them the freedom to trade? Luo Mingyu's expression stiffened, and after a moment, he changed his angle to continue his furious tirade. But those elixirs were crafted by you. You lack any rank as an alchemist. How can you recklessly concoct elixirs? Lin Bulang tilted his head, gazing at Luo Mingyu as if he were a fool. Below the third rank of alchemist, one cannot indeed refine elixirs. Yet, I am not from the alchemical chamber, nor do I hold any rank. Why should I be prohibited from crafting elixirs? Furthermore, how can you prove that these elixirs were indeed made by me? You. Luo Mingyu was rendered speechless, his face turning crimson with indignation. And he could only turn to the disciples lining up behind him. He is not even an alchemist. Would you dare consume the elixirs crafted by such a person? The group of disciples, eager to purchase elixirs, were already growing impatient with the sudden disruption. Are you buying or not? If you wish to buy, line up. If not, step aside. He dares to refine, and I dare to consume. It is a mutual agreement. Is there a problem? I have tried them. They are delicious. Even better than those from the alchemical chamber. Indeed. And they are cheaper than those from the chamber. On what grounds do you prevent us from buying? The so-called law does not punish the masses. Standing together, the group lost their fear, each voicing their opinions until Luo Mingyu's face turned a shade of green. Make way. Lin Bulang, suppressing his amusement, placed a bottle of premium recovery elixir on the table. He then picked up a sign and wrote the same words from yesterday. Very well. You all refuse to reason. Today, I shall see what you are peddling. While I cannot govern your sales, should any issues arise with your elixirs, I can report you to the alchemical chamber and have all your problematic elixirs confiscated. You better be prepared. Today, I will ensure you cannot escape unscathed. With that, Luo Mingyu crossed his arms defiantly, standing firm in front of the stall. Within mere seconds, he felt intense gazes burning into his back. Turning around, he was met with expressions from the crowd that suggested they wished to take action against him. Not understanding why, he directed his frustration at Lin Bulang. If you have the ability, then set up your stall. What is wrong? Are you worried about the quality of your elixirs? Luo Mingyu mocked. Lin Bulang smiled lightly. The crowd could no longer contain themselves. Quiet down, line up. If you do not line up, you cannot set up a stall. Do you understand? Hurry up and come over. Don't think just because you are an alchemist you can bypass the rules. If you don't step down, my brothers will come up and give you a punch each, and we'll take care of you. Chapter 150. The source of the alchemist Luo Mingyu's expression shifted dramatically. This audacious group had the audacity to raise their voices at him. Silence. Who are you to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Do you all seek death? Upon witnessing Luo Mingyu's fury, the group immediately shrank back. Their earlier bravado dissipated, for they recognized that speaking out further would only invite trouble. Yet, amidst their hesitance, someone emerged to confront the situation. In the distance, a throng of individuals hurried towards them, led by Hai Dafu. Having received guidance from Lin Bulang the previous day, he had spent the night gathering over 20 outer disciples, determined to secure all of Lin Bulang's recovery elixirs today. What is the meaning of this? Why are you not in line? As Hai Dafu approached, he noticed Luo Mingyu blocking the entrance, and his brow furrowed. Hai Dafu was a regular patron of the alchemy chamber, typically addressing Luo Mingyu with utmost respect. Yet today, he did not even acknowledge him by name, instead glaring directly at him. Are you looking for trouble? Do those from the alchemy chamber not need to queue for elixirs? Having made the acquaintance of Lin Bulang, Hai Dafu no longer felt the need to tolerate this minor third-tier alchemist. With Lin Bulang's remarkable alchemical skills, he was undoubtedly on the cusp of advancing to a fourth-tier master alchemist, perhaps even higher. Hai Dafu, open your eyes and recognize who I am. Luo Mingyu seethed. Being scorned not only by the unruly outer disciples, but also by a frequent visitor like Hai Dafu was intolerable. He had often extended favors to Hai Dafu. Yet here he stood, being insulted. Hai Dafu's eyes widened, his imposing aura suddenly radiating like a tidal wave directed towards Luo Mingyu. Having spent over a decade in the alchemy chamber, dedicating his time and energy to the study of alchemy, Luo Mingyu had only reached the 7th stage of qi refinement. In contrast, Hai Dafu had already attained the 7th stage of foundation establishment. The stark disparity in their strengths rendered Luo Mingyu breathless under the weight of Hai Dafu's overwhelming presence. Very well. You all wish to rebel, do you? Luo Mingyu felt as if the very air was constricting around him, each breath becoming a Herculean effort, his legs trembling beneath him. Within mere moments, beads of sweat formed on his back. Hai Dafu, you shall not reap any benefits from the alchemy chamber in the future. Just wait. With a fierce gesture directed at Hai Dafu, Luo Mingyu turned away, though his retreat was anything but dignified. Having dispelled the insolent Luo Mingyu, Lin Bulang was finally able to set up his stall for business. As before, he offered 30 bottles of mid-grade recovery elixirs and 15 bottles of high-grade ones, with Haidafu purchasing the majority. Another 65,000 coins flowed into Lin Bulang's coffers, leaving him quite pleased as he concluded his sales. As he packed up, Lin Bulang glanced at Haidafu and waved. Today, Haidafu, having offended Luo Mingyu, may well find that this individual could become his significant benefactor in the future. Thus, he must consider offering a gesture of goodwill. Brother Lin, have you summoned me for a matter of importance? Haidafu inquired, a grin adorning his face as he approached. Lin Bulang, with a visage of solemnity, retrieved a bottle of exquisite chi-replenishing pills, uncorked it, and poured a single pill into his hand. This pill is a legacy from my master. It is the only one I possess. Since Brother Hai has come to my aid today, I can only express my gratitude by gifting you this pill. I hope you do not find my offering insubstantial. By heavens! Haidafu exclaimed upon glimpsing the chi-replenishing pill in Lin Bulang's hand, his excitement nearly compelling him to kneel. After Lin Bulang's recent promotions, acquiring this pill felt akin to receiving a healthy son from his wife. He promptly extracted a newly purchased bottle of mid-grade chi-replenishing pills from his pocket, emptying its contents into his bag, and then reverently, as if venerating a deity, placed Lin Bulang's precious pill into his possession. In stark contrast, the mid-grade pills he had just bought seemed utterly inconsequential. No, such a rare treasure, for Brother Lin to bestow even one upon me, is beyond my gratitude. With that, Haidafu carefully stowed the pill in the inner pocket of his garment. Lin Bulang hesitated momentarily before offering a word of caution. This pill possesses a potent vigor. Even the finest chi-replenishing pills cannot compare. Brother Hai, refrain from consuming it whole. Remember. Indeed, thank you for the reminder, Brother Lin. In just a short span, the amount Haidafu had expended on Lin Bulang had reached alarming proportions. Upon returning home, an explanation would certainly be required. While the pills he had purchased were indeed valuable, they held little significance for his parents. However, this singular exquisite chi-replenishing pill was a different matter altogether. With it in hand, he could lavish any amount of money on Lin Bulang in the future without his father raising an objection. After delivering the exquisite chi-replenishing pill, Lin Bulang retreated to his cultivation. He had no intention of refining any more pills today. A leisurely stroll through the market in the afternoon to procure supplies would suffice. Tomorrow morning, he intended to report to the pill chamber. Meanwhile, on a separate note, after purchasing his items, Haidafu returned home, elated with a large bag of chi-replenishing pills. Although merely an outer disciple, his parents were within the inner sect, with his father holding a significant position therein. However, his recent frenzied spending spree had drawn the attention of the old steward. Despite Haidafu's usual extravagant expenditures, he had never before engaged in such reckless accumulation. The steward suspected he had fallen victim to a scam and promptly contacted Haidafu's parents via a communication jade slip. Thus, upon arriving home, Haidafu was met with the sight of his parents seated in the main hall. Their expressions darkened as they sipped tea. Rebellious son, have you lost your senses in recent days? Not only have you squandered your allowance, but you have also accrued debts. What a disgrace. Upon seeing Haidafu, his father slammed his teacup down upon the table, glaring at him with ire. Seeing her son with a face full of delight, clutching a large bundle of items, the mother, filled with affection, shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Is it really worth your ire over just a few coins? She had followed closely, concerned that the father might be too harsh. What harm is there in a wealthy man indulging himself a little? The path of cultivation is so monotonous. Surely one is entitled to a few small pleasures? Small pleasures? You know well what sorts of things he purchases and the dubious company he keeps. Do you not realize that if he were to take a fancy to a charming junior sister, such expenditures might be justifiable, potentially even adding members to our family? Yet, he spends his days merely drinking and seeking entertainment, acquiring worthless artifacts and poor-quality texts, all while maintaining a fade. At this point, the father felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Despite his numerous efforts, he had failed to guide his disappointing son into the inner sect. If only the lad could swiftly attain the foundation establishment stage, matters would be much easier. Alas, he had no inclination for diligent cultivation. Father, mother, please don't quarrel. I have truly encountered a remarkable person this time. With a beaming smile, Hai Dafu placed the bundle he was holding onto the table. What is this? The mother inquired, gently prodding the cloth bag. It promptly unfastened itself, and a vial of elixir soared out. Top-grade chi recovery pill? The mother's gaze flickered, and she immediately presented it before the father, gaining newfound confidence. Look at this. Look, how can you still blame Dafu for not cultivating diligently? With this many chi recovery pills, he could surely push towards the 9th stage of foundation establishment within this year. The father took the vial, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, and his expression shifted dramatically. There was no doubt it was a top-grade chi recovery pill, completely free of impurities. Had the spiritual energy not been somewhat weak, it could have easily been classified among the finest. Upon saying this, the father poured out a single pill, observing it intently, and gasped in astonishment. What exceptional craftsmanship! Do not be deceived by its classification as a top-grade chi recovery pill. It was made from the most inferior materials. Yet the technique employed is nothing short of masterful. This individual must be at least a 6th-level alchemist. Presently, in the outer sect, only that irascible old master in your alchemy chamber can reach such standards. Dafu, have you perhaps established a connection with that elder from the alchemy chamber? Did you request him to refine this pill? A 6th-level alchemist would certainly draw the attention of even Hai Dafu's parents. If it were true that he had made such an acquaintance, they would be more than willing to offer numerous medicinal materials in hopes of securing his assistance in refining a batch for themselves. Father, mother, do not be hasty. There is more. With an air of mystery, Hai Dafu retrieved a small vial from his chest and placed it before his parents. With hands on his hips, he awaited their praises eagerly. Chapter 151 Farewell to Luo Mingyu. Are there more treasures? Father Hai extended his hand and picked up the vial, giving it a gentle shake, only to discern that it contained but a single pill. His brows furrowed in disbelief. Was this solitary pill truly worthy of such reverence from this young man? As he uncorked the soft stopper, an exquisite fragrance wafted into the air, and upon inhaling it lightly, he felt a surge of spiritual energy rush to his crown. An exceptional revitalizing pill. Could it be that this was crafted by that old ding? It is known that the value of any extraordinary elixir lies not merely in the potion itself, but significantly in the alchemist who conjured it. Furthermore, the creation of such high-grade elixirs demands not only formidable skill and quality materials, but also a touch of fortuity. The acquisition of such a pill signified that Hai Dafu had completely earned the trust of the esteemed old ding. How could this not evoke excitement in Father Hai? This elixir did not originate from Elder Wang's hands, but rather from a young man yet to step into the alchemy chamber. I inquired and learned that this exquisite revitalizing pill was indeed crafted by his master, yet when I probed further about the identity of his master, he chose to remain reticent. I suspect his master must be a renowned alchemy master from the inner sect. Gradually, Hai Dafu unveiled the mystery. What? It was not concocted by Elder Wang Deng? Father Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. A blend of surprise and skepticism reflected upon his features. Over the past few days, I have cultivated a rapport with that junior brother, and this exceptional revitalizing pill was a gift from him. However, the bag of medium and high-grade revitalizing pills was indeed crafted by his own hand. Father and mother, have I not performed admirably in this matter? My Dafu is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Mother Hai beamed with delight. Father Hai, however, maintained a composed demeanor, lightly clearing his throat. After all these years, this is the only substantial achievement you have accomplished. What is there to boast about? I shall take this revitalizing pill. It would be a waste to leave it with you. Subsequently, I shall arrange for some funds to be sent your way. Should you encounter such high-quality elixirs in the future, remember to act decisively. Father Hai, with unyielding resolve, tucked the exceptional revitalizing pill into his bosom. The distinction between the inner and outer sects regarding elixirs is essentially consistent. Ordinary elixirs are abundant, yet high-quality ones are exceedingly rare. Inner sect disciples, particularly those with experience, often possess considerable resources, but without a connection to an alchemist, the materials in their possession cannot be transmuted into elixirs. Alchemists in the pill chamber are already overwhelmed with their monthly quotas, who would spare additional days to concoct elixirs for others. Observing that his parents were quite pleased, Hai Dafu chuckled and began to weave grandiose plans before them. He spoke of how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Bulang, even suggesting brotherhood, ultimately concluding that it all circles back to monetary gain. This time, his parents did not hesitate, with a decisive wave of their hands, pledging 1 million outer sect disciples' currency within 3 months. Both of them are disciples of the inner sect. The internal disciples' currency and the external disciples' currency also have an exchange ratio of 1 to 100, which is not as outrageous as the disparity between the miscellaneous servant currency and the external disciples' currency. The exaggerated nature of the miscellaneous servant currency ultimately stems from the fact that miscellaneous servants are merely low-cost laborers. The following morning, Lin Bulang awoke from his slumber. Ever since he had taken on the role of a guard, his sleep had become quite scarce. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his need for sleep and sustenance had diminished significantly. Through cultivation, he could achieve a state of rest, and occasionally indulging in a proper slumber would suffice to allow his body to recuperate. As for nourishment, since the onset of his physical training, the absorption of spiritual energy provided a semblance of sustenance. After all, the essence of refining the body with spiritual energy involved energizing the cells at a fundamental level, resulting in a diminished sensation of hunger. While meals could be foregone, hydration remained essential. This explains why, within the realm of cultivation, one encounters divine tea and wine, but not divine food. However, there are certainly gluttons aplenty. With a chuckle at this thought, Lin Bulang descended to order some light congee and tea. No sooner had he seated himself than he was recognized by others. In just 3 days, Lin Bulang had become quite renowned in the southern city. Within the span of a meal, over a dozen external disciples approached him in camaraderie. Lin Bulang found it difficult to outright refuse their advances, and his communication jade slip soon filled with contacts. After all, these individuals could potentially become lucrative connections in the future. Having consumed a simple breakfast, Lin Bulang made his way to the alchemy chamber. Each month, in addition to the academy, apprentices from various regions were summoned to the alchemy chamber, with the southern alchemy chamber overseeing the entirety of the Yin-Yang sect's external disciples in the south, accommodating thousands of external disciples daily. A few days each month were designated for the registration of newcomers to the alchemy chamber. In fact, this process had already commenced yesterday, lasting for 3 days, during which several newcomers would join the alchemy chamber. However, due to the arduous nature of the work, most would not endure beyond half a month before withdrawing. Locating the alchemy chamber, Lin Bulang approached a small side door adjacent to the main entrance, where the registration for newcomers was conducted. Upon entering, he found a third-tier alchemist dozing in a chair. Upon hearing the entrance, the alchemist opened his eyes. Lin Bulang quickly presented the jade slip given to him by Manager Chun. The alchemist raised an eyebrow, grasped the jade slip between his fingers, closed his eyes momentarily to sense its contents, and then tossed it onto the table. He then wrapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Are you aware of the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Lin Bulang inquired, bewildered. "The gratuity. With so many individuals in the alchemy chamber and over 50 various alchemical furnaces, how can I arrange a competent alchemist for you without a bit of gratuity?" The alchemist glared, his impatience evident. Understanding now, Lin Bulang hurriedly reached for his waist and retrieved 1,000 units of external disciple currency. The alchemist frowned, glancing at Lin Bulang and then at the currency in his hand. "Ah, forget it. This fellow has come from the academy. This 1,000 external disciple currency is likely his entire fortune. Please arrange a place for him," he said. "Turn left, walk straight to the 3rd row, and it's the 4th room. They are just about to start the furnace today. The timing is perfect, so off you go." With that, the man took a wooden plaque, inscribed the number 3 and 2 on it, and tossed it aside. Lin Bulang, being merely an apprentice without rank, naturally had no privileges to speak of. "Here is the waste token for the alchemy chamber. Be sure to keep it safe, for losing it would complicate matters significantly." The 3rd-level alchemist opened a drawer and casually retrieved a jade waste token, tossing it over. The wooden plaque and waste token must be carried at all times, as unranked alchemists are prohibited from leaving without the furnace master's consent. This is the alchemist's uniform. You must wear it while inside the chamber. There is only this one set, worth 500 outer disciple coins, which will be deducted from your future monthly allowance. Additionally, here are the alchemist's books, Herb Compendium, Standard Formulas Collection, and Self-Cultivation for Alchemists, totaling 500 outer disciple coins, also to be deducted from your future monthly allowance. After today's break, We will arrange your accommodation. Lin Bulang surveyed the pile of worthless items before him, rendered speechless. Excuse me, sir, what is my monthly allowance? The monthly allowance for an alchemist is 20 outer disciple coins. The man grew increasingly impatient. So, I haven't done anything yet. And I already owe the alchemy chamber 50 months' worth of allowance? With a sharp clap, the third-level alchemist became furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how many people are clamoring to enter the alchemy chamber? It has always been this way. Why do you have objections? If you're dissatisfied, put in some effort and advance to second or third-level alchemist. Then you won't have such issues. Get lost. Damn it. What a hassle so early in the morning. Incredulous, Lin Bulang took the items, muttering a few complaints under his breath, and proceeded in the direction indicated. The door to Alchemy Pavilion 32 stood wide open, and inside, angry shouts echoed. You useless fool. Who allowed you to leave yesterday? You left before finishing the alchemy. Do you understand the consequences? Do you know how much this batch is worth? 7 days of hard work, all wasted. As Lin Bulang listened to the menacing reprimands, a chill ran down his spine. He wondered who was so unfortunate. Upon approaching, he noticed a row of people kneeling, and the one at the front looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't he the third-level alchemist who had come to stir trouble at his stall yesterday? What was his name again? Luo Linyu? No, that wasn't it, Luo Tongji. Chapter 152. Out to purchase a residence. Whether he was drenched like a chicken, Lin Bulang could not ascertain. However, he found himself in a rather dire predicament, drenched in misfortune. Suppressing a smile, Lin Bulang gently rapped on the ajar door. The sole individual standing inside turned his head. Who is it? Master Zhonglu. I am the new alchemist apprentice, Lin Bulang replied softly. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Luo Mingyu abruptly raised his head, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. First layer. Here he knelt, enduring a reprimand while the true culprit observed, utterly humiliated. Second layer. Yesterday, he had excused himself by claiming he was not an alchemist, feeling powerless, filled with indignation. Third layer. As of today, he was indeed an alchemist, yet the responsibility fell upon his shoulders, a source of delight. Yet, he could not allow the master alchemist to discover this. He had to suppress his joy. At that moment, Luo Mingyu furrowed his brow while the corners of his mouth curled upward, his entire countenance contorted as if he were an elderly man of 70 or 80 years. Foundation stage? Do you have a recommendation? Seeing Lin Bulang's prowess had reached the 9th level of the foundation stage, the master alchemist immediately became cautious and inquired further. Lin Bulang hastily produced the jade slip given by Chief Chun. The master alchemist took it, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly opened his eyes. Do you understand alchemical arts? Somewhat, Lin Bulang promptly replied. The master alchemist turned around, pointing to a heap of herbs before him. Examine these. Can you discern what elixir I intend to concoct today? Yellow withering grass, cold ice flower, opposing medicinal properties, auxiliary herbs to harmonize. 1,000 spirit mushrooms, blood mountain ginseng. Neutralizing properties, primary herbs to enhance spirit. Additionally, a single wind dew to elevate quality and increase elixir yield. It should be a low-grade recovery elixir. This furnace will yield within 3 days, producing between 14 to 18 pills. What a fortunate coincidence. The only elixir Lin Bulang could currently produce was indeed the recovery elixir. The master alchemist nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You possess some foundational knowledge. It would be a waste to squander it. His inquiry into the alchemical arts was merely a formality, seeking a justification. The recommender was an inner sect disciple, whose strength surpassed the 9th level of the foundation stage. It would be a waste not to utilize him for fire control. However, as Lin Bulang had just arrived, he certainly lacked experience and could not be directly elevated to a third-level alchemist. Otherwise, he would have genuinely considered replacing the foolish Luo Mingyu with Lin Bulang. Follow me. Master Hu. Luo Mingyu, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, grew anxious. Silence. Kneel. Hu Yuanzhou turned with a thunderous roar, leading Lin Bulang out. Upon exiting the alchemical chamber, Lin Bulang finally beheld the appearance of Master Hu. He appeared to be in his 30s, nearing 40, with a visage as rugged as if sculpted from stone. However, years of alchemical labor had taken their toll. The stress rendered his complexion somewhat pallid, with streaks of white in his hair. His elongated face and prominent nose bore a resemblance to a character from a film Lin Bulang had seen in a past life, a man known as Dr. Strange. The expressionless visage, coupled with a hint of righteousness and adorned in a dark robe of a master alchemist, indeed exuded an air of ethereal grace. Along the path, the two exchanged no words, proceeding directly to the entrance. Old Yen, elevate him to a first-tier alchemist. Hu Yuanzhou tossed the wooden token, previously held by Lin Bulang, into the room. The third-tier alchemist within looked up, astonished. Master Hu, isn't this against the regulations? Ordinarily, a novice must spend at least 6 months in the alchemical chamber before being promoted to first tier. Do as I say, no need for further discussion. Hu Yuanzhou furrowed his brow and slammed his hand firmly onto the table. Old Yin recoiled slightly, complying reluctantly by producing a first-tier alchemist's token and handing it over. All right, let us return. From today onward, you shall begin your alchemical training. Observe and learn diligently. In a month, I shall assess you, and should you succeed, I will promote you to second tier. Hu Yuanzhou patted Lin Bulang's shoulder, mustering a smile. Thank you, Master Hu, for your guidance. Lin Bulang was instantly elated, obediently following Hu Yuanzhou back to Alchemy Pavilion number 32. Within Alchemy Pavilion number 32, there was a single fourth-tier alchemist, namely Hu Yuanzhou, whose primary responsibility was to regulate the medicinal liquids during the alchemical process to ensure successful concoctions. There were 2 third-tier fire control alchemists, one of whom was Luo Mingyuan, who alternated in assisting Hu Yuanzhou. Their role involved utilizing spiritual energy to manipulate the alchemical furnace, controlling the flame and temperature. 3 second-tier material alchemists were responsible for adding ingredients, removing impurities during the refining process, and maintaining the furnace. 4 first-tier apprentice alchemists conducted tasks such as selecting herbs, measuring ingredients, and bottling. Additionally, there were 8 novice alchemists who were required to attend the furnace in shifts to perform menial tasks such as cleaning, wiping sweat, and serving tea. In their spare time, they could read and learn about herbs within the chamber. However, novices were not permitted to handle the alchemical substances. This necessity is why Hu Yuanzhou insisted on promoting Lin Bulang to first-tier alchemist today, as he aimed to cultivate him properly, beginning with exposure to the herbs. Upon returning, Hu Yuanzhou promptly reprimanded Luo Mingyu before dismissing the personnel scheduled for duty the following day, including Luo Mingyu. Subsequently, the rigorous alchemical work commenced. The first step involved heating the furnace, requiring the fire control alchemist to employ spiritual energy, complemented by the novices using wood to stoke the flames, while Lin Bulang began selecting and measuring the herbs. The second step entailed the material alchemists clearing the remnants from the previous day's work before adding the ingredients, thereby extracting impurities and initially refining the medicinal liquid. In the third step, Hu Yuanzhou personally engaged in the meticulous control of the medicinal liquid, refining it repeatedly. Thus, the day passed. Throughout this process, Lin Bulang had numerous opportunities to rest and took the chance to peruse the books he had received. After all, in a month, Hu Yuanzhou's assessment would primarily center on the alchemical formulas and the properties of the herbs. As the day drew to a close, preparations for alchemical endeavors continued into the morrow. The alchemical furnace could not afford to cease its flames. Thus, the fire-controlling alchemist must tirelessly regulate the temperature while the apprentice dutifully replenished the wood, a process known as warming the furnace. This ritual persisted throughout the night, only to be relinquished at dawn when the shift changed, allowing for a brief respite. On the following days, varying herbs were introduced in precise proportions, amalgamated, and refined until the elixir was produced. It was on the day of the final concoction that Luo Mingyu, seeking trouble with Lin Bulang, entrusted the apprentice merely with the task of adding wood to the furnace. However, the apprentice lacked the knowledge to manage the temperature, resulting in the utter destruction of an entire batch of potions. When Hu Yuanzhou arrived the previous day to collect the potions, they had been charred beyond recognition, inciting his furious wrath. As evening approached, during the designated rest period, the second and first-tier alchemists could finally relax, leaving only the third-tier fire-controlling alchemist and the apprentice to continue warming the furnace. Earlier in the alchemical chamber, Lin Bulang had perused the regulations. First-tier alchemists were permitted to leave the chamber, and if they had purchased a residence within the city, they could return to it. However, until the batch was complete, there would be no time to seek out new abodes. Thus, Lin Bulang ventured out briefly to gather information. Upon nightfall, He returned to the alchemical chamber to rest. The next day, it was Luo Mingyu's turn to manage the flames. Although he longed to seize the opportunity to humiliate Lin Bulang, he was acutely aware of his prior missteps and dared not provoke further chaos. Should this batch fail, his standing in the alchemical chamber would be irreparably damaged. On the third day, the potion was successfully produced, allowing Hu Yuanzhou to exhale a sigh of relief. The entire alchemical pavilion enjoyed a day of respite, and in the afternoon, Lin Bulang casually ate a light meal before departing the chamber. In recent days, he had arranged to view several properties, setting a meeting at the inn's entrance. As he approached the inn, a sweet voice called from a nearby path. Lin Gij. Over here. Standing there was a charming outer sect junior sister, her figure alluring and her features delicate. How curious. He had expected a forthright man based on prior communication. Exercising caution, Lin Bulang approached and inquired, "Could you guide me to view the property on 3rd East Street?" "Indeed. Lin Gij, you are quite handsome. I can hardly bear to look at you." She giggled, her eyes captivating. It was no wonder that Zhang Laohai had mentioned a dashing client today, instructing her to provide exceptional hospitality. With a playful smile, she linked her arm with Lin Bulang's. "That estate is a legacy from my grandfather, boasting a prime location and layout." Upon hearing this, Lin Bulang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "And what of the property on 3rd West Street?" he inquired. "That belonged to my great-uncle. And the one on 3rd South Street? That is urgently needed by my aunt's close friend." It seemed the young lady's relatives were scattered throughout the southern city. Chapter 153. Entering the Fian Pavilion. In every world, intermediaries abound, employing remarkably similar tactics. However, encountering a junior sister like this one, who boasts without a flicker of her eye, is indeed a novel experience for Lin Bulang. Of course, in the southern city, the external disciples generally possess commendable strength. Whether it be the junior sister from Chunhua Tower or this real estate agent, each possesses a legitimate occupation. Yet, alongside their primary endeavors, they often engage in such side ventures or hobbies. After all, both Chunhua Tower and real estate dealings provide opportunities to interact with affluent cultivators. Who knows, perhaps a chance encounter might lead to unexpected connections. Lin Bulang, being affluent, was interested in several grand properties, prompting this junior sister to exhibit exceptional enthusiasm. "Just call me Ying, Brother Lin. Are you pleased with this estate? If you are, I can even offer you some gifts," she exclaimed. "Brother Lin, what do you think of this pavilion? Isn't it lovely?" As they toured 2 or 3 properties, Ying incessantly addressed him as Brother Lin, to the point where it felt as though his ears might develop calluses. She nearly clung to Lin Bulang, her ample bosom brushing against his arm, seemingly attempting to lower his intellect from its lofty perch. In terms of beauty, Ying was indeed quite striking. However, her perspective on each estate seemed to be that of a female proprietor, leaving Lin Bulang somewhat uncomfortable. After spending an entire afternoon, they finally arrived at a property that was reasonably satisfactory. Entering the estate, one was greeted by a garden, flanked by 4 side rooms on either side, with a main hall directly ahead. Passing through the main hall led to the primary residence, which included a cultivation room, a study, and within the cultivation room, there was a modest gathering spirit array. Although its efficacy was lacking, the spiritual energy here was indeed denser compared to that of the servant peak. On either side of the primary residence, there were side rooms for concubines, and the decor was quite commendable. Venturing further in revealed an inner garden and a small medicinal herb plot, truly delightful. "What is the price for this estate?" Lin Bulang inquired. 420,000. However, if Brother Lin is fond of it, I can offer you a discount. How about 370,000? Ying blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Bulang furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat steep. Although he could afford it at present, moving in would entail various expenses, potentially stretching his resources thin. After all, having entered the alchemy room, he would be under the watchful eye of Luo Mingyu for some time, making it difficult to sell pills for profit. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brother Lin, I finally found you. If you're looking for an estate, just say so." "What is so appealing about this shabby place?" "My family owns 4 properties in Southern City, all located on 2nd Street, complete with storefronts. In terms of location and size, they are far superior to this dilapidated estate." Just as Lin Bulang hesitated, a figure strode in from outside. It was Hai Dafu. In the Southern City, the streets intersect intricately, with 1st Street encircling the Danfeng buildings. while 2nd Street embraces the marketplace. Beyond that lie 3rd, 4th, and 5th Streets. The residences along 2nd Street open directly into the marketplace, featuring shops of their own, yet the prices soar above $1 million. Lin Bulang yearned for one, but alas, his finances did not permit such indulgence. Witnessing the imminent threat to his flourishing business, and knowing the intruder was none other than the infamous Hai Dafu of the southern city, Yin-Yang could only silently endure the bitter pill, hoping fervently that Lin Bulang would reject the offer. Brother Hai, Brother Lin, you mustn't treat me as an outsider. This residence, I'm not giving it away for free. I'll offer you a discount, just 400,000. Once you move in, you'll need to arrange for guards and maids. I'll ensure you have everything you need. See, quite a deal, isn't it? Hai Dafu swiftly silenced Lin Bulang. Of course, Lin Bulang recognized the bargain. Yet his concerns lay elsewhere. He feared that residing in Hai Dafu's property would subject him to daily intrusions. Noting Lin Bulang's hesitation, Hai Dafu seized him and marched towards 2nd Street without further ado. Hai Dafu himself dwelled on 2nd Street, in one of the grandest residences, which was 4 to 5 times larger than the one Lin Bulang had just examined. The house he was now showing Lin Bulang, though slightly smaller, was still 2 to 3 times the size. Remarkably, the residence Hai Dafu was ardently recommending was merely a wall away from his own. The intentions of Hai Dafu were as transparent as day. Look here, there's an alchemy furnace, specially prepared for you, Brother Lin. Over there is a medicinal herb garden. If you have a penchant, you can cultivate it yourself. The maid's quarters are spacious and bright. Once you move in, I'll arrange for 32 beautiful and melodious maids to attend to you meticulously from head to toe. As he spoke, Hai Dafu playfully nudged Lin Bulang with his shoulder. A mischievous eyebrow raised, all-inclusive. Impressed, Lin Bulang raised his thumb, though internally he felt a wave of exasperation. Accepting so many advantages would surely come at a cost. Who knew what this fellow might demand in the future? Yet, apart from the proximity to Hai Dafu's residence, the house was virtually flawless, especially the brand-new alchemy furnace, which seemed to have been installed just moments ago, reflecting Hai Dafu's earnest intent. Has Brother Lin agreed? Hai Dafu exclaimed with uncontained joy. Lin Bulang, with no other recourse, reached into his storage pouch. Given Brother Hai's overwhelming hospitality, to decline would be exceedingly impolite. As Lin Bulang handed over the money, Hai Dafu, indifferent to the amount, simply tossed it over his shoulder. The hefty pouch, as large as a watermelon, sailed over the wall and landed with a thud in his own courtyard. Remarkable. Very well. I've prepared everything for the residence. You can move in tonight, Brother Lin. Let us take a stroll, for the dawn is still young. We must personally select the maidservants. It is only through personal choice that one can find satisfaction in such matters. Hai Dafu, seemingly anxious that Lin Bulang might have second thoughts, hurriedly urged him onward. He feared that if this matter was not settled in one go, he might awaken the next day to find Lin Bulang vanished without a trace. Select maidservants? Lin Bulang furrowed his brow, pondering whether the southern city was akin to the menial labor peak, with an ample supply of servants. Indeed, Lin Shixiang was perhaps unaware of this. Within our Lingyang sect, there are not only disciples who aspire to the path of cultivation. Our esteemed sect is vast, with numerous mortal villages nestled within the mountains. Additionally, the outskirts often witness villages ravaged by demonic beasts, leading to the unfortunate trade of selling sons and daughters. Some individuals are born to servitude, bound by contracts of servitude, and possess far greater loyalty than those who hail from a background of menial labor, such as maidservants or guards. Furthermore, it is not solely the clans of the Central Plains. With a stroke of fortune, one might even encounter women from foreign tribes. With a chuckle, Hai Dafu led Lin Bulang toward a corner in the 2nd Street. Foreign women? Could they be of the golden-haired, blue-eyed variety? Am I to learn English? Lin Bulang marveled. And as he regained his senses, he found himself before an imposing 3-story pavilion. The structure was exquisitely adorned, with silken drapes fluttering and fragrant breezes wafting through the air. Gazing at the plaque inscribed with the characters Fian Pavilion, Lin Bulang could scarcely reconcile it with the business of servitude. Upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of elegantly attired women bustling about, attending to the guests. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary tavern. Yet upon closer inspection, these women were masters of song, dance, and the arts, their services diverse and evidently honed through rigorous training. Here, should one take a fancy to someone. They could be purchased outright. This was the operational model of the Fian Pavilion. Ingenious. No wonder it was conceived by an immortal cultivator who had traversed centuries. One would need at least a century of cerebral acuity to devise such a scheme. As Hai Dafu continued to pull Lin Bulang further inside, he remarked, "Do not be tempted by the wares on the first floor, for they are merely discounted goods that have been previously handled. I shall take you to the second floor, where the elite are still in training. Once you place a deposit, they will be delivered to your residence upon completion of their training. As for the third floor, it houses the unrefined, untouched goods. If you have an inclination for that, I can certainly guide you there as well." Chapter 154. The exotic beauty. As Hai Dafu animatedly introduced the surroundings, he led Lin Bulang to the second floor. The spacious loft was divided into 4 distinct areas, each corresponding to music, dance, chess, and poetry. Upon seeing Hai Dafu's arrival, a patrolling outer door disciple approached with a light step. "Young Master Hai, what brings you to our Fian Pavilion today? Have you grown weary of your amusements at home?" Hai Dafu cleared his throat lightly and gestured towards Lin Bulang. "I brought this esteemed senior to inquire if there are any new high-quality offerings available." "Indeed, there are. What kind of companions does this esteemed senior seek, and how many?" The outer door disciple, recognizing Hai Dafu's status, immediately became obsequious. "Not too many. Just select a few who are obedient and nimble." Given the chaotic nature of Hai Dafu's household, it was essential to have a few servants who could manage the affairs. Lin Bulang, accustomed to the simplicity of the disciple's peak, preferred to keep his circle small. Obedient and nimble? The outer door disciple and Hai Dafu exchanged bewildered glances. Most patrons came to select maidens known for their beauty, melodious voices, and graceful figures, yet Lin Bulang seemed to be searching for caretakers instead. Hai Dafu, mistaking Lin Bulang's reticence for shyness, patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Lin, life is but a fleeting few hundred years. If you do not indulge now, the days ahead may become monotonous once your cultivation advances. Enjoy your youth while you can." To Hai Dafu, a disciple born and bred within the Yin-Yang sect, life truly felt ephemeral. Little did he know, Lin Bulang had once been a mere mortal, and his journey within the Yin-Yang sect had nearly met a premature end. He understood the concept of enjoyment far more profoundly than Hai Dafu. Without strength or foundation, one could hardly indulge in life's pleasures. "I am not particularly concerned with appearances. I prefer tranquility. As long as they are diligent and capable of hard work, that suffices." Lin Bulang clarified his expectations without engaging further in the conversation. The outer door disciple immediately comprehended. "That is easy to find. We have numerous women whose villages were ravaged by demon beasts, willing to sell themselves to support their families. They are typically obedient, simple in nature, and not prone to fuss." With that, the outer door disciple guided Lin Bulang into the inner chamber. According to Lin Bulang's specifications, these women were deemed inferior products that Fian Pavilion could not cultivate, and they were quite affordable, priced at just 500 outer disciple coins for 4. It is indeed ironic that 500 outer disciple coins could merely rent the most humble stall at the marketplace, yet here, it could purchase 4 lives. In contrast, during Lin Bulang's time at the disciple's peak, such lives were worth far less. After perusing the selection, Lin Bulang found a group of young women to his liking and chose 8, naming them Milan, Zhuzhu, Juhua, and the seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. With Lin Bulang's selection complete, Hai Dafu finally felt reassured. After a swift payment, he gestured towards the 3rd floor. "Brother Lin, shall we take a look on the 3rd floor once more?" "Indeed, indeed. Just the other day, we encountered a stunning beauty from a distant land. If these commonplace individuals do not pique your interest, that exotic enchantress will undoubtedly broaden your horizons." At the mere mention of the 3rd floor, the outer sect disciples perked up. There are indeed patrons with unique tastes who prefer to acquire such rare specimens from the 3rd floor, taking them home for personal instruction. Among them, the foreign beauties, who often struggle with language barriers, are particularly coveted. Before departing from the academy, Lin Bulang made a concerted effort to familiarize himself with the geography of this world. The Yin-Yang sect is situated on the central Yuan continent, centrally located and rich in spiritual energy with a temperate climate. To the north lies the Shual Wind Northern Plains, accessible by crossing a shallow strait. To the west, the treacherous Evil Sea Islands. To the east, the blazing Sun Continent. And to the south, an expanse of vast mountains and dense forests. The Lingyang sect's position on the central Yuan continent is more towards the south, hence the abundance of mountains and forests. The entire central Yuan continent hosts several nations, each slightly larger than the Lingyang sect, with two others that, like the Lingyang sect, have established their own sects, the Xianin sect and the Yulong Mountain. The three sects possess comparable strength, yet each adheres to its own unique operational model. For instance, the Xianin sect only admits females, dividing them according to aptitude and faction, leading to intense internal strife. The Yulong sect, on the other hand, is quite distinctive, rooted in familial ties, placing great emphasis on bloodlines. Although fewer in number, its members are mostly elite. As for the Lingyang sect, it is widely known for its inclusivity, welcoming talents from across the world, functioning as a colossal crucible of refinement. Only those who can endure the grueling environment akin to a poison pit will survive. Beyond these regions lies an even vaster world, not for lack of desire to explore, but rather due to the prideful nature of the central Yuan continent's inhabitants, who regard all else as foreign and heretical, dismissing any inclination to understand. Broaden my horizons? Lin Bulang smiled faintly. Very well then. I would be grateful if you could escort me to witness this for myself. The outer sect disciple responded with enthusiasm, promptly retrieving a key and leading the two upwards. These foreign beauties do not come cheaply. Upon entering the third floor, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The third floor comprises numerous individual rooms, although lavishly appointed. Their appearance is indistinguishable from that of a prison. Each room is square-shaped, furnished simply with a bed, a screen, a table, and a chair. The separation between the rooms and the external corridor consists of a wall, a door, and an unusually large wooden window, which is intricately carved, allowing a clear view into the interiors. As they walked into the third floor, the muffled sobs of numerous young women could be heard. Newcomers are typically confined here for a period of time. Only once they have contemplated their future destinies can they progress to the second floor for training. Those foreign beauties often require a longer duration before they are released from the third floor due to the language barrier. The outer sect disciple led Lin Bulang directly to the innermost room. Through the window, he could see a charming red-haired girl sitting at the edge of her bed, intently focused on a chessboard. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, she merely tilted her head slightly and impatiently uttered, "Damn it." The young woman, with her waist length, naturally curly red hair, accentuated her exceptionally fair complexion. Her petite, round face framed playful, large eyes, embodying the vivacious spirit of a girl around 14 or 15. Yet, confined in this place, it was no surprise she exhibited a hint of irritability. Upon hearing the familiar expletive, Lin Bulang immediately raised an eyebrow. "Really learning English, huh?" he remarked with a smirk, half amused. The moment she recognized the language, the young beauty jolted, turning her head in disbelief to gaze at Lin Bulang, her expression akin to encountering a ghost. "Brother Lin, you actually understand a foreign tongue?" Witnessing their exchange, Hai Dafu's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if 3 eggs could fit inside. A miraculous being. After a brief moment of hesitation, the young lady sprang to her feet, rushing to the window, gripping it tightly. Her lips trembling as she pleaded, "Save me. They are all wizards. All demons. Back away." The outer sect disciple's expression shifted dramatically. He had clearly heard those words numerous times and recognized them as insults directed at himself. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and forcefully pushed her back. The strength of his blow was gentle, for otherwise, this young beauty would not have withstood it. Her prowess was far from formidable. Barely reaching the first stage of physical training, she was merely an ordinary mortal. "Stop." Lin Bulang furrowed his brow, swiftly intervening. He then turned to the young woman, inquiring, "What is your name? Do you know where you are?" Chapter 155. 18 Streams of Spiritual Energy. The young beauty quickly nodded, introducing herself as Freya, yet refraining from revealing anything further. Lin Bulang, discerning that there was likely more to the story, directly inquired, "If you wish to leave this place, there is but one path. I must purchase you. Once acquired, you shall be my servant. Can you accept this?" Freya hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately nodding in affirmation. After spending several days here, she had come to grasp her predicament. Since she had been exiled by her kin to this wretched land, returning was no longer an option. Lin Bulang could understand her language and converse with her. What more could she desire? How much? Upon seeing Freya nod, Lin Bulang immediately turned to ask, Since you are a guest brought by Brother Hai, we shall not cheat you. The price is a flat 100,000 outer disciples' coins. 100,000? Lin Bulang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just purchased 8 maidservants for a mere 1,000. 100,000 could buy him 800. 100,000 it is. Brother Lin, I am content. I could even afford 200,000. Haidafu had recently acquired a substantial sum of activity funds from his father and was spending it without a hint of remorse. Without further ado, he paid the sum. Upon receiving the payment, the outer disciple promptly opened the door to release her. Freya approached Lin Bulang, expressing her gratitude several times, and then obediently followed him, much like the 8 maidservants behind her. However, Lin Bulang was not easily deceived by appearances. She was unaware of the depths of Freya's cunning. Nevertheless, he was not concerned that she would attempt to flee. It was evident that following Lin Bulang was her safest option. After selecting the maidservants, it was time to secure the guards for the estate. These guards, often of humble beginnings, were not without their share of moral ambiguities. Hence, Haidafu specifically assigned a middle-aged guard, skilled at the 8th level of physical training, to lead the team, alongside purchasing 4 ordinary guards at the 6th level of physical training. Thus, the foundation of Lin Bulang's household was finally established. By the time this endeavor concluded, night had fallen. After arranging all matters, the maidservants had prepared dinner. At the large table, only Lin Bulang partook of the meal while the others waited. Including Freya, they remained mere maidservants, although Lin Bulang felt pity for them. He did not intend to allow them to dine at the table. Rules needed to be established first. As for Freya, Lin Bulang was in no rush to uncover her secrets. He decided to let her acclimate and learn her duties alongside the other maidservants, solidifying her identity as a servant before extracting the truth from her. Thus, after a night of rest, he took the opportunity to repair his golden-scaled armor with a cauldron. The following morning, the maidservants arrived to attend to Lin Bulang as he awoke. From dressing to washing his face, from putting on shoes to rinsing his mouth, all tasks were performed by their fragrant and gentle hands. Previously, only Shinchan had served him, and he had not realized the luxury of such attentiveness. This morning, 4 maidservants flitted around me, evoking an unexpected sense of being a feckless monarch. Although these maidservants were somewhat lacking in spirit, their shortcomings lay primarily in their introverted natures and their struggles with the arts of music and dance. Conversely, they excelled in managing household affairs, each displaying diligence and meticulousness, which pleased Lin Bulang immensely. Upon stepping outside, I beheld Freya, still bleary-eyed, being gently urged by the maidservants to tidy the courtyard. A satisfied smile graced my lips as I departed. Today was a day of respite, and my foremost task was to return to the peak and bring someone back. Following that, I aimed to resolve the matter with the Shantian disc, now that I possessed the vessel and ample spiritual energy. Breaking the seals on the Shantian disc should pose no challenge. Just as I exited the southern city and was preparing to employ my stealthy techniques, several figures swiftly encircled me. These individuals had likely been monitoring me for days within the city, choosing this moment to strike. I sensed the presence of 6, each possessing strength around the 8th or 9th stage of foundation establishment. They were not to be trifled with. Having just solidified my thunderous spiritual root, it seemed fortune was delivering an unexpected opportunity. I deliberately slowed my pace and wandered into a secluded hollow, prompting the 6 figures to emerge instantly. Each wore a dark hood, clearly fearful of revealing their identities, an unnecessary precaution. If they could indeed slay me, they would have no reason to fear exposure. Conversely, if they failed, their masks would serve no purpose. Lin Shixiang, you've made quite a fortune in the southern city these past few days. How about sharing some with us, brothers? One of them proposed. Oh, you come for money? I was skeptical. After all, their eyes were fixed greedily on my storage bag, which contained not merely coins, but also a substantial number of premium spirit replenishing pills. Merely talking would not suffice. They would need to demonstrate genuine prowess. I scrutinized the 6 of them, contemplating further. The individuals I encountered in the southern city did not possess such formidable strength. Even the affluent Haidafu had not reached the 8th or 9th stage of foundation establishment. The others were even less impressive. My only previous encounter with such strength among outer disciples had been during the battle with the rock spirit demon. This realization rendered everything plausible. It appeared that the grudge against me extended beyond Su Jin. Genuine prowess? Huh. The 6 of us together can easily subdue you. We have no intention of taking your life. Simply hand over your storage bag, and you may leave. Take my advice, they continued as they closed in, showing no intent to relent. We are all fellow disciples. We shall inevitably meet again. Can the 6 of you together defeat a rock spirit demon? I alone could slay it. I retorted with a cold laugh, drawing my Feiyu sword. The 6 were taken aback, realizing their cover had been blown. Attack. Kill him. Do not heed his nonsense. A human is a human, and a demon is a demon. No matter how formidable he may be, he is hardly a match for the 6 of us. With a thunderous roar, the 6 drew their weapons, swiftly encircling their target. Lin Bulang waved his hand, and the Feiyu sword transformed into a streak of light, darting forth with incredible speed. Crafted from pure refined iron, the sword's power far surpassed that of the celestial pearl. With a single strike, it cleaved through a defender, piercing through his chest. This is the essence of human foundation. Upon witnessing one of their own instantly perish beneath the Feiyu sword, the remaining 5 grew frantic, unleashing a cacophony of colorful martial techniques toward Lin Bulang. Such rudimentary skills posed no threat to him. Activating his spiritual energy shield, Lin Bulang charged directly into the oncoming sword light of one assailant. Following this, he unleashed the mountain-crushing fist. Boom! The individual struck exploded from behind. Though not reduced to mere fragments, his entire back, along with his spine, was utterly shattered by Lin Bulang's might. With one blow, another fell. Who? What kind of monster are you? After 2 swift kills, terror gripped the hearts of the remaining adversaries. Lin Bulang chuckled lightly. What kind of monster? Would you like to know? Very well, I shall enlighten you. With that, he leaped into the air, executing the heaven-piercing finger, a relentless barrage of 25 strikes. Ziz. Bang bang bang. Within a radius of 1 mile, the area was ravaged as if subjected to a carpet bombing, debris flying in all directions. These opponents were far inferior to Su Jin. Even those at the 9th stage of foundation establishment were nothing but a rabble. The onslaught of the heaven-piercing finger left 4 unable to evade. They were gravely injured even before being struck directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Feiyu sword, like the scythe of death, swiftly claimed the lives of 4 individuals, then gathered their lifeless bodies together, casting them before Lin Bulang. In total, this transpired in but 5 minutes. Alas, there was little wealth to be found. Lin Bulang sighed lightly, rummaging through their belongings, which produced only empty clinks. Very well, I shall convert you into nourishment for my spiritual roots. Producing the celestial pearl, Lin Bulang approached the first fallen adversary. A few wisps of spiritual energy surged forth, followed by several strands of something else emerging. Wait, is that the breath of spiritual energy? Once absorbed, it should be irretrievable, no? Could the celestial pearl defy this rule? Lin Bulang widened his eyes in astonishment, counting meticulously. The first individual possessed 3 distinct breaths of spiritual energy: water, wood, and earth. Subsequently, Lin Bulang examined the second corpse, revealing gold, earth, and earth. The third held water, and wood. The fourth contained earth and gold. The fifth was abundant in fire, and the 6th exhibited gold, wood, water, and water. 6 individuals, 18 breaths of spiritual energy. What the? Lin Bulang incredulously slapped his forehead. The materials required for my 9th grade golden core, have they all been prepared?